You are the sole heir of the underworld family. Your great-grandfather is the biggest arms dealer in the Middle East. Your grandfather is a prominent figure in the underworld. And your parents are the underground emperors controlling the entire city. However, as the highly anticipated young master, you have a penchant for studying, spending your days immersed in books. When you expressed your desire to study hard and get into a top university, your father quietly loosened his belt. Study at a university? Absolutely not. With hundreds of hotels under our name, what subject do you need to study for? It infuriates me. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Seeing this, you sighed helplessly. Don't you also wish to live carefreely as a young gentleman? The question is, will the system allow it? Not bad. You have been reborn again. This time, you are reborn into the famous Lu family. Just as you were getting ready to enjoy life. Ding! Guidance ape system activated successfully. As long as the host learns well and promotes positive energy, not only can you receive various rewards, but you can also increase your lifespan. Upon hearing this, you burst into laughter. With such a background, study? No need. In this lifetime, I must become the bathing prince. System, get lost. I won't study. Let's see what you can do to me. The next moment, a countdown appeared before your eyes. Remaining lifespan, 5 minutes 23 seconds. At the same time, as you lay unconscious in the villa, your heartbeat began to slow down, and the monitoring machine emitted a pleasant sound. Several top medical experts immediately became nervous. Beside him, the head of the Lu family, Lu Badian, roared angrily, "Hurry up and save my son. If he can't be saved, I'll have all of you sent to Africa to pick cotton." Your mother was anxiously leaning over the bed. After a moment, the doctor walked over trembling and said, "Sir, madam, the young master may not make it through tonight." Upon hearing this, your mother burst into tears. "Son, don't abandon your mother. I won't care about you playing games anymore in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, the heart rate monitor miraculously showed some activity. You, who were on the brink of death, suddenly sat up right where you were. Yes, you had surrendered to the system. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. You decided to focus on studying first, extend your lifespan by hundreds of years, and then see what happens. This sudden turn of events startled everyone around. You looked at your weeping mother and solemnly declared, "Mom, rest assured, I will study hard in the future, strive to become an exemplary student, and repay society." Upon hearing this, your mother, who was originally crying, froze in an instant. She touched your forehead, then burst into louder sobs. "Oh no, our son has gone silly." Actually saying such unprecedented words like studying hard, Lu Badian gently patted his mother's back and comforted. "It's okay, dear, even if I have to search the world for renowned doctors, I will cure our son's mind." At that moment, you somersaulted down to the ground, walked up to your parents, and earnestly said, "Mom, Dad, perhaps I've been irresponsible in the past and caused you a lot of trouble, but this time I'm serious. I will study hard and get into Tsinghua University or Peking University." Lu Badian, seeing that you were not joking, felt extremely gratified in his heart and slowly pulled out his belt from his waist. "You brat, if you dare to study seriously, I'll blow up your school. It's not for you to chase after the Bai family's daughter. Do you think I would let you go to school?" After saying this, Lu Badian began to discipline you, until you nodded vigorously like pounding garlic, shouting that you understood, and only then did Dad retract his powers. You slinked back to the bedroom, opened your phone, and found many unread messages, all sent by a girl named Bai Ruoxue. "Lu Chun, I feel nauseous just seeing you, a useless playboy. Family arranged marriage. How ridiculous. Don't invite me out again. Never see you again." You tried hard to recall. Bai Ruoxue's background was indeed quite remarkable. Although she is currently studying in Yunhai City, her family's influence is widespread in the capital city. Therefore, her father considers marrying Bai Ruoxue as your top priority. This former master is quite a character as well. In order to fulfill the task, he actually brought a group of followers to block the school gate, presented flowers during the busiest time after school, barged into the school's broadcasting station, and passionately confessed his love to Bai Ruoxue for a full hour in front of the entire school staff and students. For her, born into a privileged family, this was like publicly carrying a load of 10 pounds of excrement. So, don't even mention Bai Ruoxue developing any favorable feelings towards Lu Chen. She would find her own saliva dirty. You shook your head and directly turned off your phone. We have all time traveled. Who would still be your lapdog? For now, accumulating lifespan and striving to survive are the most important things. What might surprise you is that despite their strong opposition to your studies, the bookshelf in your bedroom is filled with books. As you take out a few and glance at them, you are left dumbfounded. The Art of Flirting, Strategies for avoiding fatal strikes. 10 secrets to enhance male abilities. Are these the kind of books a high school student reads? You flip through a few more and come across one titled Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts. Holding this book feels like a treasure, and you quickly start flipping through its pages, as if under a spell. Just then, something magical happened. Ding! Detected host reading Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Martial arts ability plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. You were suddenly amazed. It seemed that reading certain types of books not only increased lifespan but also granted corresponding abilities from the book. So you quickly looked at 10 secrets to improve men's abilities and a smile like the golden chamber appeared on your face. You just opened a page and started reading seriously. Ding! Detected that the host is reading 10 secrets to improve men's abilities. Shamelessness plus 1. Shamelessness plus 1. Shamelessness plus 1. You helplessly commented. And so you kept reading until 10 o'clock at night. Not only mastering martial arts to level 4, increasing your lifespan to 5 days and 6 hours, but also experiencing a rapid growth in men's abilities. You fell asleep extremely satisfied. The next morning, you woke up in a bedroom of several hundred square meters. Dozens of servants were there to assist you as soon as you got up, providing a full range of services from dressing, washing up, to feeding breakfast. Once everything was ready, several servants escorted you to the Rolls-Royce. Before leaving, one of the servants gently reminded you, "Young master, remember to follow the master's orders when you get to school. Don't take classes seriously, let alone study hard. The priority is to focus on dating and successfully win Miss Bai's heart." 10 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of Yunhai City No. 13 Middle School. This school is the worst in terms of environment in Yunhai City, with average teaching staff, a bad campus atmosphere, delinquents running amok, and teachers and principals turning a blind eye, belonging to the kind where the pregnancy rate is higher than the enrollment rate. Then some people wonder, how could a son of noble birth like Lu Chun go to such a poor school? The question is simple. Lu Zhixian deliberately arranged it. He just wanted Lu Chen to grow up in this harsh environment and slowly become as epileptic as he was. Some people even wondered about the children of powerful people like Bai Wanyu who had a deep background. How come you're studying here too? The answer was as good as any. The White family arranged it. The education of the children is important, but for the benefit of the family. Everything is floating. Throughout ancient and modern history, there have been a few instances where children have been viewed as pawns in the family. This is especially true with more children, as is the case with Bai Wanyu. Only, Bai Wanyu's class was the most exceptional in the entire school. The class is also full of top students who are among the best in the school, coupled with the fact that the Bai family had spent a lot of money to hire a famous teacher to tutor her. Bai Wanyu's academic performance was not bad at all. Take care, young master. I wish you no luck in your studies and a watery relationship. As he got out of the car, the driver didn't forget to wish a couple of things. Swish! Without saying a word, Lu Chen ran away with his school bag. The heart cried out frantically, "I'm going back to the world of normal people." "Brother Lu, you're back? Great. Lu is fine. Lu, I'm so worried about you." Just arrived at the school gate. A group of punks with colorfully dyed hair then surrounded them. Lu Chen swept a glance. According to the original host's memories, these punks were the little brothers Lu Chen had taken in at school. Usually skipping classes, surfing the internet, and getting into fights are commonplace. It is even more common to disrupt classroom discipline and to talk back to the teacher. The school's 2-meter-high wall was collapsed by this group. Egregious. It's too nasty. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't say anything, one of the yellow-haired gangsters, pointing at the marks on Lu Chen's body from the 7 wolves belt, said, "Holy, the wolf head tattoo on you is so handsome. Lu, where did you get it? Give your buddy a recommendation." The rest of the group chimed in. Sparrow-eating Marshal. Although the wolf head tattoos are disorganized, each one is filled with an endless murderous aura. It's still luck. This taste? Man, no words. Hearing the compliments of these people, Lu Chen smiled and said, "My father took the belt and smoked it. If you want it, I'll tattoo all of you too some other day." When these words came out, everyone instantly froze. The atmosphere around them dropped directly to freezing point. Looking at the smile on Lu Chen's face, every punk felt shivering. Just kidding. If it was an ordinary person who said that, they naturally wouldn't care. But Lu Chen was no ordinary man. He's the only son of the Lu family, the only heir to the Lu group. These people knew exactly what Lu's group had started on, or they wouldn't have recognized Lu Chen as their big brother. Lu, sorry, little brother said in passing. You must not take it seriously. Tramp. Who said this wolf head tattoo is handsome? I'll slap him to death. Does Lu still hurt? Buddy, buy you some medicine to put on it. Looking at the frightened appearance of the group in front of him, Lu Chen didn't take it seriously. Waving his hand, he said, "All disperse, it's almost time for class. What are you still gathering here for? If you don't want the wolf head tattoo, all of you go back to class." Ha! Hearing Lu Chen's words, the punks were clearly flabbergasted. It's not right in a nifty way. In all the time that school has been in session, they haven't been in the classroom as much as they've been in the internet cafe. Every time, it was Lu Chen who took the lead in skipping class. "What's wrong with you today?" But the little brothers didn't dare to talk too much, and one by one, without looking back, rushed toward the classroom. Dismissed the punks. Lu Chen also carried his book bag and walked towards the classroom. Lu Chen's class is the 8th class of senior high school. Walk into the school gate, turn left and the first classroom is. Coming to the classroom, Lu Chen rummaged through all the books in the drawer. This look doesn't matter. Good lord, the semester is half over and the books are newer than one another. If you didn't know, you'd think he had just enrolled in the new semester. Looking at the language, mathematics, English, physics and chemistry textbooks on the desk, Lu Chen's eyes were shining. Those are some lifespan brushing treasures. I'm going to study. Just as he lifted his math book and prepared to swim in the sea of numbers, suddenly, a girl appeared at the window. The presence of a girl quickly attracts the attention of the male students in the class. I'll be damned. Who is that girl? So pretty and classy. Nobody. You don't even know Bai Wanyu, the White family's 1,000-year-old Miss Ah. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She's the Bai Wanyu who was number one in the school every time she took an exam. Had a prominent background, and even Lu Chen had to kneel and lick her ah. That face and body are truly exceptional. What's she doing in our class? I'm also curious. Wasn't it always Lu Chen who was looking for her before? Why is it the other way around today? Hear the discussion in your ear. Lu Chen looked up toward the window. Sure enough, only to see that outside was standing a woman with skin like skin and long hair draped over her shoulders. A youthful girl with an unbelievable body and a stunning temperament. At this moment, her big beautiful eyes stared straight at Lu Chen. A layer of frost was clamped on her delicate face. Lu Chen, what do you mean? Bai Wanyu asked in an unkind tone. Lu Chen? What an anticlimactic opening line. Did you say anything yourself? No. Come up and ask yourself what you mean. He was about to ask what it meant. Something? Lu Chen asked indifferently. This time it was Bai Wanyu's turn to be puzzled. She sent a bunch of messages to Lu Chen yesterday, and when she saw that the other party didn't reply, she decided that Lu Chen couldn't wake up. When she first studied in the 13th middle school, it was her family that forced her and Lu Chen to cultivate their relationship here. Since Lu Chen didn't wake up, then she would be able to get out of this cage, transfer to a good school, and sprint for the college entrance exams with peace of mind. But when Bai Wanyu went to do the procedures for transferring to another school today, instead, the family suddenly called, saying that Lu Chen had woken up. In this way, her plan to change schools failed. The thought of not even having a good study environment because of this disliked man, Bai Wanyu's heart then added a lot of resentment. Why didn't you return my messages when you woke up? Do you have any idea what it's like to give someone hope and then turn it into despair? How I want to get rid of you. Get rid of this school. Why are you waking up? Now that you have realized what is really in my heart, I don't have to hide it. Lu Chen, you're a hopeless dude. Someone like you won't be able to do anything in the future. I, Bai Wanyu, will never marry someone like you, even if you're the only man left in the world. I'd rather die alone. Lu Chen, are you listening to me or not? Bai Wanyu said a bunch of things, but then snapped to attention. Lu Chen just looked down at his book, ignoring her. Bai Wanyu frowned, certain that Lu Chen was pretending. He can read? Pigs up trees is more like it. Finished? In the middle of the day, Lu Chen closed the book. Immediately afterward, in a tone of great impatience, he said, "Get up. It's disturbing my studies." This statement was made. Bai Wanyu was instantly stunned. Her eyes were wide, incredulity written all over her beautiful face. Chapter 4, God of Apes. Initiation. Well, Lu Chen, you're good. Playing this game with me, are you? Bai Wanyu's face was red with anger. Every day at school in the past, Lu Chen would go to the class to look for her before the morning reading even started. Wherever he goes, he follows, and he can't wait to be on his ass 24 hours a day, so he can't get rid of him. And today, for the first time in 3 years, Bai Wanyu took the initiative to look for Lu Chen. I didn't expect the other party to have this icy attitude. Swell up at the slightest favor and play lustful games with yourself? She's not going to eat that. Lu Chen, I hope you can keep this attitude and never appear in my world. Bye. No, never again. Bai Wanyu just finished speaking and turned away in a huff. Lu Chen saw Bai Wanyu leave through his afterglow. A gentle shake of the head. In Shao, what's wrong with the White family's daughter? Valuable as the knowledge in my book? There's nothing on your face. Why should I lick you? Women, It only affects how fast I can turn the pages. I'm going to earn my keep. There is no ripple inside. Lu Chen continued to read his math textbook. The boys in the class couldn't help but start to get hot when they saw this scene. I told you that Luck was only chasing by Wanyu for fun. How could the only son of the Luck family be willing to be a licking dog? Definitely. If Lu really wants to fall in love, what kind of women don't he have around him? But then again, Lu really looks like he's studying hard when he flips through the book. Nonsense. Lu's acting kills all fresh meat. Lu Chun. The other side. When Bai Wanyu arrived at the stairway, she pretended to look back without thinking. However, he realized that Lu Chen hadn't chased after him. Now, she couldn't help but be a little confused. Wasn't it a desire to get out of the way? Rather, you really want to get rid of it with yourself? Bai Wanyu couldn't help but clench her small fists. Ha, that's good. Without this asshole's interference, I can finally study in peace. With that, he disappeared down the stairway, and Bai Wanyu just left. A female teacher with a math textbook clutched in her hand approached. This female teacher, lightly made up, is unassuming in her beauty, devilishly hot, curvy, and showy, especially the pair of fullness in front of the chest, as if it was going to burst the buttons and cry out in the next moment. Her appearance brought the eyes of the male students and male teachers around her to a standstill. Under the almost frantic gaze of the crowd, the female teacher walked straight into Lu Chen's class. Hello class, I'm your new homeroom teacher, Ryu Yun. There are still 3 months to go before the college entrance exams, and I will be the one to spend these remaining hours with you all. Although we don't spend much time together, the teacher hates you guys, so I hope you can cooperate well. When the students saw Ryu Yun on the podium, in an instant, all the boys in the class boiled over. Words such as, "You are beautiful teacher," "I love you teacher," "I want to spend the rest of my life with you," and so on are endless. Listening to the cheers below, Ryu Yun was unmoved. She turned her gaze to Lu Chen, the only one in the class who was reading carefully, with some determination in her eyes. Don't get me wrong, she wasn't attracted by Lu Chen's love of learning. Rather, they came with a sacred and solemn mission. Ryu Yun, a doctoral student at the Rokoko Police University. After graduation, he entered the capital city police general hospital, and the first assignment he received was to clear out the centuries-old family, the Lu clan. But the Lu family is deeply rooted and powerful. It's obviously a black family, but it washes whiter than the reader's pockets. The organization has been conducting in-depth investigations for a full year. Instead, they only found out that the Lukes were lovers of charity, lovers of world peace, and a host of other honors. There is no way around it. The organization took another route. It was decided to find a breakthrough in Lu's future heir, Lu Chun. Rumor has it that this young Yakuza master has done nothing wrong at school and is arrogant and domineering. Bad behavior. A pure loser. That was why Lu Yun was appointed to be the homeroom teacher of Lu Chen's class. The intention is to pry open the deadbolt that eliminates the Lu family through Lu Chen, little by little. But looking at Lu Chen, who was reading seriously, Lu Yun could not help but look puzzled. He had stood at the podium for so long, and the other man hadn't even looked at him. Face in the book. That's a lot of learning energy. So it's not like you're a jerky jerk. Could the organization have made a mistake? Right at this moment, Lu Chun, who had been reading seriously, suddenly threw out his big hand. He picked up his textbook and threw it to the ground with a snap, cursing as he stomped on it with his foot. I pilled. F.A. 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 Ryu Yun. Lu Chen was so angry in his heart. It took half a day of reading the book to realize there were no rewards. When asked, the ape tutoring system told him, one must shout in one's mind, "Ape God, activate," in order to activate the system and receive rewards while reading. Mother asterisk 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 It's so important not to say so earlier. Wouldn't have had more than a few days to live on his own. Isn't this a waste of time? An ape god? Yuck. Ape Grant. Lu Chen this operation down. The surrounding classmates revealed a look, really in the pretense of learning. On the podium, Yu Hyun let out a breath of relief in her heart. Sure is an uneducated dude. It seemed that the organization had made the right decision, and the idea of opening a breakthrough from Lu Chen was the right one. Thinking of this, Ryu Yun cleared her throat and her expression turned serious. Looking at the noisy students on stage, his voice was deafening as he said, "All students please remain quiet and do not raise your voices. It's been almost a minute since I came in, and from start to finish, you guys haven't been quiet. Are you still a bunch of elementary school kids who need a teacher to personally maintain classroom discipline? I'm a straight shooter, so I'm going to give you guys a heads up on some things in advance. As a teacher, I am willing to have a good student-teacher relationship with every student, so don't make it difficult for me. Otherwise, don't blame the teacher for getting mad and not spoiling you." After a single speech, the technology amazed the audience. The originally noisy class became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The male students looked at what had been softly whispered a second before. The next second, but the character changed greatly. Incomparably grumpy Lu Yun have been shocked, dumbfounded. Ryuyan couldn't help but be secretly pleased as she looked at the dumbfounded students. All those years of training at the police academy had created her valiant strong woman personality. Each time, the crowd was first attracted to her beautiful appearance. Then, again, I was deeply shocked by the toughness she unleashed. The exhilarating sensation of this contrast, every single time, gave her great inner satisfaction. Available at This is the evil 13th grade. Lu Chen's class was even a bunch of pricks with strong backgrounds. Even the principal comes to class and sometimes has to have a few hairs pulled out of his head. A few seconds later, the class, which was originally quiet, became noisy once again. Oh whoa, teacher's character is so intense. A proper plus. I like you even more. Teacher, how are you teaching biology? I want to learn biology from you. MS. Roo. I'm usually always distracted in class. What do you think I should do? Teacher, I've heard that the more explosive the temper, the more depressed people tend to be on the inside. Is that really true? Mr. Roo, may I ask if you're always this strong no matter where you are? Ha ha ha. Instead of being intimidated, the students became more excited and asked a bunch of questions one after another. The otherwise smug Ryuyan, hearing this barrage of questions, one time, her whole body froze. Is this a serious student? Whose student could ask such a question? In normal times, she would have gone up with an elbow strike and taught her opponent how to behave. But now, she is a teacher who teaches. Still a classroom teacher. Even more so, he came with the daunting task of bringing down the Lu family. Thinking of this, Ryuyan accelerated her breathing and frantically calmed her inner emotions. Hold back. Be sure to hold back. A little intolerance goes a long way. However, the next few students' words, however, directly broke her defenses. Teacher's body is so good. I wonder if it developed naturally. That goes without asking. It must be her boyfriend. Ha ha ha. A few people were heard talking. Ryuyan's fair skin began to turn red. The whole thing is completely red warm. Chapter 5. What the hell do you call this? Dude, Ryuyan stood on the podium. A wisp of white smoke rising vaguely above her head. Next, she raised her right palm and slashed down hard with a smooth chop towards the desk made of pure wood. There was a loud bang. The desk was directly split in two and flew out of the classroom. The sudden scene caused the noisy class to quiet down again. All of the students looked at Lu Yun with shocked gazes, each with a horrified expression on their faces. Seeing the effect achieved, Ryuyan was satisfied. She squeezed her sore fist and sneered. All students please, keep quiet. Whoever dares to ask rude questions again, don't blame the teacher for being rude. At that moment, a student stood up shakily. The old teacher. Ryuyan revealed a kind smile. Classmate, what do you want to say? The student first acted like he was scared, but the next second, the speed of speech suddenly accelerated. Teacher, vandalism of public products is illegal. You do this, the righteous principal will use a ruler to beat your ass. Oh, I heard that there was a female teacher who accidentally kicked the school flower bed in her high heels earlier. It took 3 full days of being locked in the house and educated by the principal before he came back to class on shaky legs. But you're so beautiful. The anger in the principal's heart might be a little greater. I'll have to lock you up for at least a month. I hope you hold out and don't get played out. Oh, ha ha ha. Hear what this student has to say. The class was drawn to laughter. Some of the boys looked at Ryuyan with light eyes, as if they had already seen her miserable appearance after being tortured by the principal. And Yuhyun looked at these people and completely panicked. What kind of group of students is this? Insult the teacher. No respect in sight. Not knowing fear. Color jokes off the top of my head. In her 20 years of living, she had never encountered such a situation. Against the day. It's so anticlimactic. What to do? You, guys, no laughing. Ryuyan looked a little flustered, but instead of succeeding in stopping her performance, she made the students intensify their efforts. For a moment, the jeers in the classroom grew louder. At this moment, Ryuyan felt extremely powerless, sent here by the organization and can't even set some students straight. Under such circumstances, how else could she complete the mission entrusted to her by the organization? Difficulty. It's too hard. Just when Yuhyun was at a loss for words, suddenly, a resounding voice rang out. Shut up all of you. Swish. When the voice rang out, the originally noisy class instantly turned silent. It's incredibly quiet. The classmates who had just been loudly mocking were now all bowing their heads in a well-behaved manner. Ryuyan was startled and hurriedly followed the sound, only to see that Lu Chen stood up, his eyes like tigers as he inspected the students in the class. The expression on his face seemed as if he could eat people, and an inexplicable sense of intimidation emanated from his body. How could he not be angry? It would have been a waste of so much time because the system wasn't turned on. Thinking about catching up on my reading and building up some more longevity. But these people quarrel endlessly. Half a day. Hard to read a word into it. At home, my parents control not to read books. At school, there's still no way to learn. You're pushing yourself to death, aren't you? If you don't let us live, don't blame us for being angry. Lu Chen said righteously. What do you all want? To turn the sky over? Pretending? I'll make you fly. Schools are built for you to come and learn, not for you to snort. The state spends a huge amount of money every year to give you all a good educational environment and let you study for free. But you guys, you don't know how to cherish it. You don't learn anything all day long and waste the country's resources. How many children in the mountains have no chance to go to school if they want to? If you don't want to learn, then why don't you get lost and leave the opportunity to those who need it? Have you each and every one of you done right by your school? By your party? By your country? To the parents who raised you? As young people, we should work hard to learn knowledge and add to the great rejuvenation of our country in the future. Instead of being the tumor of all evil. I'll put it here. Anyone who dares to make any more noise and delay other people's studies, don't blame me for being rude. Say it. Lu Chen sat down on his butt. Continue to immerse yourself in the joyful knowledge of the ocean. Several people at the neighboring table were overwhelmed by the aura. If you messed with the Lu clan, you might be able to ask Lu Chen for mercy. After all, they are all in the same class, usually skipping classes together to surf the internet. Proper iron pigeons. But if you mess with Lu Chen, don't you dare go to his old man and ask for mercy. It's a wonder Lu Zhixiong didn't skin them alive. After all, Lu Zhixiong was notorious for protecting his calf. If he doesn't care about his only son, who will? Is Lu taking the wrong medicine today? Usually he is the one who leads the trouble. Yeah, what's up with him today? Don't even say it. In case brother Lu hears, we'll all be finished. In the nooks and crannies, a few boys whispered. And the podium. Lu Yun recalled Lu Chen's words just now. The whole person, completely frozen in place. Well said. That's so well said. What a thought. What kind of realization is this? This kind of country-oriented sentiment is simply a model for contemporary youth. But think carefully. It's not right. Isn't he the only son of the mob family Lu, the future successor of the Lu group? What do you call that? Dude, who's a loser to say that? Ryuyan frowned. Could it be that the mission had been leaked? Those words of Lu Chen just now. Was he deliberately putting on a show in front of himself? That's a possibility. The Lu family, as a century-old family, has a network of connections all over the country. Even infiltrating their organization is not absolutely impossible. It seems that one has to find an opportunity to report this matter to the top. This student, your speech was great, and I hope everyone will learn from this student. Also, the teacher's tone just now wasn't very good, so I hope you can forgive me. Okay, class will begin next. Please open your math textbook and turn to. After experiencing that just now, Ryuyan knew that this mission was extremely difficult. If you want to finish, you have to curb your temper. Only by being careful, step by step, can we accomplish the great cause of bringing down the Lu family? With Lu Chen's suppression, the students were all well behaved and no one dared to blow up anymore. At this point, in Lu Chen's mind, a system beep suddenly rang out. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your behavior has influenced 50 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 5 hours. Reward, mystery gift pack *1. Lu Chun, who was reading a book, was slightly stunned. Mystery bag? Chapter 6, showing chicken feet? I've got a good one. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. It turns out that promoting positive energy can also increase longevity? And there's a mystery pack bonus. Well, I guess I'll have to help a grandma cross the street or something. Let's be a good and positive youth. Open the mystery bag. Lu Chen said in his heart. Ding! Gift bag opened successfully. Receive a mystery reward, perfection potion *1. Oh, seeing this potion, Lu Chen directly clicked to use it. In the next second, a warm current was injected into his body. Moment. Lu Chen felt that his lungs were not itchy and his kidneys were not weak anymore. His already handsome face was now even more handsome. The original owner of the body was a regular smoker and drinker, and had gotten into a lot of trouble at a young age. Not only are they all healed now, and the whole person's temperament went up a whole lot. Good stuff. Lu Chen secretly sighed a wave of sighs. Sighing, he looked down, and continued to flip through the math book in his hands. The teacher is talking about her at the podium, and she's watching herself, so there's no conflict between the two. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the book Math Book 1, mandatory. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Math literacy skills plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Soon, as time passed, Lu Chen read all of the math textbooks in Book 1. Ding! You have read the entire math book 1, required, and this reading lasted a total of 1 hour. Additional bonus lifespan plus 3 hours. Bonus plus 1000 points for math literacy skills. Total life gained, 2 days. 15 hours. Total math literacy gained, 8. 200 points. Immediately after that, Lu Chen pulled out the second book of math. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the book Math Book 2, mandatory. Lifespan plus 1 minute. Plus 1 minute. Plus 1 minute. Math literacy skills plus 1. Plus 1. Plus 1. All day. No matter what class he was in, Lu Chen only looked at math. Teachers don't bother when they find out. After all, for them, as long as Lu Chen didn't lead the mess, they were already burning incense. What's more, when the teachers realized that Lu Chen was reading a book, each of their eyes almost didn't glaze over. Is the sun coming up in the west? You don't even go into the classroom a couple times during the week, and now you're reading? After class, teachers have gathered to discuss whether Lu Chen is out of his mind. And Lu Chen had gained a lot from this day. Read all the math books from freshman to junior year of high school, enough to add 10 days to your life. The math knowledge level is even more straightforward to brush up on. Host, Lu Chen. Functional state of the body, perfect. Remaining life, 29 days to 6 hours, 49 minutes, 21 seconds. Martial arts proficiency, LV4, 27% experience. Proficiency, math literacy, LV10. Max, world class. System note, math literacy skills are full. You can get a high life expectancy, and a mysterious reward, by doing the following. 1. Participation in math competitions. 2. Teaching math. 3. Participation in math exams. After leveling up, new ways to get rewards are unlocked. Look at the words mystery reward. Lu Chen couldn't help but be interested. After all, the effects of the mysterious potion had given him a big taste. It seems like I have to teach someone math and enter a math competition or something if I get the chance in the future. It was September, and the sky was still bright even after school hours. Looking at his nearly 30 days of remaining life, under the setting sun, Lu Chen whistled and walked happily toward the school entrance. Great! A few more days of life. Just arrived at the school gate. Lu Chen suddenly realized that not far away, a girl in a short white dress with an innocent face. The pink book bag was being held in her hand, standing shivering in place, and around her stood several punks with colorfully dyed hair. A few of the men stared at the girl with a scowl and a flirty expression. He also whistles every now and then and looks extremely annoying. Little sister, just promise your brother that you'll watch a movie with him. I heard the new Golden Lotus recently released is good. The fight scenes are quite intense, and you lose your clothes. As long as you promise brother guarantees that in the future, in the 13th middle school, absolutely no one will dare to bully you. One of the green hairs swore. The two little brothers next to him bragged. That's a must. Don't look at my big brother who's only in his first year of high school, but there are several senior tough guys in the school to cover him, and some of them are even iron buddies with the young master of the Lu family. What's the hesitation? If I were you, I'd have changed into black silk and gone to the movies together. Tramp. Wear what black silk? White silk, the world's first good looking. What, the black and white silk looks best with nothing on. Ha ha ha. A couple of punks spoke dirty language and laughed heartily. The girl's face had reddened to her ears. She tugged on her book bag with both hands and said with a nervous face, "Yeah, sorry, I'm not available. Please don't ever come back to me again." This statement was made. A few punks' faces changed abruptly. One of them directly raised his palm to slap it. "Chow Nima, give face to the face is not it." The brothers forced to rush, directly drag you in the alley to do it. The girl was scared and backed away. Unconsciously, tears streamed down her clean cheeks. She kept bowing while crying. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. My mom is lying in a hospital bed and I have a part-time job to earn money. Please leave me alone." Since Lu Chen left late to read the book, so there's hardly anyone left at the school gates, the situation emboldened a few punks quite a bit. Instead of ignoring the girl's pleas for mercy, they did not. Instead, with a wicked grin on his face, he stepped towards the girl. "What part-time job? Why don't you just tell your brother how much it costs once, and he'll buy your first night?" He. Seeing that the girl had backed into a corner, in front of the school, in a Volvo SUV car, Ryuyan was about to drive off after work when she saw the scene through the rearview mirror. Being not too far away, she heard the conversation of several people quite clearly. "These uneducated assholes. I have to clean up after you guys today. Look at the punks." Another association with the daytime lessons and the words of the boys in the class. Ryuyan's temper came up all of a sudden. She changed into a pair of flats and pushed open the car door about to walk down. But just then, "Oi, what are you guys doing? Take me one." Hearing this, Ryuyan looked at the voice, only to see orange sunset. Lu Chen carried his school bag and stood behind a few punks with a smirk on his face. The breeze blew slightly, ruffling the bangs on his forehead and framing the side of his face. Ryuyan froze slightly. Why do you feel that this kid is much more handsome than during the day? But immediately afterward, Ryuyan was inwardly delighted. This Lu Chen, is he finally going to show his chicken feet? Aren't you a good sport during the day? Saying what is right for the party and the country. And talk about adding to the building of the motherland. Showing your true colors as soon as school's out? Surprisingly, he threatened to join them. Think about it. Ryuyan immediately opened the camera and clicked the shoot button. The intention is to record what is in front of you and turn it into the organization as evidence of school bullying. Chapter 7. Am I a part of your play? School entrance. A few of the punks looked back at Lu Chen with contemptuous gazes. If he were a senior gangster, he would have already smiled and respectfully come up to pass the cigarettes. But these boys had just come to 13 middle school not long ago and were still in their first year of high school, and had only heard of Lu Chen's reputation. Never saw what it looked like. The green hair poo-pooed and cursed. Where did the little white boy come from? Get off to the side. Don't disturb your father's pleasure. The girl's eyes lit up as if she had seen her savior. But then, immediately afterward, lost his head. Because these punks came from a place she knew well. As they say, the Greenhorns recognized several senior tough guys as big brothers. That's why it often runs roughshod over the campus. And no one dares to mess with it in the entire first year of high school. She didn't want anyone else to go down with her in order to save her. Class, go away. It's none of your business here. The girl's eyes reddened. You hear me? My girlfriend told you to get the hell out of here. Greenhorn laughed playfully. Say it. A few of the gangsters turned back, grinning badly as they approached the girl. Suddenly, a Ken came at him. Pop. The Ken takes a perfect parabola. The precision was unmistakable as it smashed into the greenhorn's head. Ow! The green hair ate the pain and covered his head and let out a scream. Looking back, he only saw Lu Chen clapping his hands with an apologetic face. Sorry, hands slipped. Now, a few of the punks were completely red-warmed. Asterisk 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 Nima. Toast or not, take the damn penalty. I'll you to death today. Little than the cub. Dare to embrace the beard in front of the king of Hades. The gods can't save you even if they come today. Having said that, the three gangsters were like wild dogs off the leash, charging towards Lu Chen in unison. In the car, Yu Hyun, who was secretly recording all this, froze. Something's wrong? Isn't Lu Chen going to join them? Look at this scenario. Seems to have gotten into a fight with a couple people. Her own students were being rounded up, so should she, as a classroom teacher, care? It was while Yu Hyun was hesitating, but was surprised to find the school entrance. The three punks had all been taken care of by Lu Chen. At this moment, they were all covering their bodies and rolling all over the ground, and their mouths were still emitting pig-killing squeals. Ow, my stomach, it hurts. Nima a stinky high, dare to hit me. Know who my big brother is not. Call brother Black Bear, call someone. Ryuyan was speechless. 3 fights against 1 didn't beat it, and you're still calling people. How can you learn to be a gangster like that? However, this Lu Chen's kung fu was really something. Looking skinny and weak, he didn't expect to beat up several people all in the blink of an eye. School entrance. Lu Chen walked up to the girl and said indifferently, classmate, let me walk you out of here. Ah. The girl stared at Lu Chen's handsome face and lost her words for a moment. A blush covered her flawless white face, not the same as blushing when molested by a punk. This time, it was as if a deer in the headlights was rattling around in her heart. Thank you, the girl stammered, her voice small and gentle. You're welcome, Lu Chen returned succinctly. Having said that, he and the girl turned to leave. At that moment, the 3 punks lying on the ground struggled to get up. Naya, don't go. You want to run away after pretending? Stand there. Lu Chen ignored it and just moved forward. Yellow Hair saw the situation, immediately put down harsh words. If you leave today, I'll throw that girl's handicapped mother down the well. Words. Lu Chen was stunned. Then, turning back to a couple of punks, the eyes were full of contempt. You call someone. After coldly uttering the 4 words, Lu Chen stood still. Yu Hyun in the car couldn't help but be interested when she saw this scene. This future heir of the Lu clan is a bit interesting. You don't leave after hitting someone. You wait for the opposite side to call out. Nice and bloody. While talking to himself, Ryuyan took out her cell phone as she did so and dialed 110. Just kidding. If the opposite side called over a dozen people later, would they not beat Lu Chen to death? Even if he went up to help himself, he could not fight with both fists. This is the time when calling the police is the most resourceful option. School entrance. The girl looked a little dazed when she saw Lu Chen stop. Immediately afterward, it seemed like some kind of determination. She simply stood still as well, accompanying Lu Chen, her eyes turning determined. Hey me Nima? Playing this in front of me, are you? Just wait. I'll martyr you both later. Greenhair saw the scene in front of him and felt worse than if he had eaten a fly. The girl you're looking at is not only being played as a hero by someone else, they even acted out that if you die, I'll die with you kind of love drama. The thought of becoming a part of the two's play made Greenhair's entire body explode. Not a moment too soon, the originally clear sky began to be gradually covered by dark clouds. There was an atmosphere of black clouds pressing down on the city. Immediately afterward, to the west of the school, a group of people came walking in great numbers. At a glance, it was densely packed. Sitting in the car, Ryuyan made a careful estimate and was surprised to find no less than 100 came. Ryuyan was inwardly overwhelmed. Where did this come from? Or is it domestic? The 13th high school hasn't been liberated yet? It's the 21st century. How can there still be a product of the last era? What about filming kooks here? She was incredibly glad she had called the police. Otherwise Lu Chen would have to be beaten into a folding screen. Ha ha ha, my big brother is here. You guys wait to suffer death. Greenhair was incomparably excited and gave a harsh word. Then he and his two little brothers greeted them with gusto. Brother Black Bear, you're finally here. It was that little Thane that beat me up. Greenhair pointed to Lu Chen, who had his back to the crowd at the school entrance, and complained. The Black Bear brother at the head is 1 meter 9, a tiger's back and tan skin, very much deserving of his nickname, judging by his size. Black Bear glanced in the direction of Greenhair's finger and realized that there was something familiar about the man's back, but did not say much. But, pop, 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 one gives a slap. The three men were slapped into a pig's head. Greenhair covered his swollen face and complained, Brother Black Bear, why are you hitting me? Black Bear pointed at them and cursed, Mama mama mama. Just one person beat the three of you into this kind of, and still have the nerve to say it's my Black Bear's little brother. Say it. He waved his hand, his voice resounding, let's go. Let's see who's so ungrateful that they dare to hit my people. The words fell. A group of people swarmed toward the school's entrance. Soon, 110 people surrounded Lu Chen. The girl looked around at all these people, a little warily frightened. She clutched the corner of Lu Chen's coat, her slender jade fingers trembling. Kid, you're brave. You dare to touch my little brother. Who do you hang out with? Black Bear lit a cigarette and stared at Lu Chen's back and said, however, the more he looked, the more wrong he became. The more I look at it, the more familiar it looks. The dress, the back. Why does it look like that guy? Greenhair cursed when he saw Lu Chen not moving for half a day. Cha Nima, my big brother is talking to you. Are you deaf? However, next, when Lu Chen slowly turned around, the moment the Black Bear saw Lu Chen's proper face, for a split second, his chrysanthemums tightened. The whole person was dumbstruck. His mouth opened into an O shape, and his jaw nearly hit the ground in shock. After a few seconds, the Black Bear stammered. Lu, Chapter 8, not dude. Are you crazy? In your life, have you ever played for someone else? Black Bear played. And that's right now. Looking at the expressionless Lu Chen in front of his eyes, the Black Bear's eyes went black and his legs began to tremble continuously. Cold sweat soaked his back. In his heart, the idea of slapping the green hair to death was all over the place. You're an immortal. There are so many people in the school. Who are you messing with? Prefer to mess with the most powerful one. Isn't that putting yourself in a dead end? Not to mention, with Lu Chen's background, getting them was as simple as crushing an ant. And realistically speaking, he's also Lu Chen's little brother. Lu, why is it you? Hey, misunderstanding. Really misunderstanding. Black Bear tremblingly pulled out a cigarette and handed it towards Lu Chen. At the same time, he paid attention to the micro-expressions on Lu Chen's face. He was afraid that the next second, Lu Chen would flip out in him. And how could the crowd behind them, mostly senior students, not recognize Lu Chen? So everyone shouted in unison, Lu. The sound was deafening. At this moment, the green-haired trio was confused. Even if they are stupid, how could one not guess who this man in front of him was? In the entire 13th grade, the person who can make Black Bear respectable and whose last name is Lu. Except for that male, he couldn't think of anyone. Lu. Greenhorn was sweating profusely, stammering half a dozen times. He didn't say a word. Black Bear slapped him straight on the face. Are you blind? Are your eyes up your ass? How dare you mess with anyone? Want to die? Don't step on the horse pulling the old man. Mud Horse Lugobi. Next, the green-haired trio rushed forward in unison, frantically bowing their heads and recognizing their mistakes. Brother Lu, it's us three brothers who are blind and have eyes that don't recognize Tai. So please don't forget the small man's fault and don't be general with us. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, we didn't know it was you. Or else we wouldn't have dared to commit a crime even if we were beaten to death. Brother Lu, we know we're wrong, please forgive us. The three men's previous arrogance was gone. The attitude was that of sincerity. Black Bear, as well as all the seniors, watched in silence, none of them daring to come up and intercede. Joke, and don't look at the people who are messing with them. They don't want to draw fire. To the side, the girl stared blankly at Lu Chen. The mind was amazed beyond measure. Is he the legendary dude? But how come you don't feel so bad about yourself? At this point, Lu Chen opened his mouth to speak, his tone icy cold, bullying female classmates in broad daylight, and threatening to throw someone's disabled mother into a well. Did your parents give birth to you so that you could do such amazing things? From now on, I don't want to see you three in Cloud Sea City. Transfer to another school. Get out of this city. Get out. When Black Bear heard the last sentence, he secretly sighed in relief, and then scolded. Lu told you guys to get lost. Didn't you hear me? What the hell are you still standing there for? Greenhorn nodded like garlic. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, brother Lu. Thank you, brother Black Bear. We'll do the transfer first thing in the morning. Strike that. Without looking back, the three fled the place in a grayish manner. They just left. A system beep then sounded in Lu Chen's head. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your behavior has influenced 108 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 10 hours. Hear the voice. Lu Chen was delighted in his heart. Although there was no mystery gift pack reward, 10 hours of life expectancy was more than enough for him to read a few good books. Promote positive social energy. It is incumbent upon my generation. When the matter ended, the Black Bear saw that Lu Chen did not continue to make trouble, and just wanted to ask for a wave of guilt. Just then, a familiar female voice came from not far away. Lu Chen, you're bullying again. This statement was made. All of them looked toward the source of the sound, only to see, Bai Wanyu walked out from the campus with her school bag on her back. She came straight to Lu Chen and said coldly, "What? Can't pretend anymore? Aren't you going to be a good boy who loves to study during the day?" The incident in the morning had caused Bai Wanyu to have a belly full of fire. He took it upon himself to approach him for a showdown, but the other guy was indifferent, and lied about not disturbing his studies. What's the difference between such a lame excuse and insulting her intelligence? Now he encountered Lu Chen bullying again. Naturally, she would not let go of this opportunity to preach. Lu Chen, you only bully the weak and are arrogant and indulgent, aren't you? Don't you feel ridiculous? For someone like you to want to be my boyfriend, I'm telling you, we're forever. No, May, yes, Bai Wanyu said in an extremely heavy tone. Sort of a tough out. The mood was much more soothing with it. Seeing this, Black Bear rushed forward to explain. Sister-in-law, you must not misunderstand. Lu brother, he did not bully. The words were just half spoken. Lu Chen directly interrupted and said, "Don't say it. From now on, no one is allowed to call her sister-in-law. Did you hear all that?" Ha! This statement was made. The crowd was all confused. What's going on here? Lu Chen's pursuit of Bai Wanyu was something the whole school knew about. In order to get her heart, Lu Chen can be said to have used all his skills. 1,000 ways to curry favor. It was close to taking down the moon in the sky and giving it to Bai Wanyu. He was especially happy to hear his brothers call her sister-in-law. But why did you change your mind today and not let me yell? Could it be that? Everyone looked at the girl beside Lu Chen. Is it because of her presence? Feeling the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, the girl's face instantly reddened. Bai Wanyu also noticed the girl. It was found that the other party's looks, figure, and temperament were in no way inferior to his own. In an instant, an inexplicable feeling of falling out came over him. If that's true, then wouldn't he be a clown for making some remarks just now? Self-indulgent? The thought of making a fool of myself in front of so many people. Bai Wanyu couldn't help but blush as well. But immediately after, she realized something was wrong. With Lu Chen's flirtatious nature, there are plenty of girls like that around him. But why this time of year? Leading her to appear before her eyes? One must know that normally at this hour, Lu Chen would have long since gone off to eat and drink with a group of people. And because of his own upcoming college entrance exams, he would study late every day before coming home. Bai Wanyu thought it through. Lu Chen was deliberately creating a chance encounter to find a girl to make himself jealous. Sure is playing hard to get. Think about it. Bai Wanyu smiled gently and said, Lu Chen, don't think that what you're doing right now can have any effect on me. It just makes you look ridiculous and childish. Please just leave me alone from now on. Never again. After saying that, Bai Wanyu left the place without looking back. The crowd was silent. What heartless, vicious words. Even though Bai Wanyu had always rejected Lu Chen in the past, she had never shown such a resolute attitude. Lu, Black Box was just about to step forward to offer a few words of comfort. However, he found that Lu Chen looked completely indifferent. He shook his head and cursed in the direction Bai Wanyu had left. Nuts. Chapter 9, do you call this a favoritism? after by one you left. The girl looked at Lu Chen, her face crimson. Somewhat nervously, he said, classmate, thank you for saving me today. My name is Li Jingya. I will definitely repay you in the future. Repayment? Lu Chen waved his hand, not caring. No need to thank me. I never leave my name behind when I do good deeds. Black Bear. Jingya Li. A bunch of minions. Do you still need your name? Hundreds of people shouted for Lu just now. As long as the brain isn't missing a few pieces. Who doesn't know you're Lu Chen? Lu. Black Bear stuck up and said with a shameful face, Brother Lu. Today it's all my fault. I didn't have my eyes peeled when I took in my little brother. Please punish me. We have no complaints. Lu Chen looked toward Black Bear and the group of gangsters behind him, cleared his throat, and said, Dang 7-foot man, everyone is a man. The backbone of the family. I don't ask anything else of you. Glitches happen to everyone. I just hope you don't bully the vulnerable. At the very least, be a person with a sense of justice within. Ha! Hearing Lu Chen's statement, the crowd was confused. What's wrong with luck today? Either you forgot to take your medication or you took the wrong one. You're the one who usually does the most damage. Instead, we are now asked to be a person full of justice. Who doesn't know that your dad is the biggest gangster in the country? Of course, the crowd only dared to think these words in their minds. Immediately afterward, Black Bear shouted at the crowd behind him. Did you hear what Lu said? From today onward, all of you be a person full of righteousness. Hundreds of people raised their hands in the air at these words. Loud shouts erupted from the school gates. Justice! 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 Yizheng! Righteousness! Righteousness! Hysteria! 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 Shouting. The slogans started to go wrong. At this time, an 80-year-old milkman, holding a cane, hunching over and just passing by, glancing at the group of youthful lads, the old milkman shook his head. Silly kids, being anything but hysterical. It's a disease you only get at my age. Crowd. Just as everyone was silent, dropping the cow, dropping the cow, dropping the cow. The sound of a police car suddenly came from the distance, and the punks didn't panic like in a TV show, because Lu Chen is covering them. What are they afraid of? However, considering the issue of impact, Lu Chen still waved his hand and let the crowd disperse. So in a few seconds or less, only Lu Chen and Li Jingya were left at the school entrance. Crunch! 2 police cars were parked on the side of the road. Several uniformed police marshals, wearing law enforcement recorders, stepped out of the car. However, when the marshmallows saw Lu Chen, one of the captain-like men gestured gently. The other marshmallows then immediately turned off the recorder. Warning, you're in trouble again, aren't you? The captain walked over and asked with a smile. Lu Chen recognized this person. Li Fu, once just a junior police officer at the grassroots level. Then he messed with the wrong person for reporting his boss for corruption. Not only were they brutally beaten and dismissed, and a charge was laid against him and he was imprisoned. Ultimately, it was his old man Lu Zhixiong who stepped in to help clear Li Fu's name, and also rose step by step to the rank of brigadier general. No Rico. Strange. Who called the police? Lu Chen was puzzled. At that moment, on the side of the road, the SUV door opened. Yu Hyun walked out of it in her high heels. I'm the one who called the police. The crowd sniffed, only to see Lu Yun walking over and revealing a nice smile. She said, Officer, I'm Lu Chen's homeroom teacher. I saw him being bullied just now. That's why I reported it to the police. Hear this explanation. Li Fu and the other marshmallows all laughed. Lu Chen was bullied? What a niche term. In the 13th grade, it's good that he doesn't bully others. Can't believe a bit of it. But seeing that nothing major had happened, Li Fu nodded. Alright, since there's nothing much going on, we'll withdraw as well. After saying that, he didn't forget to remind. Xiao Chen, go home early. Don't let your parents worry. Lu Chen nodded. Got it brotherly. Wait for the marshmallows to all leave. In the original spot, only Lu Chen, Lu Yun and Li Jingya remained. Come on, I'll take you home. Ryuyan shook the car keys in her hand and laughed. Looking at the beautiful homeroom teacher in front of him, Lu Chen thought about it, but there was nothing wrong with it. Due to the original owner of the body, he got together with a group of foxes and friends every day after school and didn't get home until midnight. So the family chauffeur is only responsible for dropping off, not picking up. So the 3 of them got into the car. On the way, through chatting, Lu Chen learned about Li Jingya's life. Simply put in an idiom, that's just miserable. Gambling father, paralyzed mother, broken family, strong her. My father gambled his way out of the house and into debt, and eventually, unable to cope with the pressure, jumped off a building and killed himself. The mother is also paralyzed and has no ability to work, so the entire debt, then, was put on Li Jingya's head. And Jingya Li not only works part-time every day to help her family pay off their debts, and to take care of his paralyzed mother, but even under these circumstances, Li Jingya's grades remained excellent, often ranking in the top 10 throughout her senior year. When Ryuyan heard this, he couldn't help but be a little moved. Jingya, tomorrow, Saturday, the city will hold a math competition. The first place can get a prize of $200,000. I'm an adjudication teacher and I have a few sign-up sheets in my hand. I hear there's money to be made. Li Jingya immediately brightened up and replied, "Really, teacher? I want to participate." The words just fell. Lu Chen also raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I want to participate too." Ryuyan? People, Jingya Li has excellent grades and outstanding math skills. Enter a contest, maybe even win a prize or something. You're a playboy. You haven't even turned the pages of a book a couple of times. So what's the point of fooling around? Lu Chen knew that Lu Yun despised himself in his heart, but one's math literacy skills have risen to full rank. When you participate in a math competition, not only do you get a high life expectancy, but you also get a mystery reward to take. How could he miss the great opportunity right in front of him? Teacher, you don't know. I'm seriously bad at math. Every time I took a test, I scored surprisingly high in math, even though I couldn't do any other subjects. Ryuyan couldn't help but feel curious. How tall is it? Lu Chen, take the last monthly exam. Language 24, English 13, Physical and Chemical 29, but math is a full 30 points. That's a serious bias. Put. Li Jingya couldn't help but laugh. Ryuyan, math is full of 150 points, and the multiple choice questions are half of that. You get a 30 on a test and call that a bias? Spreading rice and letting Quinn stomp on it is more than that, isn't it? And with only 24 points in language, are you really not afraid you'll be arrested as a spy? But think carefully, since we have to open the breakthrough of Lu's group from Lu Chen, make more contact, not necessarily conducive to the unfolding of the task. Okay, then you two fill out this form. Ryuyan took out 2 forms and slipped them to the duo in the back seat. When Lu Chen returned home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Just entered the house. I saw my father sitting in the living room with a grim look on his face. Dozens of servants stood on either side. The whole house had an unusually eerie atmosphere. Lu Chen's heart sank as an ominous premonition slowly rose. As expected, Lu Chen had just entered the room when Lu Zhixiong coldly said, "I heard that when Bai Wanyu went to the class to look for you today, you gave her the cold shoulder in the name of studying, and in front of her, with another girl. Say it." Lu Zhixiong waved his hand and greeted the servant next to him. "Tramp, bring me Lu Chen's school bag." The servant took the book bag and respectfully handed it to Lu Zhixiong. Next, Lu Zhixiong directly clattered and dumped out all the contents of his book bag. Only, except for a few books scattered on the floor. There's also a math contest entry form. Seeing the scene before him, Lu Chen's heart sank. Bad. It's time for belt noodles again. Chapter 10. Let's get you to shoot criminal evidence. Evidence of a crime. Look at the textbooks scattered on the floor, and the math competition entry forms. Lu Zhixiong's face could be described as gloomy to the extreme. The servants around them didn't dare to take a breath. In their hearts, they sighed. It's still the young master who can make a fool of himself. His lordship had clearly instructed that you were not allowed to study hard and work your way up. The most important task at the moment is to fall in love and chase the White family's daughter to her hand. But Lu Chen threw cold faces at Bai Wanyu in the name of studying. A move that takes up both bands in their entirety. With Lu Zhixiong's temper, Lu Chen, tonight, was expected to tattoo the wolf's head on his body again. Lu Chen was already prepared to be beaten and knelt on the ground, saying, "Dad, I was wrong. You beat me." However, the next scene that happened. But it made everyone giggle, only to see that Lu Zhixiong's gloomy face suddenly turned clear. While laughing, he helped Lu Chen up. "Ha ha ha, worthy of being the son of my old son, really smart enough." Lu Chen slowly stood up. Lu Zhixiong lit a cigar and said with a big smile, "What a great move to catch your mom. You know, that's how I chased her into my hands back then. In the beginning, I pursued your mom hard for 3 years, and she had a crush on me, but she just couldn't pierce the last layer of window paper. I had no choice but to find a female and put on a play with me to pretend I didn't like her. When your mom found out, she became furious and went straight to the top with a few hundred men, furiously chasing my old man and chopping him up for a few blocks. Cut the old man in the hospital for several months, and now there are still many scars on the body, but those cuts were worth it. Your mom went to the hospital and saw me hanging and couldn't hold back her tears any longer. And that's when we formalized our relationship, then fell in love, got married, and finally gave birth to you. The brat. Ha ha ha." After listening to Lu Zhixiong, Lu Chen almost clammed up. Dare I say that Pops also thought he was lusting after Bai Wanyu, but he really didn't. It was a lie to say that he had no feelings for Bai Wanyu. Who didn't like a rich white beauty with a good figure and good looks? It was just that for the moment. Building up longevity was the way to go, and he didn't have the heart to chase after his girlfriend. Besides, this mom was a tough cookie when she was young, bringing hundreds of people to wildly cut down a few streets. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. Before Lu Chen could reply, Lu Shixiong picked up the math competition entry form again. Taking a sharp drag on his cigar, he said with a satisfied expression, I heard from the Bai family that Bai Wan Yu will also go to this math competition tomorrow. That's right. If you chase women, you have to learn to use your brain. How can you succeed in chasing only on campus? You have to slowly move outside the school so that you can further increase your feelings. Alright, you get cleaned up. Remember to dress handsome tomorrow and behave yourself. Having said that, Lu Zhixiang extinguished his cigar and left the living room in slow steps. Lu Chen scratched his head. No wonder his father didn't get angry when he saw the math competition table. Dare I say that Bai Wan Yu will also participate in this competition tomorrow. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. But then again, thanks to her signing up for the race as well, she herself didn't get beat up today. Otherwise it would be another fishy day for Pops to know that he was trying to study hard and be positive. Back to the bedroom. Shouting out Ape God Initiate, Lu Chen picked up the copy of Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts and continued to read it. It happened in the evening in front of the school. It made Lu Chen realize the importance of force. If it wasn't for the fact that I had raised martial arts proficiency to LV4 last night overnight, not sure I can beat those 3 punks today. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the Dragon Nation martial arts books. Martial arts ability +1, +1, +1. Listen to the system beep in your ear. Lu Chen gradually immersed himself in the sea of knowledge. In the meantime, Cloud Sea City. Inside a single apartment, Yu Hyun took a shower and changed into a clean pair of pajamas. Even with such loose clothes, they couldn't stop that dimpled devilish figure. She then sat down at her desk and lifted up her laptop. What came into view was a video conference of a dozen people. These dozen or so people, all of them were the backbone members of the group that eliminated Lu. Comrade Yu Hyun, what is the progress of the mission of codename Deer by Deer? On the screen, a man with a country face and full of righteousness asked, Deer, which is a harmonic of Lu. To chase deer is to catch land. Ryuyan sniffed and showed a slightly difficult color. Said, reporting to the chief, I have successfully entered the job and filmed all of Lu Chen's behavior and speeches today. But, as required by the organization, from the time of entry into service, Ryuyan then installs pinhole cameras on his clothes to film everything Lu Chen does, so that he can easily find evidence of his evil deeds at school. But if you want to post today's video, don't say evidence. Rather, it was more like whitewashing Lu Chen. The man frowned. No need for words. Upload the video to the conference room immediately. Hear this. Ryuyan had no choice but to upload the video. Soon, the video she had taken during the day began to play in the conference room. Everyone grabbed their books and pens and stared intently at the screen, trying to record from it the content of the evidence. The first video. In the classroom, the classmates kept making taunting remarks, with unpleasant words and extremely bad attitudes. Lu Yun was so angry that she directly chopped the wooden table with her hand, leaving all the students stunned. See here. The co-workers laughingly praised it. Comrade Yu Hyun is as grumpy as ever. That's right. Just a small show of skill scares these hairy students silly. Words. Ryuyan bristled and didn't say anything. All continued to look down. But when it was seen that the students were nonetheless shaken, even the attitude was even worse. When it drove Yu Hyun to be at a loss for words, they were all silent, one by one. I didn't realize that these students were not only poorly qualified, but bold, and so eloquent. Imagine it was yourself standing at the podium instead. Faced with this group of students, I'm afraid they don't know how to cope. Just when the crowd was deeply powerless. Next, Lu Chen swished and stood up, and began to lash out. What are you all trying to do? Turn over a new leaf? The state spends huge sums of money every year to set up 9 years of compulsory education and send you to school for free. But you guys, you don't know how to cherish it. You don't learn anything all day long and waste the country's resources. Have you each and every one of you done right by your school? By your party? By your country? As young people, we should work hard to learn knowledge and add to the great rejuvenation of our country in the future. Instead of being the tumor of all evil. The voice was powerful. The word goes deep into the hearts of the congregation. Such thoughts, such statements. Who would have thought it was coming from a teenage student? It's like a role model for today's high school students. At this point, a bonehead member with a straightforward personality didn't hold back and exclaimed, Good, that's a great point. Wow. Just finished. A chill ran down his back and he realized something was wrong. Okay? What the hell? Now it's time to find evidence of Lu Chen's crimes. It's not here to learn patriotic ideas. The chief was also helpless. Where's the promised video of evidence of Lu Chen's crimes? one by one. Take a notebook and a pen. What about the big youth study here? The conference room fell into a long silence. Half a day later, the chief sighed and said, move on to the next video. Chapter 11, a few seconds long image of greatness. The second video is not complete. After all, school was already over and Yoo-hyun was all set to go home from work. So it starts with Lu Chen violently beating up 3 punks. After the fight, when the members of the cadre heard, Yellow Hair made threats to throw Lee Jingya's disabled mother into the well. A chill rose in everyone's heart. Is this really high school? Just how harsh an environment could one cultivate such a cannibalistic flower? Immediately after, Yellow Hair shakes people. Black Bear arrived with hundreds of minions. Lu Chen just showed his face and scared the out of the other party. The yellow-haired trio frantically admitted their mistakes. And then came Lu Chen's lecture. Bullying female classmates in broad daylight and threatening to throw someone's disabled mother down a well. Did your parents give birth to you so that you could do such amazing things? I don't ask anything else of you. Glitches happen to everyone. I just hope you don't bully the vulnerable. At the very least, be a person with a sense of justice within. Justice. 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 Video playback is complete. The conference room was eerily quiet and no one spoke. The screen was silent. A pin drop. The reason is simple. The Lu Chen highlighted in these 2 videos was completely different from what the crowd expected. Where's the promised dude? What happened to the promise of no evil? This treadmill is just full of positive energy. It would not be an exaggeration to call them the 3 best young men of the new era. The chief sighed and broke the silence. First, the Dear mission was much more difficult than expected. This Lu Chen is obviously acting on purpose. And from this, we deduced that there may be an undercover agent of the Lu family within us. This statement was made. The members of the cadre agreed. Lu Yun agreed. From the moment Lu Chen spoke those words in class, I felt that the Dear mission had been defeated. I suggest that the organization conduct a rigorous investigation to uncover the undercover agent. The chief nodded and said, after this meeting, I will immediately form an inspector team to specifically address this matter. Having said that, the chief compared a yeah and continued. Second, the 13th middle school in Yunhai City is chaotic in its management, with delinquents running around. But the one thing these asshole students have in common is only Lu Chen's head. Therefore, I suggest to Comrade Ryuyan that you can shift your target to these punks. Once these assholes get into trouble, Lu Chen might step in to smooth out the trouble. As long as we film evidence of Lu Chen harboring his men, we'll be able to slowly seize the initiative. It's not a bad break. Hearing the chief's statement, Ryuyan's eyes lit up. In the end, it's the leader, while others are still fretting about the high difficulty of the task. Instead, he had found a new breakthrough. Yes, Chief, Ryuyan said with slight excitement. Lose as a 100-year-old family with heinous crimes and deeply rooted power is an extremely difficult nail to pull out. I hope we can all work together to accomplish such great things. With a few words from the chief, this concludes the discussion of the Dear mission. Immediately afterward, the chief's words changed and he said to Lu Yun, in addition, there is a temporary task that requires you to collaborate with the local police to accomplish. Lu Yun's face straightened and said, please command the chief. The chief nodded. Just yesterday, we solved a case of girl trafficking that happened in the capital more than 10 years ago. After investigation, the suspect is now in Yunhai City. And tomorrow, the suspect will accompany the child to a math test competition in Cloudhaven City. I know you love math and have privately signed up to be a judge for this competition. In that case, why don't you simply join in together and count your performance? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun patted her full breasts and said, please don't worry, Chief, I will do my best to cooperate with the local police to complete the mission. The meeting was adjourned. Ryuyan shut down her computer, flung her slippers off with one foot, and lay down on all fours. Turn on your cell phone. With a T-I-me sound, Ryuyan kicks off the relaxing moments of the day. The strongest bronze first class 4. People beautiful voice sweet temper. There is no god in IT Ma. Ryuyan clamped down and sent a voice over the world channel. It hasn't been long since it was posted. One of the boys below said, brothers don't trust her. The last time I played with her, I was voice cursed by her for an hour just because I gave away a head. Not only that, but they threatened to get real with me offline. Yoo-hyun took a look and her face reddened and warmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The voice also did not clip and said angrily, dare to accuse my mother falsely. Report the address, I'll fend you off. Lu Family Villa. The time came to 23:56 at night. Since the number of times you read a book again after finishing it, all of them greatly increase your reading speed. So during this period of time, Lu Chen had read the Dragon Kingdom martial arts dozens of times. Martial arts mastery, LV10. Max. World class. System note, martial arts proficiency is full. You can obtain a high life expectancy, as well as mysterious rewards through, participate in competitions, fighting violence with violence. And, martial arts specialization exam. Hear the voice. Lu Chen stretched his back. Phew. Finally full. With world-class martial arts proficiency. Looking around the world, there weren't many people who could beat themselves in close quarters. This improves your own personal safety quite a bit. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was contentedly lying on the bed. And in no time, he huffed and puffed his way to sleep. The night passed quickly. Before I knew it, it was the next morning. 6:49. Before the alarm clock even went off, Lu Chen woke up to a kind call from his father. What time is it? You kid can't get it up. With an attitude like that, how are you going to accomplish the task I gave you? Still want to chase by one you? You can't even match a dog in the countryside. Grass. Lu Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and was amazed. I didn't realize that Lu Jishon was still so disciplined in middle age, and he was already up before 7 a.m. It seems there is something to learn from this cheap old man. However, Lu Jishon cursed, after singing K all night, I haven't slept until now, and I'm immediately tired of a hanging hair. I'm going to bed first. Mud. Lu Chun. Not bad for an abnormal human being. Lu Jishon's magnificent image in Lu Chen's mind was maintained for a few seconds before it was completely shattered. Get up. In the service of the servants, Lu Chen completed the daily essentials such as washing up, brushing teeth, eating breakfast, clothes dressing and hair styling. Walk out the door of the Lu family villa. Just after getting into the Rolls-Royce, dozens of servants stood in 2 rows and shouted in unison. I wish young Master Lu a prosperous victory, successfully marry the White family's daughter, and give birth to a bunch of big, white, fat boys. Seeing that the worldview that had just been established was about to collapse again, Lu Chen hurriedly shouted, hurry, brother driver, hurry. Okay, young master, sit tight. The words just fell. The car engine then let out a beastly roar. With smoke billowing out, the car whooshed like a rocket toward the site of the math competition. Chapter 12 Ali gives, Dry Up Brothers, Yunhai City, Osco Mall Center. It's only 8 a.m. and the place is already packed. The buzz is extraordinary, simply because a nationally anticipated math competition is about to take place here. Although the tournament is not highly rated, but for every math major, still a challenge not to be missed. What's more, the first prize is a full $200, 000 bonus. That's a year or two's worth of income for the average family. Lu Chen had just gotten out of the car when a gentle female voice sounded next to him. Lu Chen? Turn your head and look. Only to see that Li Jingya was looking at herself with a slightly reddened face. Today she was wearing pink short sleeves on the top half of her body and a pair of white hot pants underneath. A clean face with no trace of makeup. The body reveals a rustic and innocent beauty. Li Jingya. What a coincidence. Lu Chen revealed a good-looking smile and said. Li Jingya nodded her head and said somewhat nervously. Yeah, what a coincidence. That. I'll take you with me to the game. I used to work part-time at this mall and know where there's a back door to go. Lu Chen looked at the entrance to the mall and realized that the large main entrance had long been surrounded. So nodded. Then he walked with Li Jingya in the direction of the back door. As the saying goes, in justice, the two of them had just taken a few steps. Facing him, he saw Bai Wanyu walking over. She was followed by 4 or 5 people wearing glasses, each holding a few books in their hands, as if they were scholars. Bai Wanyu naturally saw Lu Chen and Li Jingya. She frowned and came up flaming. Lu Chen, aren't you going too far, acting all the way here? Lu Chen? Human nature. It's pretty ed up sometimes. Crossing over before, even if Lu Chen licked his face. Crazy to please. Bai Wanyu hadn't initiated a few words either. And now, Lu Chen didn't want to bother with her. Instead, she initiated the conversation time and time again. Though nothing that was said was good, but in the past, it was enough for Lu Chen to be happy for a long time. White student, I'm here for the math competition, not for you. Just stop being so self-absorbed, okay? Lu Chen couldn't help but open his mouth. Don't want to get generalized with this woman. Instead, she's getting on a roll. Every time we meet, we come up first with a wave of sarcasm. I don't owe you any money. Why do I have to put up with you all the time? When these words came out, Bai Wanyu immediately lost her temper. Lu Chen, I don't want to expose you. Please have some face. With that little knowledge in your head, you have the nerve to say you're here to compete? Have you ever read a book? Not to mention, participating in math competitions is with a team. May I ask where your team is? Math competitions are different from general exams. Most of the question papers are full of world-class problems, so there will be an open book exam plus team deliberation for the assessment. There are even AI teams competing. This situation, almost every participant has their own team. There are students who form a team with their classmates and teachers. If you are in a good position, you will also pay for a famous teacher to help you. Bai Wanyu belonged to the latter. and those 5 people around her were the top math masters she had invited. Lu Chen was disdainful in his heart. We need a team for our world-class math skills? Einstein had to give us a cigarette. The rationale is this one. But Lu Chen couldn't afford to be angry. He then turned his gaze to the 5 master teachers beside Bai Wanyu and asked, "How much did she pay to hire you guys?" "I'm willing to pay double the price to hire them." Bai Wanyu was slightly stunned. "This asshole. Digging in your face. That's shameless." Fortunately, the 5 master teachers looked at me and I looked at you, and none of them paid any attention to Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen stretched out 5 fingers. 5 times the price. You. Bai Wanyu gritted her teeth in anger. These 5 people. She spent a total of $500,000 to give herself a boost. 5 times, that's $2.5 million. Bai Wanyu has not yet graduated from high school, and her monthly pocket money is only those tens of thousands of dollars. $500,000 is still a long time to save, and she aspires to get a job to fend for herself once she gets into college and out of the white family. She would never voluntarily ask the white family for money in this situation. If these 5 people have their hearts set on it, then Bai Wanyu could only do nothing about it. Lu Chen naturally knew this. That's why they pay high prices to poach people. At this, one of the famous teachers sneered. "Boy, you're funny. We've been studying math for years with one eye on the prize. It doesn't matter how much money you have. The most important thing is credibility and reputation. So please stop insulting us with money. This behavior is childish." "Thank you." At those words, Lu Chen's face was expressionless. Rummaged through his pockets. Straight away, he pulled out a black and gold dragon card. "There's $50 million in the card. And if you agree, each of you can take 10 million. Just forget it if you really don't want to. I never force myself on anyone." Strike that. Lu Chen then intended to stuff the card back into his pocket. At that moment, however, it was suddenly realized that the card was missing from his hand. Look up at some point. That black and gold dragon card had appeared in the other party's hand. Lu Chen froze. What a divine thief. Are all the math guys that fast? The 5 master teachers looked at the black and gold dragon cards, and each of their faces were blossoming with joy. "We don't like money, but your sincerity impressed me that the field of mathematical research is in great need of support from burros like you. Don't worry, handsome. The 5 of us are all professionals. We can definitely help you get the first prize in this math competition." See the faces of 5 people. By one you could be considered furious. A small face as red as a monkey's but, said, "Lu Chen, you're the most shameless smelly bastard I've ever seen." Lu Chen said expressionlessly, "Now that I have a team, do you believe I'm here to compete? Cool. This breath out. Gotta be strong." Li Jingya, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded. Is this the world of the rich? Working for an hour on your own only earns you a couple dozen dollars. Lu Chen gave me $50 million just like that? She's never burned medals like this before. Just when Bai Wanyu was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Suddenly, in the sky, there was a sound of a propeller spinning. The movement is great. You can't help but attract the attention of everyone around you. A helicopter was seen, circling back and forth over the mall a few times. It then slowly landed on the lawn not far away. When the hatch opened, a young man with a remarkable demeanor stepped out. "Moon!" The man shouted in the direction of Lu Chen's side, and then ran straight over. When Bai Wanyu heard this voice and took a closer look, she immediately revealed a look of joy. Paco. Once they met, the two chatted excitedly as if they were close friends who hadn't seen each other for years. "Bah! Aren't you studying in the capital? Why are you here?" "That goes without saying. When I heard you were going to participate in the math competition, I took a helicopter straight here overnight." After saying that, Ba patted his chest. "Don't worry, with me here, a competition like this will casually take first place." Bai Wanyu said excitedly. "Thank you, brother Ba. I still remember when I was a child and encountered math problems that I didn't know. It was you who taught me." Paco said smugly. "Of course, that's true. It was taught before. It's taught now, and it will be taught in the future." Aside, Lu Chen looked at this man and thought he looked a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a moment. At that moment, the 5 master teachers walked towards Bago. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. "You are the one who won the first place in the global math competition 3 years in a row? The math genius Bug?" One of the famous teachers said excitedly. Bugs smiled slightly and said, "Ah, you guys recognized me correctly. Bugs is me." This statement was made. The 5 people were shocked and incredulous. "Gosh, as researchers in the field of mathematics, your name is as good as ours. I'm so excited to meet a real person for the first time. Please do take a picture with me later." Ba waved his hand with disinterest. "Good to know." Immediately after, the 5 master teachers came before Lu Chen in unison, took out the black and gold dragon card from earlier. "Young man, I'm afraid we can't assist you in this math competition today. If you're here for first place, I advise you to give it up. There were bug entries, wins and losses, and we didn't want to discredit our careers. Words. Lu Chen received the card back with an expressionless face. Hey, it would have been nice to spend a little money to get out of a bad situation. There you go. Save $50 million straight away. For Lu Chen, it was the same with or without these 5 famous teachers. He'll take first place as usual. It wasn't that Lu Chen wanted this championship so badly. He guessed that the higher the ranking of the tournament, the more generous the system rewards he would receive. This is a great opportunity to brush up on your longevity. Maybe there's a mysterious reward like the perfect potion? Moon. Who is this? Ba pointed at Lu Chen and said in a despicable tone. He just took a helicopter ride up there a couple times. It was to look for Bai Wanyu's figure. But when she saw that Bai Wanyu was standing with a handsome-looking man, a wave of jealousy instantly surged in her heart. Considering the image in Bai Wanyu's mind, he did not immediately express his dissatisfaction. And now the opportunity has arrived. This man, is irrelevant, Bai Wanyu said with a slight look of interest. He purposely found a girl to appear in front of him, and he also heavily poached the famous teacher he hired. In Bai Wanyu's mind, the set of Lu Chen's desire to escape was completely demolished at this moment. Crush. Ba, however, relented. I am Mayuer, just introduce yourself. Brother also wants to get to know the people around you. Words. Bai Wanyu could only helplessly introduce. He is the future heir of the Lu group. Lu Chun. This statement was made. Ba's heart sank as he said with hostility, "Oh, he's that uneducated dude who still covets my family's heir. Ostensibly high status and prominent. Essentially just an uneducated punk with a little money. Don't think that a little money is a big deal. Not everything in this world can be bought with money. For example, first place in this competition. More like Moon's heart," Ba said with a sneer. The word mockery was etched directly on his face. However, Lu Chen wasn't angry. He finally remembered who the pug in front of him looked like. "Oh, you're Buster. I know you. You have quite a reputation online," Lu Chen said with a thumbs up. Hear that? Ba was instantly smug. "I didn't think you, a punk who never studies, would have heard of my name?" Lu Chen immediately opened his cell phone and played a video. "How could I not know about your stardom back in the day, when you were a national hit?" Bugsy was full of disdain, but brought his face forward out of curiosity. Only a man who looked very much like him was seen in the video, with the eye of heaven tattooed on his forehead. He was squatting next to the latrine. Next, the man in the video yelled out, "Today I, Buster, am going to put on a poop-eating show." Ali gives. The brothers, immediately after that, back to the hand, pulling out, grabbed a pile of thanks and shoved it into his mouth. Vomit. There was a sound of vomiting. Paco froze at first. Immediately afterward, the face was like a frosted eggplant. One moment green, the next purple. The whole man is shaking with anger. Chapter 1391 is an auspicious number. How could Bai Wanyu not expect this? His own gentle pug, in the next second, burst right into a mouthful of nationalism. Mudbloods. Paco broke into a fit of rage. He warmed up. Ask who could accept such an insult. From birth, he grew up in a star-studded environment, especially after showing his talent for math. Everyone around him treated him like an emperor. Nowadays, Lu Chen went so far as to humiliate him with a video of Netflix eating poop. Strange shame. Never endure. To add insult to injury, the man in the video looks extremely similar to him. If it weren't for the disgusting behavior of men, he was tempted to go home with the video and confront his father. "Have you donated outside before, Paco?" "You." Bai Wanyu was in disbelief. How could the always gentle Ba in his mind suddenly explode in foul language? She whirled around to look at the video in her phone as well, but after reading the contents, Bai Wanyu immediately covered her mouth with a sickening expression. Immediately after, her eyes began to look at Paco with complexity. Feeling the change in Bai Wanyu, Ba held back his anger and hurriedly explained, You believe me? The man in the video is definitely not me. It's just a resemblance. How could Bai Wanyu not know? But even so, think back to the video. Combine that with the fact that Paco has a 99% look-alike overlap with the man. Her heart is still more or less affected. Ba, let us hurry up and get into the arena. Don't take care of this kind of unqualified people. After Bai Wanyu slowed down, she said in a supplicating tone. She knew herself. This pug himself is really smart. But when it comes to swordplay and screwing around, Lu Chen is unmatched. After Ba calmed down, he pointed at Lu Chen and cursed. I hope you're really here for the competition. When we get to the ring, I'll show you what it means to have a gap between people. You stinking sewer rat. Moron. Say it. He then stood shoulder to shoulder with Bai Wanyu, and raised his head, watching the duo leave as if they had fled. Lu Chen was happy. The dude's good looking. It's really God's reward for poop. Lu Chen looked at Li Jingya and said, let's go in as well. The match will start soon. Li Jingya nodded her little head. Kagom's innocent face. At the moment it's covered in clouds. Lu Chen couldn't help but be puzzled. She didn't let Li Jingya watch that video that polluted her eyes. As the two of them walked inside, Lu Chen asked, you seem to have something on your mind? Li Jingya didn't hide it and bared her heart. I was thinking I'd put up a fight. Maybe take first prize and subsidize my family. But that bug is really powerful. Not only did he win the first prize of the global math competition 3 years in a row, and before that, even more math awards, big and small, and prestigious universities around the world are rushing to specialize in him. So I'm thinking that first prize should be out of the question this time. But it's nice to get a second prize. It's easier than working for money. Li Jingya smiled slightly and reassured herself. Lu Chen nodded. There are also prizes for second place. But compared to the first prize of $200, 000, it's a full half. Only $100, 000. Lu Chen knew that for a strong girl like Li Jingya, giving her money directly is no different than insulting her. So, Lu Chen said, tell you what, you team up with me and I'll take you to the first prize. Hear that? Li Jingya looked up at Lu Chen and said with a red face, Lu Chen, I actually quite envy your character. Sometimes I wonder if I'm half as blindly confident as you are. Lu Chen. Rather, I can't blame Li Jingya for saying so. After all, Lu Chen used to be a notorious dude in school. The book is really not read at all. Nevertheless, Li Jingya still agreed to form a team with Lu Chen. The two of them came to the back door and made their way unimpeded right to the tournament. At the moment, 9:35 a.m. Only 25 minutes left until the game starts. The venue was packed and noisy. A large electronic screen, hanging in the center of the mall. The kind that can be seen from 360 degrees without any dead angle. Below the screen stood hundreds of square tables. Next to each square table stood a few people representing a participating team. As requested, Lu Chen and Li Jingya needed to go and collect their team's number plates. When the two arrived at the pickup location, only to see that Yu Hyun was sitting there. The top half of her body was dressed in a black professional dress. The bottom half was hip-hugging shorts, and her long, muddy legs were wrapped in black silk. The two male judging teachers next to me had their eyes glazed over. Li Jingya stepped forward and politely said, Teacher Lu, we're here to receive our team number plates. Ryuyan looked up at Li Yun-ah, looking at Lu Chen again. He was surprised. You guys are going to team up? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, teacher. Lu Yun fell into a thoughtful look, then warned, Lu Chen, you know about Li Jingya's family situation. When the game starts later, don't interfere with people doing the questions. Lu Chen made an okay gesture. La. Soon after checking in, Yu Hyun handed over a tech-savvy electronic number plate. It reads, 91. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Well, this number is very auspicious. Ryuyan wondered, how is 91 auspicious? Li Jingya was also puzzled. For luck, shouldn't it be 66, and 88? Lu Chen smiled mysteriously. 91 great God, haven't you guys heard of it? This number plate means I'm the god of this math competition. This statement was made. The two male adjudicating teachers next to the bungport lived. The face twitched and the corners of his mouth were harder to press than even AK. And Lu Yun and Li Jingya still looked like they didn't understand. Lu Chen coughed dryly twice. Since I don't understand, then it's better not to explain. After all, these days, pure maidens are rarer than gold. At this point, two men came up behind them. Mr. Judge, we're here to pick up our team number plates. The voice is familiar. Lu Chen looked back, happy again. Who else could the visitor be? Of course it's Bai Wanyu and Ba. You again. When Ba saw Lu Chen, it was as if he had shot chicken blood. The eyes were hostile, the expression hideous. What a coincidence. Buster. Lu Chen hemmed and hawed and laughed badly. This smile, revealing mockery from the inside out. Ba grits his teeth in anger and points with his big hand, just about to have a seizure. Bai Wanyu, however, touched his arm and said, don't pay attention to him, the competition will start soon. Let's hurry up and collect our number plates. Ba glared fiercely at Lu Chen. Then the process of getting a number begins. And when he got his number plate, took a look. 92. Another look at Lu Chen's number plate. No. 91. As the saying goes, if it's not an enemy, it's not an enemy. It seems a bloody battle is destined to be unavoidable today. Ba looked at Lu Chen and Li Jingya, who hadn't gone far, and coldly said, Kid, I'll let you know what desperation means today. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly turned his head and raised his arm to cheer. Cheer up, Ali give. At those words, Bao's face changed. Asterisk 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 Q. Chapter 14? And the masters? The race is about to begin. Lu Chen and Li Jingya took their numbered cards and found a square table that belonged to them. Next to them were the duo of Bai Wanyu and Ba, with only about 3 meters separating the two teams. At this distance, a whispered discussion of solution ideas can't be heard next door. Just then, an uncle of the front team tightened his clothes and shivered. In this summer, why does it feel cool in the back? Turn your head. Ba Gu, who had discovered team number 92, was staring at Lu Chen of team number 91 with a murderous gaze. It's just one game. Why so much resentment? The older man said without a care in the world. Ba heard in his ears, and his temperature, which had just dropped, reddened considerably. The time came to 10 a.m. The game is officially on. The thousands of spectators in the outer gallery let out a silent shout of support. Meanwhile, the match will be broadcast live on all major platforms across the country as a live stream. In just a few minutes, the number of online viewers has reached more than 2 million. Immediately afterward, the judges began to announce the rules of the competition. Only to see, Lu Yun's slender jade hand holding the microphone said, "There are 10 questions in this competition. The exam is 8 hours long and is scored using a robocall system. The test questions will be shown to the teams, one by one, on a large screen, graded by difficulty. If either team solves the answer, please press the answer button now. At that time, your number plates will turn green, and the 3 judges will go ahead and verify that the answers are correct. The first team to solve the correct answer gets 10 points. At the same time the question is voided and the big screen automatically jumps to the next question. When 10 questions have been answered, or the exam time has run out, then the team with the most points will win the first prize of $200,000. I declare the game on." Accompanied by a lecture from Reunion. The screen located in the center flickered, and swish, the first math competition question appeared. As a rule, the questions are ordered in order of difficulty from lowest to highest. Then the first question is the easiest, but after all, it's a competition, and simple questions require a lot of calculations. However, the title has just been refreshed. Drop. One team pressed the answer button directly. Slightly startled, Lu Yun looked at the system data and said, "The one who pressed the answer button is team 92. This statement was made. Everyone looked toward table 92 in unison, only to see that Ba was looking at the test questions on the big screen with a calm face. Bai Wanyu on the side was a bit confused. Ba, I haven't even looked at the question clearly, and you have already finished answering?" However, Buck shook his head and said deliberately and loudly, "No, I'm counting. It'll take about half a minute for the reviewer to get here, and that's enough time for me to solve the first problem." Hear that? All the surrounding teams were collectively confused. That's a bit too pretentious, isn't it? If you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't be able to finish the questions in half a minute, and he not only managed to read it, but even solve it for the correct answer? And that's when it happened. People around them began to keep recognizing Bile. "Ha, he looks like that math genius kid. Bug. Asterisk 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 it's really him. My goodness. How could a bug appear on such a low-level match? It couldn't be a mistake to recognize it, could it? It's impossible to misrecognize. Bug is my idol. I'd recognize him with his clothes off just the same. Bug is so cool, so talented. I love you ow. Holy, the bugs are here, so I'm still competing. The first place is definitely gone. It doesn't matter. Being able to compete with Bug on the same stage will give you capital to brag about it later." With everyone recognizing the identity of Bago's talented young man, in an instant, all the contestants and the audience were abuzz. Not only that, the backstage studio, the guide looked at the screen and the teenager is also confused. "I didn't think Herculean Bugs would show up at a match like this." He immediately shouted at a staff member on the sidelines. "Quick, call the authorities and request additional livelines. Where there's bugs there's traffic. This time we'll definitely get to the point where we break the peak record for the number of people online." The staff immediately replied, "Yes." Inside the competition arena, with millions of eyes watching, Yuhyun stepped on her hated feet and took a step towards table 92. This period, Bile's gaze was fixed on the big screen, his brow furrowed, seeing that Reunion was about to come to him. Phew, Bugsy let out a long breath, his brow easing in a look of relief. "Team 92, please state your answers to the first question." Reunion looked at the teenager and said with a smile, as a veteran math enthusiast. Naturally, she knows quite a bit about bugs, also a fan of the teenager. It's just that when the other party received his number plate just now, he surprisingly didn't recognize it himself, didn't even get a group photo. Reunion couldn't help but be frustrated. "I blame Lu Chen." Attention was drawn to his auspicious number 91. Paco took the microphone and said, "The answer to the first question, is 13. The design of this question is very clever. First using the anomalous integral to find the necessary parameters, then the limit value of the curve through the Lagrange median theorem, and finally using the simple matrix calculation method, you can easily get the final answer. The questions are computationally intensive, but even the most difficult problems can be solved if you find the right method. I would like to inform the contestants that when playing math, you must be flexible in your thinking and not take the bull by the horns. When one path doesn't work, make sure you learn to think outside the box and look at things from another angle. Originally, he was told to say the answer. Instead, he taught directly on the spot. With such pretentious behavior, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have been scolded to death. But Tobago won't be cursed, just because of the reputation. There is good and not bad. Bug's reputation is just too strong. Ryuyan smiled slightly and took the microphone. Congratulations to Team 92 for solving the correct answer and taking the first question. Happy 10 points. After saying that, Ryuyan complimented again. Not bad for a bug. Hearing this compliment, the atmosphere of the scene was directly topped to a high point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bug awesome. Reading the question in half a minute and calculating the correct answer in your head is so dope. More than hanging, it's hanging. Sure enough, only a bug would have such a dominant answer to a question. Successfully being enamored. A bug is a bug after all. And the first place in this match has already been named. Ba listened to the cheers around him with a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. He twisted his head to look at Lu Chen. The eyes were full of scorn and disdain. The expression on his face seemed to say, "See, that's what I've got. And you, what are you comparing me to?" Lu Chen was full of disinterest. This pachyderm. That's fast enough hands. Before he could react himself, he had already pressed the answer button. Since you're so loaded, then don't blame me for being more pretentious later. At this time, Li Jingya, who was on the side, murmured, "Bug is really good." Lu Chen laughed loudly. "It's fine. Let them have a question first." The words were loud, so big that it went right through the microphone. When all the contestants, as well as the audience, heard these words, all of them, at once, looked in unison at the square table number 91 where Lu Chen was. Feeling the anxious gazes of the crowd, Li Jingya shyly lowered her head, her face so red that it was about to drip blood. The guide also turned the video screen to Lu Chen, wanting to see who was the one who said those words. But when they saw this unfamiliar face, one of them couldn't help but be puzzled in their hearts. Who the hell is this? Chapter 15. Please state your correct answer. Who the hell is this? I don't know. I haven't seen this guy in the math world. A nameless junior. How dare he pretend to show his face in front of the BUG? I guess it's just a lickspill who blows awesome in front of the girls. Dead licking dog. Pretending isn't a good idea. See if BUG doesn't abuse his own mother. Pity the girls around him. Everyone began to attack Lu Chen. It is important to realize that all of the players and spectators in the room were math enthusiasts. Everyone knows everyone who is slightly famous in the math world. And Lu Chen a strange face. How dare you make a big deal about making Bug a question? You can't even touch the winner of the global math contest? If not you, then who? Inside the competition arena, when Ba heard Lu Chen speak, he let out a pft and couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head. Sure is a rich, brainless imbecile. The words just fell. The big screen in the center flashed. The second question came up. When everyone saw the new topic, all the teams grabbed paper and pens and put their heads down to write. The field turned silent once again. The first question was easy though, but the difficulty of each test question going forward is exponentially higher. Otherwise you wouldn't give 8 hours to solve these only 10 questions. Even the vaunted genius Pug started picking up tools. The tip of the pen kept scratching on the paper. Inside the arena, almost all the teams are engaged in heated discussions. At square table 91, Li Jingya was tortured by the test questions. Lu Chen, on the other hand, looked like he had nothing to do. Ryuyan couldn't help but sigh when she saw it. She hoped from the bottom of her heart that Li Jingya would win the first prize gold. Nah, the teammate is Lu Chen. Immediately afterward, her afterglow glanced at the team in front of Lu Chen. The same uncle who felt a chill down his back in Cricket's bago earlier. This team, except for one bearded older man, the only girl left on the team was a high school looking girl. And according to the information given by the OP, this uncle is the same trafficker who accompanied his daughter to the competition. The leader asked that he be allowed to accompany his daughter through the exam first. Then the moment the game is over, the arrest is made again immediately, just as Ryuyan was thinking. At this point, drop. A team pressed the answer button. All the contestants sucked in a breath of cold air. Subconsciously, I think it was Paco who pressed it. Hiss, the bug is getting sicker and sicker. It can take seconds for such a complicated question? It's true that the front wave of the Yangtze River beats the back wave, and a slap to the front wave dry overturned on the beach. The bug is simply too strong for its predecessors. Just as everyone was looking at the square table where the bug was, but was surprised to find, at the moment, Ba also had a confused look on his face. He's looking around for which team tapped the button. The contestants were confused, and it wasn't a bug that tapped the answer button? And who would that be? The contestants made their half-day rounds, finally surprised to find out that the person who tapped the answer button, surprisingly, it was the Lu Chen who had spoken out of turn just now. Lu Chen. You. Li Jingya was confused. She had just finished writing the solution, and the topic had not yet been researched. I didn't expect Lu Chen to directly tap the answer button. Lu Yun also noticed this side and asked with some dissatisfaction. Lu Chen, did you accidentally touch the button? Lu Chen revealed 2 rows of teeth and raised his hand. No, I want to answer the question. Hear that? On the sidelines, Bugsy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Low energy, just too low energy. I love your abstraction. When the audience at the scene as well as in the live broadcast room heard Lu Chen's answer, one couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mud, where did the abstract player come from? That's a laugh. What a stinky. Learn my bug second button. You deserve it? Any pussy dares to pretend that he can answer. I'll eat 3 tons of xiang. Dude dare me to be a little tough. He can answer and I'll help my roommate dear. Upstairs, can you friend me? I want to be your roommate. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room came in a frenzy of mockery, without anyone believing that Lu Chen was really answering the questions. Almost everyone thought that he was just simply trying to play hard to get. Inside the competition arena, Lu Yun let out a long sigh and looked at Lu Chen. Each team only has one chance to answer each question, and once the answer is wrong, the question will have nothing to do with you. Lu Chen, are you sure you want to do this? She hoped Lu Chen would refuse. The first questions were easy, and there was still a chance of scoring for young Ali, who was fighting alone. But the further back you go, the difficulty of the questions skyrocketed. What can Li Jingya alone do against a team? Okay, Lu Chen said with certainty. Ha! There was a neat sigh of relief from the audience. Ryuyan shook her head helplessly. As Lu Chen's homeroom teacher, she'd already given the other side a chance. If she doesn't follow the process again, she's afraid she'll be in violation as a reviewing teacher. Well then, Team 91, please state your answers. Ryuyan shoved the microphone into Lu Chen's mouth. Ahem. Lu Chen pulled out the microphone and said, the answer to the second question is 9. The words fell. Ryuyan looked languidly at the official standard answer. The moment her eyes touched the screen, instantly, her eyes widened. Meanwhile, the rest of the participating teams were still working hard to answer the questions, having completely forgotten about Lu Chen as a jumping clown. At this moment, the voice of Lu Yun suddenly sounded in the competition arena. Congratulations to Team 91 for solving the correct answer and taking the second question. Happy with 10 points. At these words, the room fell silent. Ravenous. A few seconds later, the entire racecourse and livestream completely exploded. Chapter 16, don't know how? I'll teach you. Asterisk 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 really? I can't believe I got it right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What makes him able to answer a question that the bug hasn't even solved yet? There's no need to think. This hanging hair didn't even move his pen. It's definitely masked. Nima. This dude's luck is no one's fault. He can even get this right. Can the tournament team design the answers to be more troublesome? Stepping into single digits. It's too easy for jerks to get it right. Where's the dude who just said he ate a ton of shang? Come out. I happen to have a little stomachache. The live feed was filled with pop-ups. All the viewers thought that Lu Chen was blindfolded right. After all, the amount of calculations in the second question is several times higher than the previous one. Many teams have gone through several sheets of paper, with their calculators mashing smoke, and still haven't come up with a final answer. You, Lu Chen, didn't even move your pen. You did the math? Table 91. Yu Yunlu looked incredulous. After a long time, she responded, you kid, you're bursting with luck. Immediately afterward, the words changed. No messing around with the next question. Don't blame me for not warning you. Ryuyan had already counted on telling all the contestants in disguise. The answer to the next question is not so simple. Don't hold anyone's breath. Lu Chen, you're awesome. You got this right. Li Jingya couldn't believe it. Her innocent face filled with shock. A little something. Lu Chen hemmed and hawed. Aside. Ba grits his teeth in anger. In his heart, he cursed Lu Chen dozens of times. He was so close to figuring out the correct answer. It turned out that Lu Chen was right. It's like you've worked hard all your life, and it's hard to almost save enough money to be able to buy a suite for your kids. It turned out that someone else won a house in a straight raffle, and in the same neighborhood as you, and living next door to you. Are you angry? I won, you consoled from the side. It's alright Ba Gu. Good luck can't favor fools forever. Just because he got lucky this time doesn't mean he'll always get lucky. Let's adjust our mindset and answer the questions properly. Naturally, Paco didn't take it to heart. Having participated in so many competitions, his mentality has long been through 1,000 refinements, and this little thing is not affected at all. Ha, kid, good luck. I hope your luck stays good. Ba sneered at Lu Chen. There was a kingly demeanor of a strong man looking down on a weak pussy. Urban it, Lu Chen said with a blank look. New York. The word ma hadn't even been uttered. Paco let out a long breath, his eyes clearing. He knew that he had to remain calm at times like this. Getting angry would only affect the speed of his calculations. At that moment, the big screen swished and the third question appeared. All the participants looked at the questions on the screen, and everyone's brain was flying at breakneck speed. There was a lot of flipping, keyboarding, and writing. All the voices mingled together to make a pleasing melody in the racecourse ensemble. Lu Chen glanced at the test questions, and immediately, countless formulas and words crisscrossed in front of his eyes. Every thought, every solution, all appeared in his mind. After about half a minute had passed, Li Jingya, who was on the side, suddenly said, "Oops, it's broken. How come the value I calculated for this step is 0.4? It shouldn't be ah." Lu Chen replied as he did the math in his head. "It's not normal to have a decimal point." Li Jingya blinked her big eyes. "But I counted the number of people on the bus." Lu Chen revisited the topic just as he was about to solve Li Jingya's puzzle. At that moment, there was a scoff from Bugsy from the side. "It's true that luck is unbearable in the face of true strength. Can't? I'll teach you. Replace arcsin with the arctan function and try again." Li Jingya was half convinced, and she changed the function as the other party said. Then with a bright light in his eyes, he politely said, "It worked out to the nearest whole number. Thank you." Seeing this scene, Bai Wanyu frowned, not because she was angry at Ba for going to help her opponent, just by looking at Li Jingya's appearance. It seemed like she was really here to participate in the competition. Could it be that Lu Chen wasn't with her to make himself jealous, and it's not a desire to get out of the way? The question flickered in his mind. Bai Wanyu didn't dare to think too much and hastily refocused her attention on the test questions again. And with just now, Ba helped Li Jingya to solve this operation. The atmosphere around them began to become subtle, and the various teams that had been murmuring in whispers were loudly asking questions from time to time. "Oops, here's a calculation of the limit of the speed at which a bus can travel, and how the answer doesn't match the backtracking result." Bugs hears this and realizes it's time to play hard to get. He cleared his throat and said in a booming voice, "That's because you left out the friction created by the tires against the ground." It didn't take long for the other party to reply with a joyful, "Thanks, Bug." Immediately afterward, another question was asked. "Oops, why, Paco, that's because." "Thank you, Ba." Problem after problem. Originally a solemn and dignified competition exam. Nowadays it's like a Q&A session. The viewers in the live broadcast room were left in awe, and the pop-ups came in a frenzy. "Geez, what am I seeing? Bug is actually helping other teams out? Bug, this is our BUG. The talented young man deserves it. In comparison, what kind of trashy thing is that Lu Chen? Quiet as a mute, not daring to be blinded? Oh, this is the difference between a great god and a jerk. Waste of luck is just a little bit better, but even threatened to let the Bug a question. So shameless." While the netizens praised Bago, in passing they netstormed Lu Chen again, believing him to be a jerk who scores by luck. Inside the competition arena, Bugsy saw the way the people around him looked at him respectfully. The vanity of the heart was satisfied to the core. A feeling of superiority came over me. Cool, a high IQ is awesome. These lesser cerebral palsies can only look up at themselves as if they were looking up to God, and he only had to give a little charity, and people were grateful and praised. That's how the world survives. Only a strong man like him was worthy of standing at the top of the pyramid and looking down on all beings. Ba looked at Lu Chen and his heart sank, only to be blindsided by this imbecile for a question. Shattered his plans to win the title with full points. Otherwise, high and low in front of Bai Wanyu pretending to be a big wave. Great, the answer is calculated. At this time, Bai Wanyu danced with joy, with a disdainful look on his face. Ba said, "This kind of question is just too pedestrian." Just as he raised his hand, ready to tap the button to answer the question, suddenly, drop, Lu Chen grabbed the button and tapped it first. He had figured out the correct answer a long time ago, only that he wanted to give the other contestants some sense of experience, so he delayed choosing to answer the question. With an amused look on his face, Ba said, "You didn't think I'd be angry, did you? Low energy, so naive." He thinks Lu Chen grabbed the button to shoot first. It was a deliberate act to piss him off with this behavior, but what can be done about it? He had already figured out the answer to this question. The results are very complex. He simply didn't believe that Lu Chen could get it right. The viewers at the scene, as well as in the live broadcast room, saw this scene and also thought that Lu Chen was deliberately picking a fight. So they cursed. This just specializes in nasty bugs. Dare to target our bugs, brothers and sisters. Spray him for me. No, I think this Lu Chen is trying to be famous, in order to gain traffic without any boundaries. This kind of people have children without dermatitis. It's okay. The moderator said the answer to this question is very complicated. It's absolutely impossible to mask it. And when he gives the wrong answer, the score will still end up being bugs. So please keep your wits about you, and don't ever call him out on it. It's giving him traffic. The upstairs analysis is correct. The best way to deal with this kind of people who want to be famous and crazy is to ignore them. Many viewers thought that Lu Chen wanted to be famous and that's why he used this way to gain attention. Just ignore him. And everyone really listened to the advice. And for a while, there were many fewer pop-ups cursing Lu Chen. Inside the competition arena, Lu Yun walked to Lu Chen and said in a cloudy voice, Team 91, please state your answers to the third question. She knew that once the bug was going to tap the button, it must have figured out the correct answer. And then the question was basically null and void. Since Lu Chen wanted to make a spectacle of this, then let him out. In the crowd's contemptuous gaze, Lu Chen slowly said the answer. Chapter 17, there's an inside story. There must be an inside story. The answer to this question is E plus 13, Lu Chen said expressionlessly. Hearing this answer, Lu Yun's cherry mouth opened into an O shape, her face filled with shock. Before that, she had read the answer and it was exactly the same as what Lu Chen had said. Congratulations to Team 91 for solving the correct answer and successfully taking the third question. Happy with 10 points, Ryuyan took the microphone and said, almost speechless with excitement. The contestants and the audience heard that the answer was right, and all of them were utterly dumbfounded, and the whole room was in an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe I got it right again? No, kill me for believing he could have hoodwinked such a complicated answer. Could he really be a genius more than a bug? Impossible. Lu Chen hasn't moved his pen from start to finish. If he can make such a difficult competition question by oral calculation alone, is he still human? Unless, has an inside track? At table 92, Paco's eyes were horrified. His expression frozen. Body temperature is rising dramatically. In any case, he didn't want to admit what was happening in front of him. There's an inside story. There must be an inside story. Ba clenched his fists and yelled. Team 91's Lu Chen never moved his pen from start to finish, much less used any calculation tools. What makes him able to figure out the right answer? Ask all the math enthusiasts in the world. For that question just now, would you be able to work it out orally if you were in your place? This statement was made. The competition site turned directly into a food market. Everyone talked hotly about it. Ryuyan looked back and began to feel something was wrong as well. As a veteran math researcher, she was convinced that a contest question of this difficulty simply could not be done by oral calculation. Is this another hoodwink? That's even less likely. With such a complex answer, the chances of getting it right are less than 1 in a billion. Ryuyan frowned. There really was an inside job? Not to mention, it's all too possible. Lu's group has power all over the country, and it is even more powerful in Yunhai City, where this little math competition was held. For the Lu family, going through the back door is like playing house. Just then, in the outer audience, I don't know who shouted, I'm a local. I know this Lu Chen. He is the only son of the Lu group, the future heir to the Lu family. So he must have taken the back door and memorized the answers ahead of time. As the words were uttered, Shasta, the entire playing field and the broadcast room all exploded. Who doesn't know the Lukes? That's the most powerful color family in the country. As Lu Chen's identity was revealed, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room floated all over the screen like rain. No wonder he could tell the correct answers to the 2 questions without even moving his pen. So it was through the back door. This kind of dude who scores points by his family's power. Who is he to compare with us bugs? Get out. It is recommended that this Lu Chen be disqualified. Upstairs is thinking a bit too much. It's not likely that this tournament is all sponsored by the Lu family. Without a family background, this Lu Chen isn't even qualified to lick Bug's shoes. By one you looked at Lu Chen and laughed coldly. He, Lu Chen, you really are still that little bit out of it. Only relying on family power and living in this world by some dirty tricks. The 3 words despise were etched directly on her face. The previous doubts were also solved at this moment. Deliberately showing up at the school gates with other girls to team up for a math competition. Spend a lot of money to poach 5 of your own master teachers and backdoor back answers. Everything was designed to get her attention. As the online tirade intensified, the pressure is gradually being put on the race organizers, and the head honcho backstage was flabbergasted. Lu Chen through the back door? He didn't know that at all. If we know that the young master of the Lu family is coming to the competition, there was no need for Lu Chen to memorize the answers, and he directly awarded the first prize to Lu Chen. Since there is no back door, that could only mean one thing: Lu Chen had arrived at the correct answer on his own, and had absolutely nothing to do with their organizers. Seeing that the audience is getting more and more agitated, the chief director gave the reviewing teachers a free hand to deal with the matter directly. Get this instruction. Lu Yan took the microphone and came to Lu Chen, saying, Team 91, is it convenient for you to explain the solution? The answers are easy to memorize. The solution can be complicated. The third question covers basic math in middle and high school, as well as higher math, discrete math, probability, and other related topics in college. She didn't believe Lu Chen could memorize it. When the audience heard the host's statement, all of them clapped their hands and applauded. Beautiful. Well done. He's a backdoor answer memorizer who can talk about coming up with bull solutions? 666. I didn't expect Mr. Judge to be so hardcore that he dared to get tough with the Lu family. Love, love, love. Not only are the judges beautiful to look at, but they are also bold. Kudos to this judge. Netizens have been praising Yu Hyun's behavior. If Lu Chen couldn't say the solution to the problem, then his shameless behavior of memorizing the answer would go unanswered. Stinky rat, I'd like to see how you're going to get off this stage today. Bug sneered. Lu Chen didn't bother with nonsense and directly took the microphone, said in a flurry of words as all eyes looked on. There are 13 solutions to this problem, the easiest of which is to first calculate the maximum speed of the bus using indefinite integration to find the limit, and then pass the Leibniz formula. For a while, only Lu Chen's voice echoed in the large competition arena, and not only did Lu Chen name all 13 solutions, even every formula, every detail, is explained. Especially when faced with every step that required a lot of calculations, Lu Chen didn't hesitate. The correct results came off the top of the list, all solved in seconds. Such horrible computing power, logical analytical skills, the ability to synthesize formulas. Straight away, there were people throughout the competition who had their jaws dropped in amazement. Dumbstruck. Above are all the known solutions to this question so far. When Lu Chen put down the microphone, at this moment, the competition arena, as well as all the viewers in the live broadcast room, were all dumbfounded, clueless. Everyone looked at Lu Chen with a face full of shock. No one in the room spoke, and there was silence all around. Quietly. Chapter 18, Breaking Defense. Red warm up. This, can't believe my ears. The clarity of thought, the simplicity of the steps, the use of mathematical formulas that flow like water. It's simply more perfect than the standard answer. A dozen solutions all in one, without a single detail out of place. That's just horrible. Is there a possibility that he memorized all the steps of the solution? I don't think it's very likely. There are 10 contest questions in total, each with many kinds of solutions. It's just too much work if you really have to memorize them. Agree with the upstairs view. Even if Lu Chen really memorized it all, then his own memory is nothing short of terrifying. Did we misunderstand him? Is Lu Chen really a genius? As a roadie, I don't think there's anything impossible in the world. 10 questions is a lot, but if you start memorizing them months or even a year in advance, you can still memorize them. The pop-ups got heated. Some people think Lu Chen is the real deal. Some people also believe that Lu Chen started memorizing his answers months, or even a year, in advance. Contest site. Ding! You have successfully tutored someone in math through live teaching. Your behavior affects a total of 485 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 48 hours. Hear the voices in your head. Lu Chen was delighted in his heart. How did I forget about this? Math literacy skills are rewarded just as much by teaching as they are by being full level. Just, from the system tips, it seems that you can only teach through live teaching, and opening a live stream to do online classes is not feasible. Next door at Square Table 92, Bugsy was in a cold sweat, his fists clenched and his teeth gritted. He never expected that Lu Chen would not only tell the solution to the problem, but also tell all the ways to solve the problem. This can't be right. He must have even memorized the steps ahead of time. Paco would never admit it. How could he lose to someone he despised? Just then, holding the microphone, Ryuyan said in a somewhat panicked tone, all the contestants as well as all the viewers, there's been a temporary accident over here. At the request of the Dragon Academy of Science, we will void all 7 remaining contest questions. Instead, several professors from the Academy of Sciences, who come up with new test questions on the spot. The words just fell. The big screen in the center of the mall flashed. 3 old men with white hair and full of academic aura appeared in the crowd's line of sight. When the audience as well as the contestants saw these 3 old men, all of them became excited. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this Professor Zhang from the Dragon Academy of Science? Oh my god. And Professor Li, Who once won the World Nobel Prize in Mathematics? Professor Wu is also here. My goodness. The three giants of dragon math have all appeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a divine lineup this is. All the big names in math are here. I didn't expect to see these three at this little tournament. This is an honor. These several old men, but they are all Dragon Country mathematics industry titan level existence. Once in the international has won countless awards. Even geniuses like Bago were trained by them. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, and also Mr. Wu Ga. Seeing the three benefactors, Ba was like an aggrieved child seeing his parents. Almost cried on the spot. At that moment, the pale voices of the three professors came from the big screen. Hello friends, we are one of the thousands of math enthusiasts in general. I heard that there was a fairness issue with a math competition held in Cloud Sea City. Therefore, the three of us are willing to make a small contribution to the maintenance of the academic environment in the country by proffering questions. I apologize for any disturbance. Hearing such a statement, all could not help but have admiration. This emotional intelligence. The pattern. Not bad for the top of the math world in Dragonland. Kid, you're dead this time. Ba looked at Lu Chen and said with a cold smile. Since it was a new question, Lu Chen's previously memorized answers were all null and void. At that time, he would like to see how Lu Chen would continue to stay in this race. Since coming up with questions takes more skill and time than doing them, the organizers turned off the big screen so that the three professors could concentrate on coming up with questions. The moment. Dragon Academy of Sciences. Prof. Li, Prof. Gao, and Prof. Wu were indignant as they racked their brains to come up with questions. Humph. So what if I'm the future heir of the Lu family? I won't give this face as usual. That's right. Solving all the calculation problems in seconds. How can there be such a genius under the sky? Ha ha. Old Li's character is still so straightforward. This time we counted to think of a piece. Dare to pollute the mathematical academic atmosphere. I will make him come down today. Thanks to the fact that I saw this live broadcast today. Otherwise bug the child. The heart must leave a shadow. The disciple taught by the three of us should never be allowed to be desecrated by capital. They believe that Lu Chen is a playboy who uses his power to go through the back door, with the trio working in unison. Soon, the first test question is out. When the big screen reopened and everyone saw the new question, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally it was just a small-size math competition exam, and most of the participants were high school students. But now the three professors had designed test questions that were as difficult as a world-class competition. Many of the teams are scratching their heads. This is seriously out of line with what they have learned. Some are sad. Some are happy. Ba, who has several World Series experiences, couldn't help but laugh out loud. The questions were difficult, but it was only a matter of time for him. At that moment, he picked up a pen and wrote on the paper in a flowing manner. Next to it, table 91. Li Jingya just glanced at the question and gave up, saying, Lu Chun, it's too hard. I can't even understand the questions. But when he turned his head, he was surprised to find that Lu Chen was staring at the screen with a serious face. It's okay, just leave it to me, Lu Chen said indifferently. Li Jingya couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. Look at the stance. Can Lu Chen really make it? About 2 minutes later. At this time, Bai Wanyu's voice rang out from table 92. Ba, don't be in a hurry. Count slowly. See only. At this point, Bao's brow furrowed into a frown. One eye was fixed on the draft paper and the writing pen stopped. Apparently, he's hit a rough patch. Hearing Bai Wanyu's words, Ba hurriedly pretended to be relaxed. It's fine. Just ran into a little trouble. I can't believe I can't figure it out by using the twofold calculus here. I shouldn't. The words just fell. A voice came from the surroundings. This question reveals everywhere that it is suitable to be calculated with dual integration. In fact, it is a trap. The necessary parameters are not given. The calculation is a dead end. Why not try the most basic middle school knowledge and break through that barrier with a quadratic equation? This statement was made. Paco immediately looked up. Who's talking? Turn your head. Noticing that Lu Chen was staring at himself with a smirk on his face. Obviously, the tip just now was given by none other than Lu Chen. Paco's face was holding red. When he looked at the draft paper, he realized that he could really calculate the desired value using a quadratic equation. With a bang, his whole body exploded. All that arrogance, a sense of superiority, and a proud IQ. At this moment, they were all ruthlessly crushed and trampled by Lu Chen. Shut up! I don't need you to teach me, Bago yelled hysterically, due to the excessive sound. Scared by Wan Yu's pretty face into a blossom. Chapter 19 Explosive Teaching Scene. Bai Wanyu was confused. The impression is that Ba, who has always been civilized, has exploded in foul language 3 times in just one day. This severely damaged his image in Bai Yu's mind. Ding! You have successfully tutored someone in math through live teaching. Your behavior affects a total of 1 person. Bonus, lifespan plus 2 minutes. Seeing Paco break the defense, Lu Chen was happy. You don't want me to teach you? How can that work? Dude was counting on swiping longevity from you. Ahem. Lu Chen cleared his throat. Immediately, Lu Chen's rough voice resounded throughout the competition arena. Oops. This question seems to be a bit difficult nah. But analyze it carefully. It is found that it is actually a comprehensive application question that integrates the knowledge points of junior and senior high school as well as college. Where to start with the first step? It seems appropriate to use the twofold integral, but after performing the math, it turns out that the dual integration is a trap, and the correct way to do it is to substitute directly with a quadratic equation. We then obtain the first necessary parameter, and immediately after that, we use the obtained parameter to substitute the next step. And then, hearing Lu Chen's analysis, the players were first stunned. What did this mean? Just do it. Why are you yelling so loud? But on second thought, they get it. Lu Chen was teaching them the questions. Immediately after, a scene that shocked everyone happened, only to see that the contestants, who were originally like headless flies, all buried their heads and wrote after hearing Lu Chen's analysis. Lu Chen said a thought. They moved their pens. Military training isn't even this neat. The contestants were moving their pencils and praising them at the same time. Wonderful. Wonderful. Square table 92. Bug was equally complimentary. Asterisk 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 in hell. It's so damn wonderful. How could it be so damn good? Bug contains a very high amount of mom, cursing while constantly waving the pen in his hand. He was afraid that if he slowed down for a second, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Lu Chen's solution. He wanted to stop so badly, but the body is completely out of control. Passionate about math, he just wanted to solve the puzzle in front of him. Bai Yu looked at Ba, who was writing furiously, and then looked at Lu Chen, who was gushing, and she realized, Lu Chen didn't try to capture her, didn't intentionally anger her, and didn't use the back door to memorize the answer. He's really here to compete. All that happened before, in front of the class window, in front of the school, at the competition, everything, it's all just her getting ahead of herself. It seemed that Lu Chen really didn't intend to chase after himself. In the past, Bai Yu would have lost her heart with joy, but now, in the face of Lu Chen, who had shown an extreme talent for math, an inexplicable loss welled up in her heart. Not much, but it was really there. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded, and no one dared to question Lu Chen's strength anymore. Crouching flying big grass. I didn't read it wrong. Lu Chen is actually teaching Bug to do the questions? Didn't read that right. Holy, this world is so messed up I need a reprieve. Now it seems that Lu Chen didn't go through the back door, and all the previous answers were all calculated by his own mouth. All I can say is, convinced, this Lu family young master is really something more than uncomplicated. I'm afraid I'm going to surpass Bug and become the #1 in the Dragon Kingdom's math world in one fell swoop. Sure enough, the resources of rich families are just as good, and the children educated are all more heaven-defying than one another. The scene that took place in the arena completely bowled over all the spectators, with 3 professors from the Dragon Academy of Science in attendance. There was no doubt about the fairness of the competition, and Lu Chen was relying on himself to make the first 2 questions. In the screen, the 3 professors of the Dragon Academy of Sciences all looked incredulous as well. They had gone to great lengths to design this question, but they didn't expect it to be seen through by Lu Chen at once. This Lu family's son's mind is so flexible that he saw the trap we designed at a glance? Not only that, his solution is also an optimal solution with great efficiency. This reaction ability is beyond the reach of ordinary people. That's right, although the Bug can also make this question, but in terms of efficiency in making the question, it's obvious that the Lu family's son is better. Looks like we were wrong about him before. At this point, Professor Gao turned his words around and said, such a genius must be personally cultivated by the 3 of us to assist him on the world stage. Professor Li nodded affirmatively. In my opinion, Lu Chen will go even farther than Bug and produce 2 math geniuses consecutively, and at that time, we will also go down in history. Hear the words famous in history. Professor Wu directly stood up in excitement. I'll order a plane ticket right now, and when the competition is over, we'll head directly to Cloud Sea City. Professor Li and Professor Gao immediately nodded their heads. The 3 old men had lived most of their lives and had not been this excited for a long time. At this point, the competition field, Lu Yun gazed at Lu Chen's handsome face. His voice echoed in his ears as he analyzed the topic. A hint of admiration was hidden in his eyes. Thinking back to yesterday, the class was restless. The only one who was concentrating on his studies was Lu Chun, who was holding a math book and uttering such classic patriotic remarks. Ryuyan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Is this kid really a good young man who loves to study? The dear mission wasn't exposed? And no spies in the organization? No. Nope. Ryuyan shook her head. She believed that the information given by her superiors would never be wrong. What's more, before the mission began, Lu Yun had secretly examined Lu Chen for a week. 7 whole days. This kid has been in school a total of once. And it's still back to work to catch up on sleep after an all-nighter at an internet cafe. In this case, Lu Yun couldn't believe that Lu Chen would have such high attainments in math no matter what. Is he really a genius? Unlearned? Ryuyan frowned. That seems to be the only way to explain it. It's just a shame that the wrong person was born. Lu's group is doomed to destruction. And Lu Chen, as a descendant of the Lu family, was equally hard to escape. If a different ordinary person had such a high level of talent, Yu Hyun, as a senior math enthusiast, would naturally be willing to take her relationship with him a step further. It's a bad day. Hey, Ryuyan let out a long sigh, then shifted his gaze to the suspect at the front of table 91. However, she was surprised to find that the suspect was staring menacingly at Li Jingya. Ryuyan's heart sank. As a police officer, she was keenly aware that this suspect was hostile to Li Jingya. Why? The other side. Lu Chen was still going on and on about the solution. Ding! You have successfully tutored someone in math through live teaching. Your behavior affects a total of 484 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 48 hours. The voice was heard. Lu Chen rolled his eyes with pleasure. Oi, 2 more days to live. That's too good a life expectancy to earn. However, when Lu Chen continued to explain, the system no longer gave any rewards, which meant that a question could only be swiped once in terms of life expectancy. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. That's a hard life expectancy to earn. As it is, then there's no point in him wasting his time continuing to talk about it. He immediately tapped the answer button. Drop! The green light is on for the 91st square table number plate. Chapter 20 Bad. The persona is going to collapse. The contestants saw Lu Chen choose to answer the question. One couldn't help but show a sad expression. Swallow, how can we do this without you? By now, Ba was sweating profusely. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was in an almost maniacal state. For a moment, Paco feels that the previous decade or so has been wasted. Holding the microphone, Lu Yun ran upside down to Lu Chen and smiled. Team 91, please state your answers. With everyone watching, Lu Chen took the microphone and said, the answer to this question is, e to the 12th power. The words fell. The whole room was silent, because the crowd doesn't know if this result is correct. Ryuyan looked at the 3 professors in the screen and politely said, honorable professors of the 3 academies of sciences, may I ask if Team 91's answer is correct? Prof. Lee immediately replied, correct, very correct. Not only that, but Team 91's solution, the use of formulas in conjunction with each other, and the speed of their calculations were perfect. I think the winner of this match is Team 91. This statement was made. The whole place was abuzz. All agreed with Prof. Lee's statement. The reasoning is simple. A competition had turned into Lu Chen's teaching scene. May I ask who else can compete with Lu Chen for the title? The contestants had even less to say. If this question didn't have Lu Chen's hints and explanations, I'm afraid that the crowd would only be able to write a solution. At that moment, a contestant suddenly shouted, I think we should just award the championship to Team 91. One vocalized, stirring up 1,000 waves. All the players began to follow suit. Team 23 agrees that the title should go to 91. 34 agrees. 51 agrees. Endorsed by. For a moment, the competition field resounded with voices of approval. The organizers were also the first to encounter such a situation and immediately called all the judges and staff together for an emergency meeting. After about 10 minutes, the meeting ended and Ryuyan rejoined the match. She took the microphone and said excitedly, contestants, after discussion among the higher-ups, we have decided to, straight away, the championship goes to Team 91. Hear this. The room erupted in applause and cheers. Everyone present looked at Lu Chen with envy on their faces. They know, the new rising stars of algebra, about to be born. Yay! We're the champions. Awesome. Lu Chen, you're awesome. Li Jingya jumped straight up with joy. As lovely, lively and beautiful as a butterfly fluttering in the flowers. Lu Chen smiled gently. Calm down. Suddenly, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! You have successfully won the math contest. Event grade, B. Bonus, lifespan plus 7 days. Reward, mystery gift pack *1. 7 days to live? And the long-awaited mystery package? Yeah. Lu Chen jumped 3 feet high. Jingya Li. Looking at Lu Chen who was bouncing higher than himself, Li Jingya snorted out a laugh. Where's the calmness? Next door at square table 92. By one you looked at the excited Lu Chen duo and couldn't help but look gloomy. The whole thing fell into silence. This feeling. It's as if a yellowhorn is madly pursuing you on a ghost fire every day. You despise him. Everywhere you go. You're making things difficult. Can't wait for him to disappear from this world. Suddenly one day, he became a unique global genius. Recognized. Admired. Being complimented. Not even he deserves to be compared to it. Only Lu Chen didn't dye his yellow hair. The ride isn't a ghost fire either. It's a Rolls Royce. On the stage, Lu Chen and Li Jingya stood side by side with smiles on their faces. Lights flashed all around and cheers were heard. By one you looked at this fairy tale-like scene. Eyes a little dull. At that point, two staff members walked up. A man with his hands cupped around a bank card. Another person is holding a trophy engraved with the words first prize. Lu Yun took the microphone and said with a smile, "Congratulations to both of you, for successfully winning the first prize of 200,000 yuan in cash. Strike that." Lu Yun put down the microphone and looked at Lu Chen and whispered, "Considering breaking off paternity with your father? Lu Chen, do you want to listen to see what you're talking about? Shouldn't we normally allow acceptance speeches? How to get an award? You lost your dad?" Ryuyan realized that he had accidentally said what was on his mind. With a tightening of his heart, he hastily changed his tone. "Oh, I mean, consider recounting the good news to father? The scene supports real-time video calls. Oh, you can let your father see your glorious side." Words. Lu Chen hurriedly shook his head. No. Joke. Pops thought he was coming after by Wanyu since the beginning. If he knew that his daughter-in-law hadn't pursued him. Instead, they took first prize in a competition. You'd have to break your leg. Seeing Lu Chen's refusal, Ryuyan nodded and gave this opportunity to Li Jingya. Li Jingya didn't push back and dialed her mother's WeChat video call. When the video is connected, the scene that comes into view is that of a humble house with a family of 4. The first impression one gets is that the family is poor. Then, a man with a face full of vicissitudes and an old vermilion face. The woman, lying paralyzed on the bed, slowly appeared in the screen. The picture quality is blurry, so you don't have to guess that it's an extremely cheap senior citizen smartphone on the market. When she learned that her daughter had taken the title, and the prize is a full $200,000, the woman, who was in her 50s, could not help but burst into tears and cried in front of the entire audience as well as the millions of people in the livestream. "I've been bedridden for years, and I can't eat or drink on my own." The husband was overwhelmed by a huge gambling debt and jumped to his death. All of the family's living expenses, debts, and school fees all fell on my daughter. My daughter, who goes to school during the day, works at night, and comes home at night with the fatigue of the day and has to take care of me. Her useless mother. She was 11 years old that year. Every time school is out and parent-teacher conferences are held, all the other kids have their moms and dads with them. And my daughter, she's always the lonely one. But my daughter never complained and laughed and told me she wasn't envious. I know she's lying. What little kid doesn't want their mom and dad around during their childhood? Many times, I wanted to die to ease my daughter's burden. But my daughter says that if I'm not there, she doesn't know what she's living for. And she's not living. My daughter, you're still young. You haven't gone to college yet. You haven't fallen in love yet. And you still have the infinite beauty of youth. Mommy wants you to live. Wants you to see how beautiful the world is. Daughter, mommy loves you. Mommy loves you very, very much. You are the strongest, best, most dutiful daughter in the world. As the woman's voice continued to echo through the field, all the viewers on the scene as well as in the live broadcast room, one by one, were all silent. Every word, both hit the crowd right in the soul. What a strong girl, obviously still the age to be pampered in front of your parents, but at her weakest, she held up this fractured little family. Some people even couldn't help it and sobbed right there on the spot. When the video call hangs up, there was roaring applause. Obviously, the applause wasn't for the championship. Instead, they were cheering for the strong girl that was Shizuya. When the applause falls, Li Jingya looked at Lu Chen with tears streaming down her face and said, "Here, I would like to thank fellow student Lu Chen. He was the one who insisted on teaming up with me after realizing my family was in trouble. He was the one who, with one hand, helped me take this first prize. Without Mr. Lu Chen, there's absolutely no way I could have gotten the championship." After saying that, Li Jingya bowed deeply towards Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu Chen, thank you very much." When the audience heard those words, the thunderous applause resumed. "Good job, Lu. Didn't lose any points. I didn't expect Lu Chen, as the son of a powerful noble, to be so kind-hearted, completely refreshing my bad impression of high society. Is it possible that Lu Chen is also here for the first prize money? Upstairs, it's silly. You go to the internet to search the Lu group. Think he will lack of money to spend? Lu 666. Lu is too fierce. Hear the compliments all around you. Lu Chen's chrysanthemums tightened. Bad. Why does it feel like the persona is falling apart? If you let Pops know that people are complimenting you on your goodness, that doesn't make him a folding screen, does it? Chapter 21, Where's the movie? Let me act in an episode. After the awards ceremony, the competition is still hot as there is still the third and second place to be screened. Only Lu Chen and Li Jingya left the competition. Mall entrance. Lu Chen, thank you so much for today. Let me treat you to dinner. Li Jingya had her bank card in her hand. Very happily. There was a total of 200,000 bonus in the card, and Lu Chen gave her all of it, as she was really short of money. Plus, Lu Chen really didn't lack money. Li Jingya was not hypocritical, graciously accepting Lu Chen's kindness. At the same time, he secretly resolved that when he earned money in the future, he would definitely return it to Lu Chen. Yeah, well, I'll just go ahead and add a Pepsi to the high and low today, Lu Chen said with a smile. He knew that such strong girls had high self-esteem. If you refuse her kindness, the other person will think it's a handout. Sure enough, seeing Lu Chen agree, Li Jingya revealed a heartfelt smile. That's too good. Come with me. I often work here as a part-time job. I know which restaurants are clean. And so it was. Led by Li Jingya, the two of them headed towards the food court on the B1 level of the mall, and not long after they had left, behind him, an older man with a duck-tongued hat and a gloomy face appeared in place. He glanced at the direction Lu Chen and his duo left, put his hands in his pockets, and quietly followed them. And this man, Lu Chen front table, was locked by the police suspect. In the meantime, inside the playing field, Yu Hyun is still hosting the game when suddenly, she realizes that the suspect she's been following is missing. The heart sank. Spinning around, he said into the micro-communicator at his collar. No good. The suspect has disappeared and only his daughter is left at the scene still in the race. Soon, a voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Roger, all comrades please check around immediately for any suspects present. About half a minute later. Report, suspect sighted. He followed the pair of students who just won the championship to the B1 level of the mall. I'm quietly following. Hear this message. Ryuyen's heart went straight to her throat. Thinking back to just now when this uncle stared at Li Jingya, that icy cold look in his eyes, a sense of foreboding came over me. Don't startle the snakes. I'll be there immediately now. Say it. Ryuyen handed the microphone over to another reviewer. A random excuse was given to indicate that he was going to leave for a while, then change clothes and head towards the B1 level of the mall in a hurry. B1 level of the mall. It's said to be a food court, but it's really just rows and rows of promenades made up of small restaurants. 12 p.m. Just in time for the meal. There were a lot of people who came to eat, and there was a lot of smoke. The two of them arrived at a ramen restaurant. Take a random seat. Uncle Wang. 2 orders of ramen with egg, sausage, and 2 cold Pepsi. Li Jingya waved her small hand and said with great bravado, Egu, Jingya, this is your boyfriend. He's so handsome. The boss looked at Lu Chen and praised him repeatedly. This statement was made. The owners of all the surrounding stalls ran out. What? Jingya has a boyfriend? What does it look like? I'll take a look at it and see if it looks reassuring. A boy who can make Younga like him must be a good boy. Li Jingya's small face reddened and hurriedly waved her hand towards the crowd. No, just an ordinary friend. The vendors all had a look of I get it on their faces. Then there was a lot of laughter and dispersal. Lu Chen joked. You're getting along with everyone here. The blush on Li Jingya's face hadn't dissipated yet, and she shyly said, yes, in almost every store here. I've worked part-time. People know that my family is in a difficult situation, so they take special care of me. Lu Chen nodded. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had a mystery gift packet that he hadn't opened. While the ramen is still being made, Lu Chen said in his heart, open the mystery gift pack. Immediately afterward, the system beep sounded. Ding! Gift bag opened successfully. Receive the mystery reward, golden pupil *1. Oh, Lu Chen directly clicked to use it. In the next second, an invisible gas flew into his eyes. Moment. Lu Chen felt a coolness in his eyes, and an inexplicable sense of comfort spread through the nerves of his eyeballs. Eyes closed, one open. Lu Chen could clearly feel the distance of his field of vision increase quite a bit. At the same time, everywhere you look, there is a clear view. You can even see it clearly and distinctly through a wall. And see through? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Mystery packs, as expected, never disappoint. Since Li Jingya was sitting across the room, Lu Chen didn't react and saw something he shouldn't have seen at first glance. Lu Chen's old face blushed, hastily averting his eyes. Lu Chen, what's wrong with you? Looking at Lu Chen, who was blushing like a monkey's ass, Li Jingya curiously said, wasn't it just a few flirtations by the vendors? Why are you more shy than you are? No, just feeling a little hot all of a sudden. Lu Chen kept fanning himself. and his hands were almost shaking off. "Ha, but why do I feel a little cold?" Li Jingya became even more curious. The air conditioning in the mall was cold. She could clearly feel a chill as she sat. Could it be that Lu Chen's fire was too strong? Just as Li Jingya was puzzled, to her right, a man in a ducktail hat was slowly approaching. And the man's hand, and a cold, gleaming three-pronged military spike. As the field of view distance widens, Lu Chen directly turned his head 90 degrees towards the man to look at him. "Man?" The other party froze, obviously not expecting that such a tricky angle would even be discovered. As it is, then he simply doesn't pretend either. Only to see that the man violently raised his military spikes and charged towards Li Jingya. "Look out!" Lu Chen shouted. Then taking off in place, he kicked directly at his opponent's arm with an aerial kick. "Ah!" The man frowned and let out a scream. Snap! The three-pronged military spike in his hand came off and slammed down hard on the floor. The movement is great. All the diners around them looked over. Asterisk is making a movie. What movie? Let me play an episode. No pay. A few dinner passers-by joked. The man picked up the three-pronged military spike from the floor and stared at Lu Chen with an icy gaze. A look of disbelief passed through his eyes. He didn't expect a high school student's kung fu to be this good. "What's going on?" Li Jingya stood up with a face full of panic and uncertainty. Lu Chen said without looking back. "Stay away from here." Through perspective, he saw that the man had scars all over his body. And there are bullet marks. Combine that with the calluses on both palms, and a three-pronged military spike, the most vicious melee weapon in the military. Lu Chen racked his brain and couldn't figure it out. How could Li Jingya, whose family was miserable, have messed with such a person? "Freeze! Police! Don't move!" Just then, 3 police marshals in civilian clothes surrounded them from different directions. Each man also held a blackened pistol in his hand. The man was not the least bit flustered at the sight, because there are a lot of people eating around. Just dare to shoot. Once he dodges, the bullet hits a lucky passerby at random. The marshmallows naturally knew this, and one of them said, "Police on the case? Everyone leave immediately." The words just fell. One of the crowd, covered in dirt and dust, said, "Leave? I've been working hard all morning lifting cement at the construction site. It's hard to have lunch, and you're telling me to leave. Who will pay for the food? Who will be responsible for delaying the work if they don't have the strength to work? I say, you guys who shoot movies, can't you pick a less crowded time to shoot?" This statement was made. The rest of the crowd chimed in. "That's it. What a conviction." 3 marshmallows. Chapter 22. When people are speechless. They really are speechless for a moment. None of the surrounding crowd left. The marshals had no choice but to put the pistol back, then pull out the zippy electric baton. "Li Zhanghua, you are surrounded. I advise you to put down your weapon and surrender immediately. Li Zhanghua, think about your daughter. It's not too late to regret." The 2 marshmallows' voices were loud and persuasive. What a cliched plot. The old man moving the cement spat, Li Zhanghua, also known as the suspect, visibly hesitated for a second when he heard the word daughter, but then something seemed to come to mind. The eyes were once again filled with murderous rage. Yikes! With a shout, he madly rushed towards Lu Chen, who was blocking Li Jingya's front. 3 marshmallows immediately stepped forward to block. But what was never expected, the 3 of them just got close, and they were all knocked down by Li Jingya's 3 punches and 2 kicks. The 3 marshmallows were lying on the ground with agonized expressions. Not far, Ryuyan was hiding in the corner silently observing all this. As an undercover agent, he couldn't expose his identity as a police officer in front of Lu Chen. What? A 3-pronged military spike. Ryuyan was inwardly shocked when she saw the sharp weapon, recalling the scene just now where Li Zhanghua fought 3 times. Lu Yun immediately opened her miniature communicator and said in a tense tone, "Please speed up the support speed for all comrades. This suspect is not simple. He should be a retired special forces soldier. He has a 3-pronged military spike in his hand. It's not advisable to shoot around. So everyone must be safe." Shocked voices from co-workers came over the Bluetooth headset. What? Veteran special forces? How did the special forces abduct girls more than a decade ago? Hear the question. Yuhyun was also puzzled, but she didn't have time to think. The most important thing now is to bring the criminals to justice. Once you let someone like that kill the red eye, the entire B1 floor of the mall is afraid to turn into a pool of blood. Inside the food court, Li Zhanghua knocked down 3 marshmallows after. With an icy gaze, he once again looked at Lu Chen. Yikes! For crying out loud. 0 frames starts the charge again. Lu Chen just wanted to go up and give him a kick. Suddenly, another police marshal came from the rear. He pulled Lu Chen directly behind him. "Child, it's dangerous here. Hurry." Saying that, Uncle Dan rushed towards Li Zhanghua without any hesitation. Put. The 2 just made contact. Lee Jungkook lands a direct hit to the face that sends Marshmallow crashing to the ground stiff. What a hard punch, Lu Chen said gently. Li Zhenghua raised his head, a pair of eyes filled with murderous aura staring at Lu Chen, his tone icy cold. I don't want to kill indiscriminately, so get out and get out of my way. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth turned up. No roll. At those words, Li Zhenghua froze, spinning into a rage. He hissed, get out. The sound of it scared the old man moving cement next to him so much that he dropped his chopsticks. Older brother is also a violent temper, pointing at Li Zhenghua's nose and cursing. Grass mud horse. Shouting you paralyzed. Eat a meal a shock. Nima dead? For such verbal abuse, Li Zhenghua completely ignored it. Seeing that Lu Chen still showed no signs of getting out of the way, he launched a third charge, sharp weapon in hand. Get out or die. Not far. Yu Hyun was jumping up and down in a hurry, even though he knew that Lu Chen's hands were extraordinary. But ultimately, it's just a high school student. Compared to a trained special forces soldier, it's like a full-moon child beating up an adult strongman. It's impossible to win. Lu Chen, you sizable cutie. What a time to be out of the limelight. Yu Hyun cursed while frantically calling for backup. But the nearest comrade will take another 2 minutes to get there. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to karma, completely unable to sit still, Ryuyan drew the pistol at her waist and aimed it at the suspect. Exposure is exposure. Couldn't just watch Lu Chen get killed with his own eyes. As a police officer, Lu Chen hadn't been convicted of a crime yet, and it was her duty to protect every one of the people. Just as Ryuyan was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, the next scene that happened in front of me, it shocked her beyond belief. Only to see that Lu Chen, facing Li Zhenghua's charge, first dodged with an extreme speed, easily dodging his opponent's attack. Then with a bend of his body, he swung his fist and smashed it towards Li Zhenghua's stomach in a swift manner. There was a loud bang. Ah! Li Zhenghua let out a scream. The body was like a kite with broken strings, whooshing toward a communal table not far away. Sitting at that table for dinner was none other than my oldest brother who was moving cement. He just picked up his chopsticks, picked up the steaming noodles and was about to eat them. Puff! Lee Jungkook slammed it hard. Wow! The dining table with its bowl was directly knocked out, spilling noodle soup all over the place. Cement Lao held the chopsticks in his hand in the air and froze for half a second, blushing when he came back to his senses. He threw the chopsticks in his hand and pointed at Li Zhenghua to curse. Nias a. Ow! Before the words were finished, Li Zhenghua made a carp and directly gave the cement old brother a kick to fly out. Everyone sees this scene and realizes that it's not filming, but real police officers apprehending a murderer. Run! Shasta! Hundreds of people dispersed. Ha! The fist is quite hard. Only unfortunately, it can't be used against me at all. Li Zhenghua stood up, his words not yet finished. Looking up, he was surprised to find that Lu Chen had jumped in the air, and with his legs coiled together, he was slamming down on him. Crows and airplanes. It was accompanied by an angry shout. Lu Chen's 43-yard Nike kicked Li Zhenghua directly in his big face. Dang! The blow directly put Li Zhenghua's head, kicked and hit the floor. The whole person completely fainted. He also had a big Nike logo on his face. Next to it is a line of English letters, just do it. Ryuyan. Her entire being was completely and utterly stupid. This kid is so fierce? The special forces that 3 policemen couldn't beat with a joint effort. Lu Chen took it down easily in 2 moves? It is only known that Lu Chen is extremely proficient in math. Could it be that he was still an innate fighting saint body? Seeing that the suspect fainted and passed away, Yu Hyun's heart was finally put back into her stomach. And that's when it happened. A dozen police marshals arrived here one after another, looking at a mess in front of the eyes and fainted suspects. Uncle all confused. Didn't they say that the other side's kung fu was very high? Why did you fall asleep on the floor? Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy by fighting violence with violence. Your behavior affects a total of 103 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 10 hours. Have you ever messed with anyone before? Lu Chen looked at Li Jingya and asked. Li Jingya immediately shook her head. No, the people here are all very nice to me, and haven't gotten into trouble with anyone. At those words, Lu Chen cupped his chin in doubt. That's odd. Why would this person want to harm you? Ha! He's coming at me. Ha! Li Jingya pointed at herself in surprise. Lu Chen. People are speechless. Would really be speechless for a moment. She's a smart girl. Why can't she understand the situation? At that moment, a police marshal approached. Both students. Is it convenient to come back to the police station with us to make a statement? Lu Chen sighed. Looks like this bowl of deluxe ramen won't be eaten today. He and Li Jingya nodded together and said, yes, cow, cow, cow. 2 men in a police car. The local police station was soon reached. Inside the conference room, Lu Chen told the situation as it was. The police marshal in charge of taking notes nodded and said, "Our preliminary estimate is that this suspect is eyeing the 200,000 yuan of cash in your card, so he wants to steal it in broad daylight." However, in the course of the crime, it was discovered by Lu Chen, so the suspect directly broke and derived the motive for the murder. Having said that, Uncle Dan closed the transcript and said with palpitations, "I have to say, your kid's kung fu was really good. Not only is this suspect a wanted fugitive, but he was once a king of the special forces, and several of our colleagues were hospitalized by him." Lu Chen scratched his head and laughed. "It's just a little bit of furry kung fu. Make a statement." Lu Chen and Li Jingya walked out of the police station. At that moment, an old policeman with a steady aura approached. "Xiao Chen, have you finished your statement? Is everyone okay? Do you want me to send someone to take you home?" Lu Chen recognized at a glance that this person was the chief of the police station here. For this situation, Lu Chen had long been surprised. "It's okay, uncle. I'll just go back by myself," Lu Chen politely said. "That's good. Remember to say hello to your father for me." The director smiled with a kindly look on his face. Just about to go, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. He turned to the director and said, "Uncle, can you send my classmate back to the mall where she's going to work part-time? Send another person for protection. By the way, if you can, this Li Zhanghua." Lu Chen could be sure. He's not in it for the money. Instead, it's a punch to the gut. It seemed that there must be an unknown secret in Li Jingya. The director heard, immediately said boldly, "No problem, it happens to be our police comrades to go there to patrol, on the way to take a ride on the line. For the people's service." Li Jingya bowed in embarrassment. "Trouble, uncle policeman." After all the arrangements have been made, Lu Chen strolled back home, just pushed open the door of the Lu family villa. Snap, pop, explosions of gift tubes rang out on either side of the doorway. Directly in front of them, dozens of servants stood in a row. The floor was covered with a festive red carpet. Various kinds of flowers are arranged on both sides of the road. There was also a large banner in the air. "Welcome home, young master Lu and Qianjin Bai." Lu Chen stepped on the red carpet under his feet in a daze. "What's this for? Like you're getting married?" While Lu Chen was wondering, Mother's kind voice came from the house. "Aya, it's Lu Chen and Yue are coming back. See only." The mother, Lu Guilan, held Lu Zhixion's arm and walked out of the living room with a smile on her face. The two were dressed very formally. "I don't know. Thought it was going to be some kind of big party." However, when they saw that Lu Chen was the only one at the door, instantly, the smile disappeared from his father's face. Replacement. Another facepalm look. "How come you're the only one back? Where's Bai Wanyu?" "Bai Wanyu?" Lu Chen was enlightened. "No wonder it's such a big deal. Dare you think you're going to bring Bai Wanyu back? And I didn't say I'd bring her back with me." Lu Chen muttered. "You screwed up. You're meeting off campus and you can't even bring someone back. How did I give birth to a stupid son like you?" Lu Zhixiong cracked his mouth. The mother, Lu Guilan, hurriedly advised, "Aya, how can you be in a hurry to chase after a girl, let alone the other party being the Bai family's daughter? Forget how you chased me in the first place? It took 3 years to say the first word to you, 5 years to say yes to dating you, and 10 years for us to settle down. Compared to you, our son's progress is fast." Words. Lu Zhixiong bristled. He could never forget that Lu Chen's grandfather had scolded him for 10 years for being a stupid asshole. "Okay, just do your best." Lu Zhixiong waved his hand, and only then did he settle for saying. The servants around them all breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I didn't get mad. Every time Lu Zhixiong has a fit he smashes a bunch of stuff and they have to clean up for half a day." The words just fell. Lu Zhixiong's cell phone rang. "I don't do Big Brother for years." Lu Zhixiong glanced at the caller ID. Frowning, he pressed the answer button and said, "Hey, who the hell is that?" An old man's excited voice came over the phone. "Lu family master. Congratulations. I'm Professor Wu Zhongxiong, a mathematics professor from the Dragon Academy of Science. Your son shone in this math competition. Not only did he win the championship, and a kind boy, too, you've given birth to a good son. I intend to take him as a disciple and train him well. He will definitely shine in the math world in the future." Lu Chun, who was next to him, heard this. The daisies were tightening. Finished. To be beaten. Chapter 23. Heaven's King comes and doesn't see it, but she has to see. Fruity. After Lu Zhixiong heard this, he directly red-warmed and angrily cursed. "Accepting an apprentice? Collect Namali next door. If you dare to come to Cloudsea City, I'll let you have no return. Get out." Cursing over, Lu Zhixiong directly raised his cell phone and smashed it hard on the ground. Splat. 8848 platinum cell phone that fell right into two 4424s. The servants were all dumbfounded one by one. It seemed that they were still too happy too soon. The other side. Professor Wu heard Lu Zhixiong's tirade and wondered badly in his heart. Professor Zhang and Professor Li, who were sitting next to him, were also confused. What is this precious thing? Anyone else would have gone crazy with joy when they learned that their child was so good and had been rewarded by a professor at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. But what about Lu Zhixiong? Instead of being happy, he gave him a good scolding. This is great. The three of them's dream of going down in history was completely shattered. Inside the Lu family villa, the atmosphere in the courtyard was somber to the extreme. All the servants stood on either side with their heads lowered, not daring to breathe a single breath. Lu Zhixiong had fully understood the whole story. He held the 7 wolves in his hand and pointed at Lu Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, and said angrily, "Mamma mia, you've grown up. You even dare to cheat your father. I've told you several times. You're not allowed to study well. The most important task at the moment is to chase Bai Wanyu to me. And you? In the name of chasing Bai Wanyu, did you really go to the competition? And helped that little girl, what's her name, Li Jingya, win the championship? Still good? I'll meal you, the rebellious son, today. Say it." Lu Zhixiong raised the 7 pearly wolves brand Xianku and Ling in his hand and was about to stage a Neja's trouble in the sea. Lu Guilan knew that she could not persuade her son on the matter of his education. So simply go straight back inside and brush up on your drama. As he watched, the 7 wolves were only a few centimeters away from Lu Chen. Suddenly, a servant ran in from the door in a hurry. "Master, there's a valued guest at the door looking for the young master." The servant bowed his head and sweated. "Valued guest? Tramp, can't you see I'm educating my son? I won't see the king of heaven even if he comes," Lu Zhixiong said sharply. However, the servant still trembled and said, Is the Bai family's daughter? Bai Wanyu." This statement was made. Instantly, Lu Zhixiong froze. Only the anger on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. A smile soon reappeared. "Ha ha, well, the king of heaven doesn't see it, but she has to." Lu Zhixiong was going to punch Lu Chen in the last second. The next second directly helped Lu Chen up. He also said with a pleased face, "Worthy of being a good son of my old son. Indeed smart enough. You're more skillful than dad at the trick of trying to escape. Even I've been fooled. Why didn't I think of memorizing the answers ahead of time for the competition and getting a few professors to act them out? That's great. You got a winner." Bai Wanyu couldn't sit still and came to the door herself. "Ha ha ha, Lu Chen. This old man is not only dog-faced, he changes at the drop of a hat. The imagination is also extremely fertile. Pressing plot. He's hardwired to be able to make up his own mind." Although Lu Chen didn't know why Bai Wanyu was looking for him, but at least a skinned meal was spared. Guilan, come out to meet your daughter-in-law." Lu Zhixiong happily shouted towards the house. Soon, the family of Lu Zhixiong, Lu Guilan and Lu Chen, the board appeared squarely in front of the door of the Lu family villa. "Uncle Lu, Auntie, how are you? I'm here to find Lu Chen," Bai Wanyu said very politely. Lu Zhixiong smiled like a flower and said, "Aya, you really understands things. Next time there's something you need to say directly. I'll let Lu Chen, this little brat, find you." A big old man who lets a girl take the initiative to pay a visit is really lacking in manliness. Lu Guilan also complimented. "You is really pretty. It's really a blessing for my family Lu Chen to have made a friend like you. Come on, let's talk about what's going on inside. Don't stand out there." Hearing let into the house, Bai Wanyu didn't refuse and nodded her head. "Then I am much disturbed." "Gee, don't bother. Feel free to come back anytime you want and make this your second home." Under the warm reception of Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan, the three of them are like family, talking and laughing towards the living room. Instead, Lu Chen followed behind, acting like an outsider. The four came into the living room. At this time, Bai Wanyu was a little embarrassed. "Auntie, Uncle Lu, I have something to find Lu Chen and I want to talk to him in a separate bedroom." This statement was made. Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan's mouths froze slightly. "To the bedroom? And alone?" Spinning around, the couple's mouths split in laughter. Good. The bedroom is good. The bedroom is quiet. You guys take your time and never rush." "Yes, that's right. Dinner will be here. And if it's too late, then simply don't go home and stay here for the night." "That who? Butler Wang, hurry up and arrange the dinner and pack out another room for you." "Okay, Bai Wanyu." The two came to Lu Chen's bedroom. "Close the door." Lu Chen said expressionlessly. "Say it, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Seeing this attitude of Lu Chen, Bai Wanyu first remained silent. "Ryoko," she spoke slowly. Chapter 24, Pushin Man, True down to the head. "Lu Chen, I came to find you, actually for Ba. He wants to be your teacher and study math under you," Bai Wanyu said. After the game, Ba suffered a huge blow, but instead of being demoralized by this, he bitterly begged Bai Wanyu to come to Lu Chen to plead for mercy. As long as Lu Chen agrees to be his math tutor, Paco will accept any offer. Hear the request. Lu Chen fell into a deep thought. He considered running a math tutorial offline to brush up on his longevity. No. It takes about 1 to 2 hours to read a book and gets a life expectancy of just 3 to 6 hours. But if you teach and educate 100 students, you get 10 hours of life for every question you explain. There is time for reading. He didn't know how many questions he could talk about. And just the more students you have, the more life expectancy you add. There is simply no comparison between the two. Wants to follow me in math? No problem. Let him wait to hear. Worship is even. I'm not in the habit of taking on disciples, Lu Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, Bai Wanyu nodded and continued. Lu Chen, you have a strong talent for math. I hope you can utilize this to be a useful person to the country. Don't be a jerk and a loafer like you used to be. The kind of people who look up to their family's power and sit on their asses, I will always despise. Lu Chen, this Bai Wanyu. Always have a superior attitude in front of yourself. Not out and out mockery. It's all about pointing the finger. You haven't even said 2 words yet and you're educating yourself? I don't need you to mind my business, Lu Chen said with some impatience. Seeing Lu Chen with this attitude, Bai Wanyu frowned, and all of a sudden, her missy temper came up. The tone was aggressive. Lu Chen, don't think you're great just because you have a talent for math. If you remain as unproductive and idle as you once were, then your talent is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I thought you would have changed after the game, but I didn't. It can only ever be you. Hear this. Lu Chen's fire bubbled up. One can think about it carefully. It's totally not worth it to get angry over her. Lu Chen said expressionlessly. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Bai Wanyu gritted her teeth in anger and said unforgivingly. You think I want to come to your house? If Ba hadn't begged me for 2 hours, and even transferred directly from the capital to Yunhai City in order to study math with you, I'm not coming for you. Bugs has transferred to Cloud Sea City? I didn't think this kid would do anything to learn math. But what does it have to do with you? Lu Chen said with an icy gaze. No sending. The words just fell. The bedroom door was kicked open with a snap. Lu Shixiong, who had been eavesdropping for half a day, walked in with a wolfsbane stick and said angrily, You little brat, why are you chatting with Yuer? If you want to roll, you roll. Vacate the house for Yuer. I don't have you as a son from today. There is only Bai Wanyu as a daughter. The mother, Lu Guilan, leaned against the doorframe, knocking on a melon seed, and said in a contemptuous tone, Pushin' man, reel down head. Lu Chen, Dad, Mom, why are you eavesdropping on us? Lu Chen said with a speechless face. Sure enough, in the Dragon Kingdom, no matter what kind of family, children never have privacy from their parents. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Lu Zhixiang was slightly stunned, and then he replied, It's not because I'm afraid you'll plot against Yuer. Yuer came to our house for the first time. If you do something wrong to her, how can I, as a father, go out and explain to others? Lu Chen was completely speechless. Could there be a more outrageous reason? He couldn't wait for something to happen between himself and Bai Wanyu, right? At this time, Lu Guilan pulled Bai Wanyu to her side and said smilingly, let's go. Accompany me to the living room for a chat. I'm bored with these 2 straight men at home every day. No one even talks to me. Bai Wanyu had wanted to refuse. After all, the purpose for which she had come here had been accomplished, and there was no need to stay on. But Lu Guilan didn't give her the chance to open her mouth at all. Stiffly took his arm and pulled him into the living room for a natter. After the 2 women left, Lu Shixiang whispered, Brat, you're a bit played out in your desire to escape. If it wasn't for me saving the day in time, all your previous efforts would have been in vain. It's true that you still need to learn more from Popsme when it comes to chasing women. Lu Shixiang showed a smug expression. Lu Chen, with the hospitality of my parents. From start to finish, Bai Wanyu didn't even have the chance to open her mouth to say she was leaving. The time quickly came to 7 p.m. and it was time for dinner. The gilded living room. The table was covered with a wide array of food. Lu Guilan and Lu Zhixian kept on chucking dishes for Bai Wanyu. Yuer, this king crab was flown in from the island an hour ago, so try how it tastes. Yuer, this matsutake mushroom is brain healthy and beneficial, and I heard that it can also beautify the body, so eat more. Less than 2 minutes. A small bowl of white rice, hardened and added to a Christmas tree. Bai Wanyu couldn't hold her bowl steady and laughed awkwardly. Thank you, aunt and uncle. I can do it myself. On the contrary, Lu Chen sighed. Looking at the empty bowl, Lu Chen was confused. Dad, Mom, where's my rice? Lu Zhixian's old face was crossed. Go and shang yourself. You can't even chat. How dare you still let Yuer go? This is your punishment. Lu Chen sighed. He shuddered to think. If you really marry Bai Wanyu back, How low can one's family status go? After dinner, Lu Guilan insisted on dragging Bai Wanyu for a walk to cool off. Lu Chen naturally had to accompany. How could he not realize that it was for this vinegar that Mom had made the dumplings? Soon, the three of them then arrived at the busiest section of Yunhai City, Guild Street. As far as the eye could see, the road was lined with gleaming jewelry stores. Not only that, but there are all kinds of lottery stores and gambling stores. In front of the gambling store, many gamblers gathered there, in order to get rich overnight, thus throwing away thousands of dollars. However, most of them lose their money and even their wives. Geez, it's really lively. Moon, let's go. Let's go to that store. Lu Guilan pointed to a store. After a period of time, Bai Wanyu didn't feel awkward anymore and nodded. Aha! Mother and Bai Wanyu walked in front of them on their arms. Lu Chen followed silently, as the trio passed by the front of a gambling store. Suddenly, Lu Chen saw a familiar figure. See only, inside the gambling store, Li Jingya took out the 200,000 yuan bank card and handed it to the gambling store owner. Chapter 25 Debt Repayment. Heaven and Earth? Boss, there's $200,000 in the card, enough to pay off my father's debt. In front of the gambling store, Li Jingya handed the bank card to the boss. There was a happy smile on his face. The thought of paying off the debt. Life is much less stressful later on. Li Jingya was thrilled. The future is also becoming brighter. The owner of the gambling store is an obese middle-aged man with a big gold chain and a small watch, and a jaded atmosphere. He half-heartedly took the bank card, had a junior-looking clerk next to him verify it. After determining that there was really $200,000 in the card, the owner's mouth dropped into a grin. Ha ha, Jingya, you're much better than your father. So much money at such a young age. Tell uncle how you earned it? The boss stared at Li Jingya with a pair of colorful eyes and smiled badly. Noticing the other man's light-hearted gaze, Li Jingya was uncomfortable, thinking that she would never have to deal with such a person again. Li Jingya forced herself to hold back her discomfort and said, "It's what I earned from participating in the math competition. Uncle, I have paid back all the money my father owes you. From now on, our family will owe you nothing, and please don't send any more people to our house. Bye, uncle." After saying that, Li Jingya turned around and left. However, at that moment, the boss's voice sank and his tone was cold. "Stand still. Who said you paid it all back? This 200,000 has been owed for so long. How can we charge some interest?" Hearing this, Li Jingya's heart tightened. But when you think about it, how much interest can there be? The big deal is to keep working to pay it off. She turned and asked, "Tell me, uncle, how much interest do you want?" The owner compared it to a yeah and laughed. $200,000. This statement was made. Li Jingya's eyes instantly widened. Panic was written all over his face. She clenched her fists and said angrily, "I only owe you a total of $200,000. And even if I've been dragging my feet for 4 or 5 years, it's impossible for the interest to be as much as the principal, right?" The boss revealed 2 large gold teeth and laughed. "When I lend out money, the interest rate is whatever I say it is. I'll take this 200,000, and remember to pay back the remaining 200,000 in a hurry. Otherwise, it could become 400,000 again. Say it." The owner and a couple of clerks beside him burst out laughing. Hear that? Li Jingya was so anxious that she was about to cry out and said with red eyes, "You're committing fraud and breaking the law." This statement was made. The owner's face instantly sank, and his tone was grim. "Little girl, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Here's the IOU. It's written in black and white. Dare to say I'm breaking the law. Believe it or not, I'll scratch your face." The boss raised a watermelon knife and said viciously. Li Jingya was so frightened that she backed up, her face pale. The boss snorted coldly and said, "Get lost. If you dare not pay back the money, I'll bring someone to smash your mother's doghouse. Bah! And the money you earned from the contest, I think you just sold it. Keep going to sell it. When the pink turns to black, when the old man's money is paid off, Guild Street is crowded. Such a noisy scene. It can't help but attract a crowd of onlookers." When the crowd saw the pitiful Li Jingya, a few well-meaning people stepped forward to advise them. "Little girl, hurry up and go. Who are you messing with but him? Yes, this gambling stone Lu is a notorious bully. Don't look at it as just the owner of a gambling stone store, but the whole Guild Street is under his control. That's right, you can't fight him as a little girl, so just admit it." Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Recognize? Why should I recognize? A middle-aged man of a few dozen years of age is blackmailing a minor. Do you deserve to be a human being?" This statement was made. Everyone looked away, only to see Lu Chun, Lu Guilan, and Bai Wanyu walked out. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced 75 people. Bonus, life expectancy plus 7 hours. Lu Chen didn't expect to come out for a shopping trip and still be able to brush his life expectancy. But the heart is not happy. Because of the scene that just happened, it succeeded in making Lu Chen furious. The image of Li Jingya and her mother talking on video during a math competition is still fresh in her mind. He was well aware of how hard and difficult it was for Li Jingya to pay off her debt. Class, don't cry. Wipe your tears. By one you came to Li Jingya's side and pulled out a tissue and said. When Jingya Li video talked with her mother, she was similarly deeply moved. Know that young Ali is a strong and difficult girl. Thanks. Li Jingya said with red eyes. At this time, the mother, Lu Guilan, stepped forward and said with a smile, Boss, it doesn't look like you're short of money. Since the kid gave you your money back, you can let her off the hook. Why do you have to push a little girl to the brink? It's not like a man to do that. Gambler Lu frowned. Been in the jungle for years. He could tell at a glance that these three were not simple people. The dress, grooming, and demeanor were clearly not ordinary, but as the boss of the whole street, and with so many minions around to watch, he had to maintain his dignity and arched his hand, saying, it's only right to pay what you owe. And her father jumped out of a building when he had an IOU for $200,000 with me. As a daughter, one is obligated to pay one's father's debts, don't you think? Hear that? Lu Guilan immediately revealed an impatient expression and waved her hand. Come on, don't give me that. I know how you people are. You'll never stop until you've sucked someone dry. How about this? How much interest does she owe you that you can charge at the highest national bank rate? This statement was made. Gambling Lu was instantly disgruntled. Charged at bank rates? Then why is he a gangster? Go work in a bank. Gambler Lu's eyes revealed a murderous aura, but he still politely said, this matter is a private matter between me and this girl. It has nothing to do with you. I also hope that this lady will hurry up and leave and not meddle. Hearing this, Lu Guilan also lost her temper and said with wide eyes, I'm still in charge of this matter today. Moment. Lu Guilan exuded an inexplicable sense of majesty. This aura directly shocked Gambling Lu as well as the surrounding crowd of eaters. One by one. At this moment, everyone was speculating about the woman's true identity. Watch the atmosphere around you drop to freezing point. At this time, Lu Chen stood out and said, tell you what, 200,000 in interest. I'll pay for her. However, I see that the stones in your store are good. How about giving me one for free? If he was the only one present, he would not hesitate to give this boss a fat beating and throw him into the police station. But there was his mother, Li Jingya, and Bai Wanyu around him. There are so many other minions on the other side. He was afraid of moving and hurting his family. Hear this. Lu Guilan, Bai Wanyu and Li Jingya all looked at Lu Chen with puzzled faces. Gambling Lu's face, however, was happy. Originally, he was all set to concede and wait to investigate Lu Guilan's identity before discussing it. I didn't realize this stupid kid was willing to offer to pay for it. What a wimp. Egu, this handsome man is really atmospheric. No problem. I very much approve of your solution. All the stones in the store. Take your pick. Gambling Lu happily said. All the stones he has here are junk. No one wants to sell one for 200. Since this stupid kid in front of me yet he is willing to pay 200,000 for it. Then let him take his pick. Under the incomprehensible gaze of his mother, Li Jingya, and Bai Wanyu, Lu Chen cleanly picked out a small stone. The surface of the stone is very rough. Under the light, you could vaguely see that it was full of impurities. If it wasn't laid out in a gambling store, no one wants it if it's thrown on the street. That's the one. Cut it up for me. Lu Chen clapped his hands and said, okay. Gambling Lu hemmed and hawed, outwardly respectful. In his heart, he cursed Lu Chen to no end. What a great for people who are stupid and have a lot of money. You can't pick a better stone. Lu Chen, why did you agree to give him money? Isn't this nourishing the crookedness of society? Bai Wanyu questioned. Lu Guilan was also puzzled. Son, when did you become so good-tempered? Lu Chen smiled mysteriously. No talking. The onlookers looked disappointed. Thought these three were some kind of big deal. Dare I say that's all there is to it. Just when everyone thought there was no show and was ready to disperse, suddenly, the next scene occurred. To everyone's dismay, only to see, when the stone that Lu Chen had picked was cut, when the crowd saw the emerald green sheen in the stone, all of them were, at once, dumbstruck, jaw-dropping, dumb as a boarder. After a long time, an onlooker shouted, Imperial Green, it's Imperial Green. This statement was made. The eaters who were just about to leave gathered around again. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the green color revealed in the cross-section of the stone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really Imperial Green. First time I've seen it in my life. Boy, this color, this smoothness, it's simply the finest of the finest. Did any of the know-it-alls explain that Imperial Green is awesome? Imperial Green is the most precious and rare material in gambling stones. A small piece of stone like this can be sold for at least $20 million. How much? $20 million? I've never seen so much money in my ING life. Holy cow. That's $200,000 well spent. With a return of 100 times. Awesome 666. I'm envious. Lu Guilan and Bai Wanyu had a look of disbelief on their faces. Born in a famous family, they know quite a bit about jewelry. And how can you not know the gold content of Imperial Green? I didn't realize my son had such a good eye, Lu Guilan said with some confusion. When did his own good son learn to gamble? Lu Chen, this luck is really no one. Bai Wanyu couldn't help but sigh as well. You make $20 million cutting a random rock. If it wasn't for what's happening right in front of us. She even suspected that Lu Chen was a dog trust. On the side, Li Jingya's gaze was a bit dull. The Imperial Green that my father had been clamoring for during his lifetime. Is this the thing? Store. Gambling Lu and the clerk in charge of cutting the stone were dumbfounded. The two of them rubbed their eyes and thought they had misread it. But upon seeing that it was indeed Imperial Green, the two of them were completely and utterly dumbfounded. The store has been open for decades. Never had a shipment this big. It is reasonable to say that a piece of Imperial Green raw stone can be sold for at least $300,000. It's just that the surface of the stone looks so trashy. It doesn't look like you can drive a big load in any way. That's why it was thrown into the store as substandard. A million times more. This, the clerk looked to the owner, not knowing what to do. Mad. Gambler Lu's face was suffocating red. Just now, he also scolded Lu Chen for being a person who is stupid and has a lot of money. And the result? Stone everything. 200,000 turned into 20 million. Even more aggravating. It was supposed to be $300,000 a piece for a raw emerald green stone. He sold it for $200,000. Lose $100,000, not to mention. It also quelled Yung A Li's debt. It's a total loss to my own mother. If this gets out to my little brother in Piers, how will he ever be able to work on Gilded Street again? Lu Chen in front of the store smiled. He had long ago used his perspective to see the Emperor Green material in the stone. Why else would you pay $200,000 for a rock? Boss, is my stone cut yet? Lu Chen asked with a smile. This gentleman. Gambling Lu gritted his teeth in anger and forced out a smile. It's like this. I've decided that I don't want Li Jingya's interest. In that case, our contract is void. This stone, naturally, is not yours. Hear that? Lu Chen frowned. Playing this game with yourself? Then you've come to the right person. Chapter 26. Someone wants us dead. Do you care? Seeing Gambling Lu with this attitude, the hearts of the onlookers all stuttered. And, that's $20 million down the drain. Those who knew him well. Once Gambler Lu tried to renege on his debt. It's useless for anyone to come. I already knew it would be this kind of result. If a color worth tens of thousands of dollars is opened, this young man may still be able to take it. As for the $20 million worth of Imperial Green, he is afraid that he won't be able to get even a single penny. Betting on Stone Lu is like this. It's a shame, but although the little girl's account is evened out, it's even harder when the $20 million that was on your lips has disappeared. The foodies have lost their minds. It was as if they had lost $20 million. And one of them cried out in pity. Lu Chen smiled gently and said, Boss, a gentleman's word is a bond. You wouldn't want to renege on your debt, would you? Gambling Lu snorted coldly and said, Kid, don't go around and ask around. Am I a gentleman for betting on Stone Lu? I've been polite enough to you from the beginning, so be sensible and don't force me to turn the other cheek. Having said that, a sinister expression appeared on Gambler Lu's face. In a different situation just now he could have conceded. But $20 million for nothing is right in front of us, even if a piece of flesh falls off the body, and he would never give that money away. At this time, Lu Guilan frowned tightly and said, Boss, it's okay, bullying people all the way to our heads? The deal was $200,000 for you and the stone for us. Spit it out and lick it back? Hearing Lu Guilan's words, Gambling Stone Lu instantly red temperature, blowing his beard and glaring, Hempabatsi, less BB those useless. Don't give me the face. If you piss me off, I won't let any of you go. Having said that, he gestured toward the minions beside him. Several of the minions immediately ran towards the various gold stores around the area. Obviously, it's called for. Lu Guilan looked in her eyes, and in an instant, the old gentle look was no longer there. In its place, the black boss's woman is what she should look like. She stared at her eyes. Her entire aura of anger opened up, and angrily cursed. Mudhorse Lagobi. Dare an old lady glaring eyes. Put more than 10 years ago I cut you a BYD. I'm going to take this stone today. If anyone dares to stand in the way, I'll chop his own mother. Just you. And you're still betting on Stone Lu. I'll you up. Feel this powerful aura. The surrounding eaters didn't dare to take a breath. Everyone was inexplicably panicked. Bai Wanyu looked at Lu Guilan with a shocked expression. I remember an aunt who was always kind and friendly. I didn't realize there was such a dominant side. Gambling on Stone Lu was no exception. He stared daggers at Lu Guilan. A cold sweat inexplicably ran down his back. Fingers were trembling. But nevertheless, he still refuses to give in. Old, you've managed to piss me off. I congratulate you. And no one will walk off Guild Street today. Not you or these 3 children. And all these people around here who are watching. If you don't want to die, get out now. The munchers were up to their necks in chrysanthemums. They know. Once Gambler Lu cleans up the scene, that's getting real. With that, everyone scattered towards the surroundings as if they were fleeing. Less than a minute. Only Lu Chen, Lu Guilan, Bai Wanyue and Li Jingya were left in front of the empty gambling store. See the situation. Lu Guilan couldn't stand up either. She knew she was old and had been a good wife and mother for so many years that the fights were not as good as they had been at all. There are 3 children around. No matter what, the kids can't get hurt. Think about it. She immediately took out her cell phone and dialed Lu Zhixiong's number. At this moment, the Lu family villa. Inside the living room, Lu Zhixiong sat on the sofa, smoking a cigar with a smile on his face. He's very happy today. One step closer to his son Lu Chen marrying Bai Wanyu. Once these 2 kids are married, with the White family in the background, the Lu family's position in the Dragon Kingdom would be more secure. Until then, he could also rest assured that he would hand over Lu's group to Lu Chen and retire to enjoy his life in peace. Master, the new cell phone has arrived. At this time, the butler walked over with the 8848 platinum cell phone he had just bought. Lu Zhixiong opened his new cell phone while saying, everyone did well today. I'm very happy. Later, you will find the finance and each of you will receive a red packet of $100,000. Hear this. The butler and all the servants wore expressions of joy. Thank you, Master. The crowd was unanimous in their thanks. Lu Zhixiong crossed his legs and just inserted the calling card. Suddenly, I received a call from my wife, Lu Guilan. No hesitation. Lu Zhixiong answered immediately. Hey, wife, buy any jewelry you like. Don't you still have a few $100 million of pocket money in your card? Why are you calling me? Lu Zhixiong took a sharp drag on his cigar and said. However, Lu Guilan's next words. However, it made Lu Zhixiong, who was full of smiles, instantly change his face and directly read temperature. Lu Zhixiong, there's a black-hearted boss on Guild Street who wants to hack me and Chen her to death. Moon is there too. Do you care? They've called someone. If you don't come, your son and Yuer will all be dead. Hear this. The cigar in Lu Zhixiong's mouth fell off in shock. He swished to his feet. The anger rose 3 feet high. Almost didn't set the villa on fire. He's a bastard. What kind of thing that doesn't want to live dares to bully you guys? Don't worry. I'll be right over. Having said that, Lu Zhixiong ran wildly towards the garage as he did so. Frantic phone calls all the while. Hey, Black Tiger, is Guild Street in your jurisdiction? How are you being a big brother? You mayor? My old man's wife and son are about to be chopped up on Guild Street. If they lose a hair, I'll chop you up. Hey, Money Leopard, immediately bring all the brothers around you and gather at Guild Street for me. Someone wants to touch your sister-in-law and Chenner. Hey, Eagle, what the hell are you doing? Massage? Massage your ass. Hurry up and bring someone over. Your sister-in-law is about to be chopped up. Hey, Lu Zhixiong made a dozen phone calls. The receiver of each call was a big brother from a different area of Cloud Sea City. And shortly after those calls were made, same time, Yunhai City, all areas, all streets, swarms of SUVs, vans, and trucks began to head out. These cars are traveling to the exact same destination. That was the busiest street in Cloud Sea City. It was also where Lu Chen was. Guild Street. Chapter 27. What do you mean by descending blow? In front of the gambling store, Lu Guilan just hung up the phone. A group of men armed with clubs and weapons then poured out of the various gold stores around them. Each of them had a ferocious look and directly surrounded Lu Chen, Lu Guilan, Li Jingya and Bai Wanyu. At this time, Gambling Lu walked out with a grim smile on his face. Old, dare to mess with me. Now you know you regret it? Upon hearing this, Lu Guilan pointed to her nose and cursed. Regret? I regret you, Malagobi. When I was playing with these, you were in the deer's den. What are you playing with me? Hear that? Gambler Lu's face was gloomy. Getting yelled at in front of the house in front of dozens of minions. What's the difference between that and taking a stinking on his head? Dead old, toast to the wind. I'll teach you to be a man today. Beat me to death. Gambling Lou waved his big hand and said viciously, eyes on the fight. Suddenly, Gambler Lou's cell phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, his face changed dramatically with a swish, because it was no one else who called him. It's the big brother, the Black Tiger, who usually doesn't even qualify for a meeting. Tiger? Gambling Lou immediately pressed the answer button and trembled. On the phone, a very domineering man's voice came. Gambling Stone Lou proposed. Do you know who you're targeting now? She's from the Lou family. If you haven't done it yet, stop now, or no one will be able to save your dog's life. Hearing the word Lou family, Gambler Lou was so scared that his cell phone almost didn't fall on the ground. Those 2 words were heaven to him. He wouldn't dare to blaspheme even if he had 10,000 guts. Stop it all. Nobody move. Gambling Lou bellowed. Immediately afterward, in plain sight, just see, Gambling Stone Lou walked straight to Lou Guilan front. Plop. Kneel down, slapping herself while crying. I'm sorry. I'm blind. I deserve to die. I really don't know what I'm doing and I deserve to die. It's all because I don't know your real identity. Otherwise, even if I were given 100 dog guts, I wouldn't dare offend you. The scene that suddenly happened in front of them confused everyone. Just now they were yelling about beating people to death. How do you answer a phone call and start slapping yourself on your knees? Brother Lou, why kneel down for this shrew? Just chop her to death. A punk with dyed red hair raised the watermelon knife in his hand and screamed. When Gambling Lou heard this, he almost didn't give his lungs an explosion of anger. What is this, mate? The fact that Lousy had already knelt down meant that the woman in front of him couldn't be messed with at all. Why can't you tell the difference? Chop you up. Stop barking at the dog and come over here and apologize. Gambling Lou cursed with a red face. The anger in his heart all spread to the other party. The red-haired punk's face sank when he heard that he was told to admit his mistake. The eyes were filled with murderous rage. Ha! Gambling Stone Lou, I've long been impatient with you. A goon like you, who only has money in his eyes, deserves to be our boss? The red-headed punk said in a cold voice. This statement was made. All the juniors, as if responding to the call, all stared intently at Gambling Stone Lou. Each of them had a grim expression and an unkind look on their faces. Seeing this scene, Gambling Stone Lou's heart thumped and he somewhat panicked. What do you guys want? The red-haired gangster pointed with his watermelon knife and sneered. Brothers, chop up Gambling Stone Lou and all these people. When I get to the top, I won't treat everyone poorly. Tomorrow in front of Tiger, just say that both sides fought and accidentally killed a few people. I'm sure Tiger won't care about these few dog lives. Hear that? A few juniors let out a hee-hee cold laugh. Carrying mountain-opening knives in their hands, they walked over towards Lou and Lu Chen and the others. Looking at the brightly shining greatsword in front of him, Gambling Lou was trembling with fear, kneeling on the ground and unable to move. How could he not expect that his little brother would turn against him? On the side, Lu Guilan similarly frowned, her heart incomparably shocked. Having been in the business for many years, she naturally hadn't seen this kind of drama before. I just didn't expect it to happen today. Mom, you guys stand back, and hurry up when you get a chance later. Lu Chen blocked the front and said expressionlessly. By one Yuan Li Jingya looked at Lu Chen's tall and magnificent back and an inexplicable feeling rose in their hearts. Is that what security is? Don't be a hero, son. Your father will be here soon. Lu Guilan said worriedly. The red-headed punk sneered. Go, none of you will get out alive today. Cut me to death. The words fell. The 3 juniors accelerated their steps and raised the watermelon knives in their hands to slash towards Lu Chen. Seeing that the other party had already rushed to the front, just then, suddenly, a car horn sounded on both sides of the street. Drop! Drip! Stop it! All of you! It was accompanied by a strong man's voice. In an instant, the punks in front of the gambling store all stopped and looked towards both sides of the street. See only, a truck and van drove into Guilt Street. Each vehicle was filled with people, all holding sharp weapons such as open knives, watermelon knives, and wolfsbane sticks. At a glance, the caravan was like a long dragon, and you couldn't see the edge at all. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire Guilt Street was filled with cars. Swish swish swish, everyone in the car leapt down with weapons in hand. Hundreds, if not thousands of people, instantly stood the entire street. Although Gambling Stone Lou and Red Hair and others have been mixing for many years, this is the first time they have seen a scene as big as this. For a while, everyone stood still and silent in fear. At this point, one of the SUVs in the lead opened its door, and a tall man with a murderous face and a lower tiger tattooed on his back stepped out. With the appearance of this man, in an instant, Gambling Stone Lou, Yellow Hair, and the crowd of minions all sucked in a breath of cold air. This person is one of the backbone big brothers of Lou's group, Black Tiger. Those who can be the big brother of the Lou family are the toughest of the tough. Rumor has it that back in the day, The black tiger chased a dozen or so people and chopped them up for a few blocks with just one person and a knife. This kind of vigor and momentum is simply incomparable to ordinary people. Before the crowd could come back to their senses, click, 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 click. Several car doors opened again. Money Leopard, Eagle and a bunch of other skeleton big brothers got off the bus in unison and walked out. There are countless amazing legends that have happened to all of these people. Take out any one of them and it will make these punks obey. The appearance of several big brothers. For the Gambling Stone, Lou and Red Hair and others. It's almost like a descending blow. Everyone was trembling with fear. Their legs were shaking like they were breakdancing. And the weapons in their hands were barely able to hold them. And the more frightening is yet to come. When these big brothers walk out. In the darkness of the night, Lu Shixiong, a cigar lit in his hand, appeared out of nowhere. Master Xiong. Master Xiong. Seeing Lu Shixiong, Black Tiger, Money Leopard as well as Eagle and the rest of the big brothers were respectful. Aha! Lu Shixiong nodded slightly without anger. The gloomy face was extremely oozing under the darkness of the night. Seeing this face, the punks such as Gambling Stone, Lou and Red Hair were completely stunned. Everyone's eyes were hollow and they were sweating coldly. The weapons in his hands began to fall to the ground like lubricant. There were even people who couldn't withstand this great sense of pressure and directly plopped down. Kneeling down. Master Xiong. Xiong. Xiong Xiong Xiong. Gambling Lou kneeled on the ground and trembled. I don't know when. A water stain appeared on the ground. Chapter 28. I suddenly remembered something important. Lu Shixiong didn't even look at him. He walked straight towards Lu Guilan and Lu Chan and the others. It was a great relief to see his family safe and sound. At this time, Black Tiger directly kicked Gambling Lou a few meters away and cursed. Asterisk 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 you. All you know is to cause trouble for me all day long. Who the hell dares to touch? I think you're really tired of living. Hurry up and die. Gambler Lou got his ass kicked. But he didn't dare to complain in the slightest and hurriedly climbed up, crying, Tiger, I didn't move Mrs. Lou and the others It's the Red Hair that turned against the water, not only threatening to cut them to death, but also to cut me to death. Redhead had long been scared silly, and when he heard this, he immediately begged for mercy. Tiger, I'm wrong. I really didn't know they were from the Lu family. Otherwise I wouldn't have dared to commit a crime even if I was killed. Tiger. Please let me live. I'm absolutely loyal to you, Tiger. Hear this. Black Tiger looked at Lu Shixiong. The meaning was clear. He wanted to know what Lu Shixiong planned to do with it. Lu Shixiong snorted coldly and said in an icy tone, do what you have to do, according to the rules. If not handled well, I'll deal with you. When he heard this, immediately, Black Tiger's heart tightened. He's more powerful, more arrogant, more background. In front of Lu Shixiong, he was also like a chicken cub. Power, status, wealth. Which one of them wasn't given to him by Luck Chi-hung? In other words, whoever the Lu family made big brother was big brother. Immediately, Black Tiger waved his hand and called out to a few of his juniors. Tie them all up and transport them all to the docks. Yes, Tiger, a few of the minions answered. Hearing this, Gambling Lou, Red Hair and a group of punks were so scared that they begged bitterly, with tears and snot running down their faces. But no amount of begging would help. It didn't take long for all the punks involved in the incident at the gambling store to be put into sacks and transported towards the pier. As far as shipping to the dock for what? No doubt about it. Naturally, you're there to experience the once-in-a-lifetime immersion snorkeling. After dealing with these assholes, Lu Shixiong looked at Lu Chen and scolded. It's all your fault you're a dead kid. You don't do your family business. You have to go to that B school. But if you usually show your face more, would Gambler Lou not recognize you? If he knew you were my son, would this have happened tonight? Almost got your mom and Moon involved, not to mention losing so many brothers. Tomorrow, Sunday, you're going to show me the door. Hearing his father's tirade, Lu Chen bristled. He knew that part of what Pops had said was a genuine scolding of himself, and some of it was to take care of Black Tiger's face. The jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's about people. After all, the Black Tiger is a party big brother. Karma his little brother. The steps that should be given or to give. As expected, after Lu Shixiong finished saying this, Black Tiger smiled and advised. Master Xiong, why are you blaming Xiao Chen? It's all because those little brothers aren't up to speed. I told them a long time ago that our Lu family only does serious business, and will never engage in bullying. Instead of listening, they're getting worse, so sooner or later they're going to get into big trouble. In my opinion, Xiao Chen should be praised for helping to remove the scourge from the house. Worthy of being a big brother who had been in the business for many years. A few words down the line, criticism directly turned into praise. If he's not a big brother, who is? When Lu Shixiong heard this, he laughed loudly and said, okay, I've booked a box in the Henteing Manor, so my brothers will enjoy eating, drinking and having fun tonight. I'll pay for everything. When these words came out, Black Tiger, Money Leopard, and the other big brothers raised their hands to applaud. Immediately afterward, a group of people left in a forward and backward motion. It didn't take long before there were only a few dozen people left in place, leaving Lu Chen and the others as bodyguards. Seeing that Guilt Street had returned to its usual calm, Li Jingya walked over and said gratefully, "Auntie, Mr. Lu Chen, Mr. Bai Wanyu, thank you so much for tonight. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you guys." Lu Guilan had seen the math competition video and knew that Li Jingya was a poor and strong girl, and gently said, "No need to thank the girl. If it were anyone else, I would have stood up for her. But, if you really want to thank me, there's something I'd like to ask you for a favor." This statement was made. Lu Chen and Bai Wanyu wore puzzled looks. The noblewoman of the Lu family, the woman of the black boss. What's the point of asking a high school kid for a favor? Li Jingya also froze, then nodded her head like pounding garlic. "Tell me, Auntie, if I can help you, I will do my best." She fought her heart out in gratitude. Lu Chen just relieved her in front of the school yesterday, and today it helped her win the $200,000 prize for the math competition, then saved his life by fighting off a mugger at the mall during the day, and then in the evening, he went out of his way to smooth out her debts. She could never repay such a favor in a lifetime. Only to hear, Lu Guilan slowly spoke. "Our family is busy with business, and there is an urgent need for a waiter at one of the hotels. I heard you work part-time to subsidize your family. I wonder if you're helping me out with this immediate need? Don't worry, work as many hours as you want. It won't interfere with your studies. Salary well, 20,000 a month, plus a dividend at the end of the year." Hearing such a condition, Li Jingya's mouth opened wide in shock. Lu Chen and Bai Wanyu also understood Lu Guilan's intentions. Where's the favor being asked of her? It was clearly a favor to her. You know, the average monthly salary per capita in Yunhai City is only 6,000. The average waiter's salary is even less than 4,000. Instead, Lu Guilan offered her 20,000 a month, plus end-of-year dividends. The working hours are still set as she is. You can't find a job like this even if there's a mushroom cloud rising from your ancestors' graves. Auntie. Li Jingya was moved to tears. A pair of big watery eyes looked at Lu Guilan, too excited to speak. Lu Chen had already helped her so much. Now Lu Chen's mother has also stepped in to help. For a moment, she didn't even know what to say. Lu Guilan laughed. "Girl, in life, there will always be bumps in the road. When you break out of a rut, look back and watch. At that time, it will be realized that the person who was once yourself is beyond dazzling. Go home early and rest. Here's the hotel address. Remember to report on time tomorrow." Lu Guilan handed her a business card. Li Jingya looked at the business card in her hand and nodded her head frantically in thanks. Another thank you to Lu Chen and Bai Wanyu. Then he turned and disappeared into the darkness of the night. What a good girl. Lu Guilan looked at Li Jingya's departing back inside. At this time, Bai Wanyu, who was on the side, looked at Lu Guilan and a warmth surged in her heart. An extremely scary thought even popped into her head. If you really marry Lu Chen and become a family, it seems good to have a mother like Lu Guilan. But the idea only surfaced for a few seconds. Bai Wanyu then dismissed the idea. No, there was no way she would ever be reduced to a tool of the family union. And don't marry a man like Lu Chen, who is not progressive. Her spouse, who must be good, must love her. It's more important to be trippy and positive. She's breaking away from the white family. She wants to be in charge of her life. After Li Jingya left, Bai Wanyu also insisted on going back to her house. At that exact moment, the Bai family chauffeur came to pick her up in a Mercedes-Benz commercial car with 7 or 8 bodyguards beside him. "Auntie, I just happened to pass by your house on my way back. Why don't you take my car and go with me?" Bai Wanyu warmly invited. Of course Lu Guilan was willing, pulling Lu Chen and jumping into the car. But when the car was about to start, Lu Guilan made a small jump and ran out. "Son, I suddenly remembered something important. So you should accompany Yuera back." Lu Guilan revealed a mysterious smile. Lu Chen's face was a la. He knew that mom was creating an opportunity for them to be alone. I also suddenly remembered something important. So let Bai Wanyu go back by herself. With that, Lu Chen was about to jump out of the car. Lu Guilan's face darkened when she saw this. Raising his foot, he kicked back Lu Chen, who was about to land on the ground. Then with a big pull, he slammed the door shut. "Have a safe trip." Lu Guilan smiled and waved her hand. Through the car window, Lu Chen wanted to cry. That's so pro-mom. Chapter 29 set a small goal first. It's October, the night breeze is blowing, and the fall winds are sending a few cooler breezes. The Cloud Sea City in the evening was brightly lit and illusory and flashy. Streets, Inside a moving Mercedes business car, Lu Chen and Bai Wanyu sat in the back seat, and the atmosphere was weird and quiet. Half a meter separates the two. If not for the window restrictions, Lu Chen was even able to sit outside the car. Lu Chen. In the middle of the day, Bai Wanyu miraculously took the initiative to speak. Say, Lu Chen said faintly, with a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Whenever the two of them meet, the other either taunts or educates them, and has caused PTSD for Lu Chen, post-traumatic stress disorder. As expected, Bai Wanyu spoke next. If you'll listen to advice, I sincerely hope you won't get involved in any business in the family. You have a great talent for math and are perfectly capable of living in this world with that ability, relying on the family business all the time. Ever thought about what happens if your family falls on hard times someday? How are you supposed to live in the world without dependence? And what will you do to support your aging parents? Hearing the death trifecta of questions, the look of a pain mask appeared on Lu Chen's face. Pinch of numbness. It's starting again. You're playing a game of chicken here? Brainwashing a Yakuza male into a positive triple threat? The emotional value of the generics filled her offering. Compared to the mental torture at this moment, Lu Chen would rather be whipped with a few belts by his old man. Good. Stay out of the family business and try to make it on your own. Lu Chen was honest. No matter what. Say yes first. Save the endless, constant chanting. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Bai Wanyu's eyes lit up. Really? She said in disbelief. Really? Lu Chen said expressionlessly. So are you free tomorrow? Ba wants to ask you for math lessons and I'll tutor alone. Bai Wanyu said with rare happiness. Lu Chen answered without even thinking about it. No time, Pops is making me watch the field tomorrow. Bai Wanyu? Bai Wanyu was breathless with anger. What has been read back in disorder? The last second just promised to stay out of the family business. Next thing you know, you're going to see the field? This was not taking her words seriously at all. A pang of disappointment ran through Bai Wanyu's heart. Sure enough, dogs never change to eat that. A dude will always be a dude. And Lu Chen naturally had his own agenda when he was willing to visit the venue. At home, there is daily supervision by servants. But whenever Lu Chen reads a book related to his studies, he can't avoid eating a meal of belt noodles made by his old man. Even that Dragon Kingdom martial arts book was bought in the name of learning martial arts for self-defense. But it's not the same when you go to a venue. There he is the boss, unencumbered, and can take a good swipe at longevity. How could Bai Wanyu know what Lu Chen was thinking? Thinking that Lu Chen is just rotten to the core. She simply threw her face away, looked out the window and stopped talking. This is exactly what Lu Chen wanted. All the way to the ears much cleaner. Soon, the car traveled to the entrance of the Lu family villa. Lu Chen just got off the car. Behind the boom came a heavy door closing sound. Almost did not give him earwax shock out. Nervous, Lu Chen cursed, then strolled towards his home. Back to the bedroom, Lu Chen threw off his shoes, collapsed on the bed, and opened the system panel. Host, Lu Chen. Functional state of the body, perfect. Remaining life, 40 days to 8 hours, 34 minutes, 43 seconds. Martial arts mastery, LV10. Max. World class. Math literacy, LV10. Max. World class. Looking at his message, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. In one short day, he swiped another 11 days of life. But that's just 40 days to make it to the entrance exams. I guess I'll have to think of something to do tomorrow to brush up on my longevity. He didn't ask for much. He set a small goal of living for a few hundred years first. I really want to live another 500 years. Lu Chen hummed a song on his lips, went to the bathroom and unscrewed the faucet, and took a comfortable shower. Then lie in bed and go straight to sleep in seconds. The other side, the White family manor. Bai Wanyu just arrived home. Paco then greeted him with gusto and asked, "How about you, Lu Chen? Did he promise to teach me math?" Since Ba was transferring to Yunhai City, and since the two families were on good terms, he was temporarily borrowed to live in the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyu skimmed her lips and said, "He said for you to wait for news." Great! Ba was so excited that his mind was already fantasizing about the wonderful scene in which Lu Chen would pass on his life's learning to him. Immediately afterward, Ba seemed to think of something and said, "By the way, I heard from my family's old man that your sister seems to have news, and that the person is in Cloudsea City at this very moment." Hearing this, Bai Wanyu's heart was shocked and she was overjoyed, saying, "Seriously? Where does she live? How's it going?" Really, the trafficker who abducted Bai Jingying back then has been caught. Just, with that, Ba turned his words around and sighed. The trafficker refused to reveal her location, and he bit his tongue before the police could interrogate him for long. Based on the age estimation, if Bai Jingying had enrolled in school normally, she would be in high school by now as well. Hey, what kind of person did your Bai family mess with back then? The other party is so vicious. Hearing Ba Ji's words, Bai Wanyu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Growing up, she spent her time in the put-upon care of her parents and elders. It's lonely and unattended. The only person who accompanied her in her childhood was her sister, who was 2 years younger than herself. I just didn't realize that suddenly one day my sister would be abducted by human traffickers. It was more than a decade since I said goodbye, and as a result, she was cynical about her parents and why they didn't make more time for them in the first place. But if they are given more care, the traffickers will not be able to take advantage of them. After the seeds of hatred are planted, it wasn't until Bai Wanyu was in high school that the Bai family asked her to marry the Lu family. Learning that she was just a pawn in the family, she derived the idea of breaking away from the Bai family from that point on. It's just as well that you're not doing a good job with your family, but you're still out there pursing a bunch of haters, without the ability to cope. We are the ones who suffer in the end. Bai Wanyu laughed softly. Ba wanted to comfort, but didn't know what to say. The two of them just walked towards the living room in silence. Early the next morning, 7 o'clock, Lu family villa. Lu Chen was still asleep when he was woken up by an alarm bell. Numb nuts. What time is it and you're still not up? Numb nuts. What time is it and you're still not up? Mamma mia. What time is it? Lu Chen rubbed his eyes and reached out to turn off his old man's personalized alarm. Get up. Wash up. Eat breakfast. After everything was ready, Lu Chen got into the Rolls Royce. Young master, where are we going today? The driver asked. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, Bar 0, I'm going to watch the venue today. The driver rejoiced. Young master, you're finally willing to touch the family business? Lu Chen nodded. That's for sure. I love watching the scene. The thought of being able to read in a bar. Lu Chen's heart was so excited. It's kind of a good place to brush up on life expectancy after school and on weekends. Okay young master, you sit down. The driver gushed. Then the gas pedal was pressed. The engine made a ong roar, and the car quickly drove toward the city center. Behind them, only smoke rolled. Chapter 30, What's more fun than studying? Yunhai City, the city center. Bar 0. It is the largest, highest capacity and most invested bar in the city. Even in the morning, guests continue to pour in. At a glance, there were even long lines. Lu Chen had just gotten out of the car, and the manager had already led all the employees to stand in front of the bar to greet him. There were banners hanging from the top and a red carpet on the floor. Welcome young master, all shouted in unison. Lu Chen frowned. Was it necessary to make it so grand? Isn't it just a spectacle? Don't get into all this hocus pocus in the future. I like to keep a low profile, Lu Chen said indifferently. Saying so, he took out his wallet and rewarded one person with $1,000 in red envelopes, and the manager gave 10,000. The crowd looked at the banknotes in their hands, their faces blossoming with joy, and cried out in unison, Young master atmosphere. The manager was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and wearing a large gold watch. The hair is rather messy, and the face is somewhat lewd. He looked at Lu Chen and said respectfully, Young master, Master Xiong has already greeted me. It's your first day watching the venue. If there's anything you don't understand just say hello, don't be polite. You're welcome? Lu Chen wouldn't be polite. He owns all the bars. Who would be polite in his own house? Lu Chen walked in front. The manager and a group of employees followed, and entered the bar with great vigor. Before they even reached the ballroom, they could hear a great commotion coming from inside, and the whole building shook. Keep going in, only to see, under the colorful lights, dressed in fashionable DJ is on the stage crazy beat. On the dance floor, groups of young boys and girls shook themselves into a frenzy. The booths and loose tables were filled with people, some pushing their glasses, some shaking their heads wildly. Lu Chen's mouth turned up. How can I study with all this noise? He squeezed his hand toward the DJ booth, signaling to keep it down. The manager saw the action, brightened up, and immediately turned on his walkie-talkie and said a few words. As for what was said, Lu Chen didn't hear it. It was too noisy. Immediately afterward, the DJ was seen turning off the music and picking up the microphone and shouting, All the spending today will be paid for by Mr. Lu. Scream. When these words came out, there was an immediate hue and cry from the stage. All the customers faced Lu Chen and applauded. Lu Chen, asterisk 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 asterisk? How can you turn off the sound and you've become an ingrate? Lu Chen didn't bother to count. The money, anyway, will end up in your own account. Is there a box? The quieter kind, Lu Chen said as he pressed into the manager's ear. Yes, of course, young master inside please. The manager waved his hand enthusiastically. Soon, under the manager's guidance, Lu Chen arrived at a luxurious VIP box. The sound of the stage could still be faintly heard in the house, but it was much better compared to the noise outside. Young master, do you have any orders for me next? The manager asked very nicely. There's nothing more to do. You all go, Lu Chen said, then immediately remembered something and continued. Oh yeah, I have a batch of goods that will arrive later. Remember to help me move it over. The manager froze slightly at these words. Spin nodded. Yes, young master. After the other guy left. Seeing no one around, Luchun secretly unzipped his shirt and slowly pulled out a physics book from it. What's the point of watching the field? What's more important than reading a book? Lifting the first cover page, Luchun read it with great interest. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the first book of high school physics. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Physics ability plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. That's what it feels like. Cool. At this very moment, outside the house, the manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, and it was obvious that he was very nervous just now. A junior brother asked softly, why would Master Xiong suddenly send his young master to see the venue? Is there something in it? That's a good question to ask. The manager had the same doubt in his mind. Bar Zero has been open for so long, and business has always been booming. How come the prince was suddenly sent to the station? It's hard not to. Is it because they are still not satisfied with the performance here? Thinking of this, the manager immediately said, you immediately call all the rested female employees back to work, and today's turnover must be doubled. The little brother was dumbfounded and shocked. Double the turnover? I'm afraid it's not enough to call them all back. We don't have that much manpower. Not to mention the few people who drank their way into the hospital last night. There was also a batch of departures the other day. The manager was on fire. What a waste. What's the use of my old man needing you? Cursing is cursing, but things still need to be worked out. The manager pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly thought of something and said, you guys watch the field. I'm going to go borrow some men. The minions were confused. People can still borrow? But before they could open their mouths to inquire, the manager had flamed out of the spot, next to the Zero Bar, Ground Zero hotel chain. As a property of Lu's, it was the most luxurious and high-class hotel in Yunhai City. The hotel has more than 80 floors, and the roof of the building is straight up into the sky, as far as the eye can see. Li Jingya took the business card and followed the address on it to the hotel lobby. Excuse me, you're urgently looking for a waitress here, right? Li Jingya asked towards a young lady at the front desk. Upon hearing this question, the young lady's complexion straightened and she asked, your surname is Li? Li Jingya nodded. Yes. The young lady's expression turned serious as she opened the intercom and said, calling supervisor, the girl you said is here. The words just fell. In less than half a minute, the supervisor came charging all the way through with sparks and lightning. As soon as he came over, he kept shaking hands and initiated a show of goodwill. Welcome Miss Li to the 0 Point Hotel. Your arrival is truly an honor for me. Li Jingya froze. Obviously he was applying for a waiter's job. Why did he act like a leader inspecting the grassroots? Not waiting for Li Jingya to speak, the manager enthused. You have a very demanding job that requires you to open the hotel service management system on a daily basis. If you don't open it, our whole hotel won't work nah. Hearing about jobs like this, Li Jingya was a bit puzzled. What was the job of opening the service management system? The manager sensed Li Jingya's confusion and explained. It's like this. For example, with this chassis, you need to press the on button so that our hotel service management system can start. Jingya Li. That's it? Push the on button? 20,000 a month. And there's an end-of-year bonus? So turning on a computer is called work. Under the supervisor's guidance, Li Jingya arrived at an office. Inside, there was a desk, an office chair, and a computer. This is where you'll be working from now on. So if you come across something you don't understand, just ask me anytime, the supervisor said enthusiastically. Li Jingya was still in a daze and asked, Supervisor, are you mistaken? I applied for the job as a waitress. In her understanding, aren't waiters the ones who clean and provide cleaning services to the residents? Hearing the question, the supervisor laughed. That's right, it's a waiter. Just a different division of labor. The waiter serves the guest. You serve the waiter's job. It's all service, don't you think? Lu Guilan had told the supervisor in advance that she must maintain Li Jingya's self-esteem and not let her suffer a single grievance. Therefore, the supervisor didn't dare to sleep all night just to wait for Li Jingya's arrival. Since it was now arranged, he could go and catch up on his sleep. Li Jingya was completely confused by him, and just when she wanted to continue asking, she looked up but realized that the supervisor had already disappeared. There is no way around it. Li Jingya had to sit there and start what was called work. Just then, on the first floor, the hotel door was pushed open and the manager of the Zero Bar walked in. Whoever's at the front desk, you broadcast an announcement to call all the waitresses to gather in the first floor lobby. I'm a little busy there, looking for a couple waitresses to lend a hand, the manager said in an upturned breath. Due to the close proximity of the bar and the hotel, plus the fact that they were both owned by Lu's properties, so the leaders on both sides, These employees know each other. Gu, Manager Jiang, business is so good. I'll go to work for you someday. The lady at the front desk snickered. Manager Jiang sized up the girl's figure and shook his head. You can't. You're too small. Asterisk 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 you. A short while later, at the announcement of the radio loudspeaker, all the waitresses were gathered on the first floor, and Li Jingya was among them. Manager Jiang made his rounds one by one, and when his eyes came to Li Jingya, he brightened up and said, Little girl, just you, come out. At the sound, Li Jingya stood out. Manager Jiang revealed a satisfied smile and said, It's like this, we're short of waiters in the bar next door, so we want to find you guys to give us a hand. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. 1,000 per hour per person, paid by the day. The job, well, it's pretty much what you guys do now. Serve drinks and clean up. At these words, all the waitresses stirred. You know, they each make less than 4,000 a month. At $1,000 an hour. Even if they only work 4 hours, it's worth a month's work at the hotel. Thus tempted, all the waitresses began to scramble to be the first to sign up. Li Jingya was also stunned. She used to earn only a few $dozen a day as a part-time job. The front desk lady couldn't help but frown when she saw that Li Jingya was chosen. She came to Manager Zheng's side and whispered, This girl seems to have an uncomplicated identity. Our supervisor specially ordered to take good care of her. At those words, Manager Jiang looked indifferent. It's fine. I'll just talk to your supervisor later. Manager Zheng faintly said. When he saw Li Jingya, he knew the girl had to be taken away. With these looks and figure, wouldn't they charm the Cockney boys to death? With her, the turnover is solid today. When the receptionist lady saw this, she didn't say anything else. Soon, under the selection of Manager Jiang, a dozen or so young waitresses were selected to help out at 0 Point Wine. And Manager Jiang had just led a group of girls into the bar not long ago. Lu Yun and a few comrades sent down from the capital, dressed in plain clothes, arrived at the bar's entrance. Reporting to the chief, we have arrived at the mission site. Ryu Yun whispered. The chief's voice came through the invisible Bluetooth headset. According to our investigation, this 0 Point bar, which is owned by Lu, is practically lawless under the patronage of the local upper echelon. Not only do they provide erotic services to customers in broad daylight, but there are also public casting, forcing women to silver and many other illegal and criminal activities. It is also because of this shelter that leads to a very weak sense of precaution on their part. So, this mission is not too difficult. Just film the evidence of the offense in the bar. We will then be able to take a crucial step on the road to destroying the Lu clan. The chief said with great confidence. Don't worry, chief. I promise to fulfill the mission. Ryuyan swore, and considering the importance of the mission, the chief decided to take a live streaming approach, letting Ryuyan film the situation inside in real time. All Dear by Dear members watch online and analyze frame by frame. Yuhyun then turns on the pinhole camera on her dress and walks into the bar. After quoting the cell phone number of your advance reservation, you are led by a staff member, with co-workers, walking slowly toward the ballroom. Chapter 31. Ah yes, just wear this outfit. Bar 0, second floor, VIP box. Lu Chen was hugging his physics book and reading it with great interest. At this moment, an employee walked in and respectfully said, Young master, there are 2 people who claim to be your friends, coming to see you. A friend? Lu Chen couldn't help but get curious. He really didn't have many friends in Cloudsea City. Let them in. Lu Chen wondered. He wanted to see who was so capable that looking for himself could find him here. The compartment door pushed open. In the next second, the duo of Ba and Baiwan Yu walked in side by side. Lu Chen, 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns. I begged Moon for hours before she agreed to go to your mother and inquire about the location of your watch. I didn't expect to be in a bar, but it doesn't matter. It won't stop me from learning math from you. As soon as he came in, Bugs pulled out a couple of math books and said, Lu Chen really had no big words. This Paco is already so obsessed with math? All found their way to the bar in order to learn math from themselves. Bai Wan Yu, on the other hand, wrapped her hands around her chest and said in a good-natured manner, Lu Chen, you're so self-indulgent that you have to get involved in the family's business. I don't care about this, but Bubba came here today to learn math from you. I hope you take your measure and don't bring Bile down, so you don't have to mete out the same kind of piece as you. It's starting again. Lu Chen sighed. As soon as he saw himself, he was all lips and fire. We stole your dog in a previous life. Or did you blow up your outhouse with a cannonball? What's the big deal? Besides, weren't you the one who brought people to me of their own accord to learn? It's like I'm begging you to come. In the past, Lu Chen would have directly told the 2 to get lost without saying a word. But today is different. He's plotting a big scheme. With this program, The more people the better. Sit down first. I have something going on right now, and when I'm done, I'll talk to you guys about math, Lu Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, Ba was so happy that his ass found a couch and sat down. Bai Wanyu glared fiercely at Lu Chen, but when she saw the physics book on the table, she couldn't help but look surprised. In the meantime, next door to the VIP box, the backstage room, many young and beautiful escorts are here to put on makeup, rest and change clothes. Come on, change into your overalls and I'll get up on the stage later. I'll reward anyone who can get Big Boss to pick them. Manager Jiang said as he looked at the dozen or so waitresses he had just borrowed from the hotel next door. Hearing Manager Zheng's words, the girls were puzzled. It's not that the work here is similar to a hotel. Just cleaning, delivering a drink? What the hell is it about having the Big Boss pick on the platform? And when they saw the work clothes in front of them, they instantly understood what Manager Jiang meant. Only a few items of work clothes were visible. Only underwear and panties. The material used in the two areas combined was not even the size of a palm, and it was more revealing than erotic lingerie. If you wear this, there are a couple of nevus on the body that are clearly visible. On top of that, there was a leash similar to a dog on a leash. Needless to ask, it must have been applied to them as well. Most of those who go to work as waitresses in hotels are girls who come from the countryside, have little education, and want to get a foothold in the big city. There are also poor kids like Li Jingya who work and study hard to earn some tuition money on vacations. Most of these girls are conservative and simple-minded. Let's not talk about the fact that they can't accept such revealing clothes. That leash alone is more than they can mentally handle. Sorry boss, these overalls, I can't wear them. Boss, you promised to clean and serve tea. How can you cheat people? That's right, if I had known it was this kind of job, I wouldn't have come. Go go go. With that, the girls turned around and were about to leave. When Manager Jiang saw this, he smiled coldly and directly pulled out several piles of bills from his clothes. Whoever stays, I'll pay her a day's pay in advance, $10,000. And, if it's chosen by a guest, I'll award an additional 10% of the draw, based on the bar's $1,000 minimum spend. The draw is $100, and there are plenty of bosses who spend millions at a time. 10%, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars in commission. Imagine how long you'd have to work to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. This statement was made. Sure enough, one divorced single mom had her heart set on it. She was young and uneducated, met a scummy guy and had the other guy's baby. After the divorce, she was left alone with her baby in Yunhai City, and her life was exceptionally hard. Now the opportunity to make a lot of money is right in front of her and she doesn't want to miss it. I'm staying. Manager Jiang nodded in satisfaction and looked at the rest. Who else wants to stay? However, these girls look at me and I look at you. In the end, they all shook their heads and turned around to leave. Seeing this scene, Manager Jiang became anxious. The young master of the Liu family was sitting right in the middle of the field. He is desperate to accomplish results to prove himself. If he displeased the higher-ups, once he was fired, he was afraid that the entire Cloud Sea city would have no foothold. Manager Jiang immediately exposed his nature and said with a hideous expression, "Marred, a bunch of stinky ES, pretending to be pure in front of me, right? Think I'm a public restroom where you can come and go as you please? If anyone dares to leave this door today, I'll make her crawl out." The words just fell. A dozen ferocious gangsters, weapons in hand, surrounded the entrance. When the girls saw these punks, they were scared white and took a few steps back. At that moment, a bold girl stepped forward, disdainfully. "Ha, I still don't believe it. You dare to do anything to me in broad daylight. It's the 21st century. Do you still want to force a good man into prostitution? Is there any law left?" With that said, the girl boldly headed for the door. Manager Zheng's face sank and he immediately rushed forward, yanking the girl's hair and dragging her back. Ah! The girl stumbled and fell to the ground as she ate the pain. Manager Jiang ripped the girl inside like she was mopping the floor. In full view of the public, she was slapped across the face. While fanning, he cursed angrily. Nima Bibi, talk to me about the king's law. In this bar, I am the king's law. After 2 slaps, ignoring the girl's painful crying, Manager Jiang pointed at her and said, "Marred, like to serve tea, don't you? Strip her naked and go serve wine to the guests. Giving face and having to force me to get angry. This is what happens when you resist me." Seeing the horrifying scene in front of them, all the girls were trembling with fear, at a loss for words. Due to her nervousness, Li Jingyao was careless and fell to the ground. For a moment, everyone looked toward her. Manager Jiang also looked at Li Jingyao and bared his large gold teeth, revealing an eerie smile as he said, "Men, get her up, get her dressed and send her to the stage. If you dare to struggle, you will likewise be stripped naked and go serve wine to your guests." The 2 minions nodded. Yes, Seeing the two punks walk up to her and reach out to unbutton her clothes, Li Jingya was so anxious that she was about to cry out. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. What's going on? The crowd followed the sound, only to see Lu Chen strutted in. He was trying to read a good book, but it was noisy next door. Plus, Bai Wan Yu and Bao were there, making it impossible to learn anything at all. So they came over to see what was going on. Gu, young Master Lu, what brings you here? Manager Jiang immediately changed his face and smiled falsely. Lu Chen didn't reply, his eyes roving over everyone in the room. When he saw Li Jingya, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. This girl doesn't seem to be an employee of our bar, right? Lu Chen asked. Shouldn't she be working at the hotel her mother introduced her to? What are you doing in a bar? Manager Jiang was slightly surprised, not realizing that Lu Chen had only been here for a short while and had figured out all of the bar's staff. He didn't dare to hide it and recounted all the before and after causes and effects. After listening to the other party's statement, Lu Chen nodded and continued to ask, and what's with the clothes and the rope? Manager Jiang smiled and explained, young master, it's your first day watching the venue, so you don't know. The reason they are allowed to wear these outfits with leashes on is to make it easier for the guests to pick them out. Think about it, if they don't dress a little bit, how will the guests choose them? After saying that, Manager Jiang pointed at Li Jingya and fawned. This girl, for example, look, this body, this face, if you put her in a dress like this and a leash and lead to the stage, by that time, it would have charmed the rich bosses to death. The manager revealed an extremely dang smile and said. Lu Chen sneered. Can't see that you can do anything for the sake of turnover, can ah? Hearing Lu Chen's praise, Manager Jiang first smiled, but then it froze. Why did it sound and feel weird? He didn't think too much about it and continued. Young master, the program will start soon. Why don't we let these girls change their clothes and hurry up to the stage, and we'll enjoy them later? Lu Chen nodded with a leathery smile and said, yeah, I can't wait. Hearing this, Li Jingya's heart thumped. She looked at Lu Chen with a look of disbelief and surprise. Eyes full of shock. Chapter 32, Vomit. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Inside the ballroom, the lights kept flashing and the music was passionate. At that moment, the DJ took the microphone and said, welcome to Bar Zero. And next, it's time for the much anticipated consort selection session for the newcomers. At this statement, all the guests let out roars of excitement. The next second, click, click, all the lights disappeared and all the bar doors closed. The whole house was pitch black and out of reach. At Cardinal 44, Ryuyan looked serious and said, it's coming. According to the information given by the higher-ups, the so-called new candidate Consort Link, it is the bar that brings in several new female employees every day, dressed in extremely revealing clothes, for customers to auction. The highest bidder can have the right to be in their company. Let's leave aside the fact that this behavior is suspected of being a sex trade. What's more, most of the girls do not volunteer, but are forced to make threats. Once identified and seated, it will certainly constitute a criminal offense against the will of women. Forced sale of silver and other criminal offenses. With this incriminating evidence, they were able to arrest the bar manager and all the staff as a matter of course. There's always one or two confessions out of all these people, right? At that time, we can follow the vine to the melon, uproot all the grasshoppers on a rope, and spearhead the Lu clan. Inside the conference room of the Deer Mission, the chief and the key members were all overwhelmed with excitement and their hearts were pounding. It took 2.5 years to finally find the handle on the Lukes. It's so not easy, comrades. Next, we will witness history. Please open everyone's eyes and never let go of any detail. Every piece of incriminating evidence will be powerful evidence to overthrow the Lu group, the chief said, trembling a little with excitement. Yes, the skeleton members answered. Everyone's eyes widened a few points, staring at the screen with serious faces. Just see the picture. The bar, which had been pitch black, was suddenly illuminated by a pillar of light that shone onto the stage. Like an enlightened star in the night, it captures the attention of every guest. With romantic jazz music playing, snapped, snapped, the quiet bar resounded with the sound of stiletto heels stomping. The sound was like pounding drums and music, slapping the hearts of every guest and tugging at the heartstrings of Ryuyan and all the members of the Deer Mission. As the stomping of high heels gradually approached the stage, the next second, a group of bikini-clad crew members stood in a column of light. When the crowd saw its appearance, all of them froze. Silly, clueless, everyone's eyes went from expectant to puzzled. Again, it went from puzzled to horrified. The guests' mouths were open into an O. Their eyes were vacant, and their jaws nearly hit the floor in shock. Even Ryuyan was dumbfounded and unbelievable. See only, Manager Jiang and a group of lanky punks, dressed in 3.1, posed on stage. A scar on his body showed his killing spirit. The one piece of lingerie worn is as sexy as it gets. The two together. A big Zhang Fei in a bikini sense. What was even more revolting was manager Zhang, who was already full of fat and now wore this kind of clothes. The crotch-pulling figure is in full view. Huge belly like a big leather ball. How disgusting it has to be. Just how disgusting. The hot scene can no longer be described in the abstract. Rather, it pushes right up against the psychological defenses of the crowd, prompting aesthetic collapse and physical discomfort for everyone. Immediately afterward, bassy music blared from the bar. Boy male sign next door. Move sub hit. Come male sign. Ah, oi. Asterisk 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 you male sign. The dynamic BGM was accompanied by the enchanting dance moves of manager Zhang and the punks. Inside the conference room of the Dear Mission, one of the key personnel could no longer hold back and vomited. Vomit. Seeing this, the chief forced himself to endure the discomfort in his stomach and angrily rebuked. What a shame. You can't carry it off at this level? What kind of physiological training did you guys get at the police academy back in the day? As disgusting as this stuff is, how much more disgusting is it than eating in front of a cesspool? Just finished. The stage manager, Jiang, Foxy came with a flying kiss. Numa. It just so happens that his fat, oily face is facing Yuhyun's pinhole camera. When the chief saw such an image, his pupils dilated dramatically and his expression turned hideous. The next moment, he couldn't help but vomit. The backbone members saw that the chief had thrown up, and one by one they simply stopped pretending, all stretching their necks. Open mouth. Vomit. Vomit. Vomit vomit vomit. For a time, the sacred and solemn conference room was filled with hearsay and vomit. Inside the bar, Ryuhyun as well as a few of her co-workers covered their eyes with their hands to not look at the dirty scene on stage. The guests on the scene could no longer hold back their curses. Asterisk 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 Naya. This is for people? Which came up with that program? I'll stab him in the BYD. Where's the manager? Where is the manager at TM? I want to complain. The manager is dancing on stage, and he's the one standing in the C position. I bought a watch last year. The old man came for the first time. I heard that the princess selection session was very exciting, but it turned out to be really deeply stimulated. I want to go to the mental hospital. Open the door. I thought we were going to make a big deal out of closing the door, but it turns out we're afraid we're going to run away? Begging for a pair of unseen eyes. RNM. Refund. Guests burst out beautifully nationalistic in their mouths, and some of them couldn't stand the spicy images and went to the manager to complain. As it turned out, I was told that the one who danced the most on stage was the manager. Now the guests were completely desperate, and many of them yelled for their money back, but no matter how much they shouted, no one came to take care of them, because the bar staff are all queuing up in the toilets to throw up too, during the minutes-long ordeal. Finally, the dance is over, only to see that manager Jiang and the punks fled the stage at a speed of 80 miles per hour, like wolves whisking away. If you put them in the Olympic sprints now, they would definitely get a decent ranking. Off stage, the guests touched their hearts and were glad to be alive. Yuhyun let out a long breath and lowered the hand in front of her eyes. The key members of the Dear Mission also straightened their faces, their gazes redirecting to the video screen. The chief looked serious and said, "What is going on here? And why is the situation at the scene grossly inconsistent with the information we have investigated? Could it be that there really is a mole in our organization? This shouldn't be," the chief said skeptically. After the last incident of Lu Chen's positive video, he had sent a large amount of manpower to review the loyalty issues within the organization. But after a close examination, he determined that each member was a good comrade worthy of 100% trust. Could it be a coincidence? Ryuhyun said softly. The chief nodded and said, "That seems to be the only explanation." The two had just finished speaking when, inside the bar, the host walked onto the stage with a microphone. "I'm terribly sorry everyone. Just now it was one of our manager's impromptu offerings for you. I didn't realize the feedback was so poor. Next, it will be the second session. Group touching and dancing. Don't worry, the people involved in the dance this time are all young and beautiful hot babes. Definitely not the ones just now." Upon hearing this, the guests dropped their hearts. Finally a normal program. That routine earlier almost didn't take their lives away. First time in bar 0. Any know-it-alls explain what a group touching lap dance is? The group touching and erotic dance can be much more exciting than the new choice of consort. All the goddesses fruit body dance. All kinds of large-scale action. The scene is quite explosive. Fruit equals naked. That's right. The goddesses will also randomly select guests after the dance and perform up close and personal. And I heard you can even touch them with your hands. Oh. Asterisk 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 that's the kind of show I want. Hey, I'm already looking forward to it. Ryuhyun heard the guests discussing it and lit up at the coincidence. The chief breathed a secret sigh of relief and reinvigorated his voice. All ready, the main event is next. And our main event is about to begin. Roger that. The members of the Deer were once again burning with fighting spirit, saying, everyone is confident. At the moment, the backstage room, Lu Chen watched Manager Jiang and his minions run back as if they had fled, and a system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your behavior has influenced 53 people. Bonus, life expectancy plus 5 hours. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. I was only going to punish the manager, but I didn't realize that it would be considered promoting positive energy. In that case, that definitely doesn't pass up a great opportunity to brush up on longevity. What's next on the program? Lu Chen looked at Manager Jiang and asked. Manager Jiang had just changed his clothes, and when he heard Lu Chen's question, he almost wet his diaper and begged, young master, the next one is a group touching and erotic dance with fruiting bodies. Please don't put me on it. I promise. I'll never force myself into prostitution again. So please spare me. That's right. Lu Chen not only gave him a good education, but also compensated the girl with $1 million for her medical expenses and moral damages. As for the other girls, they let go back to work at the hotel, including Li Jingya. The rest of the punks chimed in, begging for mercy. Yes, young master, please spare us. Lu Chen revealed an expression of sudden realization and said, that's right. In that case, let the female staff go on. However, I have a request. Chapter 33 Wonderful. Wonderful. Under the attention of all the people, the second program, the group touching and erotic dance, officially began. Once the music started, the lights flickered, the guests cried out in excitement. Lu Yun looked at the stage a bit out of her mind and muttered, fruit dance. This alone is a conviction for gathering a crowd of silver. The crime of chaos. It seems that this time, it's hard for the Lu family to escape certain death. Victory seemed to be just around the corner, but for some reason, Lu Chen's appearance vaguely surfaced in her mind. Thinking back to the math competition, the other man showed his talent. Ryu Yun's heart is full of regret. It's a shame that this rare math wizard of the past and present is about to be implicated in the fall of his family. Pathetic. Lamentable. For a moment, she didn't know if she should be happy or sad. Next, please welcome the goddesses to the stage. With a shout from the host, amidst the cheers of the crowd, a beautiful woman with heavy makeup and a tall figure walked onto the stage. It is seen that each goddess wears a turban and a flowery cotton jacket on top, cotton pants underneath, and a pair of large cotton shoes on his feet stood on the stage. The guests were confused. You're not dressed like a fruit dancer in a bar, are you? If you don't know, you'd think that some Toon Mun group in the northeast is gripping corn. Nima, where's the promised fruit dance? There's more than enough clothes to stop a bullet. Where's the manager? Get your ass out here. I want Chow Nima. Calm down. Maybe it's a striptease? A striptease? That's a possibility. Some of the guests were disgruntled, but they could only think of it as a striptease and continued to watch with anticipation. But when the BGM came on, everyone but the people couldn't sit still, only to hear, inside the large bar, a soprano voice full of positive energy slowly rang out. Me and my country, not a moment can be divided. Wherever I go, all flow out of him. I sing of every mountain. I sing of every river. Smoke rises, a small village, a rut in the road. The goddesses danced an elegant folk dance set to music. Don't say striptease. Some of the bare-chested big brothers couldn't help but put on their clothes for fear that they would pollute the peaceful atmosphere. Guest? Reunion? Chief? Bonehead member of the Deer? Where the did that come from? Or is it a bar? Are you sure it's not the Spring Festival show? In a flash, the bar patrons only felt the drinks on the table turn into tea. The clothes on your body become executive clothes. The silk scarf around my neck has become a red scarf. Back room. Ding. You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced 533 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 50 hours. Lu Chen listened to the system voice ringing in his ears, and a contented expression appeared on his face. Cool. It's so cool. Just simply put on some music and get 50 hours of life out of it. That's too good to earn. But on second thought, after all, it's your own bar, so you can't just brush up on your longevity and ignore the feelings of your guests. If I screw up the business, I won't be able to explain it to my father. That who? Come here. Lu Chen hooked his finger. Manager Jiang immediately ran over. What is it, young master? Manager Jiang was baffled. He didn't understand what Lu Chen was messing around with at all. In just half an hour, the bar received hundreds of complaints. If we keep this up, we'll have to go out of business. Get me a microphone attached to the stage. I want to sing. Lu Chen straightened his collar and said. At those words, Manager Jiang's mouth turned up. Oh, come on, this is really going down. If it's just bad reviews and complaints, they can still utilize tactics to deal with it. But if Lu Chen opened his voice and sang, There was no chance that he would have to cause a few deaths. There was a time when Lu Zhixian led Lu Chen to a party with a group of big brothers, and manager Jiang was honored to be present. He vaguely remembered that Lu Chen sang the song "Genie is Too Beautiful." After hearing this, several big brothers went directly to the second floor box to diarrhea fire. It hadn't come out all night, and the fire was a big one. Although manager Jiang is disgruntled, but they don't dare to show it. Anyway, it's the Lu family's property, so let this male child toss it around as he pleases. The moment. In the conference room of the mission Dear by Dear, the chief and the skeleton crew are completely out of their minds. What's going on? Previously, the newest chosen consort turned into a wild dance. The group touching and dancing now turned into the Dragon Kingdom gala scene again. Is it just another coincidence? But how can there be so many coincidences in the world? I really can't figure out what went wrong. The chief broke his defenses somewhat. As the leader of the entire organization, he is obligated to take responsibility for every detail of the process. He was certain that there were no undercover agents within the organization, and the mission was even less compromised. But how can we explain what is happening in front of us? For a while, all the members of Dear by Dear, including Lu Yun, fell into deep thought. Inside the ballroom, guests' dissatisfaction is growing, and there have even been protests. Seeing that it was about to cause a riot, at that moment, the host took the microphone and said, "Next, the young master of the Lu family, Lu Chen, will play a song for you. I hope you enjoy it." Lu Chen was there? Hearing this name, Ryuyan was a little surprised. She looked around, and sure enough, she spotted Lu Chen on the second floor, holding a microphone, and the guests were thoroughly unimpressed. Many people yelled that they came to the bar for pleasure, not to listen to Lu Chen's solo concert. But when the rhythm plays, when the crowd heard that magical melody, in an instant, everyone followed as if they were possessed. One by one, they don't argue, and no more fooling around. Instead, he pricked up his ears and enjoyed it with interest. The spring winds of reform were blowing all over the land, blow all over the place. Springtime. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are so competitive. What a fight! What a fight for the people. The world is crazy. Yeah. Lu Chen was surprised to find that the recreational works in this world were a little bit worse than in his previous life. For example, the ghostly song "Reform Spring Breeze Blows All Over the Land," which was transformed from Mr. Benson's skit, is not in this world. In his last life, the song had become popular nationwide upon its release, and Lu Chen was confident that he could conquer every guest in the bar with this song. Of course, he was singing the song for the sake of his bar performance. As for whether or not to step into the entertainment industry, wait until later. No shots, no pills. Sitting around is just nagging you. Healing by talking is called talk therapy. Now listen to the first topic, postpartum care of the sow. Wrong book. Soon, the first half of the song is finished. The patrons inside the bar were deeply brainwashed by the melody and lyrics. Hey, you don't say. It's kind of a funny song. It's simply magical. It's broken. The tune of the song keeps echoing in my head. The mansion. I didn't expect it. This Lu family's young master is quite talented. I'm going to record it and post it online. It's going to get a lot of views. I'll send it too. For a while, many people turned on Jitterbug and made a video of the song and posted it on the internet. And just as these people said, the video has just been released and attracted many netizens to watch and browse. They reaped tons of likes at the same time. It also counts as a hard-hitting advertisement for Bar Zero. When the interlude ended, Lu Chen began to sing the second half. Many couldn't help themselves and sang right along with the hitchhikers. Lu Chen, the spring breeze of reform is blowing all over the land. Guests, blow all over the place. Springtime. Lu Chen, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are so competitive. Guests, what a fight. What a fight for the people. All of them sang and shook their bodies at the same time. The scene is high. The atmosphere is directly pulled full, where there are still people making trouble. Some of the backbone members couldn't help but sway to the rhythm of Lu Chen's song. At this point, I don't know who said something. Wonderful, wonderful. At the sound of the voice, everyone immediately looked towards him. When he felt the gazes of the crowd, this member's heart tightened, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. The chief clenched his fists tightly, his whole body almost red warm. Wonderful? Mythical bull devil. The last video conference became the site of Lu Chen's great youth study. What about this one? It became the scene of Lu Chen's gala again. A breakthrough for the Land family. How come it's so hard to open? About 2 minutes later. End of song. Wow. Only a colorful tube of fireworks erupted over the bar. A large flag crossed the air, and every time it passed through an area, the people below raised their hands high enough to touch it. This loud and patriotic scene doesn't look like the presence of criminal offenders in any way. Comrade Yu Hyun, close the line. The chief sighed and lost his orders. When Ryuyan heard this, he was also deeply helpless. She and a few of her co-workers stood up and were just about to leave. Just then, beside Lu Yun, a bar staff rushed to the intercom and said, "Attention all staff, the young master's goods have arrived. For the sake of concealment, please turn off all cameras." Also, the young master explained that no one should know about this shipment, including Master Xiong. Hearing this, Ryuyan instantly looked tense. The goods that showed up at the bar, and so careful. Even the head of the Lu clan, Lu Shixiong, had to hide it. It's hard not to. Lu Chen is secretly selling sugar here behind his father's back? The live broadcast hadn't been closed yet, and when the chief heard the staff's words, he immediately said seriously, "Comrade Lu Yun, don't leave yet. Observe for a little while longer. Maybe we have a windfall." Ryuyan responded and resumed her seat with a few of her co-workers, as expected of the chief. After about a few minutes, in front of the bar, a group of people carrying several boxes of stuff walked in furtively. They looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so they carried the stuff and quietly transported it to the second-floor VIP box. It hadn't been long since the boxes had been transported in, and right afterward, a group of young-looking punks had popped up at the door. About dozens of people, front and back, similarly entered that box on the second floor just now. Lu Yun and all the members of Dear by Dear saw such a scene, and then combine it with the words of that staff member just now. For a time, the crowd was thrilled, and the flame of hope that had been extinguished in their hearts was once again rekindled. The chief excitedly said, "As far as I know, Lu Zhixiang explicitly forbade it, and the Lu family enterprises should never touch the white sugar thing. But I didn't expect that this foppish son of the Lu family would hide it from his father and bring us such a big surprise. It seems that Comrade Lu Yun can just complete his mission of spying on Lu Chen and return to the capital early. It is important to know that in the Dragon Kingdom, white sugar is a legal red line that can never be touched. How many narcotics officers die and how many families are torn apart every year because of white sugar? So once Lu Chen is caught, he will surely go to jail, and it's useless for the gods to come. Notify Team 2 to force entry and search the house. It's time to close the net." The chief agitated. For this mission, 2 formations were sent. One team is Yu Hyun and the others, the scouts. The second team is full of well-trained armed police fighters, who not only protect the personal safety of the first team, but also shoulder the work of catching criminals. As the chief gave the order, in front of the bar, a dozen or so strong men suddenly sprang out of the long line of people who were lining up. They were athletic and in no time at all, they surrounded the entrance to the bar. "What do you want?" The receptionist was horrified at the sight. A captain-like man stepped forward and pulled out the ID he had on him and said, "We're cops. It has been reported that you are suspected of trading in illegal items in your bar and have come here to search it. Please cooperate with us." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, the receptionist lady let out a sigh of relief and said, "I thought what was it going to be? Another search? This passing has been going on more and more often lately. Alright, hurry up and go in and check it out. Don't stand at the door blocking the guests." Second team members. Chapter 34 Heavenly King must pedal the sewing machine even if he comes. Bar second floor. After Lu Chen finished his song, a system beep sounded in his ears. "Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced 533 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 50 hours. Comfortable. Another 50-hour lifespan arrives. It's nice to come to the bar and sing later when you want to spend time. It's a great way to relax and brush up on your life expectancy at the same time." At this time, Manager Jiang came over and said in a respectful tone, "Young master, the goods and people you wanted have arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and returned to the VIP box. Pushing open the door to the room, he saw, only, that the room was full of people standing around. To the left, a group of young punks are smoking and drinking, talking and farting. On the right, Li Jingya, Bai Wanyu, and Ba were sitting on the sofa, sizing up the group of punks with a cautious look on their faces. Seeing Lu Chen come in, the gangsters immediately stepped forward and shouted in unison, "Brother Lu!" "Aha!" Lu Chen nodded. At this time, Bai Wanyu asked incredulously, "Lu Chen, what exactly do you want to do by calling so many people here? And what's in this box again?" Lu Chen didn't answer and turned to look at Manager Jiang, saying, "Go on out, and don't come in without my permission. And, to remind you again, don't tell my father about this today." Manager Jiang was a bit hesitant, but still nodded. "I know, young master." After Manager Jiang left, Lu Chen waved his hand and said, "Open the box and inspect the goods." Outside the house, Manager Jiang looked at the tightly closed door of the box room, as if he were an ant on a hot pan, anxious, though Lu Chen didn't tell him what goods were in the box. But when he thought of Lu Zhixiong's express order that bars should never be tainted with white sugar, plus Lu Chen warned him that he must not tell his father about this, Even a pig could have guessed that the box contained white sugar. After a fierce thought struggle, in the end, he decided to report this matter to Lu Zhixiong. Soon, the call was answered. Manager Jiang opened the door. Master Xiong, young master, he seems to have scored a batch of white sugar in the bar. This statement was made. The phone immediately rang. Lu Zhixiong's angry scolding voice. This little, didn't you tell him that we never touch these things? Manager Jiang silently put on a mask of pain. He would like to say it, but how dare he? Lu Chen's methods of fixing people up were obvious to the whole bar. He didn't want to wear a bikini once more to dance on stage. Lu Zhixiong knew that Manager Jiang had a hard time, so he said, all right, you don't have to worry about this. Later, I'll make a trip over there myself. Hearing this, Manager Jiang's heart rejoiced and sighed in relief. Okay, Lu Master Xiong. I know Master Xiong. Just as he was about to hang up, all of a sudden, in the hallway, members of the second team of the Deer Mission rushed up. Before Manager Jiang could react, the armed police surrounded him and all the gangsters around him. Freeze, police. We suspect that you are illegally selling prohibited items in your bar and have come here to search it. Please cooperate immediately. Looking at these people, Manager Jiang didn't take it seriously, thinking he was going through the motions again. But on second thought, it's not right. As a bar boss, you are notified of any search operations on weekdays. But this time, why hasn't he received any letter at all? What unit are you with and do you have a warrant? Manager Jiang asked with a serious expression. The captain of the second team stepped forward and handed over a note, sneering, here's the warrant. And as for which unit we're from, it says so. Just take a look at it. Manager Jiang stuck his face out when he saw the 6 words Capital City Police General Hospital. In an instant, his entire body was dumbfounded. You are from the capital? Manager Jiang's eyes went black and he exclaimed, get out of the way if you know. The captain said forcefully. Swish. Manager Jiang's body was soft, and if it wasn't for the support of a few juniors beside him, he almost fell to the ground. His heart was beating wildly and his fingertips were trembling. Since the capital had sent down officers, that meant it wasn't a walk in the park. This time, it's for real, and from the beginning to the end. Jiang manager's phone did not hang up. Therefore, Lu Zhixiong had heard every word of their conversation just now. Boom! Lu Zhixiong's brain directly exploded and his expression was extremely serious. It had occurred to him that sooner or later the capital would come down on the Lu family. But I didn't expect the action to be so fast, without any warning, and I was caught completely off guard. It would have been fine if it was the usual, but it's his son, Lu Chun, who's watching over the bar at Ground Zero today. What's even more frightening is that Lu Chun also went behind his back and sneakily got a batch of white sugar in the bar. Once the evidence is conclusive, even the King of Heaven will have to go in and stomp on the sewing machine. This asshole kid, he's really pissing me off. Lu Zhixiong was on fire. He hadn't been allowed to see the field once in over a decade, and it turned out to be such a big deal on the first day. He even suspected that it was because Lu Chen's purchase of white sugar exposed the cloven foot, thus prompting the capital to lay hands on the Lu family in advance. Old Jiang, hang in there, no matter what. You have to stall until I pass. Lu Zhixiong whispered towards the phone, but he didn't realize that the opposite side was on speakerphone. Not only could Manager Jiang hear it, but the members of the second team on the scene could also hear it clearly. The captain sneered and shouted, Lu family master, let alone you coming. It's useless for anyone to come today. Ka! Hearing this voice, Lu Zhixiong directly hung up the phone. He grimaced and drove the car, hot-footing it toward the Zero bar. Inside the Deer conference room, the chief as well as the members were all overjoyed at the sight. With smiles on every face, bar manager's meltdown reaction, Lu Zhixiong's urgent tone. It was enough to prove that their judgment was right. Lu Chen was the one who was messing with the ice candy in the box. Thinking of this, the chief excitedly said, all members of the second team, immediately enter the box and arrest the suspect. Second floor, outside the VIP box. Manager Jiang as well as the gangsters stood at the entrance, blocking all the second team members outside. Seeing this scene, the captain angrily said, what do you want? Do you want to obstruct law enforcement? Believe it or not, I can arrest all of you right now. Manager Jiang covered his stomach and said with a pained expression, officer, my stomach hurts and I can't walk. The rest of the gangsters chimed in. Yeah, ouch, that hurts. Not daring to move at all for fear of pulling my pants in my pocket if I take one more step. Seeing the other party playing hooligan, the captain gritted his teeth in anger and said angrily, men, move them out of the way. As the words fell, several team members stepped forward and were about to pull Manager Jiang at the door. At this time, Manager Jiang, who was originally squatting, directly snapped and lay on the ground. More than 300 pounds of Jiang manager, lying on the ground with the appearance of a dead pig. A few marshmallows went up and lifted half a day. but also did not move the slightest bit. Being forced to have no recourse, the captain's heart was hardened, and he directly pulled out the zipping electric stick, saying, "This is your last warning. Please leave immediately or don't blame me." Seeing this scene, the punk who originally had a stomachache was all better at once. Even Manager Jiang couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly stood up. Making way, the captain smiled smugly, and just as he was about to push open the door to the box, suddenly, "Wait a minute," a voice rang out behind him. Everyone looked back, only to see that Lu Zhixiong rushed over, holding his cell phone in his hand. "Hello, officer. I have a friend in the capital and I was hoping you could answer the phone." With that, he gestured his cell phone screen toward the other man. The captain looked at the caller ID. His heart was shocked, knowing that the Lu family has a strong background. "I did not expect that even this can be invited." But then, the captain shook his head and said faintly, "I'm sorry, we're not under his jurisdiction." At those words, Lu Zhixiong's heart sank. His face was black and purple, and his whole being was gloomy to the extreme. The aura of intimidation emanating from his body made even the members of the second team feel shivering. "Looks like today. Anyway, Lu Chen can't even avoid this ordeal anymore." The captain let out a disdainful sneer, then opened the compartment door with a big push. Crunch! The door to the room opened. However, when the crowd saw what was inside, in an instant, each one was all confused. Chapter 35, Where to hide what? I don't know. The door pushed open and the scene in the house came into view. Only, Lu Chun, holding a math book in his left hand and squeezing a teaching stick in his right hand, was standing in front of the blackboard filled with formulas. The dozens of punks around them looked intently at the blackboard, each with a serious look on their faces. At this time, a punk flicked his cigarette ash, raised his hand and asked, "Brother Lu, the second question is obviously adding two numbers, but why is the result equal to 0? Lu Chen explained, "As I mentioned earlier, any number plus its own opposite equals 0. I can see you're not paying attention." 50 push-ups. At that, the punk was filled with frustration and reluctantly did so. The rest of the group laughed out loud, mocking as they counted. "What a stupid." Lu went into so much detail. "I understood it all in one go, and I'm surprised you didn't learn it. Do it properly and miss one penalty 10. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. The punished punk cursed with a red face. "Tramp. Later on I'll learn seriously. With our IQ we'll definitely crush you guys." When the captain at the door saw it, his entire body froze, a look of surprise on his face. "What's going on here? The scene in front of me doesn't look like selling white sugar by any stretch of the imagination. Rather like a cram school scene." In the conference room, Lu Yun, the chief, and the members of Deer by Deer saw such a scene through the screen, and each of them were dumbfounded as well. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes and stunned expressions, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Is this really true? Instead of selling ice candies, Lu Chen is tutoring these punks in math? They don't believe it even if it kills them. No, Lu Chen must have hidden the white sugar somewhere. These are all false pretenses he's faking. The chief's brow furrowed in determination. The rest of the members nodded in agreement. Just now, Manager Jiang blocked the doorway for so long. The commotion was so loud that even a deaf person in the room could hear it. The crowd thought that Lu Chen must have hidden the white sugar in the meantime, and then acted out the drama with a group of punks. "Search the scene immediately," the chief's voice resounded. Inside the VIP box, when the captain heard the order, he waved his hand, and the team members behind him immediately fishtailed. It was at this moment that Lu Chen realized that a group of people had stood at the entrance of the box at some point. Fixing his eyes, his old man Lu Zhixiong was also in the crowd. And Lu Chen's heart thumped. He's trying to brush up on his longevity. A special batch of books was brought in, and a group of punks were called in to open a remedial math class here. Although small in number, these punks are so fundamentally bad that a lecture on multiplication tables will get them a dozen hours of life. So much so that in just half an hour, Lu Chen had been rewarded with more than 2 days of longevity. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Chen had explained to all the bar employees that they must never let Pops know about this. Otherwise, with his temper, he'd have to break his legs. But I didn't expect things to fall apart in the end. "Dad, I was wrong." Lu Chen walked over and sinned. However, Lu Zhixiong did not get angry. He looked at the members of Team 2 who were scavenging the room and asked in a whisper, "Where do you hide your stuff?" Lu Chen froze. "What is it?" Now, Lu Zhixiong really got angry and forced himself to say, "The knife is on your neck and you're still playing dumb here. These people are all undercover agents sent from the capital. I can't protect you later. Come on, where did you hide the white sugar?" Lu Zhixiong also thinks that his son has hidden the white sugar, so he wants to know the exact location, and maybe he can still save the situation today. Hearing the word white sugar, Lu Chun understood. I bet Pops thinks he's at the bar doing that. No wonder these plainclothes marshals look so familiar. It turns out that all of them are officers sent from the capital. For Lu Chen, even though I didn't sell any sugar, I couldn't tell the truth about the cram school, or I still wouldn't be spared a beating. Thinking of this, Lu Chen replied in a low voice. I didn't mess with white sugar. It was Bai Wanyu who told me that the capital would send someone to 0 Point Bar to go undercover. So, I specifically called in a bunch of punks to pretend to sell white sugar. In fact, it's trying to use this time to bring out the undercover agent. Well, that answer is perfect. Not only does it round out what's happening now, at the same time, it made Pops think that he and Bai Wanyu were extremely close. As expected, Lu Zhixiong's eyes went wide when he heard this. The face went from cloudy to sunny. Then, it went from sunny to a 10th grade sunburn. The big mouth was open and his face was smiling. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Lu Zhixiong laughed openly, his excitement overflowing. How could he not be happy? The reason why Lu Chen was allowed to pursue Bai Wanyu was because he thought that he would be able to rely on the White family as a mountain in the future, allowing the Lu family to stand for a longer period of time. Nowadays, the capital has sent undercover agents, and he, the head of the Lu family, doesn't know about it. Lu Chen, however, received the news in advance through Bai Wanyu. What does that mean? Great work is about to be done now. Moreover, Lu Chen also entered the game with his body and tricked the undercover agent out of it. With such intelligence, Lu Zhixiong felt that he could retire early. The members of the second team who were scavenging inside the house could not help but get a little angry when they saw Lu Zhixiong, who suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? The captain asked coldly. After half a day of searching, except for some math textbooks other hair did not find, anyone would be in the mood. I suddenly thought of happy things, Lu Zhixiong said with a taut face. The captain said angrily. Don't think it's okay to hide your stuff. You guys aren't going to be open for business today. Everyone, go search the outside of the house, even if you have to turn the whole bar upside down to find it. This statement was made. The other members nodded in unison. Yes. Hearing this, Manager Jiang was somewhat unable to sit still. The bar has a daily turnover of several $100,000, especially today is Sunday. Reaching $1 million is not a problem. At the rate they're searching, I'm afraid the $1 million will go down the drain. At this time, Lu Chen stood out and pointed at the camera on the wall. There's a video here, so why go to the trouble of searching the whole bar? Hearing this, the captain gritted his teeth and said, fine, then we'll watch the video. Don't think you can hide it from the world by secretly deleting some of the clips in there. We have technicians. After that, a member of the second team wearing glasses stepped forward, led by the staff. Soon the crowd arrived at the monitoring room. Pulling up the surveillance, everyone watched intently. Just see, in the screen, the display was an hour ago. The bar staff, carrying a few boxes, sneakily entered the VIP box. After the box was placed in the house, it was left untouched from start to finish. It didn't take long for the door to the room to open again, and dozens of punks swaggered in. When they came in, the punks smoked and drank and chattered. Another 10 minutes passed, when Lu Chen shouted, open the box and inspect the goods. A couple of punks came forward and opened the boxes all the way. The staff zoomed in on the surveillance image, only to see that the box was filled with a math book. High school, middle school, there's even elementary school. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen stood in front of the blackboard and taught slowly and methodically. There's no point in watching the footage that follows until half an hour later, when the captain breaks in with a group of men. At this time, the technician in charge of examining the videotape came over and said, reporting to the captain, after investigation, the video has not been post-processed in any way and is indeed the original video. Hear the technician's answer. One time, the captain of the second team, Lu Yun, and all the members of Deer by Deer fell into silence, completely and utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 36. Since reasoning doesn't make sense, we do know some fists and feet. In the conference room of the mission Deer by Deer, all the members wore a look of hell, clueless, silly. Who would believe a punk who doesn't study well on weekdays, but privately tutored with Lu Chen? And in a noisy environment like a bar. Obviously 857 place. You stepped on the horse here to get into the 985? What's even more outrageous is Lu Chen. Just by the book. Sneaky, like stealing a dog, and he won't let his dad know. Anyone in such a situation would think the wrong way. The chief clenched his fists and said angrily, all right, close up. On this mission, not only did the basket come up empty, but it also exposed the existence of the Deer organization. In the future, Lu Zhixiong will definitely be more vigilant. So much for the task of bringing down the Lu family seemed to be getting farther and farther away from success. Inside the bar box, after receiving the order, the captain decisively led a group of people and left the bar with a gray head. Yu Hyun, since he hadn't been exposed yet, was trying to avoid being suspected. She deliberately waited an extra 5 minutes before leaving quietly. The storm is over. The bar was back to its usual self. Inside the VIP box, Lu Zhixiong realized that Bai Wanyu was also in the house, and he believed Lu Chen's explanation even more. The thought of getting through today's danger was all thanks to this future daughter-in-law. Lu Zhixiong happily pulled out a bank card and said to Lu Chen, "Brat, you don't need to watch the venue today. Go and accompany Yuer to go shopping. Yuer fancy what directly give her to buy. Spend not enough $10 million. Come back legs for you to break." Lu Chun. Immediately afterward, Lu Zhixiong said towards those young punks, "All of you don't stay here either. Go outside and drink and shake your heads. All consumption today is free." These punks, all students of the 13th grade, the black bear at the school gate that day was among them. The gangsters looked at the legendary idol in front of them and nodded excitedly in unison. "Thank you, Uncle Xiong." It didn't take long for all the people in the room to leave. Inside the large box, only Lu Chen, Bai Wanyu and Ba Gu remained. "Go," Lu Chen said indifferently. "Since we can't have a cram school, we might as well find a quiet place to read for a while and brush up on our lifespans. It's not much, but at least it's better than nothing." When Bai Wanyu heard this, she said in a bad mood, "Who wants to go shopping with you? Lu Chen? Not Buddy. Who said anything about taking you shopping? He would rather squat on the street and jerk off a stray cat for a while than be with Bai Wanyu. Every time we get together, we're either mocking or lecturing. Why are you making it harder on yourself?" Bai. Lu Chen lazily ignored her and turned around, but just out of the door, but suddenly realized that 2 tough bodyguards had been waiting here for a long time. "Young master, Master Xiong asked us to keep you and the Bai family's daughter safe and supervise your spending of $10 million. If you can't spend it all, I'll break your legs," one of the bodyguards said. Lu Chen was completely numb. Thought Pops was just saying that. I didn't realize it was for real. It seems that this street is a must shop today. Bai Wanyu will never agree. In that case, Lu Chen looked at Ba, a piece to discuss math somewhere else. At these words, Ba was so excited that he almost shook his pee out, saying, "Okay, no problem. Go go go." Saying that, he made a big jump and popped right up to Lu Chen's side. Seeing this, Bai Wanyu was somewhat unable to sit still. Her purpose of coming here was to accompany and supervise because she was afraid that Ba would be brought down by Lu Chen. But now, asshole, Bai Wanyu cursed under her breath, then stood up and hurried to keep up with the two. Lu Chen smiled gently. "It's not that easy to get you, is it?" Under the covert protection of the bouncer, the three slowly walked out of the bar. It's 11 a.m., and even though it's October, it's in the 30s outside. The busy streets were filled with people and traffic. Just as Lu Chen was thinking about how he could spend $10 million. At this point, Ba could no longer hold back his desire to learn and pointed to a coffee shop. "Look, there's the Family Star 8K, perfect for our discussion of math. Come on, I'll buy you guys coffee." Lu Chen considered it, but it was fine. "There's still a long time to go, so I'll think about spending money later, and read a book to brush up on some longevity first." Just as they were about to walk into Starbucks, suddenly, Lu Chen saw a familiar figure. Just see, the front of the store. On the bench, a couple of police marshals were sweating and eating boxed lunches, and one of them is Li Fu, who was out in front of the school after school on Friday. "Rico," Lu Chen greeted politely. The original owner of the body hadn't caused much trouble at school, and almost every time, Li Fu personally went out to mediate, and was very attached to Lu Chen. "Yo, Xiao Chen, so coincidentally, out to play with classmates? Have you had lunch yet? I still have a box of fried noodles here. Come and try it. It tastes great." Li Fu held up a boxed lunch and laughed. Lu Chen waved his hand and politely said, "No brother Li, I'm not hungry yet. It's so hot. Why don't you guys go sit inside? It's air-conditioned." Starbucks, a global chain of coffee shops, has chairs inside and outside the house for when there are fewer customers. This will support the popularity of the store while also enlisting a wave of customers. And right now, there's only 1 or 2 tables in the whole store and it's so hot outside. A few of Li Fu's men were sitting outside, their police shirts long drenched in sweat. Li Fu shook his head and said, "People want to do business. We didn't order anything. It's already embarrassing to be able to sit here. Besides, we'll just have dinner and leave. It won't take more than a few minutes. You guys hurry up and get inside. It's hot out there. Don't stay here in the sun." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen said, "Well then, brother Li, we'll go in first." Saying goodbye to Li Fu, Lu Chen and the others slowly walked into the store. Paco asked for 3 raw coconut lattes, then found a seat and sat his ass down. Wow! As if by magic, Lu Chen pulled out a physics book from his clothes and read it with great interest. Ding! Detected that the host is reading a high school physics book. Lifespan plus 1 minute. plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Physical expertise plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Well, that's what it feels like, comfortable. Soon, Lu Chen was immersed in a happy sea of knowledge and could not extricate himself. A look of disbelief appeared on Bai Wanyu's face. She's not mistaken, is she? Lu Chen loves studying so much now? You have to read a book to get a cup of coffee? Ba was a bit coy and said, Lu Chen, didn't you say you'd teach me math? Why are you looking at physics? Lu Chen said without lifting his head. If you have a question, just ask it. Upon hearing this, Paco was not polite and threw out a puzzle he had encountered in discrete math. Lu Chen hardly thought at all. While flipping through a physics book, he solved his puzzle. In a few words, the topic that had been besieging Bago for 6 months was solved. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Ba was completely and utterly convinced. Genius. A man of God. He was so excited in his heart that he became more and more determined to worship Lu Chen as his master. Bai Wanyu also secretly marveled at Lu Chen's attainments in mathematics. Just a shame. Lu Chen has no lofty ideals and is only interested in relying on the family business. Goes against her philosophy of self-improvement. Just as a few people were sitting in the house, each with their own thoughts. Suddenly, Starbuck was in the front office. A female sales clerk looked at Li Fu and the others outside the door and couldn't help but frown. She strides to the front of the store, her tone aggressive. I say, what's the matter with you guys? This is a place of business, not a table for you. Hurry up and go 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 go. Don't occupy the pit here. What bad luck. Breathless death. Due to the loud voice of the clerk, the guests in the room, including Lu Chen, looked out, only to see, Li Fu's few people were visibly stunned. Sorry to interrupt your business. We're leaving. Li Fu smiled guiltily. After that, he and a few of his colleagues quickly collected the boxed lunches on the table. He then left his seat and went over to a greenbelt where he continued to gorge himself. See a few people leave. The female clerk gave a look of disgust and returned to the store, spitting at her co-worker. These cops are so unqualified. A cup of something you don't order. You'll whore out your seat. Dirty, sweaty, and smelly all over your clothes. I don't know how this kind of people became police officers. They have no professional ethics at all. I'm going to report them later. The shopgirl complained. Lu Chen as well as the several tables of guests in the store saw this scene. And at once, one by one, they all frowned. And just then, Li Fu, who had already left, suddenly folded back. He and several colleagues conducted an arrest campaign overnight. From last night to now, a night and a half without sleep. Not a bite of food. That's why 2 orders of fried noodles were ordered to fill the hungry stomach. And being so tired, I accidentally left one of the fried noodles on the table when I left just now. So return back and retrieve your fried noodles. By this time, the woman clerk had already taken towels and disinfectant with her colleague to the bench outside. You know, Li Fu and the others had just eaten with a newspaper under each of their asses. Nevertheless, in the face of clean and tidy chairs, the female clerk still looks disgusted and sprays on disinfectant and keeps wiping. Spray the sanitizer more often. It's covered in germs. Here, and there, spray it all. Finishing wiping her chair, she looked up just in time to see the fried flour left on the table. Without thinking, the female clerk flung her arm around and slapped the boxed lunch right out of the way. Wow! The box was shot a few meters away. The fried noodles inside, also all scattered on the ground. It's so dirty, the shopgirl said with a disgusted look on her face. Lu Chen, as well as the store's guests, could not help themselves a bit when they saw such a situation. First, the outside area is a public place. Why can't people sit on the chairs when you put them outside and take up the public road? Second, there's not much in the store. They don't delay your business. They leave in 5 minutes after eating. Why are you kicking them out? Third, what kind of attitude is this? If you don't want someone to sit there, just say so. Why do you have to be so nasty? Li Fu's entire body froze in place as well. He was a little confused. He just wanted to borrow a chair for a meal. Why was he so disliked by the other party? Even though he was puzzled in his heart, Li Fu did not get angry and still apologized. I'm very sorry for the trouble I've caused your work, and I hope you'll understand. When he finished speaking, Li Fu used his hand to rake the fried noodles on the floor into the boxed lunch and turned toward the trash can. The female shopkeeper instantly furrowed her eyebrows into a ball when she saw Li Fu's behavior. She took out her cell phone and recorded the scene. One side of the shot. Families, who understands today at work encountered a few civilian police especially unqualified, not ordering anything and having the nerve to take up our store chairs. How can you be so disgusting when you're covered in stinky sweat? Not to mention the fact that you pick up the stir-fry powder with your hands when it falls on the floor. Finish filming these. The girl put the video in front of her coworker and joked. See, your husband. Upon hearing this, the colleague made a face like he was going to hit someone and disliked him back. Nonsense. It's obviously your husband. Your husband. Your husband. The two of them talked and joked around. Such a bad attitude caused several of Li Fu's co-workers to look away. One of the marshmallows came over and angrily said, "It's not just sitting in your chairs for a while. Is it necessary to speak so hurtfully?" Li Fu, as the captain, hurriedly pulled and persuaded, all right, hurry up. We still have to patrol later." At that, the shopgirl was not happy and disliked her back. "I talk hurtful. First of all, you have to be a human being. Are you guys doing personnel work? I worked hard to get out to work a shift. Why should I be disgusted by you guys? Whoring our chairs for nothing, and you're justified. Can the police do whatever they want? Don't think I'm afraid of you guys just because I'm wearing this skin. As long as I'm not breaking the law, you have no reason to arrest me. Hurry up and stay away from our store. It stinks. What if it affects our business?" After saying that, the shopgirl spat on the floor. The excessive behavior made even Li Fu, who was the captain, a bit angry. As he pulled his co-worker back, he shouted at the shopgirl, "Cut the crap. Aren't you just working at this store? Why be so serious?" The comments seemed to poke the shopgirl where it hurts. Her face immediately grimaced, and she opened her cell phone to videotape the road again. "Look family, the puppy is in a hurry. The puppy is angry and wants to bite. Woof woof, woof woof, bite me, bite me." Hearing her mockery, Li Fu instantly turned over in anger, his fists almost crushing. Consequences may be considered. With determination, he turned away. "Get lost if you don't dare. You stinker who likes to take small advantages. With your kind of quality, you deserve to eat roadkill." The shopgirl laughed and scolded. At this very moment, Lu Chun, who was sitting in the store, couldn't watch any longer. He put down the physics book in his hand with an icy expression and slowly walked towards the shopgirl. "Since reason doesn't make sense, we do know some boxing." Chapter 37, Evil People Are Ruled by Evil People. A scene in front of the store. Don't say that Lu Chun couldn't look away. Even the mild-mannered Bai Wan Yu and Ba Gu were a bit angry. Therefore, instead of blocking them, they were glad that Lu Chen was there. Since ancient times, wickedness still needs to be worn by the wicked. Lu Chen walked out of the store and gestured with his eyes towards Li Fu. The meaning is simple: let them hurry up and leave, or they won't be able to do it well themselves. Anymore, you can't beat someone up in front of a police officer. Li Fu nodded knowingly. "It's patrol time. Let's go." Li Fu patted his co-workers on the shoulder. Seeing that the captain had spoken, the co-workers couldn't say anything else even if they were angry. One by one, red-faced and indignant, they left. Watch them walk away. The shopgirl turned even more arrogant and cursed in the direction the crowd had left. "What? You know you're in the wrong and you don't have the face to stay on? Don't go away. Keep arguing with me. You stinkers who like to take small advantages. Dare to come again and I'll scold you back." The sound was so loud that it couldn't help but attract the attention of passers-by around them. Just as Lu Chen was about to walk up to her, suddenly, a small couple came over with a few bags of rice and food, and walked over aggressively. Seeing how angry the two of them looked, I guess they had been following this from the beginning, so they knew the whole story. The boy and the couple stepped forward, angrily. "Why are you such a snarky person if you're not just sitting at your place for a while? What's the rationale for others to be able to sit, but not police officers who maintain public order? Did you know that a couple of them stayed up all night last night, chasing criminals all night?" The original. Last night, the couple was shopping on the street. Passing through an alleyway, he was suddenly rushed out by several drunken gangsters and robbed at knife point. The two of them did not dare to resist, and handed over all the paper money stuff in their entire bodies. And they were outsiders, coming to work in Yunhai City. Without money on them, even survival was a problem. After receiving the case, Li Fu heard what happened to the other side and was the first to lead the team to arrest the criminals. It wasn't until the morning that they apprehended the culprits on the highway and returned all the money to the couple. The couple wanted to treat Li Fu and the others to dinner to show their appreciation, but they refused on the pretext that they had to patrol later. Hopeless. They could only pack meals from the restaurant and treat a few of the police to a nice meal. "But I didn't expect to see the scene just now, just after I came out from buying." The girl in the couple chimed in. "That's right. Don't we just not get some of your stuff? Here's $1,000. Consider it what I bought them. You invite them back immediately and apologize in person. Say it." She pulled 10 red bills out of her pocket and shoved them into the shopgirl's hand. The female clerk looked at the $1,000 in her hand and froze. Spin laughed. Immediately afterward, her expression changed to a scowl and she raised the bill, splat, and slammed it hard into the girl's face. Wow! The bills were scattered all over the place. The female clerk pointed her nose and cursed. "Don't be so damned as to think that just because you have a few stinking dollars, you're something. It's none of my business if they stay up all night. And what's sudden death got to do with it? Get lost, piss me off, and I'll make you all suffer." Martyr. Today went out without reading the yellow calendar. How to always encounter some. The smashed girl was stunned. The boys on the side froze as well, reacting. All of a sudden, the boy's anger went wild. If I don't clean you up today, heaven forbid, strike that. The boy rolled up his sleeve and was about to strike at the shopgirl. However, the shopgirl was not afraid. Instead, he revealed a provocative smile and said, "Dare to hit me? Do you know who my boyfriend is? Have you heard of the Over-River Dragon? I can kill you with one phone call. Believe it or not?" I heard the word dragon, only to see that the boy, who was originally full of anger, was instantly like a deflated leather ball. The eyes were clear and dull. The entire group calmed down, and the fists raised in the air were slowly lowered. In Yunhai City, no one didn't know the name of Over-River Dragon. Even him, an outsider who hadn't been here long. The man is said to be ruthless and sharp. It's also very competent when it comes to management. Therefore, all the bars of the Liu family in Yunhai City, almost all of them are managed by this overstayer, whose position cannot be underestimated. The shopgirl couldn't help but laugh at the man's reaction. She pulled out her cell phone and flashed a number and note. Smugly, "Did you get a good look at it? Recognize the phone number of my husband. Dragon Crossing?" Didn't wait for an answer. The clerk raised her palm and slapped it across his face, cursing, "Mud, you can recognize a few, and a poor bastard like you is equipped with my husband's phone number? Stinking dogs at the bottom of the social ladder. My husband can crush you with one finger." Seeing a boyfriend get beat up, the girl couldn't help herself and asked with red eyes, "What gives you the right to hit someone?" At the words, the boy hastily covered her mouth and whispered, "Okay, stop talking. We can't afford to mess with this person. Hurry up and go home. Our son should be awake at this hour. He needs to be fed formula." Apparently, he's not just this girl's boyfriend, also, a father. It's more like the backbone of the family. And that's when it happened. A couple of front desk employees walked out of the Starbucks store and asked in disbelief, "What's going on? Why are you still arguing?" The female clerk saw her coworker come out and seemed to want to show off her muscles in front of the crowd, only to see that she was full of complacency towards the couple. "Go, who gave you permission to leave? Get down on your knees and apologize to me. Otherwise, no one will leave here today. Hear that?" The boy's pupils dilated dramatically. The whole man was shaking with anger. But look at his girlfriend. And then I thought of my son at home, who was waiting to be fed. He clenched his fists, his eyes hollow, his body stiffening as he turned around. Asterisk 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 really want to kneel? Older sister, you're too powerful too. 666. From now on, my sisters will follow you, several employees exclaimed. Hearing her co-workers bragging, the shopgirl happily covered her mouth. Subsequently, she looked at the hesitant boy in front of her and her smile ended abruptly as she blushed and cursed. "Kneel down, asshole. What are you waiting for?" The words just fell. Suddenly, Lu Chen came over from the side and lifted his foot towards the shopgirl. Boom! That's a pretty heavy kick. The shopgirl was like a kite off its string, whooshing out into the distance. It then hit the ground hard, face down, and fell straight through. The detergent in his hand fell to the ground and splashed onto Lu Chen's shoes. "Ah!" The girl screamed miserably. She struggled to her feet and looked around, her whole body going into a rage. "Tramp! Who kicked me? I'll kill you." Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your behavior has influenced 25 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 2 hours. Hearing the system beep in his ear, Lu Chen waved his hand at the couple, signaling them to leave. Seeing this, the two of them did not dare to linger and hurriedly left with the meal in their hands. Immediately after, Lu Chen looked at the shopgirl and said expressionlessly, "Cake you? No, 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 and I'm going to slap you." After saying that, Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped it towards the other party. The shopgirl hadn't gotten over her shock yet, and the next second, pop, ah, the shopgirl was again slapped 2 meters away. Upon getting back up, this time, all of her previous arrogance was gone. The eyes were covered with fear. "You have the balls to let me make a phone call and I'll call someone." The shopgirl winced. "You call it." Lu Chen rubbed his sore fist and said with a face full of disinterest. At that, the girl immediately took out her cell phone and made a call. "Hey hubby, where are you? Someone purposely picked on me and not only called me names, but also hit me. You hurry up and get over here." Woo-hoo-hoo. Hearing the other party's complaint, Lu Chen was speechless. This ability to turn black and white upside down is truly awesome. Not for a while. Only, a big Benz slowly pulled up to the side of the road. Ka! The car door opens. In the next second, Manager Jiang drilled out of it in a fiery hurry. "Malagasy, what kind of thing that doesn't want to live? Dares to hit my baby?" When the female sales clerk saw Manager Jiang, as if she was suffering from a great injustice, She rushed into the other party's arms and cried, "If you don't come, I'm going to be bullied to death by that guy." Manager Jiang was heartbroken and held back his anger as he asked, "What's going on? Did you not report my name of Cross River Dragon?" The girl pounded his chest with her small fists and cried and pouted. "It's because I reported your name that I got beaten. You usually always brag and say that as long as I report your name, no one in the entire Cloud Sea City would dare to touch me. But now, I've been beaten up by that man in this miserable state. It's all your fault. Woo-hoo-hoo." Manager Jiang felt guilty in his heart and comforted. "Don't cry, baby. It's indeed my fault. Today, I will definitely take this out hard for you. Where is the man?" At those words, the female sales clerk immediately pointed at Lu Chen. Manager Jiang looked in the direction of her finger. See only. Lu Chen was standing in place with his hands behind his back, with a mysterious smile on his face. He stared straight at him. Chapter 38. Brush up some 1-star reviews for people. When Manager Jiang's gaze met Lu Chen's, in an instant, his entire body froze in place. For a moment, cold sweat swept over his body, recalling the way he had cursed just now. Manager Jiang couldn't wait to have a time traveler and travel back. Even if it killed him, he would never come to take it out on this little lover. At this time, Lu Chen walked over and said with a leathery smile, "Manager Jiang, looking for a girlfriend you have to keep your eyes peeled. You can't have all women." Spin. Lu Chen told all about the process of all the things, one by one. After listening to Lu Chen, Manager Jiang directly read warm, the word anger written all over his face. Pop. Manager Jiang slapped the female clerk hard on her face and scolded. Asterisk 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 Nima, do you not want to live, you evil-minded? The shopgirl covered her face and stared in disbelief. She was utterly and completely confused. What's going on? Shouldn't you be taking it out on yourself? She was all set to make Lu Chen kneel down and kowtow to his mistake. But now, how do you slap yourself in return? And who is this man in front of me? Just a few words and your boyfriend believes it? Didn't wait for her to respond. Manager Jiang yanked her by the hair, a tug, and held her down hard on the ground, beating and cursing at the same time. You're a horse's ass. I was blind to you in the first place. You're such a shameless whore. You'd be sold to a brothel and no one would even you. Even the police are abusive. I'll beat you to death today. You. Manager Jiang was angry not entirely because the other party had insulted Li Fu. More important reasons. The capital has its eyes on the Lu family, and after the incident at the bar in the morning, those guys haven't gone far. Lu Zhixiong had specifically instructed him to keep a low profile in the last few days, and not to cause any trouble. But now what? An hour is not yet up. This lover of his own. He insulted the police in the street, and also to make a name for himself and to do evil. If it attracts the attention of the gang in the capital and accidentally involves the Lu family, at that point, 10 of his heads won't be enough to lose. Asterisk 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 in hell. Kill you, kill you. Manager Jiang was as good as out of a goat knife. His attack speed was pulled full, and his fists swung out of the stump. The shopgirl was so beaten up she couldn't speak. At the moment, her bowels were green with remorse. If I had known, I wouldn't have kicked out those cops. But there's no such thing as regret pills. Starbucks doorway. The employees looked at the scene in front of them, all showing an anxious look. At that point, the store manager took out his cell phone and called the police at. Not for a while. A police car rushed over. When the car door opened, what came out from inside was clearly Li Fu and those few colleagues. Looking at Lu Chen, Manager Jiang, and the swollen-nosed shopgirl, Li Fu knew at a glance that something had probably happened. Who called the police? Li Fu asked. Following the process. I called the police. The store manager ran over. He pointed at Lu Chen and said angrily, he assaulted another person in broad daylight and is suspected of violent injury. We hope that the officers will do justice and punish the wrongdoers severely. Hear that? Everyone in the room laughed. And have the nerve to say such things. Why didn't you look so righteous when you insulted the police just now? At that moment, the beaten shopgirl hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, 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 they didn't beat me. I fell myself. When she finished, she gave the store manager a resentful look. Isn't this adding to the confusion? If the overlander gets into a police car today because of her, then there's enough to suffer for the rest of the day. Upon hearing this, Li Fu didn't dawdle and took out his book and pen and asked, Are you sure? If that's the case, we'll close the case. The shopgirl hurriedly replied, Very sure. And, with that, she bowed towards Li Fu and the others and cried, I deeply apologize and blame myself to all the officers for my previous behavior. Look at the other person's sincere look. Li Fu didn't say anything. After recording, he led the shopgirl to the police car and took her back to make a statement. The storm dissipated. Only Lu Chen and Manager Jiang were left in the same spot. At this moment, Manager Jiang had a frightened look on his face. Obviously, He was afraid that Lu Chen would find him to settle scores in the fall. Lu Chen didn't make things difficult for him and patted his shoulder. Alright, if there's nothing else, hurry back, you can't leave the bar side. Hear this. Only then did Boss Jiang wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Alright young master, then I'll go back to the bar and get busy. When he finished, he got into the Big Ben and stepped on the gas to leave. Back to the star 8 grams. Lu Chen resumed his seat. Ba nodded. Lu Chen, it's time to say no. For a moment just now you were indeed more handsome than me. By one you also complimented in disguise. Can't see that you kid has quite a sense of justice. In the face of such praise, Lu Chen looked uninterested. Oh, just deal with it. Lu Chen hugged the physics book and continued to gnaw on it. Paco, buy one you. Just then, Starbucks front desk. The store manager who had just called the police came over with a grim face. Hello 3 customers, I'm very sorry to inform you. You will not be welcome at our store in the future. And as for the 3 raw coconut lattes we just ordered, we will not be able to make them. Please pack up your books and leave as soon as possible. Thank you. Hear that? At that moment, Lu Chen, buy one you, and Bagu all looked towards him with puzzled faces. What the hell is this? The one before that just joined the bureau, and now there's another one looking for a fight? However, it was a much more polite attitude than the previous shopgirl. In a way, it's kind of an improvement. Unhappy, Paco asked, as legal citizens, we have the legal right to consume. So what gives you the right to kick us out? It was hard to have a place to concentrate on math with Lu Chen. How could he let go of this great opportunity? The store manager was unforgiving. You have the right to consume and we have the right to sell in our store. So, we are in a position to decide whether or not to sell products to you. Please grab your asses and leave without polluting the image of the store. Thank you. The store manager had a raw smile on his face. In his heart, he had already cursed Lu Chen hundreds of times. The reason why? It's because his own employees were beaten up and he, as the store manager, hid in the shadows and didn't dare to give a fart. Majesty and disgrace in front of the rest of the staff. The reason for this is that he is afraid of the overgrown dragon. The goon. However, he couldn't afford to mess with the dragon, but he could afford to mess with Lu Chen. In his eyes, Lu Chen was the first passerby who liked to take the dog and meddle in his own business. Therefore, he wanted to recover his lost majesty in Lu Chen in front of everyone. Interesting. Lu Chen closed his physics book. Looking up, she looked at him and said, first time I've heard that reading in a coffee shop is bad for your image. The store manager nodded and smiled. That's right. Lu Chen stood up, turned around and walked out without looking back. Well, in that case, I won't impose, and I'll be sure to take care of your store's image. Seeing Lu Chen go, Paco followed on his ass. It was also the first time by one you had encountered this situation. With a face like frost, she snorted coldly at the store manager and quickly followed the last 2. When they're gone, a few employees applauded. Awesome, mighty, store manager you were so handsome just now. And the mind curses. Goons. Just pick the soft ones. Why didn't you give it in front of the dragon just now? The store manager ruffled his bangs and said smugly. Ha, if you dare to bully the people under my hand, of course I won't buy it. From now on, whenever they dare to come, just blow them away. I said it. The staff applauded again. Bravo. The store manager didn't lose any points, and it wasn't long after Lu Chen's trio had just left. Led by Black Bear, a group of 13 middle school punks walked into the store. There were about 30 people, pouring in together. At once, the empty coffee shop was standing at attention. When the store manager saw this scene, he thought he had come with a single big deal, and his face was almost smiling. What would you all like to drink, dudes? The store manager asked cheerfully. At those words, the Black Bear snorted coldly. Originally he was bouncing with his brothers. As a result, Lu Chen called and asked him to bring some people to this coffee shop to brush up the good reviews. How could he not understand what Lu Chen meant? Only, Black Bear pointed to the menu and said with a grimace, give me 35 raw coconut lattes, more sugar, more ice, but no coffee. The store manager was excited to hear the first 2 sentences, but when he heard the last sentence, he was dumbfounded. Drinking coffee but not wanting it? What are you drinking then? Here's some ice and sugar. Why don't you lick it yourself? But look at the number of people across the street. The store manager didn't dare to have a fit and compensated with a smile. Little brother is really good at joking. How can you drink coffee without coffee? This statement was made. Next, the Black Bear snapped at the table, startling the store manager and the rest of the staff. He then said with a ferocious expression and a grim face, asterisk 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 you, do you see me like I'm giving you a hard time? Chapter 39 So annoying. It's so hard to defeat the family. The store manager was confused. At this moment he realized that these people in front of him were not here to buy coffee, but to pick a fight. Facing so many people, The store manager didn't have the same courage he had just now when targeting Lu Chen. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled playfully. Little brother, just tell me what you want to drink. I'll give you a 20% discount. It's just, this latte is so sugary and icy, but not coffee. We just can't do it. The black bear's face suddenly changed when he heard that. He stretched out his strong arm and lifted the store manager straight up with one hand. Cursing, Nima, can't do it. You open your paralyzing coffee shop. You look down on me, don't you? Somebody, take care of the image of their store. With the keywords care and image uttered, the store manager was jittery and realized what was going on. Dare these rowdy punks, all shouted by that meddlesome thing pussy from earlier. Think about it. The store manager, who was carried in mid-air, said with a black face, little pussy brats, I know who instructed you to come, but do you know who covers this store? Cross River Dragon, Brother Jiang, dare to mess with me, believe it or not, Jiang will bring his men to chop you all up. The store manager, in his haste to scare these brats, brought out the overgrown dragon. Indeed it did, and ever since the shopgirl had been the lover of the overgrown dragon, the store had been in full swing. Occasionally, when they encountered troublemakers, the crossing dragon would help out to smooth things over for the sake of his lover. However, the black bear snorted and said after hearing the name of the over-river dragon, crossing the river dragon, isn't that the manager of the Zero Bar? He's nothing in front of our Lu. Having said that, black bear lifts store manager gently, then, fell hard. Ah, the store manager's ass almost cracked. It was at this point that he reacted. Lu, in Cloud Sea City, the person who could override the over-river dragon and whose last name was Lu. Except for that one, who else could it be? I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was the son of the Lu family. Otherwise, even if I were given 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to provoke him. The store manager regrets his eggs. When he thought that just now, he had actually treated the Lu family's son in that manner. He was sweating coldly, but things have happened. It's too late to say anything now. Black Bear smiled disdainfully and said, brothers, what are you waiting for? Take care of the store's image. This statement was made. Dozens of people shouted in unison, yes, immediately after. These punks carried long-legged benches and started serving them towards the glass windows. The cash register at the front desk, the dimes were smashed and shipped out. There was even one punter who just took off his pants and booed in the store because he had too much to drink at the bar. The rest of the shopkeepers were trembling in fear and said helplessly, shopkeeper, take out your majesty and shock them away. Only to see, the store manager turned around and cursed at him. Shock you, old man. I resigned. From now on I'm no longer your store manager. Just as Black Bear led the way, defending Starbucks' image. At this very moment, Oaks Mall, Lu Chun, by Wan Yu and Ba arrived at a shoe store. Since the detergent had accidentally spilled onto his shoes when he had just beaten up the shopgirl, Lu Chen planned to buy a new pair of shoes. But just as they entered the store, several people spotted a familiar figure. Just see, at the labor shoes, Li Jingyao was in the middle of chopping prices with the store clerk. Boss, let's make it cheaper. These shoes cost less than $100. You're selling them for $500 too expensive. Sell them to me for $250. Little girl. There is no cut price according to half cut. Are like you? How can we do business? $260? No. $270? No really. I'll leave then. Go next door and get it. Geez okay. Sold to you. Hearing their conversation, the three of them, Lu Chun, were confused. 500 shoes, cut almost in half straight away. It is said that the children of poor families are born early, and it does seem to be true. Yo Bai Wan Yu shouted enthusiastically. Hearing the shout, Li Jingya turned her head to look over. Mr. Lu Chun, Mr. Bai Wan Yu, and Bug. Li Jingya was excited. Jingya, didn't Lu Chen's mother introduce you to a job? Why did you come here? Bai Wan Yu asked as she took her hand. Li Jingya beamed. That job is too easy. I'm restless with my money, so get the supervisor to give me more work. And after half a day of begging, he's letting me out to purchase work clothes. It was during the conversation between the two women. Lu Chen had already chosen his new shoes at Lightspeed and pulled out the bank card given by Lu Jixiong. My father specifically told me to break my legs if I couldn't spend the $10 million. As it was, he had to be a good loser. Boss, I'll take these shoes. Swipe your card, Lu Chen said. The salesman was so happy to see him so straightforward. Well, this pair of shoes a total of $2,399. Now the fall discount, only charge you $19.99 on it. When Lu Chen heard this, how could this work? Let's make it $2. $399, or round it up to $3. 000. And the girls' labor shoes are on my tab as well. This statement was made. The salesman, Li Jingya and Bai Wanyu all froze. A request as strange as this, they had never heard in their lives. Lu Chun, don't spend money recklessly. It's all your parents' hard-earned money. Bai Wanyu didn't have the good sense to say. This was one of the reasons why she despised Lu Chen. Defeat. However, when the salesman took the bank card and put it on the swipe machine and took a look, at once, her eyes went wide. His mouth opened into an O shape, and his face showed an undisguised shock. Because the swipe machine shows that the amount inside is infinity. It's not so much that the card can't be spent, but this sign means the owner of the card is the owner of the entire mall. Who needs to spend money to buy something at their own mall? So, the clerk came to Lu Chen with the card respectfully and said, "Boss, take your pick of everything in the store." No money. Hearing this, a puzzled look appeared on Lu Chen's face. No money? So he didn't just cut the price for nothing? Collect more or less. Lu Chen continued to cut the price. No, I really can't. Please don't put me in a difficult position. The clerk was helpless. Seeing that the other party is dead set against taking it, Lu Chen had to take back his bank card. Li Jingya is responsible for, is to purchase the entire company's workwear. So after you've bought your shoes, you still need to shop in the clothes section. Lu Chen didn't believe it and decided to follow along, and he would settle the bill later. However, Li Jingya exhausted 9 oxen and 2 tigers. It is difficult to cut 300 yuan of work to 100 yuan. When Lu Chen pulled out that bank card, the other party saw it and gave a surprised look, then announced that all clothes in the store are free. Lu Chen received back the bank card with a lost face and scratched his ears in anger. So annoying. It's so hard to lose. About half an hour later, all of Li Jingya's purchasing tasks were completed. The 4 of them came to the front door of the mall and were about to leave. Suddenly, the center of the mall. Just see, a BMW car parked on the first floor. A wide array of cars, a wide variety of models are available, and next to each car stood a model with an excellent figure. Cool outfits and long white legs are dazzling. Apparently, BMW is having an exhibition here. At this point, the entrance to the exhibition, a staff member stood in front of the freezer, an ice cream in his hand, and yelled, "Come to the BMW Expo and get free ice cream." Everyone, hear the yell. Li Jingya, who was living on a tight budget, brightened up and said excitedly, "Classmate Bai Wanyu, there's free ice cream available there. Let's go and try it." At those words, Bai Wanyu froze slightly. Growing up, everything she ate was the most expensive. Free ice cream? Haven't really had it. Thinking about it, she nodded happily and said, "Yes, say it." Holding hands, the 2 women ran towards that in a flash. At that moment, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Pops has a bank card that can't be spent at all the stores in the mall. BMW, on the other hand, is temporarily borrowing the venue, not technically part of the Oaks Mall. In that case, it must cost money to buy their cars, right? Thinking of this, Lu Chen was thrilled. He took the bank card in his hand and rushed straight toward the car sales department. Behind him, Paco had wanted to take the opportunity to ask some math questions. Seeing Lu Chen running out of sight, like a heel, he sniffed and chased after them. Chapter 40. What a beautiful Mako dog. Oaks Square, first floor, Palmer Fair. Swish. Lu Chen made a flash and arrived at the car sales department. Said it was the car sales department. It was actually a small table with 2 sales standing next to it. As it is an exhibition, the car on site can't be driven away directly, so you can only book it here. "Hello, I'd like to order a car," Lu Chen said indifferently. The 2 sales were farting around and their teeth fell out when they heard this. Well, may I ask which car the handsome man would like to order?" Sales smiled very politely. "Which car is the most expensive?" Lu Chen asked. Sales would smile. Based on the experience of years of fighting in the mall, he knew that this was the arrival of a big money man. He took out his tablet to be gunned, opened the 3D effect, and introduced it. "Handsome, this Bomba 8 series is a new model just produced this year. You see, this model streamline, this grand appearance, highlight a word, atmosphere, especially this rear space, not only spacious, but also equipped with 5G big screen. You can play games, K-songs." Lu Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not sitting in the back." He just wants to spend the money first. Who rides in this thing when you have a Rolls Royce? And sales froze. Not in the back? Owners who buy cars at this price point are big bosses with chauffeurs to drive them. Is it hard to believe he's the driver? No wonder it's so young. With that in mind, Sales turned the conversation around and said cheerfully, "In fact, the best thing about this car is that it's comfortable to drive. Look at this leather seat, this rounded steering wheel. All you need to do is hold your hand on it, and you will immediately be able to feel the smooth enjoyment of your first love." Lu Chen didn't have time to listen to and rant so much. Straight away, He pulled out his bank and handed it over. See if the card works, Lu Chen asked. Every time I bought something before, when I got to the credit card part, the other person didn't want the money. This time, it's important to ask ahead of time to save yourself a lot of wasted effort. Sales immediately picked up the card, put it on the swipe machine and took a look at it, and his prostate nearly exploded in shock. The balance tail is long enough to buy his life. The sales excitedly said, yes, it works too well. May I ask the owner to order this car? It's easy to pick up for as little as $1 million. And of course, you have the option of. Lu Chen interrupted. I want 10. This statement was made. All the surrounding sales were attracted. How much more? 10? That much? The salesman's eyes glazed over in disbelief. Can't I string it up and drive it as a little train? Lu Chen was speechless. This person was full of nonsense. Oops. Okay. It's great. Say it. He took the bank card and ran madly towards the deal, afraid that if he was a second slow, Lu Chen would regret it. The other side. Li Jingya and Bai Wanyu arrived at the entrance. Hello, we're going to the bomb affair, Li Jingya said politely. Just head inside. The staff member waved his hand, then turned his head and continued to yell, attend the bomb affair and receive free ice cream. Seeing the situation, Bai Wanyu was a bit shy. Growing up, she never offered to ask for food. Now is no exception. For her part, Li Jingya was much thicker-skinned as she pointed to the refrigerator covered with an insulating cloth and asked, I thought you could get ice cream for attending the fair. We want ice cream. This statement was made. The staff froze and then said, I'm sorry, the ice cream is no longer available. At those words, Li Jingya's heart was lost for a moment. Can't white-knuckle free ice cream. It's really too bad. Bai Wanyu's heart was also a bit empty. Can't taste the free ice cream. I don't know when I'll get the chance next time. Just as the two women turned around, ready to leave the place. At that moment, a foreigner came towards the place. See only. When the foreigners were a full dozen meters away from the fair, the staff member's face lit up when he saw it. Immediately afterward, he lifted the refrigerator, swished it, and pulled 2 ice creams out of it. Immediately after that, running all the way, upside down, to the foreigners. Hello, you can get ice cream for attending the Palmer Expo, the staff member said enthusiastically. The foreigner took the ice cream and politely said, 3 grams of oil. You're the most beautiful dragon girl I've ever seen. Seeing as you're so beautiful, I've decided to take a stroll around the fair. Hearing compliments from the other side, the staff member's aunt's napkin was falling off her face with laughter and a red face. Thank you for your compliments. Please hurry inside. If there are problems with language communication, I can always help you. The foreigner gave a charming smile. Then strutting, he walked through the entrance. This scene, Li Jingya and Bai Wanyu were really watching. The two froze. Last second I just said no. The next thing I know, I'm pulling 2 of them out of the fridge. What about magic? When the staff comes back, Li Jingya continued politely. Hello, can we both collect our ice cream? Seeing it was her again, the staff showed a hint of impatience, but still kept smiling. Sorry, as I told you earlier, it's no longer available. Li Jingya pointed at the foreigner and asked, then why does he have it? And 2 of them at that? Hear that? The smile on the staff member's face instantly disappeared, and he said in a heavy tone, people book in advance. They want ice cream. There's a supermarket next door. Advance booking? They really think they're deaf. The foreigner clearly said that he was attending the fair because of her beauty. Obviously, the other side had no intention of going in before. Besides, how can you pay for ice cream that tastes good? They came for the word free. Looks like there really isn't one this time. Li Jingya said, let's go. Bai Wanyu took her arm and said, however, this time the two hadn't turned around. The automatic revolving door of the mall pushed open and 4 foreigners walked in. The foreigner who entered the expo, ice cream in hand, yelled toward the door. Here, okay, I'm coming. See only. The staff saw the foreigners and once again a beautiful smile spread across their faces. She opens the refrigerator, hands back, digs in, and pulls 4 ice creams out of it. Then he quickened his pace and bumbled his way to the 4 foreigners. Hi guys, you can get free ice cream for attending the expo. Krabby nay. One of the foreigners replied in stiff Chinese. Upon hearing this, the staff member hurriedly smiled and returned. You are welcome. You're welcome. This time, Bai Wanyu was a bit angry. First time I said no. As a result, when the foreigners came, she took out 2. The second time I thought there really wasn't one. As a result, when the foreigners came, she brought out 4 ice creams. This kind of treating people like cuties, the behavior of anyone else, all intolerable. Hello, why is it that both times we asked for ice cream they said they didn't have it and they did? Bai Wanyu said indignantly. When the staff saw it was those 2 again. At once, Tempers flared. She was full of impatience. No. I mean, are you two so poor that you haven't had ice cream since you were kids? No. 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 How many times have I told you? Daff, if you really want it, pay for it yourself and leave me alone. What is Bai Wan Yu's character? Straightforward. Soft on the outside. Strong on the inside. If she looks at anyone and says something, she can piss them off. After all, even Lu Chen was psychologically ate out by her. Only to see, Bai Wan Yu spat out a succession of words. We only wanted 2 ice creams. You claimed you didn't have any. But the foreigners came and you gave 6 in a row. The foreigner arrives and you trot along, offering non-stop. And we're just posting questions in our minds and asking more questions. And you just flip out? Aren't you just being a foreigner? What's so great about foreigners? Liking foreigners? Why don't you go abroad? Is it because you can't afford it, or your family conditions don't support it? If you despise the people of the Dragon Kingdom, don't stay in the Dragon Kingdom. Why cheapen so much of yourself? A series of them. The staff member's face twitched, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he was so angry that he almost collapsed on the spot. She then kept adjusting her breathing, her face reddening and warming at a rate visible to the naked eye. After slowing down, she pointed at Bai Wan Yu and cursed. Just for foreigners. Just not for poor bastards like you. Gasp. I have a bad family? Any worse than a poor bastard like you? Over an ice cream no end. I've never seen someone who likes to make a cheap buck so much in my life. I'm telling you. My mother is really going to leave the country after a while and never come back. Have you poor bastards ever been on an airplane and seen the world? Do you know what the outside world looks like? You're a frog in a well. There was a lot of arguing. Plus the mall has an echo. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn this way. The staff didn't relent and continued to curse. What's wrong with me just looking down on the dragons? Dragons are just ugly. Just short. Inferior to foreigners in every way. I just can't choose to be reincarnated. Otherwise I wouldn't have been born in Dragon Kingdom even if I was killed. You poor bastard. You even educated me. Are we from the same world? Are you worthy? There was no shortage of males in the surrounding eating crowd. Originally they were happily watching this good show, but after hearing the words of the staff, at once, all of them clammed up. You can call us ugly, but never call us short. A few of the older brothers stepped forward, and outputted at her. Nima. Dragon men are short. Your father is not a dragon man? Brother is right. Her father was short and didn't he still give birth to her? If you can't choose to reincarnate, I can give you a chance to choose to reincarnate again right now. Nifty. The invective grew louder. The number of people involved in name-calling is also increasing. It didn't take long for almost the entire first floor of the mall to gather around. Bai Wan Yu just wanted to continue disliking her. At this point, a man in a suit approached. He held the staff back and shouted at the crowd. Quiet, everyone. I'm the president of this auto expo, so take your time if you have anything to say. The male crowd sputtered. That looks down on dragon men and says that all dragon men are short. That's right. You're her boss and a man. What are you going to do about it? Hear these words. The president's eyes widened. You're cursing yourself? Zhang Shui. Apologize to everyone immediately. The president was adamant. Zhang Shui. And just that staff member quit. Apologize? Who am I to apologize? I'm merely telling the truth. Is it wrong to tell the truth? This statement was made. The originally silent surroundings exploded again as if a torpedo had been thrown. Nima. Try telling me I'm short again, and I'll pick your shrimp line right off. What hook ate president? You are her leader. She is your leader, ah? The eye has been aroused to anger. The president sighed helplessly. If he had been the rest of the staff, he would have swung his hand up long ago. Only, this Zhang Shui was a bit special. Her boyfriend is said to be a high-ranking, high-powered person at the headquarters of Bauma in the Dragon Kingdom. All the Bauma sales outlets in the country, all under her boyfriend's control. That includes him as president. In this situation, the president really didn't dare to do anything to Zhang Shui. Just apologize. Won't lose a piece of meat. You don't want our expo to end in failure, do you? The president said kindly. However, Zhang Shui capriciously said, what do I care if the fair fails for me? A guy on a dead-end salary? No matter what, I'm definitely not apologizing today. Seeing how determined she was, the president was completely out of ideas, and the male crowd couldn't help themselves, as several big, tough-looking brothers came aggressively toward them. See to strike. The president hurriedly took out his cell phone and turned on the video. I urge you all to calm down a bit. This is now a society of law and order. Beating people is responsible. Think of your parents. Think of your children. If you win the fight and go to the police station, if you lose the fight and go to the hospital, it will also affect your child's future if it is recorded in your file. Do you think it's worth it if you hold a child back for the rest of his life for a moment's relief? I have to say that this president understands people's hearts and uses the future of parents and children as a shield. This statement was true. Several big brothers froze in place, their gazes gradually clearing and their fires dropping considerably, despite no longer hitting anyone. But the anger in the hearts of the people is still not yet dispersed, and everyone's eyes are dead set on that Muyang dog Zhang Shui. And Zhang Shui? Seeing the opposite side wimped out, he began to become more arrogant. She had a smug look on her face, and her eyes were as provocative as they could be. For a while, the male compatriots were furious, but they didn't dare to do anything to her. Just then, Lu Chen and Ba wandered back, followed by two salesmen. Boss, I have a new car here that is extremely cost-effective. Take a look, and if you like it you can get a discount. Boss, these cars under my hand are absolutely top-notch in performance and comfort. If you think it's okay, I'll take you for a test drive right away. As Lu Chen's behavior of buying 10 cars in one breath was too ostentatious, salespeople are spitballing and grinding their mouths for performance. I only hope that Lu Chen can be ho-hum again. However, he had already accomplished the $10 million of spending that his father had explained to him, and there was no need to waste any more money. Hey, why are there so many people over there? Come on, go over there. Far out. Lu Chen then saw the situation at the entrance, and immediately, the two of them accelerated their pace and rushed over. When Lu Chen and Ba came into the crowd, it was then that he realized that Bai Wanyu and Li Jingya were standing at the entrance. Moreover, Bai Wanyu's face was slightly red and her fists were clenched. Her full chest rose and fell rapidly in an angry manner. Seeing this, Lu Chen walked through the crowd to Li Jingya and asked, "What happened?" Seeing that the visitor was Lu Chen, Li Jingya immediately told the matter in detail. Listen to the other side statement. Lu Chen also froze. It's the 21st century, and there are still moochers? Isn't this a product of the last century? Now that the Dragon Kingdom is so developed, the people are living in abundance and the country is strong. Is it sick in the head to lick a foreigner under these circumstances? Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately tapped his cell phone, opened the order page and returned all 10 Palmers ordered. We're saying that this $10 million to build a nest for all the stray dogs in the country won't buy you a car. In the meantime, the president saw the two sales sticking to Lu Chen like a dog, so he asked, "Oi, during working hours, what are you two running around?" Hearing the president's shout, the two of them immediately ran over and told Lu Chen about ordering 10 cars in one breath. At that, the president was thrilled, his mouth grinning like a lotus flower. He jogged forward and arrived in front of Lu Chen. Without waiting for Lu Chen to react, he grabbed his hand and started to shush him, saying, "This boss, he's really young and talented." Lu Chen? Seeing the other party's confusion, the president explained, "I'm the general manager of this Bama Expo, and I'm deeply shocked to hear that you've booked 10 8 series in one go. I don't know if it's convenient to add a WeChat. If I encounter problems in the future, I'll serve you personally." However, Lu Chen's next words, but the president was dumbfounded. The whole thing was completely confused, only to see, Lu Chen raised his cell phone and said, "I'm sorry, I've just refunded them all. I bought the car simply because I wanted to be able to ride on the land of the dragon and enjoy the great mountains and rivers of the dragon, but your employees are out in public, openly insulting their own country, despise your own people and dishonor your fellow man. If I go out in your car, I'm afraid I'll get cold in the winter. Heart cold." With this powerful speech, in an instant, all the onlookers around them collectively boiled. Everyone clapped their hands and shouted their praises, some with red hands. "Beautiful, worthy of a man from the Dragon Kingdom, you deserve to be rich at a young age. Good job, brother. Great point. Kudos to you. This is our good son and daughter of the Dragon Kingdom. The Muyang dogs get out of China. The chairman is no good either. Harboring a Cupid. What's the difference between you and a dog trader? That's right, dog trader. Ding. You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your behavior has influenced 132 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 13 hours. When the president heard Lu Chen's reply, it was as if he had suffered a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and his entire body was thrown into a state of panic. Mind you, he didn't care about the 10 million in sales. The money was nothing. What he valued was Lu Chen's status and resources. To be able to buy 10 luxury cars in one go and be so young, this is no ordinary small business owner. The connections and relationships in his hands must be extraordinary. And now, because of this Zhang Shui, the girlfriend of this so-called top brass, this mooch, not only did it cost him such an important client, and today's expo is destined to go unattended and end in a fiasco. More generally, his ears were constantly ringing with the sound of the crowd cursing the dog trader. Chicken feathers didn't earn it. The reputation is gone too. Think of one mind-numbing thing. Listen to the tirades coming from all around you. The president couldn't hold back any longer. His face was full of anger as he walked to Zhang Shui in large strides and slapped him hard towards her. Pop! That's a resounding slap in the face. Straight away Zhang Shui hit the spot and spun around, then sat on her butt. Half the time, she covered her red, swollen face. A look of shock and panic crossed her face as she looked around at the people who were screaming their approval. Just then, suddenly, the revolving door of the mall was pushed open. A foreigner in a suit walked in, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. Who's bullying my fiancé? Chapter 41, Who gave you the courage? Who's bullying my fiancé? When the words rang out, everyone around them looked toward the door. Only a lean and capable-looking foreigner in a suit with a big back haircut, toying his way through the crowd of a dozen or so bodyguards. Honey, when Zhang Shui saw this foreigner, it was as if she saw a life-saving straw, and she jumped towards the other party's arms. The president was shocked to see the geezer and said, Pete is the vice president of the Longhua Baoma headquarters, responsible for overseeing the appointment and promotion of personnel in all Baoma companies within Dragon. To put it bluntly, he, the president, could rise high or be demoted at Pete's word. Gee, Pete, welcome to the party. Why didn't you tell me in advance when you came, so I could send someone to pick you up in person? Nah. The president sweated coldly and forced out a smile as he said. Pete, expressionless, raised his hand and slapped it across the face. Pop. The president was slapped with no temper at all. Pete pointed at him and cursed. Do I have to notify you first where I'm going? What the hell are you stepping on? How dare a tiny chairman hit my fiancé? Bold dash asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing insults from the other side, the president was so scared that he couldn't even lift his head. His body was like a motor, and he kept bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry. I really didn't know that Snowy was your girlfriend, or else I wouldn't have dared to hit her even if I had 10,000 guts. Pete grimaced, pulled out a paper towel, and wiped his hands. Then with a doting face, he looked at Zhang Shui and said, Don't worry dear, I'm here. I'll definitely get justice for you. Tell me, how can you relieve yourself? At those words, Zhang Shui was not polite. She raised her foot and kicked it directly at the president's crotch. Ah! The president let out a scream in pain, cold sweat pouring out, and almost fainted. Zhang Shui said angrily, You slapped me. I return your kick. It's even. Seeing such a picture, the surrounding male crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air and subconsciously covered their crotches. That was a really hard kick. Even if you don't break your children, it will take 10 days and half a month to get over it. And with Pete's appearance, at this moment, the crowd realized. No wonder the president was harboring Zhang Shui. Turns out her boyfriend is a much more senior leader. Men know men. The president is just trying to keep his job. After all, who doesn't have a few people to feed in their family? Sympathize and understand. Everyone started to fight for the president. Damn foreigner, what gives you the right to hit people? Call the police and arrest this foreign devil. Framed with a dog. The sky is the limit. I wish you two 100 years of good luck and death. In the face of these tirades, Pete smiled disdainfully and said coldly, There's an old saying in your dragon kingdom. It's called an eye for an eye. He slapped my fiancé, and my fiancé returned his kick. Reasonably. If anyone dares to speak out of turn again, I swear that I'll use all my connections and resources to make sure he's duly punished, Pete said in a loud, airy voice. At the same time, one of the bodyguards took out his cell phone and started videotaping towards the crowd. See the situation. At that moment, everyone around them was dumbfounded, and no one dared to make another sound. After all, who knows how bad this foreigner is? The crowd looked at him with bated breath, eager to eat his flesh and swallow his skin. Right at this moment, a neutral voice rang out. We still have an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Those who are not of my clan will have different hearts. Your girlfriend, being a dragon, insults her fellow dragons and spits on her own country, knows no shame and has no morals to speak of. And you, a dead foreigner, standing on dragon's land, earning dragon's money, and acting all high and mighty. Who gave you the face? Who gave you the nerve? Where did you get the nerve to stand here and threaten the Dragon Kingdom? This statement was made. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, only to see that, once again, it was Lu Chen who stepped forward at the critical moment. The crowd of onlookers raised their arms one by one and shouted wildly in a shocking scene. Pete turned his head to look at Lu Chen and asked, Your Excellency is? The president endured the severe pain and told Lu Chen about booking 10 Baoma 8 series. When Pete heard this, he was full of concern. Ridiculous. A mere 10 cars. Not even a loser, beggar, in my eyes. Having said that, Pete took out his phone and dialed a number. Within seconds, the call was answered. Only to see, Pete said in a domineering manner. Starting today, Baoma withdraws from Yunhai City and never sells a single automobile to the residents of Yunhai City. You didn't mishear me. The rotten people of this city messed with my beloved fiancé, and this is my revenge. Hanging up the phone, Pete looked at Lu Chen with a funny face and said, "Now, do you still think you're great? 10 cars? Son of dash asterisk 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 asterisk. Son of a. Your little family fortune is like one hair of a 9 ox in my place. Where is the qualification to dare to talk to me?" The moment. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Even if the heart is angry, but faced with such a domineering and decisive Pete, they were also all overwhelmed and amazed. Not to sell a single automobile to the residents of Cloudhaven. How big and powerful is it to dare to say this? Lu Chen wasn't angry. He stepped aside and silently dialed Lu Zhixiong's phone number. The phone was connected and Lu Chen asked, "Dad, how many shares does our family have in the domestic Balma company?" Lu Zhixiong's impatient voice came from his hand. 70%, or 80% to come. Almost all of the Balma marketing stores in the Dragon Kingdom are owned by our family. Why are you asking? I'm playing mahjong with your Uncle Panther and the others. If you have a fart, hurry up. Lu Chen let out an oh-so-sweet sound, and then whirled around to tell the whole story. For example, by one you wanted free ice cream and was scolded by the staff for being poor. There's also this mooch calling dragon men poor, frustrated, short, and short in public, as well as Pete pulling Balma out of Cloudsea City in order to take it out on her. Among other things, Lu Zhixiong listened. The whole thing exploded, coupled with the fact that he turned on the speakerphone. The big brothers playing mahjong on the side also heard clearly. Immediately after that, a beautiful line of nationalism came from the cell phone. "I'll go to hell. A vice president counts for nothing. Dare to pretend to be a pussy in Yunhai City. I'll screw him. Marred. I hate foreign fawning traitors the most. No, we mustn't let this pair of dogs off lightly. Don't say anything, just leave it to me, and have Chen send me the location." After the big brothers cursed, Lu Zhixiong said, "Son, send your location to your Uncle Panther. He'll come over later. Also, you must take this breath for you understand?" Lu Chen returned. "I know. Hang up." Lu Chen clicked on the contact noted as Leopard. The specific location of Oscar Plaza sent over. In the meantime, inside the field, the president hugged Pete's thigh and begged, "Pete, please don't remove the Balma store in Yunhai City. I don't want to lose this job. My mother has diabetes and my 2 children are still in school, so the family can't afford to lose its financial resources. If you really can't, for the sake of my decades of hard work for Boma, let me go to the next city as a regular salesman." Hearing his pleas, Pete, full of disgust, kicked him out of the way and cursed, "Get lost. Look at your disgusting face. From my point of view, Yuki is right. The dragons are trash. No backbone, no dignity. You can kneel down for money. That's you Dragon Kingdom people. A bunch of substandard people who should have all been killed by the islanders in the first place." Hear the last sentence. Shasta. All the Dragon Nation masses were red with anger. Also, pissed off out of my mind. Chapter 42 identified as Foreign Favors, Late Stage. It was supposed to be just an incident of foreign admiration. And nowadays, in order to vent his anger, Pete tells the story of the historical event of the island's invasion of the Dragon Kingdom, and threatens that the islanders should kill all the dragons. For any Dragon Nation member, this was a poke in the backbone. It's abject humiliation. Absolutely intolerable. Asterisk 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 Nima, dead foreigner. I'll fight you. Nyet. Today it's either you die or I die. One time, all the onlookers couldn't hold back any longer and swarmed towards Pete in a desperate rush. Seeing this, Pete didn't panic in the slightest and waved his hand. These bodyguards, he brought them from abroad. They immediately raised the electric batons in their hands and waved them repeatedly into the crowd. Although the crowd of onlookers was superior, but the bodyguards are heavily armed. Not only do they carry and build defense gear, but they are also specially trained. The moment the two sides met, the battle took a direct one-sided inverted stance. The Dragon Kingdom masses fell one after another like wheatberries after the fall. Listening to the screams coming from her compatriots, Zhang Shui looked at Pete with a face of adoration. "Honey, you're just so handsome. I can't wait to go to your hometown and walk down the aisle with you." Pete hemmed and hawed. "Don't worry, baby. I'll take you out of the Dragon Kingdom once I've taken care of the one at home." Words. Zhang Shui revealed a blissful expression, itching to take off her clothes on the spot and have a rainy day with him. At this point, Lu Chun, who had finished his phone call, saw the scene in front of him, and his blood churned. He slipped his cell phone into his pocket and leapt up, delivering a flying kick toward Pete. The defenseless Pete didn't dodge at all and ate the blow hard. Boom! Originally, Pete's body was weak, plus Lu Chen exerted 10% of his strength. This kick directly sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away, landing at the same time. A few ribs should break. "No hitting Pete," Zhang Shui said with a heartbroken face. lunging towards Lu Chen like a madman. And that's when, on the side, Bai Wanyu and Li Jingya rushed forward, gripped her hair, and started pulling it. On the other side, Lu Chen came to Pete's side and lifted his foot to kick him hard. Ow! It's not good to fight anymore. Help! Help! Pete was kicked like a dead pig and lay letting out a guttural wail. When the bodyguards heard their boss's cries for help, they immediately gave up fighting with the crowd and turned towards Lu Chen. Just as these bodyguards rushed to Lu Chen's side, ready to strike, all of a sudden, a domineering voice came from the front door of the mall. Tramp! I'll see who dares to touch Xiao Chen. The Money Panther was seen wearing sunglasses and a yellow tabard. With a string of beads coiled in her hand, she strutted into the mall. He pointed at the bodyguards and barked, "Give it to me!" Hundreds of minions swarmed around, brushing towards Lu Chen's direction and rushing over. Even though these bodyguards were well equipped, the wolfsbane sticks and open knives in the hands of the minions were no slouches. A moment. Pete's dozen or so bodyguards were then beaten to death, with weapons and equipment exploding all over the place. Looking at Lu Chen, who was kicking Pete violently, Money Leopard shouted, "Little Chen, save your breath, don't him up." Words. Only then did Lu Chen stop moving and politely said, "Uncle Panther." Aha. Moneybags nodded, then looked over at Pete, who was getting his kicked out of him, and cursed, "Mamma mia, you're the only one who's Pete. Ha! I heard that you're the vice president of the Longhua Baoma headquarters, and you threatened to pull BMW out of Yunhai City. You're very powerful, aren't you? I have more than 70% of Longhua Baoma's shares in my hand. From now on, you are no longer a vice president. Go back to your hometown to pick cotton. Mud, even dare to mess with our young master. Dead foreign devil." As soon as Pete heard that, all of a sudden, his brain went down. When he came to serve in the Dragon Kingdom, his superiors specifically instructed, "In the Dragon Kingdom, it's okay to mess with anyone, just can't mess with the major shareholder, the Lu family." Although Baoma is a global automotive luxury brand, a large portion of its sales come from the huge market of the Dragon Kingdom, and losing the Lu family is the same as losing the dragon market. Pete is quite convinced that if he causes the group to lose such a big piece of the pie because of himself, the leaders at global headquarters will not spare him. Immediately, Pete ignored the pain in his body. Looking towards Lu Chen, he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "I swear to God, I really didn't know you were the young master of the Lu family. Please, atmosphere, give me a chance. I will behave myself and be a new man." There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom called, "Ow." The words were not finished. Lu Chen directly kicked up and interrupted. "Alright, don't be ancient. There's so much nonsense. I told you. It's not me you're messing with. It's everyone in the Dragon Kingdom." At this point, the onlookers came over aggressively, ignoring the pain in their bodies. See this scene. Pete was so scared that he kowtowed. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Forgiveness? Doesn't exist. The crowd is holding a fire without saying anything. Just now, he received a severe beating. Who else would not be able to swallow this breath? Immediately, all of them punched and kicked him again. At that moment, the mall revolving doors were pushed open. Li Fu rushed over with a group of policemen. On the phone, he had gotten the details of what had happened through the caller's description, so faced the crowd that is mobbing Pete, pretending not to see. He simply stood still and chatted with a few of his co-workers in place, watching Pete dying and about to be killed. Only then did Li Fu walk up and advise, "Alright, everyone disperse. We've contacted the embassy and will deport him tomorrow, never to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom. In case we kill someone, we can't deliver." On hearing that, the crowd didn't want to make things difficult for the top, so they all closed up and got out of the way. Li Fu walked straight to Pete, took out a summons sheet, and said coldly, "According to the Dragon's Exit and Entry Administration Law, you are suspected of insulting the dragon in a public place, organizing violent beatings of people, and openly flouting our laws. Deportation is limited to 48 hours, so sign the sheet if you agree." Pete saw the police as if they were his saviors. He wiped his bloodied hand on his shirt and said excitedly, "Agreed. I sign." Then struggling to pick up a pen, he clattered and wrote quickly. And just as he was signing, Zhang Shui rushed over from nowhere and pulled Pete's arm. "Honey, take me with you out of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm going to travel far away from you to your homeland and stay with each other for the rest of my life." Just now, she had been scratched badly by Bai Wanyu, Ba and Li Jingya, and her face was covered in bloody nail marks. The hair was also scratched into an explosion, like a chicken nest. It was a miserable. Before Pete could answer, Li Fu, who was on the side, said, "You can't leave. As a dragon nation, how dare you open your mouth to abuse your compatriots and country? Wait to be sanctioned by the law." Hear that? Zhang Shui followed as if she was possessed and said back, "You fart." Pete is from a beautiful country and has the noble blood of several countries flowing in his body. If he says he'll take me, he'll take me. Don't you think so, Pete? Facing Zhang Shue's question, Pete was furious to the core and slapped her in the face. Asterisk 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 off. It's because of you, that I'm in this mess. And you don't look in the mirror to see what you look like. Don't really think that I would marry a trashy woman like you for life, do you? Zhang Shui covered her face in disbelief. Immediately afterward, her eyes turned hollow and she went into a trance. She took Pete's arm again and pleaded. You promised me. You said you'd take me out of the country. You wouldn't lie to me. Pete kicked her away again. Get away from me. It's disgusting. Zhang Shui, who had been kicked away, slowly climbed up from the ground with a dumbfounded expression. Unable to bear such a blow any longer, she opened her arms and slurred. No, I'm not going to trash it. I'm about to become the supreme pretty countryman, not the lowly dragon countryman. I'm #1 in the world. I'm the noblest, and I can fly. See this scene. The people around them shook their heads helplessly. A glance at the top truth, identified as the late, 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 late. It's hopeless. Chapter 43, a ruthless wave of punches to the face. Escorted by Li Fu and his colleagues, Peter and Zhang Shui were taken to the police car. From now on, Pete can't step foot in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Shui's dream of becoming a beautiful countryman is also shattered and she becomes a mental patient. Inside the Oaks Mall, just as Li Fu and the others were getting into the police car, in Lu Chen's ears, a system beep sounded. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced 162 people. Bonus, lifespan plus 16 hours. Reward, mystery gift pack *1. Lu Chen was delighted in his heart. Here we go. The long-awaited mystery pack is finally here. No hesitation. Immediately select open. Ding! Gift bag opened successfully. Receive mystery reward, photolithography machine manufacturing drawing *1. Photolithography? Seeing this name, Lu Chen's entire body became excited. The previous mystic potion and golden pupil. Technically, it can only make him stronger in himself. And now this thing. Not only will he be clothed and fed for the rest of his life, or even, it could make Lu Chen a direct national treasure, loved and respected by the entire nation. Calm the excitement. Through the glass of the mall. At this time, Lu Chen realized that it was already getting dark outside. He suddenly remembered that the $10 million his old man had asked for hadn't even been spent 10 cents yet. Just fretting. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he thought of a good idea. Not much longer. Only to see, with the help of the money leopard and a group of minions, the first floor of the huge mall is filled with refrigerators of all sizes. In the freezer, there were all kinds of ice creams from Little Pudding, Ice Factory, Argentus, all kinds of ice creams. That's right. Lu Chen exchanged all $10 million for ice cream and invited everyone to taste it for free. Anyone from the Dragon Kingdom can get it for free with an unlimited number of ID cards in hand. When people learned about this, in an instant, one by one, they all boiled over. This wave of maneuvering is a hard slap in the face of Bama. Foreign admiration? Ice cream only for foreigners? I'm sorry, we don't give a about your stupid sweet tube. Lu Chen has Argentus here and manages to have enough. For a while, many people responded positively and came to the Oaks Mall to participate in the event. Even, there were people who traveled thousands of miles and came to Yunhai City by special airplane. Of course, more people were running towards Lu Chen. Bro, I saw the video of you violently beating up the foreigner on the internet. It's simply awesome. Dude is so bold. I'm so touched by what you did. Kudos to you. I've come from the next city over. May I take a picture with you? I want to shoot too. One time. The invitations to take pictures kept coming. The camera kept flashing. Lu Chen came from the people and went to the people. And his eyes were almost blinded. To protect those big kazoo eyes, Lu Chen silently put away 2 ice cream. And then when no one noticed, and Li Jingya they quietly left. As the guys walked out of the mall, night fell completely. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle pulled up, only to see, the White family driver rolled down the window and said, Miss, I've come to take you home, and, the Bai family master is waiting for you at home. This statement was made, Bai Wanyu visibly blushed. The Bai family master, naturally, was Bai Wanyu's father. Oh, she said with a grimace. Then, one after the other with Ba, they got in the car. Before the car drove off, Ba reluctantly waved his hand and said, Lu Chen, thank you for teaching me math today. I'll miss you. See you tomorrow. Lu Chen? A big man makes such a big deal out of it. Guess I can't teach him too much math in the future. Not long after the other party left, the Lu family's driver arrived. Lu Chen first sent Li Jingya to work at the hotel, then turned around and went home. Soon, the car arrived at the Lu family villa. When Lu Chen came to the living room, his father was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. "Dad, the task you gave me is done." Lu Chen pulled out that bank card and said without blushing. However, Lu Zhixiong didn't even lift his head and said, "Don't think I don't know that you spent $10 million and used it all to treat people to ice cream, but this time it was a good job, so I'll spare you for now. Next time." Lu Chen's heart thumped. "I'm sure nothing gets past Pops." "Okay." After saying that, Lu Chen returned to the bedroom in ashes, closed the door of the room tightly. Lu Chen lay on the bed and opened the system panel. Host, Lu Chen. Functional state of the body, perfect. Remaining life, 49 days to 23 hours, 54 minutes, 38 seconds. Martial arts mastery, LV10. Max. World class. Math literacy, LV10. Max. World class. Physical knowledge ability, LV9. 21% experience, transcendental. Backpack, photolithography machine crafting drawing *1. Nice. The day went on and brushed almost 10 more days of life expectancy and was about to break the 50 mark. The physical knowledge ability is also nearing full level. Afterward, Lu Chen pulled out that photolithography drawing with an excited look on his face. Click to use. Swish. In the next second, the drawings flew into midair and transformed into a repeated white light that flew towards to Lu Chen's head. In an instant, countless words, information and formulas were etched dead in Lu Chen's mind as if they were printers. For a moment, Lu Chen felt his head itch. Oops, gotta grow a brain. Ding. Has been successfully used. Photolithography machine crafting drawing *1. Physical knowledge ability. Rank +1. Chemistry knowledge ability. Level +1. Computer literacy skills. Level +1. A series of sounds were heard. Lu Chen was confused. I didn't realize just using a drawing. Surprisingly, it adds so much relevant knowledge? Before he could react, the system's voice rang in his ears again. System alert, physical knowledge ability is full. You can get a high life expectancy, and a mysterious reward, by doing the following. 1. Participation in physics competitions. 2. Teaching physics. 3. Publication of physics-related papers. Publish a paper? Lu Chen saw the third way at a glance. Today, his mind is full of theoretical knowledge about photolithography. Hiss. A thought popped up in Lu Chen's mind. If these theories, divided into 10 volumes, are divided into more than 5,000 papers issued, wouldn't that be 5,000 rewards? Well, never let go of any opportunity to wool-gather the system. Thinking of this, Lu Chen came to the computer table and lifted the laptop. Type in the URL. The screen flashes and the page jumps to a pheasant essay site. Most of the papers in here are written by amateurs or free content pirated from other sites. The purpose of its existence is to facilitate some student parties to practice and whore themselves out. Afterward, Lu Chen placed his hands on the keyboard and crackled. The whole thing flows like water and the thoughts flow like water. About half an hour later, a brand new paper was born. Lu Chen looked at the document. Principles of Photolithography Production. Chapter 1. And his breathing became rapid. The mood couldn't help but be tense. He knew, even if it was just the tip of this tiny iceberg, once it is released, it will certainly cause a shock to the entire scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom. At that point, all human physicists will be desperately searching for the source of this article. It's hard not to be famous, so to speak. Lu Chen skimmed his lips. If I let my old man know that I was tinkering with something, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to avoid a beating. Think about it. Lu Chen switched the network to a foreign VPN node. Then click the mouse. Choose to upload anonymously. Chapter 44, Annulment? Good lord. With the moment the paper was submitted. Ding. The Thesis Principles of Photolithography. Chapter 1 inch has been successfully published. Number of current readers, 1. Extractable life, 1 second. Looking at the information in front of him, Lu Chen's mouth turned up. Not buddy. One can only provide 1 second of life? That's too much of a deduction. But when you think about it, this thing is like some conscienceless fiction site that relies mostly on volume. Lu Chen didn't want to do that much and closed the computer. Lay down on the bed and close your eyes. Sleep. Meanwhile, the White Family Manor. By 1 you got out of the car and just came to the living room. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, with a slim, literate appearance walked over. You wear your back. Where did you go to play today? The man asked with concern. By 1 you said expressionlessly. Does it matter to you where you go? By Ing Tian. I know that you came back for your sister, so no need to act like you're worried about me. Confronted with a daughter who calls her by her first name, a helpless, bitter smile appeared on Bai Yingtian's face. Bai Wanyu was right. He did come for his little daughter. Ever since Bai Jingying was abducted more than 10 years ago, The Bai family used all their connections and searched the country for more than 10 years without any results. So when he heard that Bai Jingying was then abducted to his hometown, Yunhai City, he rushed back to his hometown at the first opportunity. Are you still angry about your sister's abduction? In this case, it's really mom and dad's fault. It's all our fault for not being there for you in the first place. Don't worry, no matter what this time, I'll get her back. He had expected this sincere apology, being able to let Bai Wanyu take the heat off, but I didn't expect that the next second. Bai Wanyu reddened her eyes and said hysterically, I'd rather you didn't get it back. At the very least, my sister can now choose her own life and marry someone she likes in the future, instead of being like me, living in this cold family and being reduced to a tool for the white family's union in the future. Get her back, and you'll have another pawn in your hands, won't you? Hearing his daughter's roar, Bai Yingtian's eyes were wide with dismay. He looked at Bai Wanyu with a shocked expression as a stabbing pain ran through his heart. I didn't realize that after all those years together, being her father and never knowing what was really going on inside his daughter's head, it wasn't that he didn't want to find out. It was just that as a professor at the Dragon Academy of Sciences, he was usually too busy with scientific research. Moreover, the Bai family's old man was still alive, and the decision to marry the Lu family was made by him personally, so Bai Yingtian was really not in a good position to intervene. Watching Bai Wanyu walk towards the bedroom with a disheartened heart, suddenly, Bai Yingtian looked like he had made some kind of determination and said with a serious expression, are you really unwilling to marry into the Lu family? If that's true, then this is something I'll do. We're not getting married. This statement was made. Bai Wanyu suddenly froze. She turned and looked at her father with some amusement. For so many years, Bai Yingtian had never dared to disobey in front of the old master. Let him face east and he will never go west. Even Bai Yingtian's own marriage was organized by the old man himself. In this case, she thought her father was just going along for the ride. Nonetheless, Bai Wanyu's fire still subsided a lot, and she faintly said, I'm happy enough that you're saying this. I'm going to bed first, Dad. When she finished, she closed the bedroom door firmly. Hearing Bai Wanyu call out to his dad, Bai Yingtian's pupils instantly dilated. He then pushed open the door and walked into the house, holding Bai Wanyu's shoulders with both hands. His eyes were firm as he said, ever since I was a child, I've listened to whatever your grandfather says, but this time, I decided to go against him for once. We'll never marry that Lu family loser. Even if you get kicked out of the family, Dad will let you chase your own happiness. Don't worry, Daddy does what he says he's going to do. Hear that? Bai Wanyu froze first. Immediately afterward, her icy expression melted like a snowy mountain. The tears couldn't be stopped. Dad! Bai Wanyu embraced her father in his arms. The whole thing trembled and cried. For the first time in her life, she felt the warmth of family. My daughter. Bai Yingtian wrapped his arms around Bai Wanyu with a heartbroken look on his face. Heartfelt vows. Even if the sky is falling, she would never marry her daughter to that foppish young man of the Lu family. Early the next morning, Lu family villa. Numb nuts. What time is it and you're still not up? Numbed. Lu Chen reached out to turn off the alarm clock before his eyes even opened. And the first thing you do when you open your eyes is open the system. View paper views. Principles of photolithography. Chapter 1. Number of current readers, 1. Extractable life, 1 second. Ha? Or is it just one view that you provide yourself? Lu Chen was in no hurry. I guess the title was so bombastic that people thought it was making up and that's why they didn't click in to read it. It's like walking down the street and having someone sell you a spaceship. Cute little thing. Only then will you buy it. Normal people wouldn't even look at him. Get up. Wash up. Sitting in the car. Very soon, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the school. As there is only 1 month left for the entrance exam. That's why all seniors, today, are taking their last practice exam. Seeing that it was almost time for the exam, Lu Chen could not help but speed up his pace. Just then, suddenly, 2 familiar figures appeared in front of him not far away, only to see that Bai Wanyu and Ba Ge were walking side by side towards the school entrance, and they were accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Each bodyguard was carrying boxes of heavy books. Lu Chen. Ooh. When Ba saw Lu Chen, he greeted him with an aggrieved face. Lu Chen? It's early in the morning. What does it mean to cry when you see yourself? Is it a special ritual in any place? Just listen. Ba explained. Uncle Bai said to let you transfer to the best no. 1 high school in Yunhai City and sprint for the college entrance exams without fear. I was also asked to become a companion book boy, and if I didn't agree, I was to be deported back to the capital. But I want to stay in the 13th grade and take math from you. Woo hoo hoo. At those words, Lu Chen came to a realization. No wonder it's crying. For a man like Paco, math can be more important than his life. But immediately afterward, Lu Chen began to get curious inside. As far as he knew, The reason why Bai Wanyu was studying in the 13th middle school. It was forced by the White family's old man to let her cultivate a so-called relationship with himself here. Did the old man have an epiphany? And just as Lu Chen thought, only to see, Bai Wanyu said expressionlessly, Lu Chen, my father has decided to cancel our engagement. From now on, you'll never have to approach me on purpose again. Also, through these 2 days of contact, I realized that you're not a bad person. You just lack ambition. For the last time, I advise you to stay out of the family business and try to live on your own in this world. Bye. Strike that. Bai Wanyu reached out her hand and pulled the tearful Ba, her figure fading away. Looking at their backs, Lu Chen stayed where he was. Bai Wanyu's words echoed in his ears, and for a moment, he was a bit lost in thought. The engagement is off? You'll never see Bai Wanyu again? Lu Chen jumped 3 feet high in joy. Yeah, when he thought that in the future, he would never hear Bai Wanyu's taunts and chanting again. He was so excited that he was on the verge of crying. At this point, there were only 2 minutes left in the exam. Lu Chen forcibly pressed down the excitement in his heart, stuck in the last minute and rushed into the classroom. The first subject was language. As the invigilators handed out the papers one by one, the exam began. Lu Chen took the roll, finished writing his name and class on it, and raised his hand. Teacher, I'm done with my answers and I'm turning in my paper early. The last 2 days have been all about math and physics books, with no language expertise at all. In this case, the system will not give any reward even if you get a good rank in the exam. Instead of wasting time in the exam room, grab a book and find a place to brush up on your life expectancy for a while. The teacher who was handing out the papers was dumbfounded. The papers haven't even been handed out yet and you've already answered them? But seeing that it was Lu Chen the dude, the teacher didn't say anything more, saying, this student, put the roll on the desk and leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded his head. After releasing his papers, he went to the playground and pulled a chemistry book out of his arms and read it with great interest. Ding! Detected that the host is reading a high school chemistry book. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Chemistry expertise plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Well, that's what it feels like. Learn math, science and chemistry. Go all over the world without fear. At this moment, the White family manor. A bodyguard stood in a row in the courtyard. Bai Tian was arranging tasks for them. You guys, you're in charge of collecting the hair of all middle and high school girls in Yunhai City. You, on the other hand, are responsible for collecting the hair of the girls who work there in all the malls, walkways, and food stalls. In short, collect all the second young lady's hair as long as it matches her age profile. Then send it to the testing department for a DNA match. Do you hear me? Bai Tian said with his hands behind his back. I hear you, the bodyguards shouted in unison. Let's go. Whoever can find second miss will be rewarded with $1 billion. With Bai Tian's order, all the bodyguards left the courtyard in good order and headed to the mission location. After scheduling the mission, Bai Tian went back into the house and lifted up the laptop. There's no way around it. My daughter has to find it and I can't stop working. Immediately facing the graduation season. As the dean of the physics department of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, every day there is a large number of students' theses to be reviewed. Open your mailbox and look at the array of emails. Bai Tian slid the mouse. In the many papers, found a named physics department Li Ming email. This Li Ming, the bottom of the exams every year. The whole department is known as a poor student. And because of that, Bai Tian paid extra attention to the quality of his papers. Click on the file preview. When he saw the title of the paper, in an instant, Bai Tian was dumbfounded. Just see, the title is clearly Principles of Photolithography Production in one big line. This brat, fooling around? Bai Tian cursed in exasperation. Really rotten. The test scores haven't been studied yet. You're working on a photolithography machine here? It is important to know that the Dragon Kingdom invests uncountable talents and funds every year in order to develop photolithography. But even so, decades have passed and still no major progress has been made. So much so, that the Dragon Kingdom had to stoop low and import chips from abroad at high prices. And even foreign lithography. It was also made possible by a number of countries joining forces and cooperating with each other to barely put one together. In this case, you, a student who was almost dropped from school because of your grades, can write a theory of photolithography fabrication? He doesn't believe it even if it kills him. Nevertheless, Bai Tian still clicked on the paper, wanting to see what the hell kind of was written in it. But when he read a few lines, Bai Tian's eyes were wide open. His mouth opened into an O shape, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He looked at the contents of this paper with a dumbfounded expression for a long time. Halftime. Bai Tian couldn't believe it. My God. Immediately after, He couldn't stop his hands from trembling as he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Li Ming's number. The phone was quickly answered and a coy voice came from it. The old teacher? Bai Engtian said in an excited tone. Li Ming, I just read your paper. I never expected it. You're hiding too deep. This is really a big surprise for the teacher. This statement was made. The phone went straight to silence. Immediately afterward, came the laughter of several boys. Ha 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 ha. I told you you couldn't copy the papers on that pheasant site. Now it's over, isn't it? Listening to Old White's tone, I guess he's really angry this time. So get ready for the extended graduation. In my place, I am also angry. The usual poor grades are also even if the paper you get a photolithography. This is not a lie? That is, do you know what the photolithography machine means? The Old White half of his life's efforts are smashed in this thing above. So far has not stirred up a little splash. You're not poking him in the heart? Hearing the words of several boys, Bai Engtian, who was originally incredibly excited, changed his face and his mood fell directly to the bottom. Next, Bai Engtian was furious, his voice deafening. Li Ming, what the hell is going on? If you don't explain yourself, I'll make sure you don't graduate this year. The roar was so loud that, at once, the phone went quiet. About 10 seconds passed. Li Ming trembled and said, the old teacher is sorry. That paper was copied by me from a pheasant website, and I didn't know that it was nonsense in it. Please give me another chance. Don't make me delay my graduation. Copied? As it is. So that means the paper is real? Thinking of this, Bai Engtian's anger dropped quite a bit and he hurriedly said, you send me that website right now. Right now. Right now. Strike that. Bai Engtian directly hung up the phone. Then he opened WeChat and kept his gaze fixed on Li Ming's chat window. Ding! The WeChat beep sounded. Bai Engtian clicked into that website as fast as his hands could go. The computer screen flickered and a paper titled Principles of Photolithography Fabrication, Chapter 1-inch appeared. Bai Engtian hated to put his face on the screen. He read it carefully, word for word, and as he got deeper into the paper, Bai Engtian was getting more and more excited the more he looked at it. The more you look at it, the more excited you get, even trembling all over. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. Bai Engtian was about to lose his breath. What the scientific and physical community of the Dragon Kingdom has been dreaming of for decades would appear in a pheasant website. Just when Bai Engtian was excited beyond words, suddenly, the phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID with a look of dismay. Pressing the answer button, he said in a tone of voice, what can I do for you, Lu Family Master? That's right. On the other side of the phone was none other than Lu Zhixiong. Lu Zhixiong laughed bashfully. Elder brother Bai, you didn't say anything to me when you returned to Cloudsea City, so I can give you a welcome na. Bai Engtian smiled coldly and said in a conspiratorial manner, oh, how can I afford it? He had already decided that he would not marry Bai Wanyu to Lu Chen. Therefore, there was no need to be polite to this Grey family. Lu Zhixiong was visibly stunned, and after a few seconds of silence, he changed the topic and said, by the way, I've heard that the second young miss has news. On my side, I have mobilized all my men to search for them, and as soon as I have any news, I will notify you immediately. At those words, Bai Engtian said with a leathery smile, he, Lu Family Master, you are really enthusiastic. Our Bai family's affairs have nothing to do with your Lu family, and there's no need for your Lu family to help. At this moment, the Lu family villa. Lu Zhixiong's brows furrowed as he listened to the words on the phone. He didn't understand what kind of drugs Bai Engtian had taken. Why are you talking in a shady way? Lu Zhixiong endured the anger in his heart, and continued to snicker. What's your family my family? When Yuer and Xiao Chen got married, sooner or later we are not a family. However, next, Bai Engtian's words directly made Lu Zhixiong red warm. Whose family with you? I'll tell you Lu Zhixiong. My family Yuer will never marry your punk son, and our Bai family will not join forces with your Lu family. Not even if my old man comes. If you want to marry my daughter, let your son dream of spring and fall. Say it. Bai Engtian hung up the phone with a click. Chapter 45, Geniuses are really different from ordinary people. Do. Hearing the standby tone coming from the phone, Lu Zhixiong froze. Silly, clueless. After coming back to his senses, he was so angry that he raised the 8848 cell phone in his hand and slammed it hard on the ground. Pow! The cell phone was shattered in response. Seeing this, the butler waved his hand and immediately ran two servants. A servant cleans up the scene with a broom. Another servant pulled out a brand new cell phone and handed it over. Lu Zhixiong very naturally took the new cell phone, inserted the phone card, and dialed the old Bai family number in the capital. He didn't know what he had offended the Bai family so much that the other party was shady and even cancelled the engagement. But as long as the White family's old man doesn't open his mouth, then there is still hope for everything. The White Family Manor. By Ng Tian hung up the phone, then returned his gaze to the paper, his expression once again agitated. He tapped on the message from the owner of the paper. It turned out that the other person was an anonymous user. With no choice, Bai Ng Tian could only try to establish contact with the owner of the paper by way of a private message. Hello, I would like to talk to you. If you see this message, please contact my phone number XXXX. Send it several times in a row. Subsequently, Bai Ng Tian opened a WeChat group called Academic Exchange and sent the paper to the group. The members of the group are all the top bulls in the physics field of the Dragon State, and at first when the people saw the title of the paper, they thought it was a spoof. What's that old white blind posting? At old white drunk? However, a few minutes later, the entire WeChat group exploded. Asterisk 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 I just took a look at it and it's surprisingly true. Oh my god. I can't believe my eyes. It's just shocking. At old white, did you write this paper? Ng Tian Bai, I didn't write it. I found it on a pheasant essay site. The WeChat group was quiet for a few seconds and once again buzzed with activity. Sure enough, geniuses are just different from ordinary people. To put such a valuable thing in the trash. Such a talent. We must recruit it. At old white, can you get in touch with him? By Ng Tian, the other person is an anonymous user. I sent him a private message and it hasn't been returned yet. That's okay. I'll just have my friend in the computer science department source his network IP address, and you can send me the link to the paper. Seeing the last sentence, Bai Ng Tian immediately sent the link to the group. At this moment, the entire WeChat group was silent, without a single message. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting quietly for the results. A few minutes later, ding, ding, a series of Microsoft group beeps sounded. Bai Ng Tian hurriedly opened the group chat, but when he saw the news, his expectations were instantly dashed. My friend got back to me, and while the publisher's address showed up abroad, the network was volatile and the exact location was unclear. So my friend guesses that the publisher himself is still in the country, just using a VPN. At everyone joined together to send him a private message. With so many messages, he's bound to see one of them, right? That's right. This is the time for us to unite. There's strength in numbers. I've already started sending it out. Come on, get in touch with him no matter what. One time, these top bulls in the physics world of the Dragon Kingdom had turned on their frenzied bombardment methods, frantically sending messages to this anonymous user. Everyone's cell phone screens are shattering fast and their keyboards are banging, but it's still enjoyable and deep. 13th High School, Playground. Lu Chen is sitting with his legs crossed on the ping pong table reading. Ding dong, ding dong, ding. The cell phone in his pocket began to ring with messages over and over. Lu Chen frowned and turned his phone into silent mode before continuing to immerse himself in the sea of knowledge. Just then, his afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of a pair of black silk legs stepping on hateful heights. Look up, realizing that Ryuyan was standing in front of him, with a mobile invigilator sign around his neck. Lu Chen, what are you doing sitting here if you're not taking a test? Ryuyan asked curiously. Teacher, I finished my language answer, and I'm improvising since I'm weak in chemistry, Lu Chen said as he patted the chemistry book in his hand. Ryuyan looked at her watch and was confused. It's only been 20 minutes since the exam started. That's not enough time to write an essay, and you've already done it all? Lu Chen bristled. I only said finish the answers. I didn't say get them all right. Ryuyan was speechless. Why don't you just write your name in class? Since we meet here, there's something I need to discuss with you. Ryuyan cleared her throat. It's like this. With less than a month left before the college entrance exams, many universities have already begun to conduct special admission sessions. I don't think it's a problem for you to be specially recruited into Qingbei University with your math talent. So thinking of doing a home visit to your house on this matter. I wonder what you think. After failing the Bar Zero mission, Yu Hian gets more and more frustrated. Decided to meet Lu Zhixiong head-on in the name of a home visit. Of course, there was some selfishness mixed in. She did hope that Lu Chen would be specially recruited into Qingbei University. With his mathematical talent, as long as he is provided with a big enough platform, he can definitely become a titanic figure in the mathematical world in the future. However, Lu Chen kept shaking his head like a rattle when he heard her thoughts. Special enrollment? How can that work? He was still counting on the high school exams to brush up on the system rewards. Physics and math expertise is now full and chemistry is getting better. There is 1 month left, which is perfectly enough time to brush up on all the other subjects to full level. A full 6 subjects, plus hundreds of thousands or even millions of people in a province compete. If he took the number 1 exam in the province and defeated all of these people, he didn't dare to imagine how generous the rewards would be. The home visit is not to mention. With Lu Zhixiong's temperament, special enrollment into the junior college maybe he can still consider it. Teacher, I appreciate your kindness, I still want to enter a good university through the college entrance exam. Lu Chen refused. Hearing this, Ryuyan was somewhat speechless. Lu Chen's math talent is top-notch, but the other subjects are a dime a dozen. Taking the college entrance exam, not to mention a good school, it's a question of whether you can pass the college scoreline. You don't get to say anything about this. I'm going to have to consult your parents. Okay, it's decided. I'll see you at your house tonight. Saying that, Willow Rhyme walked away without looking back. Lu Chun, gotta. Since we can't stop it, let's do it. It was as if he had already seen the scene where Lu Zhixian was furious. Chapter 46, Quarrel. It's a fight. After Yu Hyun left, Lu Chen continued to read the chemistry book with great interest. Soon, the morning passed in a flash. After all this reading, Lu Chen's chemistry knowledge level has been raised to level 4, and gained a total of 8 days of life. Chemistry knowledge level, LV4, 36% experience. Proficiency. Just then, the campus radio blared. The end of the language exam. Lu Chen put away his chemistry textbook and went to the school cafeteria to casually deal with a bite of lunch. By the afternoon, the test was on the subject of English. Lu Chen still turned in his paper after writing his name in class, then returned to the playground and continued reading his chemistry textbook. At this very moment, Dragon Academy of Science, Department of Mathematics, inside the office, Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang gathered together and were discussing a major event. Since special recruiting has begun, they have a total of 5 special recruiting spots in the math department, as required by the university. So the professors are discussing who to assign the 5 spots to, and the first person they thought of was Lu Chen, who had made a big splash at the Yunhai City math competition. No matter what, we must recruit Lu Chente this year. Even if it's only one person, it has to be him. That's right, the boy's talent for math has never been seen before or since, and he's the only one who can make us famous in history. Agreed. Even if that bastard Lu Zhixiong makes it impossible for us to return, we must still make a trip to Yunhai City. The professors still remembered the other party's threatening words when they had talked to Lu Zhixiong on the phone earlier in order to take Lu Chen as their disciple, claiming that as long as they dared to go to Cloud Sea City, they would let them have no return. Nonetheless, compared to their desire for fame, even if they went up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire, they had to get Lu Chen in their pockets. Let's go. The meeting about special recruitment is about to start. Let's report Lu Chen's name first. Strike that. The 3 professors talked and laughed their way into the conference room of the complex, only to see that the large room was already filled with professors from various departments. On stage, the dean sat in the center, with several vice presidents sitting next to him and a laptop in the middle, and the computer was on a video call. And in the picture, it was clearly the person by Ing Tian. He was not only the dean of the physics department, but also the vice president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences and specialized in special recruiter approval. In other words, whoever the colleges want to specialize in must have his signature approval. At that point, Dean tapped the microphone and said, "Okay, the meeting is about to start, so please be quiet." Since Vice President White has important things to do, he is using remote video to participate in the meeting, so I hope everyone understands. With that said, Dean looked at his watch and continued, "The time has come for the meeting to begin. Please ask a few professors in the math department to go ahead and report the special enrollment. In this session, the professor needs to introduce the name, age and school of the special recruiter. More importantly, what honors and awards has this special recruiter received? If the deans are satisfied, they will be approved immediately, with a main focus on openness, fairness and impartiality." Only to see, Professor Wu Zhongxian from the Department of Mathematics stood up, took out Lu Chen's picture and said, "Lu Chen, male, 16 years old, attends the 13th middle school in Yunhai City. I discussed it with Professor Li and Professor Zhang, and decided to give the first special enrollment slot to this child. Although Lu Chen hasn't won any awards compared to those outstanding students in previous years, his exposed math talent is extremely terrifying. If properly cultivated, he is bound to surpass the 3 of us in the future, and even become a unique math wizard in the world." The words just fell. On the stage, a resonant voice came from the laptop. "I disagree." When these words came out, immediately, all the professors in the conference room were filled with dismay. The White family manor. Inside the living room, Bai Yingtian looked at the picture of Lu Chen on the screen and revealed an expression of disgust and loathing. So many years of contact with the Lu family. How could he not know what kind of pissant Lu Chen, son of Lu Zhixian, was? Every day he either skips class and goes online or gets into fights. The book is not read at all. A proper uneducated playboy. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the old man's pressure, he would never have had such a ridiculous idea as Bai Wanyu's marriage with the Lu family. Looking at Prof. Wu Zhongxiang, who had a surprised look on his face in the screen. Bai Yingtian said with a serious expression. Professor Wu, please understand, I'm definitely not doing this against you. This child, a complete academic dregs, wouldn't even be able to get into a junior college if he were allowed to take the college entrance exam. He's never passed a test since he's been in school, let alone had any talent for math. So, please have a new candidate at your discretion and resubmit it at the next meeting. With those words, all the professors in the room breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, when Bai Yingtian refused so decisively, he thought that he had a conflict with the professor of the math department, but it seemed to be a misunderstanding. Wu Zhongxiang also had a look of understanding on his face as he explained. Dean Bai, I know you are biased against the Lu family's son. At first, Professor Li, Professor Zhang and I held the same thought as you, that Lu Chen was just a rotten young master. But after the math competition the day before yesterday, the three of us were impressed with him. This kid is only in high school, yet he can make competition questions that even college students can't, and he can even solve the questions designed by the three of us in seconds. Having said that, Prof. Wu Zhongxiang took out a video prepared in advance and projected it on the big screen for everyone in the room to watch. What was playing inside was none other than Lu Chen's highlights on the math competition field. Calculation problems are answered off the top of your head. The solutions are both clear and efficient. Wu Zhongxiang looked at the video and said with an excited face, such a horrifying ability to calculate, think logically, and utilize comprehensively. I believe that there is no second person in the world who can do it. Inside the conference room, the rest of the professors are shocked if the video is true. That Lu Chen is indeed nothing short of a once-in-a-century math wizard. However, instead of being convinced, Bai Yingtian said angrily, the video is just too fake. How can Lu Chen solve all the calculation problems in seconds? Even with a calculator machine there has to be a calculation process. I'm pretty sure that Lu Chen went through the back door and memorized the answers in advance. So Professor Wu, let's not discuss this topic anymore. There's no point. When the words were uttered, Shasta, everyone's hearts were in their throats. That's a harsh statement. Lu Chen took the back door. Doesn't that mean that the three Prof. Wus were bribed? Those engaged in academics valued reputation above all else, and Professor Wu's trio was no exception. And Bai Yingtian's words were tantamount to holding the three of them down and rubbing their reputations on the ground, and in front of so many people. One time, Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang blushed to the root of their necks and all stood up in unison. Dean Bai, what do you mean by this? Nakedly humiliating us? Dean White, you can fire me, but never will you disgust me with such words. Dean Bai, the three of us personally guarantee that we have never accepted any favors from Lu Chen. For academics, vouching for their personal reputation is no different than pledging their lives. However, Bai Yingtian despised Lu Chen from the bottom of his heart, and faced several professors who recommended him again and again. He was completely enraged and his voice was deafening as he said, 3 professors, I've already given you face, do I have to break it to you? Why did Lu Chen win the championship? And what did you guys get? Do I need to scrutinize it? I'm going to put it here today. Lu Chen, there's absolutely no way he'll be able to pass the Dragon Academy of Sciences special enrollment audit, so you guys should die while you still can. Seeing that Bai Yingtian's words were so vicious, the 3 professors of Wu Zhongxiang were so angry that they jumped straight up. Bai Yingtian, you old Biden, calling you dean is to give you face, otherwise you don't even count as a fart in my place. That's right, you're still a professor of physics. After half a lifetime of researching photolithography there's no progress at all. It's only a waste of the country's funds and talents. A proper economic black hole. Suspect us of taking bribes from Lu Chen. We also suspect your academic ability. That's right. What qualifications do you have to be a professor? And what qualifications do you have to be an associate dean? Inside the conference room, the bickering intensified. Even words like old Biden popped up. That is, Bai Yingtian was not present. Otherwise they have to fight. At that moment, the dean picked up the microphone and said helplessly, okay, a few professors should stop arguing. My suggestion is to observe Lu Chen for a while longer. Anyway, there's still a month left in special recruiting, so there's no rush, right guys? Hear that? The flames on both sides have only dropped a little. After sitting back in his chair, Professor Wu swore, I'm here to make a guarantee that if observed, Lu Chen doesn't have that much math talent. I will immediately take the blame and leave the Dragon Academy of Science, and never set foot in the academic world again. Professors Li and Zhang also chimed in. I promise too, and me. Hear that? Bai Yingtian also gritted his teeth and said, fine, if Lu Chen is really a genius that is hard to come by in 100 years like you guys said, not only am I resigning from my position as dean of the physics department, but I am also resigning from my position as vice president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences and all other positions. Eventually, This argument is winding down with assurances from both sides. The conference room also became quiet again. The professors from the rest of the departments breathed a long sigh of relief, and then began to introduce their special recruiting candidates one by one. Yunhai City, the 13th middle school. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the English exam was over. Since school is still an hour or two away, seniors will need to return to class to continue their lessons, which can be a true inch of their lives. And for Lu Chen, today was a day of rare comfort. Nothing interrupts. Just comfortably brush up on life expectancy throughout the day. Back in class, Lu Chen took out a brand new chemistry book and continued reading. At that moment, the class bell rang. The biology teacher had just entered the classroom when she saw Lu Chen hugging and gnawing on a book with a serious face. He was very pleased and walked over with a smile on his face, wanting to compliment him, but when he got closer, he realized that he was holding a chemistry book and turned back with a black face. Time passes by. After school, Lu Chen had just walked to the entrance of the school when suddenly, an SUV car stopped in front of him. Lu Yun rolled down the window and smiled. "Let's go, Mr. Lu Chen. I'll accompany you home." Seeing this, Lu Chen sighed. "It seems that I'm not destined to avoid the home visit session today." Helplessly, Lu Chen opened the car door and sat in. After fastening the seatbelt, Lu Yun kicked the gas and the SUV slowly drove toward the Lu family villa. Chapter 47. The most hardcore home visit ever. Lu family villa. The living room. Lu Shixiong is playing mahjong with some of his big brothers. Mamma mia. I spoke to the White family's old man on the phone and he never said anything about revoking the engagement. It was this bastard by Ying Tian who made the decision privately. Not only did he break the contract, but he also verbally abused Xiao Chen. I'll have to give this an eyeful sometime in the future. Lu Shixiong cursed. The money leopard drew a card and said indifferently, "Why get serious with an uneducated scholar? As long as the Bai family's old man doesn't open his mouth, what he, by Ying Tian, says is just farting." South wind. Just as they were having fun, at the door of the living room, Lu Chen and Lu Yun slowly walked in. "Dad, my homeroom teacher came to our house for a home visit," Lu Chen said. This statement was made. Several big brothers looked toward the door in unison. Home visit. First time I've heard that term in all my life. Yo, the homeroom teacher is still a big girl, with a nice ass. You're guaranteed to have a male child later. Big brothers joked. Hearing their revealing words, Ryuyan didn't feel nervous. Before she came, she was mentally prepared enough. Lu Yun's gaze was fixed on Lu Zhixiong, and she couldn't help but feel a few waves within her heart. Is this the enemy one has to face? Secretly investigating the Lu family for so many years, today was considered her first official meeting with Lu Zhixiong, and although it was in the name of a home visit, she felt that she was one step closer to bringing down the Lu family. "I'm Lu Chen's homeroom teacher, Lu Yun. May I ask which one of you is Lu Chen's father?" Ryuyan asked, pretending not to recognize Lu Zhixiong. "See only." Lu Zhixiong exhaled a wisp of cigarette and said without lifting his head, "I am his father." Mud. Home visit. Home a chicken. Say what you have to say quickly. Don't delay me from playing mahjong, Lu Zhixiong said in an extremely impatient tone. Seeing that the other party had this attitude, Ryuyan couldn't help but clench her fists. She then let out a long breath and pulled 2 test papers out of her bag. These 2 papers were today's mock exam. Lu Chen's language and English papers. "Father Lu Chen, you haven't looked at me squarely once since I came in, and knowing that I'm going to make a home visit, I still have this attitude of not caring. Do you really care about your son? Do you know how bad his grades are? Say it." Ryuyan took a big step forward and directly threw 2 blank test papers on the mahjong table. Lu Zhixiong was just about to play his cards when he saw the scene and couldn't help but grimace. But when he noticed that Lu Chen's paper only had his name and class written on it, and not one other question, Shasta, Lu Zhixiong's face changed from cloudy to sunny. Then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, good test, Ryuyan?" Ryuyan was confused. "Okay, well what the hell? Not a single question was done, and the roll was cleaner than your face. Any other parent would probably have used their child as a sandbag to practice boxing." Lu Zhixiong even laughed out loud? And what confused her even more was yet to come, only to see that Lu Zhixiong picked up the rolls and began to show them off to a few big brothers. "Ha ha, see, that's the old son of a son, testing out. 1 question not done. 0 points. Well, isn't that better than your son?" Saying that, Lu Zhixiong revealed a wave of smug smile. Several big brothers looked at Lu Chen's white test paper, and each of their eyes went straight. Even each of them vaguely showed a look of envy. "Crap, Master Xiong, you've educated a good son. Yeah, that dead kid of mine. He scores a few dozen points on every test, and sometimes even passes. Almost didn't piss me off. Master Xiong, how do you usually teach Xiao Chun?" Tell your brothers the secret of success. That's right. It's really not quite enough to have this method and not tell the brothers. Several big brothers complained. At those words, Lu Zhixiong laughed even louder. He teetered on his legs and couldn't help but be smug. There's no way. My old son has excellent genes, and the son he gave birth to was born to be competitive. If you tell him to read, he won't read. If you tell him to go to school, he won't go. Every day you have to skip class and go online to sing karaoke and bungee jump. How can I not control it? If Guilan hadn't insisted that her son brush up on his education, he would have dropped out of school a long time ago. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lu Zhixiong's words, the big brothers couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Envy and jealousy directly etched on their faces. Lu Chen had a black line on his head. If not for the 7-wolf seal on his body that hadn't gone down yet, he almost believed it as well. Lu Yun, on the other hand, stood still as if she were a wooden chicken, her face full of unbelief, and her entire body was directly dumbfounded. Clueless. Not. What's the situation? You didn't wake up yourself? Are you dreaming? She fiercely pinched Lu Chen's arm next to her. Ow! Lu Chen let out a miserable scream. Hearing the commotion, Ryuyan completely froze. Quite painful. Not a dream. Immediately afterward, Lu Yun's pupils rapidly dilated, and an undisguised shock appeared on her face. What kind of hostile environment can mold such a crumbling triad? Not ashamed of being a poor learner. Instead, they are proud of it. What was even more incomprehensible to her was that several people beside her were showing a look of envy and jealousy. Jesus, is this the world of normal people? Lu Chen noticed the change in Lu Yun's expression, as if he had seen himself when he had just crossed over. Ah yes, that's what this abstraction looks like. 1 part melancholy, 2 parts speechless, 3 parts abstract, 4 parts bitter. At this time, Lu Zhixiong looked at Lu Yun and complimented. For the child to be so outstanding, you, the homeroom teacher, deserve a lot of credit. Butler Wang, take $100,000 and reward her. Hearing this, Ryuyan was a bit unable to stand still. Is that a compliment or a detraction? This money if you take it. When it got to those teachers' ears, they were afraid they would be laughed out of the room. No, I will never take your money. Ryuyan quickly waved her hand and then said, in fact, I have something joyful to tell you. Lu Chen's classmates are very talented in math even though their grades are poor. If he participates in this special recruitment, with his ability, it's highly likely that he'll be admitted to Qingbei University. So, the main purpose of my home visit is to discuss the special recruitment with you. When Lu Zhixiong heard this so-called happy event, immediately, the smile on his face froze. In its place, there was anger. Don't bull ***** me? Special enrollment into Qingbei? If Lu Chen dares to go to such a good school, I'll break his legs. And you're the homeroom teacher. I'll take you down with me. Mud. Lu Zhixiong scolded with a red face. A few big brothers beside him also chimed in. You little teacher. Why don't you mention which pot is which? Can't you say something that makes people happy? That's right. Why bring up such a spoiler topic when it's so good? Alright, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our brothers playing mahjong. At this very moment, Yuhyun felt dizzy as the sky spun around. Delirium. The whole thing was light and airy, and the worldview had collapsed. Teacher, let me see you off. Lu Chen said. What was happening in front of me was all expected. Line. Ryuyan felt that there was no need for him to stay any longer. A few more words with these people and she was afraid she would faint. Villa entrance. Before leaving, Lu Yun instructed a few more words, hoping that Lu Chen would reconsider the matter of special recruitment. And Lu Chen said that he would definitely consider it carefully, earnestly, and well. After seeing off Lu Yun and turning around, Lu Chen forgot all about it. Back in the villa, in the living room, Lu Zhixiong was still playing mahjong with several big brothers. Lu Chen walked straight into the bedroom, closed the door and summoned the system panel. It's been a day. I don't know if anyone found that paper either. Thesis, Principles of Photolithography. Chapter 1 inch. Number of current readers, 6. Extractable life, 6 seconds. Seeing this data, Lu Chen was a bit lost inside. Just 6 is too few, but the bonus 6 seconds is enough time for a few rounds for the reader's geeks. Immediately after, Lu Chen took out his cell phone and opened that Pheasant Essay website app. Just clicked in, and suddenly, an unread message appeared. Upon closer inspection, there were tens of thousands of them, and the tens of thousands of messages were all sent by a few people. To and from, hello, I would like to talk to you. If you see this message, please contact my phone number XXXX. To and from, yes, I really appreciate your paper and would like to put your paper in the press conference. Is it convenient to add a friend? Merit, please, add me as a friend. My WeChat is XXXXXXX. Green grass, leave a contact, leave a contact, leave a contact. Look at the wide array of text on the screen. Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Looks like someone who knows what they're talking about has found their paper. Then, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the second message. A press conference? Hiss. Sounds like it might be good. The system's rule for rewards is that the more people who read it, the more longevity it grants. It would be a good idea to borrow this person's hand to increase the exposure of the paper. Think about it. Looking at the other party's message requesting to add a friend, Lu Chen chose to accept it. Ding! You have successfully added no white men in the world as a friend. Please start talking freely. After the addition is complete, Lu Chen clicked on the dialog box of no white men, edited a message, and chose to send it. Scholar 11, you can put this paper in the press conference. After posting this, satisfied, Lu Chen closed his cell phone, hummed a little song in his mouth, and took a shower. The White Family Manor. Dad, I'm home. When by one you came back from school, she ran all the way to the living room with a happy smile on her face. Since breaking off the engagement with Lu Chen, her whole being became much more cheerful. Behind him, Bugs followed in with a book bag in each of his right and left hands. Deadpan. Today was the most boring day he had ever spent in his life. All that high school math knowledge was as uninteresting to him as 1 + 1 = 2. And at that moment, Bai Yingtian was speaking into his cell phone, still with a determined look on his face. Ha! I knew that bastard. Lu Shixiong would complain to your old man. Dad, I've listened to you since I was little, but Yu's marriage must be her own decision. Dad, you need to stop talking. My mind is made up on this unless you kick me out of the White House too. You can trust me. I recently found a paper on photolithography online and my gut tells me I'm not far off. When I work on the photolithography machine, at that time, we won't need to join forces with any family ever again. After saying this, Bai Yingtian clicked and hung up the phone. He then turned around, looked at Bai Wanyu, and smiled. You error, I've taken care of Grandpa's side. Dad is true to his word. I'll make sure you marry whoever you like. Seeing this scene, Bai Wanyu was moved to tears. She couldn't hold back her inner excitement any longer. And all of a sudden she embraced Bai Yingtian in his arms, happily saying, "Thank you, Dad, good girl." Bai Yingtian soothed Bai Wanyu's skull. All of a sudden, ding dong, a message rang out on his cell phone. Hearing this news, Bai Yingtian stirred and his entire body became excited. Daughter, Daddy has something important to do right now, so why don't you go to dinner with the minibus first? Bai Yingtian said. Having said that, he tapped on his cell phone at breakneck speed, only to see, in the screen, it was the one he had been waiting for. Scholar 11, you can put this paper in the press conference. When seeing that, Shasta, Bai Yingtian was trembling with excitement. Chapter 48 Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. When seeing this message, Bai Yingtian was as excited as if he had won a $10 billion lottery. He couldn't hold back his inner excitement any longer, and with his fingers on his cell phone keypad, he crackled and tapped. To and from, really, thank you so much. To and from, I am so impressed with your paper. I scrutinized every word and punctuation mark in it. It's simply mind-blowing. There's no such thing as a white man. Is it convenient to meet offline? I have a lot of questions I want to ask you. To and from, as long as you're willing to agree to meet, no matter what the conditions or requirements are, I promise to fulfill them all. No one left behind. Bai Yingtian sent out a dozen messages one after another. Only then did he reluctantly turn his cell phone off. He clutched his cell phone. His joy was overflowing, and his eyes showed his longing and expectation for the future. After spending half of his life's work, he was finally going to see the birth of a photolithography machine in his lifetime. For Bai Yingtian, this was an extremely critical moment in his life. After sending the message, Bai Yingtian immediately shared this joy with the academic exchange group. The big bulls in the group were all happy when they learned about it. At Old White, go for it. Bound to show the old men in the math department if we can get a photolithography machine. At Old Bai, whether dragon physics can be famous in the global scientific community depends on you. At Old White, trust you. At Old White, believe in the power of believing. Seeing everyone's replies, Bai Yingtian's already trembling heart trembled even more violently this time, especially thinking about the mockery and questioning of Professor Wu's trio at the daytime meeting. Bai Yingtian picked up his cell phone again and sent a dozen messages in succession. Lu Family Villa. After Lu Chen finished his shower and came out of the bathroom, he saw an unread message in his cell phone. When I opened it, I saw that it was all from this no white man in the world. Lu Chen didn't even bother to look at it, and had already authorized the paper to him anyway. Just wait for the press conference, the exposure to soar, and sit back and collect the longevity rewards. As for the photolithography machine, Lu Chen decided that he would get it out himself first. Theory is ultimately just something on paper. Only practice is the only way to verify the truth. but it's definitely not okay to screw around at home. If Lu Zhixiang knew that he was doing scientific research, it would be strange if he didn't throw him away as scrap metal. Throwing his cell phone away, Lu Chen collapsed onto the bed and closed his eyes. It wasn't long before he was snoring. The night, it went by fast. Before I knew it, the sky had turned fish belly white. It's 6:30 a.m. And the alarm hasn't gone off yet. Lu Chen was then awakened by the parlor. Lu Zhixiang's bouts of abuse. Tramp. It's better to live than to die. Li's village is so poor that the people of a village can't come up with $1 million. And as a result, the top wants to expropriate their land. Compensation of 20,000 yuan a square foot. This is great. The whole village is a ing millionaire. Money leopard. I give this project to you. You must do it well. Lu Chen woke up after being woken up and rubbed his eyes. Sleepy. Since he couldn't sleep, Lu Chen decided that he would go to school early to brush up on his life expectancy for a while. After all, for him, time is not only money. More than that, it's a precious life. Under the servant's service. Soon, Lu Chen got into the car and drove towards the 13th middle school. When came to the school, the gates were still open. Only a few students stood sporadically outside. Lu Chen approached and found that Li Jingya was holding an English vocabulary book, memorizing it there. That's a lot of effort for only a freshman in high school. Lu Chen walked over and said hello. Li Jingya looked up and realized that it was Lu Chen and laughed out happily. Good morning, Lu Chen-san. Here's the thing. I've heard that certain colleges have this junior class thing that upperclassmen can take, so I thought I'd give it a shot, in case I get picked, and save years of tuition, Li Jingya said. Lu Chen nodded. He did know something about junior classes, a special education model for children with early intelligence. If you are good enough, you can cross over to high school and receive an early college course of study. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way Jingya, do you have a yard at your house and is it big enough? I'd like to put something in your house, if that's okay. He's worried about where to get a photolithography machine. This thing will definitely be found by Lu Zhixiang when he leaves it at home, and it will not be easy to explain then. In the case of package warehouses, there are again some external factors and safety hazards that have to be considered. All in all, it's better to keep it at home for peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya blinked and said, there's a yard, about 100 square feet. Is it enough for you to put your stuff in? Lu Chen was shocked. This big? Li Jingya covered her mouth and smiled. A house in the countryside is worthless. Lu Chen nodded and said, that's fine. After school tonight, I'll go home with you. Just then, too, the doorman came with the key. As the school doors opened, all the students filed in. After saying goodbye to Li Jingya, Lu Chen walked straight into his class, and at the moment the large classroom was empty. Turning on the light, Lu Chen came to his seat and picked up his chemistry book to read. Just after reading for a short while, a system beep sounded in his head. System alert, chemistry knowledge capability is full. You can get a high life expectancy, and a mysterious reward, by doing the following. 1. Participation in chemistry competitions. 2. Teaching chemistry. 3. Publication of chemistry-related papers. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Great! Another subject full grade. There are 6 subjects in the college entrance exam, and 3 have now been completed, leaving only language, English and biology. Thinking of this, Lu Chen stuffed the chemistry into a drawer. Backhandedly, he pulled out a biology book and read it with full attention. And during the reading, the class arrives one by one, and the dark sky becomes thoroughly bright. Jingle bells. As the school bell rings, Ryuyan walked into the class holding her math paper. Class, we have a math test this morning, so please put everything not related to the test in the drawer. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen put the biology book away. When the test papers were handed out, Lu Chen swept his wide eyes and all the questions were solved. Less than 10 minutes after filling out the class and name, a math paper is then written all over the place. Teacher, I want to turn in my paper. Lu Chen raised his hand. As if expecting it, Ryuyan said, bring me the rolls. I'll look at them. Lu Chen Tada ran up to the podium and handed the roll over to the other side. Ryuyan took a look and nodded in satisfaction, saying, it's okay, go play. Oh, after saying that, Lu Chen ran towards the playground with a whoosh. In the afternoon science exam, Lu Chen still finished answering the questions as fast as he could, and then ran to the playground to watch biology. The biology knowledge level soared throughout the day. Biological knowledge level, LV7, 93% experience. Specialization. After school, since senior year starts early, when Lu Chen arrived at the school entrance, Li Jingya had been waiting for a long time. The two got into a cab and the master asked, where to? Li Jingya named a place, Li Jia Village. Hearing this name, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Lu Shixiong called in the morning, said there is a Li family village to be demolished. Compensation payments full 20,000 yuan a flat. It can't be Li Jingya's hometown, can it? If that's true, Li Jingya's yard alone is more than 100 square meters. A set down, not 2 or 3 million? However, Lu Chen didn't make a sound. After all, the entire Cloud Sea City was full of Li family villages. Wouldn't it be a tease if it didn't end up being her house? Gentlemen, sit tight, the driver master said, and with a kick of the gas, the car quickly drove towards Li's village. At this very moment, capital, Dragon Academy of Science. After Bai Yingtian got the authorization of the paper, he flew back to the capital at the first time and held an academic press conference. Launch site, off stage. Several reporters carried long guns and took pictures. On the stage, Bai Yingtian and several physics professors stood on either side, looking excited. Immediately afterward, Bai Yingtian's trembling voice resounded from the scene. Welcome, fellow journalists and physics enthusiasts of the nation, to the academic launch of the Dragon Academy of Science. The scholarship we're announcing today is about photolithography. This statement was made. Shasta. The whole venue is starting to stir. Chapter 49 Opinion Explosion. Open engage. Photolithography. As those three words were uttered, the reporters froze at first. A few seconds later, the field exploded instantly, only to see that all the reporters swarmed forward and backward towards the front of the stage, and the camera almost disliked Bai Yingtian's face. Dean Bai, may I ask if what you're saying is true, that the Dragon Kingdom has already researched a photolithography machine? Dean Bai, may I ask if the first photolithography machine has been made, or when is it expected to be made? Dean Bai, I've heard that you've been studying photolithography for half your life. What does this success mean to you? Dean White. Reporters scrambled to send out questions. The arms are stretched out one by one. Hate to shove the microphone into Bai Yingtian's mouth. Facing the crowd's questions, Bai Yingtian turned on the projector and cast his thesis. Principles of Photolithography Fabrication. Chapter 1. On the big screen, there was no shortage of physics enthusiasts on the scene, and when they saw what was on it, they all cheered with excitement. Oh my god, it's a paper on the principles of photolithography. Unbelievable, can't believe my eyes. Even though it was only part of the story, I was still greatly impressed. Dean Bai is awesome. Dean Bai is the best in the world. Now our Dragon Kingdom has stood up, and we will never have to stoop to importing foreign chips again. Dean Bai, you are my idol. The reporters heard the cheers and the interviews turned more passionate, and they almost couldn't hold back from rushing to the stage. At this time, Bai Yingtian said with righteousness, frankly, I didn't write this paper, its owner is an unknown person. However, I have contacted this person and received his authorization to open this conference. And this person, we, the Dragon Academy of Science, have settled for him and will bear all his future research expenses. Even if I personally pay out of my own private pocket and dump my family's money, I will still build the first photolithography machine that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. This statement was made. Everyone's blood was boiling now, and they were clamoring for Bai Yingtian. Although this essay was not written by White Yingtian, but he's honest and sincere. His patriotic heart, his ethos as a scientist, undoubtedly conquered everyone in the audience. It was also at this moment that Bai Yingtian's words changed, saying, as a scientist, I have to abide by professional ethics, maintain an academic atmosphere, and be realistic. Instead of being like a certain few professors who abandon their honor for profit and desecrate academics with no bottom line, people like that should get out of academia and be stripped of their professorships. Upon hearing these words, the reporters were wide-eyed and a little confused. That's a quick turnaround in the picture. 2. Last second then Bo Burns. The next moment it was shady. So here's the question. Who were the several professors Bai Yingtian was alluding to? The moment. Dragon Academy of Science. Department of Mathematics. Inside the office, Professor Wu, Professor Li and Professor Zhang saw this scene, and the three of them instantly red-warmed. Originally they hadn't planned to follow the launch. It was a co-worker who told them that Bai Yingtian was touting photolithography. It was such a big deal that they naturally didn't hold back before clicking in to watch. But I did not expect. Just into the live broadcast, I heard the White Yingtian in Youngdom. The last time a few people argued in the conference room, it was at best a joke in academic circles. But not this time. It's live. There were millions of viewers in the live broadcast room first, not to mention that later on, those reporters would surely write about this matter in the newspaper. By that time, the whole world would think that the three of them had taken bribes and their reputations would be completely ruined. It's not whether or not you can stay in the academic world. Rather, there is no face left to continue living in this world. Thinking of this, the three of them stormed into a rage. rolled up their sleeves and headed towards the launch site. Launch site. Bai Tian is still sniping away. Who I am talking about. You all don't have to guess. You will naturally know in the future. And I'm sure that even if they don't watch it live now, they'll watch this replay down the road. Here, I told these professors. Bai Tian, walk straight and walk right. And I will never allow you meticulous people to defile the Dragon Science Academy. Just as the reporters were getting curious as to who exactly Bai Tian was cricketing. Next, pop. The doors to the venue were pushed open, only to see that the three of them, Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang, walked out aggressively. When the reporters saw these three people appear, at once, they already had an answer in their minds. Bai Tian, you old undead thing. Shut your doggy mouth. We agreed to observe Lu Chun for a while to confirm if he really has a talent for math. And you step in front of the whole world and insult us. Old Biden, we're not done with you today. Between the words, Professor Vu had stepped up to the podium, raised his arm, and slapped him. Pop. A resounding earful echoed through the venue. Bai Tian was slapped backward 2 steps, his face confused. Back to the point. Bai Tian's face grimaced as he slammed his fist towards Professor Wu's shoulder. Boom! Due to Professor Wu's advanced age, the punch made him sit on his butt and his dentures flew out. The old, don't you dare move, Professor Wu. Seeing this, Professors Li and Zhang blushed. The two of them cursed and then joined the fight. Off stage, the reporters looked at the several professors who were fighting on the field. All of them were dumbfounded and full of confusion. Not buddy. Say yes to the academic press conference. What happened to the octagon scene? To know, each of these professors is a top bull in the academic world of the Dragon Kingdom, and their status and position are all extraordinary. But because of a what? Lu Chun. A big fight. If this kind of embarrassing story is reported, that's a huge amount of traffic. Thinking about it, the reporters shouldered their cameras and kaboomed a lot of pictures. Up there you punch. I kick. Here's one of you taking a picture and me videotaping it. There was also a foreign scholar who stood in front of the stage and posed for a picture with his hands, then yay. Just as a few wigs and dentures hit the floor. Pop. The conference room door was pushed open again. Then an old man in a wheelchair with white hair and wearing a Chinese mountain suit, pushed in accompanied by a dozen armed police marshals. Stop it all. The old man raged. The voice was a bit hoarse, but it had a lot of momentum and was not angry. The majesty emanating from his body, in an instant, caused the scene to fall silent. Ravenous. Everyone looked toward the old man. Bai Tian stiffened when he saw him, and his raised fist stopped in midair. That's when several reporters recognized the elderly man. Elder Bai. It's Elder Bai. Gosh. I didn't expect Elder Bai to show up at this launch. The reporters were filled with shock. That's right. This old man is the one Lu Zhixiong is trying to climb. Bai Wan Yu's grandfather. All go and disperse. Elder Bai briefly uttered 4 words. Shasta. The reporters were like mice seeing a cat. Each one shouldered their equipment and ran out like crazy. Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang also got up from the ground and slowly walked towards the door. When passing by Elder White, the 3 even bowed. Then he turned back to glare at Bai Tian and left angrily. For a while, only Bai Tian and Bai Lao remained in the house, as well as a dozen armed police marshals. Dad. Bai Tian shivered and said. He had completely flipped out with this old father over the phone over Bai Wan Yu's marriage union. Be prepared though. But when he saw the other's face, the fear that was engraved in his bones still made him wince. Why didn't you make a trip home first when you returned to the capital this time? What did I teach you before? No matter how important it is, return to the capital and go home first. Elder Bai lectured. Snap. Bai Tian's legs trembled and he was so frightened that he directly knelt on the ground. Dad, I was wrong. Bai Tian didn't dare to raise his head and said. However, the next second, Elder Bai's face changed and his tone was amiable. Okay, stand up. I watched your presentation just now, and it was very well delivered. I've given it careful thought, and perhaps you're right. There really is no need for Moon to be joined in marriage. Hear that? Bai Tian revealed an incredulous expression of shock. Dad, are you telling the truth? Yue really doesn't need to marry that punk from the Lu family? Elder Bai didn't answer directly. He turned his wheelchair, his back to Bai Tian, and faintly said, I haven't been back to Cloud Sea City for a long time. Now, my oldest granddaughter is about to face her senior year of high school and my youngest granddaughter is still missing. And you, my son, are doing something amazing again. How can I, as the head of the family, stay out of the way at such a critical time? Having said that, Elder Bai turned around and said with a deep gaze, let's go. I'll accompany you back to Cloud Sea City. If Lu Zhixiong comes to bother me again about Yue, I'll speak to him personally. This statement was made. Bai Tian was so moved that tears almost flowed out of his eyes as he swore. Don't worry father. I won't let you down. No matter what. I'm going to find that person and make a photolithography machine that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. It didn't take long for this release to end. Online. The Scarf, Jitterbug, posting and other major entertainment platforms. Public opinion completely exploded. Top 1. Dragon Academy of Science Conference. Dean Bai and the 3 titans of the math department fought over Lu Chen. Who is Lu Chen? Top 3. Video of Lu Chen winning the math competition. Top 4. President Bai of the Dragon Academy of Science announced today that the Dragon Kingdom will soon create a domestically produced photolithography machine. The headlines on almost every platform were dominated by these messages. Normally, something as important as building a lithography machine would be the headline top 1. Nay, there were too many melon eaters, and everyone loved to watch the fun, hardening the words about Lu Chen to top the top 3. So, netizens have been talking up a storm on the topic of Lu Chen. A professor of the Dragon Science Institute, but because of a high school student big fight. 100 years rare. I watched the video of that high school student's competition. All the calculation problems were solved in seconds, and it looked like he had memorized the answers in advance. That's right. This kind of backdoor trash has caused Dean Bai to become furious and get beaten up. It's really infuriating. These professors in the math department could win a small gold medal for acting realistically enough with high school students. Upstairs is Blind Bull ********. Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang are the leaders of the math world. They would never give up their honor for a high school student. Don't spit on them. What bull ****** honor, compared to Dean Bai's photolithography machine? What's the point of those awards that Wu, Li, and Zhang took? Bai Yingtian has come up with a gross photolithography machine. Did he write the paper and just blow it hard? 4,000 plus upstairs. ******* mudbloods. An offline date? Eating melon netizens divided into 2 camps. In the major forums bickering. Some people support Prof. Wu and the others, but more people supported Yingtian Bai, arguing that photolithography was more relevant and that the math awards were all vanity. Meanwhile, Cloudsea City, the protagonist of this public opinion, Lu Chun, arrived at Li's village by car. Soon, the car pulled up in front of a modest courtyard. The house was built with tiles and some of the walls were even made of mud. This is Li Jingya's home. The house is a little shabby, if you don't mind. After getting out of the car, Li Jingya was a bit embarrassed. Home may be broken, but it's still warm even with a mom who loves you, Lu Chen said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya's heart warmed, and her small face couldn't help but blush. He then led Lu Chen towards his home. The two of them walked into the courtyard, only to see, just as Li Jingya said, the yard is extremely spacious, more than enough room for a tractor, not to mention a photolithography machine. At this time, Lu Chen took out his phone and said, I'm already there. I'll send you the location later. Okay, brother Lu. Shortly afterward, 7 or 8 cars pulled up to the door. Black Bear then led a group of 13 middle school punks in, carrying boxes of stuff. What's all this? Li Jingya was curious. Something to build a shed, and tools to make a machine. Lu Chen replied. About an hour later, with the help of dozens of punks working in unison, a simple shed was set up. Lu, we're leaving first, call me if you need help, Black Bear said before he left. Aha. Lu Chen nodded, then stretched. The stuff is all together, open and dry. Chapter 50, Why do you worship me if you're not buddies? Lu Chen's mind moved slightly. The photolithography diagram in his mind shattered with a crash and turned into thousands of blue light particles. These particles quickly gathered and stacked, and in a few moments, they formed a virtual image of a photolithography machine. Immediately after, Lu Chen clicked on the tip of the photolithography iceberg, and with a whoosh sound, the location of the point was quickly enlarged. What came into view was a dense and countless number of parts. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. No wonder photolithography is so hard to do. This one part alone requires at least 1,000 parts and provides very little space to place them. It's like carving a city map on a fingernail cap. It's extremely difficult. And to accomplish this operation, you need machines of great precision to make the process. This is exactly why dragon scientists, who are stuck in lithography research, can't solve it at the technical level alone. It was only that the drawings given by the system were very powerful, and every step in their production was extremely detailed. Just like an adult teaching a child to walk, it can be easily accomplished by following a systematic approach. In this case, Lu Chen couldn't wait to open the box and reveal the parts inside. Take out a part. Hiss snap. The parts fly out directly as if attracted by a powerful magnet and are fixed in their designated locations. Lu Chen pushed it with his hand and it didn't move. It was stronger than welded. Seeing the situation, Lu Chen exerted the hand speed of a single man for more than 10 years, pulling out parts one after another. The parts all flew out automatically and built together like building blocks. Soon, Lu Chen's entire body was immersed and happy. Without realizing it, 3 or 4 hours had passed. Photolithography 2 is 2/3 complete. At that moment, Li Jingya walked over. She looked at the half-human high machine in front of her and couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. I go. Lu Chen student. What is this thing? Hearing her voice, Lu Chen put down the parts in his hands and said, you'll know later. Seeing that Lu Chen was unwilling to say more, Li Jingya nodded and did not continue to ask. You've been making this stuff since school started, and you haven't even had dinner yet. If you don't mind, have some at my place. I've made my best garlic terrace scrambled eggs, Li Jingya said with a red face. At those words, Lu Chen nodded. I did get a little hungry after working so long. So, he followed Li Jingya's footsteps and walked into the house. When I came to the living room, it was still Spartan. Some of the siding is peeling off and the floor is cemented and pitted. Inside the house, a table and 2 or 3 benches outside. Other than that, it's just a TV stand without a TV. On the table, a plate of scrambled eggs with garlic, a plate of scrambled eggs with leeks, and a plate of tomatoes and eggs. Lu Chen was confused. It was obvious that Koan must have messed with Li Jingya somewhere. Otherwise, there wouldn't be eggs on all 3 plates. Li Jingya smiled sheepishly and said, although I can only make some scrambled eggs, they taste great, so try them. At those words, Lu Chen was not polite. Pick up a chopstick of garlic table egg and stuff it into your mouth. After chewing a few times, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, it's really delicious, but too many eggs will hurt your body. You can't eat them all the time. Li Jingya nodded her head obediently and said, aha, I'll learn some new dishes tomorrow. When she finished, she turned and walked into the bedroom. Immediately afterward, her voice came from inside calling softly, Mommy, wake up, it's time to eat. That boy I've been telling you about from time to time. He's visiting our house. It was then that Lu Chen remembered. Li Jingya's family. There is a paralyzed mother in bed. Realizing the rudeness, Lu Chen hurried into the bedroom, wanting to say hello to the other party. But there was no thought. When the other party saw Lu Chen, his voice boomed. Daughter, help me up. Li Jingya just helped her up. The next second, snap, the woman dropped straight to her knees. Just got down on my knees due to my body. The body went limp and the whole thing fell to the ground. This sudden scene confused Lu Chen wholeheartedly. He quickly stepped forward and helped the other man up. Anxiously, Auntie, what are you doing? The woman burst into tears and said, I've heard Jingya say that you've helped her 3 times and are a great benefactor to our Li family. I'm old and paralyzed, and I don't know how to repay you. In the next life, I'll be sure to work for you. After saying that, the woman looked at Li Jingya and said, Daughter, kowtow to my benefactor for me. Good, Li Jingya responded, then snapped, kneeling down. Seeing that the other side is really going to kowtow, Lu Chen was completely unable to stand still. Isn't that a waste of your life? Snap. Lu Chen also knelt down with his face toward Li Jingya. Li Jingya kowtowed 1. Lu Chen returned 1. Li Jingya knocked 2. Lu Chen returned 3. Just then, the phone in Lu Chen's pocket rang. The ringtone is the climax of the hit song She. 1 bow to heaven and earth. 2nd worship. Husband and wife worship each other. This scene is coupled with the haunting oboe. For a moment, all 3 froze. You're not a buddy. Why are you still worshipping? Lu Chen. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly and pointed to his cell phone. Sorry, there's a call from home. After saying that, he helped Li Jingya and the women all up, then walked outside the house and pressed the answer button. Hey, you dead kid. What time is it and you're still not home? Lu Zhixiong's curses came from the phone. Lu Chen said, I'll go back immediately. Hang up. Lu Chen returned to the house and happily ate dinner with his mother and daughter. After eating and chatting for a while, Lu Chen left. Before leaving, of course, Lu Chen deliberately took a piece of black cloth to cover the photolithography machine in case of wind and rain, and Lu Chen had just left on the front foot. On the back foot, 2 middle-aged men came to Li Jingya's home. Just as he entered the courtyard, one of the men, a tall man, shouted, Is Jingya home? Uncle has a happy event to tell you. Li Jingya, who was washing dishes in the house, heard the sound and hurriedly walked out. Uncle? The village chief? What brings you here so late? Li Jingya was puzzled. There are 2 brothers in Lao Li's family. Li Jingya's father was the second in line, and the man in front of him was the oldest, also known as her great-uncle. And after Li Jingya's father died, his eldest uncle took care of them quite well. In addition to living hush-hush, economic support is also available from time to time. Therefore, Li Jingya had always treated him as her father. Only to see, the eldest uncle said with a joyful smile, Neezy, it's like this. Our village is going to plant a batch of orchards, and we need to requisition land. Once expropriated, each family can receive a full $500 per square meter in compensation. Your house is at least 200 square feet. That's $100,000. Imagine how long you'd have to work part-time to earn that much? That's why I specifically approached the village headman about expropriating the orchard land and choosing your house. With this money, you can take your mother to the city and live in a better house. When you graduate from college and earn a lot of money, why don't you just buy a house in the city and never have to come back to this Thai village of ours? The eldest said with a kindly look. After hearing these words, Li Jingya, at once, fell into silence. 100,000 sounds like a lot, but she just started her senior year of high school, and with 3 years of high school plus 4 years of college, there's not much left to pay a tuition of 100,000 alone, not to mention living expenses and rent, even though she has a good job now. What if she gets fired? At that point, you can't take your mother to live in a bridge, can you? Thinking of this, Li Jingya smiled and refused. Uncle, I appreciate your good intentions. Just, as nice as the house in the city is, it's not ours. Even though the home here is rather shabby, it's shelter and peace of mind. And that's enough. This statement was made. The village chief and eldest uncle's faces immediately darkened. The two men looked at each other. Immediately afterward, the eldest said in the tone of an elder, Nico, you've always been the understanding child in my eyes. Your mom hasn't lived in a commercial house in the city for half her life. So even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your mom. I've worked my ass off to get this opportunity for you guys. You can't afford to get confused at this juncture. The eldest said in rapid succession, much harsher in attitude and tone. One time, facing the man he treated like a father, Li Jingya lowered her head, not knowing how to answer properly. And just then, inside the house, came the voice of Li Jingya's mother. Big brother, what's the matter with you for coming so late? Hear that? The eldest uncle cursed at Li Jingya. Silly child, and then walked in with the village head towards the house. When they finished talking to Li Jingya's mother about this matter, the woman directly opened the door and said, Big brother, the good you've done for us all these years, we, both mother and son, remember it in our hearts, but $100,000, it's just a little too little to support us for much longer. Besides, you know my body, I can't afford to be tossed around every day when I'm lying in bed like a dead man. Plus, your brother's grave is buried nearby. So if it's converted into an orchard, how will his spirit rest in peace? Li Jingya's mother said with a helpless face as she lay on the bed. Hearing this, the village chief gave a wink towards his eldest uncle. The eldest understood and said, You can't move your body. It's okay, when the time comes, Big brother himself will drive you. The oldest two's graves are also well taken care of. I'll personally contribute to help the oldest two move their graves. As for the money, with that, he looked at the village chief and pretended to look sad as he said, Village chief, you've heard what my siblings said. $100,000 is indeed a bit low. You see. Upon hearing this, the village headman said with his hands behind his back and his face full of majesty, Tell you what, I'll decide privately to give you 50,000 yuan from the village council as an extra subsidy. That's not a small amount of money. Penis daughter-in-law, are you satisfied now? At these words, the eldest immediately jumped out and said, Sibling, what's the hesitation? Hurry up and see what you can do. In addition to this $50,000 subsidy, I've borrowed $10,000 from you guys over the past 10 years, and I don't want this money. As long as you mother and son can live a good life, I as a big brother am willing to suffer. After all, with the second one gone, I have to do my duty as a big brother. The two of them had gotten to this point. To say no more would seem ungrateful, but Li Jingya's mother wasn't stupid. How much difference can there be between $100,000 and $150,000? $50,000 more and still can't afford a house. At best, you'll live another year or two. Big brother. This, Li Jingya's mother was also silent. In her mind, her big brother hadn't taken care of them over the years. She just thought the deal was too bad. Originally, Li Jingya had pretty much paid back the money and life was moving in a good direction. But now if we don't have this house, they mother and daughter don't even have a place to live. Do you live on the streets? Seeing that Li Jingya's mother still hesitated, the eldest uncle could no longer hold back his temper. Sibling, what more do you want? Even though we're poor, we can't be too greedy. The village council put up $50,000 and I don't want my money. And you don't know enough? Do you know that as soon as the news of the land acquisition came out, I ran to the village headman's house and frantically recommended you guys. Another gift and a smile. Now that the results have been reported to the district and the orchard has been chosen at your house, Should we tell the leaders to reselect it? Aren't you embarrassing Big Brother by doing that? Where will the village headman's face go again? A word down. The whole house was silent. Li Jingya's mother was lying on the bed, her eyes closed and her face in pain. Li Jingya, on the other hand, stood by the bedside, her head lowered like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing that the atmosphere is a bit awkward. At that moment, the village chief's face sank and he opened his mouth to break the silence. Here's the deal, Dick daughter-in-law. You bring the deed first, and I'll follow the process and report what needs to be reported. When the time comes, I'll make some connections and say that the size of your family's acreage doesn't meet the requirements, so that the leaders can beat the paperwork down. In that case, your big brother and I will be able to deliver, and you won't have to move out. Hear about this solution. Shasta. The clouds on Li Jingya and her mother's faces were cleared away. The two mothers had a look of joy. Thank you, village headman. Thank you. It's so much trouble. Big brother. Village chief. I've caused you trouble. Mother and daughter said gratefully. The village chief and his eldest brother looked at each other and laughed out loud. Siblings don't need to thank you. These are all what being a big brother should do. The eldest uncle resumed his kindly demeanor and said. The village chief lit a cigarette and said with a disdainful face. I'm also looking at your big brother's face. Otherwise, who would worry about this kind of thing? Finish getting the deed. Li Jingya sent the two of them a few hundred meters away before turning around and walking towards home. And Li Jingya just laughed. The village chief looked at the land deed in his hand and exposed his true face. His mouth grinned like a lotus flower as he laughed. Originally, I wanted to spend a little money to get rid of this mother and daughter, but I didn't expect that in the end. I didn't have to pay a dime and even got the stuff. Ha ha ha. The eldest uncle stuck over and laughed. Village chief, we agreed to split the $3 million in compensation 50-50. Don't go back on your word. This statement was made. The village chief's face immediately turned cold. 50-50? What do you think? I don't need to spend money to make connections? Your old Lee family is really a bunch of. And he said something about the oldest two dying in heaven not being able to rest in peace and having to move their graves. In my opinion, the graves are just right for fertilizer for the orchard. Cursing over, the village chief walked forward on his own, joyfully saying, 20,000 yuan in compensation for a flat, and I'm drying out as a village chief. Martyr. In the back, the eldest looked at the village chief's back, echoing his words just now in his ears. He could not help but be lost in thought. Chapter 51. A visit to the door. Lu Chen returned home and lay on his bed, his mind filled with the matter of the photolithography machine. At this rate of progress, I'm guessing we'll have the thing built by tomorrow. Just then, his cell phone dinged. Opened it up and it was from the same guy again. To and from, hello? It seems that only one part of this paper has been posted. When will the follow-up be posted? To and from, I am very eager to meet with you, and I wonder if you would be willing to give me the opportunity to do so? To and from, may I ask where you are doing your research now? Are you considering coming to the Dragon Academy of Science? I'd like to fund all your research expenses. To and from, if you are willing to come to the Dragon Academy of Science, I promise that you will be granted the title of professor immediately. To and from, please get back to me when you see the message. Please. The Dragon Academy of Science? A professorship? Lu Chen skimmed his lips. The day when photolithography comes out. Not to mention Prof. Giving him a dean was expected. At this point, Lu Chen's attention was drawn to the first message. When will the follow-up content be released? At first, in order to woolgather the system, Lu Chen divided the entire content into thousands of chapters. The previously posted Principles of Photolithography Fabrication. Chapter 1 inch is just a drop in the bucket. Thinking of this, Lu Chen opened the system panel. Thesis, Principles of Photolithography. Chapter 1 inch. Current readership, 824. 402 people. Extractable life, 9 days and 12 hours. Seeing this number, Lu Chen's heart was delighted. The press conference really worked. Extract them all immediately. Ding! You have successfully extracted 9 days and 12 hours of life. Remaining life, 72 days to 15 hours, 24 minutes, 29 seconds. 9 days to arrive. Beautiful. After the extraction, Lu Chen couldn't wait to come to the computer and start writing Principles of Photolithography Production. Chapter 2. With the experience of the last time, it was much faster this time. Lu Chen lifted the laptop and crackled on the keyboard. Once done, open the VPN. Choose to post anonymously. With the words "Release Successful" popping up, a system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head. Ding! The thesis Principles of Photolithography. Chapter 2 inch has been successfully published. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen's face was agitated. Success! But the next. Ding! Since you have already posted an essay on the same topic, this one cannot receive any rewards. Blanche! Lu Chen's face darkened. The grip program failed. That being the case, there's no point in continuing to post what follows. This article, Principles of Photolithography Fabrication, Chapter 2, will be the final masterpiece. Sleep. Back in bed, Lu Chen quickly fell asleep. The next morning was early, just after dawn. Lu Chen was then gripped up from the bed by Lu Zhixiong. Brat, don't go to school today. Come up to the White House with me. I received news that this morning, the Bai family's old man arrived in Yunhai City by airplane. I reckon it's specifically for your marriage to Bai Wanyu that you've come back. Lu Zhixiong seems to be in a good mood. After all, he had just finished talking to the Bai family's old man on the phone yesterday, telling the other party about Bai Tian's private revocation of the marriage contract. As a result, the next day, the old man flew back. It was enough to see that he held this marriage in the highest regard. Oh, Lu Chen rubbed his eyes and answered. At this very moment, at the Bai family manor, a long line of luxury cars drove up to the entrance of the manor. At that moment, the car door opened. Bai Tian got out of the passenger side, and just as he got off the bus, countless reporters swarmed around him, carrying long guns and short cannons and snapping away. Various questions were also thrown out one after another. Dean Bai, may I ask if you've just gotten off the plane? And may I ask why you want to return to Yunhai City to do research? Dean Bai, right now the internet is full of videos about the fight between you and the 3 professors. May I ask what you have to say about this? Dean Bai, may I ask if you have found the mysterious person who released the paper? Dean Bai, when do you expect to make the first photolithography machine roughly? Look around at the frantic reporters. Bai Tian calmly straightened his collar and didn't answer. Immediately after, dozens of bodyguards rushed over and dispersed all the reporters to 100 meters away. In less than half a minute, the whole world was quiet again. Subsequently, Bai Tian came to the back of the car, opened the door, and said in a respectful tone, Dad, get off. Next, with the help of a few servants, Elder Bai left the car and got into a wheelchair, and just as he got off the ground, inside the manor, Bai Wanyu, who was about to go to school, saw this scene. Looking at my grandfather in his wheelchair, Bai Wanyu's face sank, the bright eyes dimmed. Bai Wanyu knows. The marriage between himself and Lu Chen was a decision made by Grandpa himself, and just yesterday father revoked the marriage contract, and today Grandpa is returning to Yunhai City. Anyone else would have thought that he had come back especially for the sake of the marriage union. Bai Tian noticed Bai Wanyu's expression and smiled gently. How could he not know what was in his daughter's mind? Bai Tian waved his hand and said, come see Grandpa. Don't worry, he didn't come back this time to force you to marry Lu Chen. Grandpa has agreed with me and decided to let you choose your own marriage. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyu was not happy and still had an expression of disbelief. The Bai family's old man looked in his eyes and revealed a kind smile as he said, I haven't seen you in a few years. Yuer has grown into an adult. Your father is right. Hurry up and go to school. This statement was made. Bai Wanyu went from skeptical to shocked. Again, it shifted from shock to joy. The gloom on her face was swept away and replaced by a sunny smile. I'll go first, then. Bye, Dad, Grandpa. After saying that, Bai Wanyu happily sat in the car. And that's when it happened. Bai Tian found that the person called Scholar 11 had posted the paper Principles of Photolithography Fabrication, Chapter 2. He was full of excitement and immediately showed the paper to the old man. Elder Bai saw it and said with rare joy, Not bad, looks like I made the right choice. You won't let me down. Hearing my father's compliments, Bai Tian's mouth was about to split with laughter. Embraced by the bodyguards, the 2 masters walked towards the White family manor. Just as they were about to step through the gate, suddenly, a neutral voice rang out from behind. Elder Bai. At the sound of his voice, the masters looked back together. See only, Lu Zhixiong was leading Lu Chen, standing there with a respectful look on his face. Seeing them, instantly, both Bai Tian and Elder Bai's faces sank. Lu Zhixiong, I've already talked to you on the phone. My Yuer will never marry your son. What are you father and son doing here now? Bai Tian said in an aggressive tone. Lu Zhixiong didn't give a damn about him. He looked at the Bai family's old man and respectfully said, Gramps, please, can we go in and talk slowly? Lu Zhixiong looked confident. He thought that Elder Bai had come back to Yunhai City just for this marriage. As for Bai Tian, it's just a wimp. You don't even dare to fart in front of the old man. However, Elder Bai heard Lu Zhixiong's words. In a condescending manner, he kept his gaze fixed on Lu Zhixiong without saying a word. Half a day later, Elder Bai's face was expressionless as he said, Please go back, Master Lu. I don't want to see any guests right now. Chapter 52. The whole internet is in an uproar. Photolithography was introduced. Family Master Lu, please return. I don't intend to see any guests right now, Elder Bai said with an expressionless face. Hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's eyes instantly widened as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. In his consciousness, the Bai family's revocation of the marriage contract was just Bai Yingtian being bent on having his own way, so there was absolutely no need to pay attention to it. An elder Bai returned to Yunhai City to do him justice and renew the marriage contract. But now, the other party was not even allowed to enter the White family's home. What was the meaning of this? Lu Zhixiong looked puzzled and spoke bluntly. Elder, Lu Chen and Yuer's marriage contract was a vow that you and Grandpa Lu Chen personally made back then. But now, Bai Yingtian has cut this marriage short. You see, back then, the Bai family was just a nameless family in the capital, and it was Lu Chen's grandfather who assisted it step by step to become a great family in the capital. Later on, Elder Bai will be married to his wife, and said that he owes the Lu family more than he can repay in a lifetime. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Zhixiong believed that the Bai family's old man would not break this agreement no matter what. However, before the old man could reply, Bai Yingtian, who was standing next to him, said in an overbearing manner, Lu Zhixiong, are you asking for an explanation from my father? For so many years, how many asses has the Bai family wiped for your Lu family before and after? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? If it weren't for my father's concern for old friendships, I would have disassociated myself from you people long ago. How else are you qualified to stand in front of me? Get lost. The words just fell. Elder Bai directly slapped him with a forced pocket. Pop. Bai Yingtian covered his face with an aggrieved look. Stand aside. Honest. Afterward, Elder Bai looked at Lu Zhixiong and said without anger, Lu family master, I haven't forgotten your father's kindness to me back then. It's just that every family has its own problems. Given my friendship with your father, I'm sure he would understand me if he were alive. Yuer and Lu Chan's marriage is over. Lu family master, please return. Having said that, the old man turned his wheelchair, twisted his head, and walked towards the White family manor. Bai Yingtian glared resentfully at Lu Zhixiong and also turned to follow. Behind, Lu Zhixiong stared at the duo's backs, his eyes covered in blood, gnashing his teeth in anger. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Back then, Grandpa Lu Chen had fought tooth and nail to help the Bai family, narrowly missing hitching himself and the entire Lu family. And right now, the White family is burning quite brightly. But in turn, you doused the Lu family with urine? Master, are you going to go back on your word? If my father were alive, would he understand you? That I do not know, but he will surely regret that he shouldn't have helped your White family in the first place. Lu Zhixiong hissed, would have liked a response from the other side. However, Bai Yingtian and Elder Bai did not even turn their heads back and resolutely entered the manor. The moment the doors closed, Lu Zhixiong's heart also died. Massive, bunch of ungrateful things. Son, let's go, Lu Zhixiong said with red eyes. Oh, Lu Chen nodded and spun around to follow. And this scene was being watched by the journalists who were driven away 100 meters away. Although it was far enough away to hear both sides of the conversation. But the cameras in their hands are professional grade, with powerful focusing capabilities that produce an unbelievably clear picture. You know, the internet is full of opinions about Lu Chen right now. Bai Yingtian accuses Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang of accepting bribes from Lu Chen and accompanying him to act with the intention of being specially recruited into the Lunka Academy under the name of Genius. The two sides even went so far as to fight in front of the press media. And to the contrary, at this juncture, Lu Chen and his father appeared at the entrance of the Bai family, both still looking like they were groveling in front of the Bai family. At once, everyone thought that Lu Chen was trying to make peace. He plans to bribe even the White family, only to be rejected by Bai Yingtian, who had a clear and moral character. For a while, journalists were excited. This is a proper big headline. They have been posting the photos they took online. And as these photos became public, Shasta, the Scarf, Jittery Voice, Posting Bar and other major entertainment platforms completely exploded. And the whole internet was in an uproar. Netizens addressed the matter with a heated discussion. Ha ha ha, this time Lu Chen has played it off. How dare he bribe Dean Bai? Really looking for death. Doing whatever it takes to be specially recruited into the Dragon Science Academy. This time Lu Chen has kicked the bucket. Stone Hammer, where's the person who spoke for Lu Chen and the three professors before? Keep coming out and barking? Mud. And a math genius like no one before or since. I shucks. Dean Bai is the standard bearer of the scientific community in the Dragon Kingdom. And the three screechers Wu Li Zhang get out of the scientific community. Just thinking about these three teaching beasts betting with Dean Bai makes me want to laugh. Shameless things. Where do they get the courage? That's right. They even dared to make a move against Dean Bai. So we should make the three of them kowtow and apologize. Bai Yingtian is I have seen the most upright, the most ethereal professor. He will devote his life to the Dragon Country's photolithography research and production in the middle of the blood. Conscientious, but it is such a great man for the respect. but by 3 rat abuse. Beat? I suggest that the 3 Wu Lijiang shot to death, for the Dragon Country's academic atmosphere of the right name. Support. Support plus 10,086. The moment. The internet was full of voices in support of Bai Yingtian, believing that Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang should kowtow to Bai Yingtian or even be shot. The netizens who had previously defended the Wu Lijiang trio all disappeared without a trace, and none of them dared to speak. Under this vociferous public opinion, Dragon Academy of Science, Department of Mathematics, unaware of the 3 professors Wu Lijiang, just came to the office, but the scene inside the room almost scared out of the cerebral thrombosis. The desk, it was seen, was covered with rotten eggs, fecal water and rotten leaves. The ground was littered with wreaths, plutonium and paper figures. Immediately, they realized that something was wrong and hurriedly opened their phone's hot search. Upon seeing the headlines on all the major platforms, the 3 professors couldn't sit still any longer. What a bunch of assholes. We obviously didn't take a bribe, so why should we be subjected to such verbal abuse? No, we must immediately set out for Cloud Sea City and find Lu Chen to testify face to face. That's right. Now. Say it. They immediately ordered the nearest flight to Yunhai City, then left the school and flew toward the airport. At this very moment, Lu Chen, the protagonist of public opinion, arrived at the Li family village with a leisurely face. He didn't choose to go back to school after leaving the White family manor. After all, there was now plenty of life expectancy, and with 6 subjects in the entrance exams, there were only 3 subjects left without a full grade. In this case, it would be better to make the beloved photolithography machine first. After arriving at Li Jingya's house, Lu Chen first put the purchased healthcare products in the living room and greeted her mother, then darted out into the yard, lifted the black cloth, and couldn't wait to make it. Little by little, time passed. By noon, when Lu Chen fixed the last part to the designated position, in his head, a long-lost system beat finally sounded. Ding! The photolithography machine has been created. Photolithography. Value of national transportation, 1. Extractable life, 0. 1 seconds. System tip, the national luck value can be boosted in the following 3 ways. 1. Number of uses. 2. Number of persons exposed. 3. Transaction amount. Looking at the photolithography machine in front of him, Lu Chen's face showed undisguised excitement. Just then, suddenly, the door of Li Jingya's house was pushed open without warning. Chapter 53, National Attention. The person who made the light machine was him? The door pushed open. In the next second, Li Jingya carried several bags of ingredients and walked in. Since she has to take care of her mother during the week, she goes home to cook instead of eating at school in the morning, noon and night. Lu Chen, I heard Mom say you were here, so I went to the supermarket to buy some tofu and a fish. Instead of scrambled eggs today, I'll give you a taste of my new fish head soup. Li Jingya laughed happily. It just so happens that I'm a little hungry and looking forward to your new dish. Lu Chen nodded and said, Hey, wait for it. Having said that, Li Jingya walked towards the kitchen, picked up the pots and pans, and clanked to get busy. Lu Chen, on the other hand, returned his attention to the national luck value of the photolithography machine. I didn't realize the photolithography was done. It is still possible to add a longevity bonus to yourself, although for each point of national luck, you can only increase the value by 0.1 seconds. There are many options to increase the value of national luck. Lu Chen glanced at the words number of people exposed. After the last press conference, Lu Chen had gotten a big taste of it. Doing nothing, sitting on a 9-day life expectancy. Even now, the number of people exposed to that paper continues to soar, racking up another 26H of longevity rewards in just half a day. Thinking of this, Lu Chen took out his cell phone and pointed the camera at the photolithography machine. Open the recording screen. Run the photolithography machine. Just the camera feed. The photolithography machine starts, runs, and finishes. The whole thing flows flawlessly and is perfect. Aha! Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The video was then sent to the No White Man in the Street with the caption, The photolithography machine has been made. Please hold another press conference. After posting, just as he turned off his cell phone, Li Jingya's shout came from the kitchen. Lu Chen? Hear that? Lu Chen slipped his cell phone into his pocket and ran towards the kitchen in a hurry. Just see. Inside the kitchen, the fish rolled back and forth on the floor, splattering hot oil all around it. Li Jingya was holding a spatula, cowering in the corner and shivering with a panicked look on her face. Lu Chen was confused, not knowing whether she was doing the fish or the fish was doing her. At this very moment, the White family manor, after Lu Zhixiong was kicked out, Bai Yingtian just sat there, staring at his cell phone all the time, expecting a reply from Scholar 11. Just as he was about to fall asleep waiting, Suddenly, ding dong, a beep sounded on his cell phone. Hearing this voice, Bai Ing Tian, who was originally sleepy, instantly opened his eyes wide. He hurriedly unlocked the screen, and when he saw the video from the other party, he immediately clicked on it. Just see the picture. A brand new photolithography machine was sitting in the overgrown yard behind a wall made of dirt. Immediately after, the photolithography machine is activated. Buzz off. When the start button is pressed, the photolithography machine begins to make a mechanical, yet technological sound. After 10 seconds or so, the photolithography shut down. End of video. After reading it, Bai Tian's eyes were stunned out of their sockets, and his mouth was open enough to stuff down an egg. His chest rose and fell rapidly and his breathing became rapid. The entire person was constantly trembling with excitement. Made it! The photolithography has been made. Bai Tian let out a deafening roar. Elder Bai, who was drinking tea and reading the newspaper, was so shocked by this sudden movement that he almost stood up from his wheelchair. What's all the yelling and fussing about? Elder Bai cursed. Bai Tian immediately took the video over and said excitedly, Dad, look, the photolithography machine has been made by that mysterious person, and he authorized it, allowing me to hold a press conference. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai half-heartedly looked at the video. When watching what's in the video, instantly, this old Bai family master, who was unperturbed by changes, had an unconcealable exhilaration on his face. Yes, since he sent you the video and authorized you to have a launch party, it means he sees your two-sleeve scientific spirit, thinking that my Bai family is known far and wide and highly respected. It's not surprising that I'm favored. You send me the video immediately and I'll see if I can find out where this man is based on the background in it, Elder Bai said. Subsequently, Bai Tian immediately sent the video to his elderly father. Elder Bai took the video again and used all his contacts and connections in the capital to find the location in the video. I have to say that the capital is still quite efficient. In less than half an hour, he was answered. Elder Bai, based on that mud wall in the video, we judged that it should be a certain impoverished village in the Dragon Kingdom, and among the more than 100,000 poor villages in the country, we mobilized tens of thousands of people to participate, using the Beidou satellite map to compare with them one by one, and finally came to a conclusion. The location of the person who shot the video is at Li's village, number 44. After that, the other party sent another picture. The picture shows 44 Li's village compared to the background of the video. Can't say the similarity is great. Let's just say it's exactly the same. Looking at the image in front of him, Bai Tian was excited beyond words. Immediately, he said that he would go here to look for this mysterious man. At this time, the Bai family's old man said, I also want to see just who this genius who produced the photolithography machine is. Come on, I'll travel with you. Spin. Under the embrace of a group of bodyguards, the two of them walked out of the gate of the White family manor, and just outside, hordes of reporters surrounded it again. The camera kept taking pictures. Various questions were thrown out one after another. Bai Tian was inspired and decided on the spot to hold a press conference right here. Looking at one of the cameras and flashes in front of him, he cleared his throat and said, due to the urgency of the situation, I have decided that an impromptu briefing will be held here. It's very grand to tell you that the photolithography machine that our Dragon Kingdom has been waiting for decades has been successfully made by that mysterious person. And we already know the exact location of the Mysterons. Now, let's move out and find the mystic. As those words came out, the reporters looked at me and I looked at you. In this moment, no one spoke. The scene was silent. You can hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, these reporters were like crazy. Each one of them was calling forward and backward, scrambling to take pictures and ask questions. However, Bai Tian was no longer interested in answering these questions. Right about this time, suddenly, the earth began to tremble. In the sky, the sound of propellers kept coming. Just as the reporters were confused and didn't know what was going on. Not far, only a line of military vehicles was seen coming towards the place in a loud and powerful manner. In the sky, a helicopter formed a lofty square formation, like a giant dragon hovering majestically above. The scene is magnificent. The lineup is luxurious. It's a great momentum. Such a shocking scene, the reporters present all shuddered and froze like a chicken. At that moment, a camouflaged military vehicle pulled up in front of the manor. The car door opened and a man in military uniform stepped down from it. He ran to Bai Lao in large strides and with an extremely standard posture. He saluted and said, Cloud Sea City Military Region, ordered to escort Elder Bai. Elder White nodded. When he decides to go out, he expresses to the capital his intention to go to Li's village to look for the mysterious man. With Elder White's status, plus the photolithography machine, the most important tool in the Dragon Kingdom, This was what caused the Yunhai City military region to pay extra attention and even send out helicopters for protection. And with an escort of this magnitude, Elder Bai and Bai Yingtian sat in the car, and the group of people drove towards the Li family village with great vigor. Chapter 54, Impossible. There's no way Dragon Kingdom will ever make a photolithography machine. Lu family villa. The three of them, Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang, stood at the door with a bitter look on their faces. After they got off the plane, they immediately headed to the 13th middle school in Yunhai City to look for Lu Chen. As a result, the homeroom teacher said that Lu Chen had taken a leave of absence and didn't come. With no choice but to find Lu Chen's home, several people could only find it. As a result, Lu Shixiong, who was already in a bad mood, heard their intentions. Straight away, he yelled at a few people and didn't even let them in the door. The professor of mathematics at the Dragon Academy of Sciences was transformed into a street skater, squatting at the door to keep watch, waiting for Lu Chen to come back. At this time, Professor Wu took out his cell phone and glanced at the time, when the scarf suddenly pushed a message to him. The search for the mystery man who made photolithography is live at. Seeing this news, Professor Wu couldn't help but open his mouth wide in surprise. What? That old bastard Bai Yingtian already knows the location of the person who released the paper? Hear that? Professor Li and Professor Zhang also hurriedly looked over. Just see. Live on air. It was a picture of Bai Yingtian sitting in a car, escorted by the military to the Li family village. Professor Li couldn't help but complain. This is really lucky. Picking up a talent for nothing. Prof. Zhang also chimed in. That's right. Why should he be able to sit back and enjoy his success while we have to suffer slanders and insults? Even if the three are not willing. But nowadays, you can only see the live broadcast, by Yingtian scenery. And right now, almost all of the nation's hot search lists are about the phrases photolithography and mystery man. Top 1. The first photolithography machine in the Dragon Kingdom was successfully launched. The identity of the mystery man will be revealed soon. Top 2. Dean White is on his way to the location of the Mysterons himself, under military escort. Top 3. Foreign countries are questioning the fact that the Dragon Kingdom has produced a photolithography machine. Top 4. Stone Hammer. Lu Chen bribed a professor at the Dragon Academy of Science. Except for the fact that there are hot searches all over the country about photolithography. Internationally, various countries have also taken a stand on the matter. Pretty Nation APJTA, Dragon Nation claims to have produced a photolithography machine, but there is currently no actual evidence. Perhaps just claptrap. BBC News in the Sunset Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom, which has been researching photolithography for decades with no progress, suddenly announced today that the first photolithography machine has been launched, and its authenticity is doubtful. Island Daily Newspaper, our attitude towards the fact that the Dragon Kingdom has researched a photolithography machine is consistent with that of the Pretty Country. It is absolutely impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to make a photolithography machine. It's just an exaggeration. KBS News of the Great Cold Plutonian State, the Dragon State advocates global first in any field without any shame. When will the dream of a great nation be shattered? There is nothing wrong with the statements of the first few countries. Keeping your suspicions up is a right you have. It's someone else's freedom that the island likes to be the dog of a pretty country. But the headline of the Great Cold Underworld is not news at all, but naked insults. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom who are in a foreign country saw this and said they could not tolerate it. Rushing to the bottom of this news is a counterattack. The Great Cold Underworld. Nima is dead. Stealing the country and still have the face to scream. We really develop it. Is it become your again? Cha Nima. Won't start. The news title. Don't start. Eat kimchi, eat poisoned? Everyone stop arguing. All listen to me for a second. The sticks of the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom are a bunch of silly baskets. It was originally news from the Great Cold Underworld, but it turned out that the comment section was all in Chinese, and the number of likes was not low. Some of the sticks tried to fight back below, only to be drowned down by a flood of Chinese just as they sent out a sentence. The Great Cold Underworld had no choice but to turn on selected comments and restrict speech. At this very moment, Li Jia Village, Li Jingya's house. Lu Chen was sitting in the living room waiting for dinner to start, and in the next second, Li Jingya walked in with a pot of soup. Fish soup is here. Li Jingya gleefully placed the basin on the table. Then he looked at Lu Chen with an expectant face and said, "Taste it. How does it taste?" Lu Chen nodded. He then took a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. Just as it entered his throat, Lu Chen's eyes rolled over and he almost died in place. How should I describe the smell? It's like a bowl of boiling water, in which you add the right amount of soy sauce, sugar, chicken essence, and dark soy sauce. After releasing these, sprinkle 10 more bags of salt into it. This soup is considered done. He wanted to ask Li Jingya if he had beaten the salt cellar to death. However, looking at Li Jingya with an expectant look, Lu Chen couldn't bear it in his heart. So he said, "Good, good drink." Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Li Jingya laughed out happily. She picked up a spoon and headed toward the house. "Mom, my fish soup is ready, so I'll serve you a bowl later. Lu Chen says it's delicious." When these words came out, Lu Chen was instantly terrified. "I'm young and strong, so I'm fine to drink. But if Li Jingya's mom drinks herself to death, you'll be solely responsible." Seeing that Li Jingya was about to serve the soup into the bowl, Lu Chen grabbed the basin first, opened his mouth, and gulped it all into his mouth. When he was done, he wiped his mouth and cried and laughed. "It's just so delicious." Li Jingya covered her mouth in surprise, shocked. "Lu Chen, do you love fish soup so much?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, fish soup is especially stomach healthy. I like it." The words were not finished. Lu Chen's face sank. Something bad was happening. He then rushed into the toilet like a madman. "Come to the bathroom. Close the door. Pants down." The next moment, a deafening sound rang out from the restroom. Boom! Because of the commotion. In the bedroom, the sound of Li Jingya's mother's compliments came from the bedroom. "Awesome daughter, you even learned to fry eggplant boxes." Jingya Li. And just as Lu Chen was going to the restroom, dang it! In the yard, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 55. The one who made the photolithography machine was Lu Chen. A knock was heard on the door. Li Jingya opened the courtyard gate, only to see the village chief and the eldest uncle walked in, followed by a group of people. "Village chief, uncle." Seeing the duo, Li Jingya said in a respectful manner, "If it wasn't for the eldest uncle and the village chief, I'm afraid they'll be out of a house for both of them." However, the next words from the village chief, but it left Li Jingya confused, only to see that the village chief had his hands behind his back and said with an expressionless face, "Jingya the above has already passed the approval, and the orchard will be chosen in your house. When are you two moms planning on moving out?" Hear that? Li Jingya's face showed surprise and trepidation. "Moving out? Village chief, didn't you say that you'd put in a good word to get the paperwork knocked down so that we, the two of us mothers, wouldn't have to move?" Upon hearing this, the village chief sneered and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I chose your house for the orchard levy with your consent, and the deeds are in my hands. It's too late to go back on your word. If it doesn't move, I'll get these guys behind me to help move it," the village chief said with a smug look on his face. Li Jingya looked at the crowds of people outside and her gaze turned horrified. She panicked, pulling on her eldest's arm and said with a helpless look, "Uncle, what's going on here? Say something. Wasn't it agreed that the deed would be given to you so as not to make things difficult for you? How now?" Didn't wait for the words to finish. The eldest uncle pushed Li Jingya away with an impatient face. "You child, why don't you understand anything at all? To choose the orchard in your house, that's a blessing bestowed on you two mothers by the blessing of your father's spirit in heaven. And don't think about how much revenue this orchard will bring to the village in the future. Sacrificing the small for the big. Don't you understand this? What did you read in school? All the way to the dog's stomach?" Hearing what her eldest uncle said, Li Jingya revealed a look of disbelief. She couldn't believe the man she treated like a father. Nowadays, it would turn out to be this way. The village chief got a little impatient and waved his hand. "All right, cut the crap. Everyone get in there and move. And don't leave anything inside." The words just fell. The group of people behind them, a brain rushed into Li Jingya's home. In no time at all, the benches and tables in the house were thrown out. No! Li Jingya looked at the scene in front of her and was filled with despair. At one time, she was still strong and holding on even under the pressure of huge debts, simply because there was a family with lights lit up in the middle of the big wide world, waiting for her to come home from school. But now, without even the last shelter from the wind and rain, the fire of hope that had just been lit in his heart went out again. Li Jingya's eyes turned hollow and tears flowed down her cheeks. Where would she and her mother go without a home? And just then, ow, along with two screams rang out. Next, two people flew straight out of the house, just as the village chief and the eldest uncle were in a daze. Lu Chen walked out of the house with the collars of the two people like he was carrying a chicken. "Nobody move. Anyone who tries to move anything in the house again, I'm going to clean him up." In an instant, everyone stopped the movements in their hands and looked at Lu Chen with a face full of fear. The village chief and the eldest uncle were also frightened by the aura Lu Chen exuded. After returning to his senses, the eldest uncle pointed at Li Jingya and cursed. "Good for you, Li Jingya. Not only have you become unintelligent, but you're also young enough to hide a man, aren't you? Today I'll take your father's place and give you a good education." "You." After saying that, he raised his arm and was about to slap at Li Jingya. It looked like the slap was going to land on Li Jingya's face. A close call. Lu Chen raised the man in his hand and smashed it towards the eldest uncle as if he were playing billiards. The smashed eldest stumbled and fell to the ground. the disc in his back nearly unbroken. What's going on? Lu Chen walked over and looked at Li Jingya and asked. Li Jingya didn't hide anything and told the whole thing. Last night, my eldest brother and the village chief told me that the village is going to expropriate my family's land to plant an orchard. But the compensation for a flat was only $500, which was too little for the mother to agree to. But the village chief had already handed over the results to the leaders, and in order to deal with the top, I was told to hand over the land deed first. They follow the process of reporting it and then they make the connections to get the paperwork down so that it's face-saving and we don't have to move. But to my surprise, the approval went through. After listening to Li Jingya's statement, Lu Chen knew that she had been set up by these two people, and it was very certain that the Li family village, which his father said was to be demolished, was Li Jingya's old home. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said with a leathery smile, "Meh, $20, 000 a square foot for a demolition is down to $500. You two old undead things, you're really cannibalistic." This statement was made. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Li Jingya was shocked. $20,000 a flat? Instead of feeling guilty, the eldest uncle said righteously when he was dismantled. "Nei-san, I usually take such good care of your family. You should be considerate of me too, right? My son is getting married and the other party wants both a bride price and a house. So how can my family have so much money? Sooner or later you'll get married, and your mom's as good as dead. So what do you think you two need this house for?" To hear such a heartless statement. At this moment, Li Jingya finally saw her eldest uncle's true colors. It turns out that this man who usually treats her like family, conscience has been lost in the face of profit. Lu Chen laughed. "Is that a human being saying that? Your son is getting married. Others have to live on the streets? If a drop of kindness can't be replaced by a spring, you're draining people's wells, aren't you?" And just then, suddenly, a group of uniformed police officers poured in and surrounded Lu Chen in droves. At the head of the group, a leader-looking man stepped forward and said, "Who's obstructing the execution of duty?" "Ha!" The mayor laughed out loud at the sight of the man. He pulled out a cigarette and handed it over, saying, "Old Joe, you're finally here. I've been ordered to demolish this house, and the papers have all been approved. But there are unruly people who resist public enforcement. What do you think should be done?" At those words, Old Joe waved his hand. "Demolish it for me. Anyone who resists will be arrested directly." Command received. The group rushed into the house again, grabbing furniture and throwing it outside. Lu Chen knew that these two were in cahoots, but he was surrounded by Uncle Hat and couldn't do anything about Uncle Hat, so he pulled out his cell phone and prepared to call home. Lao Zhou looked at him and hastily snatched the cell phone away, trying to record a video and post it online, distorting the facts and spreading rumors. "Are you? No way," Old Chow said with a look of seeing through it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a villager ran in hot and bothered. This villager whispered something in the ear of the village chief. When the village chief heard this, he revealed a look of shock. "Old Joe, someone from the capital has come, accompanied by a military escort from Yunhai City, and has now arrived at the village entrance." The village chief's tone trembled. When Lao Zhou heard this, his eyes almost didn't stare out. "Really? You can't make such a big joke with me." As rural grassroots cadres, they were obsequious even when the town leaders came to visit, not to mention the characters in the capital. For the duo, it was tantamount to a private visit by the emperor. "I'm not in the mood to joke with you, so cut the bull ***** and come with me to meet." Having said that, the two of them hurried towards the entrance of the village, not daring to slow down at all. And when they hadn't taken a few steps, from a distance, they saw a military vehicle coming towards the village, followed by several armed police soldiers. A helicopter hovered in the sky, and the roofs of the surrounding houses were still faintly reflecting white mirrors. Seeing this scene, the village chief and Old Zhou gulped. Calming his nerves, he greeted them. The village chief and Old Zhou ran all the way, bumbling to the first military vehicle. "Hello chiefs, I'm the village head of the Li family village, Li Quan. Next to him is the town's police station chief, Zhou Zhang. Welcome to all the leaders to visit and inspect. I hope you will bear with me if you have missed the welcome," Village Chief Li Quan said with a respectful look, facing the village chief of the Li family village. Elder Bai and Bai Yingtian didn't dare to slack off. After all, in their minds, the mysterious person who made the photolithography machine was the Li family village people. In this case, there's no chance that we'll have to dip into the Li family's favor in the future. Elder Bai got out of the car, sitting in his wheelchair, and laughed. "You're welcome, Village Chief Li. Do a good job and you'll have a great future. You can contact me if you have any difficulties at work in the future." "Say it." A man in the shape of a secretary walked forward and handed over Elder Bai's business card. Li Quan and Zhou Zhang saw the name on the business card and the position next to it. Shasta. The two men were so shocked that their hands shook and they almost fell to their knees. And immediately afterward, a look of excitement appeared on their faces. First, Cloud Sea City spent a huge amount of money to demolish and relocate the Lee family village. And now there was such a valuable person to boost it. It's not just a case of the ancestors being in the right place. It's a case of the ancestors being in the wrong place. It's almost like a mushroom cloud. Village Chief Lee, may I ask where Lee's village 44 is? Please take us there. Elder Bai said. Hearing this name, Li Zhang's heart tightened. No. 44? Lee's village? Isn't that Li Jingya's house? You know, the people he brought are raising Li Jingya's house. If the capital's bigwigs were to see this scene, how would they explain it? Li Quan and Zhou Zhang both glanced at each other, and their moods couldn't help but become apprehensive. Nevertheless, they could only lead the way ahead with a stiff upper lip as well. Behind him, Bai Yingtian pushed Elder Bai, and on his left was a team of armed police marshals. On the right are journalists carrying long guns, and a group of people are marching toward No. 44, Lee's village. When there were only a dozen meters left from Li Jingya's house, Bai Yingtian's entire body grew more and more excited when he saw the familiar earthen wall. Isn't that the same wall from the video? The thing he had his heart set on was in there, and when the crowd came to the door, they only saw, in the courtyard, hers was a brand new photolithography machine, looking exactly like the one in the video. Bai Yingtian looked at the coveted item in front of him, his face showing undisguised excitement, his two hands trembling straight away. He has worked diligently for decades, vomiting blood and researching day and night. Wasn't it for this moment? Although he didn't produce it, but to see the photolithography machine come out with my own eyes, I have no regrets. The reporters were the first to turn on their cameras and stood in place, eager to film. And just then, splat, a chair flew out of the living room. Splat, another table flew out. Immediately after, splat boom, a TV cabinet was thrown out and hit the lithography machine with a perfect parabola. Straight hook. A crashing sound accompanied it. The photolithography machine was smashed right off a large part, outside the door. When Elder Bai saw this scene, he was so scared that he almost took off from his wheelchair. On the side, Bai Yingtian looked at the scene happening in front of him in disbelief, his face pale, eyes wide in horror, his jaw nearly smashed off the floor. The reporters were also all dumbfounded, thinking they had seen a mistake, and put down the cameras in their hands. But looking at the smoking photolithography machine, everyone recognized the reality that everything that just happened was real. Didn't wait for the crowd to come back to their senses. In the yard, perspective blind, a resounding voice rang out. Anyone who dares to stop me again, I promise you'll regret it. The crowd looked inward, only to see that Lu Chen was being surrounded by a group of Uncle Hats, his face full of ice. The White family and the reporters were confused. Why is Lu Chen here? And who are all those people throwing furniture outside? Just as the hearts of the people were filled with doubt, the secretary came over and said, Elder Bai, according to my investigation, the Li family village is about to undergo a demolition, and the company responsible for the demolition is an old friend of yours, Yunhai City, Lu family, demolition, the Lu family. Hear those two key words, combine that with the yard, Shasta. Bai Yingtian and Bai Lao were furious. What was in front of me seemed to be rationally explained. No wonder Lu Chen was here. Forced demolition of people's homes is indeed a nasty thing that the Lu family can do. Lu Chen, do you know whose home you are raising? And do you have any idea what you just smashed? Bai Yingtian looked desperate and hysterical. The reporters around them were also indignant. As dragons, they have the honor of the country at heart and know how important the photolithography machine is to the Dragon Kingdom. This Lu Chen is simply a tumor of the Dragon Kingdom. That's right. First they were bribed by Stonehammer to bribe the 3 professors of the Dragon Science Academy. And only a day has not passed. And now they are here to demolish the home of a national pillar. Arrest him and punish him severely. Hearing the voices of the reporters, Elder Bai's face was also hard to see. At this moment, he was incredibly glad that he had listened to his son's words and revoked his granddaughter's marriage contract with Lu Chen. After this incident, Lu Chen would have to sit in jail even if he wasn't shot. Afterward, Elder Bai looked at Zhou Zhang and said without anger, Director Zhou, don't be afraid in the face of lawbreakers. Arrest them as you see fit. Don't be afraid to be a lawbreaker, let alone bow down to the forces of evil. Today, I will do you justice and arrest the demolitionists immediately. Zhou Zhang, who was on the side, was scared out of his wits, even if he is a cutie. It was also known that the big leader was here for Li Jingya, but the one who really demolished Li Jingya's house was not Lu Chen. Rather, they are. If the great leader knew the truth, wouldn't his life be over? At this time, the village chief, Li Quan, was also sweating profusely. He couldn't understand even if he thought about it. How could Li Jingya have this relationship? But since things have come to this, then it's just as well to break the mold. Li Zheng gestured with his eyes. Zhou Zhang understood, and with a wave of his hand, he forced the charge onto Lu Chen's head. Comrades, arrest this outlaw who is razing people's homes. Hear the order. Uncle Hat immediately took a big step forward and was about to handcuff Lu Chen. And Lu Chen was already angry about the photolithography machine being smashed. Although the repair is just a matter of hand. But after all, it is their hard work, more or less heartbreaking. If he hadn't been surrounded by Uncle Hat, he would have hung and beaten all those people. But the anger is still there. The two white family members appeared out of nowhere, came up and cursed themselves, and threatened to arrest him. One time, Lu Chen's anger surged and he directly cursed in the face of the reporter's cameras. Are all of you by family members a bunch of stupid pigs with no brains? Do you know what happened? Have you investigated what happened? And you jump to conclusions? Master Bai, Elder Bai, may I ask what is that tumor on your two shoulders? Just based on your stereotypes of me, you conclude that I'm the one doing the bad stuff, and that's how you decide cases? Do you know that for a demolition payment of 20,000 yuan per square foot, this village head wants to get rid of people for 500 yuan? When the homeowners didn't agree, they forced the demolition of the private houses, and also with this official surname Zhou, lawlessness, and this great uncle, in the skin of a man, who does not do anything. My brother is dead and my sister-in-law is paralyzed, and yet he still joins with outsiders to bully his own niece and hit on other people's houses. It's just pure. Arrest me? Then your by family is aiding and abetting the tiger. No different from this trashy village chief and eldest uncle, and everyone in the capital. I poo. Big turd. I won't even agree if you ask by one you to kneel in front of me right now and beg to marry me, because I'm afraid that the child I give birth to will follow your white family's intelligence and be imbecilic. With those words, Shasta, Bai Ingtian and Elder Bai looked as if they had eaten a catty-of. Their faces were as ugly as they could be. The two of them were shaking with anger. Their faces were fierce, and their gazes were dead on Lu Chen. Thinking about his hallowed capital city by family, his reputation is famous far and wide. When have you ever been scolded like that? Who wouldn't look at them with respect? Even Lu Zhixiang was well behaved like a little chicken in front of Elder Bai, and didn't even dry his mouth with dirty words. But what about Lu Chen, the firstborn calf? Scolded their white family, poking at the human heart with every sentence. Not only did they call the white family pigs and turds, he also threatened that he wouldn't even marry Bai Wanyu if she knelt in front of him. What's the difference between that and writing them and ting on them and borrowing paper from them? The most important thing is that a lot of reporters on the scene opened the live broadcast, so it's hard not to be on the news tomorrow. The two men were so angry that they couldn't wait to pull Lu Chen out and shoot him right now, but they knew how powerful public opinion was, and if they didn't make things clear today and arrest Lu Chen in a diluted manner, then the reputation of their Bai family will definitely suffer. Li Zhang, Zhou Quan, what's going on? These people, are they sent by you or Lu Chen? Elder Bai held a bellyful of fire in his heart and said with a gloomy face, hear the question. The duo's expressions were terrified, cold sweat swishing down their faces. After a long time, Li Quan shivered and said, Chief, don't listen to that man's nonsense. I don't know these people at all. Zhou Zhang also excused himself. Yes, Chief. I just received a call from the police saying that someone was forcibly demolishing a building. So I went out to the police normally. Hear them answer. Elder Bai waved his hand violently. Arrest all these demolitionists, escort them to the court, and apply to be shot. This statement was made. Li Zhang and Zhou Quan instantly widened their eyes in shock. Ha! Forced demolition of a home. Straight to shooting? When was the new legislation enacted? Just when they were confused. A group of armed police marshals holding rifles rushed into the yard in unison and surrounded all the minions. The minions looked at the blackened muzzles of the guns, and at once, one by one, they began to panic. Most of them are idle young men from the village who just want to follow the village chief to do some dirty work and earn some good food. But I didn't think I'd have to eat a gun. The village chief ordered us to do it. It has nothing to do with us. Please let me go. Oh. That's right. The village head and Li Jingya's eldest uncle teamed up to cheat Li Jingya's family out of the land deed. Not only that, but also teamed up with old Zhou to hire us to come over and force the demolition. It really doesn't matter about us. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare my life. Chiefs, I'm the only son in my family. I can't die. At this moment, Li Zhang and Zhou Quan's eyes were empty and their hearts were completely broken. The eldest standing next to him was shivering, having long been scared out of his wits. Elder Bai was incomparably angry, his voice resounding, arrest this Li Zhang and Zhou Quan, cross over the 4 levels of town, district, city, and province, and directly hand them over to the capital for severe punishment. And these mongrels who forced the demolition and that uncle, cross over to the town and district levels and send them to the municipal office for incarceration. Yes, Command received. Armed police uncle immediately came forward and put a few people under control. Chief, no. Chief, please give me another chance. After these people are processed. Bai Yingtian stared at Lu Chen with an icy face. Although he had misunderstood Lu Chen just now, he had insulted the Bai family out of his mouth. And this enmity was not forgotten by Bai Yingtian. Only, she didn't care to take care of it right now. And instead, she turned her gaze towards Li Jingya. After all, in the courtyard right now, there was nothing but the two Bai family members and Lu Chen. That leaves only Li Jingya. That being the case, the answer to the question of who the mysterious person was who developed the photolithography machine is obvious. Only to see that all the reporters went crazy and rushed towards Li Jingya. Immediately afterward, the lights kept flashing and question after question was thrown out. Hello, may I ask how you made the photolithography? Hello, may I ask you what difficulties you encountered in the process of making the photolithography machine? And what was the breakthrough? May I ask if you have any plans for the future? Will you join a domestic institution or study abroad? May I ask what motivated you, at such a young age, to achieve such a high level of success? Faced with questions from journalists, Li Jingya was confused. What's this all about? Just a freshman in high school. She had no idea what a photolithography machine was. At this time, Bai Yingtian walked over to Li Jingya and said, "It's nice to finally meet you. I didn't realize it was so young and gracious looking. I sincerely invite you to join the Dragon Academy of Science, and as long as you say yes, I am willing to cover all of your research expenses. In the future, the photolithography technology of the Dragon Kingdom will rely on you to carry it forward." Lu Chen heard their conversation and came to a realization. Dare I say that these people are running towards themselves? I guess I accidentally exposed the backdrop when I posted the picture and was traced by the other side. That means, there is no white man in the world. That is Bai Wanyu's father, Bai Yingtian. But it didn't matter to Lu Chen. Bai Yingtian is just a tool to increase exposure for his thesis and brush up his longevity. Subsequently, Lu Chen turned towards the photolithography machine to check if the damage was serious. The other side, Li Jingya and Bai Yingtian spoke for half a day and finally realized. It turns out that the photolithography machine these people are talking about is the one in the yard. Only to see, Li Jingya shook her head and said, "You guys recognized the wrong person. I didn't make that machine. It's just staying at our house for now. The person who made the photolithography machine is Lu Chen." Hearing this, in an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, they turned their heads in unison, their gazes shocked to look at Lu Chen beside the photolithography machine. Chapter 56, Crowd Shock. A wunderkind rarely encountered in 100 years. The one who made the photolithography was Lu Chen? Hearing Li Jingya's answer, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Who is Lu Chen? The only son of the Black family, the future sole heir of the Lu group. In the minds of the people, he was an uneducated, incorrigible dude. What's more, the internet was now full of negative news about Lu Chen bribing professors. One such person. He can develop a photolithography machine? Despite this doubt in the minds of the crowd, Lu Chen could be seen standing next to the photolithography machine, constantly busy. The reporters couldn't help but feel curious, carrying their cameras and slowly walking towards Lu Chen. And at the moment, Lu Chen is testing the extent of damage to the photolithography machine. He tapped the start button. Buzz. The photolithography machine makes a mechanical and technological sound. Well, there's no problem starting the program. Lu Chen nodded. But the next second, zip, the light moment shook violently, like a washing machine dumping water, emitting an ear-piercing noise. Seeing this abnormal situation, Lu Chen frowned slightly, his eyes looking towards the main control panel. Only a line of text was displayed on it. The calculation system is damaged. Please enter the numbers manually to resume running the program. In addition to all this hardware on the outside of the photolithography machine, the kernel has a powerful software code program. It is similar to the CPU of a computer motherboard, which is a hard iron block on the surface, but actually plays a vital role in the whole computer. Obviously, the TV cabinet that just flew out smashed the external hardware responsible for computing. Usually, it's just a matter of getting a new piece and replacing it. But there were so many people standing on the spot. It's not good to use the system's superpowers in public. I'm afraid, in order for the system to run smoothly, check that subsequent functions are not impaired. With no choice, Lu Chen could only open the arithmetic board and debug manually. Swish, the screen flickered. A dense set of numbers appeared, directly occupying the entire screen. The solutions are not difficult, mostly just the most basic addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. But there are a lot of values. Even if you take a computer and do the math, you'll have to hold it down for 4 or 5 minutes for those numbers alone. However, in the reporter's cameras, Lu Chen didn't even think about it and directly pressed down the calculations. The whole thing went off without a hitch in less than a second. Not even a thought process, so to speak. Drop. The results are correct. The words correct result appeared. All the reporters around were dumbfounded. All wide-eyed. All dumbfounded. What kind of computing power is this? A string of numbers longer than their lives. Lu Chen didn't even think about it and just typed in the correct answer? Not far away. Bai Yingtian and Elder Bai saw the scene, and both of their masters were also shocked. Through Lu Chen's performance, they are almost certain this photolithography machine was indeed produced by Lu Chen. And he does have amazing computational skills. Those 3 math department professors weren't lying. Thinking of this, Bai Yingtian couldn't help but feel chilled inside, his heart trembling with fear. He hadn't forgotten the bet he'd made with the 3 professors. If Lu Chen was really a once-in-a-century math wizard, then he would resign from all positions at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. No sooner had he begun to regret it. Lu Chen's next performance once again dropped everyone's jaws. See only the control panel of the photolithography machine, which constantly refreshes with a string of numbers, all requires manual input of the results. And Lu Chen, like a gopher, came out with a string of numbers and immediately entered the correct answer without thinking. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The fingertips were as fast as the keyboard, almost visible as stumps. Everyone in the room's eyes stared into bronze bells. Their mouths were open enough to fit an egg, and their teeth were about to fall out in shock. Isn't this a bit too much? Normal use of a computer would take half a day of pounding, and they didn't even read the title. Lu Chen is like writing a novel. With this input speed, can the photolithography machine react? About a minute later, the manual input session ends. The photolithography machine resumed normal operation. Buzz. Crunch. End of run. There's nothing much wrong with it. Other than the damage to the computing system, it still functions perfectly. Phew. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Turning his head, he realized that at some point, he was surrounded by reporters. Immediately after, a flash kept flashing, clicking and clicking, catching Lu Chen in a fierce shot. It didn't flash Lu Chen's eyes into cataracts, and there were a number of journalists who were on live streaming, and in the live room, the pop-ups were like a raging storm. Geez, what kind of annual masterpiece is this? Reverse and reverse again. Who would have thought that the one who made the photolithography machine would be Lu Chen? That's right, and based on the mathematical talent that Lu Chen has just shown, it seems that we have misunderstood Professor Wu, Professor Li, and Professor Zhang. They didn't take bribes. Lu Chen is indeed a mathematical wizard like no other before him. Shocking, just shocking. I can't even dream of this plot. Math wizards, plus the father of photolithography. Lu Chen is going to take off, and colleges and universities across the country are going to rush to get him. More than taking off, it's practically wearing out the galaxy. Not to mention the national colleges and universities. The global colleges and universities will have to trample his family's threshold. Lu Chen is awesome. There is hope for the revitalization of the Dragon Kingdom. The viewers were all so enthralled by the magical plot that they all cried out in disbelief. First, Yingtian Bai announced the introduction of photolithography. Then Bai Yingtian accused the 3 professors, Wu Li and Zhang, of accepting bribes from Lu Chen and being specially recruited into the Longkou Academy under the false name of math wizards. Then they bet against each other and fought, igniting public opinion. Until now, the truth is out in the open. Lu Chen is indeed a math whiz. The photolithography machine was also invented by Lu Chen. This is a bit embarrassing. Li Jingya's house. In the yard, Elder Bai looked at Bai Yingtian and said, clueless, silly? I'm afraid neither you nor I expected that Lu Chen is not only a math wizard, but also the mysterious person who made the photolithography machine you're talking about. Now, Yu's marriage is gone, and we're in trouble with the Lu family again for repenting. You tell me what to do. Elder Bai had some regrets in his heart. When he first learned that Bai Yingtian was able to develop a photolithography machine, he broke off his engagement with the Lu family for the sake of his family, carrying the reputation of being ungrateful. Now that's a good thing. The man who made the photolithography machine was his former granddaughter-in-law. It can be a loss. A complicated look appeared on Bai Yingtian's face when he heard the old man's words. He wants his daughter's marriage to be free, but he doesn't want to give up the photolithography machine he's wanted his whole life. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot. Bai Yingtian walked towards Lu Chen. Xiao Chen, Uncle Bai apologizes for his previous attitude. It's Uncle Bai's fault for revoking your marriage contract with Yuer without authorization, and not even letting you guys enter the Bai family gate. Although we can't become a family, I can be your academic mentor, a guide. Why don't you join the Dragon Academy of Science? I'm willing to cover all of your research expenses, and Uncle Bai will try to fulfill any requests you have. Hearing Bai Yingtian's words, the surrounding reporters gave a look of realization. So it turns out that Lu Chen wasn't offering a bribe that day in front of the Bai family manor. But there was a marriage contract between their two families? Reporters believe that if they dig deeper there is bound to be shocking gossip that will attract another wave of traffic. But they are journalists who study academics, not paparazzi, and are not interested in other people's family matters. Lu Chen poofed his nose at Bai Yingtian's attitude. Once, a mouthful of dude, a mouthful of crap. Open mouth is hopeless. Shut up and don't learn. Now what? It's like a dog licker. And Lu Chen knew that the reason for Bai Yingtian's attitude was entirely because he had made the photolithography machine. From the bottom of his heart, Bai Yingtian still despised the Lu family. It's only for selfish reasons, Lu Chen said disdainfully. Are you worthy to be my master? As far as being a human being goes, I've never looked at anyone through colored glasses, and I've never broken a promise I've made to someone. In terms of academics, I made the photolithography machine that you've been working on for half your life and never finished. A guide? What honor have you to offer those 3 words? Chapter 57. What photolithography? I smashed the printer. Hearing Lu Chen's mockery, Bai Yingtian was as angry as if he had eaten a fly. His face was a shade of green and white. He knew that this was Lu Chen's revenge on him. In the past, Bai Yingtian would have disliked him long ago, but not now. He had to get his hands on a photolithography machine. At this time, Elder Bai slid his wheelchair and walked over. Xiao Chen, don't be general with your Uncle Bai. He stays in the lab every day and doesn't understand the world. As Elder Bai's voice rang out, all the reporters carried their cameras and shone them at him. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Elder Bai first glared fiercely at Bai Yingtian before slowly saying, I'm also old and out of my mind. 2 casual words from your Uncle Bai, and I'll promise him to break off the engagement between you and Yuer. I'm getting older. Yuer and your Uncle Bai are my only family members, and they're afraid that they'll suffer family implication if they follow you, so they're united in opposing this marriage. And what can I do about it? Now that you have such honors, you can completely leave the family to live alone on your own. And with Yuer following you, I'm sure the 2 of them won't complain anymore. Remember back then, your grandfather and I said that no matter what happens in the future, we will let Yuer be with you, and that everything the Bai family has, your Lu family will have as well. Therefore, I intend to remarry Yuer to you. Are you willing to do so? Bai Yingtian smiled knowingly when he heard his father's words. Ginger was indeed still old and hot. In a few words, you've picked yourself clean. And a proper reason was found for the crowd to think that. The White family by no means renewed their marriage with the Lu family for the photolithography machine. He was trying to preserve his family, for the happiness and well-being of his granddaughter. When Lu Chen heard this, he let out a pft and couldn't help but laugh. What's with the 2 of them? Do you really think you're that easy to fool? Elder Bai, you're worried about your granddaughter's safety now? Back when my grandfather helped your Bai family to rise to the top of the ladder and finger the belly, how come you weren't worried about Bai Wanyu's safety? Thinking about the vows now? Why couldn't I think of that when my father and I were standing in front of your house in the morning and you had that condescending attitude and wouldn't even let me in? The marriage contract is withdrawn when you say so, and renewed when you say so. What's the difference between you and selling your granddaughter? With those words, ahem, Elder Bai was so angry that he coughed, as if he had installed a motor, and his body was constantly trembling. The surrounding reporters were baffled. Originally they did not want to dig deeper into the gossip, but the result is hard to let the 2 family members set out themselves. But it has to be said, the play is truly wonderful, and it sounds like the White family is still being unkind. Bai Yingtian looked at his father being infuriated like this. He couldn't stand it anymore and broke down and said, Lu Chen, don't be too complacent. Don't think that if you make a photolithography machine, this thing is yours. The photolithography machine is a national property, an important weapon of the country. It belongs to all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. You must turn it over to the state, and it must be controlled by the state for the benefit of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. This statement was made. The surrounding reporters looked at each other, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were slightly disgruntled. This is a little too much for Dean Bai to say, isn't it? Turn it over to the state. What a familiar line. It sounds really revolting. That's right. The photolithography machine is made by Lu Chen. It's not picked up. It doesn't belong to the state property. Why should it be handed over? The upstairs pattern is small. Although it was made by Lu Chen, it is after all on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, and from a strict sense is still the property of the state. So this must be turned in. You. The pattern upstairs is really big. Your mom was born in the Dragon Kingdom too, right? When will you turn your mom in too? Ha 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 ha. Well said, Doves. I support Lu Chen in this wave. I also support Lu Chen. Whether or not to turn it in should be his own decision. The viewers in the live broadcast room were engaged in a heated discussion on the question of whether or not to turn in the photolithography machine. Some people support Lu Chen and think that he made the photolithography machine. It should be his decision whether or not to turn it in. There is also a small group of people who support Bai Ingtian and feel that it should be turned in, for the sake of the country. But most people were on Lu Chen's side. Yard. Lu Chen shook his head when he heard Bai Ingtian's words. How shameless. Full of talk about for the sake of the country, for the sake of the people. But you can't let those in charge use photolithography, can you? Still not in the hands of researchers? And the photolithography machine was found by Bai Ingtian and brought back. In the end, it would still fall into the hands of the Dragon Academy. Bai Ingtian. This wave of operation is already no different from open robbery. Lu Chen looked at Bai Ingtian and sneered. I made this thing and I refuse to turn it in. At those words, Bai Ingtian red-faced and furious. You have a right to. The photolithography machine is a matter of national development and plays a vital role in the physics community of the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare not turn it in, I will sue you with all the resources of the Bai family. I promise. I'll definitely put you behind bars. Bai Ingtian's eyes were red, and his entire body entered a stormy state. He has become completely oblivious to what others think. The thing you've longed for all your life is right in front of you. Even if he used up all his resources, he would bring the photolithography machine over regardless. Hearing Bai Ingtian's words, Lu Chen had a smile on his face, immediately following the next scene, to the dumbfounded and utter bewilderment of everyone in the room. Only to see, Lu Chen bent down and picked up a steel pipe left behind by the villagers from the ground. Afterwards, Lu Chen raised the steel pipe and ruthlessly smashed it towards the photolithography machine. Boom! The Dragon Kingdom martial arts in his body was unleashed, and this stick went down, directly smashing the photolithography machine to pieces. Wow! Parts large and small were scattered all over the place. What started out as a brand new photolithography machine turned, in the blink of an eye, into a pile of worthless rags. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone present was shocked and their faces turned pale. Their faces were horrified in disbelief. What Lu Chen did, he actually smashed the photolithography machine that the Dragon Kingdom had been developing for decades and hadn't even made? Don't say they're heartbroken. This is going to go international if it gets out. There is no country in the world that is not heartbroken. It is important to realize that the only remaining photolithography machine in the world is still a joint effort of several countries. For any individual country, suffice it to say, photolithographs are extremely rare things. And right now, Lu Chen, however, had taken the precious object coveted by the whole world and smashed it into pieces. So how could the crowd not be shocked? Bai Ingtian looked at the rags on the ground, his entire being completely and utterly dumbfounded. It's like when your daughter-in-law runs off with someone else, and when you're done, your daughter-in-law scoffs in front of your new love, that you're short, small and fast. He couldn't take such a blow anymore, and his body went limp, sitting on his butt on the ground, looking at the debris on the ground. His gaze turned dull and his expression was covered in despair. The look is extremely dismal. Lu Chen, do you realize what you've done? You'll go to jail for destroying the photolithography machine, the most important weapon of the country. At this time, Elder Bai blew his beard and eyes out, his face suffocating red. Hearing his words, Lu Chen did not panic in the slightest. For him, making a photolithography machine is like playing. If you break one, you can just go back and spend some time and rebuild it. Only to see, Lu Chen said expressionlessly. Elder Bai, I don't understand what you're saying at all. I'm just bored in making a printer on the fly. And this printer, I didn't want it anymore, so I smashed it up as I went along. You say this is a photolithography machine. Has it been officially certified? It can function as a photolithography machine should? What makes you guys say he's a photolithographer? Who can prove it? Hearing this, at once, the entire scene fell silent. Elder Bai's eyes widened with anger. And yet, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 58, Pressure to the Bai family and Long Kuyuan. Hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone in the room went quiet. Lu Chen was right. From a normal perspective, to confirm something, it must be officially verified. It's like an H-bomb. After you make it, you have to experiment, right? Can it blow up? How far it can blow up? Is the power as high as it should be for an H-bomb? Only after meeting the above conditions can you say that you have developed the H-bomb. The same is true for photolithography. Even though the crowd knew that the thing in front of them was a photolithography machine, it also conformed to what a photolithography machine should be. But it wasn't experimented with. Again, not officially verified. Even if Lu Chen said it was a scripture-taking machine, then it was. After Lu Chen finished these words, he came to Li Jingya and said, "It's almost time for school. Let's go to school together." After all that, the entire lunch break had passed and there were classes in the afternoon. Li Jingya nodded and said, "Aha, good." Having said that, they didn't care about these people in the yard. They came to the entrance of the village and called a car. The two of them got into the car and slowly drove towards the 13th high school. Yard. Bai Yingtian looked at the pieces of the photolithography machine on the ground and sat down on his knees, bawling. Woo woo, my photolithography, my life's work of research, woo. When Elder Bai saw this, a look of hatred appeared on his face. In his anger, he flung a slap at the ungrateful son. Pop! This blow directly slapped Bai Yingtian's glasses off. Elder Bai cursed angrily. Don't cry. There are so many reporters around. You're losing the face of the Bai family. Bai Yingtian covered his red and swollen face and said with a face full of helplessness. Dad, so what do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, Elder Bai snorted coldly and said, the photolithography machine is gone, but the person who made it is still around. Tonight, when Yuer gets out of school, let's lead her along to the Lu family to apologize. Although Lu Chen doesn't agree to renew the marriage contract, as long as Lu Zhixiong doesn't open his mouth, then there's still hope. And, from what I know of Lu Zhixiong, he will definitely renew the engagement. Hear this. The despair on Bai Yingtian's face was swept away and replaced with a face full of joy. Well, Dad, I hear you. With that said, the masters moved, heading out of the yard. Seeing this, the reporters all followed suit and left Li Jingya's house. Though things end, but the storm remains. At this moment, Lu Qin is online. Even internationally, it's completely on fire. And it's bursting at the seams. Pretty Country AP United News Agency, it's a fact that the Dragon Country has produced a photolithography machine. But what's unbelievable is that the one who produced the photolithography machine was an ordinary member of the public. And the other party resolutely smashed the photolithography machine after hearing that it would have to be handed over to the state. My country hereby severely condemns this overbearing behavior of the Dragon Kingdom and welcomes this mass to study in the Pretty Country. BBC News. Sunset Kingdom. The latest news is that an ordinary citizen in the Dragon Kingdom made a photolithography machine and destroyed it in anger after hearing that he had to turn it over to the state. For this kind of talentless behavior, our Oxford University and Jianxiao University expressed their strong opposition and offered to enroll this Dragon Nation mass on full scholarship terms. Island Daily News. Our attitude is still consistent with the beautiful country. If this talent can't think of anything else and kills himself, how can the Dragon Country still have the face to call itself the #1 country in the world? KBS News of the Great Cold Underworld. According to our sources, the name of this massive Dragon Nation who produced the photolithography machine is Lu Chen, and his father had traveled to the Great Cold Underworld and had a relationship with a woman here. Therefore, we believe that it is highly likely that Lu Chen is from the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom. I hope that he will return to the bosom of his homeland as soon as possible and carry out research in the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom that has to do with photolithography. The statements made by those countries are the same as the last one. There's nothing wrong with the first few countries. It's time to condemn the condemnation. It's time to be a dog or be a dog. But the news from the Great Cold Underworld once again made the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, who were in a foreign country, angry one after another. Asterisk 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 Nima. Stealing a country is stealing a country. And it's back to robbing people, isn't it? Nima Abatsi. Lu Chen his father went to the Great Cold Underworld country to play a time. Lu Chen became you steal the country people. Then your Great Cold Underworld country's president. It is not possible to be Lu Chen. His grandfather was born while traveling. A bunch of sticks. Hallucinating from eating instant noodles? Stealing the country's rods 4,000 plus. At this very moment, Lu Chen's hotness can be at its peak. Only, instead of negative press, there were cheers from netizens and olive branches thrown by foreign universities. Almost all of the prestigious international schools wanted Lu Chen to accept the invitation to study with them. Dragon Academy of Science. Dean's office. Dean sat in his office, his head exploding. The internet is now full of voices trolling the Lonok Academy. What no talent is spared, and what forcible seizure. He also committed acts of robbery against Lu Chen in the name of handing over to the state. Even the big leaders behind that wall, both called with stern attitudes and asked what was going on. In this situation, the dean is like an ant on a hot pan. How can he not be anxious? And if a talent like Lu Chen can't be recruited by the Dragon Science Academy, so be it. But if Lu Chen gets cold feet and rejects all the famous schools in the country and chooses to study abroad, at that time, it would not only be a loss for the Dragon Academy. More than that, it will be a loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. The pressure on him will only increase. Thinking of this, the dean pulled out his cell phone with an angry face and dialed Bai Yingtian's number. Chapter 59, Raising White-Eyed Wolves. The White Family Manor. Bai Yingtian had just arrived home when his cell phone rang. A quick glance at the caller ID revealed that it was Dean. So without thinking, he pressed the answer button. The phone had just been answered and there was an angry growl from inside. Bai Yingtian, what the hell have you done? Getting Lu Chen to hand over the photolithography machine. How dare you think of that? It's like a pig's brain. Without Lu Chen, how are we supposed to develop the Dragon Kingdom's physical world? Without a photolithography machine, how can we? The Dragon Kingdom. Straighten our backs in the world? Just as well. Didn't you lose a bet with Professor Wu and the others? So you should just resign and get out. Dean's tirade was heard. Bai Engtian was staggered in place, his entire body petrified. He knew that Dean, the man with the temperament, had always been a man of his word. If he really wanted to fire him, Bai Engtian would definitely not have a chance to run, and the other party would not be concerned about Elder Bai's identity at all. After all, could someone who could become the director of the Dragon Science Institute not have a few hard men behind him? The White family is nothing in front of him. However, since the dean is now taking the bet and telling him to voluntarily resign, this means that the dean is just fuming and he has a chance to salvage the situation. Immediately, Bai Engtian spoke into the phone. I'm sorry, Dean. This, indeed, is my fault. I have decided to take the initiative to go to the Lu family and apologize to Lu Chen. Dean, please, for the sake of my decades of dedicated service, give me another chance, Bai Engtian said with a sincere attitude. Fruity. When the dean heard this, his fire went down no less, but he still worded it sternly. I know you're incredibly obsessed with photolithography, but what you did today was so presumptuous. As long as you can get Lu Chen to forgive you, I can give you the chance to continue working at the Dragon Science Institute. Also, you're on your own about Wu, Li, and Zhang in the math department. If they have to force you to honor the bet and make you resign from all your positions, that's fine with me. With that, the other party hung up. Bai Engtian listened to the beeping sound on the phone, and his heart was desolate. It's true that in the blink of an eye, an old hen turns into a duck. In the morning, he was still the revered Dean Bai Engtian. Only half a day had passed, and public opinion had turned sideways and all the fingers were pointing back at him. Bai Engtian couldn't help but put on a mask of pain while secretly making up his mind. In order to keep the career he loved and to continue his research on photolithography, he must obtain the forgiveness of Lu Chen and the three professors. At this very moment, Lu family villa, Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang were still squatting at the door, waiting in agony for Lu Chen, and with the live broadcast just now, they had taken in all of it and already knew that Lu Chen was the mysterious person who made the photolithography machine. The trio said, their dentures shaking off in excitement. I didn't expect that Lu Chen is not only extremely gifted in math, but also the father of photolithography. Such a talent is not only hard to come by in 100 years, it's simply hard to come by in 10,000 years. Yeah, now the whole internet is praising us for being wise. We've been in Lu Chen's good graces. Humph. When we meet that old Biden Bai Engtian, I'd like to see what else he has to say. What's there to say? Tell him to honor his bet and resign from the Dragon Science Academy. That's right. Just as they crickets White Engtian. Suddenly, a luxury car parked in front of Lu's house. All the license plates start with the word Beijing. Immediately afterward, the car door opened. A man, dressed in a suit, came out of it. They glanced at Professor Wu's few people before entering the Lu family villa in a furious manner. Inside the villa, the living room, Lu Zhixiong walked back and forth with an anxious heart, glancing outside every now and then as if expecting something. When seen, a man in a suit enters the villa. Lu Zhixiong revealed an expression of joy and greeted him. Gu, you guys are finally here, long awaited. These people, all of them, were partners of the Lu family in the capital. Instead of partners, rather, it was the highly sophisticated talent that Lu Chen's grandfather had invested in. In the beginning, the Lu family was in desperate need of trustworthy people around them in order to put down roots in the capital. So, Grandpa Lu Chen picked out one poor child from each region of the country who had a miserable life. Among them were children born in the mountains, whose parents had died and who did not have enough to eat. Then there are the orphans who are living on the streets, homeless and about to freeze to death, as well as children who are seriously ill, abandoned by their families and lying in hospitals waiting to die. Grandpa Lu Chen took them all in and not only provided them with food, clothing, and shelter, but also trained them to also be day-to-day managers. It can be said that the Lu family gave these children a new life, even a second life, and those kids back then, it was right in front of them, standing in front of Lu Zhixiong, these men in suits. Nowadays, all of them are well-known big bosses in the capital, with high positions of power. I'm sure you all know what has happened to our Lu family recently. The White family revoking the marriage contract. The White family and I have already counted tearing our faces apart. And you've all been around the capital for so many years. And you all have a lot of upper-class power around you. So, everyone is invited here to discuss how to deal with the current situation, Lu Zhixiong said as he opened the door. However, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. For a long time, not a single person spoke. Seeing this, Lu Zhixiong couldn't help but frown and said, "Why are they all mute? Speak up." At that moment, one of the tall and thin men stood up and said with an expressionless face, Master Xiong, the Bai family is so powerful in the capital that it's simply not comparable to ordinary families. Moreover, almost all of the Lu family's properties in the capital are covered by the Bai family. Now that you've flipped with the Bai family, then the businesses in the capital will be at risk of being censored at any time. At this point, we must rid ourselves of your involvement and stand with the White family. Only in this way can we preserve the foundation left behind by Elder Lu back then. When Lu Zhixiong heard this, he was first slightly stunned, followed by anger. Screw this, what do you guys mean? You want to be white wolves? What did you say back then when we received you into the Lu family and fed you a full meal? Swear to serve the Lu family to the death, and never betray your trust. And now, it's only a matter of revoking a marriage contract, and one of you can't help but jump out and preserve the Lu family foundation? By the time my whole family is gone, what's the point of you keeping the foundation? Lu Zhixiong cursed in a series of curses, and the entire villa echoed with his voice. In Lu Zhixiong's mind, these people were the most loyal elites. Even if the whole world is an enemy of the Lu family, these elites will also stand up and defend the Lu family. But I didn't expect that at the critical moment. Instead of relieving the Lu family of their worries, instead, he has become his enemy with the White family. Lu Zhixiong really wondered, why did Grandpa Lu Chen raise such a bunch of wolves? First, Elder Bai revoked the engagement, and now even these people in front of him just put down their bowls and cursed their mothers. At that moment, the man smiled disdainfully and said, Master Xiong, we still have to visit the Bai family. One step ahead. Farewell. After saying that, the group of people left the Lu family villa one after another and got into their cars, ignoring Lu Zhixiong's tirade behind them. They all traveled toward the Bai family manor. Chapter 60. You are nothing but a dog of the Lu family. Soon, these people drove to the entrance of the White family manor. When they got out of the car, the crowd gathered and talked about it. Marred. Lu Zhixiong, this, the great power has gone. Even want us to continue to give him a cow as a horse. Think beautiful. That's right. Didn't the Lu family give us a mouthful of food in the first place? The big deal is to return it to him. That's right. Just a little favor and you want to tie us down for life. Dream on. I work hard every day to manage the company. Only earn a few million a year. The Lu family did nothing but take away tens of millions of dividends. I have long been impatient with the Lu family. A few people cursed, forgot all about, when they were about to freeze to death on the streets, starve to death in the mountains, and die of disease in the hospital. Who gave them hope of life? At this moment, the tall and thin man who had conversed with Lu Zhixiong earlier, reminded, when you see Elder Bai later, all put on some respect. As long as the Bai family has no ill will towards us, we can seize the opportunity to kick the Lu family out of the capital's estate. At that time, all the companies will truly be our own. The crowd nodded at that. After the discussion, the tall, thin man came to the entrance of the estate and expressed this visit to the security guard. The security guard heard this and said, please wait a moment. I'll report back to Master Bai. Inside the White family garden parlor. At the moment, Bai Engtian was fretting about how to gain Lu Chen's forgiveness at night. Just then, the bouncer ran in, reporting to Family Master Bai, there's a group of people outside the door seeking an audience. They call themselves partners of the Lu family's enterprises in the capital. Hear that? Bai Engtian was first stunned. Without waiting for him to react, Elder Bai beside him couldn't wait. Quick, invite them in. Yes. After the bouncer left, Elder Bai said with a look of joy, what did I say? Lu Zhixiong will definitely renew the engagement. Look at that. We haven't even moved yet and he's sending someone over first. As far as I know, those partners of the Lu family in the capital are all the beloved ones that Grandpa Lu Chen cultivated back then. Whenever they appear at the same time, it means that something big has happened to the Lu family. And the last time was when Grandpa Lu Chen died of illness. This time, it's for the marriage contract between the two families. The fate of the Lu family for decades to come. Hearing my father's words, Bai Engtian was filled with joy and said, worthy of your father, or your divine counsel. Soon, led by the bodyguard, those people walked into the living room of the White House one after another. The man at the head of the group, somewhat coyly, said, greetings to Elder Bai, greetings to the Bai family master. As he spoke, he secretly observed Elder Bai's expression. After all, in their minds, the relationship between the Bai family and the Lu family was now on the cusp. In case Elder Bai tricked them into cursing, wouldn't that be embarrassing? However, instead of getting angry, Elder Bai smiled and said, no need to be polite. Come on, have a seat. Butler, serve good tea. Seeing this, the crowd breathed a little sigh of relief and sat upright. Elder Bai, we have no other intention in coming here this time. The people sitting here are all dedicated entrepreneurs in the capital who have always kept to the rules and stayed out of trouble. We just want to ask Elder Bai for more guidance in the future when it comes to work. The tall, Thin Man put his stance extremely low and said, the meaning of that was simple. They were not like the Lu family. There are colors in the Land family's dip. They, on the other hand, were just one of the ordinary people working for the Lu family. This statement is to test Bai Lao. In the future, when liquidating the Lu family, will not even pack them together. However, Elder Bai's thought process was not even on the same channel as theirs. He thought that these people were sent by Lu Zhixiong specifically to renew the marriage contract between the two families. Only to see, Elder Bai cleared his throat and said, I understand what you all mean. Don't think about it too much. Go back and work hard and continue to contribute to the country's GDP. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, the White family will still be willing to back you up, Elder Bai said with a smile. In his eyes, the one he was talking to was Lu Zhixiong, not these people in front of him. With these words, he wanted to tell Lu Zhixiong that there was no problem with renewing the engagement. Only to these ears, that meaning can change. They had thought that not only did the Bai family not intend to liquidate them, but they even had the intention of assisting them. One time, all were delighted and amazed, and their looks became progressively more agitated. Don't worry, Elder Bai. We will manage the company properly and never cause you any trouble. Then we won't stay any longer and will leave first. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai nodded and said, Ing Tian, go see off your honored guest. Bai Ing Tian answered, yes, father. Subsequently, with Bai Ing Tian enthusiastically cheering him on, the crowd left the White family manor. Come outside. All faces were agitated and joyful. Some didn't hold back and just jumped for joy. Ha ha, it seems like we made the right choice. The White family really doesn't intend to make a move against us, and from what Elder Bai is saying, it seems like he wants us to replace the Lu family and take over the entire company? Nonsense. Even I can hear that Elder Bai is quite optimistic about us. Then what are we waiting for? Go back to the Lu family and get back what belongs to us. 13th High School. Lu Chen returned to his class and spent the afternoon reading biology books. His level of biological expertise also skyrocketed. Biological knowledge level, LV4, 36% experience. Proficiency. When it was time for school to end, Lu Chen called the driver ahead of time and asked the other party to pick him up. After getting in the car, soon, Lu Chen arrived at the door of his house, and that's when it happened. From a distance, Lu Chen saw a luxury car stop across the street. When the car door opened, the group of people who had come from the capital stepped down. Both sides meet. The tall and thin man sized up Lu Chen and said suspiciously, you are Lu Zhixiong's son, Lu Chen? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded his head. It's me. Hearing the reply, the tall and thin man said with a look of joy on his face, just in time, come and sign this document. Lu Chen? Who the hell are you? Come up and let yourself sign something. What if it's a contract of sale? And when Lu Chen saw the words on the document, it dawned on him. Capital Holiday Hotel Chain contract for the transfer of shares. He heard Lu Zhixiong talk about it. This hotel, 20% of which is in your own name. At first, Grandpa considered that he would go to the capital sooner or later to develop his career when he joined forces with Bai Wanyu. That's why you keep a portion of the shares for yourself. Since it's a hotel in the capital, that means, these people in front of me are the elites that Grandpa trained back then. The same goes for the most trustworthy person in the Lu family. Uncle, what do you mean by this? Lu Chen asked in disbelief. Son, say you didn't do well in your studies and you didn't fall in love. Now that your Lu family and the Bai family have completely flipped, the tide has turned. If you don't transfer out your shares, any industry in the capital that involves the Lu family will be blocked by the Bai family one by one. You don't want the foundation your grandfather built during his lifetime to fall into oblivion, do you? So, for your grandfather's sake, sign it. The tall, thin man had a grim smile on his face as he snubbed. Hearing this, Lu Chen sort of understood. Dare these so-called most loyal people, has become a traitor to the White family. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's face sank and his tone was icy cold. If I remember correctly, Grandpa wasn't too kind to you guys back then, was he? Give you food to eat and a place to live, and to train you to be the elite, to run the company, to share in the profits. And now, one by one, you're hitting on the Lu family? Lu Chen said with a resounding voice. The tall, thin man laughed out loud at that. Ha ha ha, favors? We are nothing more than a pawn under your Lu family. To put it bluntly, it's a moneymaker, and when it doesn't work, you say throw it away. Do you really think we're stupid enough to willingly work for your Lu family for the rest of our lives? Words. Lu Chen also laughed and scolded. Pawn? No, 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 no. You guys think too highly of yourselves. As far as I'm concerned, you're not even dogs raised by the Lu family. Dogs at least know to stay close to their masters. And you guys, raise you up and you turn around and bite your master. You ungrateful, unrewarding, White-eyed wolves are simply not even as good as. Hearing Lu Chen's tirade, Shasta, the tall and thin man had a gloomy expression and angry eyes. The other people's faces weren't much better. Lu Chen's wave of AoE ranged attacks. The damage was directly pulled full. Son, any more? We grew up with your father. In terms of age, we're still your uncles. Is that how you scold your own uncle? The tall and thin man gritted his teeth in anger. Lu Chen was just about to open his mouth to dislike him. At that moment, the gate of the villa opened. Lu Zhixian walked out from inside and pointed at these people and cursed. Uncle, your mom. The most ridiculous thing in the world is to adopt a stray dog that has lived in a home for so long that it considers itself the master of the house. And uncle? Just you backstabbing stinking fish and shrimp. You still presume to be my son's elders? Asterisk 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 you mud. Lu Zhixian's red face broke out. With a single curse, these people's faces grimaced, and one by one, they all broke their defenses. No wonder the Bai family revoked the marriage contract. According to my opinion, the Lu family will sooner or later one day fold in the hands of you two masters. The Bai family was right to revoke the marriage contract. With incorrigible trash like you, the Bai family will surely suffer if the marriage is joined. That's right, it's still Elder Bai who is wise. Brothers, we must not fail Master Bai's hopes. We must perform hard and fight for the Bai family. All swore. It was like a traitor. Hearing their words, Lu Zhixian's heart thumped. A hint of surprise mixed under his angry face. He can't believe it. The White family is planning to cultivate these white wolves? If that was the case, it would indeed be a serious challenge for the Lu family. What had been an umbrella turned into a sharp knife stabbing itself. Now even these beloved ones who know the Lu family well, one by one, all of them have rebelled. If these two parts of the family join forces, it would pose a great threat to the Lu family. Just when Lu Zhixian was both angry and worried. Crunch! Crunch! A car parked in front of the Lu family villa. When the car door opened, Black Tiger, Money Leopard, Eagle, and a dozen other big brothers of the Lu family walked out from inside. Master Xiong, calling us over. What's the matter? Black Tiger asked in a neutral voice, wearing sunglasses. Seeing these big brothers, Lu Zhixian was slightly stunned and puzzled. Mard, when did I call you guys over? Black Tiger was a bit confused and said, Gauda clearly called and said that you have something to find us. What's the situation? Moneybags, Eagles and the other big brothers nodded their heads as well. Tack tack, that's the tall, thin man. Seeing that the big brothers had arrived, Gauda walked out and laughed. I called all the big brothers here for one thing only. The White family has completely turned their backs on the Lu family and intends to support us, our brethren, to replace the Lu family in their stead. And we have some shares of Lu's group in our hands. If all of you big brothers are willing to join hands, all of our shares combined will be enough to kick this pair of trash father and son out of Lu's group completely. All of you are handsome men who know what's good for them, and at times like these, you must choose the wise lord. With trash like Lu Chen, once he takes the throne, the Lu family will surely die. So, please make your choice. Big brothers, Gord said with an air of determination. Lu Zhixian's face darkened and an invisible anger radiated from his body. At this moment, he reacted. It turned out that these people had already figured out how to deal with themselves, and as Gord's words were uttered, it was only seen. The big brothers look at me and I look at you. Then, one by one, they took a step toward Gord. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Gord laughed out in triumph. In his opinion, the Lu family, father and son, will definitely be kicked out of the group today. But I didn't expect that the next second, when Black Tiger walked over to Gauda, he directly raised his fist and smashed it. Ow! With a scream, Cadet was like a kite with broken strings, whooshing and flying several meters away. When Black Tiger threw the first punch, the fight was on the line. The other big brothers weren't idle either, and attacked towards these people. Ow! Ah! One time, miserable screams continued to ring out all around them. Less than a few minutes, all of these people were lying on the ground, battered and bruised and in agony. Black Tiger clapped his hands and scolded. To come out and mix is to talk about moral righteousness. Just you group of little than cubs, still want to learn Sima E to rebel? The Money Leopard spat and said expressionlessly, Bah! Dare to insult our young master. If you dare to beep one more time, I'll make you all collectively meet the king of hell. When the rest of the big brothers saw this, they all spat on Gauda and the others as well. Immediately after, the big brothers led by Black Tiger and Money Leopard came to Lu Chen's face in unison and said with a sincere attitude, Xiao Chen, we have watched you grow up, just like our own son. You grow up at ease. When you take over the Lu family in the future, the uncles will surely assist you well. That's right, who hasn't encountered some difficulties? There are difficult problems brothers face together. The big deal is to die together. Isn't it just that the marriage contract was revoked by the Bai family? With Xiao Chen's looks and conditions, Are you still afraid of not being able to find a woman? Humph. Even if we get screwed over by the Bai family, we'll still have to break one of old man Bai's teeth. Xiao Chen, you just do what you want to do. And if there's any trouble, the uncles will take care of it. Look at the way the big brothers are working together. Lu Chen could not help but sigh. Lu Zhixiong made these brothers are quite righteous. No wonder people can be a big brother. And it was at this time. Drip! A car horn blared. The crowd followed the sound and saw a white family car, parked not far away. Chapter 61. Disciplining an old man is like disciplining a grandson. Immediately afterward, Bai Engtian pushed Bai Lao and walked towards here. Seeing this, Lu Chen bristled. What's going on today? Originally in front of Lu's house, quite a wide street, now almost full of parking. Lu Zhixiong and his elder brothers couldn't help but show a puzzled look when they saw the two Bai family members. What are they doing here? Could it be to back up the likes of Gord? At this time, when Gao De and the others saw Elder Bai, they were like dogs meeting their masters. Rising from the ground and wagging his tail, he rushed forward, complaining, Elder Bai, you've come at the right time. Any later and our lives would have been lost. At those words, Bai Engtian and Elder Bai froze. What's going on here? They serve as the heart of the Lu family. How come you got beat up like this in front of Lu's house? Gord continued to speak. Elder Bai, these bastards of the Lu family are so inhuman. You must punish them severely. Right, Elder Bai. You said you would back us up. You have to ruthlessly give everyone this bad breath. This statement was made. The Bai family's old man was even more confused. What's this all about? The backing he was talking about was for the Lu family. What's up with that? Like you want to take these guys as minions? Just as Elder Bai was puzzled, Lu Zhixiong said with his hands around his chest in a domineering manner. Elder Bai, no matter how you put it, my father wasn't mean to your Bai family in the beginning. You have gone back on your word and revoked the marriage contract, but that is all right. But now, you've also poached the Lu family's heartthrob, and are working inside and outside against us. Isn't this a bit too vicious? Really not giving the Lu family a chance to live? Lu Zhixiong pressed the question without any fear. Hear this. Elder Bai and Bai Engtian sort of understood. It turned out that Gao Det and the others went to the Bai family manor, not assigned by Lu Zhixiong. Rather, they want to kill the lord for their own selfish interests. Elder Bai coughed twice, his expression slightly embarrassed. At the time, he was smiling and willing to back it up. Dare I say it, it was all heard in Gord's own ears. Thinking of this, Elder Bai cursed at Gao Det and the others. As the saying goes, you can't eat water without digging a well. In the beginning, Grandpa Lu Chen took care of you all and treated you like his own son. But what about you? Instead of being grateful, they backstabbed the descendants of their benefactors. What a bunch of wolf-hearted things. Having said that, Elder Bai looked at his secretary and said, all businesses in the capital that involve these people are to be investigated severely. Whenever there's a violation, it's an immediate shutdown. In serious cases, directly freeze all the company's property. Upon hearing this, the secretary nodded. Yes, this statement was made. Gord and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Over the years, under the protection of the Lu family, they had done nothing but participate in the Lu family enterprises. Privately, it's done a lot of shady business. Once the investigation is conducted, not to mention freezing the company's assets, they will all have to go in and step on the sewing machine. Elder Bai, don't! Elder Bai, you promised us. Gao De and the others snapped and kneeled on the ground, bawling. Lu Zhixiong and his big brothers were a bit confused when they saw this scene. What's going on? Isn't the White family trying to train them against themselves? Why are you killing each other? Just as the crowd was confused, Elder Bai nodded his head towards Bai Engtian in a gesture. See only. In plain sight, Bai Engtian walked straight towards Lu Chen. Then he bowed 3 times and said sincerely, Xiao Chen, Uncle Bai really knows he's wrong. Please forgive me. I apologize for everything I said and did before. As long as you can forgive Uncle Bai, please feel free to ask. Uncle Bai guarantees to fulfill all of them. Seeing this scene, in an instant, everyone present was all shocked. Silly, clueless. Gord couldn't believe it as he rubbed his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him, only to feel the sky spinning. The whole world is about to fall apart. What did he see? Bai Engtian was actually bowing and apologizing to Lu Chen, and the gesture was extremely humble. Gord's pupils dilated dramatically. It's a crazy world. The rats are all bridesmaids for the cat. Aside, for Lu Zhixiong and his big brothers who never surfed the internet, all of them were also in shock and dumbfounded. What the hell is Bai Engtian up to? They had all clubbed together, planning to fight the White family to the death. However, Bai Engtian came up with a sentence of sorry, which made everyone whole won't. This feels like, on the battlefield, you pull out your bayonet, ready to fight the enemy. When a meter away from each other, it looks like it's going to be the moment you die. As a result, the enemy took a cab and left. This, meow meow meow, just as the crowd was puzzled. The three of them, Professor Wu, who were squatting in the doorway, watching for half a day, came over. Ha ha ha, by Ing Tian, you also have today. Old Biden, where's your former pride? Where's your high and mighty attitude? Now that Lu Chen invented the photolithography machine. You're honest? Bai Yingtian was slightly stunned when he saw the three professors. Mind-boggling. How did these three old men end up here? But he didn't have too much time to think about it. Inwardly gritting his teeth in anger, on the surface he still respectfully said, "Three professors, I formally apologize to you as well. You guys have discerning eyes. Lu Chen is indeed a math wizard that is hard to come by in 100 years. It's my eyes that are too clumsy to see the good and the bad." Hearing Bai Yingtian's apology, the three Professor Wus laughed. "Just know, I hope you can fulfill your promise and resign from all positions in the Dragon Academy." Just as they were breaking up, Lu Shixiong and his big brothers are getting confused. Photolithography? At this time, the housekeeper ran over with a cell phone and said, "Look, master, the young master is now famous. The entire internet is full of his news." At these words, all the big brothers looked to their cell phones, only to see that in the screen, there was a news headline about Lu Chen. Lu Chen invented the photolithography machine, insulted the White family, smashed the photolithography machine, etc. Watching the news of Lu Chen insulting the two Bai family members, the crowd was incredibly curious and couldn't help but click through. Inside is a video. Click to play, and it's clearly the scene in the courtyard of Li Jingya's house, where Lu Chen insulted the two Bai family members. Are all of you Bai family members a bunch of stupid pigs with no brains? Master Bai, Elder Bai, may I ask what is that tumor on your two shoulders? Listen to the tirade coming from the cell phone. Big brothers such as Black Tiger and Money Leopard laughed so hard that they almost fell to the ground unsteadily. Lu Zhixiong also nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Ha ha, Xiao Chen's ability to curse has grown, and is worthy of praise. He had been holding a fire in his heart for a long time. Now, Lu Chen was able to take out a vicious breath of air for him. A few big brothers were talking and laughing to themselves, completely oblivious to the, not far away, Elder Bai's face had turned into a pig's liver color in anger. In the past, Elder Bai would have been furious, but times are different nowadays, so he could only forcefully suppress his inner anger and said, "Lu family master, the matter of revoking the marriage contract is indeed something I did not do properly. When I went back, I did a deep review. Now, I intend to renew my engagement, and I wonder what I would like to do." Before he came, he was incredibly confident that Lu Zhixiong would definitely renew his engagement. However, Lu Zhixiong heard this and said expressionlessly, "Elder, Xiao Chen has grown up. There are some things he can decide on his own, so please go and get his opinion." Hearing this, Elder Bai's heart thumped. It was because Lu Chen didn't agree that he came to Lu Zhixiong. Now we have to ask Lu Chen again. Isn't that a wasted trip? But having come, I can't stop there. Only to see, Elder Bai turned around and shouted towards the car. "Moon, get off! Moon!" After shouting several times, Bai Wan Yu didn't open the car door. It was evident that she was extremely reluctant in her heart. Lu Chen looked in his eyes and sneered. "Elder Bai, I'm telling you very seriously, I have no feelings for Bai Wan Yu, and I will never be reduced to a tool of the family union. In the meantime, a word of advice, please treat your own family like human beings. Benefits are important, but if you lose love for the sake of benefits, even the biggest family is just a cold empty shell. Such a family is also destined to not go far in the river of history. That's it, please leave without me." Lu Chen's attitude was resolute, his voice resounding, word by word, like an ice pick. It was deeply rooted in Elder Bai's heart. At this moment, a shocked expression appeared on everyone's faces once again. Who is Elder White? A prominent and powerful man in the capital. Powerful, but it's such an awesome meta. But in front of Lu Chen, he was being trained like a grandson. In the past, they wouldn't have believed it even if they killed Lu Zhixiong. But it's a magical drama like this that's happening right in front of us. In the meantime, Bai Wan Yu, who was sitting in the car, heard Lu Chen's words and her eyes went wide. She looked at Lu Chen's resolute face through the car glass and couldn't help but slightly open her cherry mouth. Lu Chen's words just now could be said to have spoken to her heart. The heart was also very surprised. After knowing Lu Chen for so many years, she felt for the first time the charisma Lu Chen exuded. Chapter 62, A Young Girl's Blush Trumps All. Elder Bai's old face was reddened by Lu Chen's admonition, and his beard straightened with anger. But he knew that he should never get angry now. Granted, right now, the White family is still on top of the Lu family, in a higher position. But if Lu Chen hands over the lithography machine, the next day, the Lu family was able to ride over the White family's head in breakdance. The world, it's just so realistic. Since Xiao Chen is unwilling, Then this matter, let's put it on hold for now. Family Master Lu, we won't bother you anymore. We'll leave first, Elder Bai said with a helpless face. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong nodded his head and said expressionlessly, Master, I won't see you off then. There's no need to be more polite with ungrateful people. Lu Zhixiong believed that if Lu Chen hadn't developed some kind of photolithography machine, the White family wouldn't give a damn about themselves, not to mention treating him with respect. Wait for the White family's caravan to leave in its entirety. Lu Zhixiong shifted his gaze to Gao De and the others. Noticing that murderous gaze, Gao De and the others couldn't help but shiver. They were so frightened that they fell to their knees and begged for mercy, saying, Master Xiong, we were wrong, please forgive us. Master Xiong, we were momentarily obsessed. I beg you to be generous, don't be so mean to us. Master Xiong, for the sake of us working so hard for the Lu family for so many years, please give us another chance. All of them fell to their knees and cried out in sorrow. Lu Zhixiong looked in his eyes and said coldly, Mard, the Lu family has treated you well, right? How dare you turn against my old man? Still working hard for the Lu family? How many days have you been to the company? Every day nothing to do. A few $1 million a year in dividends. And secretly get money in private. Really think I do not know? If it wasn't for my father's sake, I would have kicked you assholes out long ago. How dare you hit the Lu family? Having said that, Lu Zhixiong looked at Black Tiger and said, take them all away and follow the rules. Yes, Black Tiger answered. Immediately afterward, Black Tiger loaded all these people into sacks and threw them into the car. Then the gas pedal was pressed and the car roared as it drove quickly toward the dock. They ended up like those punks at the entrance of the gambling store. Go for a once-in-a-lifetime immersive snorkeling experience. After dealing with these people, the big brothers also all left one after another. At this time, Lu Zhixiong looked at Lu Chen and said in a serious tone, Boy, there's something that should be said to you as well. I don't let you study and work your way up because I'm afraid you'll get all bookish and won't be able to subdue Black Tiger and the others when you rise to power in the future. Just think, if you don't have a bit of ruthlessness and banditry, why would those big brothers who lick blood from the tip of the sword serve you? But now it seems as if you've gained a great deal of success in your studies. This photolithography machine, although Pops doesn't know anything about it, he knows how important it is to the country. So important that even the Bai family is beholden to you. In that case, starting today, you can study or you can get into college and Pops will leave you alone. Lu Zhixiong said in a series of words, with a completely amiable demeanor. Words. Lu Chen couldn't help but show an excited expression. That means you can swipe your life expectancy at home from now on? Aha, good. Lu Chen nodded his head like garlic. At that moment, the three of them, Professor Wu, Professor Li and Professor Zhang, walked over. Mr. Lu Chen, it's not easy to finally meet you. The three professors stared at Lu Chen, their eyes shining. It was as if a big man who had been single for decades saw a woman with no clothes on, making Lu Chen look embarrassed all over. Professor, I know you're here for special recruiting. However, I want to get into a good college by working hard on my own, so your kindness is appreciated. Lu Chen opened the door. All he wanted to do now was hurry home and frantically brush up on his lifespan. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the three professors revealed a lost look, though they had been mentally prepared for it. But when it comes to hearing such results, still a little sad. Well, it seems we are not destined to be master and disciple. In that case, we'll take our leave, the three professors said. At this moment, Lu Zhixiong said, several professors, all of your spending in Yunhai City this time will be paid for by me. Food, clothing, lodging. Okay, just turn around and get reimbursed directly from me. Through the news, Lu Zhixiong learns that several professors fought with Bai Yingtian for Lu Chen. Plus he hated Bai Yingtian in his heart as well, so it was inevitable that a few professors were favored. Lu family master, thank you for your kindness, it's not necessary. Farewell. After that, several professors took one step and 3 turns back. Looking at Lu Chen, he reluctantly left. At this very moment, the White family caravan, in the car at the head, Bai Wanyu sat in the co-pilot's seat, with those words of Lu Chen echoing in her ears. The whole thing is glazed over and in a trance. At this time, Bai Yingtian, who was sitting in the back row, said to Elder Bai with an anxious face, Dad, is this really just going to go away? At those words, Elder Bai sighed. He looked out the window and said hesitantly, this high branch of the Lu family, we must climb it. Looks like I'll have to go back to the capital and find that old head of mine. He, and he alone, can solve the dilemma we face. After saying that, Elder Bai looked at Bai Wanyu in front of him and said helplessly, Moon, I'm sorry, please understand Grandpa. There are some things that Grandpa didn't want to do, in the face of such a hypocritical family member. In the past, Bai Wanyu would not have taken any notice. However, this time, Bai Wenyu turned her head back and faintly said, "Grandpa, do you have the option of returning to the capital for the weekend? With the weekend off, I'd like to visit that old head with you to settle the matter of my union with Lu Chen." When these words came out, immediately, Elder Bai and Bai Yingtian revealed a look of delight. The two men smiled at each other and nodded. Apparently, they thought in their hearts that Bai Wenyu had finally gotten the hang of it. Lu family villa. In the bedroom, Lu Chen not only took home all the books from school, but also bought some books online. For example, Materia Medica, Management in Economics, Money Management and Investments, and so on. Anyone who can grow his or her abilities buys a copy of all of them. Ah, finally I can read properly. Lu Chen stretched his back, then he sat down at the table, picked up the Materia Medica, and read it carefully. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the Materia Medica book. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1, plus 1, plus 1 in pharmacy. Hear the system tone in your ear. Lu Chen gradually immersed himself in the sea of knowledge. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that he reluctantly put the book down and lay down to sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Chen was served by the maids, completing the daily routine of washing and eating breakfast. Then he got into the Rolls-Royce and drove slowly toward the school. In front of the 13th middle school pancake stand, Li Jingya waited for breakfast while her hand cupped an envelope with apprehension. Lu Chen had helped her a lot in recent days, especially after that incident with the demolition. Her mother also urged her to be grateful. So, Li Jingya wrote a letter in which she expressed her gratitude to Lu Chen. He also said that he would like to invite Lu Chen to have dinner or watch a movie or something on the weekend. But for the love-struck Li Jingya, she has never written to another boy, and this behavior, like writing love letters between the men and women in the class. Therefore, Li Jingya was a bit embarrassed. "Class, your pancakes and nuts are ready, and the total is $4. At this point, the boss's wife said, "Oh, good." Li Jingya took the pancake fruit and handed over $5. Opponent retrieves 1 block. Li Jingya stuffed the money into her pocket and walked towards the school while looking around. Just then, a Rolls-Royce pulled up to the front of the school. Under the gaze of the surrounding students, Lu Chen walked out from it. Looking at Lu Chen, who was not far away, Li Jingya took out the envelope from her pocket, and her mood began to tense up. Her little face turned red, her breathing became rapid, and her fingers shook a little. After a few seconds of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and her heart was hard. Taking a step, he quickly ran towards Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu Chen." Lu Chen was walking towards the school when he heard the shouts and looked back. Just got a good look at Li Jingya. The other party then shoved a piece of paper into Lu Chen's hand. Then without looking back, ran towards the campus with a shy face. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder in his heart. What's the deal with this girl? Looks a bit anticlimactic today. Afterward, Lu Chen spread out his palms to see what the other party had stuffed. Only, inside the hand lay a $1 bill. Lu Chen? What does that mean? It's not like it's New Year's Eve. Big morning, making it look like you're giving yourself a yearbook. Lu Chen didn't think too much about it. Putting the money in his pocket and carrying his book bag, he waddled towards his class. In the meantime, when Li Jingya came to the class, she sat in her seat, her face so red that it was about to drip blood. She breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her mind still feeling overwhelmed with tension. But whatever. The envelope was finally delivered. "Yuna, why do you look so flustered? What happened?" At that moment, the squad leader came over and asked curiously. Li Jingya awkwardly shook her head and said, "No, it's fine. Morning jogging in the morning. It's just a little hot." The class president nodded and said, "Oh, why don't you pay your class fee? $1. Good." At those words, Li Jingya nodded her head. Whirling around, she remembered that she had just $1 left over from her morning pancake cone purchase, so he reached into his pocket and pulled out the bill. However, when she saw the envelope in her hand, Li Jingya froze. "Hey, didn't she give the letter to Lu Chen? Why is it still in your pocket?" Li Jingya's heart tightened. It's not right. It's very wrong. She rushed through her other pockets and was finally surprised to find the $1 bill is gone. That stuffed Lu Chen is. Shasta. Li Jingya covered her small mouth in surprise, and a desperate sound came out of her mouth. "Ah, I can't believe I gave Lu Chen $1 myself. What to do? Li Jingya was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Being too nervous, Li Jingya took out a pen and paper and wrote quickly on it. Calm down. Li Jingya, you have to be calm. Don't panic. It's just to show my appreciation and treat Lu Chen to a meal. Just think of him as a turnip, a green vegetable, a rotten potato, a rotten tomato. He's not a person. Don't be nervous." After writing, Li Jingya let out a long breath, and her nervousness was indeed much relieved. After relieving herself well, Li Jingya decided to resend it once more. So she tore out this piece of paper she had just written and crumpled it up. When he came to the door of his class, he threw the paper into the trash can and jogged all the way to Lu Chen's class. At this very moment, Lu Chen was reading intently in his class. Suddenly, a voice rang out of the window in his ear. Lu Chen's students. Hear that voice. Lu Chen raised his head and looked toward the window, only to see Li Jingya squatted under the window, showing half of her head. His face was as red as a monkey's ass, and a wisp of smoke was rising from his head. Shizuya, what's the matter? Lu Chen asked curiously. That. Li Jingya hesitated and never said anything. Next moment, Li Jingya opened her mouth violently, as if opening a floodgate, and shouted, people want to take you to dinner this weekend. Due to the loudness of the voice, all of a sudden, everyone in the class looked towards Li Jingya. Feeling the crowd's gaze, Li Jingya blushed like a ripe apple, itching to find a crack in the ground. Immediately after, she quickly threw the paper ball onto Lu Chen's table and said, I have something I want to say to you. The words are written in there. Read them for yourself. Having said that, Li Jingya fled the school building at a speed of 80 mph. Looking at the other man, he fled as if he were leaving. Lu Chen scratched his head and muttered, that's strange. Say whatever you want to say. Make it look like a loan. Hey, Lu Chen's expression was stunned. You're not really asking for money, are you? Thinking of this, Lu Chen opened the paper ball. Only one line of text came into view. Calm down. Li Jingya, you have to be calm. Don't panic. It's just to show my appreciation and treat Lu Chen to a meal. Just think of him as a turnip, a green vegetable, a rotten potato, a rotten tomato. He's not a human being. Don't be nervous. See the words inside. Lu Chen's eyes went black. Chapter 63, Don't pay if you can't be cured. If you die, you'll pay for it. Ahoo. Li Jingya panted and ran back to the first section of the high school, holding on to the wall. His face was red and he couldn't calm down inside for a long time. There were some ups and downs, but at least the letter was finally delivered. The gratitude had been delivered. Now we just had to wait for the weekend and treat Lu Chen to dinner. Thinking of this, Li Jingya let out a long breath, her mood much calmer. Walk into the school building. Come to the classroom door. Just then, Li Jingya suddenly realized that a group of female classmates were gathering together to heckle. What are you doing? Li Jingya asked curiously. The female students saw Li Jingya and hurriedly waved their hands. Come on Jingya. We found a love letter in the trash. What girl doesn't love to gossip? Hearing the word love letter, Li Jingya's eyes lit up and an excited expression appeared on her face. A love letter? Who wrote it to whom? I don't know. Open it up. I can't wait. Ha. The female students rubbed their hands together in anticipation. One of the female students then slowly opened the envelope. When the envelope was opened, everyone's eyes excitedly looked at the words inside, including Li Jingya. Mr. Lu Chen, thank you very much for all the help you've given me over the past few days. Originally, my life was dark, like a forest that covered the sky, and the road ahead was full of thorns. But when you appeared, it was like a ray of sunshine in my dim world, illuminating my way forward, letting me see through the thorns, and going all the way. So, Mr. Lu Chen, I inwardly express my deep gratitude to you and would like to treat you to dinner and a movie on the weekend, and I hope that you can accept my kind offer. Upon seeing the contents of the letter, Shasta, Li Jingya stayed in place, her eyes empty, her entire body petrified. Isn't this the letter she wrote to Lu Chen? How did it end up in the trash? Shouldn't. Li Jingya's heart thumped and her pupils dilated dramatically. Had he slipped the soothing piece of scrap paper to Lu Chen? So far it seems to be the only way. When I think of that letter, I called Lu Chen a rotten tomato, a rotten potato, as well as not a human being. Li Jingya then wanted to transfer to another school. More importantly, the female classmates in front of her were looking at the letter she wrote to Lu Chen and let out giggles. Oh whoa, that's so carnal. It gives me goosebumps just looking at it. Lu Chen. It wouldn't be that Lu family's son, would it? It must be him. Where else in our school is there another Lu Chen? Oh my. Who toad wants to eat swan meat and dares to chase the Lu family's son? Quick, see if it's signed at the bottom. Typically, the person who writes the letter marks his or her name on the bottom right corner of the envelope. Janaea Li is no exception. Seeing that these people are about to eat melon on themselves, Li Jingya couldn't care less and reached out her hand, grabbing the envelope with a tear. Stab! The sound of paper breaking rang out. Li Jingya took the envelope and ran wildly towards the toilet without looking back, shouting as she ran. Excuse me. Suddenly I have some internal urgency. Let me borrow some paper. In a flash, Li Jingya disappeared. The sudden scene confused the female students wholeheartedly. They looked at Li Jingya's back, Another look at the hand. On the corner of the tattered paper, the word Li Jingya was written clearly. The girls came to a realization and covered their mouths in surprise, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Oh my god, the one chasing Lu Chen is actually Jingya. At this very moment, Lu Chen sat in his class and looked at the ball of paper that Li Jingya threw at him. 3 black lines crossing his head. It's okay to call yourself a rotten tomato or a rotten potato. I can't believe you're saying you're not a human being. That's silly ninny. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and stuffed the paper ball into the drawer. The mind also probably understands. It was estimated that Li Jingya just wanted to express how much he had helped her in recent days. It's not like writing a love letter. Why are you so nervous? Sigh. Lu Chen picked up the biology book in his hand and continued reading. And just then, suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the class entrance, only to see that Bai Wanyu was holding stacks of books as she walked towards the class. Her appearance was like a beautiful landscape that couldn't help but attract the attention of everyone around her. Under the watchful eye of the entire male class, Bai Wanyu's eyes were firm as she walked straight towards Lu Chen. Pop. Upon arriving at the next seat to Lu Chen, Bai Wanyu placed the book on the table. Hello again, Bai Wanyu said faintly. Seeing the situation, Lu Chen bristled and didn't reply. Needless to think, it must be another arrangement by the Bai family's old man, and this time, she was transferred directly to her class. But so what? He had already clearly expressed that he had no feelings for Bai Wanyu, much less would he be reduced to a family tool. Even if Elder White transferred her to her own bed, it wouldn't help. At that moment, Bai Wanyu continued. This time, the family didn't push me. I was the one who took the initiative and voluntarily transferred to the 13th grade. Words. Lu Chen raised his head and said expressionlessly. So what? Bai Wanyu. A week ago, Lu Chen was like a slug, sticking to her everywhere she went. And now, it was treating her with complete love and disregard. This transformation made Bai Wanyu feel a huge sense of disparity. Nevertheless, Bai Wanyu still took the initiative to find a topic and said, Are you free this weekend? Paco reads about you every day and wants to learn math from you. It just so happens that I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. In the past, Lu Chen would never have dared to think that one day Bai Wanyu would take the initiative to invite him. And now, in the face of Bai Wanyu's invitation, Lu Chen looked at the biology book in his hands and said without lifting his head, No time. I'm meeting someone for dinner this weekend. See rejected. A hint of loss loomed on Bai Wanyu's face. Well, with that, she sat down in her seat and cleaned up her desk by herself. About 2 minutes later, the class bell rang. Immediately afterward, the principal rocked a Mediterranean haircut and a potbelly. Clutching a book in his hand, he walked slowly into the classroom. Students, your homeroom teacher, Ryu Yun, is on leave, so I'll take over this math class, the principal said as he stood on the podium, then looked at Bai Wanyu with an attentive smile. First of all, welcome Bai Wanyu who has transferred to our class. Everyone applaud. Snap. The class erupted in applause. End of applause. The principal got back to the point and said, Students, there are only 20 more days left before the college entrance exam. Today, I'm going to call for your target volunteers, and I'm wondering which college you'd like to apply to in the future. This statement was made. The class raised their hands in response. I want to get into Qingbei. I want to get into Oxford. I want a roasted bullwhip. I want baked goat's eggs. Just as the class was engaged in a heated bull session, in Lu Chen's mind, a system voice rang out without warning. Ding. Side quest detected. Mission content. Start a university or become the president of one. Mission rewards. 1. Life expectancy plus 10 days. 2. Mystery gift pack * 10 consecutive draws. Hear the voice. Lu Chen was first stunned, and then his face showed undisguised excitement. Starting a university? 10-day life expectancy bonus? 10 in a row. Lu Chen couldn't help but tremble his fingers nervously. But it would be more of a waste of time to build a temporary university. But the quest content says that becoming the president of a university will also fulfill the quest. I don't know if there are any private universities under Lu's enterprise. After class, Lu Chen couldn't wait to come to the corridor, took out his cell phone, and dialed Lu Zhixiong's number. When the phone was connected, Lu Zhixiong's thick and heavy voice came from inside. Missy, hey son, what's wrong? The other party was obviously playing mahjong. Lu Chen opened the door and said, Dad, does our family have a university? Lu Zhixiong replied, Yes, Qingbei University. 3. Hearing his old man's reply, Lu Chen froze. Is Lu's family so strong? Even Qingbei University is homegrown. But isn't Qingbuk University a national school? Just as Lu Chen was shocked, the phone once again rang. Lu Zhixiong's voice. Qingbei University next to the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. What is it? Lu Chen. This big gasp. Give yourself a fright. I want to be a principal, Lu Chen said indifferently. Okay, I'll have the school manager come to our house tomorrow to do the handover. When the paperwork is done, you'll be ready to go on duty anytime, Lu Shixiang said. Good. Hang up. Lu Chen returned to his class and continued to read his biology book. As time passed, soon the day passed. By the end of the school day, Lu Chen had reached a full grade in his biology subject. Biological knowledge ability, LV10. Max. World class. Aha. This leaves only the language and English subjects. After school, Lu Chen finished packing his book bag and was just about to leave the classroom. At this time, Baiwanyu walked over with her hands hanging down in front of her waist and said somewhat shyly, Mr. Lu Chen, are you free tonight? My grandfather would like to invite you over for a casual dinner. Don't worry, it's just dinner, nothing more. Baiwanyu's attitude was extremely sincere, fearing rejection. At those words, Lu Chen smiled. Nothing else? What the hell? Sorry, I don't like to eat. After saying that, Lu Chen twisted his head and left the classroom. Baiwanyu. Back home, Lu Chen dried 2 bowls of rice in one gulp. Then he went back to his bedroom, picked up the copy of the Materia Medica, and read it. Time is money and it must be utilized properly without wasting a single second. And after hours of reading, in Lu Chen's mind, a system beep sounded. System alert, pharmacy ability is full. You can get a high life expectancy, and a mysterious reward, by doing the following. 1. Saving lives with medicine. 2. Teaching pharmacy. 3. Participation in pharmacy competitions. The moment the pharmacy ability is full, Lu Chen had a lot more amazing pharmacological knowledge in his head. Many terminal diseases that modern medicine cannot cure are just a matter of a few pills with him. Afterward, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the 4 big words, save people with medicine. Well, it looks like you can open a small pharmacy or something later. Why not be able to hang a pot to save the world and accumulate virtues, and at the same time get the system rewards? And immediately afterward, Lu Chen turned his thoughts. Nope, it's not like the system says you have to heal offline. You can do business online while opening your own pharmacy, right? Nowadays, the internet is so advanced that you can send the medicine to the customer by express mail and cure the other person. Isn't it finished? Think about it. Lu Chen immediately found the black bear in the 13th grade and asked him to advertise for himself in a wave. The divine doctor is alive to cure all diseases. Don't pay if you can't be cured. Pay if you die. Contact. Buckle, XXXXXX. When Lu Chen saw the tagline, he was almost sprayed out by a mouthful of old blood. It was an output at the black bear. Are you stupid? It's all cured. What's the point of losing money? After being trolled by Lu Chen, Black Bear actively followed the advice and immediately made adjustments to the tagline. The divine doctor is alive to cure all diseases. Don't pay if you can't be cured. Pay for your life if you die. See the rectified banner. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and said to the Black Bear, Fine, I'll pay for it with your life someday if I cure someone to death. Black Bear's chrysanthemums tightened. Boing. JPG, Don't Ah Lu. The White Family Manor. The living room. Baiwanyu told the story of Lu Chen's indifferent attitude during the day at school. Elder Bai and Master Bai Yingtian fell silent when they heard this. They would have thought, by having Baiwanyu transfer back to the 13th high school and sit next to Lu Chen, the relationship between the two families could improve. But I didn't expect it to get worse. At this time, Elder Bai couldn't sit still and said with an anxious face, No, I'm going to call the old chief now. Lu Chen, you must marry Ruer. No one can change this marriage. Not even Lu Chen himself. Said. He took out his cell phone, found the address book for Lu Jinan note. Been dialing the first phone call in over a decade. Chapter 64 Feeling a little hot in the body. At this very moment, in the capital, in a big luxurious villa, in the hospital bed lies a thin, bony, dying old man. Even though the old man was beset by illness, he could still feel the look of unruffled authority on his stoic face. Beside him, a dozen of the country's top physicians were surrounding him, doing a full body check. The old man was examined while he was there, while holding his granddaughter's hand. His voice was weak. Rima, how is the work progressing lately? Has that tumor of the Lu family been eradicated? Hear the old man's question. Lu Yun looked at her sickly grandfather and wiped her tears. Your body is sick like this, so don't be concerned about my work, rest well. At those words, the old man squeezed out a smile with difficulty. Compared to eradicating the Lu family, this sickness of mine is nothing. The Lu family, as a centuries-old family, has committed many evils over the years, and their sins are so heinous that heaven and earth are not allowed to tolerate them. I also just can't body bones, otherwise I have to. Cough cough, the old man said, and began to cough violently. Seeing this, Ryuyan was so anxious that tears were coming out of his eyes and quickly told him to stop talking. At this point, the doctors finished their examination and pulled out all the instruments. A look of sadness on every face. "Doctor, how is my grandfather doing? Is he getting better?" Ryuyan asked anxiously. "Come out and say it." One of the physicians at the head of the group sighed. Ryuyan nodded. Spinning around, he followed a couple of doctors and left the bedroom for the living room. It was also at this time. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The old man's phone rang. When he heard the ringtone, it took almost all of his strength to get to his cell phone. When he saw the caller ID, the old man's brow furrowed into a frown and his expression was vaguely disgusted. Pressing the answer button, Elder Bai's voice came from inside. "Old chief, long time no see. How's your health these days?" Words. The old man was not tired of saying. "Old thing, didn't you say you'd never contact me again? And why are you still calling me?" That's right. This old man was the Lujianan that Elder Bai spoke of. Back then on the battlefield, Elder Bai was still just a squad leader, while Lujianan was his division commander. During a battle, Lujianan was hit by a bullet and was seriously wounded. Elder White saved his life by carrying him out of shellfire without regard for his personal safety. Since then, the two have formed a deep friendship, and Elder Bai is confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. After the war, both of them stayed in the capital, each developing their own families. Elder Bai befriends Lu Chen's grandfather in order to rise to the top of the ladder, but is strongly opposed by Lu Jianan. Lu Jianan detested the Lu family, for which the two had a big fight and decided not to contact each other in the future. And today, it was the first time the two had spoken in over a decade. Elder Bai slowly said, "Old chief, I'm looking for you today because I have something to beg you." Lu Chun, a descendant of the Lu family, invented the photolithography machine, earning the country's supreme honor. "I know you hate the Lu family, but this photolithography alone is enough to change your stereotype of the Lu family, isn't it?" And now that the Lu family's name has risen, he is unwilling to join the Bai family in marriage again. "Therefore, I would like to ask you to step in and act as a lobbyist for the marriage of our two families." When Lu Jianan heard Elder Bai's words, Shasta, exasperated, he nearly jumped out of his hospital bed. "Old bastard, have you forgotten that it was because of the Lu family that we cut ties in the first place? And now, you're even asking me to step in to ease the relationship between you and the Lu family. Do you think I'm dying slowly? Photolithography? Even if Lu Chen invents a spaceship, it won't be able to erase the evil left behind by the Lu family. If that's what you're here for, then next time, I'll see you in the ground." After saying that, Lu Jianan huffed and dropped the phone. The phone just hung up. At that moment, Ryuyan walked into the house with a tear-stained face. The doctor had just told him that the old man would not live long. At most he had 2 months left. Seeing this scene, Lu Jianan, knowing that his time was running out, said, "Ryan, don't cry. Grandpa has lived for so many years. He's had enough for a long time. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be a bad thing to see my old comrades right away." Hearing her grandfather's words, Lu Yun couldn't hold herself together any longer and rushed to the hospital bedside, crying bitterly. "No, Grandpa, you haven't lived enough. You will live another 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. I'm going to take you out of the country and get the best doctors in the world to come and treat you." Looking at his granddaughter's crying makeup, Lu Jianan smiled amiably. "Silly child, our country is now developing so powerfully that our medical skills are not inferior to those abroad. Besides, I can't afford to be tossed around in this body for a long time, let alone go abroad. Rhyme, it's getting late. Hurry back to the house and rest. I'm also a little tired," Lu Jianan said breathlessly. "Aha, you rest well, Grandpa." Ryuyan wiped her tears and nodded. She then left the house and went back to her room. After coming to her room, Ryuyan opened her laptop and started searching the internet for a cure for lung cancer. Despite knowing that her grandfather was incurable, she was still unwilling to give up, and that's when it happened. Ryuyan's eyes rested on a title in the posting. Only, it was written, "The divine doctor is alive to cure all diseases. Don't pay if you can't be cured. Pay for your life if you die. Contact Buckle XXXXXX." Ryuyan knew that 9 times out of 10, this kind of title was a mouth-high post to cheat traffic. But think of Grandpa, whose days are numbered. Yuhyun still ghost clicked in and added the other person's button. At this very moment, Lu family villa, with the help of his right-hand man, Black Bear, Lu Chen had already given up on obtaining system rewards through online channels. And just then, ahem, the computer coughed twice, and someone on the button requested to add a friend. Oh, hearing this voice, Lu Chen did not hesitate and immediately added the other party. "You have been added as a friend with Ruyan Lu. Please start chatting freely." Ruyan Lu? Lu Chen scratched his head. What a familiar and unfamiliar screen name. There was no waiting for Lu Chen to greet him. The other side then sent an unsolicited message. "Lu Ruyan, hello, may I ask if you can really cure all diseases? Lu Ruyan, if I can cure my grandfather, I'm willing to spend even more money. Seeing these words, Lu Chen knew that this was coming to life. Then he put his hands on the keyboard and crackled a reply. I am the divine doctor, just opened. You're the first order. Free. This statement was made. The other party lapsed into silence. The head felt like it was as good as dead and didn't throb again for half a day. About a minute passed. Ruyan Lu's chat box popped up again. Ruyan Lu, I'm willing to try. I am the divine doctor, your grandpa's SB. Ruyan Lu? I'm a miracle doctor, sorry for the wrong number. What's wrong with your grandfather? Ruyan Lu, lung cancer. Terminal. I am a miracle healer, a minor illness. Just take 2 packets of medicine. When the words were uttered, the other man fell silent once more. After about 2 minutes, the other guy's button avatar popped up again. Ruyan Lu, what kind of medicine? Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied in order to assuage the other party's concerns. Prepare yourself some sheep whips, bull whips, horse whips, dog whips, and black goji berries, and then take 2 pairs of my medicine. The other side of the screen. Ryuyan's entire body was dumbfounded when she saw the recipe that was sent to her. Her grandfather has lung cancer, not impotence. He's not impotent. Why take so many tonics? Despite the doubts in his mind, Ryuyan replied anyway. Ruyan Lu, good. Ruyan Lu, you'd better not lie to me. Ruyan Lu, otherwise I'll find you and fend you off. Believe me, I'm definitely capable of that. I am the divine doctor, don't worry. Send me your home address. After receiving the address from the other party, Lu Chen first followed the knowledge in his head and made a big purchase. After buying the herbs, Lu Chen ran to the courier point again and sent the herbs downwind and expedited. Do all that. Lu Chen returned home and read a book while sitting in front of his computer waiting for a new client. Until 12 p.m. See no business. Lu Chen then washed up and laid down on his bed to sleep. Early the next morning, capital city. Inside the villa. After receiving the delivery, Lu Yun first prepared various whips in advance and pounded them into dregs and mixed them into the medicine. Then, according to the requirements of I am a miracle healer, cook it slowly over low heat and simmer it into a medicinal soup. About 2 hours later, Lu Yun walked into Lu Jinnan's room with a bowl of blackened medicinal water. Grandpa, take your medicine, Ryuyan said. Looking at the medicine that was like a dark cuisine, Lu Jinnan weakly said, Rhyme, Grandpa doesn't have a few days left to live. He doesn't want to drink this bitter stuff. For the rest of the day, you let Grandpa eat what he wants. The words just fell. No, you must drink, Ryuyan said with a stern look. At her strong request, Lu Jinnan smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll drink and listen to my good granddaughter. Subsequently, under Lu Yun's personal feeding, he finished all the medicinal soup. Grandpa, drink the medicine and lie down to rest. Don't move around, Ryuyan said as she put down her bowl. And just then, Lu Jinnan, who had just laid down, suddenly his eyes went wide and his face turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trembling and tingling of the limbs ensued. His mouth was slightly open, as if he was about to vomit. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Ryuyan asked with a nervous look on her face. Next, put. Lu Jinnan spat out a mouthful of black blood, staining the hospital bed and floor everywhere. See this scene. Yu Hyun was scared and panicked. At the moment, she inwardly regretted that she shouldn't have believed that man's bull asterisk. Lu Yun gritted her teeth in anger and swore in her heart, if anything happens to Grandpa, she must find the address of that crook and fend him off herself. However, when Lu Jinnan finished vomiting blood, all of a sudden, the entire person slowly began to quiet down. Only, his expression gradually relaxed and his face turned red. The original pair of dark eyes also became incredibly bright and radiant. Seeing this, Ryuyan hurriedly asked, Grandpa, how are you feeling? Hearing his granddaughter's question, Lu Jinnan did not answer. Instead, he slowly sat up, unzipped the hospital gown from his body, and gasped. It feels like, well, the body's a little on fire. Strike that. Ryu Jinnan moved his legs tentatively, raised both arms again, feeling fine. Immediately afterward, he jumped up with a carp. Then the body flipped over and did push-ups on the bed. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun was stunned and dumbstruck with her mouth wide open, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 65, this counts as an indirect kiss, doesn't it? Looking at her grandfather who was doing push-ups, a shocked look of disbelief appeared on Yu Hyun's face. Who would have thought? 1 second he was lying in bed, dying of terminal lung cancer. Next thing you know, your whole body is healing itself and you're doing exercises? Ryuyan was ecstatic. It seemed that the miracle healer was real. He hadn't lied to himself. Grandpa had only taken 1 dose of medicine and he was already well. And just then, Lu Jinnan, who was doing push-ups, suddenly stopped moving. His whole body lay stiffly on the bed, his brow furrowed into a ball, and he didn't move a muscle. Subsequently, Lu Jiannan's expression turned hideous and his face was gloomy to the point of being terrifying. Put! Another mouthful of blood was spat out. Immediately after, Lu Jiannan lost strength all over his body. Both eyes closed and fainted on the hospital bed. Grandpa! Seeing this scene, Lu Yun was filled with horror and hurriedly ran over. The mind is both anxious and confused as to what is going on. Wasn't Grandpa done just now? Was it all an illusion? Just a flashback? Without thinking about it, Ryuyan hurriedly called the doctors from yesterday. It didn't take long. The door was pushed open and the doctors walked in. They had just entered the room when the physician at the head of the group accused, "Ms. Lu, you are so confused. How can you trust those charlatans on the internet? 2 pairs of pills can cure lung cancer. Such nonsense. You can believe?" Originally, with Elder Lu's condition, he could still live for a few more months, but you used the medicine indiscriminately, and now we can't be sure how long Elder Lu will live, the physician said as he performed a physical examination on Ryu Jinnan. However, when the physical exam is over, the doctors looked at the test results, and all of a sudden, everyone was confused. Lung cancer, it's actually cured? The physician said with a face full of shock. Hearing this, Ryuyan asked in confusion, "Professor Wang, if my grandfather's lung cancer is cured, but why did he pass out again?" The physician, Prof. Wang, looked at the test results in his hands and sighed. As early as half a year ago when we did a physical examination, we discovered that a small part of Lu Lao's liver was cancerous. At the time, I suggested that this part be removed before the cancer spreads, but Lu Lao would rather die than do it. He said he wouldn't live long enough for the cancer to spread and just wanted to enjoy his last few days in peace with what was left. We accepted his advice, and there was no further mention of the matter. But I didn't expect the cancer to spread to the entire liver in just 6 months due to Lu Lao's poor health. As it stands, it will live less than 3 months at most. The physician, Prof. Wang, said with a face full of helplessness. At those words, Lu Yun had a helpless face and complained, "Why is my grandfather's life so bad? Lung cancer has just been cured and liver cancer has struck again. Say it." With tears in her eyes, Lu Yun looked at Professor Wang with an expectant face and said, "Is my grandfather really hopeless?" At that, Professor Wang shook his head. "At most, we can help old Lu delay his condition for a few days, but that won't solve the fundamental problem. By the way, don't you know a divine doctor? Why don't you try him again?" said Professor Wang with an excited look on his face. He had studied in a beautiful country, during which he had cured countless incurable diseases, and even helped the president of a beautiful country to extend his life for 10 years. So he was a world-famous doctor with a well-deserved reputation. Later, in order to serve his country, he intended to return to the Dragon Kingdom to pass on his skills, but he was locked up for a full 2 years by the president of the pretty country who learned of the incident. Since then, he has learned that science without borders is complete bull and has become even more determined to return to his home country, where he is now the dean of the medical school at Qingbei University. Since this miracle doctor cured all diseases and lung cancer, it means that liver cancer can also be cured. I'd like to see what kind of formula this divine doctor uses that is so miraculous, Professor Wang said with an expectant look. After hearing this, Ryuyan nodded and immediately pulled out her cell phone. Then open the button. Find the contact. I am a god doctor. Keep sending messages. At this very moment, Yunhai City, 13th High School, Lu Chen was reading an English book in his class when suddenly, a system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Successfully cured a patient of lung cancer. Bonus, lifespan plus 10 hours. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen knew that the client, Lu Ruyan's grandfather, had been cured. Just sending a delivery and getting 10 hours of life is just awesome. And just then, ding, 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 Lu Chen's button rang. When he opened his cell phone, it was a message from Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan, divine doctor. My grandfather's lung cancer has been cured, but his liver cancer has returned. Lu Ruyan, divine doctor. Please save my grandfather one more time. I'm willing to pay whatever it takes. Lu Ruyan, cry. JPG. Seeing the message, Lu Chen's mouth turned up. This old man, he's quite sick. How about keeping a parasite in your body? Lu Chen then replied to the message. I am the divine physician. Okay, I'll send you the herbs tonight. Ruyan Lu, how much? I am a miracle doctor, no money, all cured. And when your grandfather gets cancer in other parts of his body, he can still come to me. Ruyan Lu, yes. Thank you. Crying. JPG, turn off the cell phone. Lu Chen lowered his head, looked at the first word of his English book, and recited it carefully. Ibadan. Ding, detected that the host is reading the first book of high school English. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. English expertise plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in his English book. At this point, the class entrance. Bai Wanyu came to the classroom with her book bag. She walked towards her seat while looking at Lu Chen with a firm gaze. Last night, after Elder Bai was rejected by Lu Zhenan, the whole family was despondent to the core. Since there was no chance of finding the old head, the Bai family could only put their last hope in Bai Wanyu, and Bai Wanyu decided to live up to her name. She was going to put up a good fight for once, and she didn't believe that she couldn't take Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen. Bai Wanyu walked straight to Lu Chen's side and called out, "If you have something to say it." Lu Chen said without lifting his head. Only to see. Bai Wanyu nuzzled her mouth, seemingly hesitant. Then, like making some kind of determination, his face sank, full of seriousness. "Frankly, I'm approaching you now not for a family union, but for myself. Yesterday at your doorstep, the words you spoke were bone-chilling and went deep into my heart. So, it's exactly what I like about you that I volunteered to transfer back to the 13th high school." Having said that, Bai Wanyu quietly looked at Lu Chen, waiting for the other party's reply. With those words, she basically made a confession. It is said that a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Bai Wanyu didn't believe that Lu Chen would be indifferent when she was so sincere. Fruity. When Lu Chen heard this, he immediately raised his head with a surprised expression. "Are you telling the truth?" Bai Wanyu said with a sincere and decisive face. "It's true." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded in thought. "Actually, I like a little bit about you, too." When these words came out, Bai Wanyu's face showed delight. "Which bit?" "I like you to stay away from me." "Say it." Lu Chen continued to lower his head and memorized his English book. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Get out." Hearing Lu Chen's reply, as well as the words that came out of his mouth. "Shasta." Bai Wanyu's face was red with anger, gritting her teeth, and her hair was on the verge of blowing up. She stared fiercely at Lu Chen, her pink fists crunching. "No matter what, you're still the daughter of the Bai family, right? Granted, you developed a photolithography machine, but one's own birth, looks, and congeniality are not the least bit different. There are so many people chasing after themselves. What gives you the right to do this to me?" At this time, Lu Chenyan words some thirst. "Pick up the table, I'll drink, wanna moisturize the throat." The more Bai Wanyu thought about it, the angrier she became, and seeing this scene, she directly reached out her hand and snatched it. In Lu Chen's astonished gaze, Bai Wanyu unscrewed the cap of the bottle and gurgled it into her mouth. 2 sips. Pop. Bai Wanyu heavily placed the drink back on the table and said in a vicious tone, "I'll let you drink it, now that the drink is in my shape." After saying that, Bai Wanyu returned to her seat in a huff. "Lu Chen, look at the lipstick mark at the mouth of the drink." Lu Chen lapsed into silence. What a wicked woman. How am I supposed to memorize English words without this drink? Immediately, Lu Chen sighed, taking the bottle of drink. With a straight face, he headed out of the classroom. Seeing this scene, Bai Wanyu hurriedly got up and observed Lu Chen's whereabouts through the window. See only, after Lu Chen walked out of his class, he came onto the campus and waved at a stray dog. "Rhubarb, come here, here, here." This rhubarb, which usually doesn't receive much feeding from the students, is not afraid of people in the least. When they heard Lu Chen shout, they wagged their tails and shook their fat bodies to rush over. Immediately after, Lu Chen half squatted on the ground, pointed the mouth of the drink bottle at Big Yellow, and said, "Here, drink up rhubarb." It's like the dog understands human language. After Lu Chen spoke these words, it immediately stuck out its tongue and licked at the mouth of the bottle. In a short while, the lipstick left behind by Bai Wanyu was licked clean by Big Yellow. Classroom. When Bai Wanyu saw such a scene, instantly, her entire body exploded with anger. The drink you just drank yourself still has lipstick marks on it, but being licked hard by a dog, how is that different from an indirect kiss? Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was feeding vigorously, behind them, in the class, the hysterical roar of Bai Wanyu resounded. Chapter 66, No Medical Ethics. Lu Chen returned to his class. Bai Wanyu stared at him with a deadly gaze, panting heavily, her towering breasts rising and falling rapidly. "Lu Chen, aren't you going too far? I've had a drink and you feed it to the dog?" Bai Wanyu asked in an aggressive tone, clearly infuriated. Hearing her questioning tone, Lu Chen said expressionlessly, "I buy the drinks and I feed whoever I want. I'll have to take the bottle back later when the rhubarb is finished and use it as a night jug at night." Hear that? Bai Wanyu was so furious that she almost didn't jump up. Her teeth were about to be clenched. And just then, the class bell rang. As the teacher of the class walked into the classroom, By one you could only turn her head back and hold her breath in her stomach. On this day, Lu Chen did nothing but read English books. With this focus, time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the school night. At this point, Lu Chen's English subject level had risen by a large margin. English knowledge level, LV6, 27% experience. Specialty, well, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, I'll be able to brush up on my English level tomorrow. Afterward, Lu Chen packed his book bag and left the class. This time, by one you didn't take the initiative to come over and strike up a conversation, presumably still grumbling about the drinks. After leaving school, instead of going home, Lu Chen first made a big purchase to collect herbs for treating liver cancer. After buying the herbs, Lu Chen went to the courier store and sent the stuff downwind and expedited to the customer. Lu Ruyan. Complete this series of operations. Lu Chen went back to the place where he had purchased the herbs and branched out into a store with a sign next to it. A century-old Chinese doctor who cures all diseases. Yes, Lu Chen had already spent a heavy amount of money to dismantle the store and use it to open a small clinic and swipe the system rewards. The reason it was chosen was that it was close to where the herbs were purchased, and could be restocked at any time if it ran out of something. Cure me. Cure me. 100 years of inheritance. Specializing in secret recipes. Any disease can be cured. Lu Chen built a small table and chair and sat down and shouted. Meanwhile, pull out your laptop and run a brick-and-mortar store while you run your online efforts. Seeing that there was no one after half a day of shouting, Lu Chen felt bored and simply took out his English book and read it. In the meantime, Yunhai City's Central Hospital. Li Jingya pushed her paralyzed mother in a stretcher cart to the neurology department. Today the hotel pays her salary, although she just joined a few days ago, but the chief hotel manager had to count her as a month's salary. Unable to do anything about it, Li Jingya took it, and getting her mother back on her feet was her lifelong hope. So after getting her paycheck, Li Jingya brought her mother in for a checkup first thing. When the mother and daughter arrived at the door of the neurology department, they only saw, at the front, only a man dressed like a migrant worker was in line. The migrant laborer's arms held an elderly woman in a coma, her lips purple and her face blue. There were 2 sharp wounds on his feet, and black blood gushed out of the mouth of the wounds like silk, looking like he had been bitten by something. At this point, the migrant worker held his mother with one hand, the other pulled out a dozen or so lab sheets. Wrote, "Doctor, the CT you requested is done, and the blood tests and physical exams are done. You requested a dozen items and the lab results are all here. Is it time to see my mom?" The migrant worker said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The doctor was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a pair of glasses and a pockmarked face. Looking at the list that the migrant worker handed into the air, he didn't even pick it up and said, "The blood in your mother's body has been completely saturated with snake venom. It cannot be saved. Go back and prepare for the aftermath." Upon hearing this, the migrant worker froze at first. Immediately afterward, he said with a puzzled look on his face, "Doctor, you haven't read a single one of these lists. Why do you want to prepare for the afterlife?" The doctor said with a grimace, "A snake bite like this must be treated urgently within 2 hours. And it's been 5 hours now. How do you expect me to save it?" Hearing this, the migrant laborer looked stunned and was on the verge of tears in his anxiety. "Doctor, my house is just around the corner, and the whole time I brought my mother here was less than 10 minutes. During that time, you first asked me to have a CT, then a blood test, and then a physical exam after the blood test. There were a dozen projects, big and small. That took a good 4 or 5 hours. Now I bring the list over and you tell me it's too late and to go back and prepare for the aftermath. If time is of the essence, why don't you save my mother first?" The migrant laborer said with an anxious look on his face. Hearing these words, the doctor glanced at him and said with a cold expression, "What's the use of you talking to me? Doing the examination is a process that must be followed. I've already informed you of the diagnosis, so hurry up and leave. Don't interfere with other people seeing the doctor." The doctor waved his hand, signaling to hurry. Upon hearing this, the migrant worker was completely enraged and scolded with red eyes. "Do you have any medical ethics? My mother could have been saved. What's the difference between you and directly killing my mother? I don't care. If you don't bring my mom back to life today, I'll sue you in court." The words came out at once. The doctor's eyes glared like bronze bells and cursed with a thick neck. Asterisk 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 that. Your mom died today. It was her life. And sue me? Please hurry. I'll buy you dinner on the treadmill if you can get me in jail. Get the hell out of here. Don't keep me from seeing other patients. Seeing the other side is this kind of attitude. The migrant workers are furious, angry to hit. Just as he was about to have a fit, several security guards suddenly rushed out and grabbed both of his arms in a death grip. This also resulted in the unconscious mother, who was in his arms, falling straight to the ground. Mom! Mom! Looking at his mother lying on the floor, the migrant laborer was on the verge of tears with anxiety. When the doctor saw this, he got up and stood up in anger and addressed the security guard. "Hurry up and get this out of here before she dies where I work." The words fell. Several security guards carried the mother and father out. The group just left. A doctor in a white coat walked over to the doctor. "Ha ha, business is good in the CT department today. Old Shun, all thanks to you to give me a whole so many lists. Some other day to invite you to dinner." The doctor known as Old Shun sipped his tea, nodded and smiled. "What are you polite about? They are all buddies." Seeing this scene, Li Jingya couldn't stand still. "That's not treating the patient like a cutie." "What?" She immediately walked into the consultation room and angrily rebuked. "Doctor, as a doctor who saves lives, do you think you deserve the reputation of a doctor? That mother could have been saved, but you live to see the patient die in front of your eyes for your own benefit. Is this how you work as a doctor? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Don't you have a mother?" Li Jingya questioned with a resounding voice. When the doctor heard this, he, at once, blew his beard and eyes in anger and cursed. "And where did you come from? It's none of your business what I'm going to do. Cure me if you want to be cured. Or get the hell out of here." Doctor-patient tension is caused by you unqualified patients. The day the hospital closes down, you'll all be lying on the street waiting to die. Hearing the doctor's silky, unreasonable tirade, Li Jingya's little face was red with anger. Her fists were clenched, and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Immediately after, she turned to her mother and said, "Mom, let's not go to the doctor. Let's go." When Li Jingya walked out of the hospital, from a distance, the migrant worker was seen walking down the street with his mother on his back, looking forlorn. Looking at his poor back, Li Jingya sighed. There was nothing she could do about this kind of thing. Then came to the side of the street, took a cab, and went home with my mother. At this very moment, the migrant worker felt his mother's body heat coming from his back and wiped tears from his eyes as he walked aimlessly down the street. His mother was dying and he was powerless to do anything but watch her life count down. It was a feeling that was worse than if you were about to die. "I don't know how long I've been gone." Light rain fell from the sky of Cloud Sea City. The man stumbled and fell to the ground. "Ooh-hoo, Mom!" Holding his mother whose body had gone cold, the man bawled, tears and rain mixing together as he fell into despair inside. And just then, suddenly, he looked up and saw a sign standing directly in front of him. It was written boldly, "A century-old Chinese doctor who cures all diseases." The man didn't think much of it when he saw the words. As if by reflex, he picked up his mother on the floor and rushed towards the store. The moment, Lu Chen is sitting in the store looking at an English book. Immediately after, the man rushed in. "Doctor, may I ask if you really cure all diseases? Please hurry to save my mother. She has been bitten by a poisonous snake and will die soon. I'll give you all the money I've got on me." "Woo-hoo-hoo," the man cried. Then, like a madman, he threw all the money he had earned from moving cement in his pockets onto the ground. Lu Chen was delighted to see a customer come to his door. Instead of caring about the money, he moved toward the other man's mother to observe. "Well, your mother was poisoned pretty badly, but it's not hopeless. Say it." Lu Chen turned to the storage cabinet, flipped open a few drawers, and took out the herbs. The herbs are then thrown into a jar, pounded to a crumb, and simmered over high heat to make a medicinal broth. After about a few minutes, under the man's tear-filled gaze, Lu Chen poured the medicinal soup into his mother's mouth, only to see that another couple dozen seconds had passed. The old woman, who had originally fallen into a coma, began to cough violently and was trembling all over. Next, a mouthful of black blood was spat out. The old woman slowly opened her eyes and reached out to caress the man's face. Heartbroken. "Son, why are you crying?" Seeing the scene in front of him, the man was thrilled beyond words, and his face showed a joy that he couldn't hide. Immediately after that, he knelt down in front of Lu Chen and kowtowed frantically, banging the floor dang loudly. "Thank you, divine doctor. Thank you, divine doctor. You are simply Hua Tuwa in the world." The contemporary Li Shizhen knockout finish. The man pointed to the money on the ground and looked excited. "Divine doctor, if this money is not enough, you name a number. I'll make it all up to you when I get my paycheck." Ding! Successfully cured a patient of snake venom. Bonus, lifespan plus 10 hours. Hearing the system beep in his ear, Lu Chen picked up a banknote on the ground, pulled out a 1 yuan bill from it and smiled. "That's enough for $1. Take the rest back and buy your mom some supplements. Although the snake venom has been cleared, the old lady is weak and you will need to take good care of her for a few more days before she is ready. Here the consultation fee is only $1. Shasta." The man wore an expression of disbelief. After reacting, he kowtowed again, excitedly. "Thank you, divine doctor. There's no way to return the great favor. I'll repay you in my next life even if I'm an ox or a horse." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen laughed. It's not necessary to be a cowboy. Just help me publicize it if you can. Hearing this, the man immediately said firmly, "Don't worry, divine doctor. I'll take care of this." Immediately after the man left the store, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to a group of about a dozen workers. "Brothers, I met a miracle doctor who cures all diseases. And my mom was brought back to life after being poisoned by snakes for 6 or 7 hours. If people are facing health problems now, they must try here. It's a cure." The men are notoriously vocal in their group of workers, and many responded to this message. "Foreman, are you telling the truth? My mom was checked for intestinal cancer a while ago, and she ran to many hospitals and said she couldn't be cured. Foreman, is that miracle doctor really as good as you say he is? And can advanced lung cancer be cured? Foreman, my daughter's dog has a bit of a disease on it. Can a miracle healer cure it?" The man replied, "All of them can be cured. I guarantee with my head that if I lie, I will be struck by heaven and earth." When these words came out, at once, more people responded. "If the foreman has said so, what reason is there for us not to believe it? We must try it. There's nothing to say. Let's go. I'm going too. Foreman, please post the location of this divine doctor." Seeing the group message, the man immediately sent the exact location of Lu Chen's clinic to the group. 10 o'clock at night. Lu Chen saw that there were not many people on the street, so he planned to close the door and go home. And just then, all of a sudden, only to see, not far away, a dark silhouette was surging towards here. At a slight estimate, there must be at least 100 of them. Seeing this, Lu Chen's heart rejoiced and he sat back down in the store again. Chapter 67. If we get this man, the Dragon Kingdom can flourish. "May I ask if you are the divine doctor who cured the foreman's mother of snake venom?" one of the group asked when they arrived at the store. "The foreman's mother? Snake venom? It should be the same man from before." Lu Chen nodded. "That's right, it's exactly me. A century-old Chinese doctor who cures all diseases. Please line up, one at a time." When this was said, the crowd stood in a row, from the store to the outside. The first patient, a dark-faced middle-aged man, looked listless, lifeless. Lu Chen asked, "What's wrong with you?" The middle-aged man said breathlessly, "Smoked for more than 30 years. Lung cancer. Advanced stage." Lu Chen nodded. "How much do you smoke a day?" The middle-aged man held out 5 fingers. Lu Chen curiously said, "5?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Lu Chen, 5 packs?" The middle-aged man shook his head again. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes were horrified as he said, "Could it be 5? The middle-aged man sighed, then said slowly, "5 lighters." Lu Chen. The crowd in line couldn't help but show their horrified expressions when they heard the middle-aged man's reply. 5 lighters a day and still smoking for 20 years. What are you doing here? I guess it's all marinated and flavored. And all the air you exhale is wazoo. 2 pills, 1 packet a day. And drink the medicine until you're done. Lu Chen threw out 2 packs of herbs for lung cancer and said, "How much?" The middle-aged man asked with some concern. $1. Lu Chen said. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face was delighted. "Thank you, divine doctor." Then he pulled out his cell phone to scan $1, picked up his herbs, and excitedly left. Next, Lu Chen beckoned. As soon as the words were spoken, a little girl holding a small, skinny, black dog sat down on a chair. Lu Chen was surprised to see her so young and asked, "Little girl, what's wrong with you?" "I'm not sick. It's Nige who is sick." The little girl shook her head, pointed at her little black dog on the ground, and said with a worried face, "Nige hasn't eaten for several days. He won't eat anything he feeds, and he's about to die of starvation. Divine Dr. Gigi, please save Nige." After hearing her description, Lu Chen nodded. "For the love of puppy names, I'll heal you." The difference between treating a dog and a human is that you don't know the condition. In this case, it is not possible to administer the right medication. Thus, Lu Chen opened his golden pupil and used his perspective to look inside the puppy, only to see that there was a dark mass in the stomach of the little black dog. "Nige, it looks like an illness in the stomach. I'll give you a few pairs of herbs for stomach ailments. Take them back and feed them to the dogs, and if they don't work, come back to me." Lu Chen threw out a few packets of herbs and said, "Thank you, Dr. Divine Gigi." The girl nodded, then hugged the puppy and left the place happily. Next, when faced with each patient, Lu Chen will first ask what the symptoms are and then give the right medicine. When all the patients had left, the time had come to midnight. Lu Chen stretched and closed the store door, then topped it all off and headed for home. Anyway, tomorrow was Saturday, so Lu Chen was in no hurry. "When I get home, I'll take a shower and read some English books." It wasn't until 2 a.m. that I lay down in bed and went to sleep. Next morning, 7 o'clock, Lu Chen simply washed up and ate another breakfast before heading towards the herb store. His date with Li Jingya was to have dinner and watch a movie in the afternoon. Then during this time in the morning, you can come to the store and brush up on your life expectancy for a while. Seeing that there were not many customers, Lu Chen opened his button and sent a message to his client. Lu Ruyan, I am the divine doctor, is your grandfather well? In the meantime, capital. In the villa, after receiving the herbs in the mail, Lu Yun boiled them into a medicinal soup under the watchful eyes of Professor Wang and other doctors. After the medicinal soup was simmered, it was under everyone's expectant gaze. Lu Yun took the black medicinal soup and spooned it into Lu Jinnan's mouth. See only. Lu Jinnan, who originally had dull skin, took the medicine and his face recovered its redness at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than half a minute, Lu Jinnan then opened his eyelids. His eyes were shining, and his whole body was refreshed. It doesn't look like a terminally ill liver cancer patient by any stretch of the imagination. So to speak, it's no different than a regular person. Prof. Wang immediately did a full body checkup on Lu Jinnan. When the results of the medical tests came back, looking at the report, the cancer was completely eliminated. Professor Wang was so full of excitement that his body trembled and his urine almost shook out. Divine doctor. What a divine doctor. I've studied Western medicine for decades, but I didn't realize that Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom is the best in the world. I must meet with my own eyes what this divine doctor really is. Other doctors chimed in. Yes, this divine doctor's herbal medicine is not only fast-acting and effective, but it also got rid of the dampness in old Lu's body. It's unbelievable. What's more, this person has blended the herbs quite rationally, and they hardly produce any side effects after taking them. And on this point alone, we've lost in a big way. Just as the doctors were marveling at the wonders of this medicine, Ryu Jinan sat up, looking radiant. Rhyme. Professor Wang, what's going on? In just 2 days, Lu Jinan felt like he had wandered around within the hell, and every time he was about to die, after drinking the medicinal soup made by Lu Yun, he magically awoke again, and he was refreshed and his body was harder than before, as if he had been reborn. Subsequently, Lu Yun and Prof. Wang told the original story of what happened. As it was, when Lu Jinan heard this, he was filled with excitement. I really did not think that my great China still has this kind of divine doctor exists. It can really be called the fortune of the dragon country. I'll have to thank him in person sometime in the future. At this time, Professor Wang came over and couldn't wait. Elder Lu, there's no need for the future. We're going to find him now. As far as I know, there has never been such a character in the Dragon Kingdom, so it's obvious that he's in anonymity, not asking about the world. But if we just let the divine doctor be buried in the world, wouldn't that be a great loss for the people of the Dragon Kingdom? Only by allowing him to carry forward the science of Chinese medicine for the Dragon Kingdom will he be able to benefit generations of children and grandchildren in the future. Hearing Prof. Wang's words, all the doctors nodded and thought he was right. Lu Jinan agreed. Yes, if we get this person, the Dragon Kingdom can prosper. Rhyme, can you find out where this divine doctor is? At that, Ryuyan nodded. She first took out the delivery box and looked at it. Noticing that the name and cell phone number had been hidden, she had no choice but to find a colleague in the unit and let the other party locate the source through the network IP address. Soon after, a coworker sent over the other person's location. Based on the latest message sent by the other party, we have a lock on the address where he is currently located. Cloudsea City, Center City, No. 44, Happiness Street, a century-old Chinese pharmacy. Chapter 68, Going Against the Decision of 18 Generations of Ancestors. Yunhai City, century-old Chinese medicine store. Lu Chen was sitting in the store when suddenly, a system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Successfully cured a patient of lung cancer. Bonus, lifespan plus 10 hours. Tinker! Successfully cured a patient of fistula. Bonus, lifespan plus 10 hours. Ding! Successfully cured a patient of early Thanksgiving. Bonus, lifespan plus 10 hours. Hearing those voices, Lu Chen knew that it was those patients who were cured yesterday. Just then, a special system voice rang out. Ding! Successfully cured the same patient twice in a row. Bonus, lifespan plus 20 hours. Reward, mystery gift pack *1. Cured twice in a row? Needless to think, it must be Rian Lu's grandfather. Afterwards, Lu Chen couldn't wait to open the mystery gift pack. Ding! Gift bag opened successfully. Receive mystery reward, 1000 faces *1. 1000 faces, you can adjust your appearance at will. Seeing the explanation of the skill, Lu Chen was excited. He then took out a mirror and looked at himself in it, flicking his hand across his face. Swish! Next, Lu Chen's face turned into Lu Dehua. Yes, it's quite handsome. Admiring it for a moment, the hand flicked again. Swish! The face in the mirror turned into Peng Yuyan again. Well, not bad for a man so handsome that even his name becomes an adjective. Sure enough handsome. Magic mirror, who is the most handsome man in the world? After saying that, Lu Chen shook his hand and swished. The face in the mirror changes back to its original appearance. Hey, I knew it was you. Mirror. After playing for a while, Lu Chen felt a bit bored, so he picked up his English book and continued reading. Divine Doctor. Doctor. Just as Lu Chen was swimming in the sea of words, suddenly, a call rang out from outside. Look up, only to see, 100 meters away from the store, a group of people were frantically flocking towards the place. One of them looked familiar. A patient who had seen the doctor last night and was holding a large or small banner. Others were journalists, carrying long guns in their hands, while some held up selfie sticks to broadcast live. Seeing those reporters, Lu Chen's heart tightened. You can see yourself for only $1 per visit and cure all diseases. So I guess you've smashed a lot of people's rice bowls. If it gets out on the internet, will hospitals all over the country still be looking for you? It was better to do more than less. One merely wanted to brush up on one's longevity. There was no need to get into a whole lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Chen flicked his hand and adjusted the molding by 30%. At a quick glance, there is little difference from the original look, but a closer look reveals something completely different. As the group ran to the store, an old man at the head of the group was surprised. Divine Doctor, why is your face swollen? Lu Chen put his hands behind his back and said in a breezy manner, I got up violently in the morning, and my face is a bit puffy. Hearing Lu Chen's explanation, these people didn't ask more questions, but handed over a banner. Thanks to you, Doctor, I've finally been cured of my 10-plus-year-old leak. Divine Doctor, thank you. After taking your herbs for lung cancer, I instantly can't breathe and hoe 2 acres of land in one night. Thank you, Divine Doctor Gigi. Yesterday after Niggy took your medicine, he dried 2 tubs of dog food at once, and his belly is all fattened up a whole lot. After that, they enthusiastically hung the banner on the wall. Gazira cures lung cancer. God, thank you, Doctor, for saving my dog's life. The best dermatitis cure in the world, with a level of buttocks. Looking at these banners, Lu Chen was silent. What a niche text. Isn't there anything more normal? Before Lu Chen could catch his breath, a reporter rushed up again, handing out microphones. Hello, Divine Doctor. I heard that Mr. Wan's advanced lung cancer was really cured by you. May I ask how you did it? Hear the question. Looking at the camera lens, Lu Chen's heart stirred. Isn't this a chance to hit Hiroko? Ahem. Lu Chen cleared his throat and said, our family's old ancestor had already researched a special medicine for lung cancer 100 years ago, with 100 years of inheritance, specializing in secret formulas and never spreading the word. Then every late night, I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep at night. I often ask myself what the point of my ancestors' research into secret recipes was. Was it just to save my own family from lung cancer? Thinking about it, in the end, I made a decision to go against my ancestors. I'm going to publicize this secret formula. I'm going to benefit the people and save countless lung cancer sufferers from their plight. So, a pair is only $1. The medicine will cure you. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and grab it quickly. Lu Chen said in style to the camera and posed. The reporter was confused. I did not expect this kid to take advantage of the opportunity to advertise and not pay. The reporter, slightly dissatisfied, turned the tables and asked, then may I ask, how did you cure Mr. Lee's stomach cancer? It can't still be the secret recipe of your old ancestors, can it? The reporter added another sentence in case Lu Chen secretly hit Hiroko. At those words, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Spinning his hands behind his back, he said with a subdued expression, which brings me to my old granddaddy's milk. My old ancestor's milk developed a special medicine for stomach cancer 200 years ago, and then every time I tossed and turned. In the end, I made a decision to go against my ancestral milk. Reporter. After a moment of silence, the reporter continued to ask, what about liver cancer? Lu Chen, I've made a decision that goes against the great master. Reporter, what about pancreatic cancer? Lu Chen, I made a decision to go against Tainan. Didn't say a few words. Lu Chen then disobeyed his ancestors for 18 generations. Seeing that he could not ask anything useful, the reporter simply turned his face away and carried his camera to interview the crowd. Sending these media reporters away, Lu Chen sat back in his chair with a relaxed face and began to happily receive patients. In the meantime, Yunhai City's Central Hospital, Neurology, Dr. Shen sat in the consulting room with nothing to do, dumbfounded. 3 or 4 hours had passed since the start of the shift, and hardly a single patient. In contrast to the usual crowded market, it was as if the world had come to an end and all the patients had disappeared. Just as he was wondering, doctors were approached one after another at the CT, lab, and physical exams. Old Shen, what's going on? How come none of the orders have been delivered today? Old Shen, I just invited you to dinner yesterday. Don't put down your bowl and disown me. Hurry up and get me a whole list of medical tests. I'm bored out of my mind over there. Hearing these people's complaints, old Shin revealed an innocent expression. It's not that I don't give you orders. How can I when I haven't had a single patient since this morning? Dr. Shin said helplessly. The words just fell. Tick-tock. Everyone's cell phones rang with a WeChat tone. Taking it out, at once. They were all confused one by one. Wang Ba, surgery, what is the situation? Today a patient or not. The hospital door locked, did not open. No air, internal medicine, I don't have any patients on my side either. I'm bored out of my mind. Who knows what's going on? Li Liang, ENT clinic +1 +1 +1 +1. Zhang Si, urology at Dean. Wang Ba, surgery at Dean. Bull 2, internal medicine at Dean. Dean, everyone meet in the first floor lobby. It wasn't long before he heard the dean's order. The consulting physicians from each department are then all assembled in the first floor lobby. The only thing I could see was Dean holding up his cell phone in his hand, which was displaying a hometown news story. And the same city news is the headline of Lu Chen's cure for all diseases for only $1. As you can see, this is obviously a charlatan. It's not easy for the people to earn a little money, even if they are cheated of just $1. This kind of people who are worse than pigs and dogs should be killed by 1,000 cuts. The crowd watched the news on their cell phones, and when they heard the dean's words, each one of them was outraged as well. Dean is right. He must not be allowed to plague the people. That's right. Call in a report to seal off his store? The people must be treated by our regular hospitals. At this time, the dean walked up to Dr. Shen and said in a tentative tone, Old Shen, I heard that you have some relations in the capital. How about this matter is given to you to do? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Dr. Shen, revealing questioning gazes. Feeling the crowd's line of sight, Dr. Shen had a smug look on his face and patted his chest. Don't worry, all I need to do is make one phone call, and the police in Yunhai City will seal up his store. Then, in plain sight, Dr. Shen took out his cell phone and dialed Professor Wang's number. At this moment, the capital city, Lu Jinan, Lu Yun and Professor Wang are on their way to the airport. At that moment, Professor Wang's phone rang. He didn't even think about it and pressed the answer button. Hey, Shen, what's wrong? On the phone, Dr. Shen's voice was heard. Master N. There is a Jianghu swindler in Yunhai City who is scourging the people and cheating them out of their money. Not only are they selling some fake drugs to harm people, but they're opening up stores. If this kind of person can open a store, they must have some connections behind them. So I'd like to ask you for a favor. As a big shot in the medical field, Prof. Wang naturally hated charlatans. He was just about to have a seizure. On the side, Lu Jinan grabbed the first. You don't need to care about this matter. I'll directly call the highest upper echelon of Yunhai City and seal his store. This statement was made. Dr. Shen's surprised voice came from the phone. Master N. Is that old man Lu talking next to him? Professor Wang said bluntly. That's right. It's none other than Elder Lu. We're planning to make a trip to Yunhai City, so I'll trouble you to receive us then. Yes, no problem. I'll make sure to arrange it properly. Well, that's it. After saying that, Prof. Wang hung up the phone. Yunhai City Center Hospital. In the hall, Dr. Shen hung up the phone with a smug smile on his face. His entire body was incredibly godly, his head almost reaching for the sky. Everyone around them, including the dean, revealed fawning looks. My God, I didn't expect Dr. Shen's relationship in the capital to be so hard. A single word directly affecting the highest upper echelon of Yunhai City. Yes, worthy of being the disciple of the world-renowned Dr. Professor Wang. One phone call and Elder Lu personally handled the matter. Brother Shen, you have to take care of your brother more in the future. Xiao Shun. Before the conflict his brother is wrong. You adults do not remember the small man. Forgive brother. The dean also looked like he was bending over backwards and said, Good old Shun. I've decided that I'll promote you to director of the Department of Neurology and vice president of the hospital. For a while, everyone around him was frantically courting, and even his nemesis bowed his head and conceded. Looking at the scene in front of him, Dr. Shen's face was almost smiling. Century-old Chinese medicine store. Lu Chen was sitting in the house and was busy. At this time, a group of armed police marshals appeared at the door and walked in. All disperse. The owner of this store is a charlatan. Watch your pockets, a captain-like man said. At this statement, the patients looked at each other and did not speak. Can they still not know if Lu Chen is a liar or not? Officer, the owner of this store is really a miracle doctor. I have so many terminally ill relatives who have been cured by him. Yes, officer. Think about it. What crook only scams for $1? That's a little too little. Officer, All of us are willing to vouch that the owner of this store is in no way a charlatan. However, in the face of the crowd's words, the captain remained expressionless and said, "It's useless to say anything. He doesn't have a license to practice medicine in this store, so he can't open it no matter what. Please don't give me a hard time. I'm just following orders." House. Lu Chen's heart tightened when he heard the words license to practice medicine. He has asked his family to apply for the relevant documents, but it requires layers of approval, and so far it has not been done. So, while everyone wasn't paying attention, Lu Chen flicked his hand across his face, a fresh new face. Immediately afterward, in front of the crowd, he leisurely left the store. After walking out about a few hundred meters, Lu Chen returned to his original appearance inside. It looks like the license to practice medicine comes down before this pharmacy. It's not going to work. And just then, ding ding ding, the phone rang with a message from WeChat. Lu Chen opened it and saw that it was from Li Jingya. "Lu Chen, I've arrived at Oak Square. Where are you people?" Lu Chen slapped his head and immediately remembered that it was time to meet with Li Jingya. He immediately hailed a cab and headed for Oak Square. 5 minutes later, Lu Chen had just gotten off the bus when he saw Li Jingya standing in the center of the square, looking down at her cell phone. At the moment, her face was a bit grim, and her appearance looked a bit angry. "What's wrong, Shizuya?" Lu Chen walked up and asked, only to see Li Jingya raised her head and said unhappily, "I used to sell boxed lunches at construction sites and added a few groups of workers, and now everyone is talking about how the doctors at the Central Hospital in Cloudhaven are so deplorable. No matter what you go to see, you're going to have unnecessary items done and spend money that's not necessary, especially Dr. Shin from the neurology department. I took my mother for a checkup earlier, and there was an old woman in front of me who was bitten by a poisonous snake. A life that could have been saved, but Dr. Shin watched the patient miss out on treatment and ultimately die for personal gain. Moreover, I heard that recently there is a miracle doctor who cures all diseases, and the medical fee is only $1. The people praised it in unison and benefited from it, but it was reported closed by Dr. Shin. I don't understand how people like that become doctors." At those words, Lu Chen's expression froze. Dare I say that the person who reported his clinic was this Dr. Shin? Chapter 69. Sorry. Your legs are connected backwards. Afterward, Lu Chen looked towards Li Jingya's cell phone. As expected, the group chimed in. At that moment, a newcomer with the note Neurology Daddy Shin joined the group chat. The other person just came in and sent a nasty message. "A bunch of stinking dogs from the bottom of society. Don't come to our hospital in the future if you have the guts. Still God doctor. God you hemp a cheat. I have phone call to let him close. If you want to see a doctor, you can only come here to Lao Zi in the future. And each person must take 100 red packets, or else they all wait to die." Such a statement instantly stirred the anger in the hearts of the crowd. A group member disliked back. "Dr. Shin, don't think you're lawless on the internet. We can totally screenshot these comments to report you. The news just came out." The person labeled Neurology Daddy Shin replied, "Mud, another one to report me. I logged on a small number and opened a foreign VPN node. There is not enough evidence. What makes you conclude my identity? I just want to scold you guys. I just like to see you guys trying to finish me off. But you can't do anything about it. A bunch of dead migrant workers. You deserve to move bricks for the rest of your lives. Yuck." After cursing this, the group showed that Neurology Father Shen has withdrawn from the group chat. After he left, the members of the group were all angry. "What's wrong with moving bricks? Didn't we earn our money on our own? What right does he have to look down on people?" "That's right. Everyone take screenshots and report him. It's useless to report it. It's rumored that he has connections in the capital. There's nothing we can do about him. What's wrong with this society?" Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't stand up and said, "Jingya, I suddenly have some urgent business, so I'll have dinner with you tomorrow." "Ha?" Li Jingya had just raised her head, but she realized that Lu Chen had already disappeared. 10 minutes later, Yunhai City's Central Hospital. Lu Chen got down from the cab and walked straight into the hospital lobby. Entered the lobby and looked at the instruction map. Then take the elevator up to the second floor and come to the door of the neurology department. Dang it! Lu Chen knocked on the door. The next second, an impatient voice came from the house. "Who?" Lu Chen shouted. "I want to see a doctor." "If you want to see a doctor, first go for blood tests, physicals, urinalysis, etc. It's all written on the door." At those words, Lu Chen looked at the sign at the door. As expected, there were a dozen or so items written on it that needed to be done before the visit. "I haven't even met the doctor yet, but I've thrown in a few $1,000s. So it seems that what Li Jingya said is true. This hospital is really dark enough." Thinking of this, Lu Chen directly pushed open the door and barged in. At this moment, Dr. Shin was wearing an eye mask and lying in a chair with a cozy face. He had to catch up on his sleep as the dean's emergency promotion ceremony for him had taken up his lunch break. Noticing that someone had entered the house, Dr. Shin took off his blindfold and cursed. Do you not understand human language? I told you to do the project first, didn't you hear me? At those words, Lu Chen revealed an apologetic smile, then turned around and headed out the door, cursing under his breath. Dr. Shin reattached his blindfold, intending to continue catching up on his sleep. Seeing this, Lu Chen pulled out some herbs with hypnotic effects from his pocket and crushed them into powder with his fingers. Then with a flick of the wrist, he flung it into Dr. Shin's nose. Yawn. Dr. Shin sneezed and rubbed his nose. The next moment, he suddenly slumped back in his chair as if he had lost power. Deafening snores rang out and the whole thing fell into a complete sleep. Sleep well. Lu Chen smiled, and with a flick of his hand, he transformed into his form. Then he put on his white coat and badge and went back into the hallway. Hello Dr. Shin. Dr. Shin. At that moment, two small nurses passed by and greeted them. Now Dr. Shin is a celebrity in the hospital. Even the dean had to smile and greet him when he saw him. Good nigga. Lu Chen suddenly broke out into a curse. The two nurses were so startled and jolted that they almost sat on the floor. But they didn't dare to resist, and in their hearts, they greeted Dr. Shin's entire family once and left with a black face. Well, swearing as someone else is just awesome. A wave of heartfelt sighs. With his hands behind his back, Lu Chen wandered aimlessly around the second floor, walking. Then he came to an operating room. At that moment, the door opened and two nurses came out pushing the patient under anesthesia. Dr. Shin. The nurse greeted. Aha. Lu Chen nodded with a majestic face. Then pointing to the patient on the bed, he asked, what kind of surgery did this man have? The nurse didn't dare to slack off and respectfully replied. Dr. Shin. This person just finished an appendicitis surgery. Oh. Lu Chen revealed an expression of dawning realization. Then said, send its appendix to my office later. Just when I'm hungry, braise it as a wine dish. This statement was made. The two nurses were outright confused. The two of them were wide-eyed. Not a word came out for a long time. After a long time, one of the nurses laughed awkwardly. Dr. Shin. Shin is so humorous. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen's face sank as he cursed. Humor Nima. You think I'm joking for you? I want braised appendix. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Lu Chen being so stern, the two nurses were so anxious they were about to cry out, nodding their heads like garlic. Yes, 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 I know Dr. Shin. The two of them then cursed a psychopath in their minds and pushed the patient to leave quickly. At that moment, the patient, still under anesthesia, opened his eyes a slit. He pointed at Lu Chen and said in a weak voice, change, pervert. Lu Chen didn't care. Hands behind your back. Continue to skate forward. It didn't take more than a few steps to get to a ward. Above the door sign it reads, Surgery Area A Room 44. Without thinking, Lu Chen pushed the door open. Just go in. A patient was seen half lying on a bed, with his entire right leg hanging in the air with a bandage around it. There was also a bowl of noodles in his hand. Apparently he hadn't been in surgery long and was eating. Seeing someone come in, the patient put down his dishes and looked at Lu Chen's badge and said, Good day, Dr. Shin. Aha. Lu Chen nodded and asked with feigned concern, how's the recovery of your right leg? The patient said with a look of gratitude. Director Wang said the surgery was a success, and it will probably only take about 10 days before he can process his discharge and recuperate in his home. Lu Chen had seen Director Wang's picture on the wall of the hospital lobby, specializing in surgical procedures. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said with a straight face, Director Wang told me just now that your leg bones were connected backwards, so prepare for the reoperation after dinner later. This statement was made. Put. The spaghetti in the patient's mouth came right out. After the reprieve, the patient looked shocked and said, Dr. Shin, don't tease me. How can the leg bone still be connected backwards? Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a sense of wonder, it's just the leg bone connecting backward. You can just be happy. 2 days ago Director Wang even accidentally planted a dog's leg on a patient. Hurry up and notify your family and renew your surgery and hospitalization fees, or Director Wang will throw you out. After saying that, Lu Chen left the hospital room with his hands behind his back. The moment, the patient looked at Lu Chen's back with wide eyes and a horrified expression. At that moment, a nurse happened to walk in with a sling. The patient pointed at Lu Chen and asked in a trembling tone, Nurse, what is he? Hearing this question, the nurse twisted her head and saw that Lu Chen hadn't gone far. She purposely raised her voice and said in a patronizing tone, You mean Dean Shin? He's a powerful man in our hospital. In the whole hospital, he is the most skillful and professional. I adore him. Hearing the nurse's reply, the patient no longer bungbu live. Pulling a loud voice shouted, asterisk 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 Nima. Call your director Wang. Even put the old man's legs installed backwards. I want to kill him. Chapter 70, sorry. Dropped your kunai. A hiss was heard from the ward. Lu Chen couldn't help but quicken his pace. Turning a corner, suddenly, Director Wang came face to face. Hey, how are you, Dean Shun? Director Wang said with a false smile on his face. Looking at the other party's harpy dog appearance, Lu Chen pointed at the ward and said expressionlessly, Director Wang, there's a patient in Ward 44 causing a scene, insisting that you've connected his bones backwards. Upon hearing this, Director Wang was surprised. What? There's even such a thing? Spinning around, he ran towards the hospital room without looking back. It wasn't long before a tirade of abuse came from behind the two men. As Lu Chen continued to walk forward, gradually, rows of hospital beds began to appear on both sides of the corridor. The beds are full of patients, some playing with their cell phones, some anesthesia is not over still in a coma. Lu Chen looked up at the name of the department, which was clearly written, urology. Just then, a nurse passed by with an anxious face and shouted, oops, that patient's hangnail is almost out. I'll hurry and get a bottle. Seeing Lu Chen, he greeted him in passing. Good day, Dean Shun. Aha. Lu Chen nodded. Looking at the others hastily departing back, Lu Chen turned around and walked towards the patient who had finished his hangnail, only to see, on the hospital bed lay a middle-aged man. His anesthetic strength has not yet completely faded. The middle-aged man seemed to sense a doctor beside him and slowly opened his eyes, asking weakly, medical, doctor, that nurse was in a hurry just now. May I ask what happened? Hear the question. Lu Chen glanced at the message on the hospital bed. Name, Ma Erdog. Sex, male. Age, 31. Symptoms, brachytectomy. Attending physician, Zheng Si. After reading the message, Lu Chen nudged his mouth. Then facing the patient with a sad expression on his face, he said, I'm very sorry to inform you that Director Zhang accidentally dropped your kunai during the operation. As an apology, we suggest on our end that you fly to Thailand for a little contortionist surgery. Of course, the responsibility for this medical malpractice lies with us. Therefore, Director Zhang is willing to compensate you with a donkey whip as a souvenir. With those words, Shasta, this one called Ma Erdog's anesthetic strength went down halfway. His expression was horrified and his jaw dropped. He pointed at Lu Chen and wanted to curse, but the anesthetic was still there, so he could only say weakly, I'm knocking on the door. I'm going to complain. Looking at the other party struggling, Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Immediately afterward, his afterglow caught sight of a bag of snacks laying on the side of the next hospital bed, and in the snacks, there happened to be a long piece of Hajibin big red sausage. Seeing this, Lu Chen pulled out the big red sausage and then hung it in Ma Erdog's neck. When you miss your dick in the future, just look at this donkey whip. Hey. Having said that, Lu Chen shook his head and left the spot. Hearing that it was a donkey whip, the patient, Ma Erdog, stared at the large red sausage in his neck. His eyes glazed over. Quickly, take, quickly. He wanted someone to hurry up and take this thing away. Nija couldn't get the words out in full even with all her strength. At that moment, the nurse who had taken the bottle returned. Looking at the scene in front of her, the nurse thought the patient was hungry. She started by changing the hangman's bottle. Then he picked up the red sausage and shoved it directly into Ma Erdog's mouth in his desperate eyes. Eat slowly. There's no rush, haha. Whoa. Lu Chen continued to walk through the corridors, passing internal medicine, dermatology, and ear, nose, and throat departments in the meantime, all of which didn't stand much of a chance. So simply take the elevator and come to the third floor. The third floor was the laboratory section, and Lu Chen had just exited the elevator, and directly in front of him was the Human Body Fluid Laboratory Center. See only. On the center table are cups of patient fluids to be tested. There are yellow liquids, white liquids, and yellow solids. The one in charge of reception was a very ordinary-looking female nurse. When Lu Chen walked over, the female nurse looked up and suddenly said shyly, Bugger, you're thinking about me in broad daylight, aren't you? We're off in a couple hours. Why are you in such a hurry? Just wait a little longer. What are you going to take people for dinner tonight? Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Looks like there's an ulterior motive between Dr. Shen and this little nurse. Immediately, Lu Chen pointed at those lab cups and said, when you get off work later, you'll sneak some of this poop in and we'll have that for dinner. When she heard this, all of a sudden, the nurse's eyes widened, an incredibly shocked look on his face. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the nurse was startled at first. Then, pretending to be shy, he said, Dead beat, that joke isn't funny. Hearing her answer, Lu Chen didn't speak. but opened his hands and shouted at the people around him. All eyes on me. Look at me. Look at me. I have an announcement to make. I have to eat 10 pounds of every day. I'm prickly and scratchy if I don't eat for a day. Lu Chen's voice was so loud that it instantly attracted everyone around to look here. When the crowd heard Lu Chen's words, in an instant, each and every one of them clammed up. Awesome. Even if you eat, you still have the guts to clamor out loud. Admire, admire, admire. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Who is this guy? So wild. Doesn't it say so on his badge? Dean Shun. What the hell? He's the director of this hospital? I'm not in the wrong hospital, am I? Sure this isn't a mental hospital? Let's go. Let's go. Can a doctor cure a disease when the dean is such a? That's right. Slipped away to visit the hospital next door. The crowd, frightened by the seething Lu Chen, left the hospital gates and headed toward the hospital next door. The nurse looked at the scene in front of her and the petulance disappeared from her face. In its place, there was irritation. Old Shun, what's gotten into you? Just got promoted to dean and you're very proud of it, aren't you? If you keep acting like this, you'll scare away all the patients in the whole hospital. The nurse huffed. Hear this. Lu Chen recovered his normal color and smiled with an apologetic face. Sorry about that, it was just a joke to cheer you up earlier. The nurse saw this and her anger subsided a few moments, but she still grumbled. You call that a joke? Don't ever do that again. Lu Chen nodded his head like garlic. Okay. With that, he came to the nurse's side and said in a mysterious manner, can we discuss something? I'm infertile. I've been married for more than 10 years and I don't have a single child by now. Look at all the specimens here. Take whichever one you fancy and have it artificially fertilized. When you have the baby, I'll divorce the family and marry you. This statement was made. The nurse froze at first. Reacting, she cursed as her eyes widened in anger and her body lit up with a blazing flame. Old Xinyu, no wonder you are so good to me. Originally playing this idea, right? You dog that can't lay. Stay away from me from now on. Disgusting. See the other person scolding himself. Lu Chen laughed instead of being angry and he said, bitch with dog. The sky is the limit. I'm a dog. We're made for each other. The nurse couldn't take it anymore. Her face was red and she was breathing heavily, clearly looking like she was about to pass out from anger. She then turned and left the lab center, making a mad dash towards the dean's office. Chapter 71. This horse is doing personnel. Dean's office. The nurse arrives at the door to find it open and several attending physicians are suing inside. Dean, Lao Shin is really too much. Insulting the nurses for no reason not to mention, but also the patient's appendix red hot. Do you care or not? Dean, all of this is nothing. I had a good surgery and he lied to the patient that I put the leg in backwards and the patient almost broke my leg when he heard about it. This old Shin is simply not a person. Said I cut podskin put people's life root karma. The patient after the anesthetic strength to fight with me. Dean, you say how to do? The nurse was stunned to hear the words of several people. Compared to the experiences of these people, one seems to be quite lucky. Nevertheless, still, she rushed to the house and complained toward the dean. Dean, old Shun, he's a psychopath. Not only did he proclaim his love of in public, but he also called me a whore. I don't want to live anymore, oho. Originally, Dean was confused by the few people in front of him, and now a little nurse. He couldn't sit still any longer and swished up, pointing at the men. I say, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Old Shin just got promoted to dean. It's normal to be overly excited. Who hasn't done something wrong? Who doesn't have their own character? Let's be tolerant if we can. No one is perfect, although Lao Shin is indeed a bit excessive. But compared to his merits, the latter is still greater. Hearing the dean's words, everyone clenched their fists, gritted their teeth and kept their heads down. How could they not know that the dean wanted to climb Old Shin's high branch, which is why they didn't dare to offend. And just then, suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the door, only to see, Lu Chen slipped over slowly with his hands behind his back. Gu, Old Shin, what brings you to my office? When the dean saw Lu Chen's face, he was like a dog seeing its master, wagging his tail and rushing over to shake hands. Inside the room, a few people saw Lu Chen's face, and their eyes revealed a murderous, ferocious light. Lu Chen first shook the dean's hand, then said, Xiao Gao, there's something I want to discuss with you. Dean froze when he heard the word junior. Hi. He looked left and right and realized that he was the only one in the room with the last name Gao, which made him sure that he was being called. Although Lao Shin was promoted to vice president, he himself is the positive one, whose deputy leader calls out to the head leader and uses the word little. The dean was a little disgruntled in his heart, but still compensated with a smile. Old Shin, if you have something to say, just say it. Who are we to each other? Hear this. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully, then toed the line. Here's the deal. Have your sister-in-law come to my office tomorrow in black silk and I'll check out your sister-in-law's body. This statement was made. The nurse and a few of the attending physicians sucked in a breath of cold air, and a few of them were completely dumbfounded, clueless. Originally, they thought that old Shin was just showing off in front of himself, but I didn't expect to be so loose even in front of the dean. Listen to this. Is this human talk? Helping people's wives with body checkups, and letting people wear black silk. Anyone else wouldn't be able to stand this kind of humiliation, only to see that the dean's face was cold and his attitude was stern. Old Shin, what do you mean by that? I admit, you're very powerful, and I'd like to climb your ladder, but isn't it too humiliating for you to say that? How dare you put your mind to your sister-in-law? Hearing the dean's questioning, Lu Chen's face turned away and scolded. Grass. I like scratchy ones, can't I? Crowd. Dean couldn't help himself at all. His eyes glared like bronze bells, his face reddened to the base of his neck as he spoke angrily. Old Shin, what do you want? Wasn't it enough to turn the whole hospital upside down? Not even me? Dean's got a lot of swagger. After all, he was the boss of the hospital, and when he got angry, he scared a few people behind him into trembling. Even Lu Chen couldn't help but take a few steps backward, a few looks of awe surfacing on his face. Afterward, Lu Chen wiped his cold sweat and bowed frantically. I'm sorry, Dean. It was my slip of the tongue just now. Please don't take it to heart. Dean looked on, unable to help but feel inwardly smug. Humph. So what if it's more powerful? If I'm angry, you'll keep your tail between your legs. The mind thinks so. The dean still stepped forward and helped Lu Chen up, smiling. All right, Old Shin. I'm just saying, don't take it personally. Just as he was about to help Lu Chen up. Next, Lu Chen kicked at the dean's crotch with a swift kick. Boom. Ow. The kick went down, and Dean's face turned blue, and a tom-like grunt from cat and mouse came out of his mouth. He covered the broken eggshell and hunched over, beads of sweat swishing out. Immediately after, Lu Chen made a turn and scurried out. Seeing that the time had come, Lu Chen hurried down to the second floor and returned to Dr. Shin's office. Pushing the door open, the other man was still huffing and puffing. Lu Chen immediately took off his clothes and badge and put them back on for the other party. Then a hand on his face and a brush, the illusion took the form of Dean. Hey, wake up. Lu Chen pushed him with his hand. Ha! Dr. Shin stretched and woke up from his sleep. Chapter 72, How dare you mention your sister-in-law? And when he took off the blindfold and saw Dean's face, swish, Dr. Shin hurriedly stood up and respectfully said, Dean of the house. Aha! Lu Chen nodded, hands behind his back, and said with a majestic face, Old Shin, your sister-in-law has been suffering from insomnia for the past few days and suspects that she has some problems with her brain and nerves. I've spoken to her and asked her to check in here, so remember to receive her well later. Hearing Lu Chen's order, Dr. Shin didn't dare to be slow and bent down to bow. Okay, Dean, don't worry, I will definitely cure my sister-in-law. Well, you're the backbone of our hospital. Do a good job, and my position as president will be yours in the future. Lu Chen said and turned to leave the house. Come to the hallway. Lu Chen flicked his hand over his face and changed back to his own appearance before strutting towards the main entrance of the hospital. At that moment, the dean led a few attending physicians and rubbed shoulders with Lu Chen with a face full of anger. Neurology. In the consulting room, Dr. Shin sat in his chair, recalling Lu Chen's words just now, and his entire body drifted. The thought of being a dean in the future. His mouth then grinned like a lotus flower, a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. Next, pop, the door to the consulting room was pushed heavily open. The dean, as well as several attending physicians, walked in with grim faces. Seeing this, Dr. Shin was slightly stunned. What's the situation? Didn't the dean just leave? He also explained to him to check his sister-in-law's brain nerves. Why did he turn back again? Thinking of this, Dr. Shin got up and asked, Dean, when is my sister-in-law coming? This statement was made. The dean's entire body exploded as if a dynamite barrel had been ignited. Old Shin, you bastard. How dare you mention your sister-in-law? The dean cursed and could no longer control himself, slapping Dr. Shin in the face. Pop. This slap directly sent Dr. Shin flying out and falling heavily to the ground. And Dr. Shin was on the ground, covering his face, confused. What's going on? Why come up here and slap yourself in the face for good reason? On the other hand, Dean regretted it after he slapped it. After venting the emotions in his heart, he looked at his right hand, chagrined in his heart. This slap down. I'm afraid my career is in jeopardy. Lao Shana. He would have liked to stop there, just as he was about to apologize. As a result, several attending physicians rushed over. Old Shin, mud horse, how dare you speak out against your sister-in-law? Today I will properly take out this bad breath for the dean. Old Shin knew this. Insult me can. Absolutely cannot insult the dean. I want to teach you a hard lesson for the dean. Dean, stand to the side. I'll beat him up for you. Having said that, several people swarmed over to Dr. Shin, who was lying on the ground, and punched and kicked him. One time, Dr. Shin was beaten to death, looking for teeth all over the place, and his mouth let out pig-killing screams. The dean looked at the scene in front of him and was so angry that he almost didn't jump up in place. You want to beat him up? What are you doing under my banner? If Shin settles the score, I'll be the only one to blame, right? Stop fighting. Don't even fight. Dean rushed forward to dissuade him, but no matter how much he tried to pull the fight, several attending physicians were as mad as hell, their fists raining down on each other. One side of the fight. The other side of the fight is for Dean. A full 5 minutes passed. A few of the men got tired of fighting before slowing down to a stop. I'm not finished with you guys at all. Dr. Shin was beaten and swollen, lying on the ground on all fours, breathless. And just then, ding, 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 Dr. Shin's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and was so happy that he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hey, Enchanter, have you and Elder Lu arrived at Cloudsea City yet? With that, Dr. Shin pressed the speakerphone. Only Professor Wang's voice was heard on the phone. Well, we've arrived in Yunhai City and are now heading to No. 44, Happy Street in the center city. So come over here. Yes, Dr. Shin replied in response. He then got up from the ground and pointed at Dean and the others in a threatening manner. Pros and cons. My master and Elder Lu have arrived at Cloudsea City. You guys wait. If I don't kick you out of the medical team, I'll follow you from now on. Dr. Shin said hysterically. As far as he was concerned, he had done nothing more than sleep. As a result, just as he opened his eyes, he was beaten by a mixture of several people. Who wouldn't be angry? The dean and a few of the attending physicians had a lot of anger dissipated after the beating. Now that they heard Dr. Shin's words, each one of them looked at each other and started to get a little scared. They believed that with Prof. Wang and Elder Lu's ability, let alone kicking them out of the medical team, even if they were made to disappear from this world, it is not impossible. Thus, several people hurriedly stepped forward and kept apologizing. Xiao Shun, I'm sorry, just now it was my impulse. I beg you to forgive me this time for the sake of working together for many years. Brother Shen, it's because I'm young and unintelligent. You don't remember the small man's fault. Don't get involved with me. Brother Shen, I was wrong. Why don't you call back? The dean also walked forward, patted Dr. Shen's shoulder, and said in a serious tone, Old Shen, as long as you forgive me this time, I guarantee that the dean's position will be yours. Faced with such a large pie, in the past, Old Shin would have been overjoyed. And now, he pushed Dean straight aside and cursed. Screw you guys, you're all about to beat me to death. What's the point of me needing the dean's position? Just wait, none of you will escape. Prepare for my revenge. Having said that, Dr. Shin took out the car keys from the drawer and walked towards the hospital gate in a furious manner. Seeing this, Dean and the others hurriedly followed. A few people arrived at the garage. Old Shin sat in the car. The gas pedal stepped on. Ong sound car quickly toward the street. Dean and the others also got into a car and followed closely behind. Thus, on the streets of Yunhai City, such a scene was staged. A man in front of me was driving a car, racing down the road. A car followed closely behind, with a few heads poking out of the windows, kept shouting, Old Shin, calm down and forgive me this time. Old Shin, remember I asked you for a massage the day before yesterday. Lao Shin. After Lu Chan left the hospital, taking a cab at the door, he drove straight toward Li Jingya's house. After all, you promise someone dinner and a movie and then leave halfway through. There's something to be said for that in a sensible way. At the moment, it was nearing evening, when Lu Chen arrived at Li Jingya's house. The other party was busy cooking dinner in the kitchen. Mr. Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen coming, Li Jingya excitedly ran out from the kitchen and said happily, Wait, I'll go to the supermarket to buy fish and make your favorite fish head soup. Hearing this, Lu Chen's chrysanthemums tightened. Chapter 73, Not Dead? Can that work? The miserable scene after the last fish head soup is still fresh in my mind. It's a good thing the toilet didn't fall through. Almost filled her family's latrine, and her ass is still on fire to this day. That, Jingya, I suddenly want to eat scrambled eggs today. Lu Chen laughed awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya raised the spatula and said, Okay, then go wait inside. I'll fry it for you. Aha. Lu Chen nodded, then pulled out a few packets of herbs from his waist and continued. I've begged for a few prescriptions from the divine doctor, so if you boil these herbs later, you might be able to cure your mother's paralysis. Hearing that it was the medicine from the divine doctor, Li Jingya's face showed undisguised excitement as she said, "Great. Thank you, fellow Lu Chen." Just finished the spin. Li Jingya frowned, sensing that something wasn't right. "That's not right, Mr. Lu Chen. Wasn't the divine doctor's pharmacy closed? Where did you beg for the medicine?" Seeing that the other party doubted himself, Lu Chen's heart sank. Bad. Poorly thought out on their own. Identities are going to be dismantled. "I have a friend who," Lu Chen had wanted to cover up. Then he straightened his collar and said in a serious manner, "That's right, I'm that divine doctor. Since I can't hide it, I simply don't pretend." There was nothing to pretend in front of this innocent girl anyway. "Ah." Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Li Jingya covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Chen, an unbelievable look on her face. In the meantime, Center City, happy streets, Lu Zhenan, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang were heading towards the 44-century-old Chinese medicine shop. The thought of meeting the legendary miracle doctor soon, Lu Zhenan and Prof. Wang became excited, and when they arrived at the front of the store, I was surprised to find a crowd standing in front of the century-old Chinese medical store. On the left side of the store, a little girl with an unusually swollen head and a lollipop in her hand asked her mother, "Mama, when exactly will the divine doctor open the door?" The mother stroked the back of her daughter's head soothingly. "Good girl, wait a little longer. Maybe the divine doctor will be here soon." "Oh." The little girl nodded. Then licking his lollipop, he continued to ask, "When the divine doctor comes, will the little stone in my head be gone?" Hearing the question, the mother nodded. "Yes." The little girl continued, "And when the time comes, will all my classmates want to play with me too?" At that, her mother blushed. Then his eyes reddened a bit and he said, "Yes, that's great. I'm finally going to have a friend." The little girl jumped for joy. At the sight of this, the mother could no longer hold back. Tears trickled down his cheeks and he sobbed slowly. Right side of the store, a wife with her husband in her arms, looking numb. At that moment, her husband coughed twice and said slowly, "Daughter-in-law, let's go. The divine doctor shouldn't be coming." The wife refused with a firm face when she heard this. "No, we must wait for the divine doctor. I don't just believe that God is so cruel as to not give you a chance to live. You are weak. When I did not support you to go to the countryside to teach, you non-listen. I ended up getting pneumoconiosis just a few days after going to the countryside. What do you think you figure? You don't make much money a year and you're terminally ill. Now leave me and my son in this world. How can we live as a mother?" Woo woo woo. Looking at his crying wife, the man gave a miserable smile and said, "I was born in the mountains and knew that it was hard for the children in there to go to school, so I decided to give back to my country when I grew up. In this life, I've lived with a clear conscience and lived the way I wanted to. The only thing I'm sorry for is you and the kids, following me to suffer. It's me as a husband who is not doing a good job, but if I had to choose again, I'd still stand by my initial decision." The other finished. The wife took her husband into her arms and let out a sob. The doorway, blah, 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 blah. Almost all of them are terminally ill or have no money to cure their illnesses and thus come to the divine physician for medicine. Not far. When the three of them, Professor Wang, saw this scene, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. It is said that doctors are parents, let alone for Prof. Wang, one of the world's top doctors. At this moment, his heart was like being cut by glass, incomparably painful. And although Lu Zhenan and Lu Yun are not doctors, how can they not be moved by the scene of human suffering? The three of them calmed down a bit, then headed towards the front of the store. "Excuse me, is the divine doctor not open today?" Ryujin asked to the crowd around him. Hear the question. Everyone wore an expression of surprise. Apparently, he's not the first to ask that. At that moment, the mother, whose name was her daughter seeking medicine, said, "It's not that it's not open, it's sealed." When these words came out, Lu Zhenan and Professor Wang revealed surprised expressions. "How did it get blocked?" "Just listen," the mother said slowly. "Because the divine doctor charges too much. A full $1 every time. The higher-ups couldn't tolerate the divine doctor's exorbitant prices. That's why they closed his store." But anyone who is human, and not stupid, can hear that this mother is being sarcastic. Professor Wang clenched his fists and said angrily, "This is outrageous. Charging $1 is nothing expensive." As a few people talked, a few more patients came around in quick succession and said, "It wasn't even Dr. Shin from Yunhai City Central Hospital who reported it. This Dr. Shin is simply not a human being. In order to make profits from his patients, every time you see him you have to do a full dozen items. Our foreman's mother was poisoned by snakes and arrived at the hospital in less than 10 minutes. It was clear that she could be saved, but it turned out that the project alone took 4 or 5 hours to do, and if it wasn't for the miracle doctor's hand it would have been dead." That's right. After this Shin sealed the divine doctor's store. He even called us stinking migrant workers who deserve to carry bricks for the rest of our lives. We work hard to build for our country and earn our hard-earned money. Why should we be treated as less than human beings by him? Hey, this is how people at the bottom of society are like. We reported this Shin several times, but it turned out that people have backers in the capital. I heard that his master is Prof. Wang in Qingbei University, and he also has a relationship with the Liu family. What can we do in the face of these officials? Yes, that master of his, Prof. Wang, is a good man, and the Liu family is no good either. Hear the words of the crowd. The two of them, Liu Zhennan and Professor Wang, were gloomy to the extreme. Even if they both have Alzheimer's, they can hear it. It was he whom the people cursed in their mouths. This sinful disciple. I must tear him apart with my own hands. Professor Wang's face turned red with thunderous fury. On the phone, this disciple of his own mouthed. A famous charlatan sells fake medicines to make money and harm the people. It was for this reason that Liu Zhennan gave the order to seal the store. But I didn't expect. It is not only the divine physician that they have sealed their search for. More than anything, it's the people's hope for survival. And what this disciple did was nothing short of personal, his own notoriety notwithstanding. Now, even he and Liu Zhennan are being scolded by the people for not being something. It's the thought that he had a lifetime of fame, but suffered from the implication of this traitor. Professor Wang couldn't wait to kill him handily now. Professor Wang, you really have a discerning eye and have taken in a good disciple. At this time, Liu Zhennan said coldly with a dark face. This statement was made. Professor Wang's heart tightened and cold sweat swished down. How could he not realize that Liu Zhennan was mocking him for having eyes without a pearl? Don't worry, Elder Liu. I'll definitely clean up later. Professor Wang gritted his teeth in anger and swore. Just in time. Anan. A few hundred meters away, the deafening sound of two cars was coming towards the area. Next, crunch. The car stopped. Shin came down from inside with a swollen nose. Following closely behind were the dean and several attending physicians. Old Shin, let's talk it over. Old Shin, I, the dean, am kneeling down for you. Please forgive me. With that, Dean snapped, dropping to his knees. However, Shin had already made up his mind to get back at them hard. Without looking back, he ran straight towards Professor Wang's few people. Enchanter, Elder Ryu, you guys are going to have to do right by me. Woo-hoo-hoo. After Shen ran over, he revealed an aggrieved look. He then pointed at the dean and the others behind him and said, "These dogs, they assaulted me for no reason. Look, what has been done to your apprentice me?" After saying that, Shen stretched his face over to show his wounds. But I didn't expect that the next second. Pop! Professor Wang directly threw a slap across the face and jerked Shen a few meters away, then pointed at him and cursed. "Why don't you just trample to death you?" One time, Shen was on the ground, covering his face, completely confused. What's going on here? What the hell is going on today? I woke up and was first beaten up by several of Dean's men. It's hard to meet your mentor and try to get your own back. It resulted in another slap and dump. What did you do to me? Parallel worlds? That's a bit of an information gap. Shu, why are you here? Shen covered his even more swollen face in disbelief, only to see that Professor Wang pointed at him and cursed. Don't you know what you've done? I was really blind in the beginning to recruit someone as vicious as you as a disciple. From now on, I am no longer your master, and you are not my disciple. Let's break it off. Strike that. Professor Wang turned around and left the spot with Liu Zhennan and Liu Yun. Enchanter, don't you go out. Shen panicked and rushed forward, wanting to stay, but I hadn't thought about it, and I was just about to get closer. The police academy-born Ryuyan twisted her head and gave him another high whip kick back. Ow! Shen was like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground and nearly fainting. He lay on the ground, looking at the blue sky, his heart aching beyond measure. Why? What the hell is this for? Just as he opened his mouth to yell, it just so happened that a small bird flew by and precisely dropped a poop in his beak. Vomit. Shen hurriedly got up and made a show of vomiting. After throwing up, I looked up and saw the dean and several attending physicians were standing in front of him, their faces full of gloom. What are you looking at? I forgive you. Get lost. Shen cursed angrily. The words just fell. Dean rode right up in a crow's nest and caught him in a pummeling. Forgive you my ass. You're no longer Professor Wang's disciple, and you're still pretending with me. I've put up with you for a long time, and I'm going to beat you to death today. The dean took the brunt of the attack, and the remaining few attending physicians were not far behind and rushed forward. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Give back the money I paid you for the massage. A few people were fighting and cursing at the same time for a good 10 minutes. Hands are getting dry cramps. Phew. After the fight, Dean got up and stood, letting out a long breath. Let's go. Upon hearing this, a few of the attending physicians followed suit. For once, they had a good fight. As several people got into the car, the dean opened his cell phone and shouted in the hospital's WeChat group, "Prof. Wang has already broken with Shin enmity. From today onwards, whoever stands on the same team as Shin is not getting along with me." After sending this voice, Dean put his foot on the gas and the car took off. The entrance to the 100-year-old Chinese medicine store, Dr. Shin, was beaten into a puddle of mud and his eyeglasses shattered all over the place. With great difficulty, he pulled out his cell phone and pressed the 120 emergency number with his blood-stained fingers. The call went through and the operator's voice rang inside. "Hello, this is the Yunhai City Central Hospital." Dr. Shin said breathlessly. I'm in the center city. 44, Happiness Street, come and get me." Upon hearing this, the operator curiously said, "Your voice sounds so familiar. May I ask if you are President Shin?" Hearing this, Dr. Shin snorted coldly and couldn't help but put up a few points of official authority. "Yes, that's right, it's me, and I demand that you send a car to pick me up at the first opportunity." With those words, there was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds at first. Immediately afterward, a resounding voice rang out from inside. "Catch Nima, Dodo Dodo Dodo. Listen to the sound of the call hanging up on your cell phone." At this moment, Dr. Shin's heart died. Why did the world change so much after waking up? Half a day ago, he was still the powerful Vice President Shin of Yunhai City Hospital. Now, he is lying on the ground, like a lamb to the slaughter, waiting silently to die. Just when he thought that he was about to sail away, suddenly, a voice of mass concern rang in his ears. "Dr. Shin, you haven't passed away, have you? Dr. Shin, are you seriously injured?" The old people ran over to him and turned to him in comfort. Looking at the situation in front of him, Dr. Shin's heart rejoiced and rekindled the hope of life. He couldn't help but sigh, 1,000,000 times over. At critical moments, one has to rely on these kind-hearted people at the bottom of society. I'm dying, help me." Dr. Shin lay struggling on the ground and said breathlessly. However, just after the words were said, the face of the leader of the crowd changed and suddenly cursed. "Mud, how can I do that when I'm dying? Brothers, go, beat him to death." A command. The people rushed up in great numbers and punched and kicked Dr. Shin again. The moment, Dr. Shin is utterly desperate. Chapter 74. Let's show you what a eunuch looks like today. Li Jia Village. After Li Jingya boiled the soup and medicine, she sat by her mother's bedside and blew and cooled it to feed it to her one bite at a time. When the can of tonic was all fed, it was only visible. Her mother's originally ghastly white limbs began to turn red at a rate visible to the naked eye. In no time at all, the whole person was refreshed and looked exactly like a normal person. Seeing this, Li Jingya was on the verge of jumping up and down with joy. "Too good. Mom, try to see if you can move," Li Jingya said happily. However, no matter how hard her mother pushed, she remained motionless on the bed. "What's going on here?" Li Jingya turned nervous again. Lu Chun used his golden pupil to take a look and said, "Your mother has been bedridden for a long time, and her limbs have become stiffened, requiring daily rehabilitation exercises and slow conditioning. And the lack of exercise has led to chronic heart failure, damage to her heart muscle, and inadequate blood supply. It looks like it's going to take a heart surgery to do that," Lu Chun said slowly. If it was only a pathological problem, he would be able to regulate it with herbs. But this organic lesion can only be intervened by surgical intervention. And it seems that I have to add to my knowledge in this area before I can do so. Hearing Lu Chun's analysis, Li Jingya couldn't help but cast an adoring gaze. "Mr. Lu Chun, you're really good. Not only did he invent the photolithography machine, but he's also so good at medicine." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun gently smiled and said, "It's all just some fur." And that's when Li Jingya looked at the group message in her phone and frowned. "Lu Chun, the dozen or so worker groups are all blowing up right now. Hundreds and thousands of people are looking all over the place for you and asking you for medicine." At those words, Lu Chun was thoughtful. After helping those people yesterday, he had gained a few dozen days of life himself. That's a lot of money, and it's a much quicker reward than reading a book. High risk, facing high rewards. "So," Lu Chun said, "you tell those people in the group to meet at the Cloudsea City Grand Theater at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Tell them to keep quiet and be quiet. I'll pack the place then and help them for free." Hearing Lu Chun's words, Li Jingya's gaze became even more adoring and she nodded her head like garlic. "Aha!" The two of them chatted a few more words, and seeing that it was getting late, Lu Chen left Li Jingya's house. On the way back, he stopped to pick up a copy of Thoracic Surgery. Just after arriving home, Lu Chen went to his bedroom and couldn't wait to read it. Ding! Detected that the host is reading a book on thoracic surgical procedures. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Cardiac surgery ability plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. In the meantime, Ground Zero hotel chain. In the presidential suite, Lu Jinan and Professor Wang were sitting in the living room, and the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. The purpose of their visit to Cloudsea City was to search for the divine doctor who had transcended the mortal world. But I didn't realize that the divine doctor he valued so much, only to have the store closed by his own hand. It also chills the hearts of the people. At this time, Lu Yun brought over 2 cups of tea and said, "Grandpa, the front desk just called and said the White family is here looking for them." Hear that? Lu Jinan revealed an expected look and said, "Humph. I knew that it wouldn't take more than 12 hours to come to Cloudsea City, and this dead kid would definitely receive a letter." No, the words just fell. Dang it, there was a knock at the door. Immediately after that, Elder Bai's voice rang out. "Old Chief, I've come all this way. Why don't you let me go in and catch up together first? How about it?" Ryuyan looked to Ryu Jinnam. Lu Jinan waved his hand helplessly and said, "Forget it, open the door." The door opened only to reveal. Elder Bai sat in a wheelchair and was pushed in by Bai Yingtian. Behind him was his granddaughter, Bai Wanyu. "Yo, even your granddaughter is here. I'm sure it's about your marriage with the Lu family again?" Ryu Jinan said with an expressionless face. At those words, Elder Bai smiled. "Ha ha ha, worthy of being the old chief. It's true that you still understand me. How about it, old chief? I'm so sincere. Why don't you reconsider?" Elder Bai opened the door. When Lu Jinan heard this, he immediately blew his beard and eyes out. "You wish. I tell you, dead old man, even if you break the sky today, I won't go to the Lu family as a lobbyist." The words fell. Elder Bai's smile instantly disappeared and he sighed. "Old chief, I have never asked you for a single thing in my life. Today, for the first and last time, I beg you, for the sake of my granddaughter, for the sake of the Bai family, please do me this favor." Elder Bai said in an extremely sincere manner. However, Lu Jinan remained resolute and posed. "No help." Hear this, Elder Bai said, somewhat unable to sit still. "Old chief, have you forgotten when I took a bullet for you?" With that said, Elder White rolled up his pants leg, revealing a bullet wound. "This bullet wound, which has been with me for decades, will eventually accompany me to my grave. Even if you do me this one favor for the sake of this bullet, okay?" Lu Jinan looked on with a disdainful expression in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he also rolled up his sleeve, revealing a scar that was tens of centimeters long, and said, "You took a bullet for me. Haven't I ever taken a knife for you? Back then, when your kid was a new recruit and couldn't even clean up a battlefield, he was almost stabbed in the back by a half-dead kid. If I hadn't just happened to go on my rounds and used my arm to block that cut for you, would you have lived to see this day?" Hearing Lu Jinnan's words, Elder Bai frowned and clenched his teeth. A cold grunt followed, and then he lifted up his shirt again, defiantly. "See this dead skin on my stomach? I was your guard when a grenade just happened to fly over. Would you be able to sit here intact if I hadn't swooped in and shielded you from the debris with my body?" Seeing Elder Bai lifted his shirt, Lu Jinan clenched his fists and snapped hard on the table, then rose, in full view. He disregarded the fact that there were still Lu Yun and Bai Wanyu beside him and directly took off his pants, revealing a red pantsuit and thighs. All you could see was that both thighs were covered in dull-colored dead skin. "You've been blown up by grenades, but I've never been blown up by grenades? You were disabled in both legs and unable to move, and you were working as a civilian in a command post, when you got caught in a night attack by an enemy airplane. Who carried you on their back for 10 miles? Who almost lost both legs again? You at least have 2 legs to look at, but I almost lost even the lower half of my body." Seeing Lu Jinan take his pants off, Elder Bai anxiously kept slapping his wheelchair and said angrily, "And how did the old man get disabled in these legs? And it wasn't carrying you out of the battlefield and stepping on a landmine?" After saying that, Elder Bai looked at Bai Yingtian and said in a deafening voice, "Yingtian, put my pants up. Take off your pants too. Let me tell you, thanks to the fact that when I saved you at that time, I had already given birth to Bai Yingtian, or else I would have been cut off from my grandchildren. Today I'm going to show you what a eunuch really looks like." Seeing that Elder Bai was so angry that he wanted to take off his pants, Bai Yingtian, Bai Wanyu, Lu Yun and Professor Wang couldn't stand up. "Geez, come on, that's almost enough. Bai family master, hurry up and take your family away. Don't bother Grandpa." Ryuyan rounded off the conversation. "I'm not leaving. I'm going to show this old bastard what someone without a lifeblood really looks like." Elder Bai hissed. Bai Ingtian knew that things couldn't be negotiated, sighed, and stiffly pushed Elder Bai out. Bai Wan Yu also followed closely out, then gently closed the door to the room. This old turtle pisses me off, Ryu Jinan huffed as he put on his pants, and not long after the White family had just left, suddenly, there was another knock on the door of the room, and a neutral voice came from outside. Elder Lu, there's news of that divine doctor. Chapter 75. Mom, there's a ghost in there. Hearing that there is a miracle doctor, Lu Jinan and Professor Wang looked at each other. The two of them had unconcealed excitement on their faces. Quick, Rhyme, open the door. Lu Jinan couldn't wait. The next second, a man in a suit with deep eyes walked in. Elder Ryu, according to information provided by one of our comrades, tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the divine doctor will be healing people at the Yunhai City Grand Theater. Words, Lu Jinan said with an excited face. Good, very good. You convey the message to the upper echelons of Cloud Sea City. No department will be allowed to approach the theater tomorrow, and the divine healer must be allowed to proceed peacefully. The man bowed. Yes, wait for the other side to go. Prof. Wang said with a radiant smile. What a kind-hearted and benevolent doctor. The store has been closed, yet he still insists on saving lives. I truly admire from the bottom of my heart such a benevolent and generous nobleman. With that, Professor Wang looked towards Lu Jinan and said with a pleading look, Elder Lu, can you promise me something? If this divine doctor is willing to teach the art of medicine, please make sure that he joins the medical school of Qingbei University. Do you think it's okay? Consider me begging. Prof. Wang said with a sincere attitude. Hearing his request, Lu Jinan couldn't help but laugh. I knew it. Your kid has always put his character first and his medical skills second. In your mind, human morality is more important than life. Don't worry, if the divine doctor is willing to teach, I'll do my best to help you get it. Seeing the other guy agree, Professor Wang was delighted in his heart and cupped his fists. Thank you, Elder Lu. Downstairs at the hotel, Elder Bai was pushed by Ingtian and cursed from the 70th floor to the first floor. Old turtle. The old. You're ungrateful and don't know how to return the favor. I'm not done with you. It wasn't until they were out the front door of the hotel and Elder Bai was tired of cursing that they stopped. Immediately afterward, he patted the wheelchair road with firm eyes. No, I have to get Willow to promise me. At the moment, it seems that I can't invite him alone, so I'll have to call another old comrade in arms. I don't believe that with him on board, Lu Dangshan won't go soft. After saying that, Elder Bai got into the car with the support of his family. In the meantime, Lu family villa. This night, Lu Chen didn't do anything and kept reading the book Thoracic and Cardiac Surgery. When the time came to 1 a.m., the grade of cardiac surgery was significantly raised. Cardiac surgery ability, LV4, 82% experience. Skilled, well, at this rate of progress, I'm guessing I'll be fully leveled by tomorrow morning. Stretching his back, Lu Chen laid down on the bed with satisfaction. Before long, it was snoring. The next morning dawned early. Mamma mia. The alarm clock was just about to go off. Lu Chen quickly stretched out his yang finger and shut down the alarm clock, so fast that the residual shadow was visible. Immediately after that, get up, wash up, eat breakfast, and read. It's Sunday, scheduled to see someone at 2 p.m., with plenty of time in the morning to brush up on skill levels. So it was that Lu Chen hugged the copy of Thoracic and Cardiac Surgery and read it so hard that his face was sticking into the book. By noon, the long-lost system beep finally rang in his ears. System alert, cardiac surgery capability is full. You can get a high life expectancy, and a mysterious reward, by doing the following. 1. Saving lives. 2. Teaching cardiac surgery. 3. Publishing papers related to the cardiac surgery category. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen rolled his eyes in comfort. It's so cool. Unlock another unique skill. Looking at the time, it was almost time to show someone. Afterwards, Lu Chen picked up a language book and headed to the Cloud Sea City Grand Theater. Upon arriving at the entrance of the theater, Lu Chen was surprised to find that the outside had already been crowded with people seeking medicine. Mr. Lu Chen. At this time, Li Jingya ran over cheerfully. Her job at the hotel was too boring. The chief steward was reluctant to give her more work, so she simply came over to help along. Follow the plan, Lu Chen said indifferently. There were just too many people visiting the doctor, and they were concerned about order, so they issued an inquiry number for each patient. When the time comes, whichever number is called, the person who owns the number plate goes up and asks for a consultation. This will allow for orderliness and thus prevent stampedes. Lu Chen walked into the Grand Theater, only to see that, inside, it was both grand and imposing. Right in the center was a large stage, with a red curtain more than 20 meters wide hanging in the middle of the stage. Underneath the stage One seat was neatly arranged to accommodate about 2,000 people. Lu Chen walked straight to the back of the curtain, which already had a table set up, and a small stool. Seeing this, Lu Chen sat on his chair with his butt and took out his language book to read. Well, it's good for reading and helping people heal at the same time. 2 in 1. Slam brush life. Just this felt doubly cool. Jingya, don't get busy. Let the theater staff hand out the number plates. Money can't be spent in vain. Lu Chen said indifferently. It cost $500,000 to charter the theater. Lu Chen also stuffed a red packet of 10,000 yuan each and told them to keep it a secret. Okay. Li Yongna answered and then stood on the stage with the microphone, waiting quietly. Soon the time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As the theater doors open, a patient enters holding a number plate. Meanwhile, the Ground Zero Hotel. A mother holding a little girl was passing by the entrance to the hotel. At that moment, the little girl suddenly looked scared and pointed at the door. Mommy, there's a ghost there. At that, my mother said in disbelief. Kids don't talk nonsense. Where is a ghost in broad daylight? When she finished, she looked in the direction of her daughter's finger and saw Dr. Shen, who was beaten into a pig's head, was squatting in front of the hotel, pinching a cigarette in his hand, hair in disarray, dark circles under his eyes like ink, and a whole lot of resentment. OMG. Ghost. The mother was horrified, and then pulled the little girl with her like a kite, fleeing the area at 80 miles per second. Ghosts? Where are the ghosts? Dr. Shen looked around curiously. When seeing himself in the mirror of the hotel's front door, he was so scared that he let out a asterisk and sat on his butt. And that's when it happened. The first floor elevator doors opened. Afterwards, the three of them, Lu Zhinan, Lu Yun and Professor Wang, walked out of the elevator. Seeing this, Dr. Shen immediately threw away the cigarette in his hand. A kneeling shovel slid through the doorway to Professor Wang. Enchanter, I've done wrong, please forgive me. Now that I've lost my job, the other hospitals in Yunhai City won't take me. For the sake of years of master and disciple, please show me a clear path. Dr. Shen wiped his nose and wiped his tears and said. Professor Wan was shocked by the sudden scene. Lying. The word grass has not yet been uttered. Professor Wang hastily changed his words. I don't forgive. He straightened his demeanor and said in a stern manner. When you worshipped me as your teacher, I said that healers must be benevolent. But you are profit-minded, exploiting the people, and raking in the money. You deserve everything you get today. Don't come back to me. After saying that, Professor Wang, without looking back, and Lu Zhinan's grandparents and grandchildren boarded the car heading to the Grand Theater in Yunhai City. Seeing that his benefactor was so desperate, Dr. Shen looked in the direction of their departure and a chill flashed in his eyes. When Lu Zhinan, Professor Wang and Lu Yun arrived at the Grand Theater, they first received a numbered card each at the entrance, and after entering the field, a few people couldn't help but be shocked by the sight before them. See only, under the stage, not only were the thousands of seats already filled, but even the corridors were crowded with people. On the stage, Li Jingya held a microphone in her hand and looked at the number plate and said, Please invite patient number 1, Han Bing, to the stage for consultation. Seeing this scene, Ryuyan couldn't help but be surprised. Jingya? Hearing Ryuyan's words, Professor Wang and Lu Zhinan cast curious glances. You know her? Lu Yun nodded and said, She is a student of the 13th middle school. Her family is in a difficult situation, and she often does various part-time jobs to subsidize her family on weekdays. At those words, the two old men nodded in realization. They thought that Li Jingyao was here to work like the staff outside, so they didn't take it personally. Since they couldn't squeeze inside, the three simply stood on the periphery, standing on their tiptoes to look in. See only, as Li Jingyao finished shouting the number, the man who had been teaching in the countryside came behind the curtain, supported by his wife, and the crowd, through the black figure behind the curtain, could plainly see that the divine doctor was sitting in a chair with a book in his hand. Immediately afterward, a burst of conversation came from the back. Divine doctor, my husband went to the countryside to teach, thus causing him to contract pneumoconiosis. He has a good heart and his life should not be taken. Please save his life. Only to see, the divine doctor flipped through the book while taking out a few packets of herbs from the drawer and said, Take it back to warm water, 1 packet a day, and you'll be cured in 2 days. This statement was made. The couple cried with excitement. Divine doctor, thank you so much. I took my husband to many hospitals all over the country, but there was no cure for pneumoconiosis. You gave us hope for life? You gave my husband a second life? Thank you. After saying that, the two kneeled on the ground. Dang kowtowed. The divine doctor rushed forward and helped the other man to his feet. Then the couple came out from behind the curtain with red eyes and faces of delight. At this time, Li Jingya took out her number plate and shouted, "Please invite patient number 2, Wang Xiaohua, to the stage for consultation." At the words, everyone looked around to find out which patient it was. At this point, the first row, the little girl with the abnormally swollen head, in her mother's arms, slowly walked behind the curtain. "Divine doctor, my daughter has a tumor in her brain and cries in pain every night. Please give my daughter a prescription. My heart breaks every time I hear her heartbreaking cries. Ooh." With those words, the divine doctor pulled out 2 packets of herbs and put them on the table, saying, "The tumor is an organic lesion and must be operated on. These medicines of mine can only relieve your daughter's headache and inhibit the growth of the tumor. So, you'd better take your daughter to the hospital as soon as possible." Hearing the words of the divine doctor, the woman did not leave with the medicine. Instead, he lowered his head, his figure looking a little lost. In the middle of the day, she reared her head and said slowly, "Divine doctor, aren't there any herbs that can directly remove tumors? Our couple has sold their house and car to pay for our daughter's treatment, and we are still burdened with $200,000 of outstanding debt, now really broke. And now his father, who is still out working 3 jobs at once to pay off his debts." The divine doctor looked up when he heard this. Immediately after, he pulled a card out of his pocket and placed it in front of the woman and said, "There's $1 million in the card. You take your daughter to surgery, and if it's not enough, come back to me. If it's more than that, the rest of the money you take to pay off your debts." For Lu Chen, money was all a nebulous, out-of-body thing, and longevity was the most important thing. And when the crowd saw such a scene, Shasta, everyone stared at the stage with wide eyes and shocked faces. Even Lu Jinan and Professor Wang were filled with shock, looking incredulously at the figure of the divine doctor behind the curtain. What kind of anecdote is this? The divine doctor not only wraps up the field to help patients for free, he even pays out of his own pocket to operate on patients. How many doctors in the world can achieve this kind of heart and benevolence? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that there could be such a doctor under the sky. More than a miraculous doctor, he is simply a saint who hangs himself to help the world. And what he does is touching to the core. Not only is he a saint, but he is also a living Buddha on earth. The crowd in the theater murmured in admiration, each showing a look of admiration. At that moment, a man with a gold chain around his neck and a large gold watch on his wrist stood up. As if he were a crane, he said towards the people in the theater, "The divine doctor has already treated everyone for free, so how can we make him pay for it? I have a suggestion. If anyone is in a better financial situation, they can offer to make a donation to help these people who can't afford surgery. I'll start with $1 million. After saying that, the man walked to the stage and shoved a bank card into Li Jingya's hands. Li Jingya looked at the bank card in her hand, and her entire body froze. Chapter 76, Going to the Lu family. Seek medical attention. And with men taking the lead, off stage, many people also responded. Since everyone has gathered here to find the divine doctor for medicine, it's equivalent to being reborn a second time, which means that we are brothers and sisters born on the same day, same year, same month, same day. I'll donate 500,000. I don't have that kind of money, but a small amount. I'll donate $100,000. I'll donate 50,000. Eyes on the donations. Inside the theater, some of the people who had a similar cause of illness as the girl with the tumor were moved to tears. Some even got down on their knees and thanked the men. "Thank you. It's like a triple blessing to meet you guys." At this point, those who donated said, "No, you should thank the divine doctor. That's right. If it weren't for the divine physician, we wouldn't be gathered together, much less given new life." The words fell. Those people turned to Lu Chen behind the curtain and began to bang their heads. However, Lu Chen, who was reading a language book, froze when he heard these words. How to make it look like a pyramid scheme? What about this illegal fundraising? He's not bad. He just wants to brush up on his longevity. What if word gets out and Uncle Hat gets himself arrested? So, Lu Chen called Li Jingya over and whispered a few words in her ear. When Li Jingya heard Lu Chen's words, at this moment, her admiration for Lu Chen was almost extreme. Subsequently, Li Yong'a came out of the curtain and returned to the stage, taking the microphone. "Our divine doctor has said that he absolutely does not want every penny from everyone present. Patients who can't afford an operation, the divine doctor will give money at his own discretion until the patient is taken care of. If you guys really want to donate money, you can go build schools or donate to people out there who can't afford to see a doctor." When Li Jingya finished those words, at this moment, everyone was dumbstruck and jaw-dropped. Not a single person spoke in the theater. There was silence all around and you could hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, the entire theater erupted in deafening cries. "Divine doctor! Divine doctor! Great sage! You are truly the reincarnation of a living bodhisattva. Divine Doctor, I would do anything for you in my next life. Everyone at the scene admired the Divine Doctor with all their heart and soul. Even the two people, Lu Zhennan and Prof. Wang, were completely and utterly dumbfounded, clueless. Half a day later, Prof. Wang let out a long breath and marveled. Noble, just too noble. How in the world can there be people of such high character? Not only is it noble, but it's a medical masterpiece. A medical masterpiece. Such a saint. I must worship him. Professor Wang gritted his teeth and said in a firm tone. When he was chasing his daughter-in-law, he wasn't even this determined. Next to them, Lu Zhennan and Lu Yun were also touched by the Divine Doctor's behavior. I didn't expect. My great dragon country has such a generous and virtuous great man. Not for money, not for fame, but just to heal the patients. When I go back, I must apply to my superiors to list this Divine Doctor as one of the top 10 moving figures of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Zhennan said from his heart. And with that questioning, the patients begged for medicine and left one after the other. About 4 or 5 hours later, there were only a few dozen people left in the theater from the original thousands. At this time, Li Jingya held the number plate and said, "No, 144. Hear that number." Lu Zhennan looked at the number plate in his hand and his heart trembled. It's his turn to take the stage. Elder Lu, go ahead and have a chat with the Divine Doctor. I'll be there later. Professor Wang waved the 145 number plate in his hand and said, "Yes." Elder Lu let out a long breath and said, the thought of immediately seeing the Divine Doctor who had saved his life twice. His insides just couldn't help but tense up. And when he walked on stage and came behind the curtain, upon seeing Lu Chen's own face, all of a sudden, his whole body froze. When Lu Zhennan saw Lu Chen's appearance, he was first stunned. Immediately after, a look of shock crossed his face. Gosh, I didn't realize the Divine Doctor was so young. Such medical skills at such a young age. What a promising future. Hear the rainbow farts. Lu Chen raised his head and glanced at the other party, opening the door and asking, "What's wrong with you?" Words. Lu Zhennan cupped his fists and said with a respectful face, "Back to Divine Doctor. The old man had lung and liver cancer before, which has been cured by you. I came here today only to catch a glimpse of the Divine Doctor, and to pay my respects to you on the way." Saying that, Lu Zhennan bent his legs and was about to kneel on the ground and kowtow. Lu Chen suddenly realized that he was the grandfather of the netizen Lu Ruyan. Afterwards, he rushed forward to help him up and slowly said, "Saving lives is the essence of a healer's duty. There is no need to say thank you, old man. Since you've seen what I look like, if there's nothing else, please leave." Lu Chen said indifferently. There were dozens of people waiting behind him. You can't hold yourself back from brushing up your lifespan. However, Lu Zhennan shook his head. "Divine Doctor, before I leave, I have something I want to say to you. It would be a shame to bury a man of your character and medical skills in the world. But if you are willing to pass it on to others, and carry the art of healing forward, it will not only benefit all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, you two will surely become famous and be sung about for generations to come." Hearing some of his words, Lu Chen frowned and said, "No need. I'm not interested in those messy honors. You can go now, old man. If you don't feel well anywhere in the future, you can still look for me to cure you. Reputation doesn't give longevity, so what's the point even if the whole world knows about you?" Lu Chen had wanted to hurry up and get rid of this old man, but unexpectedly, Lu Zhennan showed an apologetic smile and endlessly said, "Gee, look at my memory. You, Divine Doctor, have 2 sleeves of clean air, a high moral character, and regard honor as dirt." It was the old man who made a slip of the tongue. "I hope the Divine Doctor will forgive me. Lu Chen is steaming the blackened fish. This old man really talks a lot." He simply looked down at his book. No more hitting on each other. When Lu Zhennan saw that the Divine Doctor was not taking care of himself, it was only at this moment that he noticed that the other party was actually reading the book high school language. An expression of immense shock surfaced on his face, and his beard straightened. A godly doctor, but still a middle school student who hasn't graduated from high school? It's simply appalling. Seeing that the other party was still not leaving, Lu Chen raised his head and asked, "Why don't I go? And you sit here and show people?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Zhennan hurriedly waved his hand. "No, no, no, the Divine Doctor is joking. I'm leaving. Say it." Ryu Jinnan stepped out of the curtain and returned to his seat. After sitting down, he sighed and said to Professor Wang, "The Divine Doctor is too puritanical, and in his presence I am like a mundane person tainted by the world. I've done my best. Can I get the Divine Doctor to come out or recruit to Qingbei University? Next, it's up to you." Professor Wang couldn't help but tense up inside when he heard this. It's like being on the verge of proposing to the object of your desire. With all the apprehension in the world, Please invite patient number 145, Wang Daoyuan, to the stage for consultation. As Li Jingya read out his number, Professor Wang's heart thumped, and his legs trembled a little as he walked toward the stage. When coming behind the curtain, Professor Wang looked at Lu Chen's young appearance and couldn't help but show the same shocked expression as Lu Zhennan. Immediately afterward, he bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, divine doctor." Lu Chen said without lifting his head. "Well, what ails you?" Professor Wang sweated nervously. "Divine doctor, I'm not sick. I'm here to witness you just like that old man just now." "Excuse me, can we take a picture?" Professor Wang took out his cell phone and asked with an expectant face. Lu Chen's brows furrowed into a frown. "These two are here for the zoo? One is not a giant panda. What is there to see?" Although there was some boredom in his heart, Lu Chen still nodded his head and said expressionlessly, "Well, after the photo please leave and don't delay the others from being healed." Upon hearing this, Prof. Wang was elated. He took out his cell phone and aimed it at himself and Lu Chen to press the shutter button. "Divine doctor, look here. Eggplant." The lights flickered for a moment. Lu Chen immediately raised his head and bared his large teeth, revealing a sunny smile. After the shot, his face dropped and he was back to his usual self. Professor Wang looked at the photos in his cell phone, and his whole body was thrilled. As per Lu Chen's request, originally, I was going to leave after the photo shoot, but Professor Wang hesitated for a few seconds and still stammered, "That, divine doctor, I am the dean of the medical school of Qingbei University. I've heard about your medical skills for a long time. May I ask if you really won't consider teaching them to the world? If you agree to come out, I'm willing to give you the position of dean and worship you at the same time." Prof. Wang said with a sincere attitude. Lu Chun, lean north. Half a day and not a second of life expectancy swiped. These two people are kissing ass and posing for pictures. Aren't they just delaying their business? Please get out, Lu Chen said without lifting his head. At this point, the dozens of patients remaining in the theater were not happy. "If you're not going to see a doctor, don't bother the divine doctor. Okay? That's right. It's already hard enough for the divine doctor to treat us. Aren't you guys wasting the divine doctor's energy like this? So what if it's the medical school of Qingbei University? Can your school treat people for free like a miracle doctor and pay out of your own pocket to operate on patients? Hurry down." Hearing the crowd's words, Professor Wang's old face blushed and walked out of the curtain in embarrassment. Returning to his seat, he showed a sad face. Lu Zhennan looked in his eyes and said somewhat helplessly, "It seems that wanting to invite the divine doctor to come out is not an easy task. Let's go out for dinner first, and when the divine doctor finishes treating the others, we'll look for him to discuss it slowly." "Okay." Professor Wang nodded and walked out while looking at the photos in his phone complacently. "At least it wasn't for nothing. I got a picture with Dr. Divine." Seeing this, Lu Zhennan glanced at him and said disdainfully, "It's so unproductive. It's just a group photo. Send me one too." Elder Lu Zhennan bristled. Just now he was so focused on his speech that he forgot to take a picture with the divine doctor. "Ha ha, I knew it." Professor Wang hemmed and hawed and sent the photo to Lu Zhennan. Outside the theater, the three of them walked out, ready to find a restaurant for a casual bite. And at that moment, not far away, Dr. Shin was sitting on top of a motorcycle and was staring at the entrance of the theater with empty eyes and a cold look. Upon seeing Professor Wang walk out, his face was expressionless as he immediately pressed down on the handlebars and slammed on the gas. Anon, the motorcycle let out a beastly roar. "Old Biden, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Destroy." Dr. Shun roared. Then the clutch was released, and the motorcycle was like a rocket, speeding towards Professor Wang. In the meantime, a dozen meters away from Professor Wang and the others, a cab stopped. The passenger had just opened the door and was about to get out of the car. Next, boom! It was accompanied by a deafening crash. The passenger froze as he looked at the lone doorknob in his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where are the doors? Look up and see. The door and the motorcycle were together, thrown out a few dozen meters, and in the sky, a pretty boy in a helmet is doing a freefall motion just like a hula hoop. Asterisk 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 asterisk, fantastic flyers. At this moment, everyone around them looked into the air, shocked by the scene before them. Dr. Shin started with a standard two-circle backflip, a gorgeous move that went off in a flash. Then another 180-degree spinning jump, traveling in a beautiful pose. Finally, it fell to the ground with a loud thud, and drank in the northwestern part of the country. Level 1 head falls into 2, 5 heads, ending a life of sin for good. Is this the new street show at the theater? So exciting. It's so realistic. It's like really falling to your death. But it's time to say no, and it's truly wonderful. Well played. One more. Several passers-by surrounded Dr. Shin while shouting and applauding wildly. At this moment, the entrance to the theater. The three of them, Lu Jinan, Lu Yun and Professor Wang, were also attracted by the commotion. They twisted their heads in unison to look, before they could see what was happening. At that moment, Professor Wang suddenly let out a miserable scream. Ah! Hearing the commotion, Lu Jinan and Lu Yun hurriedly turned back, only to see, Professor Wang's chest area is full of car window glass ballast. The wound blood is spring-like gushing out. Old King. Seeing this scene, Lu Jinan was shocked. Even though he didn't know anything about medicine, he looked at Professor Wang's chest, which was like a sprinkler head nourishing and spraying blood. He also knew that if this continued, Prof. Wang would have to die of blood depletion. Rhyme. Call an ambulance. I'll take Professor Wang to the divine doctor. Ryu Jinan panicked. Ryuyan was also scared white and hurriedly dialed 120. Hello, is this Cloudhaven City Central Hospital? My location is inside the theater. Lu Chen is still wrapping the patient's medicine. At that moment, Lu Jinan rushed straight onto the stage holding the bloody Professor Wang. Divine doctor, my friend is stuck with glass. You have to help him. Lu Jinan shouted out in panic. Hearing the commotion, Lu Chen immediately stepped out from behind the curtain. Looking at Professor Wang, who had glass lodged in his chest, Lu Chen frowned and spoke in an urgent tone. The wounds are so deep, it won't take 10 minutes for him to die from blood loss. I have some powdered medicine here that will slow the blood loss and keep him going for 3 or 4 more hours. It wasn't long, but it was enough time to get him to the hospital for resuscitation. Say it. Lu Chen pulled out a packet of herbs and kneaded it into powder. Then he squatted down, reached out his hand and pulled out the glass from Prof. Wang's chest with a poof. Blood gushed out like a stream, and Lu Chen immediately kneaded the medicinal powder in advance and sprinkled it on the wound, only to see that the blood, which had been gushing out madly, began to bubble out drop by drop as if the speed button had been pressed. Thank you, divine doctor. A great favor. I can't thank you enough. Lu Jinan first thanked him, then hugged Professor Wang and rushed towards the outside of the theater like a madman. After the other guy left, Lu Chen went back behind the curtain and continued to grab medicine for people. Will patient 162, Kithian, please come up for questioning. Li Jingya took the microphone and said. 10 minutes later, Yunhai City's Central Hospital. In the operating room, the dean, chief of surgery, and all the attending surgeons were present. Looking at the operating table, Professor Wang's bull-sized scar on his left chest, they were all in a cold sweat, shivering. They knew better than anyone what Prof. Wang was. Back then, even though he was imprisoned for 2 years by the pretty country, he still insisted on returning to his country to teach medical skills for the benefit of the people of the Dragon Country. Nowadays, the famous disciples are all over the country in tertiary hospitals and universities. Such a national treasure. If it dies in their hospital, what consequences the crowd is about to face? The answer is self-evident. The head of surgery looked at the wounds on Professor Wang's body and said in a trembling tone, I've never seen a case like this in the decades since the hospital was built. The wound is just too big. It's almost touching the heart. There's no way to operate. At that, Dean's voice trembled. I'm just asking if you can save it? The attending physician looked alarmed. I can't guarantee it. Hearing his reply, the dean's voice was icy cold. If Professor Wang dies in our hospital, I'm sure everyone knows what the consequences will be. When the time comes, none of us will be able to escape, and we'll all be jerked off from top to bottom. And just then, a nurse ran in and shouted on her cell phone, Dean, there's a call for you from the president of Concordia Hospital in Longhua. Dean's heart tightened when he heard the identity of the caller. He didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly picked it up and pressed the answer button. Before he could open his mouth, the other party said in an urgent tone, I'm the president of the Concordia Hospital of the Dragon Kingdom. I demand that you open the live video broadcast immediately, and the Concordia Hospital of the Dragon Kingdom will assist in the entire process of saving Prof. Wang's life. Upon hearing this, the dean said in a cold sweat, Yes, I'll open it right now. The phone just hung up. Tick-tock. Another call came in. Dean pressed the answer button again and an old voice came from inside. I am the dean of the medical school of the Longhua University of Science and Technology, Chen Qinglong. I demand that you open the teleconference immediately. We will assist in the entirety of Professor Wang's surgery this time. Roger, Dean Chen. Hang up. Dean was thoroughly sweating. And what made him even more nervous was yet to come. Leaders of famous universities such as Magic City Medical University and Longhua University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, one by one all called. While inquiring about Prof. Wang's condition, he also asked for remote-assisted treatment. One time, in the face of so many bigots, Professor Wang was so nervous that he was shaking out his urine. And when the remote video conference opened, the face of one of the biggest names in medicine appeared. and behind each of the big names stands the top thoracic surgery team in their hospital or medical school. When these teams saw Professor Wang's wounds, all of a sudden, one of them was incredibly frightened. Scalp numbness. All of them immediately formulated a treatment plan for Prof. Wang's condition. But 10 minutes passed. Everyone lowered their heads, their hands at their sides, not knowing how to react. In the video conference, these Dana looked at Prof. Wang on the operating table and all of them reddened their eyes. For them, Prof. Wang not only taught them medical skills, what's more, it teaches them to be human beings, and is a light of enlightenment on the road of life. They also wanted to do their best to save Prof. Wang, but the wounds were really serious. After the dean was told that it could not be saved, he walked out of the operating room and told Ryu Jinnan the results in a trembling voice. When Liu Jinnan heard it, his face was as dark as ink and he was silent for a long time. In the middle of the day, he gritted his teeth and said, "No, I must find that divine doctor." Now perhaps only this divine doctor has the means to pull old Wang back from the ghost gate. Lu Yun, who was on the side, sniffed and said with red eyes, "But that divine doctor is a Chinese medicine practitioner. How could he do a Western surgery?" "Couldn't care less," Liu Jinnan said with a resolute face. "No matter what, I can't just watch old Wang die in the operating room." "Say it." Ryu Jinnan rushed towards the stairs and Ryu Yun followed closely. The grandparents and grandchildren took a cab at the door and drove to the theater at a rapid pace. However, when they arrived at the theater, they found it long empty. Looking at the empty seats and stage, as if Liu Jinnan had lost all his strength, his body went limp and nearly fell to the ground. Sitting on the steps, Liu Jinnan looked at the one sent by Prof. Wang, the photo of him and the divine doctor. Fingers on Professor Wang's face gently stroking. Cannot help but old tears. And just then, Ryu Yun's eyes suddenly widened when she saw the appearance of the divine doctor in the photo. She was filled with shock and covered her mouth in disbelief. How could the divine doctor be him? You know him? Hearing this, Liu Jinnan raised his head and asked. Liu Yun took a long breath and said in a somewhat trembling tone, "Grandpa, this divine doctor, beside Professor Wang, it is the future heir of the Liu family, Liu Chen." Hearing these words, Liu Jinnan's pupils instantly widened as if he had suffered a bolt from the blue. What? How he couldn't believe it. This benefactor who saved his life twice, a divine doctor who cures patients for free, and even a saint who was honored by patients as a living Buddha. Surprisingly, it was the same black family that he had loathed for half his life, a descendant of the Liu family. At that moment, Liu Jinnan swished and stood up. "Go to Liu's house. Seek medical attention," Liu Jinnan said with a firm gaze. At this moment, the White family manor, the living room, Elder Bai was walking back and forth in the house as if he were an ant on a hot pan, his face anxious. Every now and then he looked to the door as if expecting something. And at that moment, a steward ran in and said, "Elder Bai, there's a group of people outside who want to see you. About a dozen men who claim to be your comrades in arms." Hearing this, Elder Bai was excited. "A dozen? Quick, invite them in," Elder Bai said excitedly. He had clearly invited only one comrade in arms in order to talk to Liu Jinnan. Now a dozen came down. So many people to plead for mercy. He did not believe that Liu Jinnan is still not soft. "Yes," the butler answered. Subsequently, under the butler's enthusiastic leadership, a dozen or so old men with graying temples entered the Bai family manor, laughing and joking. Chapter 77, Blow Him Out. Seeing this, Elder Bai and Bai Ingtian personally went forward to greet them. An old comrade at the head of the group said with a smile when he saw Elder Bai, "Old White, don't blame me for my leaky mouth. When the brothers found out about you, they all came to help you. I couldn't even stop them." Upon hearing this, Elder Bai was filled with joy. "Old Joe, what are you talking about? All of you old comrades have come to help my Bai family. I'm more than happy. In the future, if you all have something to ask for, the White family will answer any request." These old men, all of whom were once soldiers under the hands of Liu Jinnan, were quite attached to the old chief. After the war, they stayed in the capital to develop their respective families. Nowadays, all of them are famous and powerful. Hearing Elder Bai's words, the old comrade said, "Old Bai, you're not being polite. What's the point of saying such polite things to the brothers?" "That's right, back then we were brothers to the death. What's wrong with doing you a favor? In my opinion, there's no need for the old chief to step in at all. If these people of ours stop by the Liu family, that old boy Liu Jixian will have to tremble." The crowd finished talking. Old Zhou, who was at the head, waved his hand and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go directly to the Liu family for tea. Not only do we have to make Liu Chen and Yuer renew their engagement, but we also have to make him make a new photolithography machine and hand it over, fulfilling Ing Tian's lifelong wish." Hearing old Zhou's words, Bai Ing Tian was incredibly excited, revealing 2 rows of large teeth and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Elder Bai was also grateful and said, "Thank you all. This favor, I'll keep it." Say it. The people came to the door and rode in the special car arranged by the White family. Immediately afterward, a dozen Maybachs were in a row, driving towards the Lu family villa in a voluminous manner. Meanwhile, the Lu family villa. After Lu Chen returned home, he laid down on his bed and opened his system panel. Host, Lu Chen. Functional state of the body, perfect. Remaining life, 151 days to 14 hours, 26 minutes, 33 seconds. Martial arts mastery, LV10. Max. World class. Math literacy, LV10. Max. World class. Physical knowledge ability, LV10. Max. World class. Chemistry knowledge ability, LV10. Max. World class. Biological knowledge ability, LV10. Max. World class. Pharmacology ability, LV10. Max. World class. Cardiac surgery ability, LV10. Max. World class. Language knowledge skills, LV7. 28% experience, master. English language proficiency, LV4. 91% experience, proficient. Skills, golden pupil. Photolithography crafting. 1,000 faces. Backpacks, none. Side quest, ongoing start a university. Or become the president of one. Well, it's been a productive week. The lifespan gained from reading books plus treating patients plus photolithography papers adds a full 102 days. Yes, the thought of being one step closer to his small goal of living 100 years excited Lu Chen. His mind energized, he immediately pulled out his language book and lay down on his bed to read it. Outside the door, Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan pressed their ears to the door and couldn't help but frown when they heard Lu Chen shout, "What's our son doing in the house?" Lu Guilan said worriedly, "What else can I do? Boys of that age are generally more wasted paper," Lu Zhixiong said in a serious manner. Just then, the butler hurried in. "Master, ma'am, the White family they..." Before he could finish his words, he saw that Lu Zhixiong and his wife were eavesdropping. The butler froze. One time, the atmosphere turned a little awkward. Lu Zhixiong husband and wife were startled, then walked to the living room sofa unhurriedly and said slowly, "What are the Whites doing here again?" "I don't know. Let them in first." Lu Zhixiong nodded at the butler and signaled to open the door. "Yes," the butler said respectfully. Not a moment later, Elder Bai was pushed in by Bai Yingtian, followed by a dozen old men. Looking at the dozen or so old people in front of him, Lu Zhixiong asked in disbelief, "Elder Bai, what do you mean by that? My house is not a nursing home and does not take in the elderly." Hearing Lu Zhixiong's words, Elder Bai revealed a leathery expression as he pointed at his old comrades and introduced them one by one. Elder Li, in charge of business administration operations in all areas of the capital. Elder Lu, in charge of security and stability in the capital. Gao Lao, in charge of. Elder Bai introduced without moving, and as he told the identities of these people one by one, Lu Zhixiong could not help but stare in disbelief. Slowly standing up, "These people in front of me are in charge of almost every department in the entire capital." At this moment, he finally realized that Elder Bai had come to show off his muscles. Although Lu Zhixiong was a bit shocked inside, he still said with a calm face, "Elder Bai, if there's something you want to talk about, there's no need to make it so troublesome." Upon hearing this, Elder Bai revealed a mysterious smile and said, "The Lu family head has taken care of the Lu group in a well-organized manner. His ability is not inferior to your father's in the slightest, and he naturally knows how to grasp the situation. Now you've seen it all. My old comrades in arms are all extraordinary and in good standing. If you and my two families continue to marry, the Lu family and the Bai family will surely prosper. The future is promising." Lu Zhixiong sort of heard it, dare to still come for the marriage. "As I said, there are some things that Xiao Chen can decide on his own. If Xiao Chen doesn't agree, there's nothing I can do." With those words, Old Zhou snorted coldly and pointed at Lu Zhixiong in a series of words. "Lu family master, don't think that your son is so great. As far as I know, the capital has formed an organization that specializes in fighting the Lu family, so I'm sure you've already experienced what the other side is capable of. This organization, as it happens, has some ties to our old chief. And our old chief, he doesn't care what photolithography machine or foot washing machine your son researched. He only cares about the evil deeds your Lu family used to do. What's more, your son researched photolithography and didn't turn it over to the state. What does your Lu family have to be proud of in this situation?" Hear this, Lu Zhixiong's heart sank. How could he not remember? Earlier, at Bar Zero, it was the only time in all his years that he felt helpless and panicked. "Your old chief, which one is it?" Lu Zhixiong asked with a serious face. "Capital City Lu family. Lu Zhennan." Hear the name. Lu Zhixiong instantly widened his eyes, his expression astonished. This Lu family, since Lu Chen's grandfather's generation, Both sides had fought. There were several times that the Lu family nearly fell into the hands of Lu Jinan. Later, if the other side hadn't been so sick, I'm afraid it's questionable whether the Lu family can make it this far. Please sit down. Everyone. Butler, watch the tea. Lu Zhixiong knew what was at stake and said in a change of pace. Old Zhou looked in his eyes and smiled gently, smugly and incomparably. Lu family master, you're really fast at changing your face. Just a moment ago, they were indifferent, but now they are incomparably enthusiastic, worthy of being the Lu family in my eyes. This statement was made. Lu Zhixiong's face was a bit ugly. This wave, which could be described as writing the face output, was no different from pointing his nose and swearing at him, but in order to make things clear, Lu Zhixiong could only hold back for the time being, forcing out a smile and saying, Uncle Zhou is joking. Humph. Old Zhou snorted coldly, walked to the sofa with a high heel, and sat down. Elder Bai and the rest of his old comrades followed suit and sat on the sofa. At this point, just as the maid was about to pour tea for the crowd, Old Chow started to make a scene. I trouble you to pour the tea yourself, Lu family master. When those words were uttered, all of a sudden, the atmosphere around them was incredibly awkward. Everyone shifted their gazes and looked at Lu Zhixiong in unison, only to see, Lu Zhixiong's face was gloomy, the word anger written on his face, as if he was going to throw a fit the next second. However, Lu Zhixiong paused for a few seconds before, in the end, reason overcame anger. He obediently took the teapot from the servant's hand, came to the crowd, and was about to pour the tea. Next, Old Zhou raised his palm and said coldly, Stop. What again? Lu Zhixiong said with slight dissatisfaction. Old Zhou sneered and pointed at the White family's bodyguards at the door, saying, It's not easy for these bodyguards to protect Elder Bai every day, so please trouble family master Lu to pour tea for them first. Hear that? Lu Zhixiong's face darkened to the extreme, gnashing his teeth in anger, the hand holding the teapot shaking. He, the chairman of the Lu group and the head of the Lu family, had to pour tea for an inferior. If this gets out, how will he look? Pop. Lu Zhixiong slammed the teapot hard on the table and stared angrily at Old Zhou. Silent. Ha. Seeing this, Old Zhou smiled and said towards his comrades around him, Brothers, I heard that our old chief's cancer was cured by a miracle healer. Not only are they alive and well today, but people are in Cloudsea City at this very moment. I heard that decades ago, the old chief nearly uprooted the Lu family several times. You guys say, after the old chief gets better, will he continue to eradicate the Lu family as he did back then? The comrades understood and knew that he was sidetracking Lu Zhixiong, and one of them laughed. That's for sure. The old chief has always been cynical. How could he put up with a thorn in his side? The old chief is truly blessed with a great life. Someday we must go to the capital to visit his old man. That's right. When we blow the wind in the old chief's ear, maybe the Lu family will be gone in a whoosh. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the words of these people, the anger in Lu Zhixiong's heart went straight to the sky, and he could not wait to raise the teapot and pour boiling water on these people. At this time, Lu Guilan pushed Lu Zhixiong and whispered, Think about little morning. Hearing his son's name, Lu Zhixiong's taut nerves began to slowly relax, and his face gradually returned to normal. He then carried the teapot and slowly walked towards the bodyguard at the door. At this moment, the corners of Elder Bai's mouth were harder to suppress than AK's, and he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. The anger that had accumulated before was completely released at this moment, just as Lu Zhixiong was about to pour tea for the bodyguard. At that moment, the bedroom door pushed open. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen walked out from inside. Yo, so many guests in the house. It's really lively, Lu Chen said cheerfully. He was in the room to hear everything that had just happened. Seeing Lu Zhixiong actually pouring tea for the bodyguard for his own sake, that's when he didn't hold back and walked out. Morn, go back in the house. Your father is talking to someone about work. Lu Guilan waved her hand and said. Lu Chen said with a big grin. It's fine. Sooner or later, one day I'll take over the family business. It's just the right opportunity to sit in and learn. Saying that, in the icy gaze of the crowd, Lu Chen walked straight towards Old Zhou and said with a smile. This old man, please take a seat to the side. You're the one who takes up the most space on the entire couch. And your ass is so big, you've got a lot of in it, don't you? This statement was made. In an instant, everyone's eyes went black. Lao Zhou? Elder Bai as well as these people were confused. This kid really didn't have any eyes at all. Your father's up to his neck in tea for the bouncer. And you turn around and say they have a big ass and a lot of? Lu family master, you have truly given birth to a good son. Old Zhou arching his fire in a conspiratorial manner. He knew that it was useless to reason with such a spoiled dude. Only Lu Zhixiong himself could make this kid suffer. However, there was no waiting for Lu Zhixiong to reply. Lu Chen then hemmed and hawed. Old uncle is right. I also think my father has given birth to a good son. It's just a shame. Your father was not so fortunate as to give birth to a turtle. Hear that? The aging Cho began to run through the logic quickly in his head. Lu Chen's father gave birth to a good son. That meant that Lu Chen was complimenting himself in disguise. But his own father gave birth to a turtle. That means, reacting. Old Joe instantly stared with wide eyes, his old face red with anger, his beard straight. He clenched up his fist and slapped it hard on the table, pointing at Lu Chen and cursing. You honorless bastard! How dare you scold the old man? Have you read all your books into a dog's stomach? Old Joe blew his mustache and glared, almost jumping up. Elder Bai on the side was a bit anxious. His purpose of coming here today was only to force the Lu family to renew their engagement. As for Lu Chen's fearless temperament, he was aware of it, and he dared to dislike anyone when he mixed up. If this continued, the renewal of the engagement would have to be cancelled. Thinking of this, Elder Bai rushed forward to comfort him. Old Joe, you calm down. The child doesn't know any better. Don't bother with him in general. After saying that, he said to Lu Zhixiong, Lu family master, don't pour tea for the bodyguard. Bring the teapot over. Let Lu Chun offer Elder Joe a cup of tea and apologize. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong walked over with an expressionless face. Xiao Chen, hurry up and salute Elder Joe with a cup of tea. Saying this on his lips, Lu Zhixiong was still very happy in his heart. He'd wanted to clean up the old thing for a long time. Lu Chen did what he wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. At this time, Old Joe waved his hand and said with a cold hum, No, the boy is young and has a temper. Since the Lu family's bishop's son is incapable of doing anything, today, I'm going to teach him what the word forbearance means. Say it. Old Joe took out a cup and put it in front of Lu Chen, picking up the teapot and said, Kid, pick up the teacup. The old man will personally watch the tea for you. You're not to let go of me later, no matter where I fall. If you stand the test. What just happened? I can pretend it didn't happen. Hearing this, even a cutie also knew that Elder Joe was planning to use the name of teaching to take revenge on Lu Chen. Elder Bai and the others looked at each other and smiled. And in their hearts they couldn't help but sigh that it was still Old Joe who could straighten people out. And Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilin couldn't help but frown. How could they watch their son being tortured by the other side? Just as the couple was about to be dissuaded, Lu Chen couldn't wait to pick up the cup and said, Then I'll trouble old man to enlighten me. Humph. Old Joe snorted coldly, picked up the teapot and started pouring it into Lu Chen's cup. Clap clap clap. As the boiling water is poured into the cup, a wisp of heat rises from the cup. After a few seconds, it looked like the boiling water was about to overflow. Lu Chen suddenly raised his hands in joy and said happily, I understand what you taught me. You are trying to say that there is no need to endure anymore. The moment he lifted his hand, the boiling water fell freely towards the people around him as if it were a heavenly flower. Ow! One time, the men were wailing from the scalding, frantically slapping the boiling water from their bodies, their hands waving out stumps. To be slowed down, everyone pointed at Lu Chen and cursed. Kid, you're abusing the elderly. Assholes, truly incorrigible and rotten. Damn little Yakuza. It's lawless. Let's go find the old chief. Humph. I'll make sure your Lu family dies without a burial place. With that said, the group of people went out in a huff. Elder Bai was also incomparably angry and said as he walked outside, Lu family master, since you're so indulgent with your sinful son, then don't blame me for being merciless. From today onwards, the Bai family will never have any dealings with your Lu family again. Whether your Lu family lives or dies, let God decide. At those words, Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilin panicked. The couple rushed forward and kept apologizing to the crowd. But no matter what they said, the dozen or so old men were unmoved and headed out without looking back. And just then, crunch, a cab that stopped in front of the Lu family villa. Immediately afterward, the car door opened and Lu Jinan stepped down from the car with an anxious face. Seeing this scene, Elder Bai's heart rejoiced and said towards his comrades, This is how I know that the old chief has a knife's mouth and a tofu heart, and that he won't say yes on his lips, but secretly sneaks in, doesn't he? With that, he slid his wheelchair and stepped forward. Old chief, I've already figured out that I'm no longer in a marriage with the Lu family. You are right. As long as the Lu family is not removed, the people will not have peace. However, when he came to Lu Jinan, without even looking, Lu Jinan raised his leg and stomped on Elder Bai's wheelchair. At that moment, his wheelchair could not even be braked as if it was equipped with a motor, and he ran a few meters away with his wheelchair. Immediately afterward, Lu Jinan shouted towards the Lu family villa. Me, Ryu Jinnan, seeking an audience with Lu Chen. Hearing the other party's words, in an instant, everyone was dumbstruck, jaw-dropping, incredibly shocking. Hearing Lu Jinan's words, one time, Lu Zhixiong, Elder Bai, Old Joe, and everyone else present were all dumbfounded one by one, clueless. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief, and the shock on their faces could no longer be described in words. What amazing machine has our son invented again? In the courtyard, Lu Zhixiong was filled with confusion. He vaguely remembered that back then, his father had almost consumed half of his life in order to fight with Lu Zhinan. If it wasn't for this Lu Zhinan, Grandpa Lu Chen would have lived at least 10 more years. But now, this Lu family's mortal enemy, but stood at the door of his own house, with an anxious face, begging to see his son. What's the matter with you, old chief? Old chief, are you confused? Lu Chen is a descendant of the Lu family. At the door, Elder Bai and Old Zhou said with surprised faces. In everyone's mind, Lu Zhinan was the Lu family's nemesis. Cynical as he was, he couldn't wait for the Lu family to disappear from this world immediately. But it's such a person. Now they were standing at the door of Lu's house, shouting and begging to see Lu Chen. It's a pipe dream. Just when everyone was both puzzled and shocked, only to see that Lu Zhinan ignored all the people around him as if they were air. Instead, he ripped out his voice and continued to shout. Me, Ryu Jinnan, seeking an audience with Lu Chen. Seeking an audience with Lu Chen. Seeking an audience with Lu Chen. Lu Zhinan shouted 3 times in a row, his voice deafening. The tone of his voice also became more anxious. At this moment, Lu Chen, who had gone back to his bedroom to read a book, heard this voice. He couldn't help but open the window to see who the hell was screaming. When his eyes touched Lu Zhinan, he instantly recognized that this person was the consumptive old man who had invited himself out in the theater. What's with all the chasing to the house? Lu Chen was speechless. Hold yourself back from reading half a day's worth of books just at the theater, and now they're coming into the house and harassing themselves. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but get a little angry and opened the window to shout. Old uncle, I've already given you enough face. Isn't it a bit much to chase you to your home? I don't see it. You hurry up. As Lu Chen roared out a few times. Shasta, Elder Bai and Old Zhou and the others were all stunned. Everyone's mouths opened into an O shape and their jaws almost smashed to the ground. What kind of magical plot is this? What kind of abstract play is this? Shouldn't it be logical that the Lu family should seek an audience with Lu Zhinan? It's just as well to reverse the Big Dipper. Lu Chen is still missing? What the hell is going on here? Old chief, what the hell is going on? Old Zhou and the others stood in front of Lu Zhinan and asked with an anxious face. Lu Zhinan couldn't be bothered to explain to these people. All he could think of was, bring Lu Chen to the hospital to rescue Professor Wang. Just see. The next moment, Lu Zhinan pushed away Old Zhou and the others in front of him, with the air of breaking into the Lu family villa. Lu Chen, hurry up and come out. Just think of it as old man begging you. Human life is at stake. The crowd was utterly speechless. How come you can't see Lu Chen and you have to die? Miss him that much? The few bodyguards at the door saw that Lu Zhinan was going to force his way in. They looked at Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan in unison. The meaning is simple. To stop or not to stop? Stop the words. Cootie. It can also be seen that this old man's identity is not simple. Even the Bai family members are respectful to him. If you don't stop it, you're not doing your job as a bodyguard and you look unprofessional. So they could only ask Lu Zhixiong to see what the other party meant. And Lu Zhixiong couldn't make up his mind. Who dares to touch this old man? Xiao Chen. What are you going to do? Lu Zhixiong shouted towards the house. The words just fell. Lu Chen's strange voice came from inside the bedroom. What do we do? This old man is going to break into our house. Is that going to work? Lu Chen was also puzzled. Why did Lu Zhixiong ask himself such a simple question? Their house isn't People's Park. This old man is like a bandit. If we don't stop him, should we let him go in and take a nap? Blast him out. Lu Chen said heavily. Chapter 78 is not pigeons. You're doing surgery like this, aren't you? At those words, Lu Zhixiong couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards the window. That's son. That's awesome. But back then, if Grandpa Lu Chun was half as arrogant as he is now, he wouldn't have lived 10 years less. And when Elder Bai and Old Zhou and the others heard this, they couldn't stand up and said anxiously, Old Chief, how can you pull such a big face in front of the Lu family? That's right. If this gets out, won't you let people laugh at you in the future? Old Chief, let's hurry. The people were persuaded by the words of the crowd. However, the next scene that made everyone's teeth drop in shock happened, only to see Lu Zhinan legs bent toward the bedroom window. Papa kneel down. This kneeling gave Elder Bai and Lao Zhou and the others a fright, and the duodenum almost came out of their mouths. Before they could react, Lu Zhinan shouted again, Lu Chen, divine doctor, please save my friend. Professor Wang is lying on the operating table dying. Hear these words. In the bedroom, Lu Chen revealed an expression of dawning realization. Oh, if you want to save someone, don't say so. Thought he was here to invite himself out again. Thus, Lu Chen carried a language book in his pocket and slowly arrived at the gate. "Come on, I'll walk you to the hospital," Lu Chen said indifferently. He remembered that the old man's friend was injured in his chest, and it just so happened that a full level of cardiac surgery ability could swipe some rewards. Seeing Lu Chen agree, Lu Jinan was trembling with excitement. Quickly, the divine doctor, please get in the car." Lu Jinan personally opened the car door and said. Lu Chen nodded and sat his butt in the back row. Lu Jinan did not dare to delay at all. Stepping into his senior years, he made a catapult start and jumped directly into the co-pilot. Then the door closed. The cab issued a ong roar, quickly rushed towards the Yunhai City's Central Hospital. In place, only some car exhaust was left behind, smothering Elder Bai and the others. Ahem. Elder Bai coughed twice and seemed to understand what was going on. It seems that something big has happened to Professor Wang, but what puzzles me is that Lu Chen even knows how to heal. Elder Bai was full of doubts. Despite the doubts in their minds, they couldn't care less right now. Everyone was seated in the Maybach. The driver stepped on the gas, and the car drove in the direction Lu Jinan had left. Behind them, Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilin looked at the backs of the departing crowd. The couple fell into a long shock. After Lu Chen got into the car, he realized that the person sitting next to him was the class teacher. Lu Yun. "Mr. Ru, what are you doing here?" Lu Chen marveled. Lu Yun smiled faintly and pointed at Lu Jinan. "Because he's my grandfather." At those words, Lu Chen couldn't help but stare. It turns out that the netizen, Ryu Ruyan, is her own homeroom teacher, Ryu Yun. It's a small world too. At this point, Lu Yun said, "Lu Chun, you're really deep. Not only is he gifted in math, but he invented the photolithography machine, and even his medical skills are amazing. A talent like yours will shine wherever you go. So, have you decided which college you want to go to in the future?" Ryuyan asked with an expectant look on her face. Lu Chen nodded and said decisively, "Think about it. I decided to go to Three Forks Career and Technical College." Ryuyan. After the last home visit, she knew Lu Chen's family environment and how abstract it was. Thus, Ryuyan sighed helplessly and didn't say anything more. Co-pilot, Lu Jinan looked at Lu Chen through the rearview mirror with a complicated expression. Through the last 2 days, he realized that Lu Chen was a far cry from the dude he had imagined. On the one hand, there was the obsession in his heart to eradicate the black family. On the one hand, it was a recognition of Lu Chen's character and ability. The two crossed, Lu Jinan cannot help but fall into a deep tangle. In a short while, the car arrived at the Yunhai City's Central Hospital. With the three of them on fire, they ran inside. Soon they arrived at the door of the operating room. "Elder Lu, is this the divine doctor you were talking about? This is too young, isn't it?" "Yeah, doesn't look like he's even 20 yet. Taking the entrance exam?" "Elder Lu, why don't you reconsider?" The physicians looked at the boyish Lu Chen with a shocked expression. Lu Jinnan's eyes were firm as he said, "If the divine doctor's surgery fails, all the consequences will be borne by me." This statement was made. The physicians pulled Lu Chen's arm for fear that he would run away. "There's no need to reconsider, Elder Lu. Just let the divine doctor do the surgery." "Divine doctor, inside please." After Ryu Jinan convinced them, Lu Chen changed into his surgical gown and with a mask, he slowly entered the operating room. Walking into the operating room, I saw Professor Wang lying on the operating table, his face pale and his lips purple. His chest presented a bowl-shaped scar, and there was not a trace of blood on his body. And right in front of the operating table, there was a computer with a video conference open. The meeting brought together almost all the big names in thoracic surgery in the country. The moment, the bigwigs were amazed to see Lu Chen so young. "President of Rokoku Kyowa Hospital, may I ask where you are employed?" Lu Chen replied as he prepared for the surgical work. "The 13th Middle School in Yunhai City." Hearing Lu Chen's reply, "Shasta," the crowd showed their astonishment. This man who was about to operate on Prof. Wang, a middle school student? But the thought that it was Lu Jinan who recommended the divine doctor. None of them could say anything else. At that moment, the dean of the medical school of the Dragon Medical University asked, "Excuse me, have you ever had this type of surgery before?" "Hear the question," Lu Chen said indifferently while observing the dean's wounds. "No, I've always been a Chinese medicine practitioner before, so where's the chance for surgery?" This statement was made. All the big men went black before their eyes. "President of Longhua Concord Hospital, what the hell? Chinese medicine? President of Magic City Medical University, what a joke." Is Elder Lu confused? How can he let a Chinese doctor perform surgery on Professor Wang, Dean of the Rokoku University of Science and Technology Medical School? "I demand that the operation be stopped immediately." Seeing everyone's unanimous opposition, Lu Chen raised his head and said expressionlessly, "Stop the surgery. Are you being asked to save this patient? If you can save it, Why else would the old man bother with me? Lu Chen asked 2 questions in succession. When the bigwigs in the conference room heard this, they all fell silent one by one. Lu Chen is right. Even if Lu Chen didn't do this surgery, Professor Wang would still be dead. As it is, the crowd can only beat a dead horse. At that moment, Lu Chen shouted towards the doctors in the room. Blade 11. The sudden voice caused the doctors to faintly stare. Look at the gesture. It looks like some professionalism? Snap. A number 11 blade was handed over. Lu Chen continued. Hemostat. The doctors rushed to rummage for tools. Snap. Another hemostat was handed over. Afterward, Lu Chen faintly said, bring over a lazy boy holder and remember to sterilize it. Hear the request. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Lazy boy stand. Isn't it a tool for watching movies while lying in bed and for putting your phone on? What do you need this for heart surgery? Despite the disbelief in the crowd, they went through the entire hospital and borrowed a stent from a patient. Here comes the brace, the attending physician said as he handed it over. Thanks. Lu Chen thanked him and gently placed the stent next to the operating table. Then as if by magic, he pulled a language book from his pocket and placed it on the stand. Immediately after, Lu Chen was doing the surgery while vibrantly reciting it. The late emperor was not yet halfway through his business, but he collapsed in the middle of the road. Doctors? The bigwigs in the conference room? The dean, the attending physician, and the bigwigs in the conference room all looked dumbfounded at this scene. Is this kid that abstract? The one surgery that the nation's thoracic surgeons have their hands full with. And you're here memorizing a language text? So much love for learning. So you're doing well in school? President of the Rokoku Union Hospital, this is nonsense. What kind of person memorizes language books for surgery? President of Magic City Medical University. Young man, please stop your current outrageous behavior immediately. Dean of the Medical School of the Dragon University of Science and Technology, kid. If you can't get Professor Wang back, I'll make sure you eat your words. They were so loud, it broke Lu Chen's thoughts of memorizing the book. Immediately, Lu Chen said with dissatisfaction, as a doctor, don't you know that when you're doing surgery, you should never influence the mind of the person doing the surgery? If I am distracted by your yelling and thus the operation fails, may I ask which of you will bear the consequences of this? Hearing Lu Chen's condemnation, the crowd was speechless. Do you have a heart to share? Seeing that they were no longer bothering him, Lu Chen looked at the dean and asked, do you have a radio here? Typically, some doctors ease the tension by playing relaxing music when they perform surgery. Yunhai City Central Hospital was no exception. And soon, the director took out a radio and asked, what kind of music do you want to hear? Lu Chen said indifferently, I'll put it on myself. As the radio beeped, Bluetooth connection successful. Next, on the radio, a voice of English came through. Hello, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. And you? Hearing conversations in English. The moment. Everyone's cerebellum is shrinking. What a strange and precious thing this treadmill is. It's okay to have surgery and memorize language books at the same time. And you can learn English conversation? Against the day. It's just too anticlimactic. For a moment, everyone in the operating room and in the conference video was silent. At this moment, they only hoped that Professor Wang wouldn't be played to death by this little yakuza. By this point, the preoperative preparations were in place. The next step is to get down to business and operate. See only. Lu Chen gently raised the scalpel and aimed it at Professor Wang on the operating table. With a poof, the blade plunged straight into Professor Wang's chest. The crowd saw the scene and burst. Everyone's heart went cold. They all knew that this surgery was one of the biggest difficulties. It's that the wound is very close to the heart, just a fraction of a millimeter. At this distance, but if the hand shakes a little, or the force is not controlled properly, once stabbed in the heart, Prof. Wang will completely drink the Northwest. RIP. When Lu Chen cut through the skin as well as the subcutaneous tissue, everyone held their breath and looked toward the wound. Just see that the distance control is perfect. Neither deep, it's not shallow either. Phew. The crowd breathed a long sigh of relief at the sight. President of Longhua Concord Hospital, I didn't expect this teenager's technique to be so steady. He's really a good natural with a scalpel. Dean of the Western College of Longhua University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, yes, with a precision of 0 millimeters. I'm afraid even the most sophisticated AI machines in the world can't do it. President of Magic City Medical University. Let's not get too happy. Cutting the skin is only the first step. The next one is the hardest. They had analyzed the injuries before. And in addition to a large bowl-shaped wound on Professor Wang's chest, there were many small, dense wounds around it. These dense little wounds were all controlled by Lu Chen's medicinal powder, forming a weak mucous membrane that controlled the amount of bleeding. Because of this, Prof. Wang didn't bleed to death. But as soon as any one of these wounds is sutured, the mucous membrane at all the other wounds is bound to be stretched and broken. By then, Without the mucous membrane, blood will immediately gush out. If he can't sew up all the dozen wounds within a minute, Prof. Juan will still bleed to death. But know this, when blood spurts out, it covers all the wounds and there's no way to get at them. President of the Concordia Hospital in Longwei, unless this young man's technique is so light that he can sew up the remaining wounds one after the other, as long as the mucous membranes at the other wounds don't break up. President of the Magic City Medical University. Just now, this teenager showed a very stable maneuver pole. Perhaps, he can really bring us a miracle. Dean of the Western College of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Longwei University of Chinese Medicine. Young man, go for it, I believe in you. The bigwigs in the conference video once again held their breath, each with their eyes fixed on Lu Chen, their eyes full of anticipation. In the operating room, the dean and several attending physicians also didn't dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing Lu Chen. With the crowd watching, Lu Chen looked at the language book while listening to the English conversation. The southern village group of children bullied me into old age and powerlessness. Turn to play with me. Immediately afterward, the needle and thread were picked up and lanced to one of the wounds. Stab. It was accompanied by the sound of a needle point penetrating flesh. Next, put. The mucous membranes at a dozen wounds were all torn apart. A dozen tall columns of blood erupted outward. In the blink of an eye, all wounds were completely covered by blood. Seeing this scene, all of a sudden, everyone's faces turned pale, eyes alarmed. It was thought that Lu Chen could bring about a miracle. The results did not odd. Only send. Drip drip drip. The heartbeat detector signals first aid. The curve in the instrument begins to move rapidly toward a straight line. Seeing this, Dean was scared less and hurriedly pleaded towards the bigwigs in the video. Professors, Elder Ryu said, if the divine doctor's surgery fails, he will bear all the consequences. So don't blame our hospital for Professor Wang's death. Folks, the dean said with a panicked look on his face, so scared that he almost didn't fall to his knees. Be quiet. Lu Chen glanced with his eyes and coldly said, this statement was made. Dean's heart tightened and he didn't say anything. And the scene that happened next, to the confusion of all, only to see that Lu Chen used his golden pupil to clearly see every single wound under the blood. Immediately afterward, he took the thread in his left hand and the needle in his right hand and stuck it directly into the flesh. Pins, stitching, unplugging. The hands were constantly interspersed and interlaced, and the movements were fluid. Swish swish swish. In the eyes of the crowd, Lu Chen's hand almost swung out of a stump, and his two arms were hanging in a knot. Yikes! Drink! Wakey wakey! Lu Chen made a sound as he stitched it up. About a couple dozen seconds later, Lu Chen stopped moving and let out a long breath. Phew! The hardest stage is finally done. As the words were uttered, Professor Wang stopped hemorrhaging and his heartbeat detector gradually returned to normal. At this moment, the people in the operating room, as well as the deans in the live video stream, were all dumbfounded one by one. Recalling the scene just now, everyone was filled with shock and their eyes were filled with shock. The surgery is not over yet. There is still some finishing work left to sew the epidermis back on, but the difficulty is so low that it could easily be accomplished even by having an internist come in. Wipe the sweat. Lu Chen sewed his epidermis and said without lifting his head. At that, Dean hurriedly grabbed a towel and totted over. He revealed an attentive look and personally wiped the sweat from Lu Chen's forehead. Spit, Lu Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, Dean froze slightly. Not daring to be slow, he whirled around and turned back with a small plastic cup. Lu Chen twisted his head slightly. Ha bah! A big spit over it. Wow! Dean was doused directly. The crowd was confused. What is this amazing amount of saliva? I'm afraid I've spit out all the water I've been drinking for a month. When Lu Chen sewed on the last layer of epidermal tissue, the surgery is considered complete. The next step is just to rest and recuperate. Lu Chen put the scalpel aside and said softly. At this moment, the deans in the live video stream had been shocked, all speechless and dumbfounded. Half a day later, Longboy Concord Hospital President, what just happened? I didn't see it at all. Dean of the School of Medicine at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine in Longwei, not only did this young man sew up all of a dozen wounds in just a few tens of seconds, but he did it blindly the entire time, which is simply amazing. President of Harbin Medical University, obviously a Chinese medicine practitioner, but also possesses such a powerful art in Western medicine. Really young and talented. Principal of Magic City Medical University, young man, consider joining our team. Our school needs people like you. President of Longboy Concord Hospital, excessive. Prof. Wang hasn't even woken up yet. And you've started robbing people? President of Magic City Medical University, so what? First come, first served. Whoever grabs it counts. President of Longboy Concord Hospital, our school has the top medical equipment and talent resources in the country. And as long as the young man is willing to come, I guarantee that he will be able to become the best physician in the country. president of Magic City Medical University. We have money in our school, and if the young man is willing, I can let him study at various prestigious schools around the world and become the best physician in the world. President of Concordia Hospital in the Dragon Kingdom, you fart. President of Magic City Medical University, you shut up. The deans of the other schools know that they can't grab these two prestigious schools, so they simply all kept quiet and watched the action in silence. Sting successfully saved a patient through cardiac surgery ability. Bonus, lifespan plus 24 hours. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen's heart was delighted. In less than 5 minutes, you gained a day's life. Well, it wasn't a wasted trip. Here are a few pairs of Chinese herbs. Remember to have the patient take them when he wakes up. Lu Chen threw out a few packets of herbs. Then, ignoring the shouts of several deans in the video, he left the operating room without looking back. When Lu Chen came outside, Lu Jinnan rushed up and asked anxiously, Dr. God, has the surgery begun? Lu Chen said expressionlessly, it's over. The operation was a success. When these words came out, Lu Jinnan was shocked. After returning to his senses, he said with a face full of excitement, worthy of being a divine doctor. You really are Hua Tuwa in the world. Wonderful hands. There was a time when he thought, for a moment, that Prof. Wang, a national treasure, was going to leave this world. If that was the case, it would not only be a loss for the Dragon Kingdom, but his heart would also feel guilty for the rest of his life. Divine Doctor, feel free to ask for anything you want. I promise to go and fulfill it. Lu Jinnan said with a grateful face. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen said without changing his face, if you're not sick later, don't bother me. Strike that. Lu Chen took the language book and left his spot, heading towards the hospital gate. Looking at Lu Chen's back, Lu Jinnan had a complicated expression. Such a pure heart, cleanliness of a holy doctor. Why is it the Lu family son? He sighed slowly, and that's when it happened. Ding, ding, ding. Lu Jinnan's phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. When he saw the name on the cell phone, all of a sudden, Lu Jinnan panicked a little. He didn't dare to slow down and immediately pressed the answer button. Trembling, MS, Tang, Tang. On the phone, a cold woman's voice came. Well, how is Professor Wang's injury? Hear that. Lu Jinnan's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss Tang, you're far away from pretty country. How could you know what happened in Yunhai City? The phone answered slowly. Is that weird? Ryu Jinnan soothed his nervousness and replied. No, not surprising. Professor Wang has been cured by a pure passerby. This passerby's medical skills are quite remarkable. I'm afraid no one in the world can match them. Lu Jinnan had wanted to say Lu Chen, but considered the identity of the woman on the phone. He still changed his mind. However, the woman's voice was emotionless when she heard Lu Jinnan's words. You don't have to hide it. I know that the divine doctor is Lu Chen of the Lu family. I also know that Lu Chen invented the photolithography machine and is gifted in math. After a pause, the woman continued. Dear mission, temporarily suspended. I've received news that various prestigious schools around the world have already sent people traveling to the Dragon Kingdom to specially recruit Lu Chen. What you guys have to do now is to stabilize him and not let Lu Chen leave the country no matter what. When he spits out the photolithography and medical stuff, at that point, the dear mission restarts, the woman said in a flurry of words, her tone methodical. Yes, Lu Jinnan answered. Then the words turned. Some hesitation asked, MS, Tang, are you really sure? Was the Lu family involved in the Tang family's extermination tragedy back then? Lu Chen is a talent. The words were not finished. Lu Jinnan realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered his mouth as cold sweat swished down. Fruity. The woman on the phone got angry and sneered. Old Willow, you've worked hard for the Dragon Kingdom all your life, and you have a great reputation. It's almost time to go into the ground, so don't get on the wrong team at this juncture and ruin a lifetime of fame. With those words, Yanagi Jinnan's sweat almost beat through his shirt, and his teeth chattered straight away as he said, Yes, 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 I know what you mean, MS, Tang, don't worry, I firmly support the Dragon Kingdom and you. The direction your sword is pointing is the battlefield of my old Lu. Ryu Jinnan coyly said, afraid that the woman on the phone would be displeased. Seeing that Lu Jinnan's attitude was so sincere, the woman didn't pursue the matter any further and said coldly, I'm going to head back home, so you guys get ready. Of course, don't make too much noise, just greet them normally. With that, the woman hung up, listened to the beeping on the phone. With the news that the woman was going back to her country echoing in her ears, Lu Jinnan's entire body froze in place for a long time. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Bai Yingtian pushed Elder Bai, followed by one of his comrades, to the door of the operating room. Old Chief, how is Professor Wang's health? Just as they finished speaking, they realized that Lu Jinnan's face was gloomy. The whole thing looked very unhappy. Seeing this, they thought Professor Wang was gone. Immediately, one by one, they knelt at the door of the operating room and bawled their eyes out. "Oh Professor Wang, you saved so many lives, but why won't God save your life? Professor Wang, you have a good journey. I will miss you. Don't worry, Professor Wang, your family is my family. I will take good care of them." The crowd wiped their noses and wiped their tears. At that moment, Bai Engtian got up and stood. With red eyes, he said to Lu Jinnan, "Elder Lu, I knew that Lu family kid was unreliable. He must be the one who killed Professor Wang. You have also disgraced yourself by bending your knees to Lu Chen. We must not let the Lu family go. We must bring Lu Chen to justice," Bai Engtian said with his fist raised. The words were just finished. Lu Jinnan directly lifted his foot and gave him a kick a few meters away. Cursing, "Cerebral palsy thing, get out of the way." Cursing over, Lu Jinnan pointed at these soldiers who were once under his hand and said with a helpless face, "What do you want? You old pikers. Professor Wang isn't dead. He's been revived by Lu Chen." This statement was made. Everyone stopped crying and looked at each other. They then stood up in unison. "I knew Professor Wang was blessed with a great life and would definitely not die." "Ha, you guys don't think I'm crying for real. It seems that the Lu family's kid really does have two skills," the crowd said in a chorus. At this time, Elder Bai pushed his wheelchair over and asked with some concern, "Old Chief, I've heard that there is an organization called Deer by Deer in the capital. Is that true?" He had just put down harsh words in front of Lu Zhishom that the two families would never contact each other again. But now, Lu Chen not only invented the photolithography machine, but also cured Professor Wang with his powerful medical skills. In this case, if the capital is soft-hearted, instead of pursuing the Lu family, instead, they're going to have to let the Lukes rock the boat. By that time, I am afraid it will no longer be a question of whether the two families can join forces. It's not unlikely that Lu Chen will also retaliate against the Bai family and ride over the two of them two on their heads. Only, Lu Jinnan slowly said, "Yes, it is indeed just such an organization. However, a call has just come from above and it has been decided that the Deer mission will be suspended for the time being." Hear this, Elder Bai was instantly stunned. His face extremely ugly. It was as if he had suffered 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage, and his whole body was paralyzed in the wheelchair, less alive. After slowing down, Elder Bai glared at Bai Engtian and turned his head. "Old Chief, since you no longer hate the Lu family, are you willing, then, to be the lobbyist between us and the Lu family? Yuer and Lu Chen's marriage. Only you can save it now, Elder Bai said in an urgent tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinnan's face turned cold and said expressionlessly, "Old Bai, what you should be worried about right now is not the marriage between your Bai family and the Lu family. I'm telling you, Tang Cheng has decided to return to China. In the beginning, she trusted you so much to foster the second young miss in your Bai family, but you guys lost her. This time, Tang Cheng's return to China is 80% because of second miss. At that time, if you still can't find Bai Jingying, I'll see how you can explain to her." Hearing these words, Elder Bai felt as if he had heard something extremely terrifying. The eyes were horrified and hollow. A dozen years ago, the Tang family was falsely accused by Zhang, governance opponents. The other side joined forces with evil and nearly wiped out the Tang family. Of the entire family, only the two daughters of the Tang family are left, still surviving. In order to hide from her enemies, Tang Qing fostered her sister in the Bai family while she herself traveled to the pretty country for development. And during these 10 years or so, Tang Qing had not only developed in the pretty country as if it were the world. The Tang family's reputation in the country has also long been righted. Although Tang Cheng is now abroad, as long as she returns home, the other party will be shaken up and remain the high and mighty Miss Tang. I know, Elder Bai said with some breathlessness. "Humph." Lu Jinan snorted coldly and stopped talking to him. At that moment, Professor Wang was wheeled out of the operating room. Upon seeing this, the crowd rushed forward to inquire about the situation. At this moment, pretty country, Hua Street, the top floor of a high-rise building. In the office of hundreds of square meters, there sat a woman with white skin and an unassuming temperament. Exquisite features, as if sculpted, were absolutely beautiful and overwhelming. Hot, mouth-watering, show-stopping body. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Immediately afterward, a group of people fishtailed into the room. When they came in, they stood in a row and shouted respectfully, "MS. Tang." Tang Cheng looked up at the men and nodded slightly. She then stood up, her voice resounding. "Among you people, there are top scientists in various fields and top elites who study finance. I have trained you for nearly 10 years, and now is the time to serve your country. Now that I have decided to return home, is there anyone who would like to go back with me?" Hearing Tang Qing's words, The crowd was first slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, everyone showed excitement and boiled over. MS. Tang, after waiting for so long, you finally said this. Yes, MS. Tang, we have long wanted to return to the embrace of our motherland and add to the development of the Dragon Kingdom. MS. Tang, as long as you give the order, we'll take a plane back to China with you now. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Tang Cheng revealed a look of relief. And just then, splat, the office door was again heaved open. Then several beautiful countrymen in suits walked in. A blonde man at the head of the group pulled out his work ID and said, MS. Tang, I'm from the pretty country's Secret Service. I'm very sorry to inform you that I'm afraid none of you or any of these people in the house can leave. Upon hearing this, scientists and financial elites panicked and gasped. What do you mean? Are you going to ground us just like you grounded Professor Wang? That's right. Don't you pretty countries claim that science has no borders, and this is what you call no borders? And the freest country in the world. My ass. In the face of the crowd's invective, the man from the Secret Service wasn't angry in the slightest, but instead kept his gaze fixed on Tang Cheng and said, MS. Tang, we perceive that there may be an accounting problem in your company, so we need to spend time reconciling the accounts. As for these people, we suspect that they are spies from the Dragon Kingdom. Again, it will take time to investigate, and how long it will take, I'm afraid that's unknown. I hope you understand. Chapter 79. She said all my words ah. Seeing this, Tang Cheng revealed a disdainful look. She clapped her hands, and the next second the cabinet door in her office was pushed open. Then a secretary and a couple of dragons in suits walked out. We've reconciled the company's accounts with your Secret Service a day ago, and here's the cleared document. Tang Cheng took the document handed over by the secretary and held it up in a gesture. The words fell. The few Dragon Kingdom men in suits straightened their collars and spoke in a stern tone. We are the staff of the Dragon Embassy in the pretty country. The identity of these scientists and financial elites is reasonable and legitimate. Here are their documents. If you are forcibly detaining them without cause, then the Dragon Kingdom will do whatever it takes to bring these people home. The man from the embassy handed over his credentials with a grim expression. The Secret Service staff looked at the documents and papers in front of them, and all of a sudden, everyone didn't look too good. Half a day later, the blonde man at the head of the group glared fiercely at Tang Cheng and waved his hand. Let's go. Wait for the Secret Service to leave. Scientists and financial elites all laughed out loud. It's still Miss Tang who's smart enough to know that the Secret Service is looking for trouble, so she prepared a countermeasure in advance. Miss Tang is mighty and domineering. Tang Cheng smiled slightly. Then looking to the embassy staff, he said, thanks for coming to help. The embassy staff waved their hands and laughed. No, it's us who should be thanking you for secretly cultivating cutting-edge forces for the Dragon Kingdom for so many years. MS. Tang, the plane is about to take off, and the car is ready downstairs. Please, let's get out of here before the night gets too long. At those words, Tang Cheng nodded and did not linger any longer. The group then quickly made their way downstairs to the company and got into the car. Dozens of Cadillacs were in a row, like a long dragon, rapidly heading toward the airport. In the car in the lead, Tang Cheng cupped a photo in her hand and caressed the little girl in the photo, her eyes sad. Sister, I'm back. This time, I'll never leave you again. If you look closely you will see the little girl in the photo. There are a few similarities to young Ali. At this moment, the Liu family villa, the living room. Lu Chen had just entered the house when his parents greeted him with a smile on their faces. Oops, my baby boy is back. Lu Guilan gave Lu Chen a big hug. Lu Zhixiong wrapped his hands around his chest and laughed loudly. Brat, you're really making a name for yourself now. The internet is full of names about you being a miracle doctor. Even Lu Zhennan personally paid a visit to the door. Your grandfather will definitely go crazy with joy when he finds out. Ha ha ha. With that, Lu Zhixiong raised his cell phone. What was playing inside was exactly what Lu Chen had seen when he was interviewed by a reporter at the century-old Chinese medicine store. Seeing this, Lu Chen could not help but freeze. That's not true. At that time, he had clearly used the thousand faces technique to change his appearance. How did the parents recognize themselves in this situation? However, when Lu Chen saw the image in the video, he immediately went black. See only, his face, and the name of the apothecary store, were all mosaicked. Throughout the video, only the top half of the shirt is shown, as well as the sounds made while speaking. Obviously, the couple based on this information and then combined it with what happened today. It was not difficult to deduce that the divine physician was himself. Lean North. Lu Chen was speechless. Wasn't it just that he didn't pay for the advertisement? This group of journalists is also too realistic. And online, in addition to this video interview, there's a hot phrase titled, "The Shriners Foundation for Poverty Alleviation has helped 108 people." Curious, Lu Chen clicked in to take a look. It turned out that those patients who were cured had spontaneously formed an organization called the Divine Doctor Foundation for Poverty Alleviation. All donations received by the organization will be used to build schools, and to treat people who can't afford it, among other things. The whole process is open and transparent, and not a penny is ever taken away. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. It's a good thing you're doing yourself a favor. After another round of compliments from Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilun, Lu Chen strolled back to the bedroom. Since it's still early, so Lu Chen simply picked up his language book and immersed himself in reading. At this very moment, the White Family Manor. What? Bai Jingying is not my real sister? Bai Wanyu's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Seeing his granddaughter's reaction, Elder Bai nodded unexpectedly and said, "That's right, you were 3 years old and you don't remember. Now that you're older, there's no need to keep some things from you anymore." Speaking of this, Elder Bai sighed and continued, "Tomorrow, the Tang family's eldest daughter is going back to China, and I'm going to make a trip back to the capital with your father. On Lu Chen's side, you can only rely on yourself. Good granddaughter, you must work hard. Now the future fate of our Bai family all rests on you," Elder Bai said in a serious tone. Words. Bai Wanyu nodded thoughtfully. More importantly than the fate of her family, was the fact that she had already developed a favorable impression of Lu Chen within her heart. Recalling Lu Chen's nonchalant attitude before, Bai Wanyu secretly made up her mind that she had to give Lu Chen a strong dose of medicine before she could do so. Early the next morning, Lu Chen got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and then got into the private car that was headed to the school. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the 13th middle school. Lu Chen had just opened the car door when suddenly, only to see, Bai Wanyu walked over with flowers in her hands and a few boxes of huazi inside. In the astonished gazes of the surrounding people, Bai Wanyu said with a sincere attitude, "Lu Chen, this flower is for you. I know that once it was my attitude that was wrong, and every time we met I either spoke out of turn to hurt you or pointed my finger at you. In response, I am deeply aware of my mistake and have reflected on it and corrected it. So Lu Chen, I hope you can forgive me." Looking at Huazi and the flowers, Bai Wanyu's earthy words of love echoed in his ears. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He looked at Bai Wanyu in disbelief, his entire body frozen like a wooden chicken. Half a day without saying anything. Now Lu Chen counted to know what it feels like to be blocked at the school gate to confess. It's like taking your pants off and ting in the street and flinging them around as you go. And then he shamelessly bragged about it. "Which one of you is as far away from me as I am?" Ahem. Lu Chen was embarrassed and coughed twice. He then said slowly towards Bai Wanyu, "That, and I've forgiven you. Please don't do that again. Thank you." After saying that, Lu Chen rushed towards the school. Keep in mind that it is school time and many students keep coming to the school gates. Lu Chen's head was shrinking into his neck, afraid that others would know that it was himself that Bai Wanyu had confessed to. However, Bai Wanyu was unrelenting in her pursuit. She blocked in front of Lu Chen, raised the flowers in her hand and exclaimed, "Lu Chen, please accept my flowers and forgive me." Bai Wanyu shouted at the top of her lungs. Her voice was deafening, and she couldn't help but attract the people around her to stop and watch. Okay, I'll take this flower." Feeling the hot gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen sweated and said, at the moment, directly in front, a pancake stand. The boss handed the pancakes to Li Jingya, then looked at the scene not far away and laughed joyfully. This young man, he really doesn't know what he's doing. Being chased backwards by such a pretty girl and not even agreeing. If it were my son, if he could marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law, I'm afraid I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Li Jingya took the pancakes and handed over $100. Hearing her boss's words, she looked back. See only, Lu Chen just happened to receive the flowers in Bai Wanyu's hand and stride towards the direction of the school entrance. Seeing this, Li Jingya's heart tightened and she immediately turned back. The scene just now was recalled in his mind. Both of her hands dropped to her waist and she lowered her head, her eyes turning bleak, looking a little forlorn. At that moment, the boss handed over $100 and said, "Little girl, I'm sorry, I forgot to bring change for today's stall. Why don't you take it and eat it, and then give it to me with your change when you go to school tomorrow, okay?" However, Li Jingya acted as if she didn't hear it. "Keep your head down and don't say anything." It was as if he was lost in thought. Just then, suddenly, a magnetic voice rang in her ears. "Boss, is it okay to trade these flowers and wazoo for your pancake nuts?" Hear the voice. Li Jingya's eyes widened and she hurriedly raised her head to look, only to see that Lu Chen was handing flowers to the boss with a smile on his face. His side face was very nice. At those words, the boss froze. "Young man, are you serious? This flower was given to you by that pretty little girl. Just say yes or no." "Want?" The owner picked it up with an excited look on his face. He's worked hard for half his life and he's never smoked a cigarette this good, so why wouldn't he want it? As for what that little girl thinks, the boss doesn't care. It's not like she confessed to her son. Yung let's go. Lu Chen pushed the dazed Li Jingya and said, good, Mr. Lu Chen. Li Jingya came back to her senses and said in a bit of a panic. She blushed as red as an apple, and her gaze was shy, as if her whole being was about to melt. Then dully following Lu Chen, the two of them walked side by side towards the school gate. Behind, Bai Wanyu had been quite happy that Lu Chen had accepted her flowers. That meant there was still a chance. But when she saw that Lu Chen had exchanged the flowers for pancake fruits, the joy on her face was swept away. In its place, shame and anger. Damn Lu Chen, I don't believe I can't take you. Bai Wanyu clenched her fists and said, walking into the school gates with a dark face, since Lu Chen's class was close to the school entrance. So the two of them didn't get more than a few steps before they went their separate ways, and they had just parted. Just as Li Jingya was walking towards her class, behind them, a few girls followed with a cheeky grin. Wow, Jingya, we all saw it just now. The Lu family's son even exchanged flowers for pancake nuts for you at. Yes, that's the flowers sent by Bai Wanyu. Who is Bai Wanyu? The school beauty of the 13th middle school, with an illustrious family. I didn't expect to be eclipsed in front of our Jingya. How normal is that? Our Jingya is so beautiful. What's so strange about being looked at by the Lu family's son? Jingya, don't forget your sisters when you marry into a rich family in the future. A few girls spoke in tongues, extremely excited, as if Lu Chen had bought them pancakes. At those words, Li Jingya's face flushed red and her voice was as small as a mosquito. No, nothing, you guys don't talk nonsense. Seeing this, the girls joked. Yoo-hoo-hoo, shy, ha-ha, our Jingya is such a cute pinch. Senior class of 8. After Lu Chen came to the class, he took out his language book and read it with great interest. After the last few days of reading, the language knowledge level has reached 17% of experience at level 9, and the full level is close at hand. And just then, Bai Wanyu walked straight towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen, why did you take my flowers and exchange them for pancake fruits? Bai Wanyu opened the door and asked. Lu Chen said without lifting his head, because the pancake fruit smells good. Bai Wanyu. She clenched her fists and calmed down. Then he let out a long, calming breath. I'd like to take you to dinner tonight. Don't worry, we won't go to our house this time. The location is up to you. Bai Wanyu cheekily continued. Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the language book as he coldly said, I told you, I don't like to eat. Seeing that she was rejected once again, Bai Wanyu revealed a look of gritted teeth. Then lifting his butt, he made a gentle leap and sat directly on Lu Chen's language book. I don't care. If you don't promise me today, I'll sit on your desk. Bai Wanyu said with her hands wrapped around her chest, with the look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Her two big eyes staring tightly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, rascal? These were the tricks Lu Chen had used to chase her before. I didn't expect to use it back on myself now. What a great way to live and learn. Just then, Ryuyan walked into the classroom clutching her textbook, and she'd just come in and seen it. MS. Bai Wanyu, why are you sitting at Ms. Lu Chen's table? Ryuyan asked as she walked over. As if Lu Chen had seen a savior, he hastily raised his hand and shouted, reporting to teacher. Bai Wanyu has a tendency to fall in love early. Not only did she confide in me, but she had to go to dinner with me alone. When I don't, she sits on my desk and won't let me study. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Wanyu was furious. Aren't those all her lines from before? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's brows furrowed into a frown. Student Bai Wanyu, there are 20 days left until the college entrance exam. Time is urgent. What do you mess around thinking about every day instead of putting your mind to your studies? Please get off of Mr. Lu Chen's desk immediately and don't disturb people's reading. Ryuyan reprimanded, his tone extremely harsh. Seeing that the homeroom teacher had said so, Bai Wanyu reluctantly jumped down. Then go back to your seat and pull out the textbook you're going to use for the class. Still in school, not earning any money at a young age, having to go out to eat something. Ryuyan lectured Bai Wanyu. Then he turned around, cleared his throat, and said to Lu Chen, Mr. Lu Chen, accompany your teacher out for dinner tonight. Lu Chen? Bai Wanyu? Class? Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Ryuyan smiled and said, you saved Professor Wang's life, and Grandpa is very grateful, so he asked me to thank you properly. Lu Chen shook his head and said, no need teacher, I appreciate your grandfather's kindness. There are not many days left, I want to read more. Seeing Lu Chen's refusal, Lu Yun didn't pester him. She returned to the podium and picked up a roll, her voice booming. Class, open your practice papers from the last exam. The entire paper is mandatory. Circle them all. The morning flew by. By noon, Lu Chen planned to go home for lunch today. Just before arriving at the school's entrance, A celebrity vendor yelled. Classmate. Fish and meat shredded box lunch is $10 apiece. Want to buy? Class. The spicy chicken nuggets boxed lunch is $12 apiece. And 2 boxes are only $20. Mr. Lu Chun. Would you consider the University of the Dragon Academy of Sciences? Lu Chun students. Longwei Concordia Hospital bachelor's degree to consider not. Admission notice has been printed. As long as the signature can be processed for enrollment. As a few yells rang out from the back. Suddenly, the crowd was confused. What kind of weird stuff got mixed in there? Lu Chen scratched his head and looked at the sound. Only to see, not far away, a man wearing glasses and full of culture was looking at Lu Chen with a smile on his face. They were holding an acceptance letter and several documents, among which were the Dragon Academy of Science, the Dragon Concord Hospital, the Magic City Medical University and so on. There were a few foreign faces in the crowd. Lu Chen's student is it? I'm an admissions officer from Sunset Jianxiao University. I'm specially here in Longwei to recruit you specially. Can I have a few minutes please? Mr. Lu Chun. We are special recruits from Harvard University in the pretty country. May I ask if we can exchange a few words? We're from the pretty country of Lama Province Polytechnic. Mr. Lu Chun. Several foreigners shouted in extremely raw Chinese. And in addition to these special recruiters, there were many journalists around, speaking to the camera. Welcome to the live broadcast. This is Lu Chen's alma mater, the 13th Middle School of Yunhai City. As the maker of the photolithography machine in the Dragon Kingdom, will he choose to go to college at home or abroad? Let's see what happens next. Looking at the foreign special recruiters, after a little thought, Lu Chen brightened up and shouted towards those people. Please ask all special recruiters from foreign universities to come with me and let's talk somewhere else. Hearing Lu Chen's response, the foreigners were delighted, then came running like he ate bee. What about us? Several special recruiters from domestic universities asked as if they were scrambling. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's face turned cold as he faintly said, I'm not considering going through the special admission program at a national university, so please leave and don't come back in the future. This statement was made. In an instant, all the special recruiters from the domestic universities, as well as the journalists on the scene, had their jugulars tightened. Each one of them looked at each other in disbelief, dumbfounded, just as Lu Chen was surrounded by a group of special recruiters at the entrance. At this very moment, capital city, University of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. After Bai Yingxia got off the plane, he first went back home with Elder Bai and then came to the school to pack his things. After all, he had lost a bet with a few professors earlier and had now resigned from all positions at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Nevertheless, but Bai Yingtian was not sad, because at the first sign of his resignation, many university presidents came clamoring for him. Anymore, he is a professor of physics, and such a talent cannot be found. Ah, President Chen, I'll think about what you said about the vice dean position, and I'll give you an answer later. Principal Zhao, you're not joking, are you? An ordinary professor title still wants me to go to your school? Principal Zhou, your school isn't even a double first class. Where did you get the courage to invite me to your school? Bai Yingtian made a phone call while walking towards the physics academy. When passing underneath the math faculty, he purposely raised his voice, which was deafening. First floor, in the office, after Prof. Wu, Prof. Li, and Prof. Zhang heard Bai Yingtian's words. Immediately, the hearts of the three of them sank. This old thing. I didn't realize that after resigning, instead of dropping, he'd become the meat and potatoes. Look at how smug he is. He should have bet harder then and made him quit physics forever. Forget it, leave him alone. Let's just have a clear conscience. Hearing the words of several professors in the office, Bai Yingtian was full of complacency and walked towards the physics department faculty building in a refreshed manner. Yunhai City, in front of the 13th Middle School. Seeing that Lu Chen only entertains those prestigious schools abroad. For a while, all the enrollment officers and journalists of the domestic colleges and universities couldn't stand still and looked anxious. You know, this time they came, their leaders had given them a death order. If a talent like Lu Chen was lost to a foreign country, it would not only be a loss for their school, it's more of a loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. So no matter what, we can't let Lu Chen study abroad. Mr. Lu Chen, let's talk this over. Mr. Lu Chen, you can mention whatever conditions you want. These admissions officers from national colleges and universities, in a good-natured way, faced their words. Lu Chen ignored it. The foreigners looked in their eyes and could not help but feel happy inside, and then said one after another, Dear Lu Chen, as long as you are willing to come to Jianxiao University, we will not only provide you with a full scholarship, but also provide you with the most favorable research environment, and our school's main focus is in academia without borders, and all research is for the benefit of the people. Mr. Lu Chen, If you come to us here at the Center for Harmony in the Meiji University, we will devote all of our academic resources to cultivating you, and the main thrust of our research is for the sake of mankind's scientific and technological advancement, and to make the lives of people all over the world happier. The same goes for us at Oxford University. Academics come second. The people come first. Don't hesitate to choose our school. Lu Chen, Disciple State Polytechnic University +1. I can see that these foreigners did their homework before they came. Open your mouth, people. Shut your mouth, people. At this moment, Lu Chen felt that the blood in his body was not as red as these foreigners. Afterward, Lu Chen nodded and said, "Well, your words go deep into my heart, but it's really hard to choose from so many schools. Let's put it this way. Isn't your main goal the happiness of the people? We have a Divine Dr. Poverty Alleviation Foundation in Yunhai City, and I'll consider going to his school if any of you donate more." At this statement, the foreigners were first stunned. Spinning around, everyone was thrilled. For them, anything that can be solved with money is the smallest thing. It is important to realize that these countries have invested hundreds of millions of dollars each year in order to be able to independently and autonomously develop photolithography. In this case, what can a small donation to the foundation amount to? So, the Harvard special recruiter bore the brunt of the donation, immediately pulling out his cell phone and donating $500,000 to the Shriners Foundation. Then he held up his cell phone and showed the proof of donation to Lu Chen Dao. Lu Chen, look, are you still satisfied with this number? Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully, and through his afterglow, he noticed that some of the other geezers were hesitating and some were slowly tapping their cell phones. How can this attitude work? In order to get them motivated, Lu Chen revealed a smile and said, "Well, in that case, I'm going to Harvard." After saying that, Lu Chen walked up and took the acceptance letter, with a big look of signing it. The rest of the special recruiters from foreign colleges and universities looked on and got anxious. Immediately after that, they clicked on the phone screen as if they were crazy, and the tempered film did not break. "Wait, don't sign yet." The special recruiter from Kanbashi University raised his cell phone and shouted, "We at Building Bridges donate $700,000, and here's proof of that donation." Chapter 80, The Trickster's Special Recruiter. As Jianqiao University flashed its proof of donation, the rest of the foreigners raised their cell phones one after another. "We at Disciple State Poly donate $900,000. We're donating $1.5 million to Cowboys University." Hearing $1.5 million, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Then he walked up and said with a smile on his face, "It seems that Oxford University is the one that really engages in academic research for the sake of the people's happiness. And I believe that the people's lives will definitely change for the better when they receive your donation. Since your school's philosophy shares my aspirations, I have decided to sign your acceptance letter." Seeing Lu Chen about to sign, the rest of the foreigners were dumbfounded. They gritted their teeth and stomped their feet. Begin to continually raise the level of contributions. Disciple State Polytechnic University donates $2 million. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, who was about to sign, put down his pen again, then turned around toward the Disciple State Polytechnic University. Seeing the situation, Cowboys University special recruiter quoted a higher number. Cowboys University donates $3 million. Lu Chen paused slightly. "Turn your head." Another walked to Oxbow University. The admissions officer of the beautiful country's Haji University looked in his eyes, grunted coldly, and flashed his cell phone and said, "Harvard University donates $5 million. This statement was made when everyone saw the proof of donation in the other's cell phone. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. It's a lot of money, and all of the people in front of them donating combined don't have as much as their school. And just then, the admissions officer from Qingbei University walked out and shouted, "Lu Chen, as long as you're willing to come to Qingbei University, our school is willing to donate $7 million. As a Dragon Nation citizen, I hope you can keep your whole body skills in the country for the benefit of the people of the Dragon Nation." These foreigners claim that science has no borders, but our Prof. Wang from the medical school of Qingbei University was imprisoned for 2 years in a pretty country before he was released back to his country. Can you trust the words of these hypocrites in this situation? Hear this. A few foreigners revealed a disdainful look and spoke in a chorus. "You guys still have the nerve to say that a talent like Lu Chen can't be found with a lantern, while your professor Bai Yingtian from the Dragon Kingdom forced him to smash the photolithography machine." That's right. A professor of the physics department has done such a thing. I can't imagine how bad the academic atmosphere of your Dragon Kingdom is. That's right. Lu Chen should go to a better academic environment. Hearing the words of several foreigners, Shasta, the special recruiter from Qingbei University, was silent, because these foreigners were telling the truth. For a while, all the special recruiters from domestic universities on the scene didn't know how to refute. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and said towards the special recruiters of several universities in China. I'm sure you've all heard that I'm never going to go for a domestic special, so you can all just die. Upon hearing this, the foreigners' mouths were almost grinning, and they said triumphantly, Did you hear that, Mr. Lu Chen told you guys to die. Don't stand here and get in the way. Thanks to your prof, by Ng Tian, otherwise we wouldn't have had the chance to get a talent like Lu Chen. Ha ha ha. Hearing the taunts of the geezers, these people from the domestic colleges and universities had a collective red temperature, and all of them clenched their fists, and in their hearts, they cursed by Ng Tian's entire family. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were all furious after hearing the words of the foreigners. It's over. The most feared thing has still happened. Lu Chen is chilling. This cannot be blamed on Lu Chen foreign panderers. To know to do out a photolithography machine is extremely difficult. By Ng Tian but not forcing Lu Chen to hand over. In exchange for me will also choose to smash. Professor by Ng Tian, IX Nima. This is what you did. By Ng Tian Barker. You compensate me Lu Chen, the father of photolithography. By Ng Tian, Nima is dead. The viewers of the live broadcast were furious, and they had reflagellated by Ng Tian, and all sorts of nationalists kept appearing. Almost at the same time, several words about the event appeared online. Once these posts appeared, they aroused heated discussions among netizens and were soon topped on the hot search. Top 1, Lu Chen, the father of photolithography, decided to study abroad. The reason is suspected to be that Bai Ng Tian has given him the chills. Top 2, Bai Ng Tian, as a professor of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, what exactly has he brought to the physics community of the Dragon Kingdom? Top 3, on the domestic academic environment. And aside from the fact that the internet is outraged, professors of physics at all colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom, all of them were also incredibly angry. At this moment, Qingbei University, Physics Department. When Dean learned of this news, he was so angry that he just smashed his cell phone. This Bai Ng Tian really deserves to die. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he even forced Lu Chen to leave the country. With this the president even wants to recruit him as an associate dean? No. I'm going to have a serious talk with the principal. With that, the dean huffed and puffed his way toward the principal's office. Rokoku University of Science and Technology, Department of Physics. Dean was so angry when he saw the news that he barely lifted his desk. Mud. Just he Bai Ng Tian has studied photolithography for his whole life. Just he Bai Ng Tian is not easy, is he? Lousy research photolithography spent decades, and now the Dragon Kingdom has easily produced such a proud son of heaven. But Bai Ng Tian this angry to study abroad? No. I'll report him to the education department. The more the dean thought about it, the more angry he became, and he whirled around and picked up the landline phone and dialed the number for the education department. Longhua Medical University, conference room. The president was giving a meeting to the various deans when he saw this news headline and his face turned somber. Fellow colleagues, Bai Ng Tian chilled Lu Chen's heart and let the Dragon Kingdom lose its photolithography machine even if it's not enough. But I want to ask, what about Lu Chen's muddled medical skills? Is it possible for those foreigners to pass on the art of Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom? When the deans heard the principal's words, they all slapped their heads in anger and cursed. How can this be? Chinese medicine is what our ancestors left behind. How can we let foreigners carry it forward? As far as I know, Lu Chen is not only powerful in the art of Chinese medicine, even Western surgery is handy. Professor Wang's life was saved by him. What? The Dragon Kingdom has such an intelligent child? Marred. The evil fruits that Bai Ng Tian has borne. Why should we be made to bear them? By Ng Tian this shall not die thing. Let's go to the education department to report him. At the moment, incidents such as these keep happening. The deans of the physics departments of almost all colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom, including the presidents of medical universities, were furious. Not only did he scold Bai Ng Tian fiercely from the inside out, but he also dialed up the reporting phone number one after another. In the meantime, University of the Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Kingdom. After Bai Ng Tian finished packing his things, he walked to the entrance of the school and stopped a cab. Master, go to Qingbei University. Bai Ng Tian sat in the car with a happy face and said, okay. The driver answered. Then the gas pedal was pressed, and the car quickly drove towards Qingbei University. After the car started, Bai Ng Tian took out his cell phone and called the president of Qingbei University. When the call comes through, Bai Ng Tian's complexion straightened and he pretended to be calm. Dean Li, I have good news for you. I have decided to take up my position at your Qingbei University. However, the position of vice dean is a bit low. At least give me a full dean, right? You should know that all the colleges are rushing to recruit me right now, and I'm only prioritizing your school for the sake of our old classmates. only to see that there was first a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Immediately afterward, a thunderous tirade of abuse erupted from within. Asterisk 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 Nima, do you realize what you've been called on the internet? Still think the vice president's position is low? Now you step over here and watch the gate. I don't even want you. Get out. After saying that, the other party directly hung up the phone. Listening to the beeps coming from his cell phone, Bai Tian was dumbfounded. He hastily opened his scarf. Upon seeing those few hot search phrases and the insults in the comment section, all of a sudden, Bai Tian's face turned pale, purple lips, an endless look of horror passed through his eyes. Immediately afterward, he disbelievingly dialed other school numbers, but without exception, all of them were strictly rejected by the principal. Professor Bai Tian, I'm sorry, I'm afraid our school can't accept you. Professor Bai Tian, after reconsideration by the school committee, we have decided to hire someone else. You rat-tail Jews. Seeing that everyone was no longer applying for his job, Bai Tian's eyes were empty and there was some despair inside. That's when he suddenly thought of the unassuming double non-university. Holding the last glimmer of hope in his heart, Bai Tian called the president of that university. When the phone was connected, Bai Tian's heartbeat accelerated and he said in a nervous tone, That Principal Wang, after my careful consideration, I have decided to go to your school to serve as a dean. Even if you can't be the dean, it's okay, the vice dean is acceptable. The words just fell. The next second, the sound of the principal's rage came from the other end of the line. Bai Tian, I X your mother. You turtle. You return me Lu Chen, the father of photolithography, and the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Nima. Bai Tian was terrified and hurriedly hung up his cell phone. At this moment, his face was a shade of green and purple, worse than eating. At this point, the driver in the front row cheerfully said, Doves, what's the hurry? I hear it has something to do with your mother? At those words, Bai Tian glared at him fiercely. Then he let out a long, helpless breath. Master, not going to Qingbei University. The driver asked. So where to? Hear the question. Bai Tian associated it with what had just happened. And in an instant, his entire person red-warmed. Where to? How the hell do I know where to? If I knew where to go, why would I need you to ask me? Mud. White responded to the weather by kicking the front seat hard. Seeing the furious Bai Tian, the driver was slightly stunned. Next, the car was parked on the side of the road. When the car door opens, Bai Tian was thrown out with his luggage. At this very moment, Yunhai City, in front of the 13th middle school. With all these geezers competing, the quotes are getting higher and higher. I'll donate $12 million. I'll donate $25 million. I'm donating $35 million. And just then, the admissions officers of several universities in the pretty country gathered together and exchanged pleasantries, seemed to be discussing something. Immediately after, the admissions officer at Harvard, flashing proof of the donation, said, Harvard University is donating $50 million and we just got word from the upper echelons of the pretty country. Whoever dares to compete with our beautiful country for Lu Chen again, then don't blame us for being impolite and sending little flying sticks that can blow up to your country. When these words came out, at once, the rest of the foreigners were all silent. The reporters at the scene were also all confused. This was too outrageous. You even used tactical intimidation to earn Lu Chen? The crowd sighed in their hearts. Worthy of eagle sauce. That's pretty unreasonable. The special recruiter from Haji University had a smug look on his face when he saw that all these people had stopped talking. He then took the acceptance letter and documents and came to Lu Chen. Dear Mr. Lu Chen, I believe you've seen our sincerity. May I ask if you can sign this acceptance letter now? Lu Chen skimmed his lips. There was some discontent in his mind. Could have cheated more. Turns out the man makes a lot less money when he makes a threat. However, in just a few minutes, the Divine Doctor Foundation for Poverty Alleviation had received several $100 million in donations, which was already quite a lot. Lu Chen nodded and said, Well, it seems like your school is the one that really puts the people first. I'll think about it. Hey, I've thought it over and decided not to go special. Bye, everyone. After saying that, Lu Chen turned around and left. Haji Special Recruiter? The special recruiters at Harvard are dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't they say whoever donated more would go to whichever college? They've thrown tens of millions of dollars into it in the meantime. And they're not even burning money that fast. Pants are donating in. And you're not going to go special? The Haji Special Recruiter was in a hurry and immediately rushed forward, stopping Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen, you can't go back on your word. For your sake, our school has invested $50 million, which translates to several hundred million in your country's currency. With so many reporters present, you're not going to flip out, are you? Looking at the other party's anxious appearance, Lu Chen put his hands behind his back and said expressionlessly, "When did I ever go back on my word? I only said I'd consider it. I didn't say I'd definitely go. Now think about it and don't go." "What's the problem?" Seeing Lu Chen with a rogue look on his face, the HMSU admissions staff is in a complete hurry. He raised his fist and blushed. "Then please return the money you donated. In the strictest sense, you are committing fraud." Lu Chen revealed an innocent look. "There are so many cameras filming this. You donated it voluntarily. When did I ever defraud you? Besides, you didn't donate your money to me, so why should I be asked to return it? Stop following me or I'll call the police on you." Throw down those words. Lu Chen left without looking back. In place, only the special recruiter from HMSU was left frozen in place. And at this moment, all the special recruiters of foreign colleges and universities realized that they were blindsided by the little kid in front of them. After reacting, all the foreigners were furious and stormy. "RNM. Refund. Damn you Dragon Nation. Give me back my money. Lu Chen, you bastard. How could you cheat me? A big liar like you doesn't deserve to be in academia." Just as these foreigners were shouting and cursing in anger, around, the special recruiters of the domestic universities, as well as all the journalists who did not hold back, were all happy. "Ha ha ha, no wonder Lu Chen won't let us donate. So he's trying to cheat these foreigners out of their money. Nyo. I didn't expect Lu Chen to not only be great at academics, but even his acting skills are so realistic. Even I was fooled. Convinced. Old me is completely convinced by Lu Chen. Talent. Proper talent. A man like that, we must not let him leave the country. Nowadays, it seems that Lu Chen doesn't intend to study abroad? That's not necessarily true. What if there's no foreign university of Lu Chen's choice in these schools? It makes sense. In that case, Lu Chen still has the possibility of leaving the country. It seems that we need to unite like the pretty country and keep Lu Chen in the country first." That's right. The special recruiters from the domestic colleges and universities spoke in tongues, all praising Lu Chen's wisdom. At the same time, it was decided to unite and to stabilize Lu Chen in the country. And as reporters posted this online, the major entertainment platforms blew up again. One by one, new hot search titles appeared, topping the previous phrase of Lu Chen studying abroad. Top 1, the biggest reversal in history. Lu Chen defrauds foreigners of hundreds of millions of dollars in the name of studying abroad. Top 2, a few words made foreigners spend hundreds of millions of dollars for him. Why is Lu Chen, who is only in his teens, so rebellious? As soon as the headline appeared, it led to a wide-ranging discussion among netizens across the country. When Lu Chen left the crowd and passed by the school entrance, suddenly, Li Jingya crashed head-on. "Mr. Lu Chen?" Li Jingya covered her mouth and was slightly surprised. Her cheeks began to redden as she recalled the events of the morning. "Lower your head. The whole brow is shy." Lu Chen looked on and scratched his head. "Yuna, are you going back to cook for your mother?" Li Jingya nodded her head like pounding garlic, then looked at Lu Chen with an expectant gaze. These days, Lu Chen hadn't gone to her house to rub her nose in it, and every time, they ate clean and raved about the meal. In this way, Li Jingya inexplicably liked this feeling and looked forward to Lu Chen's dinner at her house even more. "That, I can." At the end of the school day, Lu Chen called his driver to pick himself up and take him home for dinner. "Since we happen to bump into each other, we can give her a ride later." But the words were not finished. Li Jingya couldn't wait. "Of course you can go to my house for dinner. Classmate Lu Chen, I recently learned a new dish and made it especially for you, so I'll let you try it later. Come on, let's go to the supermarket and buy ingredients first," Li Jingya said with a happy look on her face. "Lu Chen, bad, big misunderstanding. It's time to be a guinea pig again." Looking at the other party's face full of expectation, Lu Chen was too embarrassed to refuse. So nodding, the two of them, shoulder to shoulder, headed for the supermarket. And when they got to the door of the supermarket, from a distance, one could see a red cloth table standing outside with a dozen large golden eggs on it. Coming. When the staff saw Lu Chen, they seemed a bit nervous and squared their shoulders. Immediately, he shouted towards Lu Chen and Li Jingya, "Classmate, there's a free golden egg smashing event in the store today. Want to participate? The first prize is $500,000. Li Jingya pulled Lu Chen's arm and said excitedly, "Lu Chen, did you hear that? The first prize is $500,000, and it's free to enter, so let's hurry up and give it a try." Lu Chen nodded. Anyway, the lunch break was long, not bad for a while, so the two of them walked towards the red cloth table. And now it's lunchtime and there are a lot of people coming to the supermarket to shop. When the crowd heard the staff yelling, in the blink of an eye, everyone surrounded the table. One by one, they raised their hands, all clamoring for participation. The staff smiled and pointed at Lu Chen. "First come first served. Oh, please let this student smash first." Lu Chen was not polite either. Taking the wooden hammer in the staff's hand, he swung it lightly and smashed it against the golden egg in the center. Splat! The golden egg sound shattered. Only a card with the words grand prize appeared in the broken ruins. Li Jingya first froze slightly and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Then, her whole body jumped up and down in excitement. Wow! It's even the grand prize. Lu Chen student, you're too lucky too. The first prize is already $500,000. Wouldn't the grand prize be even more? The eaters around them were also surprised to see this scene and revealed envious gazes. Lu Chen skimmed his lips. He always had a feeling something was wrong. But for a moment, it was impossible to say. And right after that, the next scene that happened. To the confusion of all, only the staff member picked up the card and said in surprise, "Oh, my goodness, it's the grand prize. Classmate, congratulations, you've received an acceptance letter from Qingbei University." Having said that, the staff member pulled out the acceptance letter from the drawer and handed it to Lu Chen, showing his teeth and smiling. "Student, just fill in your name and you can be processed for enrollment." The words just fell. The special recruiter from Qingbei University walked out of the supermarket. He applauded and smiled at the same time. "Mr. Lu Chen, it seems that this is the fate between you and me. For heaven's sake, just sign this notice and I'll take you to the capital immediately." Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes went black. He finally realized what was wrong. No wonder the waitress looked familiar. So it's waiting here. Damn it! The tricky Qingbei special recruiters. "Jingya, let's go." Lu Chen pulled Jingya out of her spot and walked towards the supermarket. Staff, Qingbei special recruiter. Behind them, the melon eaters looked at the acceptance letter and then at the special recruiters from Qingbei. At that moment, one of them was dumbfounded, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. What the hell? An acceptance letter from Qingbei University? You guys are so good at this supermarket that you can use this stuff as a reward? I also want to participate. My grandson just happened to take the college entrance examination this year. We must smash a notice out of Qingbei University for him. Let me smash. I was here first. The eaters couldn't sit still, and each one of them jumped at the chance. And one of the oldest tits standing at the very front of the room grabbed a wooden hammer and slammed it down on the golden egg. Splat! The golden egg shattered. Another card with the words grand prize fell out. Looking at the words on the card, the old milk almost pumped over with excitement. My grandson got into Qingbei. My grandson got into Qingbei. Old milk yelled as she danced around excitedly. Instead, the crowd realized that the staff was bending over and getting ready to bolt. No going. Where's my reward? That's right. They're done smashing and we haven't even smashed yet. The dowager and the crowd were abuzz. Seeing that they had been discovered, the staff member's heart tightened and he gave an embarrassed smile. Then he pulled a box of Durex out of a drawer and tossed it to the old tits. "Grandma, this is your special prize reward. Please keep it." Chapter 81. Something funny just occurred to me. Old Milk looked at the Durex in her hand. Transfixed. Returning to her senses, Old Milk asked, "That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What do I need this for at my age? Didn't that young man just now have an acceptance letter from Qingbei University? I want the same reward as him. My grandson has been repeating his college entrance exams for 10 years, and it's hard for him to go to Qingbei today, so you can't tease me?" The staff member bared his large teeth and hemmed and hawed. "I'm sorry, only the first lucky winner of the grand prize will be able to get an acceptance letter from Qingbei." At that, the old milk was full of anger. "Then you'll give me a case of eggs instead." In the supermarket, Lu Chen just walked in and felt goosebumps all over his body. He always felt that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him all around. And with the experience we just had, Lu Chen decided that he would never participate in any sweepstakes and would only buy ingredients. Well, a basket of eggs. The spinach is gone too. The family seems to have run out of cooking oil, too. Li Jingya put her index finger on her mouth, picking out things to buy. And at that moment, an attendant in overalls came up. "Hello, how may I help you?" The other man laughed. "No thanks," Lu Chen said with a wary face. Seeing that the other party refused so decisively, the smile on the attendant's face disappeared. Then he turned and left. He just left. Another staff member approached. "Hello, there is a raffle in the store today for eggs. Please, not involved." Lu Chen grabbed the first reply. Okay. The attendant said with a face full of loss. Then turned and walked away. And these people are just as good as negotiated. Just gone one. Here comes another. It's not buying spinach that's active. It's just that there's an event to buy cooking oil. In short, no matter what Li Jingya bought, they were just in time for the store's event. Lu Chen was so helpless that he couldn't wait to put a sign on his head saying that I refuse to participate in all activities. Fortunately, after turning down a dozen or so people, the two finally made it to the checkout and payment area. Phew, Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief that it was finally over. Hello, the total is $132. Oh. The lady at the front desk collecting the money laughed. I'll do it. Lu Chen took out his bank card and handed it over. At that moment, the young lady's face lit up with joy, and she was about to take it. Noticing the other party's micro-expression, Lu Chen frowned. Immediately putting the card back, he said to Li Jingya vigilantly, Jingya, why don't you check out and I'll transfer the money to you later? Aha. Li Jingya nodded. Lu Chen guessed that. According to the supermarket's urine, if you check yourself out, you're 80% going to win some kind of prize again. Fruity. When the young lady saw this scene, the joy on her face was swept away and replaced by loss. Because the store manager told all the clerks that whoever could slip the acceptance letter into Lu Chen's hand would be rewarded 10,000 yuan. She was planning to use the excuse of being a lucky user to slip the notice to Lu Chen. See the look on Missy's face. Lu Chen grinned and laughed. As the saying goes, the devil is 1 foot tall and the road is 10 feet tall. It is always right to keep a vigilant heart. After the checkout, the two of them carried their things and headed for the entrance of the supermarket, but Lu Chen's left foot had just stepped out. Next, splat, the sound of a ceremonial tube rang out to the left and right. Immediately afterward, a man in a suit walked out, holding a copy of the acceptance letter in his hand and said, Congratulations to the lad. You receive a hidden reward for successfully leaving the store with your left foot out of the way after purchasing eggs, spinach, cooking oil, cooking salt, and beef and tenderloin. The reward item is a copy of the acceptance letter from Qingbei University. The man in the suit hemmed and hawed. Looking at the man in front of him, Lu Chen's expression gradually twisted. Immediately after, Jingya, run! Lu Chen shouted and pulled Li Jingya's hand and started to run wildly outside, just like being whisked away by a dog. Behind her, the man's anxious voice came from the store entrance. Young man, don't be anxious. If you don't like Qingbei University, I still have the Magic City Medical University and the Longgui University of Traditional Chinese Medicine here. The two of them ran a few hundred meters away. Looking behind him, he was relieved to see that no one was coming after him. Phew, come on Jingya, let's go back and cook, Lu Chen said indifferently. However, after saying that, the other party did not respond for a long time. When Lu Chen looked at Li Jingya, he was surprised to find, at this moment, Li Jingya's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and her mouth was wide open. The whole man was staggered, staring blankly, with a few wisps of smoke rising from his head. What's wrong, Shizuya? Lu Chen asked curiously. Are you tired of running? It shouldn't be. How far away is that? See only. Li Jingya pointed at the hands the two were holding and her mouth trembled. Our hands. Lu Chen looked down, only to realize that the two people's hands, just like buttons, were clasped together. I've got a good one. Lu Chen's heart sank. I was in such a hurry to run just now that I naturally took her hand in mine. I'm sorry Jingya, I didn't mean to. Lu Chen hurriedly let go and apologized. Li Jingya blushed and lowered her head, looking a little giddy. Only after a long time, she recovered as before and said, No, it's okay classmate Lu Chen. Let's hurry back and cook. We have classes this afternoon. Seeing that the other party was fine, Lu Chen nodded and the two of them slowly walked towards the Li family village. After coming to Li Jingya's house, she was busy cooking in the kitchen while Lu Chen accompanied her mother in her rehabilitation program. Inside and outside the house, it was a harmonious scene. Soon lunch was ready. To Lu Chen's surprise, the two new dishes that Li Jingya had learned tasted quite good. This caused Lu Chen to have a huge appetite, and he dried 2 bowls of rice in one go. After eating, the two walked in the direction of the school. When Lu Chen returned to his class, he immediately pulled out his English book and chewed on it. Of the 6 subjects in the college entrance exam, only 1 English is missing today, and it won't take 2 days to get a full grade. Thick gift crab. Oh by ga. What's hair? Lu Chen vibrantly recited. In the meantime, capital city, international airport. The large parking lot was filled with all kinds of military vehicles. To the left, rows of weapon-wielding warriors. On the right, there was an upper-class person dressed in a suit, which also included Lu Jinan, Elder Bai, and a dozen of his comrades. Just then, an old man in military uniform with a full head of hair and 3 stars on his shoulders approached. Although the old man was old, his eyes were shining and his spirit was renewed. The entire person looked unruffled and powerful, exuding an inexplicable domineering aura. With his arrival, the people standing on both sides, including Lu Jinan and Elder Bai, shouted in unison, Commander Gao, Gao Lao. Gao Jin nodded, his face resolute. Aha! The words just fell. The sky was filled with the roar of an airplane's engine. Immediately afterward, an international flight plane came into view and slowly landed in front of the crowd. When the airplane hatch opens, In the next second, Tang Chung, a group of scientists and financial elites, walked out from inside. Godfather. When Tang Cheng saw Gaoxian, her face was overjoyed and she immediately rushed forward for a big hug. At this moment, Gaoxian's expression was like a snowy mountain melting, revealing a rare smile. Gu, my good granddaughter, you're finally willing to return home. Gaoxian touched Tang Cheng's head and laughed. After exchanging pleasantries with Tang Cheng, Gaoxian shook hands with the scientists and financial elites again, and then the group slowly walked toward the airport hall. God grandfather, thanks to your help all these years. If it wasn't for you, the Xia family wouldn't have been eradicated, and the Tang family wouldn't have been able to get their revenge. Tang Cheng said with a grateful face. More than 10 years ago, there were two big families in the underground of the Dragon Kingdom, the Xia clan and the Lu clan, and the culprit for the Tang family's destruction was this Xia family. Only that night, when she and her sister escaped with their lives, they saw the Lu family at the door, and that's why she also holds a grudge against the Lu family. At those words, Gaoxian revealed a guilty look. Hey, the rise is late. If you had risen earlier, your Tang family wouldn't have to. The night the Tang family was destroyed, Gaoxian was not yet in power. Coupled with the fact that he was at a meeting in the woolly bear country, the isolated Tang family was the victim of the enemy's treacherous plan. And when Gaoxian rose high, the first thing he did on stage, it's to destroy the Xia family and help the Tang family to right their wrongs. It's just that even if he destroys the Xia family, his worship brothers, that is, Tang Cheng's grandfather, the benefactor who had saved him countless times on the battlefield, couldn't survive. Gaoxian sighed and continued. Unfortunately, it allowed the second son of the Xia family to escape abroad. But don't worry, with God grandfather here, no one can hurt you now. You can let go and go big, and use the skills you learned abroad to benefit the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Cheng nodded gratefully. At this time, Elder Bai pushed his wheelchair and rushed up. Miss Tang, I apologize to you. You trusted our Bai family so much in the beginning and placed Tang Ro in our foster care, but we lost her. But please believe me, we have collected all the DNA samples in Yunhai City that are similar in age to the second young lady. In less than a week, we'll find Ms. Tang Ro, I promise, Elder Bai swore. At those words, Tang Cheng sighed. It's just a matter of finding it. When my god grandfather was out of the country, if it wasn't for you, the Bai family, taking her in, my sister wouldn't have known where to go. Seeing that Tang Cheng didn't blame herself, Elder Bai was as excited as if he had won the lottery. So excited that he almost jumped up from his wheelchair. At this very moment, Yunhai City, Public Security Bureau. Several college special recruiters from Pretty Country are calling the police at the police station. They sued Lu Chen for fraud and demanded that he be arrested and all donations returned. And it was Li Fu and his colleagues who were responsible for answering the police. After hearing the description of the foreigner, Li Fu said expressionlessly, I'm sorry everyone. I'm afraid this outstanding amount will be difficult to recover, and we have no reason to arrest Lu Chen. First of all, you transferred this fund in the name of a donation, and secondly, Lu Chen did not force you, so you can only resolve this matter by negotiating and communicating well with each other. Upon hearing this, the foreigners couldn't help but show a lost expression, and it's not hard to get a high school student's cell phone number. Soon, these foreigners began to text Lu Chen, taking turns bombarding him. Lu Chen, son of dash asterisk 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 asterisk, refund your money. Damn you dragons! You dragons are a bunch of liars and deserve death by 1,000 cuts. 13th High School. As Lu Chen continued to read English books, the English knowledge level was finally pulled full. System alert, English knowledge capability is full. You can get a high life expectancy, and a mysterious reward, by doing the following. 1. Participation in English language competitions. 2. Imparting knowledge of the English language. 3. Take the English test. Lu Chen stretched comfortably. 6 subjects are finally full. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the entrance exams. Just as Lu Chen was preparing to rest for a while, ding 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 ding, his cell phone began to beep incessantly with text messages. When I opened it, it was from one of those Pretty Country College special recruiters. I skimmed over lines of obscenities. Lu Chen frowned. It's okay to scold yourself. Why are you still firing map guns? Seeing this, Lu Chen skimmed his lips and placed his finger on the screen to crackle a reply message. I'm sorry, there are too many reporters at noon. So it's not good for me to agree to this for fear of being insulted by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, I would very much like to travel to the Pretty Country to study, and was planning on finding an opportunity to talk to you privately. Look, I have my passport all done. Say it. Lu Chen took the passport that he had previously done on his overseas trip, photographed it, and sent it to them. Once the message was sent, the other was silent for a moment. Immediately afterward, Another message was sent. Kid, don't you dare try any tricks. Don't think we're that gullible. See each other's messages. Lu Chen smiled and returned. Don't worry, if I lie to you, I can't get into 985. I can't get into 211. I can't get into a double class. I can't even get into junior college. In the police station, the special recruiter from the pretty country couldn't help but look happy when he saw the message Lu Chen replied to. In their minds, for an outstanding talent like Lu Chen, of course they would pursue a prestigious school. But now, the other party even issued such a poisonous oath of not being able to get into a junior college. One time, everyone was convinced and grew excited. Ha ha, I knew he couldn't say no to a prestigious school in our pretty country. Wanting to save face and studying abroad, this Lu Chen is really double standard. Hypocritical brat. Special recruiters from several colleges and universities spoke up. At this point, the Harvard special recruiter continued to send messages. Excuse me, when do you plan to go to pretty country with us? Not much longer. Lu Chen then came back with news. Tonight would be fine, but shouldn't the airfare and passport be reimbursed? Seeing that the other side wants money. At once, the Harvard special recruiter frowned. After experiencing what happened at noon, he was now incredibly sensitive to money, especially when the other party was still Lu Chen. I'll take care of buying the airfare. You don't have to. As for passports, this is reimbursable. Getting a passport is usually less than $200, and Harvard special recruiters don't care about that kind of money. After both parties added WeChat, he directly transferred $200 to Lu Chen. After the transfer is successful, the Harvard special recruiter sends another message. Then we'll leave tonight. However, the message just went out. In the chat box, a red exclamation point popped up. You and the other party are not friends. Please add WeChat and continue communication. See this line of text. Shasta. The Harvard special recruiter's eyes went black and he almost didn't sit on the floor. Next to them, a few foreigners were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They tried Lu Chen again and the results. Texting, not answering. Call, don't answer. For a moment, the geezers broke their defenses. This asshole. This amount of money to cheat? Damned Lu Chen. You shall not die. All the foreigners were furious and cursing. They didn't care about the money, but being defrauded twice in a row by a middle schooler made them look like pigs. If this gets back to the pretty country, what face will they have? Immediately after, they came to Li Fu, took out the chat logs, and said, Officer, look, this time Lu Chen is a naked fraud. The chat logs are all here for you to see. Can we arrest Lu Chen now? Li Fu and his colleagues saw the chat, nearly did not hold back laughter. The corners of the mouth and AK are difficult to suppress. Afterward, Li Fu straightened his expression and said in a serious manner, I'm sorry, according to the statutes and regulations of our Dragon Kingdom, there is not enough $2,000 to file a case, Li Fu said, stifling a laugh. What? The foreigner was baffled. He then gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, immediately picked up his cell phone, called expense negative treasure, and entered Lu Chen's cell phone number. As expected, a user named Lu Chen was searched. He transferred 1,800 yuan directly to Lu Chen, then said to Li Fu with red eyes, that's enough for 2,000 yuan to arrest him, right? And just then, the screen dinged. A transfer record popped up. Lu Chen initiated a transfer of $1 to you. Seeing this transfer record, the foreigner's eyes glazed over. In that case, not enough for $2,000, and the police department still can't make a case. I didn't realize Lu Chen knew the law. The foreigner is dying of anger. He transferred money to Lu Chen again. The results show that it has been pulled by the other party. The transfer failed. One time, the Harvard special recruiter was so angry that his teeth flared and he jumped 3 feet in the air. And his anger was so great that he couldn't give the police department a point. Asshole. That asshole. Damn Lu Chen. Gasp. At this moment, Li Fu and his co-workers couldn't hold back any longer and snorted out a laugh. What are you laughing at? The Harvard special recruiter asked through gritted teeth. Realizing that he had lost his temper, Li Fu hastily returned to his normal color. Then sitting upright and expressionless, he said, No, I just thought of something funny out of the blue. Now, let's not talk about not having enough $2,000 to make a case. Your behavior just now alone, initiating the transfer of funds, will not sit well with the other side. So, folks, considering downloading an anti-fraud app? Li Fu asked, holding up a QR code. Get off my ass, the foreigner roared. Then with a wave of his hand, the rest of the special recruiters followed him and left the office in unison. And they just left. Behind him, the room erupted in thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha, these silly foreigners, they're killing me with laughter. Li Fu laughed and slapped his thighs. My co-workers were laughing as well. The laugh was heard. The Haji special recruiter immediately pushed the door open and turned back. His eyes were cold, like a tiger patrolling his territory. Just see the house, Li Fu asked as he sat at his workstation, looking at him with an expressionless face. This foreign friend, may I ask what else you want? Nothing. Seeing this, the foreigner gritted his teeth in anger, then closed the door and left the office. The door had just closed when the room erupted with another round of laughter from the two men. Ha 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 ha. The Haji special recruiter didn't bother, and a few of them skipped straight to the floor of the police station. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In all my years of living, I've never suffered such a loss. It's just a strange shame. No, must not endure this. At that moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the Haji special recruiter and said, since Lu Chen doesn't want to study abroad, let's take him by force. By the time he gets to pretty country, he doesn't have a green card. He's black. At that point, he won't even be able to listen to us. At this statement, a few timid looks appeared on the faces of the rest of the foreigners. This isn't very good, is it? This is a kidnapping. At that, the Haji special recruiter snorted coldly. You don't have to do anything. I'll take responsibility for anything that goes wrong. With his assurance, all of a sudden, the few foreigners were like chicken blood. Roll up your sleeves and start plotting a kidnapping against all odds. 13th high school, senior class of 8. Just as Lu Chen was holding a financial book and reading it, with the last bell ringing, Ryuyan walked into the classroom with her textbook in her hand. Class, today is the last day I'll be giving classes. The teacher is leaving tomorrow, so we'll have to see each other again. Due to the change in the Dear mission, no surveillance will be made on Lu Chen for the time being. And if you want to wait for Lu Chen to hand over his photolithography and medical skills, how can you wait until he goes to college? Under these circumstances, there was no need for Lu Yun to remain in Yunhai City's 13th middle school. Teacher, I'm so sad to see you go. Don't go, teacher. Ooh-hoo, the class said reluctantly, especially some of the male students, who narrowly missed wiping their noses and wiping their tears. At that moment, Lu Yun turned her gaze to Lu Chen and realized that he was holding a book and reading furiously. Mr. Lu Chen, did you hear what the teacher said? Ryuyan asked curiously. Hearing the teacher's roll call, Lu Chen immediately raised his head. Then reflexively, I said, teacher, choose C for this question. Ryuyan lost it a little and said, it's okay, sit down. Oh, good. Lu Chen lowered his head and continued reading. There was some surprise in his mind. You got that right? Ryuyan sighed and then started today's lesson. Class, take out your practice papers from the last exam and turn them to the back. The backside is also full of mandatory questions. Circle them all. With the passage of time, in the blink of an eye, it was time for school to end. Just as Lu Chen strolled down the street, suddenly, crunch, a van pulled up next to it. Immediately afterward, the car door opened. 3 large men with stockings on their heads rushed down. That's him, Lu Chen, right? Mud, come with us. Saying that, the 3 big men raised their thick arms and rushed over ferociously. Chapter 82, Welcome to the North of Maine. As Lu Chen looked on, he couldn't help but have a surprised expression on his face. Seeing that the other's hand was about to touch him, a close call, Lu Chen lightly jumped in the air. An aerial roundhouse kick, like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, sent the 3 men flying several meters away in unison. Snap! The sound of 3 heavy objects falling to the ground rang out around them. The 3 men all fainted and died on the floor with an ow. Lu Chen skimmed his mouth, and then he took out his cell phone and dialed Li Fudao. Hey, brother Li, there are 3 thugs at the entrance of the 13th middle school trying to attack me. The man is unconscious. Come and take him away. In the next second, Li Fu's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, hang up. To the amazed gazes of the surrounding munchers, Lu Chen with his hands behind his back, as if hidden in the city of the world, slowly walking toward home, just arrived at the Lu family villa. Before he even entered the door, he heard Lu Zhixion's angry voice. Mamma mia. I knew it was that asshole from the Xia family who found someone to hit Xiao Chun, all trodden down and exiled to a foreign country. How dare they still have their hands on the Dragon Kingdom, nearly turning my old son into a vegetable. All of you keep an eye on me, but if Xia Bo dares to enter the country, I'll bring my men to cut him down at the first opportunity. Hearing Lu Zhixion's voice, Lu Chen was puzzled. It seems to be related to being in a coma when you first crossed over? What's wrong, Dad? Lu Chen walked into the living room and asked. Lu Zhixion just hung up the phone. Seeing that his son had returned, his anger dissipated a lot and he said calmly, it's all your grandfather and I's fault for not dealing with the remaining members of the Xia family in the first place, and letting the other side nearly harm you. The Summer family? Lu Chen's curiosity was piqued. Lu Zhixiong nodded and sat on the sofa, lighting a cigar and said, You're all grown up now, and you'll be going out to college soon, and it's time to talk to you about some things. It turned out that more than 10 years ago, there were originally two powerful underground families in the Dragon Kingdom. One is their Lu family. Another one is the Xia family. At that time, the two families fought to the death. Both sides of the forces are not comparable. The drums and drums are equal. Fighting for more than 10 years also have no result. Until one day, the Xia family actually hit their idea on the Tang family, preparing to unite with their upper echelon teammates to exterminate the Tang family. As the saying goes, an enemy's enemy is a friend. So how could the Lu family sit back and do nothing? Plus, although the Lu family was unclean, they admired those loyal and brave soldiers who served their country. What is the status of the Tang family? Blood-drained are redder than Lu Jianan and Elder Bai. In this situation, even if the Tang family had not helped the Lu family still had to help. And so, on that rainy night, a fight unfolded. Speaking of this, Lu Jixion let out a long sigh. It's just a shame that your grandfather and I were a little late getting there. When we arrived at the Tang family, the other party's entire family was almost slaughtered. All that's left is a little girl, and a swaddled baby. In the end we fought as hard as we could to cover their escape. Later, the Xia family was uprooted by the worshipful brother of the Tang family head. It's rumored that his worshipful brother is some military bigwig. It's only since then that our Lu family has become a dominant force in the Dragon Kingdom. The only pity is that it allowed Sharpo to escape abroad and almost knocked you into a vegetable. Mud. Towards the end, Lu Jixiong couldn't help but curse, and hammered the table fiercely. Pop. Table HP 1. After listening to his father's account, Lu Chen came to a realization. I didn't realize that the story of the capital was so exciting more than a decade ago. Recalling the three big men who had attacked him when school was out, Lu Chen frowned. Can it be that these three people, too, were sent by the Xia family? At this time, Lu Jixiong shook his shoulders and said, "Alright, the college entrance exam is coming up soon, so hurry up and get in and go back to the house to study. I'm on fire right now. Go get a massage with your Uncle Tiger." After saying that, Lu Jixiong slipped away and walked towards the courtyard. Words. Lu Chen nodded and returned to the bedroom. Sitting in front of his desk, Lu Chen pulled out the book on financial management and read it. The GCSEs are now full of 6 subjects. Reading more books that are good for you and increasing your skills is the way to go. Ding. Detected that the host is reading the money management and wealth management books. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Financial management skills plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Just as Lu Chen was plunged into the sea of knowledge, all of a sudden, there was a ding and a text message on his cell phone. When Lu Chen opened it and looked at it, all of a sudden, he held his breath, brows furrowed into a frown. Just see that the text message is a picture. And the picture. Li Jingya's mouth was sealed, and her hands and feet were all tied up with tears in her eyes, with text next to it. "This is your little girlfriend, isn't it? When we caught her, she was going to the grocery store to buy ingredients and yelling about cooking for you tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Grab your passport and meet me at the Cloud Sea Pier. You're only allowed to come alone, and if you dare to call the police, you'll tear up the ticket." Seeing this, Lu Chen's gaze went cold. A hint of killing was born in his heart. Then he got up, left the bedroom, and walked quickly to the garage. "Young master, where are you going?" "I'll have the driver take you," the butler asked hastily when he saw it. "No, I'll drive myself," Lu Chen said expressionlessly, then opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. With a foot of gas pedal, the car made a roar of ong, like a rocket, and quickly drove towards the Yunhai Pier. At this very moment, above the sea, in the dimly lit cargo hold, Li Jingya had been untied and was holding a boxed lunch in her hand, but she had no desire to eat. Her eyes were red and aggravated, and she sobbed a few times now and then. Beside them, several special recruiters from foreign universities said with some anxiety, "Little girl, please eat something. Little girl, we had no choice but to kidnap you. Little girl, don't cry. When Lu Chen arrives in the pretty country, we'll send you back immediately." The Haji special recruiter gave a helpless look. They wanted to tie up Lu Chen. Who knew that this guy could fight so well that he kicked the 3 men over? There is no way around it. Thinking back to noon, Lu Chen and this little girl were walking together. Considering the intimate relationship between the two, that's when the idea hit Li Jingya. "I don't eat," Li Jingya said with red eyes. Compared to being tied up, the reason she was more sad was that these people were threatening Lu Chen with themselves. What is Lu Chen's status? Eunuchs. Rich kids. Lives are worth more than gold. He also invented the photolithography machine and was admired by the world for his medical skills. But what about her? Poor family, average ability, almost no merit except better study and appearance. In this situation, what reason did Lu Chen have to enter the game with his body for her? Desperate? Even though she knew Lu Chen wouldn't come to her rescue, But this kind of thing, it would have been better if it hadn't happened. Once it happens, it's like a patient who was hopeful about life suddenly being diagnosed with terminal cancer. How could Li Jingya not be sad? To say you're not disappointed is also simply not true. Why are you tying me up? Lu Chen will never come for me. Woo woo. Saying that, Li Jingya cried in aggravation again. Several foreign college special recruiters panicked and came forward to comfort them. Well, don't cry. What if he comes? Little girl, believe in yourself. Lu Chen will definitely come. The geezers were all talking and placating. The words just fell. Drip. The cell phone of Haji's special recruiter rang. He immediately pressed answer, and a passage in English came from inside. Lu Chen is here. As soon as these words came out, Li Jingya's red eyes went wide. His face was full of unbelief and his expression was astonished. Lu Chen for himself. You really came alone? Ha ha, see what I'm saying? He's going to come, right? Don't cry, little girl. Your boyfriend still loves you. Eat something first. The Haji special recruiter was full of excitement and then said to the phone, follow the original plan. After that, he hung up. They knew that Lu Chen was highly skilled in martial arts, so they prepared 2 cargo ships. One carries Li Jingya up front as a hostage. The other carried Lu Chen to follow behind. Cloud Sea Pier. Sure. As the lights went out, Lu Chen stood under a telephone pole and asked, where are the people? A few foreigners walked up and said to Lu Chen, Ms. Li is already on her way to Pretty Country. Don't worry. I'll send her back as soon as we get to the Pretty Country. One of the geezers swore. Lu Chen's slightly furrowed brow soothed when he learned the identity of the kidnapper. Originally, I thought it was someone from the Xia family, but I didn't realize it was a special recruit from the Pretty Country. That being the case, Li Jingya's personal safety was temporarily guaranteed. And now, if he refused, then Li Jingya would be a black household when she arrived in Pretty Country, and no one would want her as a part-time job. At that point, she had no hope of survival and would have to wait for death in the Pretty Country. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said with a calm expression on his face, I'm coming with you, but if Li Jingya is harmed in the slightest, even if I reach the Pretty Country, I will destroy all of you. Lu Chen's tone was flat, but a powerful sense of oppression emanated from his body, like an invisible giant hand, tearing at the heart of every person. Feeling this vigor, the several foreigners could not help but tighten their chrysanthemums, and cold sweat brushed downward. Gulp! The foreigner gulped. Then he held out his hand and trembled. Lu Chen students, please get on board. Lu Chen gave him a cold look, then came to shore and stepped into another dimly lit freighter. Although the several foreigners were holding them hostage, they showed a pleasing appearance in front of Lu Chen. Don't worry, Mr. Lu Chen. When we get to Pretty Country, we'll definitely treat you well. That's right, the offer we made before still counts. Full scholarships, professorships, green cards, and other perks all for you without fail. Lu Chen, a talent like you should go to a Pretty Country to develop. I guarantee that your future will be incomparably bright. Listening to a couple of geezers bragging about it, Lu Chen revealed a look of utter disinterest, sitting there in silence, eyes closed. When the foreigner saw this, he hurried forward and served with a small fan. Fear that Lu Chen's clever brain is hot. As the freighter traveled quickly toward the center of the ocean, the night, it went by fast. When the sun rises again, a brand new day arrives. At this very moment, Lu family villa. The whole family is in a state of disarray. Lu Zhixiong's tirade continued to resound in the courtyard. Are you all for real? A bunch of people can't even watch a high school student? Look, keep looking for me. Even if we dig up Cloud Sea City, we must find the young master for me. Lu Zhixiong said like an ant on a hot pan. How could he not be anxious? In all these years, Lu Chen had never stayed out all night, and today was the first time, and he asked all the bars, internet cafes, and hotels in Yunhai City, and all of them did not have Lu Chen's figure. On the side, Lu Guilan cried her eyes out and pointed at Lu Zhixiong and cursed. It's your fault, you asshole, for having to press that dead mojo. If anything happens to Xiaochun, I'll fight you. Woo woo woo. At those words, Lu Zhixiong's face showed fear, and the scars on his body were vaguely painful. He put his arm around Lu Guilan's shoulders and comforted. Alright, don't cry. Xiaochun isn't this still a long way off? A man that big, I don't believe he can still lose it. Capital. Dear Organization Base. The huge conference room was filled with hundreds of dear members. At that moment, the door to the conference room was pushed open and Tang Chung walked in. Comrades, although the dear mission has been put on hold for the time being, we do not rest. Recently, the scams in northern Myanmar have become more and more raging. Tens of thousands of families have been torn apart, and countless nationals have lost their lives in northern Myanmar. So in the meantime, we're going to assist our comrades on the northern side of Maine in their undercover mission. After saying that, Tang Chong walked on. Immediately afterward, an Uncle Hat came up, turned on the projector and said, "According to our investigation, the worst organization in the Northern Main fraud group is the Xia Group. The group's old boss, Xia Qingfeng, not only victimizes the country, but also cheats money. Moreover, his father is also the one who once did evil in the Dragon Kingdom, Xia Bo. I'm sure that Ms. Tang knows about this person." Upon hearing this name, Tang Ching instantly widened her eyes. How could she not know about this remaining member of the Xia family who had destroyed the entire Tang family back then? So much for fleeing abroad. I did not realize that I would now let my son continue to brutalize my countrymen by running a scam in the north of Myanmar. This father and son are no good. Tang Ching clenched her fists and cursed. At this point, Uncle Hat continued. The existence of the Xia Group in northern Maine is equivalent to a money tree, constantly providing a source of funding for the Xia family. And Xia Bo's son, Xia Qingfeng, in addition to being ruthless, is extremely cautious in his thinking. We sent out many comrades one after another, and they all ended up dying horribly at his hands. I know that everyone here is the cream of the crop when it comes to going undercover. So, it's just going to have to be you guys. When he finished, Uncle Hat bowed to all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the conference room pushed open. The next second, Ryu Yun walked in and held up her hand. "I'd go undercover." Seeing Lu Yun, Tang Chong was slightly shocked and immediately said, "Rhyme, you just finished spying on Lu Chen, and you still have a month of annual vacation. In the meantime, just rest. There's no rush to get out on a mission." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun laughed bashfully and said, "Sister Chang, you know I'm the one who can't be idle. Staying at home is worse than dying. It's not easy to have a chance to move your muscles now. How can you easily miss it?" "No, I have to go." Seeing that the other party insisted on participating in this mission, Tang Ching sighed and nodded helplessly. "Good. Anyone else want to go?" Tang Cheng looked at the crowd behind him. Then 4 more comrades stood up and expressed their willingness to go. Tang Cheng looked in her eyes and said with a resounding voice, "Then everyone pack up and leave today." In the meantime, sea level, just as the 2 freighters were marching, one after the other, in the direction of the Malay states, suddenly, a ship and boat came speeding toward them. The Haji special recruiter saw this and wondered. "That's not right. According to the time, the people from the Malay country will not come to pick us up until tomorrow, and then transfer the harbor to the pretty country. It can't be the Dragon Kingdom's marine police, can it?" When these words came out, the crowd's hearts thumped and they couldn't help but tense up. However, as the boats approached and they saw who the other party was, they froze. Good news. It's not the Dragon Sea Police. Bad news. Appears to be a pirate. What fa? How can you be so unlucky as to meet these people on your first smuggling trip? The Haji special recruiter despaired. The rest of the foreigners' eyes were filled with horror. It would be fine if they were replaced by the Dragon Sea Police. At least their personal safety would not be threatened. But not so much the pirates. The other side can do anything. In no time at all, a dozen or so boats surrounded the 2 freighters tightly. Immediately afterward, a man of Asian descent, armed with a weapon, stormed into the freighter. "Nobody move. Mud. Another bunch of stowaways. Fresh blood in the park at last. Ha ha ha." A group of people heckled. And all the foreigners had been scared silly, all kneeling on the ground, trembling. At this point, the Haji special recruiter, emboldened, stepped forward and said, "There's $10 million in the card, and if you're willing to leave us alone, all the money in the card is yours." Truth be told, we're both from pretty countries, and right now, we are taking a very important talent to the pretty country, so please be accommodating. With that, the Haji special recruiter squared his collar with a condescending look, but the next second, an Asian man at the head of the group kicked him straight to the ground and cursed. "Accommodate Nima. What's wrong with pretty countrymen? Isn't it illegal for you to smuggle people across the border? And $10 million. If I take you away, isn't the money still mine? Move the boat." The Asian man at the head of the group waved his hand. Afterwards, the cargo ship carrying Lu Chen and Li Jingya reversed its direction, slowly driving toward northern Maine. Northern Maine BGM, North Burma, the country known as a fraudster's paradise. Almost every minute that passes, someone dies, and most of the people who died were dragons who had been tricked into coming here for various reasons. Among them are farmers who go out to work, high school students who study abroad, and beautiful women who are attracted by money. North Maine ports, 2 freighters anchored offshore. Immediately afterward, escorted by a dozen or so Burmese armed with weapons and guns, Lu Chun, Li Jingya, and a group of special recruiters from foreign universities walked out from the deck. Looking around at a bungalow and the backward view, Lu Chen was confused. "What the hell is this? Why did you sleep and come here to the north of Maine, Mr. Lu Chen?" At that moment, Li Jingya rushed over all the way. She pulled Lu Chen's sleeve and said in a somewhat scolding tone, "You're so stupid. They asked you to come and save me. So you came Words. Lu Chen straightened his expression and smiled. Because I like to eat the scrambled eggs you make. Hear this. Li Jingya's eyes instantly widened and her beautiful face was covered in redness. Lowering his head in a shy manner. Is it just because you like scrambled eggs? Li Jingya asked in embarrassment. Look at the other's pouty look. Lu Chen smiled and continued. The tenderloin I made last time was good too. Jingya Li. The surrounding Burmese Northmen couldn't help but skim when they saw it. You two are filming a love scene here. Can't you show us some respect? Mamma mia. Give me a single dog look hard. Later to you too mutt. But don't. Our Mr. Xia loves to see this kind of drama. That's right 2-0. You two go ahead and show your love. We'll see how you cry later. Ha ha ha. Several of the Burmese Northmen spoke up. Hearing their words, Li Jingya couldn't help but tug on Lu Chen's coat. Mr. Lu Chen. I'm a little scared. Lu Chen patted her hand and comforted. Don't panic. I'm here. Seeing this, those Burmese Northmen couldn't look away any longer. Okay, put the hoods on them. I'm going to puke from watching. A captain-like man at the head of the group said. The words just fell. Lu Chen, Li Jingya, and all the foreigners were put on black hoods, and they couldn't see anything in the darkness around them. Mud. It's invisible now, isn't it? And you're allowed to show your love? The main North captain cursed. With the other man leading the way, the crowd made a beeline for a passenger car. Since I couldn't see anything, all of them were held up by these people and got on the bus one by one. Li Jingya was first helped onto the bus by a man. It was Lu Chen's turn. Lu Chen opened his golden pupil and waved his hand. It's fine. I'll just get on the car myself. To the amazed eyes of the crowd, only to see that Lu Chen was wearing a black headgear and walked straight to Li Jingya and sat down on his butt. Don't worry with me by your side. Lu Chen comforted. Main North crowd? Gringo? Can you even see this? I'm afraid you didn't find it by smelling it. Did you? The main North captain removed Lu Chen's hood and put it on his own head. Looking left and right, found no holes in it. It was put back on Lu Chen again. Mud. What a smell to find. What a keen nose. The main North captain cursed and turned to leave. When everyone sits up, the car started slowly and headed toward its destination. And it was an extremely bumpy ride, with dirt roads, concrete roads, and even shallow water. After passing over all the terrain, soon, the bus stopped in front of a factory called Xiazgru Park. The whole factory looked big, about 500 or 600 square feet, with 3 or 4 floors. At the door, 2 doormen carrying AK-47s looked around warily. Upon seeing the bus pull up to the door, he waved his hand and opened the gate. Immediately after, Lu Chen and his group stepped out of the car and removed their hoods. When the foreigners saw Xiazgru Park, a few people's thighs were trembling, about to be scared to death. Oh by karma. Here, this is the heck of a main North Park? No. I want to go back to pretty country. Please let me go. Several foreigners begged bitterly. The main North captain looked in his eyes and sneered. And pretty countryman. I'll be damned. Scared to death of this. After the scolding, with him leading the way, the crowd entered the fabled main North campus. Chapter 83 Mail? Wouldn't that be better? And just go in. Then he heard the surrounding floors. A burst of miserable screams, also mixed with the sound of electricity. On top of that, there was the sound of whipping and the deafening sound of gunfire. At this moment, a few foreigners' legs shaking like the ground leakage of electricity, so that they did not give gray nails shaking off. On the contrary, Lu Chen had a straight face. It wasn't that Lu Chen was bold, but he was used to it. These movements were child's play compared to the Lu family's place of punishing traitors. The Lu family had been able to go through so many years, so naturally they had their own rules and the punishments were creepy. The main North captain looked on and couldn't help but smile coldly. Mamma mia, you can really pretend. Let's see if you can still pretend later. Cursing fiercely, the main North captain led them into the first floor of the factory. When you first enter, you are greeted by a dusty, spacious space. Inside the room, hundreds of dragons, dressed in yellow prison uniforms, were talking non-stop on the phone. Hey, uncle, I really need money urgently now. Don't worry, I promise to pay you back within a month. Hey, the second grandpa, my project you despite investment. As long as the investment of money you are the major shareholder. The end of the year waiting to share the accounts on the line. Grandpa, I've spent all my living expenses this month. Please call me another 200,000. I really don't have any sucking D. Please stop talking and call me. I'll call. You don't hit me. Leave me alone. Oh. The job of these people is invariably the same, and that is to ask for money. Or rather, try to scam money from relatives and friends. and each was accompanied by a caretaker armed with a whip and an electric baton. As soon as they stop calling or fail to ask for money, they are subjected to inhumane torture. Oh, you, a new friend. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a laugh rang out at the second-floor escalator. Look up. A man dressed in stylish clothes, sunglasses, and luxurious jewelry was seen leaning against the railing. He looked at Lu Chen and Li Jingya and the others, looking excited, and kept clapping. Mr. Xia, young Master Xia. Captain Main North and the others lowered their heads and spoke in a respectful tone. That's right, this person is the boss of the Xia Group Park, the Lu family's former nemesis, Xia Bo's son, Xia Qingfeng. He trotted all the way to the first floor, looked at the crowd with interest, and laughed. Please be assured that I am a very amiable person. I ask nothing more of you than three things. First, you can get money. Second, you do what you're told. And third, you're not allowed to run. As long as we do the above three things, we can totally be good friends. Ha ha ha. Xia Qingfeng laughed his head off, and his nerves seemed a little less normal, and his words just fell. A Longhua man in a prison uniform broke through the supervisors and charged straight up. Young Master Xia, young Master Xia, I've completed the $20 million performance quota as you requested. All my relatives and friends were borrowed over one by one, and the family house was sold. Excuse me, is it time to let me go? This Dragon Nation man said excitedly. Well maintained, judging by his face. There's a kind of creamy look to it. The family should have some small fortune. Xia Qingfeng glanced at him with a trace of imperceptible dislike on her face. Then he patted him on the shoulder and laughed. I'm a man of my word, and since you've completed your mission, you can certainly go. Say it. Turning toward the man's supervisor, he asked, how long did he call before he completed his performance? The supervisor did not dare to slack off and immediately replied. It took about 10 days to hit in total, and 5 days ago, he had completed a $20 million performance, and then these last 5 days, he hasn't been able to ask for a penny. Oh, at those words, Xia Qingfeng revealed an expression of sudden realization. Then he turned his head and flashed a grim smile at the Main North captain. Send him away. This statement was made. Shasta. This Longhua man revealed a joyful look as if he had won $1 billion lottery and kept bowing. Thank you, young Master Xia. Thank you, Mr. Xia. I will never forget your great kindness. Looking at the grateful-looking dragon countryman, Xia Qingfeng still maintained a stiff smile. Next, the Main North captain led the man out of the factory. When the Haji special recruiter saw the scene, it was as if he had seen a ray of hope, and he was excited. Just complete the $20 million quota and you'll let us go? Great. I can finish now. Hear this. Xia Qingfeng laughed out loud, and then he swung around to pat his shoulder and said, everyone has a different amount. You have to be 200 million. Oh. Instantly, the smiles on the faces of the Haji special recruiters disappeared when these words were spoken. Instead, there was a look of surprise. What? $200 million? Just finished. Behind them, a creepy scream rang out from the factory entrance. Don't! The crowd followed the sound, only to see that the man from the Dragon Kingdom, who had just been held down on the ground by the combined efforts of several people. Next, a man in a white coat, holding an arm-thick syringe, stuck it up at him. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, such men go from being flushed, to being white as a sheet, and then the whole thing lies dried up on the ground, unable to make a sound. In the end, it was like a puddle of mud, paralyzed and completely lost its vitality. Seeing such a situation, the faces of the foreigners were shocked, and their eyes were filled with trepidation. Shivers ran down his body and cold sweat ran down his back. At this moment, they realized that the reason why Northern Maine was called hell, it's because people here are not treated as human beings at all, but as money-making tools. Once you can't borrow money, his last value, then, is the blood in his body, and his internal organs. Ha 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 ha. Xia Qingfeng suddenly let out a loud laugh, startling everyone. He flung his arms in excitement and said, don't think about it too much. This person broke the rules before and that's why he's being punished. Don't worry, as long as you honestly complete the performance I require, you will naturally be let go at that time. That was said a minute ago. Maybe a few geezers will still believe it, but for now, they prefer to believe that trees will go to pigs. Come on, my friends, show us around the second floor. Say it. Xia Qingfeng danced while wobbling towards the second floor. When the crowd came to the second floor, only to see that it looked like a mega internet cafe, with one computer neatly arranged, and in front of each computer sat a person crackling on a keyboard. Welcome to the technical department. Those who can work here are talented. Not only do they get a paycheck every month, but they also enjoy the same benefits as supervisors. Oh. Xia Qingfeng hemmed and hawed. His words had just finished. At that moment, A man sitting in front of a computer suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly. I popped the order. I blew the order. 50 million. A full $50 million. With the man yelling. The superintendent, sitting in front of the mainframe in the center of the second floor, strides toward him. When the supervisor came to the man's side, he first glanced down at his computer. Immediately afterward, he straightened up and applauded. Congratulations to K07 for successfully completing a $50 million pop-up single this quarter with a $1 million draw. When the superintendent finished those words, snap, 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 everyone around him stood up and rang out a roaring applause, their palms red. Then a woman with a pretty body pushed a cart covered with a red cloth. When the red cloth on the car was lifted, stacks of bills appeared for all to see. Here's your bonus. The woman smiled. That's a lot of money. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the man with the popped bill picked up the bills and sprinkled them in the air, happily rolling all over the floor. Xia Qingfeng smiled gently and said to Lu Chen and the others, see, that's how the tech department is treated. Not only are the benefits good, but the high draw is much better than the jobs outside the park. The special recruiter in the Meiji Haji's eyes lit up as if he saw hope for life once again. He immediately raised his hand, impatiently. I myself have some study of computers and would like to work in the technical department and be tested by you. The technical department does smell a lot better than the first floor. Anymore, it's better than being syringe whipped into secondary after running out of money to borrow. When Xia Qingfeng heard this, he let out another hysterical laugh. Then the supervisor on his second floor waved his hand. Kung, come here. The man named Xiao Chang slithered over after hearing his master's call. Young Master Xia. Aha. Xia Qingfeng nodded and asked with his arms around his chest. If I'm not mistaken, today is the last day of the quarter. Who's at the bottom this time? Hearing the master's question, Xiao Chang pointed to the man who had just popped the bill and said, that's him. This quarter totaled about $75 million in last place. This statement was made. At that moment, all the foreigners stared at each other with wide eyes and a look of horror. 75 million. And its last place? How much should that frontman performance be? And how much is the commission? The Haji special recruiter grew excited and his eyes changed to anticipation. There seems to be a sense of, well, regret for not coming to work here sooner. But the next moment, a scene that happened right before my eyes, disabusing all foreigners of the idea, only to see that Xia Qingfeng immediately pulled out his pistol and pulled the trigger at the cheering man. Boom! It was accompanied by a deafening sound. The man who was originally frantically spreading money suddenly froze, and his entire body froze in place, and a big bloody hole appeared on his chest. A few seconds later, the man's body collapsed and he fell heavily on the bill. Blood stains the ground. Phew! Xia Qingfeng blew the muzzle of his gun and said smugly, how about that? I'm not a bad shot, am I? At the sight of such a scene, the Haji special recruiter's gaze was horrified and his eyes were vacant. He grew his mouth, his entire body falling into deep despair, and a heart-rending roar escaped his lips. No! Hearing his desperate cries, Xia Qingfeng revealed a look of enjoyment and laughed as he slapped his thighs straight. Ha 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 ha! The moment! The foreigners really know what it means to be in the north of Maine. What is perversion? Last program, third floor. After laughing, Xia Qingfeng jumped up and walked ahead. Captain Maine North followed with his gun. Lu Chen and the others were sandwiched in the center, slowly heading towards the third floor. When it came to the third floor, only to see, the environment here was much more elegant than the 2 floors below. There were only a dozen or so square tables set up on the large floor, and at each table, a small, attractive woman stood with a camera in front of her. The women faced the camera with smiles on their lips and moved beautifully to dispense a playing card. On the third floor, it's 2 things that men all over the world love: beauty and money. Every game is automatically controlled by the machine. You only win, you never lose. And one table makes tens of millions of dollars in daily profits. And these beautiful licensing officers, just by standing there, can get a 5% pure share. Oh, saying this, Xia Qingfeng turned to look at Li Jingya and smiled lewdly. How about it, little beauty? Isn't it heartwarming? Noticing the other man's light-hearted gaze, Li Jingya took 2 steps back on her legs in fear, lowered her head, and didn't speak. The foreigners on the sidelines were no longer as excited as they were a moment ago. Not because, well, they can't be dealers. Rather, after the first 2 floors, they knew that with the pissy nature of northern Maine, these mis-licensing officers are designated no good. Lives are lost. What's the point of having more money? This time, though, they seemed to have miscalculated, only to see that Xia Qingfeng waved towards one of the beautiful women in red robes. Green, come here. Immediately after that, the girl named Green ran over. Boss, Xiao Qing's voice cried out in a whiny voice, and the bones of the foreigners went numb from hearing it. You just got back from visiting your family. How's home? Is everything okay? Xia Qingfeng asked with a smile. Green nodded. Excited. Aha, thanks to you, everything is fine. I brought home tens of millions of dollars and helped mom and dad buy a house in the big city with a luxury car. Now all my relatives praise me for my skills, Green said with an excited face. Hearing his words, the foreigners froze. Can I go home and take the money out? That's a gender difference? At that moment, Xia Qingfeng nodded thoughtfully and said, well, not bad. Awesome. By the way, today's quarter on the second floor has just ended. The top 10 outstanding employees will have to trouble you to take good care of. Oh, Xia Qingfeng said in a gentle tone. At those words, Little Green hesitated a bit and slowly said, Boss, have you forgotten that I just took care of the first 20 employees on the first floor yesterday? Very unwell right now. Why don't you let me rest for a couple days? Or someone else? Xing said somewhat coyly. The words just fell. Xia Qingfeng, who was originally full of smiles, suddenly changed his face and his expression turned sinister. Next moment, he pulled out his pistol and crashed it into Green's head without hesitation. Boom! Ah! One time, the rest of the beautiful dealers screamed in shocked colors. This distance hits the head. It goes without saying how gruesome the scene was. Even the main North captain couldn't help but stare in disbelief for a long time. Bear! Xia Qingfeng licked the pistol. Then turning, he said to the main North captain, feed the dog. The main North captain returned to his senses and grimaced. Yes. At this moment, all the foreigners were in complete and utter despair. They were all so scared out of their wits and livers that their urine was dripping. The crowd truly realized that if you enter the main North Park, you don't want to leave alive. The only thing they can do is to maximize the value on their bodies as much as possible and live a few more days. But this way, there is still no escape from death. Thinking of this, several foreigners knelt in front of Xia Qingfeng in unison and kept begging, Mr. Xia, please let me go. I'm willing to give you any amount of money. Young Master Xia, I have an old friend on top and a small child underneath. And the impotence morning thanks is still not well. So have mercy on me and let me go. I don't want to die. Please spare my life. Several foreigners wiped their noses and wiped their tears and said, look at these people falling like dogs. The desire in Xia Qingfeng's heart was ruthlessly satisfied. A deranged laugh escaped his lips once again. Ha ha ha, cozy, love this feeling. Xia Qingfeng closed his eyes and said, but just then, feeling that something was wrong, Xia Qingfeng immediately opened his eyes and looked at Lu Chen. He suddenly remembered. From the moment he entered the factory, the man had been expressionless and fearless. Even after all that, he remained calm and collected, his face like water. Xia Qingfeng couldn't help but get interested and asked busily, aren't you scared at all? Didn't wait for Lu Chen to answer. The main North captain hastily confided, you don't know, young Master Xia, but these two just got off the boat and they've been showing love non-stop. That scene, that dialogue, that was needy. And pretending to be scared of this place at all and protecting the girl. Young Master Xia, isn't this exactly what you like? The main North captain said with a sinister smile. Hear his description. Xia Qingfeng trembled with excitement, as if he had heard the most exciting news in the world. My favorite people are the fearless ones. They are unafraid and even arrogant every time they arrive here. Until the end, on your knees like a dog begging me. There are few things more fulfilling. Saying that, Xia Qingfeng looked at Lu Chen with an oozing smile and continued. But I prefer love to fearlessness, because love can give birth to fearlessness. The boy is willing to give his life to protect the girl. What a touching story. But I don't want your life. I want you to watch how I destroy the girl you love. I want you to open your eyes and watch how I torture the girl you love. After all was said and done, Xia Qingfeng waved his big hand and couldn't wait. Lock them both up for one last warm spell. I'm going to take a shower and send the girl to my room later. The main North captain nodded sharply. Yes, immediately after. Lu Chen and Li Jingya were locked up in a dirty room alone. As for the geezers, they were all locked up next door. Mr. Lu Chen, I'm sorry I got you into trouble. At this time, Li Jingya said with red eyes. The empty room echoed with her cries. Words. Lu Chen remained unperturbed and said indifferently. Yuna, take off your jacket. Ha! Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Jingya was instantly stunned, followed by a few seconds of hesitation. She seemed to make some big decision. Biting her lip and taking her jacket off with determination. I do. Li Jingya said with firm eyes. After you take off your jacket. She put her hand on the half sleeve again, ready to keep taking it off. Lu Chen froze and hurriedly stopped it. Taking one off is enough. Ha! Li Jingya was once again dumbfounded. She had absolutely no idea what Lu Chen meant. Put on my clothes and hat and don't show your face later, Lu Chen said as he handed her his jacket. Good. Realizing that she had thought wrongly, Li Jingya's face blushed to the point of dripping blood. her eyebrows shy. After both sides exchanged jackets, Li Jingya put on a hat and faced the wall, covering her face completely. And Lu Chen similarly put on his hat and flicked his hand over his face. In the next second, it transformed into Li Jingya's appearance. Just in time. Pop! The door to the room was pushed heavily open. The main North captain appeared in the doorway, looked at Lu Chen, and smiled lewdly. Chick, time's up. Come with me. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and got up to walk out with the other party. When the door to the room closed again, inside the house, Li Jingya revealed a surprised expression. Lu Chen followed the main North captain up to the 4th floor, only to see that this place was the difference between heaven and hell compared to the 3 levels below. Open air pool, sauna steam room, deluxe elegant room, a living garden in the sky. Soon, under the leadership of the main North captain, Lu Chen entered a small, clean room. The room was dark, and if you didn't turn on the light, you couldn't see inside at all. And when the main North captain turned on the light, he saw only a bed and a chair in the house, and the side of the bed was filled with indescribable toys. Directly in front of it is a professional camera. Lu Chen just went in. On the back foot, Xia Qingfeng walked in wrapped in a bathrobe and carrying a glass of red wine. Pop! The door to the room was tightly closed. Only Xia Qingfeng and Lu Chen were left in the room. I'm surprised you're not scared in the face of such a scenario. No wonder your boyfriend likes you. Ah, love that feeling, Xia Qingfeng said with a face full of excitement. Lu Chen didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Xia Qingfeng shook her red wine glass and danced with joyful steps, moving a little closer to Lu Chen. And when he came behind Lu Chen, he was ready to undo his clothes. Next, Lu Chen turned back with a swift and heavy punch. Boom! Ow! Xia Qingfeng was hit by mistake and screamed miserably, fainting on the ground. Outside the house, the main North captain and a few of his juniors heard the commotion inside, and a few of them looked at each other with lewd smiles. Mr. Xia is getting sicker and sicker as he plays. Guess the chick will go crazy from the torture. Ha ha ha. After Lu Chen knocked out Xia Qingfeng, he flicked his hand and turned into his form. Afterwards, putting on his bathrobe and holding Li Jingya's jacket in his hand, turned off the light and wandered out. Mr. Xia, young Master Xia, you're done playing so soon? The little brother at the door smiled badly, only to see Lu Chen waved his hand and said, Mud, it's no fun. Leave it to you to play. Don't turn on the lights, so the others don't see it and say I'm biased. This statement was made. The main North captain and a few of his minions were as if they had eaten bee, and the smiles on their faces were extremely wide. Mr. Xia, you are really my father. Don't worry, young Master Xia, if you don't play him badly, you kill me. After all was said and done, several people rushed into the darkened house like tigers, mad as hell. Within moments, the excited voices of several people came from inside. Ha ha ha, little sister, brother is hero. Yo, your body is quite strong. Looks like you don't go to the gym much in your spare time. Hey, no, why is it a man? Male? Asterisk 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 asterisk, wouldn't that be better? Mard, Mr. Xia has spoken. No matter if he's a man or a woman. Even if he's a pig I won't let him go. As things progress, soon, the sound of Xia Qingfeng's heart-rending roar came from the house. Ow. Chapter 84 I'm going to fight 10 tonight. Inside the little dark room, the screams were endless. Beyond that, there was also the sound of several excited voices from Captain Main North. Oh yeah, male sign. It's awesome and hot. Ow. A full half hour passed. The movement faded. The door pushed open and Captain Main North and a couple of his boys walked out with a contented look on their faces. Several people stood in the doorway and lit a cigarette. Mud. It's been a long time since I've been this energized. Ha ha. I've been holding back for 2 years. And today is too good. Grass. Take a break and continue later. Just when they couldn't get enough. Next moment, the door was pushed open again. See only. Xia Qingfeng walked out with his nose bruised and swollen, covering his buttocks with despair on his face, walking high and low with extremely strange postures. The main North captain heard the door open and, without turning his head, slurred, numb, even still able to walk out. It seems that just now the hand is still light. Just finished. Xia Qingfeng pointed at them and roared. Asterisk 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 you guys code. One by one revolted. Martyr even play old man? Words. The main North captain and a few of his minions immediately turned their heads, upon seeing Xia Qingfeng's miserable appearance. Shasta. A couple of the men's chrysanthemums tightened. Their gazes were horrified, and their hands shook as their cigarettes fell to the floor. Xia Xia Xia. Xia young master. Mr. Xia. Why you? Impossible I personally watched you walk out before. Thought the house is no clothes is that chicket? They said in panicked tones, all of them sweating. I can't believe I somehow gave the prince that. If this gets out, I'm afraid I'm going to be laughed out of the room. Xia Qingfeng gritted his teeth in anger and cursed angrily. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That chick knocked me out with one punch. When did I ever walk out? I see you've long been dissatisfied with old me, so you're taking advantage of the opportunity to take revenge. Xia Qingfeng was going up in smoke. Young and old, chrysanthemums turn into sunflowers. If my father, who is far away in the pretty country, knew, I'm afraid I'll lose face for all 18 generations of my ancestors. Captain Main North and the others fell to their knees in fear, frantically begging for mercy. Mr. Xia, you calm down. We really didn't know it was you lying in the room. Yes, otherwise even if I had 10,000 guts I wouldn't dare to think ill of you. See a couple of guys with their asses in the air. Xia Qingfeng did not pursue the matter, recalling the sight of Li Jingya dry humping him with one punch. Xia Qingfeng picked up the pistol and said angrily, Mud, I'll kill that pair of dogs now. Say it. He went back inside and changed his clothes, then wriggled toward the third floor. Seeing this, several of the main North captains rushed to follow. Third floor, holding cells. Lu Chen knew it wouldn't take long for things to fall apart, so instead of continuing to mess around with his face, he returned to the place where Li Jingya was being held. Come to the door and flick your hand over your face. Transform back into your own form. Then, with a snap, he pushed open the door. Inside the room, Li Jingya shivered, her face showing fear as she stared nervously at the door. Upon seeing that it was Lu Chen, still wearing a bathrobe on his body, her hanging heart dropped. Then he rushed forward and looked at Lu Chen with a heartbroken expression. Lu Chen, student, you have suffered. I didn't realize that guy was so perverted that he liked guys. You must have suffered inhuman destruction, right, Lu Chen? Lu Chen shook his head and said, it's fine. He didn't do anything to me. Hurry up and change your clothes back. Oh, good. Li Jingya didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly took the jacket and put it on. Lu Chen also put on his own clothes. The two of you have just finished switching. At that moment, the door was heavily pushed open without warning. In the next second, Xia Qingfeng walked in with a murderous look on his face. His eyes reddened as he stared at Li Jingya and Lu Chen, raising his blackened pistol and speaking in a vicious tone. Dog, boy and girl, I'll crash you now and let you go to martyrdom. Ah! Li Jingya screamed in fear. Immediately afterward, she quickly stepped forward, her body blocking in front of Lu Chen. Hold Lu Chen, close your eyes and silently wait for death to come. Seeing that Li Jingya was going to take a bullet for herself, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. He then straightened his expression and looked at Xia Qingfeng and shook his head. Another terminal stomach cancer. Hey, if we don't treat it, it's really hopeless. Xia Qingfeng held up his pistol. Hearing the words advanced stomach cancer, Xia Qingfeng looked stunned and asked, what do you mean? See only. Lu Chen pointed at him and said with a calm face, advanced stomach cancer, cirrhosis, a little inflammation in the lungs, also impotent. Hearing Lu Chen point out all the faults in him one by one, and getting them all right, instantly, Xia Qingfeng's expression was stunned, and a trace of imperceptible shock appeared on his face. He did have terminal stomach cancer and the doctor told him he had 6 months to live at most. When he first heard this news, Xia Qingfeng almost went crazy for a while. What's the point of sitting on tens of billions of dollars? A terminal illness, but no life to enjoy it. You can't take it underground when you're dead. Everything seems worthless in the face of life. It was also because of this that Xia Qingfeng gradually became insane. Lu Chen's words echoed in his ears. If he didn't treat it, it would be hopeless. That means, Xia Qingfeng put down his pistol and asked in an icy tone, you have a way to save me? Lu Chen snapped his fingers. A trifle. My old granddaddy's milk developed a secret formula for stomach cancer hundreds of years ago. If you don't believe me, you can open your cell phone and search the word Dragon Kingdom Divine Doctor. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xia Qingfeng's eyes widened, his expression shocked and dismayed. Then, with a look of elation and all agitation, he said, you're the Dragon Kingdom Divine Doctor? He had long heard about the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Doctor. When first diagnosed with advanced stomach cancer, Xia Qingfeng then wanted to travel to the Dragon Kingdom to find a divine doctor to cure him and renew his life. Nah, the Xia family has been issued a red notice by the Dragon Kingdom. As long as their father and son dare to step into the Dragon Kingdom, not half a day, then they will be arrested by the police of the Dragon State and end up in jail. He tried that by having someone buy his medication instead, but the divine doctor seemed to be able to penetrate everything as if he could tell at a glance whether the other person was sick or not. All those who are not sick are not given medicine by the divine physician. He also tried to find a patient who had stomach cancer and sought medicine for himself. But as said before, all things seem worthless before life, to the extent that those patients suffering from stomach cancer gave up the several $100 million bounty given by Xia Qingfeng and took it themselves after begging for the medicine. In this case, Xia Qingfeng looked at Lu Chen, as if he saw the hope of life, and cheered up. If you can really cure me, I guarantee that you'll get half of all the profits from the entire park. No, give it all to you. I don't want a cent. Xia Qingfeng's face was agitated and he swore. Just then, the main North captain and a few of his juniors followed him up, pointing at Lu Chen and saying aggressively, Mamma mia, you don't have to do it. Mr. Xia, let me finish him off with my own hands. That's right, how can you dirty your hands with such trashy stuff? Saying that, the main North captain took a big step forward and was about to make a move on Lu Chen. Xia Qingfeng's eyes glazed over and he lifted his foot to send him flying a few meters away, cursing, asterisk 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 this, make it or break it thing. Get out of here. The main North captain was kicked in the face and lay on the ground in a daze. What's going on? At that moment, Xia Qingfeng walked up to Lu Chen and said respectfully, Divine Doctor, just say what herbs you need, and I'll send someone to purchase them. Aha. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully and said, bring paper and pen. Words. Xia Qingfeng didn't move. Instead, his eyes flicked to the little brother at his side. The icy cold eyes gave the little brother a creepy, numbing look. Next, Xia Qingfeng pulled out a dagger and stabbed it directly at his thigh. Put. Ah! The little brother ate the pain and covered his thighs, letting out a pig-killing scream. That's not all. Xia Qingfeng gripped the dagger tightly and kept rotating it until blood gushed out like a spring. Then he pulled it out. At this moment, my little brother's lips had turned white, and his entire body was close to being deflated. Xia Qingfeng made a gesture of invitation and laughed. Divine Doctor, just write the herbs you want to buy on the floor. By the way, treat this man's leg injury as well. Xia Qingfeng said as he pointed at the little brother who was paralyzed on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded his head. This is to test yourself. Ha! First, he let treat his little brother's leg to test whether he was really a miracle doctor. Lu Chen was not afraid. Dip your index finger in the blood, then crouch down and write quickly. Not a moment too soon. Looking at the wide array of words on the ground, Xia Qingfeng shouted towards the main North captain. Don't just lay on the ground and play dead. Get it? Yes. When the main North captain heard this, he sprang up from the ground with a carp, then quickly come inside, take a picture of the text, and turn around to go shopping. About half an hour later, with a dozen or so men, each carrying 4 or 5 bags of herbs in their hands, the main North captain arrived on the 3rd floor. Divine Doctor, please. Xia Qingfeng smiled faintly and waved his hand. Lu Chen did not hesitate. A few herbs were selected from the bag, kneaded together and crushed into a powder. To the skeptical eyes of the crowd, Lu Chen walked straight towards the junior who had injured his leg and slowly sprinkled the powder on the wound. Immediately after, only to see that the originally bloody wound was rapidly easing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the blood stopped flowing. The cut skin knits up a scar and the whole thing closes up completely. Well, the next step is just to rest for a few days while the scarab fades. Lu Chen put his hands behind his back and said with a calm demeanor. Seeing this scene, at this moment, everyone revealed shocked gazes. Xia Qingfeng, the main North captain, and the surrounding minions rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking they had misread the situation. But looking at the wound that had healed, they knew that they hadn't been wrong, and that what was happening in front of them was real. The Divine Doctor. Doctor! Xia Qingfeng was so excited that he burst into tears. The thought of spending endless wealth and beautiful women of all colors and sizes after the stomach cancer is cured. He knelt down in front of Lu Chen in one go, his eyes red, just about to kowtow a few times. Low profile, Lu Chen said expressionlessly. Yes yes yes. Xia Qingfeng hurriedly stood up. Then, turning toward Captain Main North and the others, he said, from today on, the Divine Doctor's words are my words, and everything he says must be done. Do you hear me? The next moment, a flush of roars rang out from the 3rd floor. Heard that. Subsequently, under the leadership of Xia Qingfeng, Lu Chen and Li Jingya walked towards the 4th floor, showing through the sky garden to a luxurious suite. The suite is gilded, beautifully landscaped and furnished with all modern amenities. Divine Doctor, you and your beloved will stay here. Oh yeah, what's the relationship between those geezers and you? Should we put them in as well? Xia Qingfeng said with a dog-licking look. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen said in a heavy tone. Irrelevant. How smart was Xia Qingfeng? She immediately sensed that Lu Chen was a bit dissatisfied with the few foreigners. He said to the main North captain with a big wave of his hand. Mud. Wash those foreigners clean. All of them will be picked up for me. Yes. Captain Main nodded. Stay after he's gone. A few people came into the living room, found a couch, and sat down. At this time, Xia Qingfeng heatedly smiled and mysteriously said, Divine Doctor, there were so many people outside just now that I was too embarrassed to ask. since you've already seen my condition, why don't you just cure me of all of them? This impotence. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Lu Chen interrupted. It's all men. I get it. Don't worry. It's all stocked in the herbs. Hear this. Xia Qingfeng was as grateful as if he had eaten bee, smiling. Thank you, divine doctor. Let's start the first session then? Lu Chen nodded. Immediately after that, he took out the pot of medicine he had bought and stuffed all the herbs in it. Then put it on the gas stove. Unscrew the switch and cook it over high heat. About 2 hours later, under Xia Qingfeng's expectant gaze, Lu Chen carried the steaming pot of medicine and returned to the living room. Take it away. Drink this pot of medicine and you'll be a whole lot better. Alright, divine doctor. Then I won't bother you guys anymore, Xia Qingfeng said excitedly. Then he put on his gloves, took the pot of medicine, and left in a huff. After he left, only Lu Chen and Li Jingyao were left in the room. Lu Chen, do you really intend to cure his terminal illness? After a long time, Li Jingyao carefully asked. Lu Chen replied decisively. That's for sure. How else are we going to survive? This Mr. Xia has not been kind to us. I must completely eradicate his illness. Speaking here, Lu Chen pointed to his ears. Again, he pointed to the wall. Li Jingyao looked in her eyes and understood what Lu Chen meant. The walls have ears. The other side could be eavesdropping. And just as Lu Chen expected, at this moment, in another luxurious suite, Xia Qingfeng drank the medicinal soup while wearing a headset and eavesdropping on the conversation between the two Lu Chen. Upon hearing Lu Chen's determination to cure himself, Xia Qingfeng took off his headphones and said to the little brother beside him, "All give me some spirit. If the divine doctor has any needs, they must be met promptly. Do you hear me?" The little brother nodded his head like garlic. Yes, Mr. Xia. After the command, Xia Qingfeng had also pretty much wiped out the pot of medicinal soup. Just then, his eyes suddenly widened and he sat there motionless as if he were stuck. Immediately afterward, his face darkened and his pupils dilated dramatically. The youngest brother looked on and asked anxiously, "Mr. Xia, what happened to you?" The words just fell. Put. Xia Qingfeng sprayed out a mouthful of black blood, and after spitting up blood, Xia Qingfeng's face turned rosy, his eyes gleamed, and his entire body was radiant. He stood up and tentatively moved his muscles, then exclaimed, "Quick, get the doctor over here to check me out." Seeing that the boss was fine, the little brother secretly wiped his sweat and respectfully said, "Yes, soon." A dozen private doctors, with specialized medical equipment, rushed over. When they were done with the physical examination of Xia Qingfeng, the attending physician looked at the seat in his hands in disbelief. My God, stomach cancer was actually cured. Young Master Xia, where did you find such a powerful divine doctor? Words. Xia Qingfeng happily patted his thigh straight and laughed. Ha ha, he's my old man's personal doctor. So don't you guys hit on him. There's nothing more to do. So go away and don't interfere with the rest of my program. Xia Qingfeng couldn't wait. After drinking the medicinal soup, he felt on fire and had the urge to arch a cabbage. Therefore, he has asked his little brother to arrange to get himself 10 sisters. Tonight, I'm going to hit 10. Xia Qingfeng said triumphantly. With the passage of time, darkness falls. Lu Chen asked the little brother at the door to buy some ingredients for cooking, plus a Chinese cookbook. Soon, Li Jingya took the ingredients handed to her by the other party and busied herself with dinner in the kitchen. Lu Chen, on the other hand, sat on the sofa, holding the Chinese cookbook in his hands and reading it silently. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the complete gourmet book. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Cooking ability plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Although cooking was optional for Lu Chen, but something is better than nothing, not to mention the added longevity. After dinner, Lu Chen and Li Jingya had nothing to do, so they wandered around the park. At this time, it was dinner time in the park, and everyone was eating in the cafeteria on the first floor. And when Lu Chen and Li Jingya arrived at the cafeteria and saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but frown. See only, supervisors are standing in front of the food truck, handing out meals. Next to them, a dragon nation lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their own food. The food was simple, just a steamed bun and a dish of pickles. If you're thirsty, there's plain water. Nonetheless, as each dragon nation received their steamed buns, they couldn't wait to take a big bite while walking. The buns in my hand were almost gone before I even made it to my seat in the cafeteria. At this point, the supervisor suddenly shouted, K23. This quarter's results exceeded $100 million and ranked in the top 20. Reward, a poached egg. This statement was made. All the Dragon Kingdom people looked towards him, looking at the egg. A look of jealousy passed through everyone's eyes, and the people who received the eggs, as if they had won the lottery, were so excited that they kept bowing to the supervisors. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Xia. I will continue to work hard to create more profits for the company. After saying that, he peeled off the egg and ate it in the envious eyes of the crowd. As the people around them watched this scene, they couldn't help but gulp, their mouths almost watering. Just as Lu Chen and Li Jingya were surprised by this scene. At this time, Xia Qingfeng appeared at the second-floor escalator. His entire body was panting and sweating, as if he had just gone through a great battle. Snap! Xia Qingfeng clapped his hands and shouted, "Friends, let's all put the food in your hands for a moment. I'd like to introduce you to someone in a grand way." After saying that, he pointed at Lu Chen and continued, "That's him, the Divine Doctor of the Dragon Kingdom. From this day on, when you see the Divine Doctor, it's the same as seeing me. Everyone who sees the Divine Doctor must say a respectful hello." A round of applause, everyone. As the words fell, the first floor erupted in applause. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom faced Lu Chen and their hands were clapping red. Lu Chen smiled on the surface and waved his hand, but he was not happy in his heart. These compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom were warm on the surface, but in reality, each of them had hollow eyes and a cold look. From their faces, not a single ray of hope for life could be seen. And just then, the main North Captain walked in slowly, carrying a man covered in blood. "Young Master Xia, this Longboard cop is dying. Do we still need to keep fighting? Mud, half dead after only 3 days of fighting. How dare this physique come under cover?" The main North Captain cracked. Xia Qingfeng didn't answer, but instead looked at Lu Chen and said cheerfully, "Divine Doctor, please heal him. When you're cured, continue the torture." Mud, after repeated torture dozens of times, "I don't believe this cop still has a stiff upper lip. Dr. God, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Xia Qingfeng looked condescendingly at Lu Chen and said, when he said the last sentence, his tone was slightly threatening, "Hear this." Lu Chen remained expressionless. In those herbs he cooked for Xia Qingfeng, he had added some seasonings, and it was expected to kick in only tomorrow morning. Nowadays, in order to gain Xia Qingfeng's trust, looks like we'll just have to commit Uncle Hat to one more night. Afterward, Lu Chen spread the concocted medicinal powder on the man's wound. Within a short time, the other party's wounds were all healed and the entire person was restored as before. Of course, Lu Chen mixed some pain-relieving and paralyzing herbs into it. Secretly, this will alleviate, at least, 80% of the pain in the opponent's body. Pull out and continue the torture. Xia Qingfeng waved his hand and said. The main North Captain respectfully said, "Yes." When the other side escorted the Longbo police away, Xia Qingfeng looked at Lu Chen and smiled lewdly. "Divine Doctor, it's getting late. Hurry back to bed. Today's medicine is good. Please cook me some more tomorrow." Words. Lu Chen didn't stay any longer and went back to the house with Li Jingya to rest. Early the next morning, Lu Chen hadn't opened his eyes yet. At the door, then, came the anxious voice of the main North Captain. "It's not good, Dr. God. Something has happened to young Master Xia." Hearing the other party's call, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. "It looks like the medicine is working." Immediately, Lu Chen put on his clothes and walked out in a hurry to ask, "What's going on? What happened to young Master Xia?" When the two arrived at Xia Qingfeng's suite, see only, Xia Qingfeng was lying on the sofa, his face pale, covering his stomach with a pained expression. There was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body looked in pain. Several doctors stood nearby, looking at the CT films in their hands in alarm. "It's really strange. Obviously yesterday young Master Xia's stomach cancer had already been cured, but I don't know what happened. But it came back today and it's worse than ever." At this moment, Xia Qingfeng's voice trembled and his tone was weak. God, Doctor, save me." Lu Chen pretended to look like he was pressing down on his stomach, then asked in a nervous tone, "Did you have intercourse yesterday?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Xia Qingfeng said with a pained face, Right, confused. Lu Chen's brows furrowed into a ball as he pretended to be alarmed. Chapter 85, Divine Doctor on the Line. Stick therapy. According to our Chinese medicine words, you have just recovered from a serious illness and your essence is not yet stabilized. You must not have that kind of thing with a woman. Now, all the essence is all converging at your little kunai. The only way to alleviate your current ailment is to force the essence into your body through physical therapy. Lu Chen said in a serious manner, not looking like a joke at all. This had a few doctors and stitches. They had been practicing for decades and had never heard of such a treatment. However, thinking that the other party was a miracle doctor who could cure stomach cancer, he did not ask more questions. Xia Qingfeng forced himself to endure the pain and said with a puzzled expression, Dr. God, what do you mean by physical therapy? The words just fell. Lu Chen had an extra wolf tooth stick in his hand. He held up his wolf tooth stick and bared his teeth. If you use this thing to knock the kunai hard, you will be able to force the essence into your body, and only then will you be cured. Seeing this, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes glazed over and his face turned white as he said, "No, don't, Dr. God. I still want to be a man. Is there another way?" Lu Chen put down his wolfsbane and shook his head, sighing, "There is no other way. If it continues to drag on, let alone be a man, I'm afraid you can't even be a person, only a ghost." This statement was made. Xiao Qingfeng's heart was in his throat and he was in deep thought. As the saying goes, it's better to die than to live. After a brief moment of reflection, Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said ruthlessly, "In that case, come on." He just finished. Lu Chen's wolf-tooth rod had been raised above his head and smashed viciously towards him. Next, ow! The ghostly voice of Xiao Qingfeng came from the house. At this point, the doctor looked at the medical equipment and was pleasantly surprised. "Young Master Xia, your condition has really started to improve. The Chinese medicine of the Dragon Kingdom is too amazing." "Hear this," Xiao Qingfeng said with tears in her eyes. God doctor, go on, don't pity me. I want to live. I don't want to die." Lu Chen? Hearing his words, Lu Chen felt his stomach roll. That's disgusting. As a result, Lu Chen once again raised his wolf toothstick and continuously greeted him. "Ha, ha, I fight." Lu Chen made a sound as he smashed it, just like that peasant uncle hoeing the ground. The wolf toothstick in his hand was so fast that it almost swung out a residual shadow. Swish swish swish. Ow, ah, slightly. Xiao Qingfeng was smashed and spat out his tongue. A mouthful of centuries-old phlegm flew out of his mouth. In a short while, Xiao Qingfeng was smashed and foaming at the mouth, his face turning blue. He lay on the couch, his tongue hanging out of his mouth, and the whole thing fainted. "Great, Mr. Xiao's stomach cancer is cured." At that moment, the doctor sitting in front of the instrument shouted excitedly, "Turn your head," but he realized that Xiao Qingfeng had already closed his eyes tightly. "Unconsciousness. Young Master Xia, Mr. Xia." The doctors and the main North minions saw the scene. Full of anxiety, he ran over and kept shaking Xiao Qingfeng, but the brain was shaking evenly and the other man didn't open his eyes. What to do? Dr. God, Captain Main asked in a panic. "Get out of the way," Lu Chen said indifferently. A few people hurriedly got out of the way, only to see that Lu Chen walked straight to Xiao Qingfeng and raised both of his palms. A big mouth was flung in his face like a 5-speed electric fan. Snap! Ice had slapped him into a pig's head. Put! Xiao Qingfeng sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. The other opened his eyes and looked around in panic, his tone tense. "Who am I? Where am I? Am I alive?" Lu Chen grabbed his hand and said excitedly, "Congratulations, Mr. Xia. With your strong will, you've managed to defeat the disease." This statement was made. Xiao Qingfeng was both happy and sad, revealing a crying and laughing expression as he said, "Woohoo! I finally survived. It's just a shame that my little kunai." Feel the sharp pain coming from his body. 2 tear tracks ran down Xiao Qingfeng's cheeks. Lu Chen comforted. "Think about it, Xia Gongzi. In fact, it's quite good to be a woman." Originally, Xiao Qingfeng was just sad. Upon hearing Lu Chen's comforting words, he couldn't hold it back any longer and cried out in an ow. Xiao Qingfeng said as she wiped her tears, "Go away, all of you. I want to be alone." Today, the park is temporarily in the care of Alfred. Alfred, the main captain. Hear this. Alfred had a delighted look on his face. "Don't worry, Mr. Xia, I won't let you down." Having said that, the crowd slowly made their way to the outside of the house. At that moment, Ah Fu said respectfully to Lu Chen, "Divine Doctor, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? Why don't you eat with us? As it happens, I have something I want to ask of you." "Don't worry, our supervisory staff's meals are not the same as ordinary staff meals." Rich words. Lu Chen nodded. "Okay." Immediately after that, the group slowly walked towards the cafeteria on the first floor. Since it was breakfast time, the cafeteria was overcrowded, with dragon employees fighting with their rice bowls. At that moment, Ah Fu revealed a smug look and shouted in a condescending manner, "Mr. Xia isn't feeling well today, so I'm taking over the park for now. In order to improve everyone's performance and add motivation to the workplace, I've decided that breakfast is cancelled. Everyone go to work hungry, and whoever has outstanding performance, I'll reward him with 2 boiled eggs at noon." This statement was made. The Longboy employees were carrying their rice bowls and had expressions of despair. Their meals were not much to begin with. Only a bowl of rice porridge in the morning. It's porridge, but it's actually similar to boiled water, and there are no grains of rice in the bowl. Even though there wasn't much nutrition, it was their only chance to replenish their energy. Nowadays, there's not even any rice porridge left. All of the dragon employees were bleary-eyed and full of loss. They stood staring blankly, numb, What are you waiting for? Get to work. Whoever dares to ink again, I'll feed him to the dogs. Grass to martyr, Ah Fu said as he glared at the employees, putting on a smug look of the Crown Prince's supervisor. Seeing the situation, the Longboy employees sighed helplessly, and one by one, they carried their rice bowls and left the cafeteria. Hey, divine doctor please. Alfred held out his hand like a licking dog and said, upon entering the interior of the cafeteria and looking at the supervisor's meals. Lu Chen froze. A dazzling assortment of dishes such as roasted chicken thighs, boiled beef, and panko stew. Next to it was a pot full of rice porridge with red dates, goji berries and other tonic. Not far away, a trash can, emptied of leftovers. And the leftovers in these trash cans are more than 100 times better compared to what the dragon employees eat. How's it going, divine doctor? Are you still satisfied with the food? Alfred asked. Well, good. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Since the supervisors hadn't started dinner yet, Lu Chen and Ah Fu were the only two people in the house. At this time, Lu Chen pointed at a dish and asked, "What's that dish?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Ah Fu looked in the direction of Lu Chen's finger, and the moment he turned his head, Lu Chen flicked his hand, dumped the powdered unknown medicine in the rice pan. Ah, this is the main North curry, our special meal here. It's laced with a variety of sauces and thick soups, as well as chicken, lamb, shrimp and other nutritious foods, and it's quite tasty. Alfred introduced it enthusiastically. Oh, Lu Chen revealed an expression of sudden realization. It was also at this point that it was time for the supervisors to start their meal. Only, the iron door of the cafeteria was wide open. The next second, a supervisor was carrying a delicate dinner plate, talking and laughing as he walked toward the cafeteria. Good day, divine doctor, divine doctor. When the crowd saw Lu Chen, they politely bowed and said, Xia Qingfeng had explained that seeing Lu Chen was like seeing him. And these people didn't dare to slack off. Well, there's no need to be polite, so let's all hurry up and start eating, Lu Chen said indifferently. The words fell. The crowd made their way to the food trucks, grabbed their clips, and began to self-serve their food selections. And that pot of rice porridge laced with powdered medicine. Most people served a bowl, and only a few ignored it. Seeing the situation, Lu Chen frowned slightly, but he didn't take it to heart. After beating the meal, Lu Chen and Ah Fu found a dining table and sat opposite each other. Ah, divine doctor. Yesterday after Mr. Xia drank your medicine, his strength rose greatly. To this day, those 10 women haven't gotten out of bed. So, I'd like to, too. Alfred slowly voiced his request. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, Dare I say you're looking for me for this? It's a small matter. Don't worry, just drink my medicine. Not to mention 10 women. Even if 20 women come, they'll be on their knees begging for mercy. With these words from Lu Chen, at once, all the supervisors around them looked over with excited faces. After all, that side of things, what man could not be impressed? Captain, I have a friend who isn't very good at that, and I'd like to beg a copy of the medicine for him. Captain, I also have a friend who asked me to ask you for a medicine. Mud, you guys are so hypocritical, playing something out of nothing. Captain, my dad wants to give me a brother. See if you can fix me up with one too? Hearing the words of the people around him, Ah Fu laughed out loud and said with a generous look, Today, Mr. Xia is not feeling well and asked me to manage the park. In that case, I'll take the liberty of giving everyone's share. This statement was made. Shasta. All the supervisors were thrilled and kept thanking Ah Fu. And just then, Lu Chen turned his words around and said, Actually, Mr. Xia's medicine has only exerted half of its effect. If you take some red dates and goji berries in moderation before taking the medicine, the medicinal effect will be twice as effective. By then, there will be more than 20 women. Even if 50 women came and fought for 3 days and 3 nights, you'd still be standing. Hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone froze slightly. Those who had served the rice porridge were silent for a moment as they looked at the red dates and wolfberries in the bowl of rice. A few seconds later, they all picked up the rice porridge and gorged themselves as if they hadn't eaten in centuries. Those who didn't serve rice porridge, on the other hand, clutched their bowls and scurried furiously toward the food truck. They surrounded the bucket of rice, and like crazy, you spooned and I spooned. Before long, a bucket full of rice porridge is about to reach the bottom. Seeing this, Ah Fu panicked a little and shouted, A bunch of save some for the old man. With that, he grabbed his bowl and rushed over as well. See everyone grabbing rice porridge. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. Chapter 86, Lu Chen eliminates the 3 evils. After breakfast, Lu Chen packed some food and returned to the suite. At this time, Li Jingya happened to get up. She asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes in her pajamas, Lu Chen, why are you up so early? Are you frying medicine for Mr. Xia again? Lu Chen shook his head and said, Mr. Xia's stomach cancer has been cured. I brought you some breakfast. Hurry up and eat. Aha! Li Jingya nodded, a happy smile appearing on her delicate face. Then he sat down at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and took small bites. Lu Chun, on the other hand, hugged the cookbook, lay on the sofa, and brushed up his lifespan. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was noon, and Lu Chen's cooking ability had been raised to level 5 at 73% experience. Considering that the food for the supervisors was good, Lu Chen didn't let Li Jingya cook, and the two of them ran directly to the cafeteria on the first floor. But upon arriving at the cafeteria, a shocking scene occurred. Just see, on the first floor, all of the dragon employees knelt on the ground with their rice bowls and lowered their heads in a shivering manner. Directly in front of him, Fu stood there, pointing and cursing at everyone. Yuma. A morning has gone by and the performance has set the worst ever. Mr. Xia gave me the park to manage, and you guys are so inept. That's embarrassing me. That's all you want to eat? Eat your horses. Having said that, Alfred grabbed a mallet and smashed the food truck all over. At one point, steamed buns and pickles spilled out all over the place, and the food carts were knocked down. Afyu was not yet relieved, and stood on top of the steamed buns again and stomped on them hard twice. At that moment, a hungry Dragon Kingdom officer gulped and shuddered. Old boss, we are really too hungry. We have absolutely no energy to work. Why don't you just let us have a bite? We promise that after dinner, the performance will definitely be better than in the morning. The words just fell. Second floor at the escalator. Xia Qingfeng appeared at an unknown time and pointed at the man and cursed. Screw it, eat nymphets. Seeing Xia Qingfeng, Fu and the other supervisors hurriedly bowed toward the second floor and respectfully shouted, Mr. Xia. Xia Qingfeng did not reply. Instead, he came to the first floor with a stick and trembling legs, raging, to the horror of the crowd, only to see, Xia Qingfeng raised his stick and smashed it against the crotch of the dragon employee who had spoken. Pop. Aha. The Longwei employee covered his body, his entire body curled up in a ball, his face pale. Seeing this scene, everyone all sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts tightening. This stick goes down, even if it's not knocked out. The rest of his life is also basically wasted. Only to see, Xia Qingfeng raised his stick and slammed it while cursing with red eyes. Mud. Let you eat. Let you eat. I'll make you a eunuch and turn you all into invalids. The rest of the dragon employees looked at this scene, their eyes widening, their eyes covered in horror. Lu Chen was also slightly surprised. This Xia Qingfeng, when he couldn't be a man himself, he took the fire out on the Longwei employees. It's been completely reduced to a perversion. Lu Chen looked up at the factory clock. Aha, guess the drugs are about to kick in. Although Xia Qingfeng didn't drink the bowl of rice porridge, but he had long ago added the same spices to Xia Qingfeng's tonics, and the effect was the same. When Xia Qingfeng knocked for a few minutes, that dragon employee had completely fainted. However, Xia Qingfeng was not relieved, and turned his gaze to the other Dragon Kingdom personnel and said in a deranged manner, Fu, fork all these people's legs. I'm going to waste them all one by one. Hear this. Fu's heart thumped in disbelief as he looked at Xia Qingfeng, thinking that he had heard wrong. Hear you paralyzing dull, did not hear what I said. Believe it or not, I will waste you first? Xia Qingfeng cursed with red eyes. Alfred stirred, not daring to slow down, and waved his hand. Next, a group of supervisors rushed forward and were about to make a move on the dragon employees. No, don't. I won't eat. I'll work hard. You guys leave me alone. All the dragon employees pleaded, and some even fell to their knees and cried loudly. And as if Xia Qingfeng hadn't heard him, his gaze was empty and fierce, just as he was about to extend his poisonous hand to the others. A close call, only to see that Xia Qingfeng, Fu, and all the supervisors all froze in place, not moving at all, like an unwound machine. The whole thing was stuck there, as if time had been suspended. Everyone's eyes were wide, their faces were grim, and their mouths kept trembling. Next, vomit. All the supervisors bent down in unison and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Subsequently, itchy, it tickles, ouch, it hurts. What's going on? I feel like I'm dying. Alfred and the other supervisors lay on the ground and kept rolling around, their faces covered with pain. At this moment, Xia Qingfeng looked toward Lu Chen, who was not far away, and said with a trembling voice, You bastard, did you put poison inside my medicine? Seeing that the other person doubted himself, Lu Chen said with an innocent look on his face, Young Master Xia, how can you doubt me? You did take my medicine, but no one else has taken a sip of the medicinal soup. Fu and the others covered their stomachs and nodded their heads like garlic. Yes, Mr. Xia. Although the divine doctor promised to cook medicine for us, we haven't drunk it yet. Hearing Alfred's words, Xia Qingfeng levied. Then he lowered his head and compromised. Divine doctor. Save me. Lu Chen hurriedly stepped forward and pretended to inspect it. Then wide-eyed and panicked. My God. Surprisingly, the fury rushes through the body? Hearing this brand new word, Xia Qingfeng forced himself to endure the pain and asked in disbelief. Divine doctor, what is a fury rushing through the body? Lu Chen's brows furrowed into a ball as he said in an urgent tone. You guys have done a lot of evil and bad things, so you've attracted the fury. I can save you, but if I cure you guys, my lifespan will also suffer depreciation nah. Hearing that there was help, Xia Qingfeng, Ah Fu and the others hurriedly shouted. Divine doctor, you are the living Hua Tua. Please save us. Yes, doctor, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. So many of us, even if your life expectancy is damaged, you will surely become immortal after your death in the future. Xia Qingfeng also couldn't suffer from the sickness and said with a head full of cold sweat, Divine doctor, I promise to let you go immediately after you cure us. Lu Chen pretended to look hesitant. Think about it for a few dozen seconds. Lu Chen raised his head and sighed. Hey, okay, I hope you'll do as you say and let us go as soon as you're cured. Xia Qingfeng had our quicker out of the stump. Swore, cheat death family. Subsequently, in the hall on the first floor, only to see that Xia Qingfeng, Ah Fu, and the other supervisors knelt on the ground in unison, and beside each man stood a dragon employee who had been temporarily brought in to make up the staff, each with a steel whip in his hand. Lu Chun, on the other hand, carried a small bench and sat in front of him, saying, later on, I'll say a line and you'll read after it. The whip must be in place immediately after the reading so as to drive away the fury from the body. After the rules are spoken, Lu Chen straightened his demeanor and said with a resounding voice, I thank heaven and earth. The people of northern Maine did not dare to slow down and hurriedly followed the reading. I give thanks to heaven and earth. The words fell. The Longboy employee took the whip in his hand and lashed it hard. Pop! Ow! Alfred yelped in pain. Then, he turned his head to look at the dragon employee and cursed. Grass mud horse. Can you lighten up a bit? Lu Chen frowned and said in a stern tone. The harder you whip, the better the healing effect. If everyone's healing suffers because of you alone, can you bear the consequences of this? At that moment, the doctor sitting in front of the medical machine erupted into an exclamation of surprise. Amazing. Just amazing. After this whip went down, Mr. Xia's health index really improved. This statement was made. Xia Qingfeng, who was kneeling next to him, kicked Ah Fu and scolded him. Asterisk 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 don't drag me with you if you want to die. You, kicked in the ass. Alfred was honest. He climbed to his feet and resumed his knees with a coy look on his face. Seeing this, Lu Chen was happy in his heart. But the surface remained expressionless and continued to shout. I thank my parents. Maine North Congregation. I thank my parents. With that attitude of Xia Qingfeng just now, Longboy employees bottomed out and raised their whips to whip them fiercely. And all the grievances accumulated in these days were all vented at once. Pow! Ow! Alfred nearly jumped up at the jerk, but he didn't dare to have a seizure. And after his body stirred for a moment, he resumed kneeling in the same place. Lu Chen continued. I am a sinner. North Burma crowd, I am a sinner. Lu Chen, I endanger the earth. Maine North crowd, I endanger the earth. Lu Chen, I have failed the world. The people of northern Burma, I have failed the people. The dragon employees on the side raised their whips and snapped at Xia Qingfeng. Ah Fu! And the others like a gyroscope. Ow 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 ow. For a while, the park was filled with screams. At the moment, not far away, on the hilltop, Ryuyan and a few undercover agents, who had just arrived here, planned to pull out their binoculars and observe. But the telescope just opened. They then saw that Xia Qingfeng as well as the Maine North criminals were all kneeling on the ground, being madly whipped by one of the dragon employees next to them holding a steel whip. Seeing this, Lu Yun's few people looked at each other. They looked at each other and all froze. Chapter 87, Not Buddy. This is too positive, isn't it? Hilltop. Looking through binoculars at a scene in the park, Ryuyan, as well as several members of the team, were dumbfounded. They glanced at each other with surprised faces. Immediately after that, Lu Yun pulled out Xia Qingfeng's photo from her waist and compared it. After confirming that the man kneeling was the head of the park, Ryuyan was confused. What the hell is going on here? Why are Xia Qingfeng and the Maine North criminals on their knees, letting others whip them? The remaining few undercover comrades also wore a puzzled expression. I was just wondering too. I thought I was mistaken. Could it be that Xia Qingfeng has a masochistic fetish? Possibly. Can a normal person be the head of a fraud park? Never mind that. Find a way to sneak in and then watch carefully. Go! Say it. A few comrades, led by Lu Yun, carefully left the spot. At this very moment, inside the park, on the first floor, Lu Chen was still leading the crowd in shouting loud slogans. Lu Chen, I would leave everything behind. North Main crowd, I would leave everything behind. Pop. Ow. Lu Chen, eliminate name and power. North Main congregation, eliminate name and power. Snap. Ow. After the slogans, Lu Chen stood up from his chair, pulled out a pair of scissors in his hand, and walked towards them with an expressionless face. Xia Qingfeng looked at the shiny scissors. His chrysanthemums tightened in fear. God, doctor. What is the meaning of this? There is not going to be any more parts to cut out, is there? Lu Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he came to him, aimed the scissors at his hair, and clicked them. Not a moment too soon. Xia Qingfeng's center-parted hairstyle was then cut bald. The big brain clanks and reflects in the light. After completing this series of operations, Li Jingya walked over with a basin of fresh water containing herbs. Lu Chen reached out his hand and dipped it in the water. Then his arm flung out, splashing water on Xia Qingfeng's head. When the clear water touched the skin, the medicinal powder began to penetrate rapidly, spreading all over Xia Qingfeng's body. See only, Xia Qingfeng, who originally had a pained face, suddenly began to relax, his expression slowly soothing. Dull eyes gradually brightened. In just a few tens of seconds, the whole person was quite a bit more refreshed than just a few moments ago. At that moment, the doctor looked at the data in the instrument and was pleasantly surprised. Mr. Xia's health has been maintained to a normal level. It's amazing. I can't believe my eyes. As a healer who believes in Western medicine, now it's met with something so bizarre. Anyone else would be incredulous. After hearing the doctor's words, all the people in the north of Myanmar, one head stretched out like a giraffe. All of them cannot wait to say, Divine Doctor, hurry up and cut my hair too. Divine Doctor, I have no hair. Sprinkle me with holy water first. Dr. God, I can't take it anymore. Cut me first. Lu Chen signaled with his eyes. The surrounding Longwa staff members pulled out a pair of scissors and clipped at the hair of the main north crowd. After the cut, a few drops of holy water were sprinkled towards their briny egg-like heads. Soon, everyone's health is restored to a semblance of health. Everyone had a relaxed look on their faces and were grateful to Lu Chen. At this moment, Xia Qingfeng clasped Lu Chen's hand and said excitedly, Divine Doctor, thank you so much. You'd rather sacrifice your own lifespan to save ours. From this day on, you're my birth parent. Looking at Xia Qingfeng, who had tears and snot running down her face, Lu Chen skimmed his mouth. I don't have a treacherous son like you. Afterward, Lu Chen said expressionlessly, don't be too happy. I'm only temporarily stopping the fury chi in your bodies. If you continue to do evil in the future, then the furies will still come back to life and continue to impact your bodies. Therefore, you must do a good deed every day and always keep positive energy. It's the only way to spend your life in peace, Lu Chen said in a serious manner, sounding decent and not at all like a joke. Words, Xia Qingfeng, ah fu, and the people in the northern part of Myanmar nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, their gazes firm, convinced of Lu Chen's words, and that's when it happened. A few northern Burma personnel, carrying that undercover agent of the Dragon Kingdom, walked in and exclaimed, Mr. Xia, hell no, this Longwa strip, we whipped it all night. The whip broke, but he acted as if he didn't know the pain, and didn't even grunt, let alone open his mouth. Why don't we just kill him? A main north officer said in a vicious tone. Hearing this, Xia Qingfeng's heart tightened. Lu Chen just said that in the future, we must maintain positive energy, only then can we live. If we kill this cop, once the bogey redrills, that feeling of having his internal organs shattered was not something he wanted to experience again. Thinking of this, Xia Qingfeng took a big step forward and pointed at him to start cursing. Kill am I? Before the word mom could be said, Xia Qingfeng hurriedly changed his words. Kill you, damn it, that's just too much. You must take good care of this man and serve him with good food and drink. And, of course, not to be let go. Starting today, we're responsible for his old age. You hear me? Xia Qingfeng perked up and said. He was secretly glad that he had to react quickly and almost uttered an expletive. The minion was dumbfounded. Looking at the boss with a serious face, he spoke slowly after a long time. Yes, I know, boss. After saying that, he carefully carried the Dragon Kingdom under cover on his back, then slowly made his way out of the room, afraid of tearing the cop on his back, and lumped out to heal his wounds. When the little brother left, Xia Qingfeng looked at those Dragon Kingdom staff members and cupped both his hands, revealing a kind smile. Dragon State staff. Normally, the park head, who was always domineering and cruel, showed this kind of expression. This couldn't help but make everyone's heart grow fuzzy. See only. Xia Qingfeng waved his hand and said, everyone, It was me who had a bad attitude in the morning. I hope you can forgive me. Don't eat the buns. They're not very nutritious. Our supervisors are fed quite well, with big fish and meat, so please eat with an open stomach. The moment all of the dragon employees revealed excited smiles as they picked up their rice bowls and rushed towards the cafeteria. As they passed Lu Chen, they even bowed. Thank you, Divine Doctor. The Divine Doctor is awesome. These people still know what's good and what's bad. If it wasn't Lu Chen, I'm afraid their little kunai will not be safe. Not to mention eating the scrumptious food of those who supervise it. In the face of everyone's heartfelt enthusiasm, Lu Chen nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The first step has already begun in the mind's eye. Next comes the second step. In the meantime, Dragon Nation, capital city, Deer Base. Inside the large conference room, Tang Qing sat on the stage, keeping an eye on the progress of the mission in northern Burma. Under the stage, hundreds of Deer members sat neatly, each busy with their own work. Just then, a member raised his head and said, "Report, Luyan just sent a message that they have initially mapped the exterior of the Xia Group's campus. Expect a sleeper campaign against the Xia Group campus tomorrow morning." Tang Cheng nodded and said, "Tell them, safety first, mission second. Many police comrades have already been brutally killed before, so tell them to make sure they protect themselves and retreat immediately in case of danger." The member nodded. Yes, the words just fell. The door to the conference room was pushed open, only to see that Elder Bai appeared at the door under the escort of several armed police marshals. "Miss Tang, second miss has news," Elder Bai said with an agitated expression. This statement was made. Tang Qing was first slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, her eyes widened and an ecstatic look appeared on her face. The entire person was excited and trembling with excitement. Tang Qing came outside with quick steps and couldn't wait to ask, "Elder Bai, where is Shura where she is now?" Elder Bai held a piece of information and said happily, "According to our mapping, Ms. Tang Ro was adopted by a family namely, with an address of No. 44, Li's Village, Yunhai City. Her current name is Li Jingya, and she's studying at the 13th Middle School in Yunhai City. And, once upon a time, the old man happened to have been to No. 44, Li's Village, and had seen the second young lady. Never would I have thought that fate is so marvelous. No wonder I felt affectionate at the time." Elder Bai cozied up to him. Tang Qing was on the verge of crying with excitement. Her own sister, the only family member in the world, who had the same blood running through her. "It's been a whole decade since I've seen you." It had been so many years, and she had been thinking about her sister all the time. There wasn't a second that went by that wasn't thinking about Tang Ro. "Quickly, immediately head to Li's Village 44 and bring my sister to the capital," Tang Qing said excitedly. She couldn't wait to fly to Cloudsea City right now and recognize her sister. A moment she had waited too long for. However, Elder Bai, said with some hesitation, "Ms. Tang, we've already sent people to look for it. But, you don't know the situation of the Li family. Second Mrs. adoptive father died and her adoptive mother is paralyzed. In this case, the second young lady has to go home every day and take care of her foster mother. But when our men arrived at 44 Li's Village, her foster mother said that the second young lady didn't come home last night. Even today during the day, the second young miss didn't go to school. This is really a bit abnormal," Elder Bai coyly said, his remaining light staring at Tang Qing's face, afraid that the other party would get angry. Fruity. Hearing this, Tang Qing's face sank. Her previous elation swept away. In its place, there was shock and fury. "You mean to tell me that the second young lady was just found and now she's lost?" Tang Qing said in an icy tone. Elder Bai wiped the sweat on his forehead and gently nodded. "It seems like this, but don't worry, we've sent someone to keep looking." Words. Tang Qing's face was frosty, her eyes empty. She turned away, her hands behind her back, her tone emotionless. "Looking, even if we turn the entire Yunhai City upside down, we must find the second young miss. As for that foster mother, make sure you take good care of her and treat her like my real mother." Tang Qing's words were calm, but when Elder Bai heard it in his ears, it was as if 10,000 arrows pierced his heart and he was in an ice cave. His face turned white and his voice trembled. Yes, Miss Tang, stay after he's gone." Tang Cheng unwrapped the information packet and flipped through several pieces of paper to find Li Jingya's photo. Looking at the photo, the other person fell beautifully. Tang Cheng's slender jade fingers gently caressed Li Jingya's face. 2 lines of teardrops ran down her cheeks and gently fell to the ground, wetting the floor of the Deer Base. "Sister, this time, I will find you and stay by your side forever." With that, Tang Cheng pressed Li Jingya's picture to her chest and closed her eyes. North of Maine, Xia Group Campus. The employees of Longhua have never had such a pleasant day as today. Not only are you eating big fish, don't even have to work. Everyone's task was to surround Xiao Qingfeng and the others, reciting the Buddhist scriptures and the Tao Te Ching. Beyond that, Lu Chen also gave Xiao Qingfeng a statue of them. Jesus held a cross in his left hand and carried a mahogany sword in his right. There were Buddha beads around his neck, and on his head was Lin Zhengying's magic hat for exorcising ghosts. According to Lu Chen's words, it's called combining the East and the West to get twice the result with half the effort. If you do others, Xiao Qingfeng simply cannot believe a little. This is not cheating, stupid hang? But when placed on Lu Chen, they were convinced that it was a miracle weapon for healing. In the evening, in the luxury suite, Xiao Qingfeng, Fu, and the people of Manhwa were packed in the living room, and there was no longer even a place to land around them. Looking at the statue, which was several meters high, all of them vibrated and recited the scriptures. Namu Amitba Buddha, pure heart divine mantra, Taishang Taishang, haste, amen. After reading, they leaned on each other, closed their eyes and slept peacefully. The next room, Lu Chen got a book of firearms science from Alfred. After all, in a place like northern Maine, not knowing how to use a gun is not an option. Although his own Dragon Kingdom martial arts were invincible in physical combat, he could not hold out for long in front of a hot weapon. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the book, the complete book of firearms science. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1, plus 1, plus 1 to shooting accuracy ability. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in the sea of knowledge, Li Jingya walked out in her pajamas and asked with concern, "Fellow student Lu Chen, you're still reading at this late hour. Do you want me to make you some snacks?" Lu Chen didn't lift his head and said, "Yeah, I just happen to be a little hungry." "Aha!" Li Jingya nodded, then grabbed the recipe and ingredients and got busy while learning. Outside the house, a dark landscape filled with silence and danger. Inside, the house was brightly lit and the sound of pots and pans was constant. In comparison, in the grassy knoll of northern Maine, Lu Chen actually felt a little cozy. Early the next morning, Lu Chen hadn't even gotten up yet when he heard a burst of drills ringing out from downstairs in the park. Get up in the morning, embrace the sun, fill the body with brilliant sunshine, full of positive energy. Lu Chen stretched his back, getting up, washing up a bit, and strolling towards the first floor of the factory. Come to the first floor and see, only, the courtyard. The people of Maine North, led by Xiao Qingfeng, were arranging themselves into neat formations and doing gymnastics full of positive energy. Seeing Lu Chen coming, they immediately put on a smiling face and embraced. "Good morning, Dr. God, Divine Doctor. When will our body fury ceremony start today?" "Yes, Divine Doctor. After yesterday's treatment, I feel much better." Lu Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. Eat first." "Okay," Xiao Qingfeng replied in response. Then, with a big wave of his hand, the cafeteria doors opened. "Please, after you." The crowd humbled each other, each refusing to move first and being a little too polite, because Lu Chen had instilled in them the idea that whoever had more positive energy would be healed completely. So much so, that it gave way to half a dozen. The food was getting cold and not a single person dared to move first. Even the staff at Dragon State bought into it. They stood on the second floor looking at each other face to face, neither of them refusing to come down for fear that they too would be charged with the fury. Seeing the situation, Lu Chen sighed loudly. Then, pretending to look righteous, he was the first to walk toward the cafeteria with his hands behind his back. As the crowd watched, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Yes, yes, worthy of being a divine doctor. Not only did he use his lifespan to cure us, he even gave us the opportunity to accumulate virtue. Divine Doctor, you're my idol. With Lu Chen moving, they were all nonchalant, too, and followed at a slow pace, carrying their dinner trays. After breakfast, Lu Chen followed yesterday's process and began the so-called torso break ceremony. First, we read the words and whip. After the whipping, sprinkle holy water. After a set of procedures, those doctors use instruments and do a full body check for each person. When the results of the examination come out, in the midst of the crowd's expectant gaze, the doctor looked at the examination results in his hand and recited, "After the second round of treatment from the Divine Doctor, your bodies have recovered 70 to 80%. It is estimated that another course of treatment will completely cure the disease." Hear the doctor's words. Everyone was so happy and cheered that they almost didn't set off 2 firecrackers to celebrate. Lu Chen cleared his throat and said righteously, "Don't get carried away. The more critical the moment, the more cautious you have to be. This is a situation where you have to keep your positive energy levels high. Otherwise, once you let the fury backfire and re-enter your body, at that time, I'm afraid that even if I put my life on the line, I won't be able to save you guys." Nah. The people of northern Maine were flabbergasted by Lu Chen. All of them looked serious and said they wanted to do something to increase positive energy. A comical scene followed. To build up positive energy, the crowd in northern Maine began to do laundry for the dragon staff. Less than an hour. Thousands of clothes were then washed clean, and everyone who finished washing their clothes shook their arms and said with a look of relief, "Ah, it feels so much better inside again." Lu Chen couldn't help but scratch his head. He didn't give an antidote. It's totally just a psychological thing with these people. It was also at this point that two Maine North personnel, in an effort to build up positive energy, actually argued over the dirty clothes of a dragon staff member. "This dress is mine. By what right? I was here first? Mud. I saw it first. You wash when you see it? And I smelled it first." It looked like the two were going to fight over this dirty laundry. The dragon staff next to him were dumbfounded. Strange requests like this one he had never heard of in his life. At that moment, Fu walked over and reprimanded. "Assholes, the divine doctor told you to build up positive energy, and you're busting your asses over a piece of clothing? Where's the sanity? Where's character? Yesterday's scripture was all for nothing? Jesus once said, give and take, give and take. Wouldn't it be virtuous if you humbled each other and gave up your dirty laundry to each other?" Speaking here, Li Fu turned his words around and continued, "In order to leave the opportunity to build up your virtue to you, so this dirty laundry will be mine. Figure out the dagger." The two Burmese Northmen rolled their eyes in disbelief, but they don't dare to express it, so they can only hold their breath. Just as Li Fu took the dirty clothes, he was about to head to the laundry room to build up a good wave of positive energy. Xia Qingfeng kicked over with a flying kick, sending off Fu a few meters away and his clothes flying straight into the air. Subsequently, Xia Qingfeng slowly stretched out his right hand and steadily caught the falling clothes. With his left hand up and his palm in front of him, he bowed and said, "Amit Ba." It was a momentary lapse of patience, and it got rough again. "May God forgive me. Amen." After saying that, Xia Qingfeng ran towards the laundry room with the clothes in her arms and went to accumulate virtue. Just as the abstract scene was playing out in the house, outside the park fence, Ryuyan and a few undercover officers were creeping along the wall, secretly observing the situation inside. At that moment, Ryuyan opened the pinhole camera in front of her chest and whispered into her Bluetooth headset, "Reporting to HQ. I'm outside the Xia Group campus and have turned on the live camera. Soon." Tang Qing's voice came from the headphones. "Received at headquarters. We're working quickly on a 3D map of the park, so please stay safe and be extra careful." Ryuyan answered, "Yes." Subsequently, in order to facilitate mapping at headquarters, Yu Hyun began to move quickly along the wall, but immediately after, she realized something was wrong. According to the information given by the headquarters, the Xia Group campus was heavily guarded, with posts every few steps, but she'd been walking for half a day and hadn't even seen a single criminal, and the mission was going exceptionally well. It even went so well that even the headquarters began to hang on by a thread. "Tang Qing, something's not right. There's something abnormal about the Xia Group park today. How can it be so quiet? I suspect this is an enemy plot. Just in case, Comrade Yu Hyun, you guys retreat first. Hear this?" Ryuyan nodded. "Copy that, but the map is just about done, so I'll follow the fence around for a while." Having said that, Ryuyan refocused his attention on the park and carefully felt his way forward. And just then, all of a sudden, to Ryuyan's right, a northern Burmese criminal appeared at some point. At the moment, the other party was staring at Lu Yun, his eyes gleaming. No good. Lu Yun and several undercover agents, as well as the dear members at the headquarters, simultaneously sighed darkly. Oops. Sure enough, there was an ambush. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Cold sweat swished down. However, the next scene that happened left them dumbfounded. The Maine North criminal was seen, lifting a ladder from the grass. He waved his hand toward Ryuyan on the fence. "Pretty girl, why are you climbing so high? It's too dangerous. I have a ladder here, so hurry down. Talk to me if you want to go in. I'll just open the door for you." Maine's northern criminals are at peace with themselves. His heart was so happy. "I was going to do laundry to build up positive energy, but I didn't even grab a pair of pants. That's why I came outside to take a break and see if I could help a grandma over the wall or something. But I didn't realize that just a few steps later, I bumped into Ryuyan on the fence. Passing a ladder to someone is a good deed, isn't it?" And when they heard the words of the Maine North criminals, all of a sudden, Ryuyan and a few undercover agents were confused. Dragon Kingdom, capital city. In the Deer base, Tang Cheng as well as the members of Deer looked at the scene on the projector. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They were all wide-eyed, clueless. Chapter 88, No More Pretending. Showdown. One time, looking at the Maine North officer in front of her, Ryuyan froze. What to do? Ladder connected or not? Just as she hesitated, suddenly, only to see dozens more Burmese North personnel armed with weapons and firearms pouring out from the surrounding area. and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lu Yun's people. "Everyone, our boss wants to see you. Please come inside," one of the men at the head of the group said. Ryu Yun's heart sank. It turned out that he had already been exposed a long time ago, and the other party was just waiting for the right moment to lure him deeper. Looking around at the dozens of Burmese Northmen, Ryu Yun knew that resistance would end in death. Since there is no way out, then why not go into the park with them and communicate the view from the inside to the headquarters and fulfill your last value? Thinking of this, Ryu Yun gestured towards a few other comrades. Seeing this, the comrades nodded and gave up resistance. Then, with the main North criminal leading the way, several people headed toward the interior of the park. The moment, base by base, Tang Ching and the members of Deer by Deer looked at the livestream image, each of them with a face of loss and a mournful expression. After a long time, Tang Ching said in a low tone, "Comrade Ryu Yun is giving her life to convey to us the sights of the park. Everyone must carve it down carefully and not miss a single corner." Yes, the members in charge of engraving the 3D modeling spoke in unison. Everyone understands what happens when an undercover agent falls into the hands of the Burmese. Almost impossible to walk out alive. In the screen, as Lu Yun's few people entered the interior of the park. Upon arriving on the first floor, Xia Qingfeng, Ah Fu, and the people of Maonan North came over with fierce faces. "You guys are all Dragon State Police?" Xia Qingfeng asked in a cold tone. "Yes," Ryu Yun said with an expressionless face. This statement was made. The scene that happened next, to the confusion of all, only to see that Xia Qingfeng, who originally had a ferocious expression, immediately revealed a pleasing look and said, "Gee, that's great. I apologize for the delay. Our divine doctor said that treating your enemies well is a matter of great virtue. Since everyone is here, there's no need to be polite, so please treat this place as if it were your own home." After saying that, Xia Qingfeng turned his head and yelled at his little brothers, "What are you waiting for? Serve tea and give me a seat." Under the surprised gaze of Ryu Yun, a few juniors carried couches, tables and chairs, as well as a few cups of brewed tea, and walked over with happy faces. "Comrade policeman, please have some tea. Comrade policeman, please sit down." After completing this series of operations, afterwards, they all kneeled on the ground and started wiping their noses and wiping their tears at Lu Yun and the others. "Comrade policeman, you've come at the right time. I'm guilty. I admit it. Comrade police officer, I cheat the people. I swindle money, kill people. I shall not die a good death. Wow. Comrade policeman, pardon my sins. Forgive my soul. Forgive me, comrade police." The sounds of pleading and wailing echoed throughout the first floor. Lu Chen had instilled another wave of thought into the people of northern Maine in order to save that arrested undercover agent of the Dragon Kingdom. The original quote is, "Jesus said that when the enemy slaps you on the right side of the face, then you stretch out the left side of your face as well." With such a generous heart and such noble thoughts, positive energy naturally comes as from a spring. At that point, are you afraid you won't get better? Looking at the Maine North crowd that was crying like a dead family member, Lu Yun, a few undercover comrades, and everyone in the Deer base were all dumbfounded. One by one, jaw-dropping. What's going on here? Is the idea to give them hope before they despair? After all, these outlaws have a knack for torturing humanity, killing people on a regular basis. Just when Yu Hyun thought that it was the calm before the storm, suddenly, Xia Qingfeng stopped crying and wiped her tears and said, "Everyone, the divine doctor is waiting for you on the 4th floor. Please follow me." "Say it." Xia Qingfeng turned around and walked towards the 2nd floor. Seeing this, Lu Yun's few people were stunned, then slowly followed. They wanted to know what kind of person this divine doctor was that even the head of the park was so respectful to him. When the crowd arrived on the 2nd floor, they saw that the floor was filled with computerized machines. Ryu Yun didn't make a big deal out of it. Before they came, they already had detailed information about the park, knowing that the 2nd floor is the technical department and the centerpiece of the entire fraud park. Not only are they responsible for online scams, but they also lure people from the Dragon Kingdom to come to work in northern Maine, sending fresh blood to the park. But that's when a technician sitting in front of a computer typed, "Pro, according to our sources, you have just received an internet scam call. This scam phone call is coming to you from the KK Park in northern Maine. Please do not believe it. Who am I? I am the fraud. As long as you dare to come to work in northern Maine, the loins are all karma for you. I know the tactics of those people all too well." When they heard his words, all of a sudden, Lu Yun and everyone at the Deer base looked at each other in dismay. What did they just hear? The tech? Who was stopping people from falling for the scam? Ryu Yun wondered. That's wicked. Isn't this a fraud park? How can there still be such great kindness? Seeing the surprised expression on Lu Yun's face, Xia Qingfeng heatedly laughed. The divine doctor told us that preventing people from being fooled is considered promoting positive energy. so our entire second-floor department has become an online anti-fraud center. At those words, Ryuyan and the dear members froze. The crowd wondered more and more what this miracle doctor was who could have brainwashed these fraudsters. When coming to the third floor, only a young lady in a cheongsam is standing in front of the camera, promoting anti-fraud knowledge. Please look at the card in my hand. It's now the Ace of Hearts, right? Now what? Did it turn out to be the King of Spades? So there's no way you guys are going to win online anyway. Please quit gambling and work hard. Be a person full of positive energy, okay? Seeing such a scene, the members of Rhyme and Dear by Dear once suspected that they were blind. Is this still the North Main Fraud Park? Miss Licensing Officer has transformed herself into an anti-fraud publicity officer. For those who don't know, they think this is the National Anti-Fraud Awareness Center. What a departure. Without thinking about it, Ryuyan and the others knew that it was the divine doctor who had made this happen again. All the way, Ryuyan felt like her 3 views had been ruthlessly refreshed. Also can't wait to find out who that miracle doctor is. Upon arriving on the 4th floor, Ryuyan immediately looked around for the divine doctor's figure. However, there was nothing in sight but an open-air swimming pool and a few small, luxurious houses. At this moment, Xia Qingfeng waved his hand, and a few juniors walked over with fruit trays. The divine doctor asked me to treat you well. Everyone take a short rest. The divine doctor will be here soon. Ryuyan was speechless, looking out over the crystal-clear pool. She threw a grape into her mouth and chewed on it. It was supposed to be a boredom at home that brought me to North Main on a mission. Now that's a good thing. Straight into a vacation. And just then, behind him, a voice rang out. MS. Ryuyan. Hearing the familiar voice, Ryuyan hurriedly turned to look. Just see. The entrance of a luxurious townhouse. Lu Chen was standing there looking at himself with a smirk on his face. Lu Chen? Ryuyan was dumbfounded. She thought she was mistaken and rubbed her eyes. Only after making sure that he hadn't made a mistake did he ask in surprise. Fellow Lu Chen, why are you here? Lu Chen said faintly. Abducted. Ryuyan. Capital city. Dear base. When Tang Qing saw Lu Chen's face, her heart sank and she couldn't help but clench her fists. She didn't realize that this miracle doctor who brainwashed an entire fraudulent park. Surprisingly, the descendant of the Lu family that he hated, Lu Chun. Before she could slow down, at that moment, Lu Chun, who was in the screen, waved his hand towards the house and shouted, Shizuya, come out here for a minute and see who's here. When Li Jingya came out of the house, Tang Qing looked at Li Jingya's appearance, and all of a sudden, her eyes went wide. She had a shocked look on her face and an incredulous look in her eyes. Afterwards, Tang Qing immediately took out the photos sent by Elder Bai and compared them. After determining that the person in front of him was his sister, Tang Qing couldn't sit still any longer, and with a swish, she pulled out her cell phone and headed for the door. Grandpa Gao, I found Tang Ro's location, Tang Qing said in an urgent tone. On the phone, Gao Zhen's happy voice came. That's a good thing. You sisters can finally be reunited after all these years. I've got another great-granddaughter too. Ha ha ha, Gao Zhen said with heartfelt joy. However, Tang Qing's words changed and continued. But Tang Ro is now in Northern Burma. This statement was made. Gao Zhen's laughter came to an abrupt end. After a long time, the other said in a deep tone. Haru, don't worry, there's Grandpa. I've read that the closest unit to Northern Burma is the Snow Leopard Special Forces. Its leader is Ryu Zhennan. I'll contact him now. Hearing this, Tang Qing said with some hesitation. But, sending troops into another country is a military operation. Can the northern side of Myanmar agree to enter the country? Gao Zhen's tone was extremely overbearing. Never mind that much. Save my granddaughter first. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. With that, the other party hung up. Listen to the beeps coming from the cell phone. Tang Qing's face had worry written all over it. Spin. She returned to the conference room, her eyes fixed on Li Jingya in the video, a little out of focus. Sister. In the meantime, Yunhai City, Cloudsea Pier. Master, we found the young master's car here, but the people don't know where they are, the butler said in an urgent tone. Lu Zhixiong looked at the Rolls-Royce, and then looked at the ocean. When he thought about Lu Chen's disappearance for so many days, he couldn't help but raise his heart to his throat. A thought bubbled up in everyone's mind. Lu Chen may have jumped overboard. Lu Guilan faced the sea and cried her eyes out. At that moment, Lu Zhixiong's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was an unknown number. Lu Zhixiong didn't even think about it and pressed the answer button. Hello? Lu Family Master. I'm sure you've gone crazy looking for your son, haven't you? Lu Zhennan's pale voice came from the phone. Hear this. Lu Zhixiong's heart tightened and his voice lowered. Elder Lu, if there's anything that comes at me, don't target my son. Lu Zhennan smiled and said. Lu Family Master, your son is not here with me. He's in northern Maine, locked up in a fraud park created by the Xia family. Lu Chun. He's a talented man. And I don't want this pillar of the nation to be ruined in the hands of fraudsters. The message has been conveyed to you. And the rest, you are on your own. With that, the other party hung up. After the phone hung up, Lu Zhixion's eyes glared at copper bells, and his anger immediately shot up a dozen feet high. He looked out across the ocean, the whole thing almost storming down the road. Mama. This old of the Xia family even dared to abduct my son. I'm going to break them into pieces. Cursing over, he once again pulled out his cell phone and dialed the various big brothers in Yunhai City. About 10 minutes later, a luxury car appeared at Yunhai Pier and parked neatly in a row on the side of the road. Immediately after that, Black Tiger, Money Leopard, Eagle and one other big brother came to Lu Zhixion's side and shouted in unison, "Master Xiong." Lu Zhixiong nodded and said, "Did you bring all the information I wanted?" The Money Leopard nodded and handed over a piece of paper. "You want phone numbers? They're all on there." Lu Zhixiong picked it up, looked at the phone numbers on it, and started dialing them one by one. "Hello, Maine North Rana Bodyguard Group? I want to buy your company. Straight up. How much?" Lu Zhixiong opened the door. "Soon." The other side answered. "You're nuts, aren't you?" Lu Zhixiong's face sank as he cursed. Nima, is 200 million enough? I'll add money if it's not enough. I'll make a call right away if it's enough. I'm not kidding. Seeing Lu Zhixiong's extremely serious tone, the caller froze. After 10 seconds of silence, a new voice sounded. "I'm the owner of Run-In Bodyguard Group. I heard that you want to acquire our company. But 200 million is a bit low. How can it be $300 million? You know, The words were not finished. Lu Zhixiong directly interrupted. "I'll offer 500 million. Cut the ing crap. Send me the bank card number and the electronic contract. And from now on, this company is mine. I order that all bodyguards in the company head to the Xia Group campus to save my old son." Lu Zhixiong said with a voice like thunder. The owner, taken aback by his bravado, paused and said, "Okay, I'll send you the e-contract right away." After making this call, Lu Zhixiong dialed another number. "Hello, is this the Maine North Sheriff's Department? I'm Lu Zhixiong from the Dragon Kingdom, and today, on a sudden whim, I'd like to donate $1 billion to you. I wonder, are you all interested?" The caller was dumbfounded by this statement and thought it was a scam call. The other party was puzzled, and it has always been Maine and North who have cheated the dragons. It's the first time I've seen that the Dragon Kingdom tried to rip off the northern Maine people and hit the sheriff's department. I say, you're a real piece of work. Any idea where this is? With all the scam calls coming to us? The person who answered the phone said in an icy tone. Lu Zhixiong snorted coldly and said, "If you don't believe me, you can send your bank card over and I'll remit the money here. However, after the money arrives, I want you to go to the Xia Group Park to save my son." The other party thought about it and said that he didn't have to take any risks anyway. No problem. After completing these operations, Lu Zhixiong put his cell phone into his pocket and looked towards the sea without saying a word. At this time, Black Tiger, Money Leopard, Eagle and a dozen other big brothers came forward and said, "Master Xiong, don't hesitate. Let's hurry and go to northern Burma to save Xiaochen." Marred. Xia Qingfeng this even dared to abduct Xiaochen. If I let lousy catch must castrate him. It's been a long time since I've moved my muscles, and this time I'm going to the north of Maine, so I'll finally be able to do my old job. And I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Ha ha, I can't wait. Hear the words of the big brothers. Lu Zhixiong nodded with a gloomy face. The eyes were covered in murderous rage. On the side, Lu Guilan cried, "Ooh, I wonder what kind of torture my son is suffering right now. He must be so scared and homesick." Ooh. At this moment, the north of Maine, Xia's Group Park, 4th floor, Wang Bum, win. Ha ha, ms. Yu Hyun lost. Go brush the dishes. Lu Chen threw a pair of big and little kings onto the table and said excitedly, "Yeah, win." Li Jingya also applauded happily. Ryuyan, on the other hand, pouted angrily and threw the cards in her hand onto the table in one swift motion, grumbling, "I should have known better than to rob the landlord." Then reluctantly, he stood up and went to do the dishes. On the couch, the police officer who had been brutally tortured earlier lay. A few comrades who came with Yu Hyun are rubbing his body. After Lu Chen's medication, the other party had already recovered. At this time, Lu Yun asked while washing the dishes, "Lu Chun, are you planning to stay forever?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen said indifferently, "Mr. Xia promised me that he would let us go as long as he was cured of his illness. According to the present condition, the other can only live for a year or two now. When we have another session tomorrow, he'll be completely cured." Ryuyan revealed an incredulous look. "Do you really believe that he will let you go?" Lu Chen categorically said. Of course, Mr. Xia has treated us well. Why don't I believe it? The words fell. Next to her, Li Jingya, following Lu Chen's earlier example, pointed to her ears and the wall. Ryuyan looked in his eyes and revealed an expression of sudden realization. Next door suite, Xia Qingfeng, who was listening in, took off his headset and let out a long breath. And that's when it happened. Ding ding ding. His cell phone rang. Xia Qingfeng picked it up and saw that it was his father, Xia Bo, who was far away in a pretty country, calling. Hey daddy, Xia Qingfeng said in a respectful tone. However, Sharpo came up and started cursing. You silly boy. Do you know who the divine doctor in your park really is? He's a dead ringer for our Xia family. Future heir of the Lu family. Lu Chen. Sharpo opened the door. Hearing his father's words, Xia Qingfeng stared in disbelief. What he is Lu Chen? Sharpo hummed and continued to curse. If I hadn't planted my eyes in the park, I wouldn't have known you'd be so stupid as to believe in some kind of fury rushing through your body. Those are all lies to the little cutie. Of all the people I've killed in my life, how come I've never met a bogeyman? So I'm guessing that he must have given you some kind of poison. Go along with him for now, and when you're all cured, chop off his head and feed it to the dogs. Mud. After Xia Bo cursed, he directly hung up the phone. Hearing his father's words, Xia Qingfeng fell into silence for a long time. He then called Alfred over. Mr. Xia, you're looking for me? Alfred ran over. Xia Qingfeng said expressionlessly. Tomorrow, it's the last session of Lu Chen's treatment for us. You get the brothers ready to kill them all when the session is over. And those cops too, Xia Qingfeng said in a vicious tone. Upon hearing this, Ah Fu said with some hesitation. Are you not afraid of the fury rushing? Before the words were finished, Xia Qingfeng threw a slap over and cursed. Schneeby, that's for fools. How come I'm not aggravated now that I'm both hitting and scolding you? Do as I say. Ah Fu covered his face and nodded like garlic. Yes. Day 2. Lu Chen got up and washed up as usual. Then with his hands behind his back, he slowly made his way to the first floor. Good day, Divine Doctor, Xia Qingfeng, Ah Fu, and the other people from the northern part of Myanmar stood in a neat row and bowed. How come we didn't do the positive morning exercise today? Lu Chen asked curiously. Everyone is a little tired today, so take a day off, Xia Qingfeng said indifferently. Looking at Lu Chen in front of him, he recalled being played like a pig by him these days. He couldn't wait to rush forward and break Lu Chen into pieces. But when I think about it, I'm not fully cured and my life expectancy is only a year or two. In order to survive, he forced himself to resist his inner urges. Well, in that case, let's start the exorcism ceremony, Lu Chen said indifferently. Good gods, doctor. Xia Qingfeng and Ah Fu glanced at each other, a hidden smile appearing at the corner of their mouths. Immediately following the exorcism ceremony, it's the same old story. Read the words first and then whip them. Sprinkle holy water after the lash. After going through a set of processes, Xia Qingfeng felt the comfort coming from his body and laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha, the old man is finally well. Laugh it off. Xia Qingfeng looked at Lu Chen, his eyes showing endless killing intent. Just as he reached into his shirt, ready to pull out his pistol, suddenly, his eyes widened and he froze in place. Immediately after that, Ah Fu as well as the people in the northern part of Maine also had horrified faces and dramatically dilated pupils. Their expressions were grim and pained. Put. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Then as if they were weak manies after the fall, they fell to the ground in unison, and blood began to pour out of their eyes, noses, ears, and mouths. God doctor, what's going on? Is the divine doctor backfiring from the fury? Realizing that the situation was not right, Xia Qingfeng pretended to have an innocent face and said, only to see that Lu Chen walked straight to him and squatted down. Looking at his septuagenarian appearance, he hemmed and hawed. Don't pretend. You guys think I can't see your weapons if you hide them in your clothes? Ha! This statement was made. Xia Qingfeng was stunned. What the hell is that supposed to mean? What makes you think you can see that? God doctor. It's normal to stuff weapons in our clothes. It's just for defense. The deal is, I'll let you go if you cure us. What do we do now? Xia Qingfeng continued to act out. Look at the other side of the dead duck. Lu Chen revealed a look of interest and said, still pretending? Then I'll stop pretending and show my cards. I have poisoned you, Lu Chen said as he attached himself to his ear. Chapter 89, Out to Mix. The spelling is the ability to pay money. I'm done pretending. Showdown. I have poisoned you, Lu Chen said as he attached himself to his ear. This statement was made. The originally pitiful Xia Qingfeng was suddenly furious and cursed. Lu Chen, you malleable mud horse, how dare you poison me? I should have blitzed you just now. At those words, Lu Chen smiled. Want to live? Lu Chen said as if he was staring at a mole cricket. Seeing that he still had a chance to live, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes lit up and said in a hurried tone, "You name it. Whatever the conditions, I'll fulfill them." Lu Chen snorted coldly and said, "Return the money that you swindled the Dragon Nation people of before. As much as you can. Maybe then, I'll even consider saving your dog's life." Hearing Lu Chen's conditions, Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth in anger and said helplessly, "I've already spent a lot of the money, and I simply don't have that much to pay back right now. However, I can refund all the money I have left. What do you think?" Lu Chen took a moment to listen. "Yoo-hoo," and bargained with myself on it. Pop. Lu Chen stomped his foot directly on his head and said in an icy tone, "You still haven't differentiated the situation. Think I'm discussing with you, eh? All money back, not a dime less. If you dare to bargain again, I'll take your dog's life right here," Lu Chen said in a flat tone, the powerful aura emanating from his body. Even Lu Yun and several undercover comrades on the side could not help but feel a tightening in their hearts, with cold sweat slowly breaking out behind them. Lu Chen usually seems to be very kind, but I didn't expect to be so overbearing in dealing with things. The mobster's son is really no ordinary man. And the reason why Lu Chen was so angry, it was because when Xiao Qingfeng talked to his father on the phone yesterday, he saw the caller ID of the other party. Sharp, this arch-enemy of the Lu family, the one who almost ran himself over. In the face of such an enemy, Lu Chen wouldn't have a single ounce of mercy. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng felt like his head was about to be stomped on and cracked. Coupled with the pain coming from his internal organs, his entire being was worse than death, and his voice trembled. Lu Chen, I'll call my father for money. Please leave me alone. My head is about to explode. Xiao Qingfeng begged bitterly. Seeing this, Lu Chen snorted coldly and withdrew his foot. Xiao Qingfeng warily pulled out his cell phone and called his father. "Xia Bo, Dad, call the money, $100 million. Xiao Qingfeng said straight to the point. Coming up for $100 million. The other party froze for a few seconds and then cursed. "You little brat. Swiping me like a bank card? Did that bastard Lu Chen kill it?" This statement was made. Lu Chen cursed into his cell phone. "Old Biden, hurry up and hit $200 million. If you dare to dawdle again I'll kill your son." After saying that, Lu Chen viciously kicked Xiao Qingfeng in the stomach. Boom! The other party was like a leather ball, rolling on the ground several times before finally crashing hard into the wall. "Ah, Dad, hit the money, help me." Xiao Qingfeng covered his stomach that was in severe pain, and a heartbreaking scream came out of his mouth. At this very moment, pretty country, Flory Grand State, inside the luxury villa, a thin, bony old man with deep eyes heard the screams on his cell phone. His heart broke and his aged body nearly fell to the floor as he shouted towards the phone. "Lu Chen, don't move, little phone. I'll pay whatever you want. Don't ever hurt my son." Xiaobo is nearly half 100 years old, and there is only one only son left in the family. If Xiao Qingfeng died, then his Xia family was considered to have broken its roots. Although Xiao Qingfeng had stomach cancer before, he has now been cured. It's not the despair that's scary, it's having hope after, and then turn desperate. That's what kills and kills. On the phone, Lu Chen's icy voice rang out. "Old Biden, we're not done with you hiring people to run me over. Think you're safe and sound hiding in pretty country? Just wait. One day I'll find your rat's nest and kill you myself." Lu Chen said word for word. There was no emotion in his tone. Even the weathered Xia Bo, after hearing Lu Chen's words, was like a million arrows piercing his heart, caught in the ice. Is this the kind of swagger a high school student should have? But Sharpo was no slouch either. He forced down the fear in his heart and pretended to be calm. "Lu Chen, I know you are young and unaware of the heights of heaven. Don't worry, $200 million a penny. I'll call it now. But remember, if anything happens to Xiao Qingfeng, I guarantee you won't be able to get out of northern Maine." Having said that, Xiaobo immediately transferred $200 million to Xiao Qingfeng. About 2 minutes later, a voice from a Dragon Kingdom staff member rang out. "Divine Doctor, all the money has been returned to the defrauded public in its original form, and on average, each person who was defrauded gave an additional $200. 000. As the voice rang out, Xiaobo frowned. "Lu Chen, the money has all been refunded to the victim. Can you save my son now?" However, Lu Chen, let out a cold laugh. "I only said I'd consider saving his dog's life. I didn't say for sure. Chapeau, say a proper goodbye to your son." This statement was made. Xiaobo's eyes instantly widened, and a never-before-seen horror appeared on his face. "Lu Chen, you can't go back on your word. You promised." The words were not finished. "Ah, put." A sound of spitting blood rang out. Then, Xiao Qingfeng didn't move. The whole world was as silent as death. "Lu Chen, Sharpo roared. His eyes were bloodshot. His whole body was going crazy. And the villa echoed with his hissing. And in the face of his roar, Lu Chen directly raised his foot and stomped on the phone. Pop. Doodle 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 doodle. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Xiaobo seemed to be drained of all his strength and paralyzed on the sofa. His eyes were dull and forlorn, and he did not return to his senses for a long time. In the middle of the day, Sharpo waved his hand. An Asian butler came over and said respectfully, "Master." Xiaobo's face was as gray as death, and he said breathlessly, "Circulate the message to the various parks in northern Maine. Whoever kills Lu Chen, all of the Xia family's properties in northern Burma will be given away. In the meantime, you contact Yaboa in northern Maine. It's time to put the gods and goddesses that have been worshipped for so long to good use." The butler immediately said, "Roger that, master." After the other guy left, Xiaobo's gaze was icy cold and his tone was ferocious. "Lu Chun, today I'm going to make you bury my son with me." In the meantime, north of Maine, Xia Group campus, Xia Qingfeng was lying on the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices and not moving. It's completely dead. As for the rest of the people in northern Burma, they kept making miserable noises and were struggling for their lives. It won't take half an hour. All of these people will also drink the northwest. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the people of the Dragon Kingdom and said, "What's done is done. The buses are in place at the gate, so everyone get on and leave." Hear this. Those people kept bowing and thanking Lu Chen. Then one after the other, we left to get on the bus when we came up to the park. In a flash, only Lu Chen, Li Jingya, and Lu Yun remained in the room. "Let's pull out too," Lu Chen said indifferently, and Yu Hyun hadn't even gotten over the shock. She stood with a wooden expression, her eyes frozen. "You know, this Xia Group Park. It took the police department almost 2 years to get rid of it, but Lu Chen has been here for less than a week. How dare you uproot the head of Xia's group? It's just too dreamy. You wouldn't dare make a movie like that." "Oh, well." After returning to her senses, Ryuyan was stunned for a moment and said, Immediately, a few of them arrived at the entrance of the park and boarded the bus. Ryuyan slammed her foot on the gas and the car caused a growl, followed by a whoosh as it quickly headed toward the harbor road. Lu Chen thought for a moment and asked the question he had held in his heart for a long time. "Mr. Lu, since you're a police officer, why did you go to teach at middle school 13 in the first place?" Hear the question. Ryuyan's heart tightened and she said with a random excuse. "At that time, there was a temporary mission to Yunhai City. More than 10 years ago, a girl from the capital was abducted and sold, and the traffickers were in Yunhai City. As for going to teach at the 13th grade, it's just a randomly selected school," said. Ryuyan turned her gaze to Li Jingya. Tang Chang had told her, "This Li Jingya is the second miss of the Tang family, Tang Rou." Only, Tang Chang wanted to wait for things to be over and recognize each other in person. Therefore, Ryuyan did not say anything about it. "Oh," Lu Chen nodded, not really thinking much about it. When the car has been traveling for 10 minutes, suddenly, there was a shrill burst of gunfire from behind them. Chug chug chug. Snap, snap. The glass in the car shattered in response. Seeing this, Lu Chen and the others' faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly bent down to hide behind their seats. "Not good. Someone's chasing us." Ryuyan looked in the rearview mirror at the 2 jeeps behind him and spoke in a nervous tone, and the words just fell. 4 or 5 more jeeps appeared around them, and in each vehicle stood 4 or 5 northern Maine terrorists with automatic rifles in their hands. Seeing this scene, Ryuyan was on the verge of stepping on the gas into the chassis, though she had given it maximum horsepower. But it's a bus after all. Add to that the uneven terrain here, and the 2 are worlds apart compared to the extremely capable jeep. Seeing that the enemy is about to catch up, the 2 comrades, unable to sit still, took hold of their pistols and fired at the enemy. Bang! Bang! Due to unstable terrain, both bullets hit the body of the car without affecting the enemy in the slightest. Chug chug chug. Snap! 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 The Burmese terrorists immediately fired back, and for a moment, sparks shot out of the vehicle. Due to the wide gap in weapons between the 2 sides, the 2 comrades were too pressed to show their heads at all. "MS. Ryuyan, give me the gun." At that moment, Lu Chen shouted towards the driver's seat. At those words, Willow Rhyme said without looking back, "Mr. Lu Chen, do you know how to play with guns?" Lu Chen replied, "A little bit. I've read the weapon science book in the park for a while before. Now that the firearm's accuracy ability is at level 5, it should be enough." Seeing Lu Chen's serious look, Lu Yun gently placed the pistol on the ground and then gently pushed it. Swish! The pistol crashed into Lu Chen's seat. Without hesitation, Lu Chen immediately picked up the pistol and reached out the window to pull the trigger. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, Only the driver of one of the jeeps was seen getting his head blown off. A large bloody hole appeared in the brain. The next moment, the jeep lost control. After swaying from side to side, it crashed straight into the ditch with a hook. Boom! An explosion rang out. The jeep was buried in flames. When Lu Yun and a few comrades saw the scene, at once, they all froze. Holy, what kind of accuracy is this? Blind fire one shot to the head? This young man should be looking through his rearview mirror and determining the enemy's position. Awesome! Good boy! Good marksmanship! Have a chance to spar with me in the future. Several people said in a chorus. They had just finished speaking when Lu Chen stuck his gun out of the window and fired 3 more shots. Bang! 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 3 bullets flew out in one smooth motion. Put! 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 It was accompanied by the sound of 3 bullets passing through the skull. The 3 jeeps began to fall to the east as if they had taken anesthetic. Shortly after, it hit a utility pole and boomed to the northwest. Seeing the situation, the people in the car, Lu Yun, were completely confused. What kind of precision is that? 4 shots? 4 headshots? I'm afraid it's not a plug-in, is it? You're quite the all-around talent for a kid. Ryuyan sighed. Not only did he work on photolithography, but his medical skills are powerful. Even the marksmanship is so accurate. It's almost as if the people are more than the people. And just now, the comrade who was going to spar with Lu Chen on marksmanship, scratched his head and said, I take back what I just said. The duel is cancelled. I admit defeat. At that, the others laughed. Ha ha ha. What? Bowled over by a high schooler? You can't do that, nah. You're good. You're on. I can't. I admit it. A few people were happily chatting away, completely oblivious to the danger. After all, there was a sharpshooter like Lu Chen. And you're afraid you can't escape? But they were too happy too soon, only to see that after Lu Chen knocked out 4 jeeps, he re-caught up with 8 more. And they kept sweeping at the window where Lu Chen was, being suppressed by firepower. Lu Chen didn't have the chance to shoot at all. Seeing that the enemies were getting more and more, Yu Hyun was on the verge of flattening the gas. And just then, a scene that made the crowd despair happened. There was only a bullet, accurately struck a bus tire, and the car's speed plummeted straight down. Crap, Ryuyan said with a face full of anxiety. The tires are shot. The words just fell. Put, put. 2 more tires were hit. The car began to turtle forward. At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale and their hearts were in their throats. Pull over. You guys go first. I'll take the rear, Lu Chen said indifferently. If he was alone, then he could completely escape by relying on the Dragon Kingdom martial arts and relying on the wooded terrain. Too many people will only drag you down. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Yun's few people were slightly stunned. Suddenly, they had an illusion. Himself a hostage rescued from a fraudulent park. Lu Chen is the cop. Young man, don't make a fuss. Letting you a high school student take the rear. If this spreads out, do I still want to lose face in the future? That is, don't give up. Do not give up. A few people said in firm tones. Lu Chen. The next moment, with a squeak, the bus came to a stop on the side of the road. Afterward, Lu Chen and Lu Yun, several people hid behind the bus and kept shooting at the enemy. Bang! 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 Chug! 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 The gunshots kept ringing out. Fire springs up everywhere. Bullets whizzed past his ears. Lu Chen had watched a lot of gunfighting movies before, but they were all just on TV. It's only when one is actually there in person that one realizes how shocking it is. The deafening sound of gunfire almost tore one's eardrums apart. Flaming bullets. But if you are accidentally grazed, you will lose a piece of flesh without dying. Seeing that the enemy was less than 100 meters away from them, suddenly, a black pickup truck turned out of the side alley. A careful count showed about a dozen, and each of the pickup trucks was filled with fierce, burly men dressed in suits and armed with guns. May I ask who is Lu Chen? One of the burly men shouted in raw Chinese. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen replied, I am. If it was an enemy it would have shot itself long ago, and since it's not an enemy, it's a friend. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, the burly men raised their weapons in their hands and shot at the jeep not far away. Chug chug chug. 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 Boom. Bullets crisscrossed back and forth, and a jeep was swept full of explosions. A burly man said, coming to Lu Chen's side, We're the run-in bodyguard company, commissioned by our boss, Lu Shixiong, and we've come here to save the young master. Please leave quickly. The pickup is ready. We'll take it from here. Hear their words. Lu Yun and a few comrades cannot help but secretly sigh. This is the ability of money? It looked like Lu Zhixiong had directly bought a bodyguard company in order to save Lu Chen. Worthy of being a big family in the Dragon Kingdom. Fruit of the loom and billions. Please. Lu Chen said thanks. Several people then used the passenger car as cover and made a quick, wild run toward the pickup truck. Getting into the car, Ryuyan hit the gas and the group once again fled toward the harbor. However, it had just driven not much farther, only to see, directly ahead, a police car blocking the way. Stop the car! Stop the car! A Northern Maine police officer stood on the road and shouted. Ryuyan stopped the car and hurriedly flashed his credentials in an anxious tone. I'm a Longwa police officer who just escaped from the Xia Group fraud park. There are terrorists in pursuit behind us, and we would like your help in covering our way to the harbor, Ryuyan said in a flurry. The Maine North police officer looked at Luyan's ID and said with an expressionless face, I'm terribly sorry. I'm afraid you'll have to come with us to the police station to make a statement. Otherwise, you can't leave Northern Maine. Hear this. Lu Chen and the others came to a sudden realization. These cops are in cahoots with the scammers. Swish! Lu Chen raised his pistol and aimed it at the policeman. With an air of saber rattling, looking at the blackened muzzle, the Maine North policeman glared and cursed. Assholes! You damned dragons! How dare you point a gun at a police officer in the north of Maine in the territory of the north of Maine? If you don't put your guns down, I will call for reinforcements. At that point, it's not just about making a statement, the MNPD threatened. After saying that, he walked forward and was about to handcuff Lu Chen. Just then, a resounding voice rang out from a short distance away. Let them go. At those words, the crowd looked in the direction of the voice, only to see that an old policeman with an 8-road beard and a strong aura was walking towards the place. He was accompanied by dozens of team members in police uniforms. However, judging by the dress and physique, the men he brought with him were more than a notch above these cops who were in the way. Seeing this person, the Maine North police captain was like a rat seeing a cat and hastily saluted. Officer Gon. Officer Gon gave him a cold look and didn't say anything. Afterward, he turned his gaze to the crowd and said, which one of you is Lu Chen? Hear his question. Ryuyan and a few of his comrades probably know what's going on. It is estimated that Lu Jixiong has already paid off even the upper echelons of northern Burma. Is this the power of money? It's me. Lu Chen stood out and said. Seeing this, Officer Gon smiled and nodded, patting Lu Chen's shoulder. Good lad. Hurry to the harbor. Your father is waiting for you to come home. Don't worry, I've already said hello, and there will definitely be no police stopping your way back there. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded his head. Thank you, sir. After saying thank you, those police officers who were blocking the road immediately withdrew the barricade and released the traffic to Lu Chen. A few people got back into the pickup and continued on their way. As the car drove into the city, Yuhyun breathed a sigh of relief and wiped her cold sweat. Finally made it downtown. It's a crowded place, and there's usually no gunfight, or else innocent people could be hurt very easily. Anon. The car stopped in front of the intersection and waited for the light. At that moment, Lu Chen used his golden pupil to notice that many enemies were approaching nearby. Hurry up. They're closing in on us, Lu Chen said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya, Lu Yun, and the others immediately pushed open the car door and abandoned the car. And as they left the car, the crowd of hundreds of Burmese Northmen rushed up in unison with axes raised like wild dogs off their leash. And so it was that a chase began to play out in the downtown area of northern Maine. Since Li Jingya was running too slowly, Lu Chen directly picked her up and flew wildly, causing her to blush so red that she was about to drip blood. When it came to the next intersection, the light just happened to be green, but Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Ryuyan asked, panting. Lu Chen pointed across the street and said, the front is full of them as well. Ryuyan looked across the room, and sure enough, a group of Burmese Northmen were staring intently at them. Right, Yuhyun yelled. But just as they turned around, they realized that there was also a group of bad-looking Burmese Northmen on their right, approaching them quickly with axes. In this case, several people could only run to the left. Go! Behind them, the three northern Maine groups converged, numbering in the hundreds. When passers-by saw the scene, they thought they were running a marathon and applauded and cheered. And just then, suddenly, the comrade who had been tortured earlier, snapped, and fell to the ground. He covered his bleeding right leg and gasped for air. No, I can't run. You guys hurry up and leave me alone. The words were right in front of him, densely packed. Uncountable people are coming this way. These people, without exception, were all dressed in Zhongshan suits and held brightly shining open knives in their hands. At this moment, Ryuyan and a few police comrades despaired. All four roads are surrounded. No one can run away now unless they wing it and fly away. And the next moment, only to see, among the group of people dressed in Zhongshan clothes, Black Tiger lit a cigarette and slowly walked out of it. When he saw Lu Chen, he first blushed, then he threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out hard, pointing at the Burmese Northmen and cursing. Asterisk 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 Nima spaced a wall. How dare you chase after our young master? A bunch of dogs who don't know how to die. Go on, brothers, cut down all these Burmese. The words fell. Thousands of Lu family brothers, raising their open swords in their hands, rushed towards those Burmese Northmen. Chapter 90, Pretending? Let's make you guys fly. Black Tiger gave an order. The big battle is imminent. Thousands of Lu family brothers, armed with open swords, rushed towards the northern Burmese crowd. At this moment, in the northern Maine congregation, the man with a boss-like appearance wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed. Mud. What the hell is this kid? Another bodyguard to cover. The sheriff's department to open the way. And now this bunch of Dragon Nation people have popped up. Call for immediate backup and get a couple other parks in here. Tell them that as long as they kill Lu Chen, KK Park is willing to share all of the Xia family's properties in northern Burma with everyone. The KK Park boss said in an anxious tone. He's trying to gain access to the Xia family's properties in northern Maine. That's why he took the bounty order issued by Xiaobo and chased after Lu Chen despite all odds. But the meat looked too fat to eat. In desperation, the KK Park bosses could only decide to call out a few other parks to get a piece of the action. Make less though, but it was better than Lu Chen escaping from northern Burma without even a mouthful of soup. Yes, an army division-looking junior replied. He then opened his cell phone and sent the message to the bosses of the various parks. It was also at this time. The Lu family brothers had all rushed forward. The moment the two crowds met. Dang, dang, dang. The opener and the axe kept clashing, making crunching sounds and sparks. For a while, swords and daggers, the screams and sounds of killing were endless, and because of the disparity in numbers between the two sides, in a few moments, the minions of the KK Park were like weak manies after the fall, falling down piece by piece. Then he looked at the brothers of the Lu family, slashing furiously while making excited noises. Ha 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 ha, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Numb my ass, it hurts. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't cut so fast. Leave a few people for me. That won't do. After holding it in for so long in the country, how can I easily miss a chance to vent? This group of Burmese North Koreans are so damn meaningless. With a fighting strength comparable to that of ants, they will bully the defenseless people of the Dragon Kingdom. Cursed horse. I'll chop chop chop. Boss KK looked at the Windy Lu brothers. Another look at the has-been minions who fell in a pool of blood one by one. He sharply gritted his teeth and pointed at Lu Chen and shouted. Mud, cut that little thing down first. Xiaobo said just kill Lu Chen. Then there was absolutely no need for them to engage in a firefight with these dragons. Hearing the bosses shout, a group of KK juniors raised the axes in their hands and hacked towards Lu Chen. However, there were Lu family brethren everywhere in front of them, and when they killed in front of Lu Chen's eyes, they already didn't know how many people had fallen. There were only so sporadic 4 or 5 people that rushed over. At the moment, Lu Chen was healing the fallen policeman. See these 4 or 5 people. Lu Chen just surfaced a hint of killing intent. Ryuyan and a few other cops grabbed out first. Lu Chen, focus on healing your wounds and leave this place to us, Ryuyan commanded. With that, she kicked over with a flying kick. In the blink of an eye, several people were wrestling, but as the other party launched a charge like they didn't want to die, 5 or 6 more KK minions rushed over, and one of them, taking advantage of Ryuyan's inattention, he raised the axe and chopped down hard on Yuhyun's neck. Ryuyan, watch out! A comrade, his face white at the sight, shouted a warning. However, by the time Lu Yun reacted, it was too late to dodge. It looked like the axe was about to strike Ryuyan's neck. A close call. The Dragon Kingdom martial arts within Lu Chen's body was unleashed, and with a flash of his body, he appeared beside Lu Yun. Pop! Lu Chen steadily grabbed the wrist of that KK junior. The axe blade was only 0.1 millimeters away from Ryuyan's neck, and a few sweaty hairs had already been chopped off. Swish! Seeing this scene, KK's little brother's face turned pale. He looked at Lu Chen in disbelief and thought he had blurred his eyes. How did this guy get here? No one told him the answer. Next, Lu Chen threw a punch towards his face. Only heard a boom sound. This KK junior brother was like a kite off the line, directly flying out more than 10 meters away. Then it slammed straight into the KK pile, clattering and crushing a large number of people. Lu Yun looked at Lu Chen in a daze. Half a day without returning to her senses. She didn't see how Lu Chen struck. Just feel a stumpy shadow crossing. That little brother flew out like a bowling ball. The few surrounding KK juniors saw Lu Chen join the fight. They have turned around and swarmed with axes raised, but he hadn't even gotten to Lu Chen yet. Boom! Lu Chen kicked a high whip kick towards the nearest one, only to see that the junior brother flew dozens of meters away, his mouth spewing blood into a line in the air. Then with a clatter, he fell heavily to the ground, drinking in the northwest. When the other few juniors saw this scene, their eyes were suddenly shocked and dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 Nima. You're human. One of them cursed in a horrified tone. They were stumped and trembling where they stood, and none of them dared to step forward again. Hearing their insults, Lu Chen's gaze was contemptuous. Then a flash forward. Boom, 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 boom. 4 kicks went over. Next moment, the 4 men took to the sky together, hand in hand, and flew dozens of meters away, looking for the companion from earlier. Lu Yun and a few police officers stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes as if they were looking at monsters. Fear, terror. Ryuyan marveled. Is this the kind of explosive power a normal person possesses? Kicking people around? Not far. Boss KK's eyes glazed over when he saw the scene. He looked stunned, an incredulous expression on his face. Asterisk 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 Nima. Dare I say this kid is the one who can fight the most? Chapeau. What the hell have you gotten yourself into? Boss KK cursed bitterly. In order to get close to Lu Chen, they didn't know how many minions they had sacrificed. It was so hard to rush in a few people, only to be kicked back by Lu Chen. Boss KK waved his hand towards his minions and shouted, "Don't ing fight, pull out." Hundreds of people lost half of them in less than 10 minutes. Any more fighting and they're going to close down the KK park. Hearing their bosses shout, the KK minions turned around, each holding their heads, and Boss KK took the brunt of it, running the fastest, shoes flung off. Seeing that they were about to run, Black Tiger slashed over at Junior and shouted, "Brothers, after them." Not one. Hearing Black Tiger's order, the Lu family's minions were furious and chased after them with their open swords. Thousands of people chased a few hundred people forward and backward through the bustling downtown area. Passing gourmets saw the scene and thought it was a shooting, and they picked up their cell phones to take pictures. And as the KK parkers ran to the next intersection, all of a sudden, they stopped in their tracks. Then he turned and faced the Black Tiger and the others. Just as Black Tiger was curious as to why these people didn't run, only to see an outlaw armed with a steel pipe and a watermelon knife emerge from behind the KK park crowd. Apparently, their reinforcements have arrived. Immediately after, 4 or 5 boss-like men, extremely arrogant, walked out from the crowds. Boss KK saw the men, lit a cigarette and cursed, "Mud, if you guys don't come, I'll be chopped to death." At that, a few of the bosses teased and laughed. "Old K, I didn't think you'd have your moments. How's that for a bad taste? Ha, Old K, let you steal your own fat and get what's coming to you. Ha, Mard, the Dragon Kingdom's dare to come to the north of Burma to cause trouble. Brothers, come out." One of the bosses waved his hand. Another group of weapon-wielding minions came out of various alleys and stores around the area. They are all fraudulent groups in northern Burma, with the Washington Gang Park, the Little Monmouth Park, and others. Several parks combined. The number of people instantly countered Black Tiger. "Long Goi guy, dare to come to the north of Maine to make trouble. Today, let you know what it means to be outnumbered." Boss KK foxed and said with a smug look on his face. The Black Tiger watched the scene and couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. He said with his arms wrapped around his chest and his eyes like a torch, "A bunch of people. A country is not as big as one of our provinces. Dare to compare the number of people with lousy?" After saying that, Black Tiger took out his cell phone and sent a voice. "All out." The words just fell. "Just see, to the left of the intersection, with Money Leopard as the leader, a group of minions holding open knives and wearing Zhongshan suits behind them slowly walked out. A huge group of people. Looks more than Black Tiger's minions." The Money Leopard cursed as he stepped on his casual little leather shoes and coiled the beads in his hand. "Damn, a bunch of people don't even know when they've been tricked. Today, we, the Lu family, will sweep up the blacks and eliminate the evils on behalf of the Maine North officials and exterminate you group." The Money Leopard had just finished cursing. Right at the intersection, Eagle wearing an undershirt and big pants, holding a piece of watermelon, tugging like 2.5 million people appeared in front of the crowd. Behind them similarly followed thousands of minions, all of them armed with open swords and ferocious faces. At that moment, the Eagle spat out a mouthful of watermelon seeds and pointed at the park bosses, cursing them. "Really haven't seen a gangster, have you? Pretending? Let's get you guys flying. Know what it means to be haunted by nightmares. Today I'll show you what it means to be a Black Hand." Chapter 91, Not Buddy. You've come to the north of Maine to fight crime? The center of the intersection. KK boss, Tile Gang boss, and other big brothers saw the scene in front of them, and all of them were dazed as their chrysanthemums tightened. They couldn't help but shiver, all of them confused. Is this still northern Burma? How is it that there are more people from the Dragon Kingdom than from northern Burma? Boss KK's previous complacency was swept away and replaced by fear. He waved a shaky hand and stammered, "Brothers, withdraw, withdraw." The few remaining bosses nodded in agreement. They are hard, but not frozen. The difference in numbers between the two sides was too great, and if they fought, they would be purely beaten. The Tile Gang boss fled backward while cursing. "Nima, I dare say these people aren't running to save people. Rather, they're running to eliminate blackmail. They want to gather us all together and exterminate us all. The rest of the bosses had revealed a bitter look and didn't say anything. Not done pretending. Just a tragic slap in the face. This is a disgrace in front of my little brother. However, it didn't take more than a few steps. A scene that made them despair appeared, only to see, right in front of them, another group of people appeared, and based on the open knives in their hands, and the Zhongshan clothes on their bodies, it was not difficult to tell that they were Lu's brethren. A few of the park bosses' hearts sank as they began to truly panic. At this point, the crowd. Lu Zhixiong walked out in a suit and sunglasses, cupping a cigar in his hand. He stared coldly at the several park bosses, his voice icy cold. A bunch of blind dogs, do you know who you're messing with? To even dare to touch my Lu Zhixiong's son, I think you guys are purely tired of living. Today, I'm going to tear down all of your doghouses without missing a single one. Lu Zhixiong said expressionlessly. The powerful sense of pressure emanating from his body didn't stop all the little brothers of Main North from trembling. Several park bosses heard Lu Zhixiong's name and looked at each other, confused. The Lu family is the largest underground family in the Dragon Kingdom. How could they not know? Lu family master, we didn't know that Lu Chen was your son, or else we definitely wouldn't have chased after him. Yes, Lu family master. It's all because Xiaobo that deceived us. Otherwise how could I have taken Mr. Lu's bounty order? Lu family master, everything is a misunderstanding. Why don't we just forget about it? Maybe we can sit down and talk business? Several of the bosses spoke up, wanting to talk peace. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong let out a cold snort and pointed at a few people and cursed. Talk about Nima. If I hadn't come in time, my son would have been hacked to death by you guys. And you're talking business? Go on, leave no one behind. Lu Zhixiong said fiercely with a big wave of his hand. Several park bosses saw that Lu Zhixiong was determined to destroy himself. Since there was no way out, they didn't care if this was downtown anymore, letting or not letting them use their guns. Swish swish swish. Several people had pulled out their pistols, their blackened muzzles pointing at Lu Zhixiong. Martyr, since you won't leave me a way out, let's fish to death. So what if the Dragon Kingdom Lu family doesn't die when a bullet hits you? A couple of bosses spoke out threateningly. When the Lu family brothers saw the pistol, they were slightly stunned, and no one dared to step forward. Seeing this, Lu Zhixiong smiled contemptuously. He waved his hand. Swish swish swish. Several of the minions around him pulled out their automatic rifles. There are AK-47, M416, and shotguns, light machine guns. Even one of the minions stepped right up carrying a bazooka. Yikes, blast you bid. The little brother intimidated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Several of the park bosses saw the bazooka and the barrels of their guns went soft in their hands. Each of them was so frightened and panicked that they almost didn't sit on their asses. KK boss 45 degrees up to the sky and cursed. Xiaobo, proposed? Can put the old man harmed. When I die, I will not let you go even as a ghost. Heaven seemed to have heard his call. The words just fell. Not far away, a Main North military vehicle barreled into view. See only, a Burmese soldier stood on the military vehicle, with a machine gun positioned directly in front of it and a loudspeaker beside it. Everyone drop your weapons and surrender on the spot. Everyone drop your weapons and surrender on the spot. All. When they heard the voice from the loudspeaker, all the minions on both sides froze. In the crowd's dumbfounded gazes, a military vehicle drove over and surrounded Lu Zhixiong and the others. The door of the first car opened. Immediately afterward, a man in a military uniform with stars on his shoulder insignia. The old, murderous man stepped out of the car. He arrived in front of Lu Zhixiong and said condescendingly, "You are the Lu family head?" Lu Zhixiong was not afraid in the slightest and said lightly, "It's me, Humph." The man grunted coldly, pulling out a business card from his pocket. He handed it to Lu Zhixiong. "I am Yaboa, the senior officer of the military in northern Burma. You are suspected of mobbing in northern Burma, directing your men to kill people, and even violating the law by using weapons and bazookas. So, you're under arrest. Please come with us," Yaboa said with an icy gaze. After saying that, several soldiers came over and were about to escort Lu Zhixiong to the military vehicle. At that moment, Ryuyan rushed over from the crowd. She flashed her officer's license and addressed Yerbo. "Hello, I'm a police officer from the Dragon Kingdom. Here are my credentials. In this fight, we acted in purely self-defense, or we would have died at the hands of these scammers long ago. I hope you will be discerning enough to make a fair decision," Jeb said with a cold smile when he heard that. "First of all, I'm fair. Secondly, I don't need you to teach me how to enforce the law. So what if it's the Dragon State Police? This is northern Burma. I'm in charge of everything. Take Lu Zhixiong, Lu Chun, and those Lu family leaders away," Jeb said with an expressionless face. In fact, the heart was already happy. Over the years, he hadn't received a lot of favors from Xiaobo, So he had come to catch Lu Chen, but I didn't expect it. Except for Lu Chen, Lu Shixiong, Black Tiger, Money Leopard and other big brothers of the Lu family were also here. If we get them all back, we'll be able to ask for another big benefit from Sharpo. A few of the park's bosses looked on in amusement. Ha ha, Lord Yaboa is righteous and mighty. Lord Yaboa, please shoot all of these dragons. Hearing their words, Yaboa skimmed them and said, take all these ringleaders too. A few park bosses. And just then, suddenly, a propeller sound rang out in the sky. The crowd followed the sound. Only a dozen helicopters were coming in fast. Yaboa had thought it was friendly fire, but think about it carefully. You didn't mobilize the air power yourself, did you? Could it be a helicopter from another military region? But when Yaboa saw the national symbol on the helicopter, Shasta, Jeb was dumbfounded. Dragon military? Under everyone's astonished gaze, a dozen helicopters hovered directly above. Immediately after, swish swish swish, a rope was thrown from the helicopter. A soldier of the Dragon Kingdom wearing highly sophisticated equipment and holding advanced weapons stood proudly in front of the crowd. We are the Dragon Kingdom's Snow Leopard Special Warfare Team, and we have been ordered to come on a mission. So please don't act rashly. One of the Special Operations Captain-like soldiers said. Hearing his words, Yaboa sucked in a cold breath and fell silent. Snow Leopard Special Operations Team. That means the person in charge of this mission is that old man? Just as Yaboa marveled at the other's identity. One of the helicopters, slowed to a stop in the lawn not far away. It was then escorted by a couple of special operations officers. Ryu Jinan stepped out of the helicopter and walked straight toward them. Upon seeing the face of Lu Jinan, Yaboa, like a rat seeing a cat, craned his neck, not daring to meet his eyes. Back then, northern Burma was in political chaos. Without the help of the Dragon Kingdom and the donation of weapons, I am afraid that the officialdom of northern Burma would have changed hands long ago. The person in charge of the handover between the two countries is the old man in front of him, Lu Jinan. Yaboa, it seems that our Dragon Kingdom's support for your army has been a bit too bountiful. Weapons and equipment gifted by our Dragon Kingdom that you don't use in the right place. But point at our Dragon Kingdom people? Lu Jinan said in an icy tone with his hands behind his back. Hearing his words, Yaboa shivered and squared his shoulders. Mr. Lu, misunderstanding These Longwa people hacked to death the people of northern Burma in the street. And they also illegally possessed weapons and rocket launchers, which is against the law of northern Burma. That's why I came out to apprehend them, Jeb said in a cold sweat on his back. At those words, Lu Shixiong, who was next to him, hurriedly popped out and explained. Hey, don't be ridiculous. First, it's not the masses of northern Burma that we're hacking to death, but the swindlers who have stained the blood of countless dragons. Secondly, our side chose to strike and injure someone out of self-defense, which Comrade Ryuyan can testify to. Third, these so-called bazookas and guns. Speaking of which, Lu Zhixian pressed down the lighter. Next, the bazooka went straight up in flames. See, it's all made out of plastic, and it's $100 a load at wholesale. Originally, I just wanted to scare those people. Who knew they were so stupid to take it seriously? Lu Zhixian said as he took a drag on his cigar. When the several park bosses saw this, they were all furious and their expressions were worse than eating. Jeb was silent. This, humph. Lu Jinan snorted coldly and pointed at him. We in the Dragon Kingdom donate a large amount of money and materials to you every year. In addition to for you to maintain order and for you to curb the fraud syndicates. Now that looks like you handled it really well. In recent years, fraud syndicates have become more and more arrogant. And more people in the Dragon Kingdom have suffered from the poison. Especially Xiao's Group Park. In your jurisdiction, it is he who has the most flourishing development. Ryu Jinan sidestepped. He knew that Yaboa was in collusion with the Xia Group. The senior non-commissioned officer of the north of Maine is in cahoots with a fraudulent group. If this spreads out, not only will he lose his official position, but his head might even move. Seeing himself demolished, Yaboa's cold sweat swished down. His legs were trembling, and he kept apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. Ryu. I'm very sorry. You are right to teach me a lesson. I will correct it in the future. Please supervise me. Lu Jinan didn't reply, but instead, he looked towards the several park bosses and said, take all these frauds away. Looking at the several Snow Leopard special warriors, they were going to drive Boss KK and the others away. Yaboa was just about to say something. Ryuyan walked over and took out a piece of paper and said, this is an extradition procedure. We are acting reasonably and legally. Please stop interfering. Seeing the papers in the other man's hand, Yaboa's mouth shut and he said no more. Several northern Maine leaders were escorted away. Under the intimidation of Lu Jinan, Yaboa took all those northern Maine minions and took them to the military for trial. At this time, Lu Zhixiong looked at Lu Zhinan and cupped his fists. Thanks to Elder Lu for reminding me. Otherwise, I'm afraid my son would have met an untimely end. Looking at the sunset enemy in front of him, Ryo Zhinan seemed like he wanted to say something, but he moved his lips and finally let out a long sigh and said faintly, Master Lu, return to your country. Having said that, Lu Zhinan, Lu Yun, and a few undercover comrades boarded one of the helicopters. Before leaving, Ryu Jinnan purposely glanced at Li Jingya. Seeing that the other party was fine, his heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. And Lu Zhixiong had long since prepared the ship to return home. A vast group of Lu family members drove to the harbor in northern Myanmar. With the roar of the cruise ship resonating through the sea, the ship began to sail quickly toward the Dragon Kingdom. At this very moment, pretty country, Flory Grand State, inside the luxury villa, when Xiaobo learned that not only did Lu Chen succeed in breaking away from the north of Maine, even fraud leaders from other parks have been caught and taken to the Dragon Kingdom for trial. Shasta. Xiaobo's face was black and purple, and his deep eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Halftime, he lifted the small blanket from his body and got up to a wall, only to see that the walls were filled with photos of the Lu family. There's the Tang family, and then there's the White family. Xiaobo then took down Tang Qing's picture. Looking at the other's beautiful form, Sharpo flashed a perverted grin. The Lu family, the Tang family. This time, I'm going to let you all die. Chapter 92, Sick? Wouldn't that be just right? When Lu Chen boarded the ship, Lu Guilan rushed forward and embraced Lu Chen tightly in her arms, wiping her nose and wiping her tears. My son, how did you get tricked into going to northern Burma? Who did this? Tell mom and I'll make him suffer. Lu Guilan said with red eyes and heartache. Hear your mother's words. Lu Chen's mind conjured up the appearance of those foreign special recruiters. At this very moment, north of Maine, in a KTV under the Xia Group, although the Xia family's fraudulent park was smashed, its industries still exist. In the lounge, the Haji special recruiter, as well as a couple of geezers, walked in, and after seeing the setting, a few people relaxed. Ha ha, even though we were tricked into going to the north of Myanmar, we neither have to make fraudulent phone calls nor worry about our personal safety, and we can even accompany our sister to eat, drink and have fun, which is simply a blessing in misfortune. That's right, this is the advantage that comes from the bloodline in our body. Everywhere we go we're all star-studded. I've heard that the clients here are both beautiful and rich, and their bodies are that hot, so I'm already looking forward to what's next. A few of the geezers chattered, thinking about the upcoming job. At that moment, the manager walked in and said to the several foreigners, You guys come with me? There's a rich woman ordering you. Remember to behave yourselves later. It's your first time on the job, and if you do well, the rich lady might not buy you out. Hearing the manager's words, a few foreigners were so happy that their faces were smiling. They couldn't wait to follow the manager to a private room, but when pushed open the door of the box and walked in, looking at the scene inside, several people froze. Only, right in the center sat a fat, pig-like woman, covered in gold and silver jewelry. At the moment, she was teetering on her legs with a cigarette in her mouth. Saw a couple of geezers. The rich woman smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of large black teeth that hadn't been brushed in decades, and laughed. Not bad. I'm satisfied. I'll take all these geezers. Don't worry, as long as you keep sis company, you won't be short of gold and silver treasures. The foreigners looked at the rich woman in front of them, smelled the foul breath wafting from her mouth. A few people turned pale and covered their mouths, nearly not vomiting. After a moment's reprieve, the Haji special recruiter hastily waved his hand and stammered, Nee. He was going to say I can't. As it turned out, the words weren't even finished. The rich woman interrupted. Yo, seeing as you're so positive, you're it. Here, sit next to sis. The words just fell. The manager reached behind his back and pushed, and the Haji special recruiter flew straight into his opponent's arms. The rich woman wrapped her arms around him and smiled with an infatuated look in her eyes. Quite handsome looking. Sis's type. With that, she raised her fat, greasy mouth and kissed her way directly toward the Haji special recruiter. Snap. 2 mouths facing each other. The Haji special recruiter rolled his eyes straight up. He shuddered and couldn't hold back the slap any longer. Pop. Get off me. The Haji special recruiter shook the meat oil off his hands and said with horrified eyes. The slap went down, and the rich woman was dumbfounded. Then, angry to the core, she cursed, How dare you hit me? Men, strip him naked and hang him. After saying that, several burly bodyguards rushed in. In 3 tries, the Haji special recruiter was peeled into an egg without a shell. Immediately afterward, one of the bouncers took out a rope and hung him from the beam of the KTV room. No, don't! The Haji special recruiter panicked, tears coming to his eyes. The rich woman took out a whip and scolded. Dog! a beautiful face of my old lady is reddened by you. Today I'll let you experience what it was like when your old ancestors were picking cotton in the pretty country. Having said that, she raised her whip and whipped it like a gyroscope. Snap, pop, pop, ow. One time, desperate screams of desperation from the special recruiters of the Meister of Haji came from the KTV. Within moments, he was rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. Smoked out. Several other foreigners saw the scene and were so frightened that their legs trembled and their urine dripped out. The rich woman dropped the whip in her hand and pointed at them in command. Come here, you guys. Marred. The people chasing my mom are lined up abroad, and you guys don't even know how to cherish them. That's when the special recruiter for the Hemp-Rope Polytechnic got the bright idea. He stepped forward with a difficult look on his face and said, Sister, it's not that I don't want to be with you. It's because I like men and I'm infected with that. Now that my days are numbered, it would be a pity for the whole country if the infection should spread to you, and the north of Maine should lose so beautiful a flower as you. But if you don't care, I'm willing to give everything. The Hemp-Rope Tech special recruiter opened his arms and closed his eyes. There is a great look of wind and xiao shui cold. Fruity. When the rich woman heard his words, her expression changed and she revealed a touched look and said, Little brother, I didn't realize you were so heartbroken, sis. Since you're so sincere, then sister won't move you. This statement was made. The special recruiter of the Hemp-Rope Polytechnic was so excited inside that he almost didn't shout out in excitement as if he had won the $100 million lottery, but he didn't dare to show it on his face, still pretending to be lost in thought with an extremely regretful expression. Seeing this, the several foreigners next to him could not help but envy. Why didn't they think of it for such a good reason? Damn it! But then, the rich woman's words changed and she said, It just so happens that my brother, who also likes men, is infected with the same aspect of the disease. He's in the next box, and the doctor says he has 3 months to live. You guys just get all tangled up in this coming time. Hey! This statement was made. Instantly, the Hemp-Rope Tech special recruiter froze. Before he could get back to his senses, several bodyguards directly set him up and walked toward the next box. In the corridor, there was a heartbreaking cry for help from the other side. Sister, I lied to you. I'm not sick. I'll stay with you. Please spare me, sister. Woo woo. However, no matter how much he cried out, it didn't help. As the compartment door closed, he is also counting down the days of his life. Inside the house, the remaining few foreigners were completely dumbfounded, and they were each glad that they had to be thankful that they hadn't used such a reason just now. At that moment, the rich woman stared at them and asked coldly, Are you guys sick too? Upon hearing this, a few old foreigners shook their heads like rattlesnakes and spoke sharply. Not sick, sis. I'm hard as nails. Look at my big muscle mass. Don't worry, sister. With my physique, I'll make sure you're satisfied later. The rich woman nodded in satisfaction and said with a horrible smile, Here, pour your sister a drink. They shivered and walked over, just in time to pour the wine. The rich woman took off her shoes, knocked on her legs, and buckled her feet. A smell as if soaked for hundreds of years old altar sauerkraut, straight to the nostrils of the crowd, extraordinarily on the head. As the rich woman raised her glass, ready to drink it all in one go, the foreigner who poured the wine couldn't take it any longer. He bent his neck and vomited directly into the glass. Looking at the vomit in the cup, the rich woman froze slightly. Immediately, she raised her whip and flung it with a loud snap. Asterisk 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 you. Hang them all. Chapter 93. This young man. Just as the geezer was being tortured to death, the door to the KTV was pushed open. Yaboa walked in with his hands behind his back and his toes, followed by a group of armed Burmese warriors. The manager, seeing this battle, hurriedly walked up and laughed falsely. Gee, Officer Yaboa, you're here. How have you been? At that, Yaboa slapped him a few meters away and cursed. Good nigga. Not good. Starting today, all of the Xia family's industries in northern Maine will be emptied, and none of the Xia family's companies will be allowed to remain in business. The manager lay on the floor, covering his face in confusion. What's going on? The Xia family KTV has grown to where it is today, thanks to Yaboa's patronage. They work together for their respective interests and can be considered as grasshoppers on a string. Why are you suddenly turning your back on me? The manager stood up, his smile disappearing and his tone slightly more threatening. Officer Yaboa, if you do this, does Master Xia, far away in the pretty country, know about it? Hear his words. Yaboa threw another slap and cursed. Asterisk 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 in hell. What's he gonna do if he knows? I'm just going to let him know that I, Yibo, and he are incompatible. Old bastard. Almost killed me. Jeb blushed and cursed. He could never have imagined that the Lu family would be able to get the support of the Dragon Kingdom's military, thanks to Lu Jiannan's timely arrival. Otherwise, if he really did something to Lu Qin, He was afraid that this head of his would have to move. Smash me! Yaboa shouted. Behind them, the Burmese North fighters pulled out their melee weapons and banged away at the house. Within moments, the original gilded KTV was smashed into a rubble-filled roughhouse. When he was done, Yaboa waved his hand, taking main North fighters toward another Summers property. Behind him, the manager watched everything he had worked so hard for come to nothing. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and sat down on the floor and cried out with a wow. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom, in the capital, an ancient courtyard. In the doorway stood two gallant soldier boys, armed and staring warily around. In the courtyard, Tang Cheng was on the phone with Lu Jinan. Elder Willow, how are things being handled? Tang Cheng asked in a nervous tone. Ever since Ryuyan and the others started fleeing from the Xia Group's campus, the live video feed disconnected. Therefore, she was completely unaware of what was happening behind the scenes. On the phone, Lu Jinan's excited voice came. Miss Tang, you can rest assured. The second Miss Person is very body safe, already on the way back to Yunhai City. And all the northern main fraud leaders have been arrested and are expected to arrive in the capital in 3 hours. Hearing his words, Tang Cheng let out a long sigh of relief, her tightly furrowed brows easing down. Okay, the interrogation of the northern main fraudsters is in your hands. I'm going to make a trip to Yunhai City in a few days, and at that time, you'll take over the Deer Base. Hearing the words Deer Base, Ryu Jinan visibly froze. Spinning around, he said as if he had summoned up all his courage. Ms. Tang, I know you suspect that the Liu family was involved in the extermination case back then, but there are some things I still have to say. When the Liu family and the Xia family were at loggerheads, both sides fought to the death. The so-called enemy of my enemy is my friend. In this case, how could they join forces and target your family together? Lu Jinan said in a serious tone. After the incident in northern Burma, he felt more and more that Lu Chen was a talent unrivaled in the world. So in a way, he was speaking in favor of the Liu family. And Tang Cheng didn't get angry like before. She was silent for a while and faintly said, Elder Liu, how could I not understand these truths? It's just, I need proof. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan sighed and didn't say anything more. The two hung up, just as Tang Cheng was about to go back to the house. Suddenly, at the gate, a man was stopped by the soldier boy. What man? Did you make an appointment in advance? I'm Han K from the Han Style Technology Group. I'm looking for Xiao Cheng. You guys let me in. Hearing the voice, Tang Cheng looked toward the door, only to see that a handsome-looking man with an evil look covering his face was standing in the doorway. Seeing this person, Tang Cheng couldn't help but frown. Hanky, what are you doing in my house? Tang Cheng said with a tone of some disdain. The man called Hanji said hurriedly, Haru, why don't you tell me when you're back in the country so that I can give you a reception now? Tang Cheng categorically said, no need. Hanji, the crown prince of Han's technology group. Back then, it was with the support of the Tang family that Han's group developed as it did. But when the tragic murder of the Tang family occurred, the other party was nowhere to be found as if dead. Moreover, Tang Cheng had asked for help from the Han family when she first arrived in Pretty Country. But the Han family doesn't answer their phone calls or send messages back, and Tang Cheng nearly starves to death in Pretty Country. It wasn't until later that Tang Cheng's god-grandfather, Gao Jin, took the stage. Han Jiakai was as if he had suddenly resurrected, bombarding Tang Cheng with text messages every day, frantically expressing his concern to her. In order to rely on the tree of Gaojin, Han Ji also expressed his love to Tang Cheng many times. The results were unsurprisingly all rejected by Tang Cheng. Yard. Seeing how indifferent Tang Cheng's attitude was, Han Ji didn't get frustrated but said with a sincere face, Haru, do you remember when you were little and I said I would protect you when I grew up? When that incident happened in the Tang family, I was still young and had no hands. Nowadays, I'm about to inherit the Han group. Don't worry, from now on, I will never let anyone bully you again. Hanji said with firm eyes and a strong voice. Confront him with these words. Get out. Tang Cheng only uttered one word before turning around and going back to the house. Doorway. Hanky only felt that his face was burning hot. He glared fiercely at Tang Cheng, his gaze fierce. He then walked out a few hundred meters, saw no one around, and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. I found an account with the Note SB in my contacts and called it. The plan failed. Tang Cheng didn't believe me. When the phone was connected, Hanji said with a gloomy face. On the other end of the cell phone, Shabo was silent for a moment and slowly said, well, expected. When your Han family broke her heart, how could Tang Cheng give you a good face? Women. Sensual creatures. Turn around and I'll set you up with a heroic rescue. Put on a show and win her over first. Hearing the other party's words, Hanji's heart was delighted and he laughed out. Still, you have a solution. By the way, how are things settling down for me? Hanky asked with a twist of words. Don't worry, your brother Hanba. I've already sent someone to Yunhai City to settle it. Just wait until you inherit the family business in peace. After today, no one will be able to steal your position as the crown prince of the Han group. Words. A grim smile appeared at the corner of Hanky's mouth. At this moment, Cloudsea City, Lu family villa. When Lu Chen arrived at the door of the house, just see, not far away, 4 or 5 men with briefcases were standing there, silently waiting for something. When these people saw Lu Zhixiong, they walked over and bowed. Lu family master. Aha. Lu Zhixiong answered and waved his hand. Go inside and hurry up and sign the school board transfer agreement. Yes, they are the board of governors of Three Forks Career and Technical College. After Lu Zhixiong learned that his son was held hostage by special recruiters from foreign universities, he immediately called and had someone from Three Forks Career and Technical College sent over to sign the agreement. In that case, Lu Chen all went to become a principal. What other reason do those college special recruiters have to harangue Lu Chen? Entering the house, Lu Chen immediately signed the agreement. Several school board members then stood up. Respectfully, young Master Lu, from today onwards, you are the principal of our school. If you have any questions about your work in the future, please feel free to come and ask us. Lu Chen nodded. It was also at this moment that a system voice rang in his head. Ding! Detected the host completing a side quest, founding a university, or becoming the president of one. Gained bonus, life expectancy plus 10 days. Receive a reward, mystery gift pack *10. Hearing the voice, Lu Chen was thrilled. 10 in a row. You know, every skill given by the system is incredibly powerful. This is going to take off. Just as Lu Chen couldn't wait to prepare for the lottery. Suddenly, in his mind, the system beeps appeared again. Ding! The system has been upgraded. Ape Tutoring System Study Help System. Study Help System. While maintaining the original functionality of the Ape Tutoring System, receive great rewards every time your university's overall strength rises. Immediately after, in front of Lu Chen's eyes, a virtual panel of only himself appeared. Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Current Comprehensive Strength Assessment, F. There are 4 ways you can improve your school. 1. Improve student quality. 2. Enhancement of faculty. 3. Improve the school environment. 4. Research and development of cutting-edge technology. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen got thoughtful. It seems that one has to recruit a good wave of talent. Only that the college entrance examination was coming up, and the geniuses of the country had already been specially recruited by the famous universities. Trying to recruit nowadays. Seems like we'll just have to wait until after the high school exams. At that moment, Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he asked towards several council members. Excuse me, can our school offer a junior class? Junior class. As the name suggests, students who excel in a particular field are specially recruited to receive a university education, skipping middle school and high school ahead of time. When the several council members heard such a question, they all, at once, looked at each other. Everyone with an unbelievable expression on their face was frozen. People Qingbei, Dragon Academy of Sciences to open the junior class. But can understand, after all, is a famous school. You're a junior college. What's the point of having a teenage class? Study hard for more than 10 years, cross the ocean to go to college? Genuinely, the old granny burrowed into the quilt and gave the master a whole laugh. Although the council members found it laughable, they didn't dare show it. At that moment, one of them squared his shoulders and said, Young master, of course the school can open a junior class. Only, I'm afraid no one would want to come with the current class of our university. Lu Chen said with his hands behind his back, his voice resounding. Leave the enrollment to me. You guys don't have to worry about it. When you all get back to school, open the junior classes immediately. At those words, the council members' tigers shook. Yes. At that moment, the butler came over and said, Young master, there's a man at the door who calls himself Hanba who wants to see you. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Baba? Is it hard to be Paco? When Lu Chen arrived at the door, it was true, only to see that Ba was standing in place with an anxious look on his face. And when he saw Lu Chen, Shasta, just like an old friend you haven't seen in years, you run all the way up and come up for a big hug. His face was plastered on Lu Chen's clothes, wiping his nose and wiping his eyes. He said, If you're gone, who am I going to learn math from in the future? What's the point of me living? Lu Chen pushed him away with a look of disgust and wiped the snot off his body with a piece of paper. At that moment, Lu Chen asked with a bright light in his eyes, Paco, do you want to follow me all the way through math? It's a real snooze with a pillow. He was worried about not having a quality student body, and this just came to him. With Bago's talent for math, it would be one of the top geniuses in the world. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ba immediately stopped crying and said with a face full of excitement, "Of course I want to. Of course I want to. What are the terms? If you'll be blunt?" Lu Chen nodded his head and said in a graphic manner, "I am, at the moment, the principal of the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. If you were to come to our school for junior college, would you do it?" The words just fell. Ba held Lu Chen's hand and was filled with excitement. Willingly, I do." At that exact moment, an old man in a big white undershirt passed by. His eyes narrowed in disgust at the carnal scene. This young man, Lu Chen. Swish. As soon as he did, Lu Chen pushed Ba out a few meters away, keeping a safe distance from him. After a pause, he continued, "It just so happens that the school board is here, so let's just get the enrollment agreement signed." Paco nodded his head poundingly. Afterwards, the two of them walked towards the Lu family villa. When a few of the council members saw Ba, all of a sudden, one of them was shocked. "Holy, isn't that the math genius kid? Bug?" Ba took the pen and couldn't wait. "Cut the crap. Hurry up and bring the contract over. I want to go to junior college." In the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, Paco signed without hesitation. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head. Ding! The school has successfully recruited a talent. Type of talent, math. Talent level, SS. From lowest to highest, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Bonus, lifespan plus 30 days. Hearing the system reward, Lu Chen's eyes widened. I didn't realize that recruiting just one talent would reward a full 30 days of life expectancy. Top him for watching the book for a few days. Bugs, congratulations on joining our team. Lu Chen shook hands and smiled. The mind has flown to. On the three professors Wu Li Zhang of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Chapter 94, What are you looking at, Nima? After signing Paco, to give him something sweet, Lu Chen taught him 2 hours of math on the spot. One-on-one tutoring. Many of the math problems that had puzzled Bago for so long were solved at this moment. Wonderful. Wonderful. When Ba heard Lu Chen's instruction, his face showed undisguised excitement, trembling with excitement. For him, there is nothing more fun than solving a math problem. At this time, Lu Chen stood up and said indifferently, "It's getting late, so let's call it a day. I'll teach you slowly after school starts." At that, Ba couldn't help but feel a little lost. But then he thought that Lu Chen had just come back from northern Maine, tossing and turning, and teaching himself math. In this case, he was too embarrassed to continue disturbing. "Okay, Lu Chen, you have a good rest. I'll go first," Paco said happily. After saying that, he got up from the sofa and left the Lu family villa. After Paco left, Lu Chen immediately returned to the bedroom and tightly closed the door. Opening the system panel, he looked at the 10 mystery gift packs in his backpack. Lu Chen couldn't wait to say, "Open them all." The words fell, only to see 10 purple gift packs flew into the air, spinning madly like hula hoops. The next second, there was a swish, a white light flashed, and the 10 gift packs all shattered in response as if they had been burst. Ding! Gift bag opened successfully. Receive a mysterious reward. 1. The Matrix. 2. Inflatable dolls, Dongbeek Yusen version. 3. The Eye of Investment. 4. Unclassified cups, Ugarte edition. 5. Pleasant Rocker *1 PC. 6. Little Dangly Instant Noodles *24 bags. 7. Rocket Recovery Technology drawings. 8. Durex *1 box, slim version. 9. The Original Stone *100. 000. 10. King Pesticide Skin Hellfire *1. Looking at the wide array of rewards, Lu Chen's eyes went black. In addition to the Matrix, Ion Investment and Rocket Recovery Technology drawings, what's all the other messed up? It's a good thing there's backpack space given by the system. Otherwise, if you really take it to reality, it would be a direct social death. Lu Chen skimmed his lips and then turned to look at the 3 skills. The Hacker's Empire. After learning this, the level of computer expertise is pulled to full capacity, and you can hack into any network node in the world. Eye of Investment. After learning, the financial management knowledge level is pulled full. You can see the return on investment. Rocket Recycling Technology drawing. After learning, unlock Rocket Recycling Technology. The skill descriptions are detailed and easy to understand. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to study them all. Swish swish swish. Countless white points of light flew into the brain. Lu Chen felt his brain filling up again. Afterward, Lu Chen came to the computer with anticipation and lifted the laptop. Immediately afterward, his fingertips rested on the keyboard, crackling like rain. Lines of code appeared as if they were automatic, and in no time at all, they filled the entire screen. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly realized, the home network node, surprisingly, is being accessed back and forth by an IP from the capital. In just 2 years, the number of visits has reached a staggering hundreds of thousands. And when Lu Chen deciphered the other side's path node, a web page called Dear by Dear appeared in front of me. Dear by Dear? Seeing this name, Lu Chen was puzzled. He didn't know what the name contained, nor do they understand why the other side is spying on their own network. And as Lu Chen delved deeper into the investigation, the truth is coming out. Looking at the information file, all the information about himself and his family, as well as the information about all the industries under the Lu family, Lu Chen came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the so-called Dear by Dear was an organization that specifically targeted the Lu family. Recalling back to the bar earlier, the group of policemen from the capital, it was assumed that they belonged to this organization. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's fingers were once again placed on the keyboard and tapped away. About 10 minutes later, looking at the lines of code on the screen, Lu Chen snapped and pressed the enter key. Then, letting out a long breath, he gently closed the computer. Do it all. Lu Chen threw off his slippers, laid down on the bed, and began to check the rocket recovery drawings. At this very moment, Capital City, Dear Base, Ryu Jinan came to take over everything here as Tang Qing requested after dealing with the northern main fraudsters. Just walked into the base. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a member of Dear by Dear ran out with a face full of panic. Elder Lu, you're finally here. Something big is wrong, the member said with a panicked face. Lu Jinan frowned and asked, what's wrong? The Dear member gasped and said, see for yourself. With that, the two men headed for the conference room. When I came inside, I saw, on the big screen, a Dear member moves his mouse and clicks on the file called Land Family Information File. The next second, 5 big words popped out of the document. You see, Nima? Seeing those 5 words, Lu Jinan's eyes went black. The Dear member explained, all the information in all the Lu family's documents have all disappeared, leaving only some meaningless words. Lu Jinan didn't panic. Pointing to the other documents, he said, open all of the Lu family's industrial information, Lu Chen's personal information, and so on as well. Good. The Dear members nodded. He then pressed the left mouse button and opened them one by one. When clicking on the Lu family's industrial profile, 2 words popped up on the screen. Still watching? Lu Jinan froze slightly. With a calm expression, he said, don't worry about it, keep ordering. Aha. The Dear member nodded, then opened Lu Chen's personal information. Another line of text popped up. Will you try watching another one? Lu Jinnan's voice resounded. Return the point. Another line popped up. Don't listen to me, or I'll shut you down. Seeing these words, Lu Jinnan's beard straightened in anger and gradually red-warmed. More. I don't believe he's so powerful that he can still control the electric switch of our base. The words fell when the Dear members clicked on the file named Lu Chen's Life Habits. Next, Ka-ching. All computers on the Dear base were shut down. All the lights in the house went out. Even the emergency management green light in the hallway went dark. At this moment, the entire Dear base was pitch black, unable to see a finger. Lu Jinnan was completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? How can a hacker remotely invade the Dear base? It is important to realize that the top technological power of a country must be controlled by the government. The technicians here, that are the cream of the crop in the computer industry. Get Wang from the tech department, Lu Jinnan said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Although he was now impressed with the Lu family and not warming up to the Dear organization, but after all, it was a task Tang Chang had arranged for herself. The other party just left and this happened. It's not good to talk when we meet in the future. At that moment, the door to the technical department was pushed open. A young man wearing glasses, a plaid shirt, and a Mediterranean haircut approached. Xiao Wang dropped his hands in front of his waist and said respectfully, Elder Lu, just now, our base was indeed invaded by hackers. However, thanks to the efforts of my comrades and I, the virus has been completely cleaned up. I'm guessing it won't take 5 minutes for all the power to come back on. Hearing his words, Lu Jinnan nodded in appreciation. Worthy of being a talented young man who once set the country on fire. His skills are really tough enough. How old are you? The young king touched the few remaining hairs on his head and laughed. 25. Ryu Jinnan. Subsequently, thanks to the efforts of the technical department, a computer was relighted. The house became brightly lit once again. However, when the members of Dear by Dear turned on their computers to check for damage to the Luke's files, next, all computers in the meeting, the computers, including the tech departments, one by one, began to autoplay videos uncontrollably. Just see the video. A little husky sitting on the ground, dull and very cute. Its eyes, as if it could see through the screen to the crowd, stayed glued to the screen. Immediately after, this husky opened his little mouth and let out a cute bark. Fuck, it's loud and airy. took everyone at the deer base by surprise. Chapter 95, the genius is actually by my side. Hear the puppies barking. Lu Jianan as well as everyone at the deer base were dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that such words could come out of a puppy's mouth. Apparently, someone post-dubbed it. At this time, the technical department Xiao Wang ran over, sweating and said, "It's no good old Lu. All the computers in our technical department have also been hit by a virus, and the entire deer base has completely fallen. The other party is an expert. Dozens of us have studied it for half a day and we can't do anything about it," Xiao Wang said in an anxious tone, with a helpless face. Hearing each other's words, Lu Jianan did not imagine the loss, but instead asked, "Wang, when you participated in the national computer competition, you won the first place?" Without thinking, Little King replied, "First place." At those words, Lu Jianan gradually became excited. It seems that the Lu family has hired an incognito hacker expert. So money really does make the world go round. When you have the chance, you have to discuss with the Lu family and recruit this talent before you can do so. After all, the Lu family owes me a favor, Ryu Jianan said, his thoughts pulling back to downtown Main North, when both gangs were in a firefight. If he hadn't arrived in time with the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team, it's assumed that everyone in the Lu family was taken away by the military in northern Burma. Just as the capital was playing out this comical scene, Yunhai City, not far from the Lu family villa, Ba was on his way home. Looking at the enrollment agreement in his hand, his whole body was excited. When he thought that he would be able to study math with Lu Chen after school started, he was incredibly looking forward to that day. Just then, all of a sudden, there was a creak. A van, parked directly in front of Ba. Immediately after, the door opened and three big, burly men stepped out of the car. Without waiting for Ba to get back to his senses, one of the strong men directly pulled out a sack and put it over his head. "What are you doing? Ouch! Let go of me! Get off me!" Bugsy cried out as he struggled. The burly man snorted coldly and cursed, "Don't trample and shout. No one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out." After saying that, he directly threw the sack-covered pug into the car like an object. Then he closed the door with a snap. Just as the burly man was about to get in his car and leave, that's when he suddenly realized, not far away, stood an older man in a white undershirt. This person was the same old man who had passed by the Lu family villa earlier. This guy, Moncler Outlet Store, cupping a cigarette in his hand. He exclaimed. Seeing this, the burly man frowned slightly and walked straight over. When it came to Moncler Outlet Store, he threatened with a grim expression. "Old man, you didn't see anything just now. Do you hear me?" Words. Moncler Outlet Storeers perked up with a puzzled look and asked, "What did you say?" The burly man flinched slightly. "You can't hear me from this close?" Immediately, he increased his voice and continued to threaten. "You didn't see anything just now. You hear me? If you dare to tell, I'll kill your whole family." Looking at the other party's imposing appearance, Moncler Outlet Store, he still had a puzzled expression. "Who are you going to kill?" The big man was furious. He reached behind his back and pulled out a watermelon knife, raised it above his head and was about to slash at the older man. "Mother asterisk 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 her, I'll just cut you to death to prevent future problems." Seeing the other guy pull out a weapon, instantly dumbfounded, he ran backward while begging for mercy. "I promise not to tell anyone about your kidnapping. Don't cut me." "Humph." The strong man coldly grunted and gave Moncler Outlet Store him a hard stare, and did not continue to chase. He then got into the car and stepped on the gas. Immediately afterward, the car let out an ong roar and quickly left the spot. Early the next morning, Lu Chen rubbed his eyes and woke up from his sleep. Looked at that rocket recovery drawing last night until 3 a.m. Lu Chen was already familiar with all the processes involved in making it. Except that rockets are very expensive both in terms of the space they take up and the resources they consume. Plus this stuff is under the control of the Defense Department. In this case, Lu Chen personally couldn't make it at all, so he can only wait until after school started and try to get his hands on it in the school. Looks like an early trip to Three Forks Career and Technical College is in order for Saturday. Improve the campus, expand the school space, and recruit some more talent along the way. After all, once this thing was introduced, Longgui University Community, that so-called 7 Sons of National Defense, I'm afraid to add another one. Get up, wash up, eat breakfast. After finishing, Lu Chen got into the Rolls-Royce and drove towards the school, and Lu Chen just got out of the car. As his eyes looked around at the students, he was surprised to find, above each man's head, a line of text was displayed. Name, Li Wu. Type of talent, English. Talent level, E. University, none. Name, Zhou Ming. Talent type, biological. Talent level, D. University, none. Seeing this, Lu Chen's heart was delighted. It's easier to recruit with textual cues. It was also at this moment that a familiar voice rang in his ears. Mr. Lu Chen. Sniffing, only to see that Li Jingya was standing in front of her with a smile on her face as she carried her school bag. Name, Li Jingya. Type of talent, chemistry. Physics. Talent level, SS. University, none. When he saw this line of text, all of a sudden, Lu Chen was dumbstruck. This niece chemistry and physics are both SS? I didn't expect that. But it's a little more all around than Baba. Genius was actually on my side. What's the matter, fellow Lu Chen? Do I have something on my face? Seeing Lu Chen keep staring at her, Li Jingya blushed shyly, realizing that he was a bit out of line. Lu Chen scratched his head and said with an apologetic smile, No, it's just that I stayed up late yesterday and was a little unfocused. By the way, Young where do you plan to go to college in the future? Do you have a school in mind? Lu Chen asked with a twist of words. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya said thoughtfully, Everyone in our village is proud of getting into Qingbei. If anyone's child passes the exam, not only will they be paraded through the streets, but they will also have their name engraved on the village monument. So, I'm planning a weekend trip to the capital. Take the examination for the junior class of Qingbei University. Hearing her answer, Lu Chen nodded without saying anything. Since she wanted this honor for her family, then Lu Chen is not good to force, pulling the other party into his own junior college. The two of them walked towards the school. Suddenly, Li Jingya seemed to remember something and said, By the way, Lu Chen, there's a bunch of really strange people in my house. They stood at the door and said they wouldn't leave, and muttered something under his breath about being ordered by his superiors to come here specifically to stand guard. Lu Chen laughed and joked, It's not possible that you're the long-lost daughter of some noble, right? Hearing this, Li Jingya's face flushed red and pouted. How can that be? It's not like this is a movie. I reckon it's because of what's going on in northern Maine. The two of them talked and laughed as they entered the campus. It didn't take long. Then they went their separate ways. In the meantime, at the entrance of the White Family Manor, a thick layer of red carpet was spread on the ground. Tens of meters away, hundreds of bodyguards dressed in suits, hands behind their backs, stood in 2 rows in formation. Not long after, a luxury automobile was like a long dragon, driving straight towards here. When the car stopped, Elder Bai and Bai Wanyu immediately greeted them. As the car door opened, only to see Tang Cheng walked out from the car. When Tang Cheng stepped out of the car, all the bodyguards shouted in unison, Welcome Miss Tang. The words fell. Bai Wanyu enthusiastically hugged Tang Cheng's arm and laughed. Sister Cheng, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. I miss you so much. Look at her happy face. Tang Cheng couldn't help but frown. They never met as kids, so where's the sisterly love? Elder Bai flashed an appreciative glance at Bai Wanyu. Then he looked at Tang Cheng and said, Miss Tang, welcome to the White Family Manor. Your arrival has caused the White Family Manor to flourish, and I am deeply honored. Tang Cheng did not take kindly to such rainbow farts and faintly said, I came to Cloud Sea City for the simple purpose of recognizing my sister and picking her up to return to the capital. So, Elder Bai doesn't have to be polite. Please make yourself at home. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai was slightly embarrassed and cupped his fists. Okay, Miss Tang. With that out of the way, a few people headed for the house. Bai Wanyu, on the other hand, due to the fact that it was time to go to school, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Tang Cheng, she rushed towards the 13th middle school. At this moment, the 13th high school, students come and go on campus. Lu Chen did not enter the class after separating from Li Jingya. Instead, he stood a short distance from the school gates and looked around. Whenever one passes by, look at the other person and check their talent level. So much so, that some of the girls noticed Lu Chen's gaze. One blushed scarlet and fled in haste. He. Just now the young master of the Lu family was looking at me, eh? Did you guys notice? Ha? Wasn't it looking at me? Nonsense. Clearly looking at me. You all farted. It must be because the new manicure I painted today is so nice that it attracted young Master Lu's attention. A couple of girls' petulant voices were heard. 3 black lines crossed Lu Chen's head. After looking at it for most of another day, Lu Chen gave up. With so many students, the highest grade of talent was only a B. Lu Chen couldn't help but show a disappointed look and shook his head inside. Hey, it looks like this year's college entrance exam, the acceptance rate of the 13th high school will be at the bottom again. It so happened that the principal, carrying a briefcase, passed by in a windy manner. Hear that? He froze slightly. Back in class, Lu Chen had nothing to do and took out his cell phone to check the stock market. At the same time, the new skill investment eye was launched. When Lu Chen's eyes touched the stock market information, all of a sudden, the returns of all the companies were clear. Slippery Plum Company, rate of return, 240%. Market analysis, the company is about to be endorsed by popular actress Yang Mi. The advertisement has a huge impact and the trend is stable in the coming month. Yellow Chef Kitchen Company, rate of return, minus 19%. Analysis, because the chairman of the variety show yearning for life in the race pesticide, poison abuse of the elderly. Huang Xiaoqi reputation plummeted. The company's future trend to the doldrums. Rice Technology Group, rate of return, 3,840%. Sentiment analysis, the company is about to release a new energy rice car. The future direction of the stock market is in a straight line upward. Lu Chen casually flipped through a few pages, and soon, his eyes locked onto the Rice Technology Group. A full 30 times return. That kind of opportunity doesn't come along all the time. Just throw some in for fun, Lu Chen said to himself. Saying that, with a little bit of her small hand, she threw $30 million into it. After casting his vote, Lu Chen stuffed his cell phone into his pocket, then picked up a college book, Mold Design and Fabrication, and read it. After all, making rockets requires a blend of knowledge, and theoretical knowledge alone is not enough. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the book Mold Design and Production. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Mold Design and Fabrication skills plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Listen to the system voice in your ear. Lu Chen gradually immersed himself in the sea of knowledge, and all day long, Lu Chen spent reading this book. Until school was over, Lu Chen was about to get his book bag and leave. At this time, Bai Wanyu stuck up and said with a mysterious face, Lu Chen, there's a guest from the capital in my house today. She's something out of the ordinary. You'll be interested to know who she is? Hint, it has something to do with your Lu family. Oh, Bai Wanyu pretended to sell her words. She knew that she could no longer attract Lu Chen's attention with ordinary means alone. So then they changed their strategy and adopted a fishing mode, using defense as an attack. And when Lu Chen heard Bai Wanyu's words, he probably guessed in his heart. The so-called guest at her house is presumably related to the Deer organization. However, after last night's invasion of his own, the Deer organization should be pretty much ruined. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said expressionlessly, not interested. With that, he grabbed his book bag and headed out the door. Seeing this, Bai Wanyu became anxious. She immediately went after him and shouted like a follower, guess first. This is a matter of life and death for your Lu family. Campus. Lu Chen walked in front, while Bai Wanyu chased after him. When it came to a corner, just in time, Li Jingya walked over with her head down looking at her cell phone. There were only 2 screams of awe. The 2 women had a full house. Bai Wanyu and Li Jingya lost control of their bodies and fell towards the ground. Lu Chen looked in his eyes and with a flash of his body, he appeared behind Li Jingya. Then he slightly bent down and wrapped his arm around, steadily catching Li Jingya. Lu Chen's students. Looking at Lu Chen's face, he felt the body heat coming from his waist. Li Jingya was dumbstruck. Her mouth was wide open, and her face was so red that it was about to drip blood. On the other hand, Bai Wanyu was not so lucky. She stumbled and sat on the floor, and with a loud thud, her ass almost fell in two. Oh, my ass. Lu Chen Yu. Bai Wanyu wanted to cry, pointing at Lu Chen and just wanted to say something. He looked up, but froze. Just see. The entrance to the school. Tang Cheng was standing there with her arms wrapped around her chest, holding out her proud figure, with a row of black-clothed bodyguards behind her. And at the moment, she looked at Lu Chen with his arm around Li Jingya, her face as cold as frost. One pair of eyes was wide, eyes that seemed to be able to kill. Chapter 96 Money for you. Hurry up and lead your sister away. Next, Tang Cheng lowered her hands and walked towards her with a heavy pace. And when she came to the crowd, Bai Wanyu hurriedly stood up and shouted enthusiastically, Sister Haru. Hearing Bai Wanyu's call, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Bai Wanyu had a sister? Tang Cheng, however, acted as if she didn't hear it as she pulled out a check from her pocket and set it in front of Lu Chen. I know your family has money, but controlled by your parents. You don't have much pocket money a month, do you? Here's $10 million to spend however you want. My request is to leave my sister. Look at the check the other guy is handing over. Lu Chen froze. What do you mean? You think I like Bai Wanyu? Afterwards, Lu Chen also pulled out a check and handed it to Tang Cheng. I'll give you $20 million and hurry up and claim your sister. When these words came out, it was Tang Cheng's turn to be confused. Seeing the $20 million check handed over by Lu Chen, Tang Cheng was dumbfounded. What do you mean? You look down on your own sister so much? But Tang Cheng wasn't angry. Isn't that just what she wanted? Don't want your money, as long as you leave my sister. Saying that, Tang Cheng approached the trio with large strides, at the same time opening his arms wide, with the great intention of cradling the person in his arms. Bai Wanyu was touched. I didn't expect Tang Cheng to throw away $10 million for herself, despite the fact that he had previously drawn close to Tang Cheng in order to fulfill the task given by Elder Bai. But at this moment, Seeing Tang Cheng with her arms outstretched, she walked towards herself. She warmed up inside and also raised her arms and rushed up to the road. Sister Haru, thank you. Your kindness is appreciated. But I truly like Lu Chen. So, the words were not finished. Tang Cheng's body lurched to bring her around, and the two brushed shoulders. Subsequently, Tang Cheng came straight to Li Jingya and took her into her arms. Sister has finally found you. I haven't seen you for so many years. My sister misses you so much. Looking at the sudden scene in front of them, several people were dumbfounded. Lu Chen? Li Jingya? Huh? Bai Wanyu. Bai Wanyu felt her face burning hot, was expecting a big hug. I hadn't realized that the people were not talking about themselves at all. At the moment, her arms were still swinging in the air, still presenting an embracing gesture, like an old Qing dynasty zombie. Li Jingya was a bit confused and asked, Big sister, who are you? Tang Cheng took her hand and said with tears in her eyes, I'm your long-lost blood sister. Tang Cheng, your name is not Li Jingya, but Tang Rou, a descendant of the Tang family in the capital. Sister, this is a long story in the middle. When there is a chance to turn around, my sister and you will explain it properly. Tang Cheng said with a trembling body, her entire body excited. She had waited for this moment for too long, and when Li Jingya heard her words, completely frozen in place, she looked in disbelief at the extravagantly dressed woman in front of her, thinking about all the strange people showing up at home, recalling Lu Chen's words in the morning again. Li Jingya could not help but feel surprised in her heart. Could it be that Lu Chen had really let him get it right? That he was the daughter of a certain family? To the side, Bai Wanyu was equally shocked, an incredulous look on her face. Li Jingya, surprisingly, Tang Cheng's own sister? The same Crystal White who was with her for half of her childhood? How is this possible? It's too small a world. Lu Chen read everything in front of him and silently put the $20 million check back. Unexpectedly, the sister in this woman's mouth was not Bai Wanyu, but Li Jingya. This was really unexpected. Tang Cheng noticed the subtle movement and turned around with a slight frown. Lu Chen, a gentleman's word is his bond. I hope you'll keep your promise and disappear from my sister's presence forever. Tang Cheng said condescendingly, looking at her with a disdainful look. Lu Chen was expressionless. Okay, then you give me the money. I can leave Bai Wanyu without a penny, but this sister of yours, who we are so attached to, must pay some moral damages. This statement was made. Li Jingya was first slightly stunned. Immediately, she said with an aggrieved look and a trembling voice, Lu Chen, you didn't wait for the words to finish. Tang Cheng directly interrupted, pulling out that check and handing it over. $10 million for you. Hurry up and take the money and leave. Seeing this, Lu Chen shook his head. $10 million and you want to trick me into going away to pay off the Barkers? Do I lack you for that? Words. Tang Cheng clenched her teeth in anger. Thinking of just now, Lu Chen pulled out $20 million with a wave of his hand. Since he was so generous, then $10 million was indeed just a small amount of money in his eyes. Thinking of this, Tang Cheng clenched her teeth and stamped her foot, pulling another check out of his pocket. He gritted his teeth. 100 million. Is that enough? Lu Chen, I advise you to better be content. That's enough money for the average 3 generations to do nothing and eat and drink for free for the rest of their lives. Looking at the check handed by the other party, Lu Chen skimmed his mouth. $100 million. Quite a lot indeed. So, Lu Chen waved his hand and said, don't give me the money. There's a Divine Doctor Poverty Alleviation Foundation in Yunhai City. Donate to this organization. I'll leave immediately after you donate. At those words, Tang Cheng snorted coldly. What's the point of pretending to be a good Samaritan in front of your own sister? Despite the disdain in his heart, but she still took out her cell phone, searched for the Divine Healer Foundation for Poverty Alleviation, and donated the money. Then holding up the screen, he said with an expressionless face, now can you go? Looking at the other party's proof of donation, Lu Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll disappear. Having said that, with his hands behind his back, Lu Chen turned around and walked toward the corner. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from sight. Li Jingya Bengbu lived. Her eyes were red, and her tears were straight. She shouted hoarsely in the direction Lu Chen had left. Lu Chen! Tang Cheng sighed and stroked her head, saying gently, you're too young to know what love is. Sister, when you grow up, you'll know that what your sister is doing now is for your own good. With our Tang family's conditions, there will be many excellent boys for you to choose from in the future. Why fall in love with a single Lu Chen? The words just fell. Li Jingya pushed Tang Cheng away as she clenched her fists and said with tears in her eyes, who's your sister? I don't know you. I hope you'll never show your face or bother me again. I hate you. Look at the other person with a look of disgust. Tang Cheng couldn't help but become alarmed. She half squatted down, holding Li Jingya's hands, and consoled in a serious tone. Sister, I know you hate me, but Lu Chen has disappeared from your world forever. That's a fact. From now on, you can talk about your feelings with whomever you want, and my sister will never care about you again. Look, is this okay? It's okay not to be comforted. As soon as Tang Qing said those words, thinking that she would never see Lu Chen again, Li Jingya couldn't hold back for a moment and cried out with a loud wow. Woohoo! Just as Li Jingya wiped her tears, the next second, around the corner, Lu Chen walked back with his hands behind his back, walking idly. Jingya, don't cry. I'm back. Seeing this scene, Tang Qing froze slightly. Chapter 97, I disappeared. I'm back. Lu Chen. What do you mean? What are you doing back here after you said you were going to donate money and leave? Tang Cheng asked with her brows furrowed into a ball. See only. Lu Chen said cheekily. I only said go. I didn't say I wouldn't come back. I'm the one with the arms and legs, and you can still control me? A sense of foreboding vaguely rose in Tang Cheng's heart. The expression on her face seemed to freeze as her tone threatened. Lu Chen, I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Hear this. Lu Chen pretended to be alarmed, and his body leaped back to the corner and disappeared again. However, less than 2 seconds, he jumped back with a swish. It just bounced back and forth a couple times. Then in an exasperated tone, he said, I'm off. I'm back. I'm off again. I've turned back. Hey, how's it going? You hit me? Lu Chen said with a heated smile. The expression is as it needs to be. You. Tang Cheng was infuriated with red warmth. Seeing that Lu Chen had no intention of keeping his promise, she was furious to the core and said, return the money to me, or I'll sue you for fraud. Although Tang Cheng wasn't bad with money, $100 million would take half a year of hard work to earn. How could she not be distressed by hard-earned money that had been exchanged for sweat? Hearing this familiar line, Lu Chen pouted. Emboldened, please go ahead and sue me. If I'm sent to jail, then I'll really disappear. Having said that, Lu Chen looked at Li Jingya and said, Jingya, let's go. I'll send you to work at the hotel. Aha! Li Jingya nodded her head like garlic. She wiped the tears from her eyes, then hopped up and followed Lu Chen, happily walking towards the school entrance. Behind, Tang Qing stood frozen in place. She had spent so many years on Huar Street and had fought many lawsuits, so she naturally knew that Lu Chen's behavior was not enough to constitute fraud. Then that meant that she was powerless against Lu Chen, losing $100 million for nothing. The campus resounded with Tang Qing's deafening tirade. Lu Chen, you asshole! Lu Chen and Li Jingya arrived at the school entrance. The driver has been waiting here for a long time. The two of them got into the Rolls-Royce and closed the doors. With the roar of the engine starting, the car disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Tang Qing gritted her teeth in anger and said towards the bodyguard next to her, find out where Miss Tu works part-time. Yes, the bodyguard answered. The words just fell. By one you stuck up and said, Sister Cheng, I know where she is. At those words, Tang Cheng was filled with joy. She couldn't wait to grab the car keys from the bodyguard's hand and open the door. You get in the car. You'll show me the way later. Aha! By one you nodded. The two women were sitting in the car. The gas pedal was pressed, and he quickly drove toward the Ground Zero Hotel. Seeing this, the bodyguards also got into their cars and followed. Lu Chen first sent Li Jingya to the 0 Point Hotel, and after saying goodbye to the other party, he took the car home. Villa entrance. Lu Chen had just stepped out of the car when an old man in an undershirt, full of anxiety, ran head-on. Don't go yet, little man. I have something to tell you. Moncler Outlet Store shouted as he ran. The butler who went out to greet him saw the scene and thought it was a bumper sticker, and was about to cut him off. Lu Chen felt that the grandpa looked a little familiar, so he waved his hand and said, it's okay, you guys don't have to care. At that, the butler nodded and looked at the other side silently. When that grandpa came to Lu Chen, he bent over and came up for air. Young man, your friend has been kidnapped. Just last night, I saw it with my own eyes. A friend? At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly remembered. This grandpa is not it the passerby who said asterisk when he was chatting with Ba yesterday? That means, Paco has been kidnapped? Lu Chen's brows furrowed into a frown. Paco as the first talent he special recruited in. Not to mention, he is now his student. His mathematical talent alone has had a critical impact on the development of mathematics at Triple Fork Career and Technical College. Therefore, Lu Chen must not sit idly by. This message is important to me. Butler Wang, reward him with $10,000. Lu Chen said indifferently. Yes, young master. The butler nodded, then took out $10,000 and gave it to the grandfather. Moncler Outlet Store looking at the money in his hand. He almost fell over with excitement and thanked him frantically. Moncler Outlet Store online. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen hoofed it towards the bedroom. Coming inside, Lu Chen opened his laptop and connected his cell phone with a USB data cable. Then, flipping through his cell phone contacts, he dialed Bile's cell phone number. Just dialed it. The opponent hangs in seconds. However, for Lu Chen, who owned the Matrix, it was enough. 22, Xingping Road. Seeing this location, Lu Chen frowned. This place is located in an alleyway between the Zero Bar and the Zero Hotel. Looks like I'm going to have to make a trip back on my own abduction. Thinking of this, Lu Chen took big strides to the door. The driver had just parked the car in the garage, and Lu Chen got into the driver's seat and flew out again with a kick of the gas. Driver. Chapter 98. The hero finally makes his appearance. At this very moment, in front of the Ground Zero Hotel, Tang Cheng and Bai Wanyu came to the front desk and expressed their intention of wanting to see Li Jingya to the staff. However, when the staff told Li Jingya the news, on the landline phone, came Li Jingya's voice. No see. Hearing the other's determined voice, Tang Cheng's face revealed bitterness, and her face had a mixed expression. Forget it, let's go and squat at the door first. Don't interfere with Zoe's work. Tang Cheng sighed. Bai Wanyu nodded. Whirling around, the two came to the door and waited quietly. And not far from them, in a car, a pair of sinister eyes are sneaking up on them. Bo, the time has come to do it, Hanky said with the phone in hand and the smugness of his tone. On the other end of the cell phone, came Sharpo's voice. Well, behave yourself later. I'll make them act realistic. You must show off your manly masculinity and charm in front of Tang Cheng. Just change the impression in her mind. And what comes next will be much easier. Xia Bo said in a tent-like tone. Alright Bo, don't worry. My acting skills are absolutely awesome. Hanky hemmed and hawed. The phone hung up. Hanky pushed open the car door and was about to get out. At that moment, there was a loud bang. Immediately afterward, an old man's scream rang out. Ouch! My disc! Hearing the sound, Hanky hurriedly got out of the car and looked. See only, on the ground lay an old man in a white shirt, covering his lower back and full of pain. Around it, there was also a scattering of red bills. Han Ji hurriedly stepped forward to assist, pretending to look concerned. Master, are you okay? At that, Moncler outlet store his five senses twisted and he gritted his teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This young man is not stupid. How can you be okay when you nearly knocked my waist off with a car door? I'm afraid I can't get up without $100,000. When he heard Moncler outlet store the words, at once, Hanji's chrysanthemums tightened. The whole thing froze in place. He realized that he had been touched. However, at the moment, accomplishing the hero's rescue was the first priority. Hanji wasn't bad with this amount of money. He immediately pulled out a bank card and said, Grandpa, there's 200,000 in the card. All for you. Go to the hospital and see for yourself. I won't accompany you. After saying that, Hanky put his bank card on the ground and turned around to leave. Moncler outlet online seeing the other party so generous. The eyes lit up. He immediately reached out and grabbed Hanky by the ankle. Grandpa, what are you doing? Hanky said with some displeasure. See only. Moncler outlet online one hand grabbed his ankle. With the other hand, he pulled out his cell phone, opened his motor home, and started shopping for a new car. He said with a pained look on his face. Young man, I suddenly feel unwell. I'm afraid 200,000 is far from enough. I'm guessing at least. The Moncler outlet store eyes just touched the top of the Audi Q5. He glanced at the price and continued. I'm afraid it's going to be $400,000. Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Ji's face instantly clouded over. He's rich, not stupid. Isn't such blatant blackmail taking him for a ride? As the crown prince of the Korean technology group, how could he not have a temper? I'll be damned. Old Biden, don't give a damn. And $400,000. You can't even sell your old bones by the pound for $40,000. Get lost, don't delay me, or I'll screw you. Han Ji's voice was cold and threatening. When he heard his words, all of a sudden, Moncler outlet store his stubbornness came up. Yesterday he was threatened by a pugilistic man holding up a knife. When he went back to his bed at night, he was so angry that he didn't sleep for a long time. Now you're such a skinny guy, eyeballing 80 or so pounds of piss, and you're going to kill yourself? Treadmill, do you think you're old enough to be bullied? Think about it. Moncler outlet store put the phone into his pocket. Two hands tugged Hanji's pants tightly, almost did not give him pants exposed. At the same time, his mouth kept shouting, Sazarin, Sazarin, come see. Everyone, this evil-minded young man not only ran me over, he threatened to kill me. Is there any law? Is there any law? One of you come and judge. With that shout rang out. Shasta. The crowd of eaters around them were attracted to it. Everyone surrounded Moncler Outlet Store and Hanky, pointing at the two. In the crowd, Hanji was carrying his pants, and his whole body was in tears. The look on his face was worse than eating. He slandered me. He slandered me. In front of the Ground Zero Hotel, next to the alley, 7 or 8 burly men, seeing the attention of the passers-by were attracted, could not help but feel happy in their hearts. Now would be a good time to do it. And so it was. The group of people walked towards Tang Ching and Bai Wanyu in a flurry of wind. Hey, girl, you've got a hot body. Play with your brothers for a while? One of the big men said with a lewd smile. Hear the voice. Tang Ching and Bai Wanyu twisted their heads in unison. Upon seeing this group of ill-intentioned people, all of a sudden, the two women's hearts thumped. Immediately afterward, they quickly got up and were about to run towards the hotel. How could the big man give them a chance? Grabbing both women by the arms, he yanked them into the alley. At this moment, Tang Ching's heart was filled with regret. Back home for so many days, this was the only moment when there were no bodyguards following around. And this is what happened. Where can I go to argue with that? In the dimly lit alley, the punks surrounded Tang Cheng and Bai Wanyu in the center. At that moment, the big man hemmed and hawed and laughed. Little beauty, what a pretty face. Come and let brother have a good kiss. Seeing this, Bai Wanyu, who was standing in front, closed her eyes and let out a piercing scream. Ah, don't you touch me. However, the next second, the big man directly pushed Bai Wanyu to the side. Tramp, get out of my way. Get out of my way. Pushed away. Bai Wanyu froze. Eyes frozen in place. Tang Chang looked in her eyes and her heart tightened. Bad. It was specifically directed at himself. Good men, as long as you're willing to let me go, you can have as much money as you want. I'm not short on money. Here's a check for $10 million. Take it and spend it. Folks. Tang Ching pulled out the check she had handed Lu Chun earlier and forced herself to be calm. The big man looked in his eyes and let out a laugh. His eyes flippant and said, You little silly girl, if brother plays you, won't the money still be mine? How can you be so stupid when you're so pretty? It's true that you have big boobs. Ha ha ha. The rest of the minions laughed along. Hearing the words of a few people, Tang Ching's eyes went black and her face turned pale. At this moment, her expression was terrified, and her whole body was completely in despair. Seeing that the other party's big, thick hands were about to come at him, Tang Ching closed her eyes in fear. However, when the hand was about to touch her, the big man, however, hesitated. His afterglow kept staring at the mouth of the alley. Apprehensive. Say yes to playing the hero who saves the day. What's the point of acting without this ING hero any longer, and the baby will be born. Thinking of this, the big man hastily retracted his hand, then pulled out his cell phone and pretended to call. Hey, two tits. What? You gave birth? Or twins? Ha ha. Good, good, good. I'll go to the hospital to see you when I'm done with my work. With that, the big man hung up. Then, he turned his head to stare at Tang Cheng again, smiling with a lewd face. Chick, no one can save you this time. Brother won't have any pity, so don't blame brother later. Ha ha ha. Tang Cheng, with the conversation just now echoing in her ears, Tang Cheng couldn't help but be a little confused. She wondered how old the man's tits were. I can't believe you're still fertile and have twins? No, please leave me alone. Tang Cheng closed her eyes and cried out with a look of despair. And just then, suddenly, an icy voice came from the mouth of the alley. Please move out of the way and let me pass. Hearing the words, everyone looked toward the source of the sound, only to see that Lu Chen was walking slowly towards here with his hands in his pockets. Paco was held in this alley, but there were too many people in his way. It's you? Tang Cheng's face was flushed with excitement. Although he did not treat Lu Chen well, he was the only one who could save himself at the moment. The big man and a few of his juniors showed the same expression of delight. It's dragged on for so long. The hero finally makes his appearance. Kid, where the hell did you come from to ruin my day? Get lost, or a few of us will let you know how to write the word death. The big man wrapped his arms around his chest and read the lines from the script. However, when Lu Chen passed by them, first, he glanced at Tang Ching and Bai Wanyu. Immediately afterward, he left the spot as straight as if nothing had happened. Looking at Lu Chen's departing back, in an instant, the crowd was all confused. Big man? The rest of the minions? Chapter 99 looks like we'll just have to come up with a killer. The big man and the group of punks were confused. What the hell? I asked you to come and save the day, and you turned around and walked away? Hey, kid, tramp, stand there, the big man roared. Then leading a few punks, he aggressively walked over and blocked in front of Lu Chen. Immediately following, swish swish swish, the big man squeezed his eyebrows frantically, his eyes blinking so fast that he almost flung his eye boogers on the floor. Lu Chen was expressionless. Ahem, The big man cleared his throat and cursed with a cold look. Little Thane. See those two pussies? I'm going to kill them before I rape them. Rape and then kill. And then I'll rape them again. Ha ha ha. What do you think? The big man said with his arms around his chest and a smug look on his face. At the same time, he wore an expectant expression. Next, it was Lu Chen's turn to say his words. However, when Lu Chen heard his mocking words, he said with a puzzled expression, "None of my business? You guys go right ahead." After saying that, Lu Chen twisted his head and left. This time, a few people were completely confused. The big man scratched his head. Something wasn't right. One has hinted at the obvious so much. Even if Hanky is A, he should have realized it, right? It's hard not to. They got it wrong? The man in front of you isn't Hanji? It was also at this moment that Bai Wanyu was shocked by what the big man had just said, and her small face turned white. Lu Chun, please save us. I'm so scared. Bai Wanyu's eyes were hollow and her body was trembling. At these words, the big man and a few punks froze. Lu Chen? It dawned on them that they had made a mistake. Big brother, this isn't the person Shabo was talking about. A junior brother leaned over and whispered in the big man's ear. The big man threw a slap at him and cursed. Cursed horse, do I need you to remind me that I don't know? I guess there's a delay on the pretty countryside and Hanky hasn't gotten the letter yet. Mud. Stall a little longer. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Lu Chen's back. Afterwards, he and a few punks turned around and turned back towards Tang Cheng and Bai Wanyu. And at this point, when Lu Chen heard the word Xiaobo, he suddenly stopped walking and froze in place. Sharp. Pretty country. Two key words combined with what these people did. Lu Chen was pretty sure that these people were working for the Lu family's former nemesis, the Xia family. I didn't realize that this old Biden had such a wide range of business. All fled to the pretty country, not only scamming the Dragon Kingdom people in northern Burma, but also reaching out to Yunhai City. Thinking of this, Lu Chen twisted his head to look at those people with endless killing intent on his face. And when the big man and a few punks returned to Tangchung, a group of men surrounded her, each with a lewd grin on their faces. Chick, I'm not feeling it right now. Big man, wait for me to brew up. I'll make sure you're satisfied later. Ha ha ha. Hear their Thai words. Tang Ching wasn't afraid. Instead, a pair of big, beautiful eyes looked closely behind these people with a somewhat surprised face. Noticing Tang Ching's gaze, the big man and the gangsters were a bit puzzled, and they followed her line of sight and looked behind them as well. See only, Lu Chen was standing behind him with a grim face. His eyes were fierce, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Seeing this, the big man frowned and cursed. What the hell are you doing back here again? You little brat? There's nothing more for you to do here, so get lost. It occurred to me that, just now, I had performed so vigorously, but I had recognized the wrong person. The big man's heart then gasped. Isn't this just a cow to a cow? However, the next second, Lu Chen raised his fist and slammed it towards his face in a swift manner. Only heard a boom sound. The big man is like a small rocket, whoosh a few dozen meters away, straight out of the alley, flying across the road and falling into the alley across the street. When the several gangsters saw this scene, all of a sudden, they were stunned. Everyone's mouths were open into an O. Their jaws dropped, and they nearly smashed their jaws on the floor. Even Bai Wanyu and Tang Ching froze. What kind of explosive power was this? A punch that sends a man flying this far? Did not wait for a few punks back to God. Lu Chen and boom 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 a few punches smashed over. Ah, oh, ah, these punks screamed miserably, and in the next moment, flew in unison to the opposite alley. A few people fainted like a stack of men. Bai Wanyu and Tang Cheng. Tang Ching was just about to thank him when she looked up and realized that Lu Chen had already walked out a dozen meters away. She moved her mouth to speak. At that moment, Bai Wanyu shouted, "Thank you, Lu Chen." Seeing that the other party pressed on, Bai Wanyu wasn't angry, but looked at Tang Cheng and said, "Sister Cheng, let's go wait in the hotel lobby. It's not safe outside." Aha! Tang Cheng nodded as she glanced at Lu Chen's back again. Afterwards, the two of them entered the lobby of the 0-Point Hotel and found a sofa, silently waiting for Li Jingya. After Lu Chen finished off the punks, he continued to walk deeper into the alley. And the further in you go, the dirtier the surroundings get, and the sour smell gradually hits your nose. The main reason for this is the presence of the Zero Hotel and Zero Bar. The alley has become a dumping ground for both establishments. Trash cans were everywhere on the road and I didn't see a single person for half a day's walk. Soon, Lu Chen then came to the door of No. 22, Xingping Road. In front of me was a small, dilapidated attic with a dusty wooden door that looked like it hadn't been lived in for a long time. And next to the loft, there was a staircase going down. At the end of the stairs was a steel door, which was vaguely illuminated. Seeing this, Lu Chen came to the iron door. only to hear bursts of vague conversations coming from the basement. Looking at the iron lock in front of him, Lu Chen's hand gently pinched it and it directly turned into powder, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. At this very moment, inside a dimly lit cabin in the basement, Paco was chained to a pole, filthy and extremely miserable looking, and in front of him lay a contract, and a pen. At that moment, the door pushed open and a yellow-haired man walked in. Looking at the blankness of the contract, Yellow Hair cursed. In little than thing. You're really able to stay up. It's been almost 24 hours and you're still not signing? Words. Undaunted, Bug spat and spoke in a firm tone. I told you I wouldn't sign it even if you killed me. The shares of the Korean Technology Group, a legacy left to me by my mother during her lifetime. I will never turn my hand over to anyone. Looking at Ba with a deadpan look on his face, Yellow Hair became enraged. He gritted his teeth with a big wave of his hand. Since you don't know how to behave, don't blame me for being ruthless. Men, torture. Hearing that he was going to be tortured, Ba thumped in his heart and was scared beyond belief. The next second, several punks walked in with torture boxes. Yellow Hair looked at the torture box and a sneer escaped his lips. Then, a feather was taken out of it, on the bare soles of Paco's feet, constantly rubbing back and forth. Ouch! Ha ha! It tickles! It tickles! Ha ha ha! A sound of both pain and pleasure came out of Paco's mouth. Yellow Hair laughed and scolded. Little Thane, no one can last 10 minutes under my torture. I advise you to hurry up and sign, so that you can regain your freedom and I can deliver. Paco laughed while saying, no, ha ha, no signing, ha ha ha. Seeing that he was a dead duck, Yellow Hair didn't say anything and just scratched silently. 10 minutes later, Yellow Hair's arms were so sore they were breaking. Seeing that Bubba was on the verge of passing out of weakness from laughing, he was still reluctant to sign. As he threw the feather into the fireplace, he cursed horse, I didn't expect the will to be quite tenacious. I'm too lazy to ink with you. Get on the killer. This statement was made. A few juniors hesitated. Boss, the killer weapon is a last resort. Are you sure you want to take it out now? Yeah boss. Reconsider. Yellow Hair snorted coldly and said in an icy tone, cut the ing crap and hurry up and bring out the torture device. Okay. The little brother was filled with helplessness. He then reached into the torture box. After digging around for a while, he pulled out a brand new math exercise book. Yellow Hair took the math exercise book and swaggered over to Ba. Then he picked up his pen and did the questions in front of Bugsy. 1 + 1 equals. 2 ones add up. So of course it's 11. Yellow Hair muttered, then wrote the answer in his mouth. Ba looked at the scene in front of him for a split second. Wide-eyed. His eyes were horrified. His expression hideous, and his body tied to the post kept twisting. It was as if there were ants crawling on his body, and his entire body was constantly trembling. Are you kidding me if you can't do a problem as simple as 1 + 1? Bugs roared hysterically. Seeing the effect, Yellow Hair had a bad smile on his face. Instead of answering, he took his pen and continued working on the question. X + 13 is equal to 39. What does X equal? That's too easy a question. Of course X equals 39 to 13. Yellow Hair analyzed. Hearing his correct analysis, Bile's eyes lit up and he let out a long breath. The body stopped writhing. The expression soothed, and the whole thing was much quieter. But, when I saw Yellow Hair write 39 to 13 to the answer, the next moment, Buck couldn't stand it any longer. He was completely red warm and wore a pained expression, his voice deafening as he said, please don't torture me. Leave me alone. I sign. Seeing this, Yellow Hair laughed out loud. He threw away the exercise book, picked up the contract, and handed it to Ba. Said, if I had known that, why didn't I sign it earlier? Wasting each other's time. Look at the share transfer agreement in front of you. Ba held the pen and recalled his mother's instructions before she died, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes, just as he was about to sign it. Next, splat, the door to the room was kicked straight open. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen walked in with his hands behind his back and a calm face. Dare to kidnap my student? Looking for death? Lu Chen said with a frosty face. Lu Chen? Paco was overjoyed and said. A few punks were slightly stunned when they saw this scene. After reacting, each of them copied their guys and pounced towards Lu Chen with a great deal of vigor. Ding! Pop! Wow! Ow! For a while, inside the dimly lit room, the sound of steel pipes falling and the screams of the punks continued to ring out. 10 seconds later, all the gangsters all fell to the ground, covering their stomachs and letting out wails of pain, with weapons and equipment exploding all around them. Come with me. Lu Chen untied Ba and said indifferently. At this moment, Ba was filled with excitement and kept thanking him. Just as he was about to leave with Lu Chen, all of a sudden, he seemed to remember something. only to see that Ba picked up the math exercise book and changed the 2 questions that Yellow Hair had done to the correct answers. Then he quickly followed Lu Chen's pace and left the basement. After coming out, the 2 of them went out onto the street and got into the Rolls Royce. Lu Chen fastened his seatbelt while asking, "Do you know who kidnapped you?" Paco sat in the passenger seat and shook his head. "Not sure, but they made me sign a share transfer agreement. A competitor of my own company, I suppose." Lu Chen nodded and didn't say anything. Then he stepped on the gas and the car let out a roar and quickly left the spot. In the meantime, Hotel Zero, in the lobby, Li Jingyao walked out of the elevator with a happy face as she carried a few garbage bags. Being so bored at work, she saw the waiter at the office door about to throw out the trash, so she grabbed it. When Tang Ching saw Li Jingyao, her heart was delighted and she hurriedly walked over with Bai Wanyu. "My sister, how can you do such dirty and tiring work? Good boy, go back to the capital with your sister. Sister has earned enough money to support you for the rest of your life," Tang Ching said in a serious tone. When she saw Tang Ching, all of a sudden, the look of joy on Li Jingyao's face disappeared. In its place, an impatient look of impatience and expressionlessness said, "I told you to stay out of my face and out of my life. Please stay away from me in the future. Thank you." Having said that, Li Jingyao walked out of the front door of the hotel and went to the alleyway and threw the lei cola into the trash can. Tang Ching reluctantly chased after him. She took Li Jingyao's arm and said in a serious tone, "Sister, why aren't you willing to give me a chance? Realize that the same blood flows in me and you. We are the only family in this world. Promise your sister to come back to the capital with me, okay?" Look at the other person's sincere look. Li Jingyao was not touched, but pushed Tang Ching away as she said in a tone devoid of any emotion, "It doesn't matter if you're my own sister or whatever I am. I'm happy and content with my life now. If you really want what's best for me, get the hell out of here and go back to your capital." Throw down those words. Li Jingyao walked towards the Ground Zero Hotel without looking back. Behind her, Tang Ching stood in place with a face full of loss, with Li Jingyao's words echoing in her ears. She was heartbroken and tears flowed down her cheeks. "Why does it look like this? This isn't what I thought it would be. Woo-hoo." Tang Ching covered her face and cried. Bai Wanyu patted her shoulder and comforted. "Sister Ching, don't be sad. Maybe everything came too suddenly. Jingya needs to adapt slowly." And just then, the alley, Yellow Hair, who kidnapped Ba just now, led a group of bruised and swollen gangsters out towards here. "Tramp. I was going to take my brothers to a massage parlor to let off some steam after the mission was completed. This is great. I didn't get the bounty, and I even got a beating. So damn bad luck," Yellow Hair said angrily. The words just fell. One of the gangsters pointed to the entrance of the alley and said joyfully, "Big brother, look, those 2 chicks in front of you seem to have pretty good posture, eh?" At those words, Yellow Hair looked in the direction of his finger. Upon seeing Tang Ching and Bai Wanyu, Yellow Hair's eyes glazed over in excitement. Asterisk 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 asterisk, these 2 pussies are as pretty as the stars in the TV show. So damn pretty. Let's go brother. Let's go to the fire. Ha ha ha. A few people heckled and came behind Tang Ching and Bai Wanyu. "Pretty girl, you're not bad. Why don't you play with me?" Yellow Hair laughed with a lewd face. Seeing the unsuspecting appearance of the group of punks, the 2 women were instantly dumbfounded. "What's going on today? I didn't read the calendar. What's wrong with you? Just walked away from a bunch of assholes. Now here comes another bunch. I'm afraid there's not a punk brush cage in the alley. What do you want?" Tang Ching asked with a nervous face. Yellow Hair hemmed and hawed. "Yes, of course. Come on. Let brother check you out properly." With that, Yellow Hair stretched out his claws and was about to tear Tang Ching's clothes. Seeing this, Tang Ching wanted to escape, but before she could take 2 steps, another punk appeared in front of her, blocking her way. For a time, Tang Ching and Bai Wanyu were surrounded by the corner edge, unable to move. Seeing that Yellow Hair was about to have his way, just when the 2 women were in despair, suddenly, a righteous voice rang out from the mouth of the alley. "Let go of those 2 girls." Everyone sniffed. Only Han Ji was seen standing there in a suit with a somewhat embarrassed expression. It cost him a full $1 million to get rid of that grandpa. It's a good thing you didn't miss the hero saving the day scene, despite being the wrong guy. "Hanky, what are you doing here?" Tang Ching asked with a surprised expression, only to see Hanky flashed a smile that he thought was handsome. His voice trailed off as he sauntered towards the area. "Xiao Chang, I came to Yunhai City on a business trip. I didn't expect to meet you. Perhaps this is our destiny. God has destined us to come together." Immediately after, Hanji looked toward the punks and waved his hand, his voice resounding. "With me around, you will never be allowed to bully any woman. Get out of here if you know what's good for you, and don't make me mad. Otherwise, my sandbagged fists are not reasonable." Hanky straightened the collar of his suit. "It's a gentlemanly thing to do." Hearing his words, Yellow Hair and the others froze slightly. Spin. They picked up a nearby trash can and smashed it hard at Hanky's head. Although Yellow Hair and the big man from before were both working for Xiaobo, but they had different missions and got different information. So naturally they didn't recognize Hanji. Yellow Hair cursed under his breath as he took a trash can and smashed it hard. Asterisk 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 you. You're shooting a TV show here. You want to play hero to save a girl? Let you pretend. Kill you kill you. On the ground, Hanji's eyes was almost beaten out of him, and his whole body wanted to cry without tears. Sharp said that he would arrange for the gangsters to act realistically. But this is too realistic, isn't it? If not discussed in advance. He was skeptical that these people really wanted to kill themselves. The thought of happiness for the rest of his life and the position of the group's crown prince. Hanji gritted his teeth and stood up with a carp, his voice resounding as he shouted, "Nobody move! Listen to me!" Yellow Hair and the punks were bluffed by his aura. One held up the trash can in his hand and froze in place. Yellow Hair asked disdainfully, "What are you trying to say?" Only Hanji stood up and turned his back to Tang Cheng. He looked over at Yellow Hair. His mouth kept opening and closing to speak, but no sound came out. He was saying with his mouth, "Go easy on me. It hurts me." However, Yellow Hair's brow was furrowed and his ears were up in the air, and he didn't hear what he said. Next, Yellow Hair directly slapped him and scolded, "Did you leave your vocal cords at home?" The little brother next to him hemmed and hawed, "Or maybe he's got sonic Doritos." Hanji covered his fiery face and was completely confused. What's going on? Why doesn't it feel like an act? It's okay if you don't cooperate with yourself. That's a real killer. Thinking of this, Hanji stared wide-eyed and tried the slogan, "Heavenly King over Tiger?" Yellow Hair froze slightly. Then, raising the trash can in his hand, he brought it down on Hanky's head. "I'll cover your mom." Nervous? What mental hospital did you run out of? Give me a beating. The words fell. A group of punks rushed forward and punched and kicked Hanky, deforming the trash can on his head. At this moment, Hanji finally realized that these people were not the actors that Xiaobo had found. They're real punks. Ow ow ow. Good men spare my life. Good men spare me. I'll never pretend to be a pussy again. Woo hoo hoo. Hanky's mouth kept screaming in misery. A close call. He hurriedly got up from the ground and pushed Tang Cheng and Bai Wanyu in front of him, then turned around and sped off down the street with a trash can on his head. At that moment, a mother passed by holding her little girl. The little girl pointed at Hanky. "Mommy, look, it's the barrel zombie from Plants vs. Zombies, yeah." Seeing this, the mother's face sank and she hurriedly covered the little girl's eyes. "Silly kid, don't look around. That's not a zombie. It's alleyway." Tang Cheng and Bai Wanyu turned pale. How could the two women not expect that Hanji, who had been righteous before, would push the two of them over as a shield, then scurry away like a falling dog? Yellow Hair revealed 2 rows of big black teeth and smiled lewdly. "Chick, there's no one to save you now. You'd better be good and cooperate with me, or else I won't be blamed if it hurts. Ha 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 ha." Just then, at the mouth of the alley, a limousine suddenly stopped. Immediately after, a black-clad bodyguard walked down and pointed at Tang Cheng and shouted, "There's Missy." All the car doors clattered open and dozens of strong, black-clad bodyguards rushed over. Yellow Hair and the gangsters were all scared silly when they saw this scene, and they were all dumbfounded. In no time at all, the black-clad bodyguards filled the entire Hudong. What followed was a miserable one-sided group beating, with the punks all beaten into folding screens. After settling these people, the bodyguard captain lowered his head and said with a guilty look, "I'm sorry, Missy, we're late." Tang Cheng had not yet recovered from the shock and waved her hand. "It's fine. I don't blame you guys. Get the nearest flight back to the capital. We're getting out of here." The bodyguard captain respectfully said, "Yes." Seeing that Tang Cheng was going back to the capital, Bai Wanyu was a bit lost. "Sister Cheng, are you leaving so soon?" "Aha." Tang Cheng nodded, her face full of helplessness. "Zoe said to get out of here if I was really looking out for her. I had to prove by my actions that I cared about her. Let Xiao Rou finish taking the college entrance exam first, and let's wait for other things until later." Chapter 100, Have you left your vocal cords at home? When Hanky returned to the car, he immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed Sharpo. When he picked up, he cursed with a red face. "Xiaobo, how do you do your job? I was almost killed by the actor you hired." The other was silent for a moment. "Ryoko," Xiaobo slowly spoke. "Mr. Han, you went one step too late, and all of our good things were ruined by Lu Chen. Not only was the hero's part stolen from him, even your brother was saved by Lu Chen. Both things didn't work out. I lost my wife and my army." Hearing Lu Chen's name, he naturally knew that this person was the son of the Lu family. Hanji thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. "Xiaobo, I know that the Lu family is your Xia family's mortal enemy, but if you use these two things to deliberately stir up hatred between me and the Lu family, then I will never let you go. Upon hearing this, Xiaobo calmly explained, Mr. Han, I definitely didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can check the nearby surveillance to see if that person is Lu Chen of the Lu family or not. Seeing that the other party's attitude was so sincere, it didn't look like a lie at all. Han Ji slapped to the steering wheel, angrily scolded. Lu Chen, proposed, dare to spoil my good deed. Just wait, I'll get you killed one day sooner or later. Sharpo was overjoyed to hear that, although both of these things were ruined by Lu Chen. Now, he had a reliable and powerful teammate. Mr. Han, don't panic, it's just a bad move. You go back to the capital first, prepare for the charity gala the day after tomorrow, and maintain your image in the old man's eyes. As for the Tang and Lu families, just wait for my call. Xiaobo said steadily as if he were a mountain. Hanji had a backbone and sighed in relief. Okay, then I'll wait for your news. Hang up. Just as Hanky inserted his car keys and prepared to leave the spot. Dang! A traffic police marshal knocked on the glass of his car. Hanky opened the window and asked, something wrong? See only. The traffic policeman pointed to the trash can on his head and said, you are suspected of stealing public goods. Come with me to the traffic police station. Hanky. In the meantime, Lu family villa. In the living room, after Lu Chen saved Babak, the other party non-noisy with their own learning child math pressure shock. Hopeless. Lu Chen gave him a lecture on the topic while opening his cell phone software to buy a ticket to the capital tomorrow, thinking that Li Jingya was also going to the capital to take the examination for the junior class of Qingbei University. Lu Chen then dialed the phone and asked if the other party wanted to join him. When Li Jingya heard this, she said happily, yes, but I get carsick. I don't know if I'll get carsick on airplanes too. Lu Chen said indifferently, it's fine. I'll prepare some airsickness herbs for you in advance. Li Jingya nodded and said, aha, thank you Mr. Lu Chen. See you tomorrow then. Hang up, Ba asked with wide eyes. Lu Chen, you're going to the capital tomorrow? It just so happens that I haven't been back in a long time, so why don't we get together and see my future alma mater on the way? Lu Chen thought about it, but there was nothing wrong with it, so he turned off his cell phone, crossed his legs and said, then you buy the ticket. Okay, Paco said with an excited look on his face. Then he opened his cell phone software, clicked his finger, and bought 3 first-class tickets. At this time, Lu Shixian walked over in his slippers and admonished, Xiao Chen, tomorrow is your first day at school, and as the saying goes, a new officer has 3 fires. It's fine for you to drive whichever school leader you want, but remember to talk to me in advance if the other person's name is Yao. This person's background is not simple. It is said that your grandfather wasted a lot of effort to invite him to sit in our school in the first place. Hearing Lu Zhixian's words, Lu Chen didn't think much of it and nodded. I know Dad. Afterwards, Lu Chen taught Bago math for a while. The two of them then went to the herb store to prepare herbs for Li Jingya to treat airsickness. In order to prevent accidents, Lu Chen bought some more other herbs. It's not too much of a hassle with free labor pugs anyway. Before long, Ba was carrying a bag full of medicine in each of his right and left hands, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. And right here and now, Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. It was clearly the end of the day, but the school conference room was still brightly lit. Inside, the room was filled with school leaders of all levels. Directly in front of it, the screen reads in large letters, Third discussion on the opening of junior classes in our school. At that moment, a woman with glasses and an air of literacy stood up. She was none other than one of the school board members who had signed the contract with Lu Chen at the Lu family villa earlier. The opening of the junior class is a new program that young Master Lu named for expansion. I don't understand why such a simple thing is repeatedly rejected by you, Vice Principal Yao. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? The woman slapped the table in righteous indignation. The first thing they did when they came back from Yunhai City was to create the junior class according to Lu Chen's instructions. However, each time it was voted on, it was roundly rejected by the remaining school board members, especially this Vice Principal Yao. He took the lead every time and was extremely arrogant. As the woman's words fell, a man with stubble and a fierce gaze stood up. He is the Vice Principal Yao, Yao Long, as the woman calls him. Mud, what kind of dog are you that you dare to clap in front of me? So what if he's the young master of the Lu family? Even if his father or grandfather came, he'd still have to treat me with respect. The junior class is a costly and unappealing program. Who in their right mind would come to a broken college to study in the junior class? Lu Chen, a little kid, does not understand anything even if you guys also want to follow the uproar. Really a bunch of. Yao Long lit a cigarette to himself and cursed with disdain. Originally he was the principal of this school, but Lu Chen came and turtled up and topped him, adding the word vice in front of him. One word, a world of difference in power and a lot less oil. How could he not be angry in this situation? The woman's face turned red with anger when she heard Yao Long's tirade. She clenched her teeth and exasperatedly said, "Fine, fine. In that case, when young Master Lu comes to the capital tomorrow, you guys can talk to him personally." After saying that, the woman hugged a pile of documents and left the conference room in a huff. Seeing this, several of the younger school board members, too, rose to follow in her footsteps. 90% of the people, though, are still sitting in the conference room, not moving a muscle. Yao Long had a smug look on his face as he laughed and cursed. Him. I only came to serve when the old man of the Lu family was dying to beg me. I've worked so hard for so many years, and with one word from Lu Chen, I've topped my old principal? One day I'm not happy in my heart. I'll find Chen Lao and Su to tear down all their schools. Marred. Tomorrow, no one is allowed to greet Lu Chen. Do you all hear me? At those words, the rest of the council members showed a pleasing look. Yes. Principal Yao, we listen to you. Egu Principal Yao. I might be sick tomorrow. I might have to call in sick. Principal Yao. My wife is going to give birth tomorrow, and I'd like to take a paternity leave too. Principal Yao. My body is also suddenly not feeling well. The council members raised their hands with a teasing look on their faces. Vice Principal Yao couldn't help but laugh in his eyes. Okay, I'll grant all of your vacations. Chapter 101, Let Me Conk Out. Yunhai City. Early the next morning, the three of them, Lu Chun, Ba and Li Jingya, sat in the Rolls Royce and quickly headed towards the airport. There was some traffic on the road, but for the airlines, they won't take off until the first-class customers are there. And it wasn't long after Lu Chen had just left home. In front of the Lu family villa, a limousine stopped. When the door opened, a young man, assisting an elderly man, stepped out. Excuse me, is Lu Chen home? The man looked to the bodyguard at the door and asked in a somewhat urgent tone. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard frowned. What are you looking for young Master Lu for? The man replied, my grandfather is suffering from an intractable disease, and has come from the capital specifically to seek medicine from Lu Chen. Oh, the bodyguard revealed an expression of sudden realization, then said, you're late. Young Master Lu is out of town and doesn't know when he'll be back. Hear his words. The man couldn't help but show a lost expression as he continued to ask, may I ask where Divine Dr. Lu is gone? The doctor said my grandfather doesn't have many days left. The situation is urgent. Without Dr. Lu Shun, my grandfather is afraid. Before he finished, the bodyguard said impatiently, where the young master is going, how can I possibly tell you? Please hurry up and leave. Don't get in the way. Seeing the bodyguard answer so firmly, the man sighed, a bitter look on his face. The old man smiled in relief and said, it's just evergreen. Perhaps this is my destiny. Go back to the capital. Even if I die, I want to die in the place where I was born and raised. Tears glistened faintly in the corners of the man's eyes, but he didn't say much as he helped his grandfather into the car and drove quickly toward the airport. Yunhai Airport. Li Jingya looked at the imposing hall and her entire body froze. Wow, it's so big. Mr. Lu Chun, this is the first time I've ever been on an airplane, Li Jingya said with a face full of excitement. Before Lu Chen could reply, Ba directly pulled out a VIP card and handed it over saying, Student Jingya, take this card. I'm a VIP customer. All airfare is 10% off, so you can fly anytime you want in the future. Looking at such an expensive gift, Li Jingya hurriedly waved her hand and smiled. Ah, no need bug. Thank you for your kindness. Saying that, the three of them came to the ticket checkpoint and handed their tickets and ID cards to the staff. After reviewing and approving, a few people got into the airport's special car and drove slowly towards where the plane was staying. When boarding the plane and walking into first class, looking at the spacious space in front of her, and the luxurious facilities, Li Jingya couldn't help but let out another sigh. Whirling around, they found their seats and fastened their seatbelts. However, after 30 minutes had passed, it was already time for takeoff. The plane, however, was slow to move and showed no signs of taking off. At that moment, the sweet voice of the stewardess came over the radio. Dear travelers, I'm very sorry. Since the two first-class guests haven't arrived yet, the plane is delayed for an hour. So please understand. Hear this. Lu Chun, Ba and Li Jingya were in no hurry. The three of them took playing cards, sat down together, and played Fight the Landlord. After another half hour had passed, seeing that Paco was about to have notes plastered all over his face due to losing so much, that's when the airplane boarding hatch, an old man with gray hair, supported by a young man, walked in. They walked straight behind Lu Chen, wiped down the table and chairs, and settled down. Since the plane hadn't taken off yet, the old man took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, old Gao, I'm on my way back to the capital and have already boarded the plane. I heard that Xiao Qing has found the second young lady. You old boy are blessed. Half of your body is in the ground and you have 2 more granddaughters by your side. Hey, the divine doctor is out of town. But that's okay, I've lived long enough anyway. Enough talk, the plane is about to take off. I'll see you in the capital. Before I die, I have to kill 2 more games of chess with you old boy. Just after hanging up the phone, the gentle voice of the stewardess came on the radio again. Dear passengers, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts to avoid a bumpy ride. Hearing the voice, Ba and Li Jingya hurriedly returned to their seats and fastened their seatbelts. Once the takeoff phase is over and the airliner enters the stratosphere, Ba and Li Jingya unbuckled their seatbelts and ran to Lu Chen again in droves, and a few of them played fight the landlord. Come on, I must win back and get my revenge, Bug said indignantly as he plastered his face with the note he had lost earlier, and upon seeing the cards in his hand, his whole body was thrilled. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, J, Q, K, A, 2, King. Simply smooth as can be. Paco danced around excitedly. Ha ha ha, come on, I'm going to win this time. Janae Ali, right 3. Paco's eyes went black. I can't afford it. Lu Chun. This game Li Jingya called the landlord. Unsurprisingly then, with the help of Ba, his teammate, Lu Chen silently stuck a note towards his face, just as a few people were having a good time. Suddenly, a man's cry came from behind him. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Grandpa, open your eyes and look at me. I'm evergreen. As the voice rang out, the eyes of all the people around were drawn to it. Lu Chun, Li Jingya and Ba also put down the cards in their hands and looked behind them. Only a white-haired old man was seen lying on a reclining chair with his eyes tightly closed. Next to him, a handsome young man with tears in his eyes was gently shaking him. At that moment, several of the plane's medics, medical kits in hand, approached. They took the instruments and did a physical examination of the old man. Then, one by one, they hung their heads and turned to the young man. I'm very sorry, but your grandfather is beyond help due to heart failure. Upon hearing this news, all of a sudden, the man's eyes widened. He looked at his grandfather with hollow eyes and cried in disbelief. Grandpa, wake up. Didn't you say you wanted to see the capital again? Didn't you say you were going to kill another game of chess with Master Gao? Grandpa, please don't leave me. Ooh. The man was crying so hard that his voice was deafening. When the first-class passengers saw this scene, they couldn't help but be infected by the sad atmosphere and were all heartbroken. The man then stood up and shouted at the paramedics. You guys do something to save my grandpa. Whoever can save it, I, Chen Chongqing, will reward him with $100 million. No, $1 billion, $10 billion. The paramedic grimaced and said, I'm very sorry, I can't do that for you. The moon has its waxing and waning, and men are born and die. My condolences, this traveler. At that, the man almost went into a rage. He pointed at the paramedics and cursed. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You didn't even try to resuscitate. Just probed with an instrument. What makes you say my grandfather is dead? How much does your airline pay? My Chen family buys it. I demand that you resuscitate my grandfather immediately. However, no matter how much he cried out, several of the paramedics remained silent with their heads down and no response. Seeing this, the man fell helplessly to his knees, holding his head and crying, and that's when it happened. Behind the man, a magnetic voice rang out. Let me conk out. Turn your head, only to see that Lu Chen was standing there. Next to him, Bile's face was plastered with notes and he was carrying 2 large bags of herbs. Chapter 102, I'm not a human being. Am I a human being or not? Looking at Lu Chen in front of him, the man flinched slightly and said excitedly, Excuse me, are you a doctor? Lu Chen shook his head. No. So you're a college student related to the medical side of things? No. So someone in your family studied medicine? Neither. Man. The man was speechless. This or that. So what are you doing here? Watching? Lu Chen didn't pay any attention to him, but walked to the old man on his own. In my heart, I didn't think that I could encounter the opportunity to brush up my life expectancy by taking an airplane. Lu Chen stared at the old man left and right. Then, a shocking conclusion is summarized. This person should be dead. Lu Chen pointed at the dying old man. Eater. Paramedics. The man first froze. After returning to his senses, the whole red warmth said, Buddy, I have no grievances with you. Why do you want to take me for fun? Lu Chen shook his head and said indifferently, By dead. I mean the organ is dead. Your grandfather wasn't sick. He was just too old and his heart was naturally dying. It's impossible to completely heal. However, I can use medicine to forcefully renew his life for a year. Say it. Lu Chen pulled out a few herbs from Ba's handbag, kneaded them into powder. and brewed them in hot water. Now I'm going to give your grandfather his medicine. May I ask your permission? Lu Chen asked, holding his teacup. The man had no choice. He nodded. Seeing this, Lu Chen poured the bowl of potion into the old man's mouth. After finishing, Lu Chen looked at his watch and said, heart failure is not a trivial matter, and you need to wait for the medication to be digested before you can revive it. I guess your grandfather woke up when the plane landed. So wait. At that, the man was not happy. His brows furrowed and his tone was threatening. You'd better not be lying to me, or else I'll make sure you don't get out of the capital. Lu Chen laughed and waved his hand as he walked back. Just don't come begging me when the time comes. After Lu Chen returned to his seat, he continued to play landlord with Ba and Li Jingya. About half an hour later, the sound of an impending arrival came over the airplane radio. Li Jingya and Ba hurried back to their seats and fastened their seatbelts. At the moment, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Looking down from the air, the entire capital was a vibrant scene. It was also just a moment before the plane landed, only to be seen. The old man, who was originally dying, suddenly coughed violently and his body trembled continuously. Ahem! The old man opened his eyes and said in a weak tone, Ah, Evergreen, just now I dreamed of your great mother. She called me home for dinner. Seeing his grandfather alive, Chen Chongqing was thrilled. Grandpa, you're finally awake. You scared me to death just now. After saying that, he raised his head and wanted to thank Lu Chen. However, it was discovered that a few people from the other side had already gotten off the plane. May I ask your name? Chen Chongqing ran to the boarding hatch and shouted with a thick neck. Lu Chen. Lu Chen said without looking back. Hearing this name, instantly, Chen Chongqing's eyes widened. He looked at Lu Chen's back in disbelief for a long time. It turns out that the divine doctor he had sought so diligently. It's the man in front of me. The old man gasped and lamented. I didn't realize that my old man's luck was so good that he met the divine doctor at the last moment of his life. Evergreen, when you have the chance, be sure to thank the divine doctor. And never neglect him. Chen Chongqing nodded his head like pounding garlic. Don't worry, grandfather. My grandson will not let you down. If the divine doctor can renew your life for a year, he must have a way to renew it for many more years. No matter what the cost, I want the divine doctor to continue to heal you. Chen Chongqing's eyes were firm. The grandparents and grandchildren chatted and slowly walked off the plane. At this point, Gao Jin and Tang Qing greeted them, followed by a group of armed police marshals. Uncle Chen, brother Evergreen. Tang Qing greeted politely. Uncle Chen revealed a kind smile. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Qinger is really getting prettier and prettier. Tang Qing happily said. Thank you, Uncle Chen, for the compliment. Chen Chongqing, on the other hand, turned his words around and opened the door. Sister Cheng, I know that you have a problem with the Lu family and created an organization called Deer by Deer. But just now, Lu Chen saved my grandfather's life. In the future, only Lu Chen can save my grandfather. So, in the matter of targeting the Lu family, can you please spare Lu Chen? This statement was made. Moment. The smile on Tang Qing's face awkwardly stopped. The atmosphere around them dropped to freezing point. The two men looked at each other for a long time without speaking. In the middle of the day, Gao Jin broke this dead silence and smiled. Don't worry, Evergreen. Xiao Qing has already put the Deer mission on hold indefinitely. So go ahead and let Lu Chen treat your grandfather. He patted Chen Changqing's shoulder. Then he walked over to Uncle Chen and said worriedly, Elder Chen, it's good that you're alright. Only when I work with you on a team, I feel good all over. Let's go. The chess is already set up. We must fight 300 rounds today. Say it. The group headed for the airport lobby. Outside the airport, after Lu Chen's few people walked out, the special car arranged by Ba was already waiting for a long time. The three of them got into the car. The driver stepped on the gas, and the car quickly drove toward the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. On the way, Li Jingya looked out the window at the bustling scene and couldn't help but sigh. Wow, it's so beautiful. This is the capital. Classmate Lu Chen, I didn't expect my first time in the capital to be with you yet. So happy. At the sound of that, the next Bago froze in his tracks. He pointed at himself and said with some reluctance, I'm not a human being. Am I or am I not a human being? Soon the car was parked in front of Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Since Li Jingya only took the Qingbei examination in the afternoon, so during this time in the morning, she decided to accompany Lu Chen around the tertiary campus. Just getting out of the car, what caught my eye was a tattered school gate. The iron door was rusted and looked like it hadn't been replaced in a long time. On campus, a dormitory building and teaching buildings are dilapidated, and a large part of the wall skin has fallen off. It's hard to imagine that such a shabby school could exist in the capital city, a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Lu Chen didn't care. The purpose of his visit was to improve the campus environment and recruit some talents along the way. When the few people were about to step into the school gates, suddenly, a few acquaintances walked up to them. "Hello, Principal Liu. Young Master Liu. Welcome to your post," several people said in a respectful manner. They were the very same few council members who, earlier, had signed the agreement at the Liu family villa. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Everyone, don't be polite. Feel free to be more casual. I just came over to take a look. It's lunchtime, and it just so happens that we haven't eaten yet. So let's go ahead and hang out in the cafeteria. Food is important to the people, and it is especially important for the students to be fed." Therefore, the first stop of Lu Chen's inspection was the cafeteria. The crowd nodded, and one by one, they followed Lu Chen, walking towards the cafeteria. On the way, the female council member said, "Young Master Liu, there's something I need to clear with you. When we came back and created the junior class as you requested, we were repeatedly rejected by the council members, especially Vice President Yao, who led the way in all 3 failed attempts to create it." I heard the words Vice Principal Yao. Lu Chen thought about it and figured that he was the person that Grandpa had gone to great lengths to invite. Lu Chen wasn't afraid of his status, and said matter-of-factly, "Well, it's understandable. I'll talk to him later." At that, the council members nodded, but didn't say anything more. The group arrived at the cafeteria, which was already packed with students. In order to make it easier to fight for food, Lu Chen told everyone to disperse. In front of window number 2, Lu Chen took a communal plate and said, "Hello Auntie, I'd like a curry chicken rice." Auntie enthusiastically said, "Okay, a total of 12 yuan. Cash or campus card?" "Cash." Lu Chen handed over the $12. Then, I saw my aunt stick her spoon into the bucket and serve a spoonful of chicken. Seeing the amount of meat is so huge, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the school is a bit run down, the students are fed well, which is a small consolation. And yet, the next second, Auntie's hands were shaking like Parkinson's syndrome and her whole arm was wobbling. It would have been a spoonful of chicken. Finally, shaking only 2 chicken buttocks, threw into the Lu Chen bowl. Lu Chen scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Auntie, for the $12 curry chicken rice, is there only 2 chicken butts?" Upon hearing this question, Auntie explained with an air of surprise, "There's no way students, we don't outsource our cafeteria. It's all run by the school itself, but the school is limited in funds, and there's only enough for one person to serve so much chicken in order to make sure that every student can eat it." Lu Chen wondered badly. When he came, he made a point of looking at the school's fiscal bills. The school's cafeteria runs nearly $1 billion a year. How can there not be enough funds in this case? After the fight, Li Jingya, Ba and the council members had already found a spot. Lu Chen walked over with his rice tray and asked, "Our school, who is managing the cafeteria?" The female council member said indifferently, "Reporting to young Master Liu, Vice Principal Yao is solely responsible for all matters regarding the cafeteria's funding, appropriation, and purchasing." When Lu Chen heard the name again, his face immediately darkened. It is understandable that this person opposes the creation of the junior class. After all, the school is indeed not qualified enough. But now, even the most basic diet of the students is out of order. This touched Lu Chen's red line, and just then, Lu Chen suddenly noticed a slim male student who was wandering back and forth in the dining hall. He wore glasses and had dark skin, and his gaze kept scanning the dining crowd around him. Name, Li Shuai. Type of talent, mathematics. Talent level, S. Institution, Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. See each other's messages. Lu Chen was taken aback. Surprisingly, the math talent is an S, second only to Paco. Lu Chen couldn't believe that the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College still had such an existence. Only, Li Shuai wandered around for a while. At that moment, a student next to him who had finished his meal wiped his mouth and got up to leave, and the other's bowl was half full of leftovers. Li Shuai's eyes lit up, and he took a big step over and picked up the bowl of rice with his hand, then ate it while wandering around, looking for the next target. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen frowned. With his talent, he could have gone to a prestigious school and been treated with a full scholarship. How did you end up in this junior college? Picking up other people's leftovers? Lu Chen pointed at Li Shuai and asked, "Which department is that student from? Do you know?" All the council members looked in the direction of Lu Chen's finger. Upon seeing Li Shuai, all of a sudden, a look of regret appeared on each face. The female council member sighed, helpless. "His name is Li Shuai. He's from the math department and once almost won the national math competition. And the day before the finals, Vice Principal Yao found him, claims that if he withdraws and joins our school, he will not only be rewarded with a $3 million scholarship, but also be exempted from all tuition and fees." But after Li Shuai enrolled in the school, Vice Principal Yao has been withholding money from Li Shuai on the grounds that he can't make ends meet. The year after Li Shuai withdrew from the competition, Vice President Yao's daughter won the national math competition. The female council member said slowly, sympathy in her tone. Listen to her exposition. Lu Chen was instantly enraged. For his daughter to win an award, it actually led to the burial of such a genius. The academic development of the Dragon Kingdom has been hindered by this group of tumors. Thinking of this, Lu Chen bought a fried rice and walked towards Li Shuai. Hello classmate. Lu Chen greeted with a smile. The words just fell. Li Shuai hurriedly lowered his head and handed the boxed lunch to Lu Chen in a panic. Sorry class, I didn't realize you hadn't finished. Lu Chen's heart sank as he waved his hand. No, you've misunderstood. I got you a fried rice. Throw the leftovers in your hand and eat this. Lu Chen handed over the fried rice. Seeing this, Li Shuai picked it up with some hesitation. Thank you. With that, he clutched his boxed lunch and quickly ran outside. Lu Chen was a bit curious and followed. When it came to the back door of the cafeteria, it was just, on the floor, a woman with a face full of vicissitudes and disheveled hair was sprawled out on a tattered blanket. Li Shuai was holding a spoon and feeding the woman one bite at a time. Mom, eat slowly, there's no rush. As the woman ate, she chided. Son, why are you buying such good food for your mom? Isn't this spending money? Although the woman was complaining, the smile on her face proved that she was happy. Li Shuai laughed. Don't worry mom, this was bought by a kind person. It didn't cost any money. Hearing that there was no money, the woman let go. Good boy. You eat too. Aha! Li Shuai nodded. Then mother and son took a spoonful from you and a spoonful from me, and crouched down and ate it slowly. When Lu Chen saw this scene, his eyes stared blankly as his entire body was plunged into shock. I didn't realize that it's 2024 and there are still people who feel luxurious even eating egg fried rice? And it happened in the capital, in his own school. At that moment, Li Jingya, Ba and the council members also rushed over and similarly saw the scene. At once, they revealed the same shocked look as Lu Chen, each of them incredulous. Jaw-dropping, Lu Chen asked in an icy tone, doesn't the school offer a poverty grant? The female council member lowered her head and said helplessly, of course there is, except that. Li Shuai came to his door 3 times to ask for the $3 million bonus and offended Vice Principal Yao. As a result, his place in the poverty grant was cancelled by Vice Principal Yao by name. On top of that, all the scholarships that Li Shuai received were all deducted. Lu Chen moved his mouth and was just about to say something, but wanted to say something. He knew that the background of this surname Yao was not simple. After all, it was grandfather who personally invited him back then, and even his father, Lu Shixiong, was afraid. In this case, these council members are probably even more helpless against him. Just as a few people were talking, not far away, 4 or 5 teachers came toward the place with lunchboxes in their hands, talking and laughing. When they saw Li Shuai's mother and son, a few of them snickered. Yo, Cheng, isn't this your department's Li Shuai? Ha ha, 100 times. He actually brought his mother to pick up leftovers to eat. Ha, Cheng, your math department can. What kind of talents are there? Heard a couple of teachers chiming in. One of the female teachers, who wore glasses, was on fire and cursed furiously. Li Shuai, how many times have I told you not to bring your mother to school, much less pick up other people's leftovers and eat them? Forget about being a vampire yourself. You brought your mom along to take advantage of the school. I've lost all my face to you. Hear the female teacher's tirade. Li Shuai panicked. Yes, I am sorry guide. I promise this is the last time. I will leave after eating. At that, the guide's face quickly reddened and warmed. You say last time every time. What's with all your last times? If I don't give you a $3 million bonus, you'll take your mom and pull the wool over the school's eyes, won't you? If you don't study hard and think about getting rich all day, you deserve to be targeted by Principal Yao. Hurry up or I'll smash your boxed lunch. This statement was made. Li Shuai was so scared that his face turned white. He hastily gathered up the boxed lunch, carried his mother, and rolled up the blanket. I'm sorry guide, we're on our way. After saying that, Li Shuai was about to leave the spot with his mother on his back. The guide looked at the mother and son's backs and cursed with a hard glare, breathless to death. How did we end up with such a student? No, I have to talk to Principal Yao and expel him from school. The words just fell. Suddenly, a resounding voice rang out. Mr. Li Shuai, come back. No one can let you go without my orders. The crowd followed the sound, only to see that Lu Chen was standing in front with his hands behind his back and a frosty face. The guide saw Lu Chen's young appearance and asked with a cold face, what department are you in? Are you allowed to talk here? At those words, Lu Chen did not reply. Instead, his tone was icy and he asked rhetorically, what department are you an instructor in? What's your name? As soon as these words came out, Lu Chen's powerful aura was felt. Shasta. The other side froze. Chapter 103, all of them are open for you. Lu Chen came down with 2 sentences. The guide was made to feel less confident. Listening to that vibe, like he's the leader? But looking at Lu Chen's boyish face, it was estimated that he hadn't even graduated from high school yet. So how could he be his superior? Therefore, she shouted in a rough voice, "Where did you pop up as a monkey? What kind of big tale are you playing with me? It's none of your business who I am. Are you a student at our school? If not, get the hell out of here or I'll get security to blow you out." The guide cursed under his breath. The words just fell. Inside the cafeteria, council members walked out, unbridled. "This is Lu Chen, the young master of the Lu family, the new principal of our school," the female council member introduced in an icy tone. Upon hearing her words, the guide instantly froze with a shocked expression. Immediately, her entire body was dumbfounded, her face incredulous. After returning to her senses, she was like a deflated ball of leather. Lowering her head and speaking in a humble tone, Lu principal, sorry, I didn't know it was you. It was my attitude that was wrong just now. I hope you can forgive me. You don't know, this student is especially unqualified, and it's even if he picks up leftovers in the cafeteria every day. And he brought his mother with him. He's disgraced our school. I warned him many times to no avail. That's why. Before he finished, "Shut up," Lu Chen pointed at her and said angrily, "Who would come to the cafeteria to pick up leftovers and eat them if they could have a full meal? Has your brain been swallowed by a dog and you still have an image? A university where students are forced to pick up garbage to eat in the cafeteria is not tarnishing the image? Does someone with no empathy like you deserve to be a guide? Say it." Lu Chen looked at the council members and said, "Find out her information and fire her immediately. Our school will never want such a cold-blooded animal as a guide." "Yes," the female council member said in a firm tone. Seeing that Lu Chen was going to fire himself, the guide turned pale with fear. He began to beg for mercy continuously. "Principal, I was wrong. Give me another chance. My family has been a farmer for 3 generations, and it was hard for my family to produce a college student like me, so I can't afford to lose this job." But no matter how much she begged, Lu Chen ignored her. Instead, he turned around and walked straight towards Li Shuai's mother and son. Looking at the slim boy in front of him, Lu Chen said indifferently, "Please don't worry, Mr. Li Shuai. I will give you all $3 million of the reward money that my school promised in the beginning. All of it, not a penny less, out of my own pocket. This cafeteria will, henceforth, be open to you mother and child free of charge. And, in addition, I will provide you with shelter. But I have a request. You must study hard and put your math talents to use. Can you do that?" Lu Chen said in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai first revealed a shocked look of disbelief. He then snapped to his knees with his mother on his back and said with tears welling up in his eyes, "Principal Lu, great kindness. Never forget it. Don't worry. I'll work hard and definitely won't let you down." The mother also shed tears of excitement and kept saying, "Thank you. Thank you." Lu Chen stepped forward and helped them up. Then, he asked Ba and Li Jingya to take them to dinner and settle for a place to stay. Immediately after, Lu Chen ordered, "Notify all school board members to gather in the conference room in 15 minutes. I want a meeting." Thinking of those who were complicit, the female council member hesitated a bit, and after a pause still nodded, "Yes." With that said, the group slowly walked towards the complex. Along the way, the campus is extremely green. The plants and trees are dead and dry and lifeless. For those who don't know, they think they've been nuked. And just downstairs at the complex, just to see, the guide who had been fired earlier came down with a suitcase in his hand and tears in his eyes. She was accompanied by the same female teachers who had gone to the cafeteria with her. "Qing, what are you going to do next? Now that the employment environment is so bad, can you find a job? If you can't find one, then go back to the countryside and raise cows. The air is so nice in the countryside. Our Xiaoqing loves it there, doesn't she? Right. Isn't Xiaoqing usually a cleanliness freak? The old rural home is just right for her. Xiaoqing, let us know if your family doesn't have enough cows, and the big guys will pool their money to buy you too." But, ha ha ha. A couple of the female teachers snickered to themselves, since Xiaoqing's appearance was more outstanding. Several people usually spoke in a conspiratorial manner, almost writing the word jealousy on their faces. Now that they've got the chance, how can they not be sarcastic? And the guide, his face black to purple with anger, gritted his teeth but said nothing. A few people saw this scene and were so pleased with themselves that their mouths became even more energized. Seeing this, Lu Chen pointed at the female teachers. "Fire all of these guys too. I was so focused on driving the guy just now, I forgot to drive a few of them." He still remembers when he was in front of the cafeteria. If it wasn't for these people arching their fires, perhaps the guide wouldn't have lashed out at Li Shuai. If we keep these little people in school, that just destroys the collective environment and atmosphere. Yes, the councilwoman replied. Now it was the guys who were confused. Before he could plead for mercy, Lu Chen had already left with a group of people. 10 minutes. Each of these female teachers who had trolled the conductor also came down, pulling their suitcases and bursting into tears. In the school conference room, the meeting was called to order at 15 minutes notice. Lu Chen sat on the main seat and waited for half an hour, but no one came. What's going on? Lu Chen asked. At that, the female council members didn't hide it. She told Lu Chen all about last night's meeting. One by one. After hearing this, Lu Chen revealed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder no one came to the meeting. Dare I say, they're all following the person's surname Jiao and targeting themselves together? Interesting. If he didn't come to the capital, Lu Chen wouldn't have known that the school was no longer surnamed Lu. Pull me into your work group and I'll send out notifications personally. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and said, Good. The female council member nodded. Soon, Lu Chen was pulled into a group chat called School Council Discussion Group. Swish. Lu Chen sent a message to the group. Meet in the conference room in 10 minutes. If you don't show up, don't come back later. Seeing this message, the female council members couldn't help but give Lu Chen a thumbs up. The heart sighed, worthy of being the young master of the Lu family. Acting really is bossy enough. And right now, capital city, a certain high-end bathing club. In the hall, Yao Long is partying with a group of school board members, dressed in bathrobes. Everyone have fun. I'll pay for all the spending today. Yao Long raised his red wine glass and shouted. Cheers from the crowd rang out around the room at this statement. And that's when it happened. Tick-tock. Everyone's cell phones rang in unison. The dean of the physics school held up his cell phone and said in a worried tone, Brother Long, it's Lu Chen himself who sent the notification, asking us to meet in 10 minutes, and that if you don't go, you don't have to go ever again. Looks like it's trying to open us up. Ha! Yao Long scolded without a care in the world. What are you afraid of? If Lu Chen drives you, I'll hire you back the next day. His father, Lu Shixiong, had to give me a cigarette when he came. A little Thane still wants to be wild in front of me. Him. Today, I'm going to eyeball him. Hearing Yao Long's words, the crowd couldn't help but lower their hearts. The dean of the School of Mathematics raised his glass high and cheered. Brother Lung is mighty and domineering. Come on, let's toast Brother Lung together. The words rang out and the rest of the group raised their glasses. After paying respect to Yao Long, he finished his drink in one go. At the moment, Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. In the conference room, Lu Chen saw that 10 minutes had gone by and there was still no one in the house. He lost his patience completely. You, come here. Lu Chen hooked his finger at the female council member. The other man rushed over and asked, What's wrong, Principal? Lu Chen sipped his tea and said in a light tone, Fire Vice Principal Yao, and all the council members who didn't show up. All of them. Remember to send out an announcement. They need to see it. Lu Chen said with a calm demeanor. When these words came out, at once, everyone in the room froze in their tracks. Face to face. Not to mention the fact that firing all the board members will have a huge impact on the management of the school. This Yao Long alone, there were quite a few rumors in the school, and it was said that he had a great background in the capital. Not only was it Lu Chen's grandfather back then, who personally brought him in as principal. Nowadays, even the head of the Lu family, Lu Shixiong, didn't dare to move him easily, but he didn't expect Lu Chen to be so fierce, and with a wave of his hand, he was going to Kai away Yao Long and everyone else. Young Master Lu, is this matter not a matter of speaking to Master Xiong first? The female council member hesitated. Lu Chen said decisively, No need, do as I say. When we return to Cloud Sea City, I'll personally speak to Father, and I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Seeing Lu Chen's attitude so firm, the female council members also gave in, their voices resounding. Yes, soon. Scarf, Jitterbug, the station and other social media platforms. A series of dozens of Three Forks Vocational and Technical College announcement message. Three Forks Vocational and Technical College v. Our school has just decided to resign the position of Vice President Yao Long. Three Forks Vocational and Technical College v. Our school has just decided to resign the position of Vice President Chen Xingxuan. Three Forks Career and Technical College v. Our university has just decided to resign as Dean of the Chi Tongwei School of Physics. Three Forks Career and Technical College v. Dozens of people were fired in quick succession, and they were all school leaders. With such bizarre behavior, the announcement attracted many netizens to click in to find out what was going on. Asterisk. This school is breaking the rules of heaven, getting so many people sacked at once? 666. With a sense of 9 tribes elimination, Ilua saw just, really live a long time to see, whose AoE range damage so big, a dry data group? Awesome. I am this school graduated. These leaders are thieves a few. I can only say open good. Upstairs alumni I went on 3 years have not seen so many leaders. Today all at once to make up. Ha 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 ha. Yao Long that guest kicked the iron plate. Painful. With the enthusiastic discussions and likes from netizens. It didn't take long. A headline titled, "A Capital City College Resigned Dozens of School Leaders One After Another." It was then topped on the major platforms' hot search. The heat is straight to the top one. While the event is fermenting degrees. At this moment, Lu Chen was walking towards Yao Long's office. The school cafeteria runs nearly $1 billion a year, and a serving of chicken curry and rice is only good for 2 chicken butts. To say that he was not corrupt, Lu Chen would never believe it. Soon, led by the council members, the crowd arrived in front of Yao Long's office door. Lu Chen twisted the handle of the iron door, which was locked. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised his right leg and kicked it up. Next, only heard a loud boom. The iron door directly deformed, hard bending out a big hole. When the crowd saw this scene, they were shocked and cold sweat broke out behind them. If this kick had landed on them, even if they didn't die, they would probably be paralyzed in half. Afterward, Lu Chen bent down and drilled in. Immediately afterward, the inside of the house came into view. A desk, a couch, and a water fountain. A computer sits on the desk. Lu Chen pressed the power on button, and after a while, it showed that he needed to enter the power on password. And to Lu Chen, who had the Matrix technology, this was child's play. He put his fingertips on the keyboard and, in a few moments, deciphered the boot-up program. The council members were completely convinced, not realizing that this mobster would know quite a lot. I'm a good writer and a good soldier. To the astonished eyes of the crowd, Lu Chen searched the computer for information while using the program to retrieve deleted files. It doesn't matter if you don't check. A minute later, looking at the photos, chats and evidence of the transaction in front of him, Lu Chen and the others were all dumbfounded one by one. Just see, in these data, in serious cases, there is hazing of female students, bullying of female teachers, and huge corruption and bribery. For lesser things, verbal abuse of subordinates, abuse of authority, and watching porn during work. Seeing this scene, the female council member agitated. Headmaster, the 2 items of embezzlement and bribery and bullying of women alone are enough to send Yao Long to peddle a sewing machine. How could Lu Chen not know? Only, before that, he has to be made to spit out his money. Not yet. Lu Chen waved his hand, then pulled out his cell phone and snapped a few pictures at the computer. Click, click, finished. Lu Chen handed his cell phone over and said, "First, post these things online to give Vice Principal Yao some emotional value. Soon our school's title will be rushing to the top one of the hot search. Take this opportunity to draw some traffic and build up awareness. When you get to the fire, are you afraid that you won't be able to recruit for the junior class?" Lu Chen hemmed and hawed. Hearing his words, the crowd fell silent. I'm afraid that if all this negative news gets out, no one will dare to come to the college entrance exams, let alone the junior class. When the female council member picked up her cell phone and saw the picture, she blushed and nodded. Okay, principal, I'll get right on it. In the meantime, in an upscale bath club, Yao Long was having a good time with a group of school leaders warbling and drinking a little wine. At that moment, the dean of the School of Physics took his cell phone and said with a face full of panic, "It's not good, Brother Lung. Something big has happened. Not only did Lu Chen fire us all, even you were removed from the school." This statement was made. Shasta. Everyone in the room looked at each other in disbelief and shock. All of them were confused. Earlier, Yao Long had even mouthed off that Lu Chen wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Now what? Not only was he kicked out by Lu Chen, along with these people, they all rolled up and left. Brother Lung, what to do? Brother Lung, I've fought my whole life to get this day. I don't want to lose it all. Brother Lung, I still have a wife and child to support at home. So think of something. The school leaders panicked, not having any fun at all. Words. Instead of panicking, Yao Long took a sip of his small wine and laughed out with a smug look on his face. Ha 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 ha, this little pussy did fall for the plan. Really nah. When they heard Yao Long's words, at that moment, everyone was slightly stunned. One looked at each other, baffled. Yao Long looked at their puzzled expressions and explained. Lu Chen dares to resign me. Just wait. Tomorrow Lu Zhixian will have to personally come to the capital to apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll find connections and level all of the Lu family's properties in the capital. At that time, not only will Lu Chen have to kneel down and beg for my forgiveness, the principal position will have to be returned to me again. Ha ha ha. Yao Long became more and more excited as he spoke, and directly laughed out loud. As he charted his way to the top, the crowd heard what was going on. Previously, although he was demoted to vice-chancellor, he was still well paid. His son is going to inherit the family business and come here to be the principal. What's wrong with that? If he flipped out just like that, it would seem like he was too small-minded. But not anymore. Lu Chen directly fired him. Not to mention the benefits. Not even a single hairline. In this case, he would be able to rightfully turn the tables on Lu Zhixiong and take the opportunity to get the principal position back. Brother Long is awesome. You are really inscrutable and resourceful na. Lung 666. This great wisdom. Enough for me to learn spicy for a lifetime. What are you thinking? Can't we learn from Dragon's wisdom? That's right. Dragon can only be used for admiration. The school leaders kept on farting rainbow farts, making Yao Long's mouth crack with laughter as he listened to them. And just then, tick-tock, Yao Long's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and without hesitation pressed the answer button and said, "Hey daughter-in-law, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Is something wrong?" Next, on the other end of the phone, a woman's angry voice came. "Yao Long, you are not human. I was so blind to marry you in my life. I'm going to divorce you." Woo-hoo-hoo. After saying that, the other party just hung up. Listening to the beeps coming from the phone, Yao Long was confused. What's going on? Why did you give yourself a scolding for no reason? Just when he was confused, the dean of the School of Physics, who had been observing the hot list, but his face changed and dimmed. His brow tensed as if he had seen something outrageous, and his whole body trembled. Noticing his expression, Yao Long asked, "What's wrong?" The dean of the School of Physics gently placed his cell phone in the center of the table and grimaced. "See for yourself." One time, everyone's curiosity was piqued and they all stretched their necks and looked towards the phone. See only, reflected in the eyes, it was the post that the school had opened dozens of people in a row, and it had already rushed to the top one of the hot search. And below the post, the first top comment, were two pictures. 3 Forks Vocational and Technical College V. We found some treasures in President Yao Long's computer, and we are sharing them for free, so please check it out. Seeing this, Yao Long's heart sank, and an ominous premonition vaguely rose. Then, with trembling fingers, he reached out and zoomed in on the picture. Heck, the first picture, the browser record of Yao Long's office computer. Internet Explorer history. 1. Young for how to cure. 2. A recipe for early Thanksgiving. 4. Is it true that the biological Z organs of female goats are very similar to those of humans? 5. Female goat farm contact information. Seeing these records, instantly, Yao Long's eyes went black. His face was pale, his forehead was in a cold sweat, and his heart was pounding furiously. At this moment, Yao Long only felt that the sky was spinning and the entire world was about to collapse. He sighed in his mind. It was over. This was a complete social death in front of the nation's netizens. Yao Long didn't have time to think about how Lu Chen deciphered his computer and took this picture. He shifted his gaze to the second picture, but when he saw the content of the second picture, Yao Long's heart sank. The expressions are starting to turn awkward. Only, the second picture was his WeChat address book. WeChat, computerized version. Address book, list of names initialed with X. Star slave number 1, physics dean's wife. Better living. Star slave number 2, wife of the dean of math. Average living, but nice body. Star slave no. 3, wife of the dean of chemistry. Very bad at work, but pretty. Star slave number 4, wife of the dean of computers. Bad job, bad body, and ugly, but I just like to put hats on people. A full dozen contacts. All wives of these deans and vice presidents. At this moment, Yao Long clearly felt that a dozen pairs of eyes around him were staring at him. Gulp. He gulped. Cold sweat cannot help but soak the back. Chapter 104, Can you hear me? Are you cured of deafness? Feeling a pair of sharp eyes around him, Yao Long is sweating. At that moment, the people had grim faces and said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, "Brother Long, what's going on here? Shouldn't you explain?" "That's right, Brother Long. We usually treat you like a big brother. How could you do this to us? A friend's wife is not to be bullied." "Brother Long, you're really going a bit overboard." "Long, I want you to tell me yourself that this isn't true." Hearing the words of the crowd, Yao Long slammed the table and stood up. His eyes showed a fierce light as he pointed at these people in a ferocious tone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the fuss about just playing your wives? Someday I'll give you my daughter-in-law to play with as well. Won't that make it even? Besides, you're not children anymore. Can't you tell what's more important? What's a woman? As long as you follow me, what kind of women do you want? Money and status will not be lacking for you, Yao Long said with an imposing voice. It's like he's the one with the advantage. When these words came out, at once, everyone froze slightly. Everyone looks at me and I look at you. Then, one by one, they lowered their heads and stopped talking. To get by in life, always have a little green on your head. At the moment, this statement is reflected in them. Seeing this, Yao Long snorted coldly. Then he pulled out his cell phone and grimaced. I'm not going to hide it anymore. I'll let you all see how much energy I, Yao Long, have today. Saying that, he opened his address book and found a number to dial. Seeing this, the eyes of all present lit up. They had long heard that Yao Long's background was not simple, but after spending so many years together, they didn't know who was behind him. Now that the mystery was finally going to be revealed, everyone present couldn't help but get excited. Also when Yao Long made the call. Capital City, Chen family estate. In the courtyard, Chen Shangqing was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression on his face. He was trying to get Lu Chen to continue treating his grandfather. After returning, he sent someone to inquire about Lu Chen, wanting to take this opportunity to make a good wave. But he had sent out a dozen men, and so far there was no news at all. Just as Chen Shangqing couldn't help himself and wanted to call and inquire, a minion in a suit entered the estate and ran straight toward him. Seeing this, Chen Shangqing's face was delighted as he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "How about it? Did you find out where Lu Chen went?" The man in the suit said with an excited face. Reporting to Qin Xiao, "There's news. According to our investigation, there's a new, young principal at Three Forks Career and Technical College, and this new principal is the Lu Chen you're looking for." Upon hearing this, Chen Shangqing was instantly delighted. He was full of excitement and couldn't wait. Quickly, prepare a vehicle immediately and proceed to Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. I'm going to donate 10 school buildings to Lu Chen's school. At these words, the man in the suit looked different. Chen Xiao, 10 buildings. This gift is not too expensive? Chen Shangqing's face turned cold as he cursed. Expensive. I'm traveling all over the world to cure my grandfather. No less than $1 billion was spent on consultation fees and medical expenses alone. And still no cure at all. And Lu Chen not only cured my grandfather, but didn't ask for a penny. With such noble character, I'm willing to donate even 20 buildings. Not to mention 10. Don't be about it. Just do what I say. Chen Shangqing said with a somewhat impatient tone. The man in the suit didn't dare to hesitate any longer and nodded. Yes. After saying that, the other party ran out and went to arrange the relevant matters. And that's when it happened. Tick-tock. Chen Shangqing's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his eyebrows shot up in delight as he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hey, Uncle Yao. Next, Yao Long's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ha ha, Evergreen. I heard that you returned to Beijing today? I don't know if you're free today, but Uncle would like to ask you to come and inspect the school. Isn't it time for the college entrance exams soon? A large group of freshmen will be enrolling soon, so I want to ask you to keep an eye on them. Hear the request from the other side. Chen Shangqing immediately agreed. Of course there's no problem. I was just about to go to the school to see you. Let's see you later. The words fell. The phone caller was so excited that he stammered. Good Lu Evergreen. Then I'm waiting for you at school. Aha, good. After saying that, Chen Shangqing hung up the phone. Then I went back inside, changed into clean clothes, and set off toward Three Forks Vocational and Technical College, in an upscale bath club. Yao Long hung up the phone with a smug look on his face. He shoved his cell phone into his pocket, his whole toes in the air and his head in the air. The council members were filled with amazement, recalling Yao Long's conversation just now, the word shock written all over everyone's face. Could it be that the one who spoke to Brother Long on the phone just now was Chen Shangqing of the Chen family in the capital? Then there's no need to ask. With Brother Long's strength, the other party must be the Chen family's son Na. My goodness, I only know that Brother Long has a powerful background, but I didn't expect it to be as big as this. It's unbelievable. Chen Shangqing, that's a big shot that when he stomps his foot, the entire capital city will shake 3 times. Brother Dragon is awesome. Brother Dragon 666. Brother Long, from now on, my younger brother will hang out with you, even if it means going up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. After the council members learned that Yao Long's backer was the Chen family, each of them was hot and excited. They frantically kissed their asses and showed their loyalty as if the previous sleeping with their wives had never happened. Yao Long's mouth twitched as he smiled smugly. Now do you understand why I don't take the Lu family seriously? He, Lu Chen and Lu Zhixiong, father and son, is a chicken neck in front of me. Come on, follow me to the school. Let's teach this little bastard a lesson first, Yao Long said with a grim expression. Hearing Yao Long's words, everyone's faces were filled with smiles. The thought that they would be able to meet the Chen family's son later on made them look forward to it. At the moment, Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Lu Chen was sitting in the conference room, perusing work-related documents. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door. Dang, dang, dang. Hearing the knock on the door, Lu Chen and a few council members turned their heads to look. The door was unlocked, only to see, standing at the door, a dowdy-looking college girl. Before Lu Chen could open his mouth to inquire, they took the initiative to walk over and asked, Are you the principal who resigned Yao Long? Lu Chen? Lu Chen was a bit confused and nodded. Yes, it's me. The words just fell. In the next second, the girls all knelt down in unison, unable to stop their tears from flowing out. God opened his eyes. Yao Long, this finally rolled up and left. Principal Lu, you are a saint and a living Buddha. We are grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts. Principal Lu, thank you. The girls wiped their tears and all said with a look of gratitude. The clueless Lu Chen was even more clueless. Then the eyes swept over them one by one. Name, Wang Yan. Type of talent, English. Talent level, A. Institution, Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Name, Gao Jingjing. Talent type, physical. Talent level, C. Institution, Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. These girls have both high and low talent levels. In that case, what happened to them and Li Shuai was different. Boys, what's going on? Slow down. Looking at these girls in front of him who were older than himself, Lu Chen asked indifferently. The girls then told the story. As it happened, it turned out that they were all children from rural and mountainous areas who were tricked into attending this school by Yao Long in high school under the pretext of a high scholarship. And after coming here, instead of getting a penny, they were forcibly defiled by Yao Long and had their fruit photos taken. For a year, not only was Yao Long repeatedly hijacked, and they have to be subjected to wanton beatings by the other side, completely reduced to a tool for venting out their emotions. Speaking of which, the girls cried even more. What's even scarier is that Yao Long told us to check in with our families and describe how wonderful life is here. If you refuse, you will be tortured by him in a way that is worse than death. So, thank you principal. Your arrival gives us hope for life. Listening to each other's heartbreaking cries, Lu Chen and all the council members' hearts were broken. They had thought that Yao Long was just bullying female students, but they didn't expect. These bullied students were handpicked by Yao Long from the mountains and rural areas. Specializes in picking on honest people who are good bullies. What's the difference between torturing them while asking them to report back home, and the KK park in northern Burma? Didn't you try to call the police? At that point, the female council member asked. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she immediately covered her mouth, realizing that her question was a bit childish. Even he didn't dare to mess with Yao Long, let alone these powerless schoolgirls. The female student replied with red eyes. Reported. But Yao Long's background is too powerful. Even the police don't dare to take him. When things fell apart, we were locked in a small darkroom for 3 days and 3 nights and almost starved to death in there. The other finished. Lu Chen stood up with a swish. He clenched his fists. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Again, this Yao Long background. Grandfather is respectful. Father is fearful. A university of the Lu family has become an extra-legal place for him to commit crimes. I'd like to see who this big shot behind Yao Long is, Lu Chen said in an icy tone. It was also at this time. Snap. The door to the conference room was pushed open again. Immediately afterward, led by Yao Long, followed by a group of council members walking in one by one. Who is the big man behind me? Little pussy, you don't deserve to know, but I can tell you, nowadays, even if your father Lu Zhixiong kneels in front of me, it's useless. All of your Lu family's properties in the capital. From today onwards, all of them will have to play out. Yao Long cupped a cigarette in his hand and said with a face full of disdain. When the female students saw Yao Long, it was as if a rat met a cat. They let out a scream of awe. Immediately afterward, they all hid behind Lu Chen, their faces pale, fear in his eyes. His body is trembling. Yao Long saw the girls and cursed with wide eyes. Asterisk 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 in bunch of stinking es. Thinking that I'm down. They're looking for Lu Chen to fall down the well. Aren't they? I'm telling you guys, not only will Lu Chen not be able to save you guys, he'll have to finish himself. Let's see what I'll do to you when this is over. Mud. Yao Long took a hard drag on his cigarette and said with fierce eyes. When the female students heard his words, their bodies trembled and desperate sounds came out of their mouths. No, don't. I was wrong. Please let us go. Yao Long knocked his legs and laughed loudly. What are you guys talking about? The voice is too low. I can't hear you. Can't hear you? Hear this. Lu Chen walked slowly towards him with his hands behind his back and his face as frosty as ice. All over his body, he exuded a powerful sense of intimidation. Feeling the aura on Lu Chen's body, Yao Long's heart trembled. He gulped and asked with some fear, "What do you want, little pussy?" 5 minutes later, the school gate. Yao Long was stripped down to just a pair of pants and hung from the beam of the main door, his entire body suspended in the air. Lu Chen took a steel whip that was over 10 meters long and viciously lashed at him. Pow! Yao Long let out a pig-killing squeal from his mouth. Ow! Lu Chen asked loudly, "Can you hear me? Can you hear it this time? Deaf yet?" Yao Long let out a deafening scream from his mouth and cursed. "Lu Chen, you little bastard is crazy. You even dare to hit me. Do you know who the person behind my old man is? He is Chen Changqing of the Chen family in the capital. I am his third uncle. This statement was made. The few council members who followed Lu Chen were secretly shocked in their hearts. Having lived in the capital for so long, they naturally knew who Chen Changqing was. That's a big shot in the capital. In particular, his grandfather and Gao Zhen, who shared the reins of the capital, were commonly known as the Gao and Chen pairing. Unexpectedly, Yao Long was actually Chen Changqing's uncle. The Lu family really couldn't afford to mess with such a person. At that thought, the female council member approached. She attached herself to Lu Chen's ear and told him all about Chen Changqing's identity. Hearing each other's words, Lu Chen came to a sudden realization. Chen Changqing, isn't that the guy we met on the plane? Chen Changqing? I'm still Chen Changgreen. He's Chen Changhong. You're Chen Changhe. Lu Chen said disdainfully. As those words were spoken, in an instant, everyone was confused. It would be understandable if Lu Chen didn't know Chen Changqing's identity and that was why he made a move against Yao Long. But the female council member had already told the whole truth about Chen Changqing's identity. In this situation, Lu Chen even dared to speak out to provoke. At this moment, everyone realized what it meant to be a newborn calf. Yao Long, who was tied up in the air, was dumbfounded inside in his heart. Finished hot. I had thought that after reporting Chen Changqing's name, Lu Chen would be so scared that he would kneel on the ground and kowtow. But look at him. Instead of being fearless, he's even more energized? The truth was as he thought. In the next second, Lu Chen raised his steel whip and frantically lashed it in like a gyroscope. Snap, pop, snap, pop, ow, woo, ha. Yao Long gritted his teeth as he was whipped. His nose and tears swished down like rain. Several female students who were bullied saw the scene and grabbed their cell phones to record the precious scene. And quite a few passers-by were attracted over, looking at the scene in front of them and pointing at Yao Long. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shelved here on the torture. Give me to do where it is. Or the 21st century? Boy oh boy. That's a fierce whip. Boy is he strong. It should be said not to say. This young man's whip. Then my morning in the park to smoke gyroscope much more skillful. Someday have to pay a teacher to learn. Isn't it too cruel? Why don't we call the police? Call the police to call the police. The melon eaters were watching the fun. But as they watched Yao Long about to be killed, they couldn't help but call the police. 5 minutes later, Yao Long had already been pumped to the point where he was foaming at the mouth, furiously rolling his eyes, and his entire body was about to faint to death. The dean of the School of Physics and the university leaders rushed to discourage it. Lu Chen, don't fight. If you fight any more, Lung is going to die. Lu Chen, I advise you to stop this quickly. Lu Chen, you're still young. If you beat someone to death, your whole life will be over. Several people pointed at Lu Chen and shouted with righteous indignation. Hearing their words, Lu Chen twisted his head slightly and revealed an oozing smile. Stopping is fine, but may I ask, which one of you will take his place? Lu Chen asked as he swept his gaze over the crowd. Upon hearing this, at once, everyone's chrysanthemums tightened. In their eyes, Lu Chen was a madman who was not afraid of anything. Who would dare to mess with this? Ahem. Lu Chen, go for it. Fight harder. Well played, well played, well played, well played, Dragon. Wow. I suddenly remembered something important and had to take a call. So I'll leave you for a while. The school leaders turned their words around and wimped out. Dragon on the door beam was dumbfounded. These people usually, always said that they would not hesitate to go to the fire for themselves. But now what? Ask them to put a roof beam on for themselves and they start cringing. You bunch of s. Yao Long pointed at them with strength and airlessness, wanting to hurl insults. But the words were not finished. Pop. Lu Chen cracked another whip. This whip was directly on his mouth. Only a crunching sound was heard and a gold tooth flew out and landed on the ground. Lu Chen laughed softly. Yoo-hoo! It's even bursting with gold coins, he said, snapping and cracking a few more lashes. The opponent's mouthful of blood sprayed out. Eyes closed, completely fainted. And that's when it happened. At the entrance of the school, a large group of people came over. At the head was a young man, handsome and tall. Behind them were dozens of burly, suit-clad bodyguards. When the dean of the School of Physics and the school leaders saw the young man, everyone's hearts were filled with joy. Immediately afterward, they ran over with their tails wagging as if they were dog legs seeing their masters. Young Chen, you finally arrived. Chen Xiao, you should hurry and take a look. Your third uncle is about to be killed. The school leaders sued. Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing revealed an angry expression and exclaimed, asshole, something that doesn't know how to die. Dare to hit my third uncle? I'll take his life. In his mind, Yao Long had been working for the Lu family. Now that Lu Chen had become the principal again, the two of him and his uncle would be colleagues. Under this close relationship, Chen Changqing wanted to borrow his uncle's relationship to flatter Lu Chen. That was why Chen Changqing was furious when he learned that his third uncle had been beaten up. When the school leaders saw Chen Changqing's attitude, they were all excited and pointed to Lu Chen, who had his back to the crowd at the school entrance. That's him. Seeing this, Chen Changqing's gaze was icy cold. He waved his hand and led a group of bodyguards, walking quickly towards the school entrance. At this moment, the school entrance, the female council member knew to herself that Lu Chen had made too much of a mess and had already pissed off the one behind Yao Long. She pulled out her cell phone, silently stepped aside and dialed Lu Zhixiong's phone number. And when Lu Chen once again raised the whip above his head, preparing to strike at Yao Long, suddenly, a resounding voice sounded behind him. Stop! Words! Lu Chen slowly turned around, his eyes looking towards the back. Next, he and Chen Changqing looked at each other. When Chen Changqing saw clearly that the person who had beaten his uncle was actually Lu Chen, he was dumbfounded, his whole body in a daze. Pile it up there and freeze in place. How could it be you? This gave Chen Changqing a whole lot of trouble. He didn't expect that the person who beat up Yao Long was Lu Chen. Yao Long is your third uncle? Lu Chen asked expressionlessly. Chen Changqing came back from his shock and nodded his head like garlic. Yes, divine doctor. May I ask what he did to annoy you? Hearing his answer, Lu Chen held a steel whip with his hands behind his back and said with a disappointed look on his face, should have known better. I shouldn't have saved your grandfather when I was on the plane. Swish. Hear that? Chen Changqing's face suddenly changed. His entire body scared silly. What's going on here? He was running to save his grandfather before he came to Lu Chen. Now Lu Chen had said something like this. What was the difference between this and sentencing his grandfather to death? Chen Changqing was incomparably nervous in his heart and said in a humble manner, Divine doctor, why out? Why out now? Lu Chen pulled out a few photos from his pocket and shoved them at the other party. His tone cold. See for yourself. These are the good things your Uncle Sam has done. He's where he is today thanks to you being behind him. On the photos, all the evidence of Yao Long's crimes were recorded. Bullying female teachers, abducting female high school students, huge corruption and bribery, etc. Any one of them would be enough to double stir a sewing machine with Fan. As Chen Changqing looked at these photos, his pupils dilated dramatically and his expression gradually became shocked. This, I press no knowledge of God doctor, Chen Changqing said with a shocked expression. How could he not expect that his uncle, who had always been amiable in his impression? It's amazing how many people and gods can do so many things that are outrageous and sinful. Humph, do you not know, or do you not want to care? I know, you must have come here to treat grandpa again, so please go back. From now on, I will not boil your grandfather's medicine once more. Lu Chen snorted coldly. Spinning around, he threw away the whip and walked slowly toward the school with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, Chen Changqing completely panicked. Originally, he was full of confidence in the matter of establishing friendly relations with Lu Chen, but I didn't realize that because of the evil uncle, the relationship breaks down straight away, and Lu threatens never to save his grandfather again. How can this be? Divine doctor, don't go away. Divine doctor, I really don't know this uncle well. Divine doctor. Divine doctor, please let me explain. Chen Changqing shouted as he chased after them, while passing by the gate. Just in time, Yao Long, who was tied to the door beam, woke up, his eyes opening a slit. Upon seeing Chen Changqing, his entire body was thrilled and his voice trembled as he said, Evergreen, Evergreen, you can finally come. If you don't come, your uncle, I'm going to be killed by Lu Chen. At those words, Chen Changqing was slightly stunned. Immediately, he picked up the whip on the ground and swung it towards Yao Long. Snap! In the next second, Yao Long let out a pig-killing scream from his mouth. Ow! Behind, the school leaders and all the council members looked at the scene in front of them, and all of a sudden, they were all dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded. Chapter 105. Help me up. I'm going to Three Forks Career and Technical College. See the scene in front of you. The dean of the School of Physics and all the council members were all dumbfounded, each looking at the other, all confused. What the hell? Isn't Yao Long Chen Changqing's third uncle? He said that he wanted to take revenge for his third uncle. How come he came up to give Yao Long a whip, and also followed behind Lu Chen? A look of licking dog. The crowd really looked dumbfounded. Not far. The female council member had just gotten through to Lu Zhixiong when she saw the scene, and her entire body directly froze. Hey, what's up? Lu Zhixiong's thick and heavy voice came from the phone. The female council member stuttered as her words changed. No, nothing, Lu family master. Just wanted to report peace with you. Everything is fine with young Master Lu now. Lu Zhixiong said with satisfaction. Oh, that's fine. By the way, has Xiao Chun seen Principal Yao yet? How is the relationship between the two of them? As far as I know, Yao Long is very unhappy about the principal position being replaced. The two didn't fight, did they? The female council member glanced at Yao Long. who had been smacked unconscious, and laughed awkwardly. No, Yao Long isn't saying a word right now. Words. Lu Zhixian let out an "oh" and hung up the phone. On the campus, Chen Chongqing quickly walked in front of Lu Chen with an anxious look on his face. Divine Doctor, I really don't know about all these evil things Yao Long has done. Please believe me, this time I'm here. I intend to donate 10 school buildings to your school, contributing to the national education cause. I have a good heart and I am never on the same path as Yao Long na. Divine Doctor. This statement was made. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. Contribute to national education and then donate a building to a college? That's quite a statement. But don't take it for free. How can 10 buildings cost hundreds of millions of dollars? This is all silver for nothing. Seeing Lu Chen stop in his tracks, Chen Chongqing was delighted in his heart and hurriedly came to Lu Chen and kept building up a persona for himself. Divine Doctor, I'm a person who pays a lot of attention to education. They are the future pillars of our country. If you think 10 buildings are not enough, then I will donate 20, 30, as long as you are willing to save. As long as I can contribute to the education of our country, I am willing to spend as much money as I can, Chen Chongqing said with firm eyes. Looking at his sincere face, Lu Chen cleared his throat. Ahem. That who? Come here. Lu Chen hooked a finger at the female council member. The next second, the other slithered over. Coming young master. Only to see that Lu Chen had his hands behind his back and asked in a calm manner. Is the campus environment optimization plan I asked you to work on out yet? The female council member took out her cell phone, opened WPS and said, Young master, according to your program, we make improvements to various areas such as the school gate, floor, green plants, pools and toilets. It's about $50 million for a set. The words were just finished. Chen Chongqing hurriedly raised his hand. $60 million. I'll pay it all. At that, the female council member froze slightly. She looked at Lu Chen and then at Chen Chongqing, and immediately understood the meaning. I dare the principal to find a wallet. Lu Chen didn't bother with Chen Chongqing. Instead, he raised his head and continued to ask, how much did Yao Long damage the school in total over the years? And have the results been calculated? The councilwoman fluidly replied, $124 million for the cafeteria, $23 million for textbooks, and $6 million for uniforms. Chen Chongqing levied, not expecting the numbers to be so accurate. Even a few cents counted. However, he knew that Lu Chen was giving himself a chance. This is no time to be heartbroken. Grandpa's life is what matters. Afterward, Chen Chongqing raised his hand again and said, I'll advance all the money Yao Long has coveted. As his nephew, although I had no knowledge of what he did, I am obligated to take the consequences for him. Seeing this scene, the female council members were completely dumbfounded. This is Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai, one willing to beat the other. So, Lu Chen was not polite and continued. How much is the expected cultivation cost of creating the junior class? Woman council member, meals, lodging, tuition, research grants, about $20 million total. Chen Chongqing took out his bank card and threw it to the ground with a snap, and said with an excited expression, Swipe the card. Swipe the card. I'll pay. Lu Chen turned a blind eye. How much is the annual expenditure on teachers' salaries approximately? The councilwoman replied, $2,353,922.10. Chen Chongqing directly took out his wallet from his pocket and shoved it into the hands of the council members. There are 10 bank cards in there. Feel free to swipe them. Lu Chen still ignored. New media classroom for new equipment. Tables and chairs refurbished. About how much? Female council member, about 10 million plus. As these words were uttered, it was only seen. Chen Chongqing took out his cell phone, quickly entered a phone number and dialed it. Hello, Marwan? I demand that you adjust my spending limit immediately. I need the money. Seeing that Chen Chongqing was pretty much milked, he even moved the flowers out. Lu Chen said indifferently, I was deeply moved by your determination to contribute to the national cause, so I decided to consider saving your grandfather. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing was as if he had won a $10 billion lottery. His face was full of joy and excitement as he said, Fine, divine doctor, take your time to consider it. There's no rush. I am always waiting for your reply. Aha. Lu Chen nodded. And that's when it happened. In front of the school, a police car stops. When the car door opened, a group of Uncle Hats stepped out. What's going on? Who did this? A captain-like man asked angrily, pointing at Yao Long who was hanging from the door beam. Seeing these police officers, Lu Chen ordered the female council members to hand over the evidence of Yao Long's crime. The captain couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards Lu Chen after looking at the photo in his hand. Great job. Immediately after that, the Hat uncles escorted Yao Long, who was like a dead dog, and brought him into the police car. seeing Yao Long being escorted away. The dean of the School of Physics as well as the rest of the school's leaders deeply comprehended that their big brother was completely finished. Thus, the people came to Lu Chen and changed their faces to start selling their misery. Principal Lu did a good job. Yao Long that usually always beat and scold his subordinates. I could not stand him long ago. Principal Lu, you have no idea. Yao Long and I have never gotten along. And he even slept with my wife. He's worse than a beast. Principal Lu, my wife was also slept with by him. The dean of the School of Physics cried the most, covering his tearful eyes and said, "You guys, this is nothing, but you should know that Yao Long not only beats and scolds me and sleeps with my wife, but also, and even I've been, by him." Hearing the words of the dean of the School of Physics, everyone's eyes went black. The school leaders were convinced, this is a really tough stomping ground. When you sell out, you don't even have a face. Lu Chen looked at these drama queen-possessed school leaders and a word softly popped out of his mouth. Roll. At those words, the school leaders were slightly stunned and just wanted to continue pleading. Chen Chongqing waved his hand and shouted at the bodyguards, "Get rid of all these people. Don't disturb the divine doctor." Yes. Immediately, all of them covered their heads and ran away, persuaded by the fists of the bodyguards. One time, only Lu Chen, Chen Chongqing, and a few council members were left around, and the entire world cleared up quite a bit. At this point, not far away, Ba ran over upside down and shouted, "Lu Chun, Li Shuai's mother and son have been arranged. They're staying at the Buffy International Hotel, and I got a 3-year presidential suite straight out of it, enough to last them until graduation. Also, Jingya went to take the examination for the Qingbei junior class, and she told you not to worry." Hearing his words, Lu Chen nodded. Then with his hands behind his back, he asked, 3 years in the presidential suite cost a lot of money, didn't it? Ba hurriedly waved his hands and said, not much, just a few tens of millions. Small money. Oh. Lu Chen revealed an expression of dawning realization before turning his head to look at Chen Chongqing and said, "Have you gotten your spending money yet?" Chen Chongqing. After everything is arranged, Chen Chongqing looked at the already empty chanting quota. Full of flesh pain left the school. Really not a drop left. In situ, Lu Chen was having a meeting with the few remaining council members. The school is about to undergo improvements and my request is simple. After the money arrives, what kind of campus environment Qingbei has, you guys will renovate it according to him. Dormitories, cafeterias, dormitory buildings, laboratories, etc. Can only be better, not allowed to be worse than Qingbei. Talk to me if there's not enough money, and I'll pay for it out of my own pocket and continue to give you grants. If there's money left over, you guys take it and split it, and I'll never hold it against you. But I have a prerequisite, and that is that the campus must improve exactly as I want it to, or Yao Long is your downfall. Lu Chen said forcefully. After hearing Lu Chen's words, the council members were shocked by the blunt and bold words and began to state their positions one after another. Don't worry, headmaster. We will absolutely implement it according to your requirements and resolutely not drag our feet. Headmaster, I'm willing to make a life and death order that will satisfy you, or I'm willing to carry my head. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, well, from this moment onwards, the junior class at Three Forks Vocational and Technical College is officially inaugurated. Make an announcement and welcome all talents from around the globe. The council members nodded in unison. Yes, soon. A post appeared on all major social media platforms such as Scarf, Jitterbug, and B Station. Three Forks Vocational and Technical College V, we have just decided to formally establish the junior class, and welcome all students to enroll in the program. At this very moment, Han's Technology Building, top floor. In the big office, Hanji was sitting in front of the computer, busy working with a serious face, and as the work progressed, his whole body was sweating and cold, until the moment in the computer screen when the home base was pushed and blown up. Hanji hammered the table in anger and stood up. Grass. 4 heads short of 5 kills. Pity. That's when his cell phone rang. Jingle bells. At the sound of the voice, Hanji hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. He glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button. Hey SB. No Sharpo. What's up? Hanji hastily changed his words. The caller froze for a second and cursed. What the hell is this note you're stepping on for me? Calming down a bit, Xiaobo did not bother to count, and the conversation turned. As far as I know, Lu Chen is now in the capital and has become the principal of the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Didn't you want to screw Lu Chen? Now the time has come to strike. Hear this. Hanji thought of the 2 previous events, Tang Chang and Ba, all of which had been destroyed by Lu Chen. His entire body was furious, gnashing his teeth in anger. Marred. Lu Chen dares to come to the capital. I want him to die without a burial place. Chapo, you tell me what I should do. Immediately after, Xiaobo let out a sneer and spelled out the plan. And upon hearing the other side's plan, Hanji could not help but feel hairy inside, and his tone trembled. You are really poisonous, and you can think of such things? Xiaobo snorted coldly and said, no poison, do as I say. At that time, not only will Lu Chen be shot, this school of the Lu family will have to be erased from the capital. We'll both get our revenge. Hanji gritted his teeth and nodded. Good evening, Three Forks Career and Technical College. In the conference room, Lu Chen, as the principal, had a lot of things to arrange, so he had been meeting with several council members. When Lu Chen finished arranging the things that should be arranged, all of them were settled. At that moment, the female council member held her cell phone with an anxious look on her face. Look, principal, after the announcement of our school's creation of the junior class, the publicity hasn't been too good. The comments section is either mocking or abusive, and the netizens' mouths are too poisonous. The school still has some traffic left due to the fact that dozens of school leaders have opened dozens of words in a row before and are still hanging out on the hot seat. Therefore, the school has just finished posting the junior class enrollment, and attracted scattered a few people to watch, though the numbers are small, but none of it was a favorable review either. Hearing her words, Lu Chen looked up towards the screen. Only a message appeared in the comments section. Asterisk 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 what's the face of a junior college that still has a junior class? Good news, another one of our universities is offering a junior college program. Bad news, it's a junior college. Joy. A good undergrad is really no worse than a college. Ha ha, what inverted Big Dipper upstairs? Genius teenagers study hard for more than 10 years. It is not easy to enter the junior class, but the result is found to be the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. The genius instantly feel that the sky has collapsed. These bad reviews, not to mention the cold hearts of the council members, made even Bago feel hopeless about enrollment when he saw them. Lu Chen, I'm not going to be the only one in the junior class, am I? Paco asked, opening his mouth. Lu Chen didn't reply, but instead faintly said, starting today, I'm officially naming you as the junior class leader, with a rank of positive specialization. Paco, looking at the other party's speechless face, Lu Chen didn't tease him anymore. Instead, he looked at the council member and said in a calm tone, you immediately make an announcement to publicize the identity of my principal. At the same time, it is open to all parts of the world for senior positions such as professors and teachers. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the female council member hesitated slightly, then nodded. Good. And so it was. The next second, several new announcements appeared on various social media platforms. Three Forks Vocational and Technical College V, effective immediately. Lu Chen is the principal of our school. In addition, our university is interested in recruiting professors and teachers in various subjects in order to grow and expand its faculty. Great pay and bonuses. So if you're interested, hurry up and contact us. After this announcement, for a short time, it didn't stir up any water, and about a minute later, only, post views began to explode. 5 views, 153 views, 2,304 views, 20,000 views, 180,000 views. In half a minute, the female council members refreshed a total of 5 times, and with each refresh, the number of views on the post increases almost tenfold. Not only that, but one comment came in like seawater, instantly filling up the comment section. Lu Chen? Is that the genius boy who invented the photolithography machine? Impossible. How could Lu Chen go to a junior college as a principal? With his status, even if he goes to the Dragon Academy of Sciences as an academician is more than enough, right? I agree with the viewpoint upstairs. There's no need for Lu Chen to self-destruct. +1. It's probably rubbing off on Lu Chen. This junior college is shameless. Wait. I just saw a video of Lu Chen frantically whipping people with a whip in front of the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Asterisk 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 I saw that video too. It can't really be this Lu Chen, right? That's him. As a lover of physics, I would never recognize Lu Chen's likeness wrongly. Boy, that means the father of photolithography. Lu Chen has really become the president of a junior college? I Lua saw just simply shocked my 3 views. At first some questioned the school was rubbing the father of photolithography the wrong way. But when Lu Chen's identity was confirmed and it was indeed his own, in an instant, this post exploded. A complete and utter explosion. The number of retweets and comments grew rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the top 1 of the hot search list. In the meantime, Department of Mathematics, University of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. In the office, Professors Zhang, Wu and Li were compiling the list of special recruiters. At this time, Professor Zhang said with a snarky look, have you heard? Our next door Three Forks Vocational and Technical College has opened a teenagers class. I've lived for decades and have never heard of such a ridiculous thing, Professor Wu also said with some dissatisfaction. Humph. What kind of juvenile class is opened by a broken junior college? It's simply sensationalized. Professor Lee concurred. I'm afraid it's not the principal who is laundering money. You know the training costs required for a junior class are astronomical. I'm afraid there's a moth in the education sector. Hearing Professor Lee's analysis, the remaining two professors looked at each other and felt that he had a point. Damn, these extra-legal people have their hands all over education? No, we mustn't spoil these assholes of society. We have to clean this asshole out of academia. Yes, look who the president of this junior college is. A few people were indignant. Immediately after that, Prof. Wu took out his cell phone and searched for the words president of Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. And at the moment, these keywords are hot on the internet. Next, Lu Chen's name popped up in the cell phone. When they saw the words Lu Chen, the father of photolithography, several professors froze. They looked at the search results in the screen and thought their eyes were blurred, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. When they were sure they hadn't misread it, several people were filled with shock and were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? The father of the photolithography machine, a math whiz, goes to a junior college to become a principal? And it looks like Lu Chen is short on manpower? The three professors were shocked to find out that Lu Chen was recruiting professors and teachers in various subject specialties. Immediately afterward, an interesting scene occurred. Professor Wu slowly uttered a word. Go. Upon hearing this, Professors Li and Zhang said with hardly any hesitation. Go. It's so close. 2 steps away. What's the delay? After saying that, these professors directly threw away the list of special recruiters in their hands. A few people pushed open the door and headed straight for the Triple Fork Career and Technical Institute next door. They are not cuties, although this school is still a junior college now. But, what does photolithography mean? That's a national treasure. On the high side, it's the only one of its kind in the world. As long as Lu Chen opens a photolithography program, in the blink of an eye, this junior college can become a double first class. And that's just the physics major. Lu Chen's math talent, not to mention, the world is unparalleled in the world. Be classy and have class, and have math skills. In this situation, several professors were even worried whether Lu Chen would be willing to accept themselves. And scenarios like this one. At the moment, it was also playing out in a hospital somewhere in the capital. Capital Concord Hospital. Inside the ward, after Professor Wang woke up, he was transferred from Yunhai City to the capital to heal his wounds. He was lying in a hospital bed, on a ventilator, in a lingering condition. Inside the room, there stood the president of the Longhua Medical University, the president of the Longhua University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, the president of the Concordia Hospital in the capital, and other leaders. Benefactor, how do you feel? Is your body any more comfortable? Don't worry, NG. I've already brought the entire university's cardiothoracic medical team into the hospital to treat you exclusively. NTI. Rest well and tell us where you are uncomfortable. The deans of the congregation said with a heartbroken look on their faces. Hearing the words of concern from his disciples, Professor Wang's heart was warmed. He was almost better after Lu Chen's treatment, but still pretended to be weak and said, Disciples nah. Me. Cough. I feel a little out of breath. Although my heart injury has been cured by Lu Chen, it may have pulled on an old disease. Professor Wang, with a half-dead look, continued. The teacher has a request. No matter whether he can survive or not, please let Lu Chen join the medical school of Qingbei University. Okay? I have saved people for a lifetime and taught medicine only to explore all the remedies in the world to save lives. And Lu Chen is like an immortal descending into the world. His medical skills are astonishing. If he can't join the place where I worked during my life after I die, I can't die in peace nah. Prof. Wang said and coughed again, as if he was going to karma the next second. Seeing their benefactor in this miserable state, the deans were so anxious that their eyes were on the verge of tears. They held Professor Wang's hand and were filled with anxiety. Enchanter, stop talking. We promise you, the benefactor has saved people for a lifetime. And before he dies he still has the method of curing people in mind. How could the sinful disciples dare to go against your old man's wishes? Please don't worry, Master N. I will definitely fulfill your wish and let Lu Chen join the medical school of Qingbei University. Enchanter, the dean said with a sob. Just as this touching scene was playing out in the house, suddenly, a man wearing glasses rushed into the house and ran straight to Professor Wang's bedside. Teacher, I've just received news that Lu Chen has become the director of the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. And he's recruiting professors and teachers extensively. And so many teachers from prestigious schools are already scrambling to apply. As the words were uttered, Shasta, Professor Wang, who was about to die in the last second, directly got up and sat up. He unplugged the respirator from his face, stripped off his hospital gown, and ran out of the hospital room in his slippers. When the leaders saw this scene, they were all terrified and rushed forward to assist them. Professor Wang pushed them out of the way and shouted, "Get lost, get out of my way. I'm applying for a job at Three Forks Career and Technical College." Chapter 106, You call this a college cafeteria? Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. In the conference room, Principal, our school is on fire. In less than half an hour after the post was published, the number of views broke 10 million, and the number of comments and retweets reached more than 1 million. I have so many college professors writing me privately now, wanting to join our school. The female council member looked at the data in her cell phone and said with an excited face, "Well, expected." Lu Chen looked unperturbed, then waved his hand and said, "Come on, let's go to the cafeteria and check on the state of food improvement. It's almost dinner time, and the professors and teachers who will be applying for the job later must not have eaten yet. In that case, they will be entertained in the cafeteria in the evening." The council members nodded in unison. Yes. Immediately after that, with Lu Chen at the head, a group of people slowly walked towards the cafeteria. In the meantime, in the cafeteria, in the back room, a chef was pawing at a spoon, busy at the kitchen table, cooking dinner for the students. They looked at the bountiful ingredients in the baskets, and one by one, they praised Lu Chen from the bottom of their hearts. The new principal is really generous. Not only does he have enough chicken, duck, fish and meat all to himself, but he also opens the cafeteria for free. Yeah, I've been at this school for so long. I've never seen such a boozy principal. The kids are in for a treat. It's just a shame that the kids who have graduated don't have that blessing. They come here to school for 3 years hungry as monkeys. It's not all because Yao Long that is too greedy, swallowing the children's oil and water into his own stomach. The chefs praised Lu Chen while pulling out Yao Long for a flogging. And just then, a man wearing a mask and a suit with bright eyes approached. Looking at the chefs in front of him, the man's voice trailed off. "When the food is ready, bring it to me at the apex, and I'll test the quality of the food to see if it's up to par." Hear this. The cooks didn't think much of it and assumed it was the food quality manager recruited by the new principal. Okay, no problem. The principal is so devoted to his students, and he's hired someone to test the food. Rare. Under the mask, the man's mouth curved slightly in a dark sneer. He was sent by Han Jiai to deliver the poison. Three Forks Career and Technical College is full of more than 8,000 students. If all of them were poisoned, Lu Chen, as the principal, would be lightly shot. This is why, after Hanji heard about Xiaobo's plan, he cursed the other party for being vicious. Thousands of lives, thousands of families, about to be destroyed. Even Hades is ashamed of himself when he comes. At that moment, the head chef breezed in with a menu. Entering, he held up the menu in his hand and shouted, "Comrades, according to the latest request of the school leaders, there will be many professors and teachers coming to our cafeteria later. So add lots of new dishes and work hard everyone. Let's work together. Work hard." Instead of complaining, the chefs were energized when they heard about the additional dishes, because Lu Chen gave them a direct tripling of their salary. Such a generous benefit, they still thought they were doing less. Okay, no problem. Walk. Hearing that professors and teachers were also coming to the cafeteria, the poison man's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but feel excited inside. Soon, a delicious meal came out of the pot and was poured onto a dinner plate. The cooks followed the man's instructions and let him test the quality of the food first. Just see. In plain sight, the man first took out his chopsticks and pretended to taste it. Then with a satisfied nod, he said, "Well, not bad." The chefs breathed a long sigh of relief at the sight. His hanging heart finally dropped, and he turned around and went back to sautéing. The man, meanwhile, carried his dinner plate and headed for the dining table. On the way, see no one around, he took a pill bottle out of his pocket and added some flavorings to it. And so it goes, round and round. When all the meals had been brought to the counter, his task was complete. The man then walked quickly out of the cafeteria to the school's entrance. He took out his cell phone and dialed Hanky's number. "Boss, it's done. As far as I know, not only will students be eating in the cafeteria later, but many professors and teachers will be eating in the cafeteria as well. Without so many students and professors at once, Lu Chen will surely die." Hearing these words, Hanji said in an excited tone, "Very good. Good job. See that white BMW down the road? It's got enough money to last you a lifetime and a green card from a beautiful country. Get in the car and the driver will take you to the airport. From now on, don't set foot in the Dragon Kingdom. Do you hear me?" Hanji said in an icy tone. "Don't worry boss, I'm a very professional person," the man said excitedly. Then he hung up and couldn't wait to head toward the white BMW. As he got into the passenger side, he was fantasizing about a carefree life abroad. The next second, the back seat, a big, burly man pulled out a piece of twine and strangled him from behind. At this moment, the entrance to the cafeteria. Lu Chen led a group of council members and entered the interior of the cafeteria. When the head chef and the cafeteria manager saw this, the two of them immediately came forward to greet them. They revealed heartfelt smiles and led Lu Chen and the others, touring the cafeteria dishes. Just see, on the dining table, a delicious meal, reflected in the light with a tantalizing sheen. The fresh aroma of the food itself and the rational combination of seasoning, after cooking over high heat, exudes a burst of pungent aroma. The council members couldn't help but swallow their saliva, smiling with satisfaction and praise. It's good, both in terms of the magnitude of the food and the diversity of the dishes. It's already far beyond the standards of the next-door Sibei. Now I'm sure the students will be happy and satisfied with their food. Two council members said one after the other. However, Lu Chen moved his nose. At that moment, he frowned and his face was like frost. As a world-class Chinese medicine practitioner, he has a great sensitivity to the smell of herbs. No matter what the medicine is, you can know its own efficacy just by smelling it. And in these meals, it was obvious to smell a poison that can kill up to 99% of people. If it's only present in one or two dishes, it's probably because the chef didn't understand the effects of the herbs and put them in by mistake as flavorings. But the presence of this herb in every dish means that someone has deliberately poisoned it. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was furious to the extreme and said, "All the cooks are replaced. All dishes are redone." With those words, Shasta, everyone in the room was confused. The head chef and the cafeteria manager's hearts were in their throats, their eyes glaring like bronze bells, and their cold sweat swishing downward. School, principal, what's going on here? Headmaster, may I ask where these dishes are done wrong? The two of them asked. Wincing, council members also cast puzzled glances. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, "It's not that there's a problem with the food you're cooking. Don't ask too many questions. Do as I ask." The cafeteria manager and cook were relieved to hear that it wasn't the food. At this point, the female council member said with a tangled expression, "Headmaster, there's less than an hour left until dinner. I'm just afraid there's no time to rush if we're re-recruiting chefs, shopping for ingredients, and cooking again." Before Lu Chen could say anything, Ba stood out and said, "Lu Chen, why don't we transfer our chef over? Only, they're billed per visit, which can be a little pricey, but that's okay. I'll pay for these as a gift to my alma mater," Paco said with an air of devotion. Lu Chen shook his head. Why spend that money when you can use it for free? Afterward, Lu Chen took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Capital. In the Chen family compound, Chen Chongqing is playing chess with his grandfather. "Ha ha, Grandpa, you lost your horse." Chen Chongqing hemmed and hawed, pinched his own car, and ate Chen Bo's horse. Seeing this, Chen Bo gently shook his head. "Ah, Evergreen, you're still too young and don't have a long-term vision. Say it." Chen Bo pinched the dang cannon and flew right over the Chu River, crashing his old marshal. Seeing this scene, Chen Changqing's heart sank. "Ah, I'm handsome." The words just fell. Tick-tock, Chen Changqing's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chen Changqing's face was delighted and he hurriedly pressed the answer button. "Hey, divine doctor, may I ask if you've considered treating my grandfather?" The next second, Lu Chen's voice came from the phone. "Well, I've decided to brew another dose for your grandfather. Only, the school cafeteria is in a bit of trouble. There's a shortage of cooks and ingredients." Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Chen Changqing instantly widened his eyes and almost jumped up in place in excitement. He then said in an urgent tone, "Don't worry, divine doctor. I'll transfer my family's chef over there, and the ingredients will prepare their own. Just you wait. In about 15 minutes they'll be here." Uncle Chen said with some dissatisfaction when he heard the sound of the two talking. "How dare you? How can you take our family's cook and transfer him to Lu Chen's school cafeteria to cook? That's too low." The words just fell. Uncle Chen pulled out the phone and slowly said, "Wait, I'll transfer the national chef in my unit over and make a state banquet for Lu Chen." Chen Chongqing, good lord. Soon, with Uncle Chan's connections moving in, Chen Chongqing led a group of national chefs to the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Looking at the kitchen, the busy figure of a national chef, the council members gave Lu Chen a thumbs up in admiration. "Headmaster, Bull, I can't believe you can even find these people. I've never had a state banquet in my entire life. I must try it later." On the side, Lu Chen was not interested in taking care of these people's boasting. Instead, he took out a packet of medicinal powder from his pocket and handed it to Chen Chongqing, saying, "When you return, soak it in boiling water for 5 minutes and take it. After drinking it, it will renew your grandfather's life for another half year." Seeing this, Chen Chongqing was so excited that tears and snot came out of his nose. He carefully picked up the medicinal powder for fear of spilling it and said, "Thank you, divine doctor. Great kindness and great virtue. There is no way to return it. Feel free to mention any requests in the future, and Evergreen will do its best to fulfill them." Lu Chen was not polite and nodded. Aha! About half an hour later, a state banquet dish was brought out by the chefs. There is a wide variety of dishes such as Chinese cabbage, Buddha jumped over the wall, and tofu. Considering that there were more people dining, Lu Chen asked them to make it in bulk in case the students didn't have enough to eat. After cooking, Chen Chongqing thanked Lu Chen once again and then left the school holding the packet of medicinal powder with a group of chefs following behind him. Lu Chen looked at the time. It was almost mealtime. So with a wave of his hand, he said, "All take your places and prepare to fight." As these words were uttered, one of the Amazons stepped into the designated position and raised her spoon in a gesture of serving. 5 minutes later, when the students entered the cafeteria one after another, the Amazons ruffled their bladders and worked feverishly. In the meantime, at the main entrance of the school, a woman with a formidable physique was holding a cell phone, standing at attention, making a call. "Just watch and see. I'll make sure to capture the moment the students were poisoned and broadcast it live on the internet." At that time, Lu Chen charge did something, and he didn't even have a chance to wash it if he wanted to. It's time for the cafeteria to open. So without further ado, I'm going in first. With that, the woman hung up. That's right. She is the second character in Hanky's plan, the big rural netizen, Sister Dong Baiyu. In order to prevent the students from being poisoned, Lu Chen suppressed the news. So she was told to take a live stream and film everything in the cafeteria in real time. And when East 100 Rain Sister opened the live broadcast, the audience came as fast as rain. And in a short while the number of online viewers reached 100,000 plus. Hello old timers, I've traveled to the capital. Is the view here with or without pie? Ha ha ha, it's not easy to go into the city. So let's not film the countryside cooking today. Look where it is. Three Forks Career and Technical College. A school that's been pretty hot on the internet lately. So, today I'm going to show Old Iron a taste of this college's cafeteria, and what it's really like, said the opening line. Sister Dong Baiyu held up her selfie stick and walked towards the school with an excited look on her face. Since the school cafeteria was open to the public, the janitor didn't stop her, and she made it to her destination with ease. When entering the interior of the cafeteria, a pungent scent burrowed into the heart. As a food blogger, Sister Dong Baiyu couldn't help but close her eyes and silently enjoy herself when she smelled these flavors. But on second thought, she was on a mission today. Thus, Sister Dong Baiyu opened her eyes and said with a disgusted expression, "OMG, what's that smell? It's like, did someone in the cafeteria get a bad stomach and thin out in place?" When the audience in the live broadcast room heard her words, all of a sudden, the screen was filled with the word ha ha ha. A sneer ran through Sister Dong Baiyu's mind. Then raising his selfie stick and pointing the camera at the students in the cafeteria, he said, "See, these are the college students who come to the cafeteria to eat. All of them are so energetic that it's rare. I just don't know if they'll still have the spirit after eating these meals that smell like. Come on, let's see what that student in front of us is eating." Say it. Tohaku Yusan walked towards a male student with glasses, and after she gave the camera to the food in the male student's bowl, just inside the bowl was a puddle of fresh water and 2 small cabbage leaves. Other than that, nothing else. The whole thing looks clear and unappetizing. Sister Dong Baiyu couldn't help but light up. She had only wanted to film the students getting food poisoning, but she hadn't realized that the cafeteria food was so crap. So she seized this opportunity to spit madly. OMG. What the hell is this stuff? Is it for people to eat? There's no meat at all. Can the students have the energy to study when they eat these cabbage sticks? I heard that the principal of this school is Lu Chen and invented the photolithography machine. That doesn't work either. Can't you just tinker with your photolithography machine? You have to be some kind of principal. The cafeteria management is a mess. Sister Dong Baiyu said with the appearance of analyzing from an objective point of view. The words just fell. The student who was eating suddenly turned his head and said in a contemptuous tone, "Who are you to scold our principal Lu Chen? And cabbage sticks. Have you seen the world? Do you know anything about a state banquet? It's boiled cabbage. The principal got a national chef to make it for us." The student turned his head back after cursing and, with his bowl in hand, proceeded to gobble it up. And Sister Dong Baiyu froze slightly, holding her cell phone in mid-air, her entire body confused. What the hell? State dinner? Boiled cabbage? At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room launched pop-ups after seeing this scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? Lu Chen actually used the state banquet for the students' dinner? Not like a fake. With Lu Chen's status and capital, he could really hire a national chef to cook. This Nima is a little bit explosive. What is the concept of state banquet? Next door to Qingbei's meals are not so high treatment, right? I Lua Tart just, if that's really the case, then I'm going to apply for this school in the college entrance examination this year. 666. I'm going to college, and I'm going to eat in the cafeteria at Three Forks Career and Technical College. The audience was shocked to learn that the cafeteria dinner was a state dinner, and some of them were clamoring to come to school here. Sister Dongbayu looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, her mouth turned away, and she cursed. Don't bull asterisk 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 me? Do the old-timers believe it? I don't anyway. A broken junior college, even looking for a national chef to do the state banquet, is probably just blowing awesome. Having said that, Sister Dongbekyu ran straight to the meal punch and pointed the camera at the dish, and the next scene that happened slapped her in the face. Just see, on the dining table, wenshir tofu, braised lion's head, white-cut chicken and other special state banquet food are available. Not only does it look delicious from the outside, and when the camera slides over the other students, all of them look like they've wolfed down a meal, like they haven't eaten in 800 years. This was enough to verify the words of that classmate, that Luchan had really used the state banquet as dinner for his students. Sister Dongbea was completely dumbfounded, though the face hurts from being punched in the face, but the thought of what these students would look like later, after they finished eating, collectively poisoned. Sister Dongbayu turned her words around and continued to find fault. Old irons. This Principal Luchan is just too detestable. It's important to realize that all of these students are still in school and don't have any financial resources. And Luchan went so far as to hire a national chef to cook the state banquet. What kind of astronomical amount should the food cost be? How hard do the students have to get ripped off? As a parent, I just want my child to eat healthy, safe, nutritious food and do well in school. That's all that matters. And as far as I know, this junior college doesn't allow students to order takeout. They have to pay for the cafeteria. Isn't this a proper way to open your business to a school and make hard-earned money from the parents of the children? Luchan is so young and has such a serious capitalist mindset. I'm a little worried about such a person making a photolithography machine instead. Sister Dongbekyu avoids the issue and stirs up the audience by steering the conversation to the cost of food. And many viewers of the live broadcast are already parents and have children at home who go to school. And they directly exploded when they heard the words of Sister Dongbayu. It's time to say no. There's nothing wrong with this passage from Sister Rain. My child is only in junior high school. The monthly food costs have been thousands of dollars. The school also does not allow parents to bring food. I and his father earned a total of 4,000 or 5,000 per month. 1/5 of the money are used to pay for food. This is not a living bread of human blood. Hearing Sister you say that, I just reacted. A state banquet shall not cost a few thousand, tens of thousands. Sister Rain is right. We just want our children to grow up healthily. We don't pray for them to eat how sumptuous they are. And something as extravagant as a state banquet is even more important not to appear in school. Do not allow students to order takeout, must eat cafeteria. This requirement alone shows that the school is ripping people off. Really good mind does not mean good character. Luchan does not deserve to be the principal. When Sister Dongbayu saw the audience pointing their cannons at Luchan, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. So close. It almost got Luchan a favorable review. However, just as she was getting carried away, next to her, a girl who was eating, heard someone denigrate her principal. She said as her brow furrowed into a frown, a displeased look on her face. Hello, could you please refrain from commenting on our principal recklessly? First of all, it was the previous principal's rule that you had to eat in the cafeteria if you weren't allowed to order takeout. The new principal, Lu Chun, has changed that rule since he arrived, and now we can eat wherever we want. Secondly, these state dinners, these all-you-can-see meals, our principal has made it a rule that it's always free and never costs a dime. That's why you netizens are really annoying. Positioning a person's character with your own nasty thoughts based on only one-sided knowledge. After all was said and done, the girl left with a plate of Vince's tofu. Before leaving, he even glanced at Sister Dongbayu with a face full of disgust. And at the moment, after the audience in the live broadcast room heard the girl's words, then, one by one, they all boiled over. What the hell? A state dinner? All free? Can't believe my ears. Naya, you call this a college cafeteria? Sure it's not a charity scene? I apologize for my previous statement. Lu Chun. I'm sorry. Good job Lu Chen. This is the contemporary model principal. Worthy of every school to learn from. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to school at Three Forks Vocational and Technical College and no one is going to stop me. Oh, I want to take the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. I want to eat in the cafeteria. And I begged Lu Chen to take me in. Sister Dongbayu stood in place, her entire body completely dumbfounded. And she didn't slow down for half a day. Why didn't she realize that all these meals in the cafeteria were free? If it hadn't been poisoned in there, she'd have wanted to hit a few plates of food herself and feast on them. And just then, it was only in the cafeteria that a student was eating his meal and suddenly had a pained expression on his face. Immediately afterward, he snapped and fell to the floor, bowls and chopsticks all knocked away, then stretched out his neck, turned blue, and began to vomit. Vomit. Seeing this, Sister Dongbuyu's face was delighted. She knew that it was the poison kicking in. Subsequently, Sister Dongbaya hurriedly ran over and pointed the camera at the student, asking with an anxious face, Classmate, what's wrong with you? It can't be that the food is poisoned inside, can it? Is there a school nurse? Sister Dongbayu shouted towards the surroundings in a pretense of nervousness, outwardly panicked, but in fact, his heart has long been happy. However, the scene that happened next left her completely confused, only to see that the student got up and stood up with a swish after throwing up. He picked up the dishes, and as soon as he pushed Sister Dongbayu out of the way, he quickly ran towards the food-hitting counter, and while he was running, he was yelling at the top of his lungs, Asterisk, it's so good, it's making me sick. Auntie, give me another bowl. Chapter 107. A good undergraduate degree really isn't always as good as a college. See the student stand up unharmed. Sister Dongbakyu is confused. This is not right. Why is it different from the imagined plot? Could it be that the drugs haven't kicked in yet? Thinking of this, Sister Dongbayu was not discouraged. Instead, he held up his selfie stick and continued to point the camera at the student. Just see the picture. This student finished his meal, took his hearty meal, and sat back in his original seat. Bowls of caviar, white-cut chicken, king crab pincer meat and more. Immediately afterward, the students kept waving their chopsticks around and stuffing their rice, the sides of their bowls rubbing off sparks. Eat. I'm eating. Watching him wolf down his food. Smell the aroma wafting from the food. Sister Dongbayu swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but ask, Jindi, is it really that delicious? The student said without lifting his head as he stuffed food into his mouth. Asterisk, it simply smells so good. I've never had such a good meal in my life. I love the principal. I love Luchan. Saying that, the student paused and said with a sad expression, Hey, the thought of graduating soon and never eating such good food again is killing me. No, I've got to find a way to repeat the year. Another year. With that said, the student lowered his head and continued to munch away. East 100 Rain Sisters Live Room. There is no lack of some college students. Heard the student's speech, all envy cried. Ooh, this is someone else's college cafeteria. Why is someone else's always the best? Luchan, what on earth have you done? Not only do you have a national banquet in the cafeteria, but you also don't want a penny. So how can I, a brittle college student, accept this cruel fact? No more studying at this crappy 985. I'm going to transfer. I'm going to Three Forks Career and Technical College. Luchan, why don't you come to our school to take up your position? I want a principal like that too. +1, plus 10,086. The viewers in the live broadcast room were in tears. Some people wanted Luchan to go to their school to be the principal. And there was even someone who wanted to give up the 985 famous school to transfer to come to the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Sister Dongbayu looked at a pop-up praising Luchan and knew that the rhythm could no longer be brought up if she wanted to discredit Luchan now. In this case, all she could do was turn the camera on the student and silently wait for the poison to kick in. However, a full 10 minutes passed. This student was drying out his meal and was vomiting furiously as he headed out of the cafeteria. And yet, they are still alive and kicking, with no sign of poisoning. Sister Dongbayu is a little bit unable to sit still. According to Han Ki, students who eat these meals will be karma in less than 5 minutes. But what's happening in front of us is obviously different from what Hanji said. Sister Tohaku then fixed the cell phone on the desktop. Then he walked a short distance away, pulled out his spare cell phone, and dialed Hanki's number. When she reported the matter, on the other end of the phone, there was Hanji's angry voice. Treadmill. It must be that the poison kid didn't get the job done, and have the face to say what professional ethics. But it doesn't matter. I've already spent a lot of money to poach all the teachers from Luchen's school. You go to the campus right now and wait for the snapshot of the teachers leaving en masse. It's supposed to be a broken junior college, and now that one teacher is gone. I'd like to see how Luchen can still keep the school open. Hanji said in a tone that was not the least bit flustered. That was the whole plan that Sharpo had set up for him. First poison the students, then dig the teachers. A set-down Luchen school is left an empty shell. Now, the first step of poisoning students fails, then he can only pin his hopes on the last move. Hearing Hanji's words, Sister Dongbayu patted her chest and said, "All right, brother Ji, I'll do as you say." After hanging up, Sister Dongbayu returned to her original position and said to the viewers of the live broadcast, Old Iron Men, the cafeteria has pretty much been visited. Next, let me show you around the campus. When she finished, she didn't care if the audience wanted it or not. Holding up his selfie stick, he slowly walked towards the outside of the cafeteria. Arriving at the campus, one could see the dilapidated surroundings through the dim light. Flowers and plants are fading and dead trees are standing. Seeing such a miserable scene, Sister Dong Bayu could finally find a topic and slammed her thighs. Egu my ass. Where did this me up family? Or is it in college? As far as this green environment is concerned, I'll be frank, Old Iron. It's not even as nice as the bract fields in Artuna. Look at the trees, the grass, the flowers. If you didn't know, you'd think you just finished World War II. It's so ugly. Sister Dongbei spat out a frenzy of words, but she had just finished and hadn't taken 2 steps. Not far away, several men gestured at the campus greenbelt, the sound of conversation unmistakable. This school covers a slightly smaller area than Qingbei, so I'm afraid it's difficult to get started if you want to replicate Qingbei's campus environment one-to-one. It doesn't matter. The principal said that as long as it's not worse than Qingbei, wouldn't it be better if we just simulate the renovation with the campus environment of the Royal Institute of Technology? Hiss, that sentence enlightened me. You don't say it's true. More than okay, it's just too good to be true. The format layout of the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College is almost identical to that of the Royal Institute of Technology. Good, then it's settled. But a one-to-one replica is too easy. I can't earn this money without peace of mind. Nah, that's right. We've got to build on what we've done at RMIT. It's the only way we can show our worth. A few people were talking loudly, so much so that every viewer in the broadcast room heard every word, and the audience was shocked as they heard a few people talking, and pop-ups kept coming. What the hell? A campus environment remodeled after the Royal Institute of Technology? Asterisk. Did I hear right on my horse? Royal Institute of Technology is the top aristocratic university in the world. Its campus environment is several notches higher than even Qingbei. Ilua saw just. Lu Chen, this time under how much blood money? Lu Chen, what exactly do you want? This Qingbei University graduate student is extremely unbalanced in his heart. Ha ha, Sister Rain just finished scolding the cafeteria for being trashy, but it turns out that people are making a state banquet, and she just finished spouting off about the campus environment being trashy, but it turns out that people are about to surpass the Royal Polytechnic University, and her face is going to be swollen for a while. Ha ha ha, how come it feels like Sister Rain is like a little hacker who's here specifically to hack Lu Chen? Seeing that she was about to be dismantled, Sister Dongbayu could not help but tighten her heart, revealing an expression of wanting to cry. He genuinely couldn't imagine that Lu Chen was so heaven-defying. It's okay to treat students to a state dinner for free. The green environment of the campus will also have to be changed according to the Royal Institute of Technology. She wanted to ask Lu Chen, what the hell do you want? Is it going to heaven? Don't talk nonsense, Old Ironman. I didn't mean to hack Lu Chen, haha. This principal sure brings the pie. Sister Dongbayu quipped against her will, a smile worse than tears on her face. It was at that moment, too, that it was seen. Directly in front of them, a teacher was walking in a group towards the place. Some of them had suitcases in their hands, others had organizers in their arms. Anyone who has ever worked a shift knows that this is the scenario for leaving a job. Seeing this, Sister Dongbayu's heart rejoiced. Wasn't she hanging around here waiting to catch a picture of the teachers leaving their jobs? She then held up her selfie stick and hoofed it towards the crowd, looking at a teacher in front of her wearing pink glasses and a professional outfit. Sister Dongbayu asked knowingly, "Hello, what's going on and why is everyone carrying suitcases?" The teacher faced the camera and spoke in a disgruntled tone. "We couldn't stand the oppression of the new principal, Lu Chen, and that's why we chose to leave en masse. As far as I know, there is not even one teacher left in this school at the moment, and the faculty is completely zeroed out. With college entrance exams just around the corner, kids who want to apply to Three Forks Career and Technical College, please reconsider. After all, what's the point of you coming here to study when you're a university but don't even have a single teacher?" With that said, the teacher took his suitcase and angrily walked towards the entrance of the school. At those words, Sister Dongbayu's face was almost smiling. "It's been on the air for so long, you can count on egging it on." She hurried after him and continued her inquiry. "Conveniently, how did Lu Chen oppress you?" However, in response to this question, the female teacher showed her heart, because instead of oppressing, Lu Chen also tripled his salary. All the teachers all got a phone call. Claims that if you leave your job at Three Forks Vocational and Technical College, you'll get a $5 million bounty for nothing. If you smear Lu Chen in front of the media, an extra $1 million will be awarded. And they had just hung up this phone, and before they could even begin to think about it, $500,000 was already on the bank card. Learned that the other side came for real. in order to get the $5 million of tail money, driven by profit. That's why these teachers chose to leave en masse. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to answer her question, Sister Dong Baiyu didn't pursue it. Instead, he said to the live feed, in an extremely exaggerated tone, "Old Iron Men na, who just said they want to come to study at Three Forks Vocational and Technical College, do they still dare to come now? A university with nearly 10,000 students seeking to learn, and now there is not even one teacher. So what if the cafeteria holds a national banquet? So what if the campus environment is comparable to that of the Royal Institute of Technology? Universities are for teaching and educating people. This isn't an adoption agency, much less a park. And what kind of college is it when the teachers are gone? To put it mildly, special education colleges are better than this place. At least they have teachers in their schools." Sister Dong Baiyu said with a powerful voice and began to stir up the emotions of the audience. And what can the audience say? The facts are happening. And all of these teachers have indeed left. The pop-ups kept coming in the live stream. All the teachers left en masse. A scene I've never seen in my entire life. Really can't imagine. Lu Chen in the end oppressed how hard Na, even forced them all to leave. Another state banquet and optimization of the campus environment. Dare I say that the money is gouged out of these teachers? If that's true, then I can only say that Lu Chen is still too young to be a principal. Yeah, what's the point of having a good cafeteria and a great campus environment that doesn't focus on education? A university that has lost its essential meaning, then there's no need for it to exist. Lu Chen is confused. Hey, speak of the devil and Lu Chen arrives. Isn't that Lu Chen up ahead? It's really him. Seeing Lu Chen in person. Just as the viewers in the livestream were accusing Lu Chen of being too young and shouldn't have oppressed the teacher. On camera, Lu Chen led a few council members and appeared in everyone's view. And, with a panicked look on his face, he was quickly running towards the teachers. At the same time, he reached out to grab the teacher's luggage, with a big gesture of retaining the crowd. Seeing the situation, Sister Dong Baiyu was delighted in her heart and hurriedly aimed her camera at Lu Chen, wanting to post his defeated appearance on the internet. The title is all figured out. Just call Lu Chen oppressing the teachers, tragically leaving everyone en masse, and bitterly retaining them to no avail. However, the next scene that happened made Sister Yu and all the viewers in the live broadcast room all confused, only to see that Lu Chen nonetheless did not stay. Instead, they helped them carry their bags and walked together toward the school's entrance, with a concerned reminder. Watch your step, huh? It's a little dark on campus. Don't fall. Hey, I can't even keep you guys with a monthly salary of 30,000. In that case there's nothing I can do about it. I wish you all the best in your next endeavors, and we'll see you again sometime. Lu Chen said smilingly. How could he not be happy? You should know that just a few moments ago, the school received many resumes from professors and teachers. There are tens of thousands of copies, all of which are talented and have a great resume, but the school had limited capacity. He couldn't recruit everyone, and was worried about how to optimize away the school's previous teachers. Then we heard that these teachers were leaving en masse. Lu Chen, who learned the news, was overjoyed. Immediately take the council members downstairs and cheer them on. Fear that these teachers will backtrack. And when the viewers in the live broadcast room heard that Lu Chen paid the teachers 30,000 a month, they were all dumbfounded at once. More? How much? 30,000 a month? I'll be damned. $30,000 a month. You call that oppressing a teacher? No dude. I've been working in computers in the capital for 5 years now, and my salary is less than $30,000 now. I'd like to ask at once, how good are these teachers that they're not satisfied with $30,000 a month and say that Lu Chen is squeezing them? I really can't stand it. I can't believe you don't want such a good job. Sure it's not Versailles? The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. They were just now accusing Lu Chen, thinking that he shouldn't have squeezed the teacher. But now, the crowd realized that the problem was not with Lu Chen. Rather, these teachers are too abstract. Granted, 30,000 a month isn't particularly rich in a place like the capital, but it's enough to exceed 90% of the industry's income. What is more, teachers have other entitlements and benefits in addition to their monthly salaries. The work wasn't tiring either, and looking at the entire capital, such a job would be hard to find, and it's such a hard job to get. It turned out to be a squeeze in the teachers' mouths. Meow meow meow. Sister Dong Baiyu was also confused. She somewhat regretted that she shouldn't have aimed the camera at Lu Chen just now. Isn't this a disguised attempt to whitewash Lu Chen? Before she could slow down, that's when, at the entrance to the school, a bus suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, the doors opened and one passenger after another stepped off. And when the men got out of the car, they ran toward the school in unison as if they had discussed it. The crowd was scrambling to be the first, chasing after each other, just like a marathon sprint to the final stage. Through the faint light, it was faintly visible that there were many gray-haired old people in the crowd. Seeing this scene, Sister Dong Baiyu and the viewers in the live broadcast room wondered badly, what's going on? Can't it be that Lu Chen is giving out eggs at school? Soon, to the puzzled eyes of all, the men ran to the front. See only, the crowd directly surrounded Lu Chen in the center, pulling out their resumes and almost slapping them onto Lu Chen's face. Principal Lu, I'm a professor from the School of Physics at Qingbei University with decades of scientific research experience. Now I want to join your school. Consider me SA? Principal Lu, I was the top student of the Science College entrance examination in '89. Physics was the first in the country in that year. I studied undergraduate and master's degree in physics at Qingbei University, and I have been staying at the School of Physics of Qingbei University after graduation, with a rich resume, and I want to join your school. Headmaster, I am a professor of the mathematics department of the Longgui University of Science and Technology, and I have won the top 10 Nobel mathematics prizes consecutively in the international arena. So please consider me. Lu Chen, I'm here to get your autograph. I'm your fan nah. Can you guys stop squeezing? We're all celebrities in the academic world. Can you be more polite? Polite my ass. Maybe if I'm a step late the position will be taken. I'm joining Three Forks Career and Technical College. Lu Chen. Minibus, it's us. Your math teacher. Just as some of the scrambled and shoved their resumes to Lu Chen, a few familiar voices rang out from the crowd. Lu Chen and Ba sniffed and looked over in unison, only to see that Prof. Zhang, Prof. Wu and Prof. Li were almost flattened in the crowd. Ba pulled the sleeve of Lu Chen's shirt and said with some hesitation, Lu Chen, they are all my teachers eh? Can you? The words were not finished. Lu Chen directly interrupted. Please get out of the way and let a few of Professor Zhang's people process their entry first, okay? This statement was made. Everyone at the scene turned their heads and looked at the three professors, Wu Li Zhang, with expressions of envy and jealousy on everyone's face. As for Prof. Wu, Prof. Li and Prof. Zhang, when they heard Lu Chen's words, their faces rejoiced, and a look of triumph covered their entire faces. In his heart, he sighed, it's cool to go through the back door. Then, in plain sight, the three professors came to Lu Chen and handed him his resume. Lu Chen didn't even look at it and directly handed his resume to Ba, saying, go ahead and take your teacher through the intake process. Paco was so excited that his eyes were on the verge of tears, and he nodded his head like garlic. Aha, yes. With that said, he led the three professors, full of excitement, towards the university office. Seeing this, the people on the scene crowded again, all holding resumes and desperately stuffed forward. And just then, behind the crowd, a resounding voice rang out, please, everyone, move over and let us check in first. With these words rang out, some people on the scene began to get disgruntled. Lu Chen named backdoor even if it's okay. People are principals, have the right to speak. You're a job seeker. What's so bossy about it? Why should you go first? Just when everyone is ready to complain, they look back and are dumbfounded, only to see that Professor Wang was lying on the hospital bed in a hospital gown and was pushed over. Beside him, the president of the Concordia Hospital in the capital city was holding a ventilator, and the president of the Longhua Medical University was carrying a pair of slippers. For his part, the president of Longgui University of Traditional Chinese Medicine is clutching a heartbeat detector. Yes, after they learned that Prof. Wang wanted to join the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College, they neither dared to disobey their teacher's wish nor worried about each other's health. So simply bring your hospital equipment and come along for the ride. Prof. Wang. Although these people on the scene are all brand-name teachers and senior professors, there is a hierarchy among the capable people. When Prof. Wang, in order to return to China to inherit his life's work, was beautiful country foot confinement for a few years. Such a great thing who do not know. So the crowd greeted respectfully and moved out of the way. Subsequently, the half-dead Professor Wan was pushed in front of Lu Chen, stretching out his lean arms and speaking in an urgent tone. Lu Chen, quick, I want to be inducted. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded his head. He first walked up and took Professor Wang's pulse, then pulling a packet of powder from his pocket, he placed it on the hospital bed and turned toward the female council member. Take Prof. Wang in, and by the way, brew the powder and feed it to Prof. Wang. The female council member nodded and said, yes. Immediately afterward, a group of people pushed Professor Wang, who was on a hospital bed, towards the school office. At that moment, Lu Chen put his hands behind his back and shouted at the people around him, everyone stop standing around here and come with me. I'll screen everyone's resumes one by one. After saying that, Lu Chen and a few council members slowly walked towards the school conference room. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly followed, fearing that if they were a step slow the position would be snatched away. In situ, Sister Dongbei held up her selfie stick, her entire body frozen in place, dumbfounded, clueless, her mouth was open, and her face showed an undisguised shock for a long time. In the live broadcast room, pop-ups kept drifting in like a raging storm, densely occupying the entire screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell did I just see? Can anyone tell if what's happening in front of me is real or not? It's true. These professors are all as crazy as hell to get into Three Forks Vocational and Technical College, and there are still people going through the back door. What's even more nifty and abstract is that Prof. Wang is lying in his hospital bed almost karma, and he also wants to come to this junior college to seek employment. This is also too screwed up. No wonder the teachers left en masse. Instead of being sad, Lu Chen's face is all smiles. Can this troper not be happy? Yeah, Lu Chen's school isn't short of teachers at all. Brothers, don't be flirting in the future. Said the good undergraduate is not necessarily worse than the college, which is a horse. Now 985 to come is not necessarily have the Three Forks of the vocational and technical college's powerful awe. The internet hit parade came to life, and I was dumbfounded by the whole thing. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Sister Dongbei realized that this plan had failed completely. Old-timers, that's it for today's broadcast. I'm going off the air and back to the hotel. There's a charity gala tomorrow and I'll be back on the air then. Strike that. Sister Dongbei turned off her cell phone, scrunched her neck, and left the school in ashes. Chapter 108, I should have ordered more. As the story festered online, the popularity of Three Forks Career and Technical College has soared once again. Stickers, neck, B-Station and other major social platforms. The top 10 hot search. Almost all of them are about the words of the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Top 1, a college cafeteria is free to make state dinners for students. This junior college is on fire. Explosion. Top 2, campus green environment is comparable to the Royal Institute of Technology. The country's most luxurious university will soon be born. Explosion. Top 3, Lu Chen becomes the president of Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Or will there be a photolithography program? Explosion. Top 4, a good undergrad really isn't as awesome as this junior college. Explosion. Top 5, Prof. Wang of Qingbei University School of Medicine officially joins Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Hot. Top 6, 3 mathematical greats. Prof. Wu, Prof. Li, and Prof. Zhang, from the University of Science and Technology of the Dragon Kingdom, have officially joined the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Hot. Top 7, Triple Fork Vocational and Technical College College Entrance Exam Score Prediction. Top 8, tens of thousands of college professors send resumes to Three Forks Career and Technical College. Top 9, 10 days countdown to the college entrance exam. Top 10, I'm going to Trinity Fork Career and Technical College. Hashtag higher education hashtag college. At the moment, countless netizens have turned their attention to the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. It could be said that Lu Chen's school was completely on fire. The other side. Capital City. Han's Technology Group. In the top office, Han Ji looked at these hot search phrases on the internet. His face was red, and he was about to explode with anger. He had thought that following the plan given by Xiaobo, he could put Lu Chen in a situation where he would never be able to recover. But I didn't expect that instead of succeeding in the scheme, it disguised itself as an advertisement for Lu Chen. Nowadays, not only many students who are about to take the college entrance exam, clamoring to enroll in the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College, and he spent money to help Lu Chen clear out academically mediocre teachers to make room for the soon-to-be professors of renown. A wave of maneuvering down. Buddha came and was not as good as him. Lu Chen, I'll go to hell. I'll screw you over one day sooner or later. Hanji cursed with red eyes. And that's when it happened. Tick-tock. On his cell phone, a WeChat group beep sounded. Hanky pulled out his cell phone and saw. It's the teachers who left en masse at Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Sending a message. In a call for the final payment. Boss, we've left en masse. When will the remaining $4.5 million arrive? Boss, I just badmouthed Lu Chen in front of the media. Remember to reward me with an extra $1 million. Boss, $5 million is a bit less. Lu Chen opened a month of 30,000 wages. We did not agree. You should not add some money? Yeah, how can you give $6 or $7 million? Teachers were talking all over the place, and some didn't think they had been given enough and wanted more money. Hanky's head was smoking with anger as he looked at the messages from the group. He placed his fingertips on the keypad of his cell phone and quickly replied to a message. Pay the nifty tailgate. Go yourself. Bunch of S. After sending this message, Hanji clicked on the upper right corner with a swift motion and exited the group chat. Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. The main entrance. Teachers who left en masse. Looking at the group's message, a froze in place. All confused. They had just discussed ordering more, only to have the other person exit the group chat in the next second. Now that they couldn't get a dime out of it, everyone's faces went white and their eyes were horrified. Granted, before, Henki had already given $500,000 to each person, but compared to Lu Chen's offer of 30,000 per month, the money was nothing. Based on a teacher's salary, they can make more than $500,000 in 2 years, even without taking into account the year-end bonus. And now, the money's gone, the job's gone. Everyone was like headless flies, cursing Hanji while anxiously spinning in place. After a long time, a male teacher wearing glasses suggested, "Why don't we go back and beg Lu Chen? What if he's kind enough to hire us back?" This statement was made. The rest of the group brightened up and chimed in. It's possible. Lu Chen is so young. Young people's hearts are easily softened. That's right. Later on, everyone act more realistically. Better really cry out. $30,000 a month. Free work in summer and winter vacations. Where to find such a job? We must work together to fight together. Go! After the discussion, the teachers carried their suitcases and walked in unison toward the school's entrance. However, when they arrived at the school gates, they found the security office. The security gurus who once couldn't get 10 teeth out of 5 people. Nowadays, they have all been replaced with lanky bodyguards. Each person was about 1 meter 9 and stood neatly in a row, as if they were a city wall blocking the entrance. Seeing this, the teacher's heart sank and they couldn't help but gulp. In this situation, they didn't dare to break in, so the teacher with the glasses came forward and expressed the purpose of his visit. When the bodyguard heard this, he grunted coldly and said, "The principal said that although the school is short of teachers and professors right now, it will never recruit any more of you people, so go back, folks, and don't give me a hard time," the bodyguard said in an icy tone. Upon hearing this, the teachers had expressions of despair on their faces. Each one of them wants to cry, and their intestines are green with remorse, but it was too late for regrets. They could only droop their heads and leave the spot like living zombies. Three Forks Vocational Technical College. In the school conference room, Lu Chen and a few council members were still sifting through resumes. Unconsciously, 4 or 5 hours had passed, and it was looking like the early hours of the morning. At this time, Lu Chen stood up and slowly said, "It's getting late, let's call it a day. I've booked a room at the Buffy International Hotel, so if you all don't want to go home, you can stay for free." Consider that across the country, a steady stream of professors, as well as students auditioning for the junior class, are on their way to the capital. Therefore, Lu Chen directly chartered 5 floors at the Buffy International Hotel for everyone to rest their feet. The professors gave Lu Chen a thumbs up and couldn't help but give him some compliments. And when the crowd is gone, Lu Chen then realized that Li Jingya was standing at the door with a sleepy face, waiting for himself. "Jingya, how was the interview for the Qingbei junior class? Did you pass the test?" Lu Chen walked over and asked. At those words, Li Jingya revealed a frustrated expression inside. "Hey, no, I interviewed for the math major, but the others are just so good. Not only have they all won big and small awards internationally, and even the written test was so strong that I couldn't compete and then I was eliminated," Li Jingya said with a pout. Lu Chen wanted to invite her to join the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College, but he wanted to stop talking. After all, she had applied for Qingbei for the honor of her family. If she were to come to study at a junior college, would the village not die of laughter when they found out? Try a different major, like chemistry or physics, both of which have good growth prospects as well. Lu Chen reminded that Li Jingya's physics and chemistry talents were both SS ranked. Maybe not in math, but in both majors. That's certainly not a problem. Aha, then I'll try again next year. Li Jingya nodded obediently and said. The two then decided to go back to the hotel to rest. Arriving at the school gates, he got into the special car that Bago had arranged. As the driver stepped on the gas, the car made an ong sound and quickly drove towards the Barfi International Hotel. And since Bago had to accompany his family to a charity conference tomorrow, he parted ways with Lu Chen and went home to stay. At this very moment, Capital City, Rice Technology Group. In the chairman's office, a man with a slim figure was sitting on a chair with a worried face. He is the hand of the Rice Technology Group, the well-known entrepreneur of the Dragon Kingdom, Lei Jun. In order to develop the Rice car, he invested almost his entire fortune in a desperate attempt. But I didn't realize that at the critical moment, there was a break in the financial chain. And tomorrow, the capital is hosting a charity conference with the bosses of every major auto parts manufacturer in the country. It was a good opportunity to talk about cooperation, but without money, what was he going to talk to people about? If the research and development of the rice car fails, not only the years of hard work go down the drain, even the whole company is at stake. And that's when it happened. The office door was pushed open and an executive walked in with a corporate plan in hand. Mr. Lei, the solution for the capital chain is done. Hear this. Lei Jun sat upright and couldn't wait. Speak. Immediately afterward, the executives spelled out their plans. First, increase the price of all rice appliances on the market by 30%. It won't solve the underlying problem, but it will leave us a breath of fresh air. Secondly, increase the price of rice cell phones and other smart industries all by 10%. Our cell phones, compared to Love Crazy and the rest of Warwick, are already more than a cut below. Now that the company is facing economic problems, even if it goes up a bit, I'm sure the users will understand. Hearing that the executives are going to raise all the prices of all the products under the rice banner, all the way up, Lei Jun immediately vetoed it. His tone resolute. Absolutely not. Have you forgotten what our company was founded for in the first place? Hear his question. One of the executives immediately replied, of course I remember. It's to benefit the people, so that the people of the Dragon Kingdom can live a more comfortable, easier and more pleasant life. That's right. Lei Jun stood up and frowned. Take the socket for example. Before the introduction of rice products, the market had the audacity to sell one tiny socket for nearly $100. And after we developed the sockets, one only costs $12, directly knocking down the price of sockets in the entire market. There are also rice cell phones, rice air conditioners, etc. And it is because of the unbelievably conscientious prices that the people embrace us. Nowadays, you are asking for a price increase, which is different from ruining our company. In my opinion, it would be better to just go bankrupt. Lei Jun's voice was powerful and righteous. Several executives were said to be trembling, face white, cold sweat swished down. Immediately afterward, one of the executives bravely asked with a trembling voice, Mr. Lei, then what should we do now? The charity conference is tomorrow. So if we don't have the funds, what are we going to do to convince the auto parts manufacturers? Lei Jun let out a long sigh and silently looked at his cell phone, a phone number in his address book. And the owner of this phone number was none other than Lu Chen. Not long ago, Lu Chen invested $20 million in the Rice Technology Group in order to speculate. Since then, Lei Jun has saved Lu Chen's cell phone number, and has always wanted to continue to find him to invest but did not dare, because Lei Jun is afraid that after telling the dilemma of the Rice Group, Lu Chen is not only not pursuing the investment. Instead, they also waved away all of their previous $20 million in stock, which is like adding insult to injury. But now that the company is in hot water, he must choose to gamble once. And so it was. In plain sight, with trepidation, Lei Jun pressed the dialing button. Barfi International Hotel. In the gilded bedroom, Lu Chen was sitting in front of his computer, checking the surveillance of the back kitchen of the school cafeteria. Through the poisoning plus the collective departure, Lu Chen is sure that there are people behind the scenes who deliberately screw themselves. And with the frame-by-frame analysis of the video, Lu Chen soon found a suspicious person. It was the man who tested the quality of the food with chopsticks. Each meal was served to him at the meal punch, with a blind section of surveillance in between, which was the only opportunity to poison the food. Only, the other person was wearing a mask and could not see his exact face. And just then, Lu Chen's cell phone rang. Tick-tock. See, it's an unfamiliar number. Lu Chen didn't think much of it and pressed the answer button. The next second, Lei Jun's voice came from inside the cell phone. Hello Mr. Lu Chen. I'm the chairman of Big Rice Technology Group, Lei Jun. I'm so sorry to call you so late. Hearing the identity of the other party, Lu Chen instantly remembered that it was the company with a 2000% return on investment. So he asked, what is it? You can tell me. Only hearing that, Lei Jun said in an extremely respectful tone. It's like this. The Rice Group is now experiencing some financial problems and needs about 50 million to get through it. So, I'd like to ask you to make some investments. I wonder what you'd like to do. Mr. Lu Chen, please don't worry. Our company has always been aiming to benefit the people. And when the rice car comes out it will surely be loved by all the people in the country. And in return, we are willing to gift you with a 20% stake in the company. Please think about it Mr. Lu Chen. Towards the end, Lei Jun got a little coy and his voice was much lower. Next, Lu Chen categorically said, I'll put in $100 million. The system can't be wrong. Invest $100 million and get a 2000% return, that's $2 billion. This opportunity to pick up money doesn't come along all the time and must be firmly grasped. The caller froze for a few seconds at this statement. Immediately afterward, Lei Jun said excitedly, good, great, thank you, Mr. Lu Chen, for your trust, and on behalf of all the employees of the company, I would like to express my high respect to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen said expressionlessly, "You're welcome." With that, he hung up the phone with a snap. Rice Technology Group. In the office, Lei Jun still wanted to flatter him, but when he heard the beeping sound on the phone, his entire body froze. He put the phone into his pocket and said with a dumbfounded look, "This Mr. Lu Chen is really rich nah. Throwing 100 million is like throwing $1. I should have known to order more." Executives. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Chen then got up and traveled to Three Forks Vocational and Technical College to apply for a job, while Li Jingya stood downstairs in the hotel, receiving professors who came from all over the country to apply for the job, as well as students. At that moment, several staff members came and pulled up a large banner in front of the door. It reads, "The 44th Business Charity Conference." A charity convention? Li Jingya glanced over when an old man with white hair walked in. "Hello, I'm here to apply for a job as a professor in the physics department at Three Forks Career and Technical College." "Excuse me, is this where the resume drop-off is?" the old man asked in a somewhat hoarse voice. Li Jingya hurriedly revealed a smile and said, "Yes, except that the morning interviews are full, so we'll have to schedule you for the afternoon. The hotel room has been opened. Please take a short rest. There will be a car to take you to the interview site in the afternoon." Li Jingya said politely, "Okay, thank you little girl." After the old man thanked him, he hunched over and slowly walked toward the elevator. And just then, the hotel doors pushed open again, only to see Hanji, Ba and their father Hanisua walked in, with a dozen black-clad bodyguards standing behind them. When the staff saw the father and son trio, their faces were covered with pleasing smiles and they trotted forward to greet them. And when Hanji was at the door, he heard Li Yonga and that professor talking. It was learned that the old man had come to Lu Chen's school to apply for a job. He pointed at the professor and cursed angrily at the staff. How can the Barfi International Hotel, the #1 upscale hotel in the capital, let in such a disheveled person? I order you to blast that old thing out of here immediately. Chapter 109, Hanki? Ki won't come out. Hearing Hanki's words, the staff froze. In front of him, this Duke Han has a high position of power, but he can't afford to mess with Li Jingya as well. You know, Lu Chen directly chartered 5 floors, tens of millions of dollars sprinkled and thrown out. Is such a person not an idle person? Just when the staff was in a dilemma, Li Jingya said expressionlessly, "This gentleman, please show some respect. We're entitled to a hotel when we pay for it, and it's none of your business whether we're fully clothed or not." Li Jingya stared straight at the other party without any fear and said, and Hanji directly ignored her and looked at the staff, his face grim. "Did I tell you to get that old man out of here? Are you deaf? Don't forget, our Han family has shares in this hotel. Believe it or not, I'll fire you." Hanki verbally threatened. Seeing that he was going to be fired, the staff member's face was stricken with fear. He turned hesitantly to the old man waiting for the elevator and was about to walk over to him. At that moment, Bug stepped forward. "Wait." This statement was made. The staff froze in place, only to see Ba looked at Hanki and spoke in a respectful tone. "Brother, Lu Chen is my friend, and that old man came to Lu Chen's school to apply for a job as a professor. For the sake of my brother, it's either that or forget it," Ba said with a pleading look. At those words, Hanji snorted coldly in his heart. How could he not know that Lu Chen was Ba's friend? Only, Hanji didn't put this brother in his eyes at all. He even couldn't wait for him and Lu Chen to die together. But after all, the father was there. In order to establish a perfect image in the old man's mind, Hanji showed an expression of dawning realization and said, "Oh, so it's a friend of my brother. In that case, let's just forget about it and pretend I didn't say anything just now." The staff member let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Paco said happily, "Thank you, brother." Hanji revealed an unconvincing smile and said, "What are we brothers talking about thanking or not thanking? I'm your older brother. Don't say this kind of polite words in the future." Han's father, Han Isuwa, nodded in satisfaction and said, "Kier is right. A family doesn't talk about two families. Little Ba, elder brother is like father. You still have a lot to learn from your brother." Bago nodded honestly and said, "Yes, father." With that, the family slowly walked towards the charity hall. Before leaving, Li Jingya gave a grateful expression towards Ba. For his part, Paco waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. Charity hall. At a glance, the house was spacious enough to accommodate thousands of people. Gilded decorations, precious and extravagant wine and food. Hundreds of banquet tables were neatly arranged, and right in front of them, there was a large stage. In the center of the stage, there is an LED screen hanging, which reads, "Welcome to all outstanding entrepreneurs, to the 44th Business Charity Conference." At that moment, Hanisua looked at his two sons and said, "Whether or not our Han Group cars can beat the Rice Group, Success or failure depends on today. Remember to go over and toast the bosses of the major auto parts manufacturers when they arrive later. And all put your heads on straight. Yes. Han's Technology Group is likewise producing cars and has made a high-profile claim that it wants to create a first-class automotive luxury brand in the country. And the Han family and Lei Jun were originally peer competitors. In this way, they became direct rivals. Hearing their father's words, Hanky and Ba nodded in unison. Got it, father. About half an hour later, in front of the hotel, a luxury car stopped. When the car door opens, one upper-class person after another, dressed in smart suits, arrived at the hotel lobby at an elegant pace. These people are business tycoons, elites spread across all industries, each sitting on at least hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth. Seeing this, Han's father took his two sons and greeted these business elites one by one. Just as the crowd was exchanging pleasantries, several auto parts manufacturer owners, talking and laughing, walked in. Accompanying them was another person, none other than the chairman of the Rice Technology Group, Lei Jun. Lei Jun had waited at the entrance for half an hour in order to strike up a conversation with the bosses of these auto parts manufacturers in the first place. Seeing this, Han's father's face instantly darkened. The mall is like a battlefield. If we let Lei Jun get the upper hand, it would be extremely unfavorable to the Han family. So it was that Han's father waved his hand and welcomed him with his two sons. Gu, Boss Zhang, Boss Qi, how are you doing? Han's father flashed a bright smile and greeted the two auto parts manufacturers. A few handshakes. At this time, Lei Jun reached his hand over and smiled. Boss Han, how's your health these days? Before Han's father could answer, Han Ji, who was on the side, laughed coldly and disdainfully. Lei Jun, my father is in good health, so I don't need you to worry about him. I heard that your company's financial chain is broken. If you can't do it, you should hurry to retire and return to your family. What kind of automobile is there to research and develop if you don't have any money? The moment these words came out, the atmosphere around them dropped to freezing point. Han's father glared at Han Ji on the surface, but in reality, his heart was blossoming with joy, because Hanky said what he wanted to say, but couldn't. Kier, don't be rude. Lei Jun is a famous entrepreneur in the Dragon Kingdom, aiming to benefit the people. How can you poke people where it hurts? Han's father reprimanded with a stern look. It sounds like he's lecturing his son, but take a closer look. He was telling the two auto parts makers that Ridjuan was about to go out of business. The company is broke. What's the point of working with Lei Jun? Fruity. Father Han said this. Boss Zhang and Boss Qi were slightly startled and looked at Lei Jun with surprised faces. On the contrary, Lei Jun, instead of getting angry, laughed generously. Ha ha, I'm grateful for Mr. Han's concern. Our company's capital chain problem has been solved. I'm pretty sure that the rice car development program can go on smoothly, but I have to advise Mr. Han, the problem of being straight-talking has to be changed, or else you'll have to suffer big losses in the business world in the future. Lei Jun said with a smile, seeing that the two bosses have just met and are fighting. Boss Zhang, an auto parts manufacturer, smiled and rounded off the conversation. Mr. Han, Mr. Lei, you're all contributing to the automobile industry in Longhua. Rest assured, I'll take some of your orders as they come in. All of them pick up some and say the same thing they didn't say. Such a vague term, complete with farting. However, Lei Jun and Han's father didn't care, and instead focused their minds on the next charity conference. This conference would be attended by all the major clans in the capital. Anyone who could flatter these people and gain even just a little bit of resources would be enough to make the company soar. And just then, at the entrance of the hotel, several deafening voices rang out. Welcome Elder Gao. Welcome Elder Chen. As these words rang out, only to see Gao Zhen and Uncle Chen walked in laughing and joking, followed by Tang Cheng as well as Chen Shangqing. Seeing these few people, all the business giants present couldn't sit still. They came to Gao Zhen and Uncle Chen one after another, nodding their heads and shushing them. Lei Jun, Father Han, and the two auto parts manufacturers are no exception, with good words crashing out one after another, and their lifelong learning about to run out. Elder Gao is really old and strong, still refreshed at his age. The younger generation is envious to the extreme. Chen Lao's body and bones are really getting tougher and tougher. I don't know how he is conditioned every day. Can he teach his juniors? I've long heard that Miss Tang Cheng is sinking fish and wild geese, and today, when I see her, she really is a beautiful woman. Evergreen deserves to be a descendant of the Chen family. Whether it's his appearance, size or talent, it's simply impeccable. The business bigwigs bragged wildly, never so excited to see their parents. And in the face of these people's sweet rainbow farts, Gao Zhen just gave an expressionless and didn't say anything. On the contrary, it was Chen Changqing. He froze slightly when he saw bugs in the crowd, then immediately remembered. Wasn't this person Lu Chen's friend? After Grandpa took Lu Chen's medicine last night, he was really much better again. This makes Chen Changqing realize that he must stick to Lu Chen as hard as a dog's skin to cure his grandfather. And Bago was Lu Chen's friend. Since this relationship existed, he had to take care of Ba in place. Thinking of this, Chen Changqing pointed at Ba and asked, "Boss Han, is he your son?" Hearing Chen Changqing's question, Father Han didn't dare to slack off and nodded his head like garlic. "That's right, Mr. Chen. He is none other than my canine son." Aha! Chen Changqing nodded and whirled around. "In the future, if the Han family encounters any difficulties, you can look for me." Drop that. The four of them, Chen Changqing, Tang Cheng, Gao Zhen and Chen Bo, slowly walked towards the charity hall. And behind, Father Han's ears echoed with Chen Changqing's words, dumbfounded, his entire body staggering in place. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and he was completely in shock, not coming back to his senses for a long time. Around them, the business elites cast envious gazes and all gathered around. Boss Han is really deep in the dark. To be able to obtain the favor of the Chen family, remember to take care of my little brother in the future. Boss Han, we've had a few transgressions before. I'd like to apologize to you here. Boss Han, suddenly there's a business I want to talk to you about. Hearing the respectful words around him, only then did Han's father come out of his shock, trembling with excitement, and laughed. Ha ha ha, well. He hadn't expected that while his eldest son had made little progress in pursuing Tang Cheng, his youngest son had gained Chen Changqing's appreciation. Although the Chen family's power in the capital was slightly inferior to that of the Gao family, its influence was still extraordinary. With the Chen family as a backer, the Han group's position in the capital would be more secure. "Kier, you have a lot to learn from your brother." Han's father patted Hanji's shoulder and said. At those words, Hanji's eyes went black and his fists clenched. Angry teeth were about to be clenched. Just now, my father had asked my brother to study with him. Now it's bipolar and reversed, making himself learn from his brother. Could the face change any faster? Han Qi is worried that if this continues, he fears that he will not be able to keep his position as crown prince. Just then, the two auto parts manufacturer bosses walked over and said with smiles on their faces, "Mr. Han, congratulations, Mr. Han, we've just decided to use 80% of the factory's productivity, all of which will be used to manufacture Han's group cars." Having said that, the two of them looked at Lei Jun again and said in an apologetic tone, "Mr. Ray, I'm very sorry, Mr. Lei, for the Rice Technology Group's car, I'm afraid we can only contribute 20% of the factory's productivity. I hope you'll forgive us." Hearing the words of the two bosses, Lei Jun's eyes went black and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. 20% productivity, which means that the Rice Group lost out to the Han Group at the start. When the time comes, even if the Rice car has an advantage in performance and price. But what's the point of having a large volume of user orders if you can't produce cars? People are placing 100 million orders, 10 billion orders, and you're only building a couple 100,000 cars a year. Should users be made to wait for decades? How is this possible? In the long run, Rice Technology Group is bound to lose. Just when Lei Jun felt powerless, Han Ji's next words directly sentenced him to death. Only Hanky pointed at the two auto parts manufacturer bosses and toed the line. Why is Rice Technology Group taking a 20% share of productivity? I want you all to put all of your productivity, all of it, into the production of Han's cars. You know, our pre-orders for Han's cars have reached 10 million units, and our customers are desperate for pickups. If you can't do it, then I can only complain to the Chen family. Hanky made a random excuse and threatened. Pre-orders for 10 million units wouldn't be believable even for a. But just now, Chen Changqing had said that if the Han family encountered any difficulties, they could go to him. Under such pressure, even if Boss Zhang and Boss Qi knew that Chen Changqing was lying and that he was deliberately targeting Lei Jun, but the two of them could only nod awkwardly and agree. Since Mr. Han has said so, what reason do we have to refuse? Mr. Lei, I'm sorry, I'm afraid we'll only be taking orders for cars from the Han Group from now on, Boss Zhang and Boss Qi said with helpless faces. Words. Lei Jun's face was grim, his eyes were hollow, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, then staggered in place, not saying a word, his whole being in despair. How did he also think? It was surprising that the Han family had such a relationship with the Chen family. Watching Han's father and 2 auto parts manufacturer bosses, talking and laughing, walk into the charity hall, thinking of the fact that he made a promise to Lu Chen that Rice Motors would win, Lei Jun gritted his teeth and silently followed. To the side, Han Jiai then took his cell phone and headed for the bathroom. After coming to the bathroom and making sure no one was in the house to use the restroom, he dialed Sharp's number. Hey, Chapo, got some bad news for you. That brother of mine has actually gained the appreciation of the Chen family. If this continues, my position as the crown prince will not be guaranteed. Think of an idea quickly. If I can't inherit the Han group, when the time comes, don't blame me for breaking ties with you, Hanky said with a red face and an urgent tone. As these words were uttered, on the other end of the phone, Xiaobo was also clearly a bit flustered. It was only after a long time that Sharpo's voice slowly sounded. There are too many variables, and the only thing we can do now to keep the crown prince's position is to make a break for it. Aren't you in a hotel right now? Think of a way to force Tang Chang, and take some beautiful pictures of her on the way. Noble people love to save face. When the raw rice is cooked, with Gaojian as the backstage, the Chen family will be nothing, Xiaobo said in a grim tone. Hearing the method he gave, Han Ji hesitated. If it does, then there are only two outcomes before us. 1. The green cloud. 2. Death without burial. Enough to consider it for almost 10 minutes. Han Jitsai clenched his teeth and said with red eyes, Tramp, dry up. The Han group belongs only to me, and Han Ba, the son of a born out of a mistress, must not be allowed to press down on my head, Hanji said in a vicious tone. A dozen years ago, Han's father drunkenly slept with a maid and gave birth to Ba. Since then, Han's father shared some of his love with Ba and some of his Han group shares with the maid. At that time, the Xia clan was still in full swing in the Dragon Kingdom. Hanky then finds Sharpo and jointly assassinates Baal's mother. It's just that since then, Han's father has assigned dozens of bodyguards to Baal every day, and he never gets the chance to do it again. Therefore, even if he died, he couldn't let Ba take away the Han group that should belong to him. With that, Hanky hung up the phone and turned toward the charity hall, and just enter the house and see. A group of business tycoons were gathering around Ba, holding glasses of red wine and frantically kissing ass. The second young master is really young and promising. Come on, I'll toast you. The young master can just drink tea. Second young master, I'm your Uncle Zhao. I even hugged you when you were little. Remember me? Little Ba, when you inherit the Han group in the future, don't forget to take care of Uncle Sunmi. In the eyes of these business elites, Ba was able to list the Chen family. Then there is no doubt that he is the future heir to the Han group. And when Father Han heard these words, he didn't refute them, but laughed joyfully. This kid, Minibus, has been smart since he was a kid, and in the face of the crowd's bragging rights. However, Ba shook his head and said in a flat tone, managing a company is too meaningless. I don't want to inherit the group. In Baal's mind, managing a company is extremely boring. With that time, he might as well follow Lu Chen and learn a few more questions. Han Ji looked in his eyes and snorted disdainfully. Hypocrisy. Immediately after, he shifted his gaze to Tang Chang, who was not far away. In his mind, he was calculating how to find a reason to trick Tang Ching out. Just in time. Hotel entrance. After dropping a senior professor off at his room, Li Jingya turned back downstairs. Looking at the professors who came to the door to drop off their resumes, Li Jingya smiled. Welcome, everyone. The morning interviews are full, so we can only schedule you over here until the afternoon. The hotel room has already been opened. I'll take you all to rest for a while, and we'll arrange a special car to take you to the interview site in the afternoon. After saying that, Li Jingya led the professors who applied for the job towards the elevator. Tang Chung, who was looking down at her cell phone, immediately raised her head when she heard this voice. Zoe? Seeing Li Jingya, Tang Chung hurriedly got up and walked over quickly. Seeing this, Han Ji's heart was delighted and he hurriedly followed. Haru, where are you going? I'll accompany you, Han Ji said with a pretense of thoughtfulness. And Tang Qing didn't care about him at all, running towards the front without looking back. At this moment, Li Jingya had already entered the elevator. Seeing that the elevator doors were about to close, Tang Qing shouted in an urgent tone. Wait! Hearing someone shouting, Li Jingya hurriedly opened the elevator door and poked her head out. Hurry yo! The elevator will be soon. The words were not finished. Li Jingya then saw that Tang Qing was frantically running towards her. Seeing this, Li Jingya's face sank and she hurriedly shrunk her head back. Then his fingers pressed furiously on the shutdown button, so fast that the residue was visible and the keys were mashed together. When Tang Qing rushed to the elevator, the door closed with a snap. The elevator slowly rose toward the top. Tang Qing stomped her feet anxiously, almost on the verge of crying. Upon seeing the elevator stop at the 44th floor, Han Ji pretended to be kind and reminded him she should go to the 44th floor. Haru, the elevator next to you is here. Hurry up and come up. With that, Hanky advanced into the elevator next door and pressed the 44 button. At a moment like this, Tang Qing was too lazy to bother with him and stepped inside. When the elevator doors closed, only the two of them were left with each other in the small space. Hanky glanced at the monitor above his head, and it was clear that he couldn't do it here. as the elevator slowly rose. On the 44th floor, the door opened with a ding. And just after opening the door, the two of them saw that Li Jingya had entered room 4408. Seeing this, Tang Cheng accelerated her steps and quickly walked towards 4408. And at the moment, the room. Li Jingya had been busy all morning and was so tired that she was dizzy from the elevator ride. She fell back onto the bed with a snap and stretched out like a kitten, showing off her well-developed body to the fullest. At that moment, her cell phone rang and she opened it to see that it was Lu Chen. Li Jingya laughed out happily and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hey, Lu Chen. On the phone, Lu Chen's magnetic voice came. Are you in your room? I brought some lunch from the school cafeteria and will bring it to you later. Li Jingya nodded. Aha, I'm here. Good. After saying that, Lu Chen hung up the phone. And the phone just hung up. The next second. Dang. A knock sounded at the door. Hearing this voice, Li Jingya was slightly stunned. Is Lu Chen that fast? I'm already at the door just as I'm finishing my sentence. Flash, and when Li Jingya opened the door, only to see that it wasn't Lu Chen who appeared in front of them, but the duo of Tang Cheng and Han Ji. Xiao Rou, when did you come to the capital? Why didn't you say anything to sister? Tang Cheng asked with a concerned expression. Seeing her, an uninterested look surfaced on Li Jingya's face. Was trying to close the door. Tang Cheng, however, jumped ahead and stepped in with her right foot. Sister, please stop avoiding your sister and talk to her for a while. Will you? Tang Cheng held onto Li Jingya's arm and said in a pleading tone. Li Jingya didn't answer. Instead, his eyes looked behind Tang Cheng in horror, as if he had seen something terrifying, and his little face turned white. Noticing the change in Li Jingya, Tang Cheng was slightly curious. Spinning his head, he looked toward the back. Next moment, Hanji pulled out a rag drenched in ecstasy and directly covered Tang Cheng's face. Well, Tang Cheng let out a whimper. Then his eyes rolled over and he snapped and fell heavily to the ground, both waves shaking. What do you want? Seeing this, Li Jingya stepped back in some fear. Han Qi closed the door behind him with a lewd smile on his face, his eyes thievingly sizing up Li Yangma and laughing. I didn't expect it, but God still favors me. Double flying the Tang sisters, it's exciting just thinking about it. Ha ha ha. With that, he took the rag in his hand and slowly walked towards Li Jingya. You, don't mess around. I'm calling the police. Li Jingya kept backing up, so anxious that she was about to cry. The eye has been cornered and there is no way out. Li Jingya couldn't hold back any longer. Her tears swished out and she shouted hysterically. Lu Chen, where are you? Next, boom, the door to the room was kicked right in. See only, Lu Chen was carrying two takeout boxes in his hand, his right leg still holding the position of kicking the door, and was standing in the doorway with a gloomy face. Then his eyes radiated a murderous red light and his body revealed a powerful aura of terror as he took one step towards the house. Hanji was intimidated by Lu Chen's aura. He gulped and said with a terrified expression, You, what do you want? Lu Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he dodged and came in front of Hanji, followed by a hard kick towards his crotch. There was a pop. Ow. Hanji covered his crotch. A heart-rending scream escaped his mouth, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Time to change the name. From now on, don't call it Han Qi, call it Han Batch, Lu Chen said coldly. Then he raised his foot and kicked him hard in the forehead. Boom. Hanji's eyes rolled back in his head, foaming at the mouth and completely fainting. And that's when, tick-tock, on the floor, Hanki's cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 110 Donating Stomach-Enhancing Tablets to Poor Mountainous Areas. Is it human? Hear the cell phone ringing. Lu Chen looked at the caller ID, and the word SB was written on it. Seeing this, Lu Chen picked up his cell phone and pressed the answer button. The next second, a low, manly voice came over the phone. Hey, Hanky, how's Tang Cheng doing? If it hasn't started yet, you can stop first. According to my sources, Tang Cheng's sister, Tang Rou, is also at the Buffy International Hotel. Her current name is Li Jingya. This little girl is still a high school student, at the age of innocence and naivety. It shouldn't be too hard for you, a veteran of love affairs, to track her down. I heard that she's still Lu Chen's girlfriend. If you bang her, not only can we get the Gao family's power, but it's also considered a disguised revenge against Lu Chen, so it can be said to be two birds with one stone. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Chen's face was black and purple. He had spoken to Shabo on the phone earlier, and the other man had a distinctive voice line, similar to a male duck quacking, and this person on the phone sounded almost exactly like Sharpo, combined with the other party's words. Lu Chen was almost certain that this person was none other than Xiaobo. Thinking of this, Lu Chen took the phone and said in an icy voice, Han Qi? Qi won't come out. Old Biden, you're really a ghost. I can run into you dog everywhere. Looks like you're really tired of living. Just wait. I'll be able to find you in less than a year and reunite you with Xia Qingfeng in hell, Lu Chen said in a tone devoid of any emotion. As those words were uttered, there was a dead silence on the phone. A full 2 minutes had passed. Xiaobo's furious voice came from the cell phone. Lu Chen, you bastard. Nim Fet. Took my money and also killed my son. Out of the blue. I and you are incompatible. You dog scum. Little Thane. God damned. You shall not die. Xiaobo's entire body went straight into a rage, and all sorts of dirty words came out of his mouth. After all, the scene of Lu Chen killing his son in northern Burma not long ago was still fresh in his mind. Not only was his only son killed, but he was also swindled by Lu Chen of hundreds of millions of dollars of knife music, and his wealth was empty. In this case, Xiaobo hates Lu Chen to the bone, so he can't wait to eat meat and swallow skin. Hearing the other party's tirade, Lu Chen was not accustomed to him, and the quality was to be lowered. Immediately, Lu Chen disliked him forcefully. Old stick, you're 5 feet 26 inches. You're 80 pounds of piss. You're carrying a 69-pound basket, and you've got an 8-meter-long bag on the back of your head. What kind of filial piety are you pretending with me here? Your son has prostate cancer lying on the hospital bed. Tube, you borrow money. You do not say anything to your son. Black. Finish the matter behind the back to find a pet hospital to your son's whole body organs to donate to the dog. And Chapo? Downside. Who the hell stayed up in the middle of the night to dig you out of your grave with a Luoyang shovel? Your Xia family is nothing. Your elder brother and second brother were born at the same time. Who is the oldest and who is the oldest after your mom died can't tell the difference. So you didn't give your mom to pull out from inside the circle of graves to divide a high and low, up and down. Your mother made you bruschetta when she was alive. And you took off your pants and took it in the pot to give it to your mother as a bruschetta. You treacherous, ungrateful son. A large age without the ability to procreate, left an only child. Or not because you were too indulgent when you were young. I do not believe that you do not have a tattoo of the golden sun on your back to grow pig feed. You deserve to be cut off from your children and grandchildren. You have no one to take care of you when you are old. You lie in bed every day and eat, drink, and the caregiver comes to your house and throws your bedsheet on the ground and it can stand up. Lu Chen cursed in a series of curses, not even taking a breath, his voice deafening. What do you mean by swearing without swearing? Lu Chen is the quintessential textbook. And after a few words, Xiaobo was scolded with a red face and bloodshot eyes. He breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly, and he didn't say a word for half a day. Another 10 seconds or so passed before Xiaobo cursed in a pale and feeble manner. Lu Chen, Nima. Seeing that the other side dared to talk back, Lu Chen froze slightly, somewhat surprised. I didn't realize that this old Biden had a pretty strong mental capacity. Spin. Lu Chen took the phone and gave it another blast. You cannot give birth to a child. You go to the hospital to check the rate of 99% of the dead sperm under the stomach inside the growth of a cemetery. Hua Tuo came to the straight, shake his head. Why is that? Isn't it because in the first place, you were fighting for the head of the Xia family and wreaking havoc on your brothers in order to get to the top? You go out to eat with your second brother. The checkout went the scampering, but also your second brother wallet and cell phone all stolen. The boss knows directly take a welding to your second brother welding table. A whip leg down the trouser head or to your second brother whip open line. Your big brother is to the pig delivery. You go around every day flaunting that your big brother is the director of urology. People looking for your big brother to see the doctor almost to do a duodenum grips out. A punch down to your big brother dry into a vegetable. You see your big brother isn't dead. Can this work? Pulling out your big brother's urine tube and farting inside your big brother's respirator when no one is looking. Your mom and dad got a cold. You throw them inside the refining furnace while you're sleeping and cremate them directly for the second oldest. This is retribution. This is the wrath of God. You deserve to die alone. Lu Chen cursed one after another, spittle flying, without a pause in between. This eloquence, to Li Jingya are looking dumbfounded, listening to a stare. On the contrary, Xiaobo did not move at all after Lu Chen scolded him, until a minute later, there was a loud pop from the phone. Immediately afterward, the butler's anxious voice rang out. It's bad. Master Xia has fainted. Call an ambulance. A beep followed. The phone was hung up. Seeing Xiaobo being scolded into the hospital by himself, Lu Chen snorted coldly and put down his cell phone. Then he looked at the fainting Han Qi and began to ponder. Since he's in secret contact with Xiaobo, I'm sure there's an ulterior motive in his cell phone. Think about it. Lu Chen took his phone and swiped it across Han Ji's face, and in the next second, the phone was successfully unlocked. And upon seeing a text message in the cell phone as well as the recording of the call, instantly, Lu Chen was furious. It turns out that the person who poisoned the cafeteria was arranged by Han Ji, and the collective departure of teachers was also caused by him, in addition to joining forces with Sharpo to target himself. and the kidnapping of Paco, assassination of Bago's mother, designed to chase Tang Chang, etc. All of it. Now Lu Chen knew all of it. At this time, the cell phone once again ding ring, received a microblogging. The other party's note was Secretary Zhou. Boss, the charity conference has started. Where have you been? A charity convention? Seeing the content of the message, Lu Chen stroked his chin and brightened up. Then he looked at Li Jingya and said gently, Jingya, why don't you take your lunch to my room and eat it? I'll be downstairs. Saying that, Lu Chen handed over his room card. Aha, good. Li Jingya nodded her head obediently. She took the room card, carried the boxed lunch, and left the room with Lu Chen. When Li Jingya left, he saw that there was no one around and monitoring. Lu Chen flicked his hand across his face. Swish. The next moment, it turned into Hanky's appearance. Then with that face on, take the elevator and press the button for the first floor. And just as he exited the elevator, he was greeted by a woman holding up a selfie stick and broadcasting live. She first held the live cell phone up far away, then attached herself to Lu Chen's ear and whispered, Key, the actors I hired are all ready. Don't worry, their acting is more real than one. Show your compassion when you donate later. The woman smiled with an ingratiating smile. Looking at her with a false smile on her face, Lu Chen revealed a look of disgust. He'd seen this woman in Hanky's cell phone, Sister Dong BQ, wearing the same pants as Han Ji, ready to himself that night. And for this charity conference, the two got a group of actors pretending to be from rural and mountainous areas to pretend to donate money. Virtually everything that is donated at the end of the day is returned as it was. It's a really good calculation to earn a reputation and not spend a penny at the same time. For the sake of the next plan, Lu Chen said with a faint smile, well, good job. I'll reward you properly later. Words. Sister Dongbei was happy and bared her 2 rows of big yellow teeth and said, okay, thanks Kay. With that, the two of them were shoulder to shoulder, slowly walking towards the charity hall. And right now, Charity Hall. Lei Jun is standing at the lectern announcing the items donated by Rice Technology Group, Inc. We, the Rice Technology Group, have always been aiming at the people, so we have decided to donate 20,000 barrels of cooking oil, 200,000 bags of rice, and a number of the rest of the daily necessities to maintain a basic life to dozens of impoverished areas. When Lei Jun finished his speech, the stage erupted in applause, and as he passed the banquet table where Han's father was, Han Isua applauded again, deliberately shouting loudly, Mr. Lei is really good. The company can't produce a single car, and it looks like it will go bankrupt soon. Donating so many supplies to poor areas despite his own critical situation is worthy of being a famous people's entrepreneur. This statement was made at the banquet table. The rest of Father Han's lapdogs burst out laughing and chimed in. Ha ha ha, Mr. Han is right. Good job Mr. Lei. Mr. Han is really a prime minister who can hold up a boat in his belly, and instead of making difficult remarks in the face of competitors, he praises them, and this kind of bosom is simply a role model for us. Yes, Mr. Han is not only our leader in business, but also our mentor on the road of life. The lapdogs bragged frantically. Hearing the mocking words around him, Lei Jun gritted his teeth in anger, his fists almost crushing, but instead of lashing out, he remained silent and returned to his seat. Seeing Lei Jun's eating expression, Han's father's face was on the verge of smirking, and he was pleased in his heart. At this point, the host took the stage, microphone in hand. He said with a sweet smile, next, please invite the person in charge of the Han group to come to the stage and make a donation speech. Hear this. Han's father looked toward the door and couldn't help but frown. For this charity conference, Han's group is in full charge of all donation matters by Han Ji. But when he was about to go on stage to give his speech, there was a delay in seeing Han Ki. Just as Han's father was about to stand up in a hurry, the next second, Lu Chen walked in. Seeing this, Han's father let out a long sigh of relief and sat back down. In plain sight, Lu Chen strolled onto the stage, took the microphone from the host and said, hello everyone, I'm the president of Han's Technology Group, Hanji. The words fell. Booming applause rang out from the stage, especially from the lapdogs sitting next to Han's father, whose hands were clapping red. When the applause ended, Lu Chen was about to make his speech. At that moment, Sister Dong Baiyu led a group of children from somewhere and ran into the house. These children were dressed in rags. Their hair was disheveled, and each one was bone-thin. Their appearance alone made some people on the premises tremble inwardly at the sight of them, and they could not help but feel compassion. Immediately after, these children ran to the stage in unison and faced Lu Chen, snapping them all to their knees. Seeing this, the host very knowingly handed over a new microphone and asked, kids, is there anything anyone wants to say to Uncle Hanky? One of the children took the microphone and fell to his knees, filled with gratitude. We were all orphan children born in the mountains. Our parents died early and we often didn't have enough to eat and had to go to school hungry. When Uncle Han Ki learned of this, he decided to donate supplies to our mountainous region and claimed that every child would be well fed and clothed. Therefore, we came all the way from the mountains to thank Uncle Hanji. Having said that, all the children stood up and bowed towards Lu Chen, their voices deafeningly saying, "Thank you Uncle Hanky." Hearing the children's words, off stage, everyone was moved. It is not a big deal to donate supplies to poor mountainous areas, though, and many entrepreneurs have done so, but when he saw the poor children's pitiful appearance with his own eyes, and listened to their misery, and then combined with Han Ji to help, everyone was touched to the depths of their souls, and everyone applauded from the bottom of their hearts in recognition of Hanky. Chen Chongqing also nodded with satisfaction and said to Han's father, "Han Ji is worthy of being the son of the Han family. He is really smart and witty. It's the same donation. Why didn't other people's donations of supplies to poor mountainous areas cause a reaction, while your son was able to stir up the emotions of so many people? Because most of the time, listening is not as good as seeing, and seeing is not as good as doing. Hanky makes people listen, watch and do at the same time, and that's the essence of it." Chen Chongqing deliberately boasted to the Han family in order to flatter Lu Chen. Hearing the other party's compliment, at once, Han's father's entire heart blossomed. He nodded his head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Chen. I'm thanking you on behalf of KR." On stage, the host was also touched by the scene and after calming down a bit, he took the microphone and asked, "How simple and pitiful these mountain children are. I wonder what supplies Mr. Hanky plans to donate to these children?" Saying that, the gazes of everyone in the room looked towards Lu Chen. On the contrary, Lu Chen was extremely disdainful in his heart. He knew that these children were all actors that Sister Dongbayu had found, and what gratitude and tears were all fake. Therefore, Lu Chen took the microphone and said in a calm manner, "We, Han's Technology Group, have decided to offer our services to children in poor mountainous areas. Donate 200,000 cases of stomach-boosting tablets." This statement was made. Shasta. Everyone in the room was confused. Han's father, who originally had a smug look on his face, instantly stiffened his smile and was thunderstruck when his jaw almost hit the ground. The rest of the business elites were also dumbfounded. You looked at me and I looked at you, thinking that they had heard it wrong. But after realizing that everyone looked confused, they were sure that they hadn't heard wrong. Han's Technology Group went so far as to donate stomach-boosting tablets to children in impoverished mountainous areas. Is this a human thing to do? On stage, the children looked at Lu Chen. The expression is very odd. Chapter 111, after calling you father for so many years, it's time for you to call me, isn't it? Han's father drooped, his smile instantly gone. Just now, Chen Chongqing was still praising Han Ji, but then Hanji made a donation of appetizer tablets to children in poor mountainous areas. Isn't that bull asterisk? What's the point of digesting when you can't even eat? At this point, Chen Chongqing gave an awkward laugh and rounded off the conversation. Wait, maybe there's a reversal? Chen Chongqing believed that anyone who was not sick in the head would definitely not be able to do this. What's more, Han Ji has kept the company in order, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with his intelligence. Fruity. Chen Chongqing's words just fell. On stage, Lu Chen took the microphone and said with a smile, "It was just a joke to liven things up a bit. Getting back to the point, for the sake of the children's health, I have decided to, giving away all the resources that individuals have saved up over the decades," Lu Chen said with a serious face. Words. Han's father let out a sigh of relief and lowered his hand over his heart. The expression gradually soothes. There were so many business elites and bigwigs at the scene. If Han Ji really donated stomach-healthy tablets to the poor mountainous areas, then they, Han's Technology Group, are considered to be at the end of their rope. The business elites present were still feeling dissatisfied when they heard Lu Chen's first words. What's the occasion? You're making fun of poor, needy children? But when he heard the second half of the sentence, the other party was going to donate all his resources. Everyone nodded in satisfaction, smiles returning to their faces as they forgave Hanky. Next to it, on the porch, Sister Dongbekyu held up her selfie stick and pointed the camera at the stage, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already reached 1 million plus. There was supposed to be a constant crusade in the pop-ups. Seeing that Lu Chen was going to donate all of his resources, Sister Dongbayu rushed to save the day and praised him profusely. Geez, did you hear that? Old-timers, Boss Hanky is too kind, isn't he? As far as I know, Boss Hanji's personal assets amount to more than $1 billion. What is the concept of donating all of it? That would set an all-time record for the largest single-person donation ever. And notice that Boss Hanky said the word resources doesn't just include money, but also connections. What these kids born in the mountains lack the most is background and connections. When they go to school in the future, or get a job after graduation, connections will become more important than money. All you old-timers, come on, let's give a shout-out to the great Boss Hanky. Sister Dongbayu shouted with a resounding voice. As those words were uttered, sure enough the winds of the pop-ups quickly shifted. Many black fans turn into passers-by and from passers-by to fans. In just a few seconds, the number of likes on the livestream went up by about 10,000. Seeing this, Sister Dongbayu revealed a satisfied smile and then turned her gaze to the stage. Just see. On stage, the host looked to the children and asked, "Kids, is everyone happy that Uncle Hanky is going to donate all of his personal assets to you?" The next second, the children held their heads high and shouted in unison, "Happy. Thank you, Uncle Hanky." The host revealed a sweet smile and said, "Next, please ask Han Ji, the head of Han's Technology Group, to announce the details of the donation to be made." Having said that, the moderator put the microphone down, then silently watched Lu Chen, feeling the eyes of the whole crowd, looking at the expressions of the impoverished children who are looking forward to it. Lu Chen cleared his throat, took the microphone, and said in a serious manner, 1. 50 parts of the Ghost Father. 2. 200 parts of East Fright Fever. 3. Aojinku Sensei Personal Collection 180. 4. Detailed Guide to Luban's Fielding. 5. UZI Jump Shot Tutorial. All of the above resources that I have accumulated over the decades will be unconditionally given to the poor mountainous areas. Lu Chen spoke in a calm tone and said in rapid succession. As Lu Chen announced the so-called resources one by one, in an instant, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other with shocked expressions, their eyes revealing disbelief. The hall was even more silent, and you could hear a pin drop. For the elderly Chen Bo and Gao Zhen, who are very old, they can't understand what the young people are saying. Evergreen. Hanky donated all that. Which subject does Ms. Sun Jinkong teach, and what is Ruben's fielding specialty? Uncle Chen asked in disbelief. Gao Zhen also cast a puzzled look. Hearing his grandfather's question, the corner of Chun Changqing's mouth twitched. How could he answer? Is it true that Hanji donates porn to children in poor mountainous areas, and give them game tips? I don't know, grandpa. Chen Changqing scratched his head and replied with an embarrassed smile. The words came out of nowhere. Han's father got up and stood, leading the applause while praising. Good. Worthy of being my son, my father praises you for your compassionate heart. But as the chairman of Han's Technology Group, I have one request, and that is that I must have this Ms. Sun Jinkong personally travel to the mountainous region and teach the children by example. There's also that Lu Ban. I didn't realize that this historical figure was not only proficient in the art of organism, but he could also play the field. The children were born in the mountains. The mountains are full of trees and trees, so being able to learn to fight the wild is not a bad way to survive. Father Han said with his head held high and his temper. As an old man, he likewise had no idea what the hell Hanky was talking about. But just now Hanji said, donate all the resources saved for decades. In this case, he just needs a brainless cupping. But after Han's father finished speaking, for some reason, he felt hairy at his back. Turning his head, he found all the business elites staring at him with icy eyes. Each face is grim and looks slightly angry. Just as Han's father was taken aback, a young and exuberant entrepreneur couldn't hold back any longer and swished to his feet. He pointed at Hanji on the stage, red-faced, and cursed. I'm going to hell. Are you a human being or not, to donate porn to mountain children? As soon as he stood up, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The rest of the young entrepreneurs also rose to their feet, accusing and berating. Luban plays the field. Uzi jumps the gun course. Kids don't even have cell phones. You think they can play the game? Donating porn and game secrets to poor mountainous areas. This is the first time I've seen something so ridiculous after living for decades. It was not easy for the children to get out of the mountains. And you donate these things and succeed in keeping the latter stuck in the mountains forever. Hanji, dare I say that the entire resources you've accumulated over the decades are these filthy filth? The business elites glared and cursed at each other. And hearing the tirades around him, even if Han's father was no longer up to date, he gradually came back to his senses. It turns out that Han donated these things, which are even more abstract than stomach pills. It's a crime that deserves to die. When he thought of it, he had just stood up to support Hanji and said some bold words. Han's father's expression was worse than eating, pointing at Hanji on the stage, thunderously angry. Little, what do you really want to do? Do you want to destroy our Han's Technology Group? Sister Dong Bayu realized that things are getting more and more outrageous, and if the live broadcast continues, I'm afraid that Hanji will have to be stigmatized even if he doesn't die. So she immediately turned off the live feed and sprinted onto the stage at 80 miles per second. then leading the children. He quickly escaped from the stage. When Lu Chen saw this scene, the corner of his mouth turned up. Want to run? How's that gonna work? So, Lu Chen took the microphone and sang a farewell song like crazy. Boys, before you go, Uncle has 2 songs for you. You have no more father and mother. Each of you has no home. Only mom is good in this world. A child with a mother is like a treasure. Seeing this scene, everyone on stage was completely dumbfounded. They think that Hanky is crazy and has gone completely insane. It's insane to sing this kind of song when you know the children's parents are dead. Off stage, Gaoxian couldn't take it anymore. He slapped the table and rose up, blowing his beard and eyes in anger, pointing at Lu Chen. What an asshole, with no moral fiber to speak of. Men, arrest Hanji. Hearing Gaoxian's order, a dozen or so armed police marshals rushed to the stage in a rage and were about to take Lu Chen away. Seeing this, Han's father turned pale with fear and kept begging Gaoxian for mercy. But no matter how much he begged, Gaoxian was not moved in the least. At this moment, Han's father had the heart to kill Hanji by 1,000 cuts. Their Han family had managed to gain the Chen family's favor with great difficulty, and they were about to rocket to the top. At this juncture, Hanji did not know what kind of medicine he had taken wrongly, and was sick one after another. Now that they had messed with the Gao family, not to mention a promising future, it would be a blessing in misfortune if they weren't removed from the capital. And at that moment, Lu Chen's next words, turning the tide in an instant and shocking everyone in the arena. Only to see, Lu Chen pointed at Sister Dong Baiyu and said in a righteous manner, "Those children are not poor mountain children, much less have dead parents, but actors hired by this woman. Sister Dong Baiyu purposely leaned on me in order to gain access to our Han family's networking resources. That's why she came up with the bad idea of hiring an actor, and that's precisely why I donate pompous items that are intentionally difficult. Here, I would like to tell everyone in the world that the Han family is by no means speculative, much less to corrupt morals and go against the essence of being human for the sake of money." After a rousing speech, Lu Chen pulled out Hanji's cell phone and made the screenshots of the two's chats public, which came with detailed information about each child. Just see that these children are indeed not from poor mountainous areas, but are spread out in various counties, cities, etc. Even some of them were born in the capital, from extremely privileged families, and took the job in order to practice their acting skills. At that moment, a business elite walked up to a child and asked with a surprised face, "Child, is your name Zhang Xiaoxiao?" Hear the question. The child nodded without speaking. Seeing this, the business elite excitedly slapped their thighs and said, "No wonder you look familiar. You really are the son of famous host Zhang Dede. Your father and I are old friends." Upon hearing this person's words, at once, everyone revealed an expression of sudden realization. Who doesn't know the host, Zhang Dede? Although his reputation is not so good, he is a proper rich second generation. How can his son come from a poor mountainous area? The scene in front of them convinced everyone that everything Lu Chen said was true. So that's how it is. No wonder Hanky donates some messed up stuff and gives me all confused. Hanji is really good. Not to go against his original intention for the sake of petty gains. He deserves kudos. Ha ha ha. Hanky does know how to do program effects. Even I was fooled. Everyone complimented Hanky. At this time, Han's father jumped out, pointing at Sister Dong Baiyu and cursing angrily. Damn netizens, social morals are corrupted by you people. Elder Gao, I suggest that she be immediately arrested and blocked from the entire network. Han's father looked toward Gaoxian with a respectful attitude and a pleading tone. In just half an hour, his mood was as up and down as riding a roller coaster, and he was about to suffer such excitement. At the same time, he mentally blamed Hanji. Why didn't he say something to his old father in advance? It caused him to follow and worry, and he was already sweating. On the contrary, Sister East Hundred Rain. At the moment, she froze in place, her eyes frozen, her entire being confused. It was obviously Hanky who reached out to her to save money by hiring a couple of actors to pretend to donate. How did he become a shameless villain who was greedy for fame and fortune? Especially when he heard that Han's father wanted to block himself. Sister Dong Baiyu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and instantly red-warmed. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. As an internet celebrity, not letting her make money on the internet would be killing her parents. So it was that Sister Dong Baiyu lifted her bladder and cursed with red eyes. Hanji, you stinking basket case, wearing human skin and not doing anything. You're so damn good at dumping pots and pans. You're the one who poisoned Three Forks' career in technical college and hired me to go to the school to start a broadcast and film the moment the students were poisoned. It was also you who sought me out to hire actors to put on a show of compassion for a small fortune. Now it's even if you flip out. Your dad is going to block me all over the internet. 4 words for you. Nima. Sister Dong Baiyu cursed with an open-minded look. Before Lu Chen could say anything, Han's father snaps back. Good you little netizen. You have no quality yourself. How dare you slander my eldest son? My family's Kier is a man of integrity and would never do such a heinous thing. Elder Gao, I request that she be controlled and removed from the scene immediately. The words came out of nowhere. On the stage, Lu Chun took the microphone, and his body was not afraid of the evil way of the shadow. Bull *********. I only killed Hanba's mother and drugged Tang Chung. That's all. What makes you say that I poisoned Three Forks' career in technical college? And what makes you say that I asked you to hire actors? And where's the proof? Lu Chen cursed indignantly. When these words came out, in an instant, everyone in the room was confused. Sister Dong Baekyu, Father Han, Gao Zhen, everyone in the room? Everyone looked at each other and looked at Hanji on the stage. And they were all dumbfounded. If just now it was a donation of some messy stuff, it was to punish Sister Dong Baekyu and was making a program effect. Now then, when Hanky says this, that's no excuse. What's more, it also involved Tang Cheng, and Gao Zhen's beard straightened in anger when he heard it. His eyes were dead set on Han's father, his face icy cold, and a murderous aura emanating from his body. Seeing this, Han's father was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Immediately after that, he looked towards the stage and pointed at Lu Chen and cursed. Hanji, if you talk any more nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off. He was wondering in his heart. This son, what is wrong today? Do we have to fragment this family before we stop? However, in the face of Han's father's scolding, instead of being afraid, Lu Chen said in a flat tone, Dad, there's something I want to discuss with you. Look, I've been calling you Dad for so many years. It's about time you called me Dad, isn't it? Han Isua, my son, come, call out Father for my father to hear. Lu Chen said with his hands behind his back in a deserving manner. Hearing this, Han's father froze slightly, dumbfounded in place. Returning to his senses, he became enraged and bent down to pick up the bench from the floor. You treacherous unfilial son, I'll kill you today. Han's father shouted from his mouth and rushed toward Lu Chen on the stage. Chapter 112, Lu Chen, you smell good. Han's father cursed loudly and angrily as he rushed onto the stage with a stool. The eye had already rushed to Lu Chen. In plain sight, only, Lu Chen lifted his foot and gave his opponent a high whip kick, directly sending him flying back to his original position. Father Han's body flew far away like a kite with broken strings with an ow sound, and then fell heavily to the ground with a snap. Father, Mr. Han. Seeing this, Ba and the surrounding business elites rushed forward to assist. Although Lu Chen's kick, which appeared to be very powerful, had actually only exerted 1 point of strength. Therefore, Han's father was a little bit fine and sat up unharmed. Immediately afterward, he plopped his legs together and slapped his hands on the floor and cried out, The son has hit the father. What kind of world is this? Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any king's law anymore? What kind of sins did I, Han Isua, create in my previous life to give birth to such an unfilial son? If you, God, are manifest, let a thunderbolt strike down and take this sinful son. Han's father wiped his nose and wiped his eyes, rather like a woman cursing the street. Hanky, you asshole. Brother, you're crazy. Ba and the business elites pointed their fingers at Lu Chen. At those words, Lu Chen's face was expressionless. He pulled out his cell phone and flipped through his contacts to find Sharpo's number. A little finger dialed. Despite knowing that Sharpo wouldn't answer the phone, but Lu Chen still put the cell phone to his ear and said with a resounding voice in front of everyone, Hello, Sharpo? Let me ask you this. How much did it cost to kill my dad? Nah. What? $10,000? That's a lot. How about this? Didn't I hire you to kill Hanbul's mother in the first place? Why don't we just kill one and give one away for free to my dad as well? In return, when I'm done with Tang Qing's video, I'll send it to you for free to watch as a mini-movie. Lu Chen held up the unanswered call and said in a serious manner, and with those words, the people in the hall clammed up no longer. In their eyes, Hanji said these words over and over again. It's not like bull ****** anymore. The crowd could not help but doubt its authenticity. As for Gao Zhen, even if Hanji was really mad, he couldn't endure his beloved granddaughter being repeatedly insulted. He was shivering with anger, and his rage was about to set the entire hall on fire as he cursed. Han Isua, since you've taught your son poorly, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Go on, take Hanky down. Gao Zhen trembled with anger and said, with a wave of his hand. A dozen or so armed police marshals surged with vigor and rushed towards Lu Chen on the stage. Seeing that his purpose was accomplished, Lu Chen threw his cell phone away and ran outside the hall. Although the entrance was guarded by armed police marshals, Lu Chen Long's martial arts were on his side, and he rushed out with a swish. It was so fast that the stumps were visible, and it took everyone in the room by surprise. The armed police marshals reacted and rushed after them, but when it came to the elevator, the door closed just in time. There was no choice but to climb the stairs for a few people. Charity Hall. Gaoxian looked at the cell phone Lu Chen had thrown down and reached out to pick it up. When I saw the call log, the phone number marked SB. Instantly, Gaoxian's eyes widened and his face turned grave. Over the years, he had sent people to secretly monitor Xiaobo and knew his personal information like the back of his hand. Things like cell phone numbers are even more backwards. And the string of numbers in front of him was Sharpo's cell phone number in the pretty country. On top of that, all the secrets between Hanji and Xiaobo are in full view. What staged a heroic rescue scene and drugged Tang Ching, assassinate Bago's mother and poison the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. There's even the truth about the tragic murder of the Tang family more than 10 years ago. The information in front of him was too explosive, and for a moment, Gaoxian could not help but take 2 steps backward. He looked shocked, an incredulous expression on his face. As a subject of the Dragon Kingdom, how dare you privately maintain close contact with a red-wanted criminal? A crime beyond pardon. I order that this matter be reported to the upper echelons of the capital immediately, and be dealt with severely. After returning to his senses, Gaoxian's voice was like thunder as he gave orders to an armed police marshal. Yes, the other answered. And at this moment, Han's father realizes that the matter has risen to a more serious level. Han Ji, the son, is considered a complete waste. So, he looked at Gaoxian and said in a determined tone, Elder Gao, for Han Ji should be arrested and shot. Such a sinful bastard must be severely punished and never tolerated, Han's father said with a look of righteousness. Hearing his words, Gaoxian snorted disdainfully and said, There's no need for you to teach me, Father Han. Off to the side, Bao's eyes were vacant and full of frustration. It was as if he had been drained of all strength from his body. His head hung down, and there was not an ounce of life in his entire being. How can a brother be like this? Paco said with tears in his eyes. He remembers his brother taking great care of him since he was a child. Even though they were not born of the same mother, they were closer than brothers. But how did Tobago not think that his mother's murderer? Surprisingly, it was his most trusted brother, Hanky. Just as Bao was in a trance, an armed police marshal ran over and shouted, reporting to Elder Gao. According to the information provided by our comrades, the other party fled towards the 44th floor. Hear this. Gaoxian didn't speak, but waved his hand and walked towards the elevator with a frosty face. Then, a group of armed police marshals followed and entered the elevator. And seeing this, Father Han, Ba and the business elites caught up with them and rushed towards the 44th floor. In the meantime, 44th floor, room 4408. Inside the house, Hanky opens his eyes and wakes up from his stupor. As he came to his senses, Hanky instantly felt pain all over his body and cold sweat swished down his face. When his remaining light glanced at Tang Ching on the bed, Han Ji forced himself to endure the pain and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Although he had no desire to do that kind of thing right now, in order to get the Gao family's power, he had to take a picture of Tang Ching's unpleasant side, only to see that he pulled out a bottle of fever-inducing potion from his pocket and poured it into Tang Ching's mouth. Less than half a minute, Tang Ching's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her body couldn't help but squirm on the bed. So, hot. Tang Ching opened her eyes mesmerized. Looking at her lustful appearance, Han Ji laughed out obscenely. It's just a pity that brother doesn't have that ability right now. Damn Lu Chen. But it's okay, perform your own personal showtime first, so that your brother can enjoy your style. Hanky pulled a video camera out of his pocket and bared his 2 rows of large teeth. The words just fell. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Enjoy it later. I've finished singing for you. Next, it's time for you to wrap it up yourself. At the sound of the voice, Han Ji's chrysanthemums tightened and he hurriedly looked toward the door. Since the gate had been kicked out of a large hole by Lu Chen earlier, only to see that Lu Chen was standing there with his hands behind his back, expressionless. Why are you back again? Recalling the previous scene, Han Ji's heart palpitated and his face turned pale. Lu Chen didn't say anything and rushed over with an arrow step, instantly moving in front of Han Ji. An uppercut follows and boom, Hanky takes off in place and is knocked into midair. Before he could land, Lu Chen renewed him with another kick to the sky as if he was catching a volleyball. Boom. No. Boom. Ooh-hoo. Lu Chen, you let me go. I won't dare to mess with you again. Boom. Lu Chen, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Every time he was just about to land, Lu Chen attacked again, knocking him into the sky. After kicking back and forth like this a dozen times, Han Ji's mental defenses gradually collapsed and his eyes began to lax. After another Armstrong roundhouse kick from Lu Chen, Han Ji's spirit completely collapsed, and he snapped and fell heavily to the ground with a dumbfounded expression. He looked at the ceiling, like a facepalm, and muttered under his breath, I'm going to kill you. I want to kill. Looking at him in this miserable state, Lu Chen did not have the slightest sympathy. The other party had poisoned the school before, and if he hadn't realized it in time, I'm afraid that thousands of students in the school would have died at his hands. Someone with such a heart of gold has no business being pitted. There's nothing more for you to do. Get out, Lu Chen said indifferently. With that, a sharp kick sent the other man down the hallway like a soccer ball. Pop! Hanky flew out and hit the wall hard, then climbed to his feet and wandered aimlessly through the corridors as if he were a living zombie with no consciousness. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, "I'm going to kill you." Inside the house, Lu Chen was preparing to leave. At that moment, he suddenly felt a tight tug on his leg. "Turn your head and see." Tang Qing was lying on her back on the bed in an extremely enchanting position. Her right hand was like a vice, gripping her calf's belly in a death grip. She lifted her head and looked at Lu Chen with stars in her eyes and said, "Handsome. You smell good." Seeing this, Lu Chen froze slightly. Lu Chen realized that this woman was probably drugged by Han Ji. "But what does that have to do with you?" Lu Chen flicked his calf, and Tang Qing, like a grasshopper, snapped and rolled from the bed to the floor, and due to inertia, Tang Qing's blouse was lifted by a corner, revealing her white belly. "Handsome. Do you want to see it?" Tang Qing presented a look of undressing, as if she had passed out from drinking, her head tilted as she asked. Hearing her words, Lu Chen said without any ripples in his heart, "I want to see it. I want to see the greatness of my country." At those words, Tang Qing was stunned. Afterward, she pouted and said in a petulant manner, "Hate it. It's already that time of the year, and you're still saying such official things. I'm so hot, I feel like I'm going to lose my breath. Help me. It's someone's first time. You won't lose out." Tang Qing panted heavily and took extreme initiative. The fragrant liquid flowed slowly down the jade neck, crystal clear, and the full chest rose and fell rapidly. Looking at the other party with a dying look, Lu Chen's heart softened. He sighed and said helplessly, "Fine, wait for me in bed." Having said that, Lu Chen walked into the bathroom and closed the door to the room. Before long, there was the sound of clattering water from inside. At the moment, the hallway, Han Ji wandered around like a headless fly. Next, climbing the stairs, several armed police marshals rushed to the scene, and a crow sat on the airplane, directly holding Han Ji down on the ground. At that moment, the elevator dinged and all four doors opened almost simultaneously. Immediately afterward, Gao Jin, Father Han, Brother Ba, Uncle Chen, and all the business elites walked out in unison. "Rebel son, I never thought that you would secretly contact the red most wanted criminal Xiaobo in private. Sinner who deserves to die. From this day on, I will never have you as a son again." Han's father cursed angrily with red eyes. However, in the face of his words, Hanky just giggled. "I'm going to kill you. He. Hearing this, Han's father was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and his entire body became stressed. His eyes glared into copper bells as he walked up to Hanji and pointed at his nose. "Cursing, wolf-hearted thing, I trained you for so many years, but I raised a white-eyed wolf. If I had known that, I might as well have gotten a dog in the first place." Looking at Han's father's finger, Hanji opened his mouth and barred a hard bite on it. Next, the corridor resounded with the pig-killing screams of Han's father. "Ow!" Han's father jumped up and down in pain. Seeing this, the armed police marshal rushed an elbow strike on Hanky's neck. Hanji ate the pain, rolled his eyes and fainted. "Escort this asshole away, as well as that netizen. Sister Dong Baiyu. Both of them will be handed over to the upper echelons of the capital to be dealt with severely." Gaoxin's gaze revealed a murderous aura and his voice was deafening as he said, "Yes." The armed police marshals replied in unison. After dealing with Han Ji, Gaoxin didn't leave. Instead, with his hands behind his back, he headed straight for room 4408. He already knew, through the security camera footage, that Tang Qing had been in the room and hadn't come out after being mesmerized by Han Ji. Also for this reason, while on his way to room 4408, Gaoxin prayed frantically in his heart, "My sweet granddaughter, don't let anything happen to her." As a grandfather, Tang Qing was everything to him. If Tang Qing is defiled by Han Ji and something happens, Gaoxin himself doesn't want to live. Just as the crowd was moving forward and backward toward room 4408, at the moment, Tang Qing slumped against the bathroom door, her face red, and banged on the glass pleadingly. "Handsome, I can't stand it. I'm so hot. Don't you wash? I don't mind you. Let's get started." The words just fell. Crunch! The bathroom door was pushed open, only to see that Lu Chen stood with a basin of water in front of him, without any expression on his face. The next moment, there was a crash. Lu Chen flicked the basin and cold water poured out, all over Tang Qing. In an instant, Tang Qing was doused into a soupy mess. Drenched, her devilishly hot body was clearly visible, and her hair was stuck to her face. "Is it still hot?" Lu Chen asked coldly. However, how could Lu Chen not expect it? Instead of cooling her down, the basin of water acted like a catalyst, and the medicine in Tang Qing's body became even more potent, only to see that Tang Qing's face was quite a bit redder than earlier. Her face was so red that it was about to bleed, and her eyes were almost drawn, as she made a lunge towards Lu Chen. Handsome. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it anymore. Tang Qing shouted hysterically while tugging on Lu Chen's clothes. The scene that suddenly rose up confused Lu Chen wholeheartedly. Crazy woman. Get your hands off me. Just in time. At the door, Gao Zhen led a group of people over. When the crowd heard the commotion in the house, they all stooped down and peered through that large doorway. Heck! The house. Lu Chen ran with his own pants while desperately pulling them up, his arms bruised. Tang Cheng, on the other hand, followed closely behind, her right hand grasping Lu Chen's pants to death, and shouting, "Handsome, don't run away, behave yourself, and obey your sister. Sister will serve you well." When the crowd saw the scene in front of them, in an instant, each and every one of them were all confused. Everyone was dumbfounded, their jaws dropped, and their mouths were open enough to fit an egg, especially Gao Zhen. His jaw was so shocked that he almost smashed a big pit out of the floor. His eyes were almost glaring out. "Qinger, you, what are you doing?" Gao Zhen shouted with a horrified face. He covered his heart with a gur and almost lost his breath. Chapter 113, What are you shaking? The whole room was dumbfounded at the sight of the scene inside the house. What is Tang Qing's status? Gao Zhen's god-granddaughter, the proud daughter of heaven, the perfect daughter-in-law in the eyes of countless famous families and nobles. It's no exaggeration to say that the line of Cockney men chasing her goes from home to abroad. And now, this unattainable goddess was chasing after and tearing Lu Chen's clothes. The young business elites on the scene were so red-eyed that they couldn't wait to kick Lu Chen out of the way and take his place. Next to him, Gao Zhen rolled his eyes anxiously and almost lost his breath. After slowing down, he said in an urgent tone, "Quickly, control Missy." "Yes." Several armed police marshals answered. Subsequently, under the strong tugging and pulling of the armed police marshals, Tang Cheng was held down on the ground and thrashed around. "Handsome. I want handsome." After Lu Chen regained his freedom, he looked at these people at the door with a somewhat awkward expression. According to the plan, he's going to bolt after beating up Hanky, who knew that Tang Qing's medication suddenly kicked in and dragged herself down hard. And that's when it happened. Gao Zhen faced Lu Chen and said in a grateful tone, "Thank you, Mr. Lu and the Lu family head for coming to their aid. These two favors, I'll keep them in mind." Gao Zhen has already learned everything that happened through the surveillance. If not for Lu Chen's help, I'm afraid Tang Cheng would have long been defiled by Han Ji. And he saw the truth about the destruction of the Tang family back then in Han Ji's cell phone. Instead of being the Tang family's enemies, the Lu family was, on the contrary, the Tang family's benefactors. It turned out that for so many years, the Lu family had been deeply misunderstood. Lu Chen was slightly stunned when he heard Gao Zhen's words. Two favors? One did help Tang Qing indirectly, but that was only one thing. What was the other? And what's the connection to the father? Immediately afterward, Lu Chen recalled that not long ago, Lu Zhixiong had recounted the destruction of the Tang family. That night, if Grandpa hadn't arrived in time with his father to lend a helping hand to the Tang family, I'm afraid that two of the Tang family's young ladies will also die. This incident happened, and then united with Tang Qing's last name. Lu Chen suddenly realized, dare I say that the descendant of the Tang clan saved by his grandfather and father back then was the Tang Qing in front of him? And Tang Qing was Li Jingya's sister, so that meant that it also saved Li Jingya. Lu Chen cannot help but sigh inwardly. This world is really small. After sighing, Lu Chen waved his hand and said without arrogance, "You're welcome. I had no intention of saving Tang Qing at all. It was pure coincidence that she was saved." Lu Chen expressionlessly stated the truth. The moment this statement came out, all the business elites were dumbfounded. With Gao Zhen's status, it was too late for them to want to flatter. But Lu Chen, faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take credit, said such icy words. At this moment, everyone finally realized exactly where the gap between themselves and Lu Chen was. They don't have Lu Chen who. On the contrary, Gao Zhen not only didn't get angry after hearing these words. Instead, he brightened up and said with great appreciation, "The young man is unassuming and matter-of-fact. Good for him. You're still young. You'll definitely have great potential in the future. I'm optimistic about you. However, whether you intended to save my granddaughter or not, I'll keep this favor in mind. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will do my best to repay you." Gao Zhen said word for word. After saying this, he waved his hand towards the armed police marshals. "Withdraw." The words fell. The armed police marshals helped Tang Cheng and followed Gao Zhen's footsteps, leaving the same place. For a while, only the Han family's father and son, the Chen family's grandparents and grandchildren, and the business elites were left around. And Gaozhen just left. Chen Chongqing and Uncle Chen stepped forward, only to see. Uncle Chen had a smile on his face and said in a respectful tone, "Little brother Lu not only has excellent medical skills, but also faces MS. Tang, who has been poisoned with ecstasy without moving like a mountain, never taking advantage of people's danger. Such noble qualities are rare, and I admire them all." Chen Bo cupped his fists and said from the heart. Chen Chongqing looked at Lu Chen and explained, "Divine Dr. Lu, this is my grandfather. Ever since you saved his life on the plane, Grandpa has been trying to find an opportunity to thank you in person." Chen Chongqing said in a respectful manner. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded his head. Then with his hands behind his back, he said in a calm tone, "Saving lives is the basis of a healer's duty. There is no need to thank him." The business elites were all dumbfounded and utterly dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. Lu Chen was not only appreciated by Gaozhen, and it also saved Chen Lao's life. It's no exaggeration to say that with these two bigwigs sheltering, even a pig can fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. At this moment, the business elites all looked at Lu Chen, trying to remember the appearance of this teenager. The heart secretly calculates that in the future, when there is an opportunity, it must properly flatter a wave. Even if you can't flatter, you must not provoke this living Buddha. Just then, drip drip drip, Lu Chen's cell phone rang. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen pulled out his cell phone and looked at the caller ID, only to see, on it, a string of phone numbers with no notes. Despite the lack of notes, Lu Chen instantly recognized the owner of the number as none other than Lei Jun, the chairman of Rice Technology Group. The two had just spoken on the phone last night, so Lu Chen remembered the numbers vividly. At that moment, in the crowd, Lei Jun walked out with an excited face. He hung up the phone in his hand and said with joy, "Mr. Lu, I didn't think it was really you." At first, Lei Jun learned that a person called Lu Chen, to his company invested 20 million. From then on will be suspicious. Could this Lu Chen be the father of photolithography, which has gained notoriety online? Only that there was insufficient evidence for him to jump to conclusions. And now, Lei Jun was very confident that that investor was the teenager in front of him. Lu Chen faintly asked, "Are you Lei Jun?" Lei Jun nodded his head like garlic. "That's right, Mr. Lu, it's me." Lu Chen nodded gently, his face showing no expression. He invested in the Rice Technology Group of companies only because of the high rate of return and used the other party as a cash cow. Thus, there was no need for Lu Chen to warm up to him in this situation. But it occurred to me that, after all, he was now a shareholder of the Rice Technology Group. Out of the most basic politeness, Lu Chen still shushed him. "Well, how's the rice car manufacturing coming along?" "By all accounts, with all the money one has invested, the rice car should be built well." Next, Lei Jun just need to casually cope with a couple of sentences. "The process of human affairs is even finished." But I didn't expect that question to be said. Among the business elite, two automobile parts manufacturers blushed with extremely ugly expressions. All of them were slumped and tense, their legs shaking like they were breakdancing. As the two moved too much, Lu Chen's gaze couldn't help but be drawn over and asked curiously, "What are you guys shaking?" Brothers, moving is so tiring. I took time out of my busy schedule to write 2,000 words. I've never been this busy even for exams. That's all I can do today. But don't worry, it'll all be made up at the end of the month. Chapter 114, What's wrong with training a national defense student in my crappy junior college? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Ba walked out and asked in a cautious tone, "Lu Chen, may I ask if you and Lei Jun know each other?" He knew that his own business had always belonged to a rivalry with Lei Jun. In front of the hotel, the father also went toe-to-toe and hooked up with Lei Jun. In this situation, Ba wanted to know the relationship between the duo of Lei Jun and Lu Chen. If necessary, their two families must clear up any misunderstandings and turn their differences into peace. Before Lu Chen could reply, Lei Jun opened his mouth and explained, "Mr. Lu Chen owns 20% of our company's shares, and is the veritable major shareholder of our company. Although Lei Jun is the owner of the Rice Technology Group, his shareholding, almost all diluted to the executives of various departments. Nowadays, he also only has more than 10% of the company's equity, not as much as Lu Chen. In other words, Lu Chen was the real boss of the Rice Technology Group. Only, Lu Chen is not involved in the company management and decision-making, only responsible for the end of the year to share the money. All the people standing around were business elites. How could they not know what a 20% stake meant? The owner of the Rice Technology Group is Lu Chen. At this time, Chen Changqing looked at Han's father and said in a stern tone, "Boss Han, your company started earlier than Lei Jun, so it's considered an elder in the tech industry. If the Rice Technology Group encounters any difficulties, you have to lift it up a bit. When necessary, give in when it's time to give in. Chen Changqing said with a glare. He couldn't be clearer about the pissiness of capitalists. And which of the business elites who came to the charity conference didn't run for profit? He knew that Han's Technology Group and Rice Technology Group were fighting fiercely. And it was in order to flatter Lu Chen that he said something about taking care of Han's family in front of the crowd at the entrance of the hotel. But he didn't expect that Lu Chen was actually the boss behind the Rice Technology Group. This reversal, Chen Changqing really did not expect. His reaction was swift, and he immediately changed his mind and sided with the side of the Rice Technology Group. At the moment, the two automotive parts manufacturers were shaking their pee out with nervousness and their teeth were chattering. By the time Han Ki was captured, they had already abandoned the Han family and were planning to rejoin forces with the Rice Technology Group. Although they had flung a cold face at Lei Jun before, businessmen seek profit. They felt that they could just talk to Lei Jun, all for their own interests. There was no need to put their posture very low, not to mention that they had not considered apologizing. And now, it seems, it's no longer a matter of apologizing. Chen Changqing took care of the Han family because of Lu Chen. Lu Chen also had the support of Gao Zhen, who was himself the owner of the Rice Technology Group. Three things add up to what happens when you're on the wrong side of the fence, and the two auto parts manufacturer owners couldn't have known better. The two men's foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and their legs were shaking with fear as they said in a trembling tone, "Mr. Lei, I'm willing to dedicate my entire factory to producing Rice Technology Group's cars. Mr. Lei, no matter how many Rice cars are produced, our factory takes them all." Looking at what was happening in front of him, Lu Chen looked at Lei Jun and said, "Looks like the rice car manufacturing process has hit some snags." Ha! At those words, Lei Jun lowered his head, his expression ashamed. "Yes, Mr. Lu Chen. I'm sorry, this is all due to my lack of personal ability." The words just fell. Father Han hurriedly stepped out and waved his hand. No, 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 Lei Jun is extremely capable, and it's precisely because of this that I'm afraid of him. In fact, our Han's Technology Group's automobile production project has yet to materialize. It's just that the ungrateful son, Han Ki, falsely claimed that the car had been produced in order to compete with the Rice Technology Group. Han's father Winston shivered as he said, dumping the black pot on his oldest son, Han Ki. Upon hearing this, the two automobile manufacturer bosses glared at him fiercely, cursing Han's father's ancestors in their hearts. Thanks to Lu Chen's appearance, they were able to see the true colors of the Han family. Otherwise, their factory would be a graft on the Han family's competitive strategy. At this point, Lu Chen looked toward Han's father and Lei Jun. He stroked his chin with a meaningful smile. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen uttered a question that shocked the entire audience. "May I ask, are you two interested in the manufacture and design of rocket materials? Our school is planning to open a rocket recovery program, during which we will conduct various experiments. So we would like to ask you two to contract the design and manufacture of rocket materials." This statement was made. Shasta. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped, and their mouths were open enough to fit an egg. Everyone looked at Lu Chen with a shocked face, and the surrounding area was so silent that a pin could be heard. That's a quick change of subject. 1 minute you're talking about building a car. Next, pop over to the big-name rocket recovery technology. Be aware that the current Dragon Nation technology, every rocket that is launched is disposable, and when it runs out, it's gone. It's like flying in an airplane, and after completing a journey, the plane is simply scrapped. The wear and tear of this is undoubtedly huge, and the amount of money consumed is astronomical every time it takes off. With the advent of rocket recovery technology, airplanes can be used multiple times, requiring only regular maintenance. Not only does it greatly reduce the cost of funding, but it also increases the frequency of takeoffs and promotes environmental protection and resource conservation. It's a great technology with 100 benefits and no harm. And currently, the only country in the world that has rocket recovery technology is Pretty Country. In an environment where scientific barriers are extremely difficult to break through, how could the crowd not be shocked that Lu Chen was going to start a rocket recovery program? For the business elites on the scene, if someone else had said this, they might have thought that the other party was talking nonsense. But the one who said this was Lu Chen, and that was different. How can a genius who can even make a photolithography machine believe what he says? Mr. Lu Chen, this is such a big deal that I'm flattered. Lei Jun took a long breath of cold air and said, his heart incomparably invigorated. He secretly sighed that the Rice Technology Group was really lucky to be able to fall for a big shot like Lu Chen. Han's father also said with an excited face, Han's Technology Group is willing to contribute everything to the rocket recycling specialty of Three Forks Vocational and Technical College. Although cars can't be made, the design for manufacturing rocket materials is much more profitable, and it's working for the state, so as long as you take the job, it's a steady stream of money shakers. To put it bluntly, there is no fear of not making money. However, in the face of Han's father's words, Lu Chen didn't bother with him. Instead, he skipped over Han's father and looked at Bao. Ba, for this project, I want you to be the counterpart of Han's technology group. If it doesn't work, forget it. Turn around. I'll find another tech company. Producing rocket materials is a big project, and Lei Jun's company alone is not enough. And Lu Chen had a poor impression of Han's father, so he didn't want to enter into a partnership with this person. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Han's father was in a hurry. He had one eye fixed on his youngest son, Han Bal, his face red and warm, his eyes blinking so hard he could have fanned bile into a cold. Whether or not the Han family can take off depends on how Hanba answers next. If we can take this job, the Korean technology group will definitely go to the next level. But Tobago, with hardly any consideration, cut through it. No, it's no fun. I just want to follow you in math. I don't have time to worry about my family. When these words came out, immediately, Han's father's face turned pale. His eyes were horrified and his legs went weak, almost falling to his knees. After returning to his senses, Han's father said in an urgent tone, "Little Ba, as long as you promise, I'll immediately hand over the company to you to take care of it in its entirety. At that time, you'll be the boss of the company and no one will dare to control you. You can study if you want to. It doesn't matter if you don't attend meetings. Whatever you say," Han's father said with an anxious face, spittle flying. After this incident, he realized it was time for him to step aside. When Ba takes over, with Lu Chen as his backer, Han's father believes that Han's technology group will go farther. When Baba heard that, after taking over the company, he didn't have to attend meetings. He was slightly stunned and a little heartbroken. I don't usually run the company, but it does get quite annoying to have a meeting every now and then. For example, this charity meeting today was forced on me by my dad. Think about it. Paco nodded. Alright then, I'll think about it. Seeing this, Han's father let out a long sigh of relief. His hanging heart finally put back into his stomach. This could make the surrounding business elites look dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen the old man begging his son to get to the top. Could the plot be any more magical? Seeing this, Lu Chen said indifferently, "In that case, it's decided. I will have a member of the school council contact you when the time comes for specific details." Upon hearing this, Lei Jun and Ba nodded in unison. Good. As soon as the words fell, Chen Bo held his fist and said with a face full of excitement, "Little brother Lu is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. For the Dragon Kingdom to have a talent like you is truly a blessing for the country and a blessing for the people." Only, the other man's words changed and he continued, "Manufacturing rockets is not a trivial matter. It falls within the scope of national control and needs to be certified and assessed by the relevant departments. Evergreen, I'll leave this matter to you. If the matter is true, we must help little brother Lu pass the approval as soon as possible to speed up the progress of the Dragon Kingdom's technological power." When Uncle Chen said the word true, he purposely increased the volume of his voice. The meaning was obvious. Although he flattered Lu Chen in order to stay alive, he could not be sloppy in matters of national importance. Whether or not a rocket recovery program can be established must be in accordance with state requirements. Without a hint of personal feelings mixed in, Chen Changqing nodded and said, "Got it, Grandpa." Hearing the words of the grandparents and grandsons, Lu Chen cupped his fists and politely said, "Then I'll trouble you too." Having said that, since Lu Chen had to screen the entry resumes in the afternoon, he left after exchanging some more pleasantries with the Chun family's grandparents and grandchildren, and the business elite have returned to the hall for the yet-to-be-concluded charity conference. Only, everyone was respectful to Lei Jun, a world away from their previous indifferent attitude. Half an hour later, Three Forks Vocational and Technical College, school conference room. An old man who had applied for the job sat on a chair, facing Lu Chen on the podium, and said slowly, "I was the dean of the physics department at Midland Tech and published 8 SCI Region 1 papers. Hands down, he has taught many excellent PhDs, some of whom are working at the Dragon Academy of Sciences, holding positions as professors, associate deans, and lecturers. All of the above information is true. The battle records can be checked, and there is absolutely no falsehood," the old man said slowly. Hearing his self-introduction, Lu Chen crackled his keyboard while saying without lifting his head, "Oh, okay, that's great. You're accepted. Come and sign." Lu Chen took out a piece of paper and placed it beside the table, then returned his gaze to the screen and continued to tap the keyboard. Seeing this, the old man revealed a hint of doubt. From the start of his interview, Lu Chen had been typing away, not looking up at himself the entire time. This made the old man wonder what the other party was doing, and when he came to Lu Chen to sign the contract, he gently raised his head and his afterglow looked toward the screen. This look doesn't matter. The old man was so shocked that he almost shouted, I only saw that Lu Chen was writing a paper. And the headline is in big letters, How Rocket Recovery Technology Works. This. The old man pointed at the screen, his eyes wide and stuttering. Lu Chen said in a flat tone, please hurry up and leave after signing. There are still a lot of people lining up behind you. In the afternoon, Chen Chongqing will send someone to test the authenticity of the rocket recovery technology. Before that, Lu Chen had to write out his thesis and convince the examiners with evidence. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his head and said in a trembling tone, okay, well, I'll leave you to it then. After saying that, the old man trembled and left the school conference room. And just as he went out, the old man pulled out his phone and shouted at the top of his lungs in a controlled manner, hey, apprentice, hurry up and leave from the University of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Don't ask me why. Apply for a job at Three Forks Career and Technical College today. About 3 hours passed when Lu Chen finished interviewing another professor. The female council member walked in and knocked on the door. Headmaster, a few people from the education department and the military district have come to the school, saying they are here to conduct a test. Hear this. Lu Chen glanced at the yet-to-be-finished paper and nodded. I see. Arrange for them to wait in my office. The female council member nodded. Yes, in the principal's office. When Lu Chen pushed open the door, he only saw, inside, several elderly men with glasses and an air of academia were sitting on couches. Beside him stood a man in military uniform, with a resolute face and full of righteousness. Hello Principal Lu. I'm the head of the accreditation department for the construction of colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello Lu Chen. I'm the political commissar of the Capital Rocket Military Region. A few people said hello, with Lu Chen also sitting down. The head of the accreditation department couldn't wait to say, I heard that your school is planning to offer a rocket recovery program. So without further ado, let's get straight to the point. At those words, Lu Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled out his cell phone, opened the unfinished paper, and set it on the table. Due to lack of time, the paper was only half written. But rest assured, probably this evening, it will all be given to you, Lu Chen said indifferently. Looking at the cell phone handed over by Lu Chen, several members of the certification department, including the supervisor, all stuck their heads over. Only, when their eyes touched the screen, they first frowned. Immediately afterward, everyone's frowns were relieved, and expressions of delight appeared on their faces. Then at the end, a bright light bloomed in everyone's eyes, and their bodies trembled with excitement. Principal Lu, look, finished. The supervisor returned the cell phone to Lu Chen and said in a trembling tone. Lu Chen asked, how is it? Can it pass the audit? Instead of answering Lu Chen's question, the other party, with a sincere face, asked in return, excuse me, can I join your school? Lu Chen. Once the certification session was over, a few people left in high spirits. Before he left, he kept shaking hands with Lu Chen, rubbing the ash off his hands. It didn't take long for several posts to appear online. Rokoku University Education Network V, with the approval of the relevant departments, Three Forks Vocational and Technical College was officially promoted to an undergraduate college and renamed Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Longwei University Education Network V, after review by the relevant departments, Three Forks Vocational University meets the characteristics of double first-class institutions and has been awarded the qualification of double first-class operation. Longwei University Education Network V, after investigation by the relevant departments, Three Forks Vocational University has met the conditions for National Defense Student Training and has been certified as the 8th National Defense Institution in Longwa. With these 3 posts posted online, a moment in time, the nation's netizens blew up. I'm writing this chapter and sending the computer away to catch the high-speed train tomorrow morning. I'm going to go to the internet cafe later to get a machine and code tomorrow's chapters ahead of time. Hope would. The internet cafe in Hyperstate is not too expensive. Poor eat dirt. 555. Chapter 115, sanction me? How can you? And as these posts exploded, at the moment, almost the entire country's netizens are buzzing about the matter. Asterisk. College to undergraduate. Undergraduate to double first class. Double first class and upgraded to national defense colleges and universities. Sitting on a rocket are not so fast against all odds. Originally a broken junior college, turned into the 8th son of defense. Cool novels do not dare to write so That's the gold of the father of photolithography. Lu Chen is awesome. Lu Chen 666. According to this momentum development, there is no doubt that in the future, Three Forks Vocational and Technical University can surpass Qingbei. I can't take it anymore. No one's going to stop me. I'm going to take the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Dude, it's a matter of whether they want you or not. Expect a 500 plus high school score line at this school this year. Low, at least 600. Netizens are shocked by the speed of growth at Triple Fork Career and Technical College. Some people even predicted that this school's high school entrance exam scoreline this year would be at least 600 plus, just as the nation's netizens are buzzing about it. At this time, Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. In the school conference room, the female council member held a list in her hand and said in a respectful tone, "Headmaster, the enrollment session for the junior class has ended. The results of all the candidates are on this paper." At those words, Lu Chen reached out his hand and picked up the list. Looking at each name on it, Lu Chen couldn't help but be a little mesmerized. The rocket recycling program has been approved, and it won't be long before this program will be officially opened. And there is an urgent need for talent. Although each of these teenagers interviewed was not simple, the highest talent level was just A. Compared to Li Jingya's SS, there was a direct difference of 2 levels. What's more, Li Jingya's talent in chemistry and physics are both SS, a rare talent. Just as Lu Chen was pondering, tick-tock, the cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID and seeing that it was Li Jingya, Lu Chen pressed the answer button. "What's wrong, Shizuya?" On the other end of the phone, Li Jingya said with some hesitation, "Lu Chen, I'd like to enroll in your school's junior class. Is that okay?" The reason why she applied for Qingbei in the first place was because she was running for fame. After all, people in the village are proud to get into Qingbei. If anyone can get in, their names are carved into the village monument. And now, Three Forks Vocational and Technical University is so famous that it often dominates the headlines. With such a high reputation, the strength has also soared, leaping to become a double first-class university of national defense. With these titles, Li Jingya thought that if she could pass the exam, the townspeople should be quite happy too, right? Hearing Li Jingya's words, Lu Chen's heart was delighted and he pretended to be calm. Of course there's no problem. There's still a few hours left until the end of the junior class admission test, so hurry up and sign up. Try the physics and chemistry majors. Oh, Lu Chen reminded. For a girl like Li Jingya, I am afraid that if she is admitted directly through the back door, it will hurt her self-esteem. Li Jingya nodded her head obediently and said, "Aha, then I'll try the physics major first." Hang up. Lu Chen looked at the female council members and said, "Junior class enrollment time has been extended by 2 hours. Someone will be coming for an interview later, so prepare yourselves." "Yes," the female council member replied with a firm voice. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Chen suddenly called out, "Wait." The female council member paused and turned back to ask, "Is there anything else, Chancellor?" Lu Chen said with a serious face, "Don't let this person off the hook," and appropriately increased the difficulty of the test questions. At this statement, the councilwoman froze. She was a little puzzled by the fact that acquaintances, instead of being unforgiving, were making it more difficult. Though puzzled in his mind, he nodded and said, "I know, Principal." Aha! Lu Chen was certain that with Li Jingya's talent, even if you increase the difficulty of the test questions, you can easily pass. The reason for doing so was to let everyone know that Li Jingya had gotten into the exam by relying on her true talent. Moreover, her test questions were more difficult than anyone else's, and who would dare to be unconvinced in such a situation? After the women council members left, Lu Chen sat on the podium, writing his unfinished paper on how rocket recovery technology works. About an hour or so passed. The female council member walked over with a report card, full of shock. "Principal, Li Jingya's interview results are out. This little girl is just too powerful. I increased the difficulty of the test questions by 20%, and not only did the other party get all of them right, but she also turned in her paper early. Out of all the interviewees, she came in first place," the female council member said incredulously. Lu Chen revealed an expected expression and said in a calm tone, "The physics and mathematics majors are all enrolled as national defense students in the top 10 according to their rankings. The remaining 11th through 30th place finishers are recruited into the junior class," Lu Chen ordered without lifting his head as he wrote his paper. The female council member nodded. "Yes, and with the passage of time, that paper is done." The enrollment session at Three Forks Vocational and Technical University also came to a complete end. Lu Chen stretched his back and opened the system to check the school's current strength assessment. Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Current Comprehensive Strength Assessment, B. There are 4 ways you can enhance your school by 1. Improve student quality. Current rating, C. 2. Upgrading the faculty. Current rating, A. 3. Improve the school environment. Current rating, SS. 4. Develop cutting-edge technology. Current rating, F. Total life gained for all 4 of the above, 174 days, 21 hours and 49 seconds. Seeing this information, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. This trip was not in vain. Just rebuilding the campus and recruiting a little bit and getting a full 6 months of life. One step closer to the small goal of living 100 years. At that moment, the conference room door pushed open. Immediately afterward, a person with an extraordinary temperament walked in. About a dozen people. Seeing these people, Lu Chen asked curiously, "And you all are?" Upon inquiry, it turned out that they were all presidents of various colleges and universities in the capital. These days, many of the teachers and professors in their school had been poached by Lu Chen, and there had been some dissatisfaction in their hearts. But when they learned that Lu Chen's school was promoted to a national defense institution, the crowd was dumbfounded. Students with the attribute of national defense students are not just qualified for training. Anyone who can become a principal is a human being, and they realize that things are not simple. So they make a group visit to leave a good impression. After learning of these people's purpose, Lu Chen did not resent it. Building relationships with these colleges and universities has been more or less beneficial to Triple Four Career and Technical University. Afterwards, Lu Chen exchanged words with them, playing the humanistic bit. In the meantime, pretty country, Flory Grand State. In the high-class VIP ward, there were several dying and dazed crooked people lying. A closer look will reveal. They were none other than the several special recruiters from foreign universities who had traveled to the Dragon Kingdom and specially recruited Lu Chen. When the beautiful country, Fa Bol, rescued them from northern Burma, several were already dying, dead and maimed. There's also a man with an incurable case of disease X who is dying, outside the ward. A blonde hair, blue eyes, stout European and American man saw this scene and was furious with thunderous anger. Fark, if Lu Chen had agreed to come to pretty country to study, they wouldn't have chosen to sneak in. If you don't smuggle people across the border, how can you be tricked by fraudsters into going to northern Burma and end up in such a miserable situation? Instead of recruiting talent, we've lost so much academic excellence. It's all because of that damn Lu Dust, that he can't look down on our beautiful country's prestigious college. Son of bitch, the man cursed with a red face, his voice echoing through the hospital for a long time. How could he not be angry? As director of the Pretty Country College Authority, the loss of these men certainly cuts hard at the educational community of the pretty country. Plus, the special recruiter with X disease was also his own brother. With the double whammy of work and family, he was on the verge of setting the entire hospital on fire with his anger. Behind the man stood several presidents of prestigious universities, including the University of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and the University of Massachusetts, UMass. At that moment, the president of the University of Haji came over with a cell phone and said, "Director Dick, I think I already know why Lu Chen is reluctant to come to pretty country to study." With that, he held out the screen of his cell phone and showed it to the crowd. Seeing this, Director Era Dick and all the college presidents all shifted their gazes to look over. Just see that the screen. Heck, Trinity Fork Vocational and Technical University has risen all the way to the top of the hot seat of the defense double diploma colleges and universities. The president of Harvard University explained, "According to our investigation, the Three Forks Vocational and Technical College is the property of the Lu family, and this school was originally just a junior college, equivalent to an associate's degree in our pretty country, with extremely poor teaching credentials. Nowadays, it has transformed itself into a dual first-class advanced university for national defense," the president of Harvard University said with righteous indignation. After hearing his words, the crowd came to a realization. Dare I say that in order to retain Lu Dust, the Dragon Kingdom has directly promoted a trash school under the Lu family's name to a double first-class prestigious school. Eru Dick snorted coldly and said with a disdainful face, "The Dragon Kingdom has invested so much in a photolithography machine, and it still claims to be far ahead of the pack? They want to develop a photolithography machine to break the monopolized market. Then I'm going to make them pay." Saying that, Eru Dick said in an icy tone, "Issue a proclamation to immediately place Three Forks Vocational and Technical University on the sanctions list." Nowadays, universities in every country around the globe are using almost all the teaching software developed in the pretty country, and the so-called sanction is to disqualify the school from using the software. Many 985, 211 and other well-known universities in the Dragon Kingdom are on the pretty country sanction list. It is not fatal, but it greatly reduces the effectiveness of teaching and learning. What's a little more important is that this operation is so disgusting. Every day, they clamor that science has no borders, claiming the freest country with a mission to benefit all mankind. And the result? They suppress whichever country is doing well. Yes, several university presidents nodded in unison. 10 minutes later, the official website of the Ministry of Education of the pretty country's Twitter account uploaded a new document titled Sanction List of Colleges and Universities in the Dragon Country. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has been fighting with the Pretty Kingdom, and the news of the two countries has been quite popular. Therefore, Not long after this document was released, it attracted countless netizens around the globe to click on it and watch it. Nice country Ministry of Education. The department has decided that the following colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom will be collectively sanctioned by more than a dozen colleges and universities, including the University of the Meiji University, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and the Princeton University. 1. Rokoku University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. 2. Rokoku Academy of Sciences University. 18. Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Soon the crowd realized that there was something strange mixed in with the list. XQ Dead Rice? Three Forks Career and Technical University? Is the pretty country's education department serious enough to sanction a junior college in the Dragon? I once studied abroad in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom for a period of time, and I have some impression of this school. The school gate is broken, comparable to the old pants that my great-grandmother has been wearing for more than 30 years. Say, don't you all read the news? The president of this junior college is Lu Chen, the so-called father of photolithography in the Dragon Kingdom. And the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University has already become a double first-class defense college in the Dragon Kingdom. So what? A photolithography machine is so valued by the Dragon Kingdom, and a national defense student. It's really a laugh numb. The Dragon Kingdom is such a distant second to farting. A bunch of brain-dead geezers. Nima, you guys? Dead. Pretending to be noble? Beautiful country's college personnel in order to special recruit Lu Chen. Almost kneeling on the ground shouting, "Father, you do not pay attention to do not do so Yo 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 yo. The dog scum of the Dragon Country is over the wall again to protect the country. Be careful of being arrested by your net police uncle. Oh, I'll grab you and put you in a dog cage and feed you urine. Do you know what it means to be a foreign student? Grass mud horse." The comments section was a heated discussion among the nation's netizens. Some people in pretty countries think that the Dragon is making a big fuss. A photolithography machine is just a photolithography machine. It's not that much of a fuss. As a result, in the next second, it was fiercely disliked by the Dragon netizens who studied abroad. As the heat continued to climb, it didn't take long for the document to reach all the major social media platforms in the Dragon Kingdom. When the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom saw this news, they all excitedly left messages in the comment section. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Three Forks Vocational Technical University is really getting better. To be on the sanction list of the pretty country's education department, brothers recognize this list and choose from these schools for the college entrance exam. Ha ha, nothing wrong with the dude upstairs. Dragon Kingdom, capital city. In the conference room, Lu Chen was talking to the principals. At that moment, the female council member walked in with her cell phone. Excited. "Headmaster, look at the news. We've been collectively sanctioned by a dozen prestigious schools in a pretty country," the other party said in a slightly agitated tone. At those words, Lu Chen frowned. He then pulled out his cell phone and opened the Today app. Sure enough, I saw my school's name on the list of the latest sanctions in the first pretty country on the hot list. More than a dozen universities in the United States, including the University of the Hills, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and Princeton University, have refused to provide academic exchanges, student exchanges, and the right to use instructional software to the Sanshoku Vocational and Technical University. Seeing this, Lu Chen's face clouded over. "Principal Lu, congratulations. To be sanctioned by the pretty country is enough to show that you are recognized by the world. Don't be angry, Principal Lu. It's just a small matter, nothing major." "Yeah, we've been used to it for a long time at LWIT." The principals around them were comforted. Lu Chen didn't bother with them, but instead looked at the female council members and said with a resounding voice, "Immediately make an announcement to sanction all of the dozen or so pretty country colleges and universities such as the University of the Meiji appearing on the list. Also announce to the outside world that our university has found a way to break through cancer," Lu Chen said with an icy face. With those words, Shasta, everyone in the room was confused. The principals were all wide-eyed, their mouths open enough to fit an egg, and their jaws nearly hit the floor. The room was silent. Everyone looked at Lu Dust dumbfounded, and no one spoke for a long time. Halftime. The president of the Longboy University of Technology came back from his shock and asked with a trembling voice, "What did you just say?" P. Finally moved. "Computer still on the way. Typing on my phone is so hard. When the computer arrives, immediately go into a burst of shifts." Chapter 116, Surprised? Surprised? As the president of the Longboy University of Technology asked these words, all the rest of the principals stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes and shocked faces. Everyone revealed an incredulous look, their eyes frozen, and thought they had heard wrong. Cancer kills countless people every year, and until today, scientists around the world have been unable to do anything about it. And Lu Chen went so far as to claim that Triple Fork Vocational and Technical University had found a way to attack cancer. How can this be trusted? Sensing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen did not explain, but instead looked at the female council members and said, "Don't just stand there, do as I say." At those words, the female council members slowed down from their shock, still a bit confused, and said, Good principal." The door was still open when the other man left. Just a few older men rubbed shoulders with the female council members and walked in. "Greetings, Principal Lu. Principal Lu, hello again." Several people cupped their fists in a respectful manner. Lu Chen has met them before, and they are the presidents of the medical colleges of the Dragon Medical University and the Dragon University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. "Well, hello there," Lu Chen said indifferently. Several medical college presidents looked at Lu Chen, their complexion gradually agitated. When Lu Chen first arrived in the capital, they had wanted to come and meet the young divine doctor. Nay, Professor Wang had given orders that in order to ensure Lu Chen's personal safety, the true identity of the divine doctor must never be exposed. Much less should you visit privately and disturb people's lives. And today, it was learned that the principals of the capital city had organized a group to visit Lu Chen. The crowd was thrilled to finally have a legitimate reason to see Lu Chen. Therefore, they immediately approached Prof. Wang to apply in person, which is why they arrived later than others. And the president of the Manhwa University of Technology and others looked at a few medical principals, and remembered Lu Chen's words just now. They gradually backed to, could it be that the fabled one? Dr. Divine. That's Principal Lu? The president of the Manhwa University of Technology asked with a horrified look on his face. They knew that there was a miracle doctor in the Dragon Kingdom who cured all diseases, but the other party has never disclosed their real identity, and there is only a mosaic video of the interview online. In this case, there are only a handful of people in the world who know the true identity of the divine doctor. Seeing that the president of the Manhwa University of Technology guessed Lu Chen's identity, several medical principals were horrified. Before he came, Professor Wang had instructed that it was fine to see Lu Chen, but he must not reveal his identity as a divine doctor. As a result, in the first sentence of the meeting between the several people, the president of the Manhwa University of Technology uttered the word divine doctor. This genius has confused several medical school principals. No dude, you're Detective Conan? Is that a quick response? The divine doctor? What are you talking about? Where's the divine doctor from? We're here to visit Principal Lu. The president of the Manhwa Medical University and the president of the capital city Concord Hospital were sweating, and the two of them interacted to cover up. Look at the old man's panicked and perverse appearance. The president of the Manhwa University of Technology felt more and more that Lu Chen was that divine doctor. Only, he slowly said, President Lu has decided to inform the world of the news that Three Forks Vocational and Technical University has conquered cancer. And, Principal Lu is going to share the cancer-breaking method with every medical school in the Dragon Kingdom. At those words, Lu Chen froze slightly. Next. Swish. 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 The president of the Dragon Medical University. The president of the Dragon University of Traditional Chinese Medicine and other people have rushed forward, pulling Lu Chen's arm, began to wipe their noses and wipe their tears. Worthy of being a divine doctor. I've heard Prof. Wang say that the divine doctor is selfless and of noble character. And today I've seen him, and he's really extraordinary. The divine doctor is not only skillful in medicine, but is also willing to pass on his medical skills to the world for the benefit of the people of the dawn, which is truly unrivaled in the world and should be immortalized for generations to come. Divine doctor. Looking at their excited faces, Lu Chen said in a calm tone, I didn't say that I would share the cure for cancer with you. Whoever said that, you go to whoever. Hear this. The medical principals froze. This is the moment they realized. Got myself screwed. Just as the crowd turned back, ready for a reprimand, only to see that the principals of the Manhwa University of Technology, the Manhwa University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and so on rushed to Lu Chen's side in unison, shouting loudly, Divine Doctor, it really is you. No wonder so many medical professors jumped ship to Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Even Prof. Wang joined the staff. Divine Doctor, my mother is in her 70s with terminal liver cancer. She doesn't have many days left. Please save her. Divine Doctor, I have a friend young for an early thank you. Please you must lend a hand and help him. Lu Chen. Just as the comical scene was being played out in the school conference room, capital city, Chen family compound. In the living room, Uncle Chen was playing chess with Chen Chongqing. At that moment, the butler came rushing in. Master, Lu Zhennan seeks an audience. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen raised his head and said, quickly, invite the guests in. Yes. With that, the butler skipped away. It didn't take long for Lu Jinan to walk into the living room, and he cupped his fists and laughed. Elder Chen. It's been a long time. How's your health these days? Hearing his words, Uncle Chen gave a dry laugh and said, thanks to you telling me the divine doctor's home address in the first place. Otherwise, you won't see the old man today. Uncle Chen shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, Lu Jinan wore a smile on his face and said down the line, as far as I know, Lu Chen not only has excellent medical skills, but also has an excellent character. Not to mention helping people for free. They even perform surgery on patients out of their own pockets without expecting anything in return. Such a good son or daughter. It is not too much to say that it is a national treasure. We must protect it for the people of the people. After all, no one is perfect, and everyone makes mistakes. What's more, it's not Lu Chen who made the mistake, but his family? Ryu Jinnam stated the true purpose of his visit. In his perception, Tang Cheng had always wanted to get rid of the Lu family, and the only one who could arm wrestle with Tang Cheng's god-grandfather, looking at the entire capital, was Uncle Chen. That was why, that day, he had revealed Lu Chen's address to Uncle Chen. If Lu Chen can cure Uncle Chen, then Lu Chen's side was considered to have more big backers, and it would be much better than the dangerous situation before. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lu Jinnan's words, Chen Bo suddenly burst out laughing. He looked at the board and said meaningfully, the world is a chess game. All beings are sons, and old me can't get rid of the fate of being a river guard pawn na. I know you love talent. Don't worry, after what happened during the day, Gao Zhen and Tang Qing's grandparents and grandchildren will no longer do anything to the Lu family. Just put your heart in your stomach. It won't be long before the dear organization is disbanded, Chen Bo said in a series of words, giving Lu Jinan a peace of mind. Lu Jinan was first slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, an undisguised delight appeared on his face as he excitedly said, thank you, Elder Chen, for being willing to speak these words with me. It's late, so I'll leave you to rest. Farewell. After saying that, Lu Jinan turned around and was about to leave. Chen Bo hurriedly called the other party to a halt and said, wait, I heard from Evergreen that Lu Chen's school was sanctioned by the pretty country. Three Forks Vocational and Technical University has just been promoted to a dual-tier national defense institution and is in a period of development, as if it were a fragile baby in swaddling clothes. The double first-class subsidy, the university construction subsidy, and the national defense student subsidy have not yet been issued to Lu Chen, so let's leave these matters to you. Uncle Chen cupped a chess piece in his hand and said with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan was filled with exhilaration and said, yes, in the meantime, Island. Higashii University. In the school conference room, the principal, Hiroko Ijima, was sitting on the podium and was having a meeting with the senior members of the school leadership. As I'm sure you've all seen, the latest list of college sanctions in the Pretty Country shows a junior college in the Dragon Country, and according to the information given by Pretty Country, this school itself is a junior college with extremely poor qualifications, and it was only in order to retain Lu Chen that Dragon Country broke the rules and upgraded it to a double first-class defense college. The essence of education is to cultivate future generations, for the future of the country, but the Dragon Kingdom has created a fake prestigious school out of a broken junior college in order to keep Lu Chen. This behavior of the Dragon Kingdom is so shameful that it should be spurned by the whole world. I therefore demand that Triple Fork Vocational and Technical University be placed on the Eastwell University sanctions list immediately. Principal Hiroko Ijima roared with righteous indignation. The Pretty Country has sanctioned many of the Dragon's most prestigious schools, but the island countries have not dared to follow suit, except for the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. The reasoning is simple. As the world's #1 economy, a large portion of the island's overseas product orders are given by the Dragon Kingdom every year. If sanctioning those prestigious schools made the Dragon angry and cancelled the order, it would hit the island's GDP hard. It is not the same with Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. In his mind, this junior college is the tool to keep Lu Chen. Even if they get a little high on their mouths, the Dragon officials won't say anything more. So much for that. You can lick a wave of pretty state daddies without affecting the country's economic development. A scene like this. At this moment, the same happened in the great cold underworld, Shuji University. In the school auditorium, Principal Park Kwok-chang stood on the lectern and his voice was deafening as he said, it is an intolerable shame for every person in the world who works in education that Three Forks Vocational and Technical University has become a top 2 school. Therefore, I have decided to sanction Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. We, Shuji University, refuse to have any contact or academic exchange with this trashy school and blacklist it forever. Soon after, the global social media platform Twitter was flooded with several headlines of great similarity. Higashii University v. As of today, the Dragon Kingdom's Three Forks Vocational and Technical University is officially on the Higashii University sanctions list. Shuji University v. Our university has decided to put the Dragon Three Forks Vocational and Technical University on the sanction list and deeply condemn what the Dragon has done. As these posts appeared online, netizens around the globe were delighted. The #1 hot search is the pretty country sanctioned Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. The second and third hot searches were sanctioned by the Island Nation and the Great Cold Plains Nation for the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. So many world-famous schools, at the same time sanctioning a junior college in the Dragon. Such a scene is unprecedented. Just as the world's netizens were discussing the matter with fervor, a subsequent announcement from Triple Fork Career and Technical University added fuel to the fire. Three Forks Vocational and Technical University v. By the decision of the President Lu Chen. Starting today, our university has sanctioned more than a dozen prestigious schools, such as the beautiful country's Meiji University, MIT, Princeton University, and so on, refuse to carry out any academic exchanges and other programs with these schools. With this post going out, Shasta, then it ignited the entire internet. Lu Chen is domineering. Lu Chen is awesome. Lu Chen is mighty. Good job. Instead of being afraid in the face of the pretty country sanction, you reversed the sanction. That's the kind of idol we Longwa people should worship. Laugh it up. A crap school can make a photolithography machine and sanction Ivy League colleges? Who says it isn't? A photolithography machine is giving these Longwa people a numbness, as if they are invincible globally. Ha ha ha. The clowns of the Dragon Kingdom are a disgrace, and they don't even know when they've provoked the public's anger, and they're still here defending your motherland? The people of Longwei are laughing their asses off. Hurry up and open your eyes to see that colleges and universities all over the world are targeting your so-called dual first-class colleges and universities of national defense. Not only colleges and universities, the country of Longwei is being targeted by the whole world. It's a clown country, a clown nation. It's uncomfortable not to be sprayed by others twice. Suckabulai. Who says the whole world is targeting the Dragon Kingdom? We, the Woolly Bear Nation, will always be the strongest backing for our brothers in the Dragon Nation. And if you dare to scream again, we'll take you and make you drink vodka. When this post from Three Forks Vocational and Technical University was published, at once, many foreigners began to leave messages of mockery in the comments section. However, less than a minute. Next, a thread posted by Three Forks Vocational and Technical University directly silenced all the geezers. Three Forks Vocational and Technical College v. Good news. Our school announces that it has successfully found a way to break through cancer. When this message was posted online, one time, the world blew up. Ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ilu a land father ah. No wonder dare to sanction Ivy League colleges. Dare to hide under the hands of a big move ah. It's not just a big move. It's like a nuclear bomb. The whole world must explode in one shot. It can cure cancer. What a concept. Hundreds of thousands of dragon families will be saved every year. The last time I was shocked was when that divine doctor appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. It's just a pity that this immortal is incognito. Yeah, it's too bad. Wait, I just compared the video of the online divine doctor's interview and realized that not only does the other party's voice resemble Lu Chen, even his body shape is almost identical. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What does this mean? Can it be that the divine doctor is Lu Chen? Explosive. Really too explosive. If Lu Chen is really a divine doctor, plus the identity of the father of photolithography, then Lu Chen is directly invincible. Where are those foreign dogs just now? Why don't they bark anymore? I don't know. They're probably all too busy getting their dragon passports to cure cancer. Ha ha ha. And at the moment, presidents of foreign colleges and universities learned of this. At once, one was dumbfounded. Chapter 117. How clever. This is all guessed. Pretty country. Florentine continent. In the hospital, the high-class VIP ward, Chief Era Dick looked through the glass window at his dying brother on the bed and was filled with heartache. At that moment, the president of Haji University, who was on the sidelines, raised his cell phone and said, Commissioner Dick, Three Forks Career and Technical University just posted. The other side claims to countersanction all the pretty country colleges and universities that appear on the list. This statement was made. Chief Lu Dick and all the principals around him laughed. That's the funniest joke I've heard in the 21st century. A broken junior college and a double first-class shell dares to sanction us. Where did Lu Chen get the courage? What a dragon country clown. The principals scoffed in a chorus of voices. Chief Era Dick also grunted in disdain. Lu Chen fits the stereotype of a dragon nation man in my mind. All day long harsh condemnation of resolute opposition, only to make useless verbal counterattacks in defense of their own sublime dignity, and threatening to countersanction us. That kind of talk doesn't mean except to get over it. Eru Dick said coldly. The words just fell. The president of Harvard University was a little hesitant. But, Three Forks Vocational and Technical University also made an announcement that they had developed a cure for cancer. And, according to online sources, a miracle doctor capable of treating cancer has existed in the Dragon Kingdom before. And now the netizens are speculating that Lu Chen is that miracle doctor. At these words, all the principals looked at each other and froze. Chief Dick was also slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly pulled out his own cell phone and opened the news software. Upon seeing that post, Chief Dick's expression was grave. His brows furrowed into a frown. Noticing the change in him, the surrounding principals couldn't help but be a bit flustered. How is this possible? Could it be that Triple Fork Career and Technical University has really found a way to destroy cancer cells? The crowd said incredulously. In the middle of the day, Chief Dick put down his cell phone and said with an expressionless face, "Don't panic everyone, check out this video first." With that, Dick took the screen of his cell phone and held it up in front of the crowd. At that, the principals looked over in unison. Only, in the picture, sat an old man with gray hair. He held a box of pills in his left hand, and with a wave of his right hand, he said vociferously, "Our Xiang's old formula, inherited for 100 years, specializes in treating all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. It was never outwardly available, but the thought of so many patients suffering each year makes it difficult for me to sleep. So I made a decision to go against my ancestors. A box is only $9.90. What Dick played was exactly the video of the advertising campaign of Xiong's old party in the Dragon Kingdom more than 10 years ago. This old man claimed that his family's prescription could cure all diseases, causing Fo Bolo to secretly investigate for a long time in the first place, only to realize that the other party was a charlatan selling fake medicines. Nowadays, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom are bragging about the divine doctor everywhere. But who can guarantee that this divine doctor is real? What's more, how can a crappy junior college in the Dragon Kingdom research a cancer that we haven't solved for so long? From my point of view, it's just Lu Chen pretending to be a divine doctor to pressure us, Dick said with a confident look on his face. With that said, Dick turned the tables and continued. Whether it's true or not, I'll have the embassy staff in the Dragon Kingdom go take a look and find out. Hearing his words, the principals around him breathed a sigh of relief and let their hearts drop slightly. At this very moment, Dragon Kingdom, capital city. Upon receiving the call, the embassy personnel of the pretty country in the Dragon Country immediately set out for the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Similarly, embassy personnel from other countries such as the Island Nation, the Great Cold Underworld, and the Woolly Bear Nation. Not long after the news broke, and after receiving orders from his superiors, he was asked to go on a field trip to Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. At this very moment, entrance to Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Lu Chen had just received a call that Lu Jinan was coming to give himself a college subsidy. It wasn't bad, but after all, the other guy was doing it out of the goodness of his heart. The respect that was due still had to be given. So Lu Chen led the council members to greet them. "Welcome Elder Lu to our school." Looking at Lu Jinan, Lu Chen shook hands with the other party and said. Lu Jinan revealed an amiable smile and said, "The last time we met, we called you Divine Doctor. Now we should call Principal Lu." Ha ha ha. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and were about to head towards the campus. At this point, behind them, there was a squeak and a car stopped. Each vehicle has a license plate number with the word make and national flags on the front of the vehicle, including the flags of the Pretty Country, the Woolly Bear Country, and the Bart Country. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was the automobile of the embassies of various countries in the Dragon Kingdom. The next second, the doors opened and an embassy officer stepped out of the car. "Hello, work ID or student ID, please." When they arrived at the entrance of the school, the security guard stopped everyone in their tracks. As soon as the embassy personnel of the Pretty Country in the lead heard this, his face immediately darkened. He pulled out his credentials and toed the line. "I don't have a student ID or a work ID, but could you please take a look at this and see if it's enough of an ID?" With that, he handed the security guard the Pretty Country embassy ID. The security guard casually glanced at it, then looked up and said with a firm voice, "It's not working." Our principal said, "As long as it's not a teacher or student at this school, even if the president of a beautiful country comes, he can't go in." Hear this. The Pretty Country's embassy personnel froze. Usually he went everywhere unhindered on the strength of this work permit, but he didn't expect to be stopped at the door by a university security guard today. Pretty Country embassy personnel a little angry, but looking at the other party's stout body, not the slightest dare to attack. At that moment, a man with a pale face walked out from the crowd. He coughed a few times, his voice weak. "Hello, I am a staff member of the embassy of the Woolly Bear Country in the Dragon Country, and I have been instructed by my superiors to visit the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. If you could, Would you please let the principal know, please? Over the years, the relationship between the woolly bear country and the dragon country had always been good, at least on the surface. They were good brothers. The security guard, as a veteran, naturally knew this, and he hesitated a bit. Just as the security guard hesitated, Lu Chen walked over and said, "Let him in." Seeing that it was Lu Chen, the security guard held his head high and said, "Principal." "Aha." Lu Chen nodded, and then pointed to the embassy personnel of the Ba Tai country and the Sun country and said, "You two come in too." These two countries, internationally, had good relations with the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the embassy personnel of the pretty country, the great cold underworld country and the island country were not happy. They pointed at Lu Chen and said with righteous indignation, "Why should they be allowed in and not us? That's right. We are also embassy personnel stationed in the Dragon Kingdom and should be treated equally. Is it hard for you to discriminate against us?" The words just fell. Lu Chen nodded and said bluntly, "Yeah, so smart. You can even guess this. I'm just discriminating against you guys." This statement was made. The three men were first slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, several people's eyes were bloodshot and their heads were smoking with anger. The cell phone is too difficult to code. This 2,000 words I wrote from 6 p.m. to now, repeated several times to change, still not satisfied. Cheating is a puppy. However, the computer arrives tomorrow, ready to explode. Chapter 118, Don't broadcast this pinch ha. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the embassy personnel of the pretty country, the great cold underworld, and the island country were red with anger. On the other hand, the embassy personnel of the Manhwa, Beishiatsu and Sun countries, a few of them were as if they had won the lottery, and there was undisguised joy on their faces. Before entering the school gates, they deliberately turned back, mouths agape, and flashed a mocking grin at pretty country and a few other embassy personnel. This infuriated the other party, who jumped a few meters in place. "Fark, if you don't get in, you don't get in. Who cares? That's right, West 8 nuts. Let's go." Baka Lu Chen, Broken Junior College, who was happy to go in. A few people broke into tears, mouthing off that it didn't matter, and sat back in their cars. Then the gas pedal was pressed. The car made a loud ong sound, and quickly left the original place. Seeing the situation, the embassy staff of the Sun, Beishiatus and Woolly Bear countries cocked their heads back, looking at Lu Chen. Everyone had a look of excitement on their faces. "Principal Lu, when the general heard that your school had found a way to fight cancer, he immediately asked me to pay you a visit. I wonder if this is true or not." The upper echelons of the Beishiatsu state also attached great importance to this matter when they learned of it, and I hope that President Lu will tell them truthfully. And even if he doesn't want to tell them, that's fine. The Beishiatsu state has absolutely no complaints. At that moment, the voice of the embassy personnel of the Woolly Bear country was weak. "Principal Lu, if your school really develops a drug to cure cancer, I'm willing to be the first test subject. I am suffering from lung cancer and my days are numbered. So I will be returning to the Woolly Bear country in a few days to step down from my position. And since our two countries have always had friendly relations, it would be better to make a contribution to your university's scientific research rather than going back and waiting to die. I am willing to sign a disclaimer that if the experiment fails, it has absolutely nothing to do with Principal Lu." The embassy personnel of the Woolly Bear country said as if they were dying. Hearing the words of several people, Lu Jiannan realized that Lu Chen had already made the news of being able to cure cancer public. As a person who loved talent, he couldn't help but show a worried look. Throughout the ages, famous scientists in the Dragon Kingdom have not been assassinated, such as the recent crash of the airplane Mahang 370. On top of that, there are 8 experts in chip research, and so far they haven't even found the wreckage of the plane. And Lu Chen was originally the father of photolithography, plus the identity of the divine doctor. Lu Jiannan was sure, with the pissy nature of the pretty country, they are bound to do something. Thinking of this, Lu Jiannan's mood was incredibly heavy. It seems that the nature of the dear organization should be changed. On the side, Lu Chen faintly said to the embassy personnel of the Woolly Bear country, "I'm happy that you've come to this realization. As a dragon nation, follow me." "Say it." Lu Chen turned around and walked towards the school conference room. Seeing this, several people's faces were delighted and they hurriedly followed. School entrance. The pretty country's embassy personnel hadn't been gone long before they turned back. He parked the car with the pretty country's flag on the road, while he hid himself in a hidden position and secretly took out his phone. "Hello, is this the Dragon Press Corps? I have news for you. Embassies have sent people to Three Forks Vocational and Technical University to verify the authenticity of the cure for cancer. If you don't want to miss the headlines, hurry up," the pretty country's embassy personnel said in fluent Chinese. After saying that, he hung up the phone. His heart was full of smugness. Since they won't let themselves in, they'll find some mouths to replace them, with the urine of the reporter to get to the bottom of the matter. Even if the other party does not answer later, you can still see something from the expression. At this moment, in the school conference room, Li Jingya was sitting on the podium, drinking plain water while flipping through the college books in her hands. She has become a student in the national defense class, so she's prepping for college homework in advance. Jingya, have we brought our herbs? Lu Chen walked in and asked. Since she was going back to Yunhai City tonight, Lu Chen asked her to bring all the things in the hotel, in advance. Aha, bring it on. Li Jingya carried out a few bags of herbs from under the podium and lifted them with both hands. Signaling, Lu Chen walked over and picked out a few herbs from the bag, kneading them into powder. Then sprinkle it into a cup and pour steaming white water over it. After the brewing was completed, Lu Chen carried the cup and came to the front of the embassy personnel of the Manhwa country and said, "Drink." Looking at the cup Lu Chen handed over, the embassy personnel of the Manhwa kingdom froze. He half-heartedly said, "I've had Dragon's Cold and Flu Spirit 999 pellets, which are taken in exactly the same way as this." Ahem. Though a bit skeptical, he took the cup and slowly drank it down, with everyone around watching, only to see the original pale face of the embassy personnel of the Manhwa country after drinking the medicine, turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the person no longer coughs and doesn't stumble over their words. The atmosphere didn't even take a breath, and the whole person's complexion was more than hundreds of times better than just a moment ago. This magical scene left the embassy staff of the Sun and Beitiatus countries dumbfounded. Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. This healing effect is too amazing. It is truly shocking. And the general will be pleased to know it, the two of them said with an excited look on their faces. And in order to verify that the cancer was really cured, Lu Chen specially found the school doctor of the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University to do physical examinations for the embassy personnel of the Manhwa country. When the results of the medical examination came out, the embassy personnel of the Woolly Bear country were on the verge of shedding tears of excitement as they looked at the words on the report. I can't believe it's really cured. It's unbelievable. I can go on living. Ha 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 ha. The joy that comes with a new lease on life has been a source of excitement for the embassy staff in the Woolly Bear country for a long time. Only after a long time did he look at Lu Chen and said in a respectful tone, "Chancellor Lu, the University of Mahesco in the Woolly Bear country is willing to engage in academic cooperation with the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. We will select the best medical students from the whole school to come to your school for study and exchange. I wonder if you agree. Of course, your school can also send someone to study at the University of Moscow, and will fully cover the expenses of all foreign students," the embassy personnel of the Woolly Bear country said with a look of atmosphere. The embassy personnel of the Sun State and the Beitiat State have also expressed their willingness to establish an academic partnership with the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University, and the two schools will send foreign students to each other. This statement was made. Lu Jinan couldn't help but frown. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. It is only right that great technology like the cure for cancer should be kept firmly in your own hands. The Woolly Bear Nation, in particular, is known internationally as a good brother, even though it and the Dragon Nation love each other. But in the future, should relations change, the Woolly Bear Nation is more of a threat than the pretty country, strategically speaking. Only to see, Lu Chen said with a resolute attitude. Three Forks Career and Technical University will never engage in academic collaboration with any school. However, I can give your country some medical experimentation slots every year and send people to Triple Fork Vocational Technology to receive trial medications. Since individuals have limited energy, let's make it 100 people per country, Lu Chen said with a calm face. The so-called medical experiment, to put it bluntly, is to help cure 100 cancer patients a year in their country. Hearing this, Lu Jinan let out a long sigh of relief and appreciated Lu Chen in his heart. Several embassy personnel, on the other hand, pressed for academic cooperation. So after hearing that Lu Chen was going to give them 100 medical experiment slots, all of a sudden, each one of them was overjoyed. Thank you, Principal Lu. After I go back, I'll report truthfully to the higher-ups and get some financial support for your school. President Lu, I can decide right now to donate $100 million to the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University, and I hope that President Lu will accept it. We, the Woolly Bear Nation, are offering $200 million, and we want these 100 medical experiment slots to last forever. A few people perked up. Don't take the money you've been given for nothing. Lu Chen nodded and said, since you guys are so enthusiastic, I'll accept it reluctantly. Hearing Lu Chen's words, several people nodded their heads happily, and the purpose of their visit to the school had been accomplished. There was no need for them to remain. So the three ambassadors said goodbye to Lu Chen and headed for the door of the conference room. Several ambassadors have just left, Lu Jinan said to Lu Chen. I'll go see them off. With that, he ran towards the door without looking back. In the hallway, Lu Zhennan caught up with the three men and shouted, "Guys, wait a minute." At the sound of the voice, the embassy personnel of the Woolly Bear country, the Sun country, and the Ba Tai country turned back in unison and looked towards Lu Zhennan. "Mr. Ru, is something wrong?" "See only." Lu Zhennan cupped his hands in fists and whispered, "Guys, I hope you don't tell anyone about today, okay?" This statement was made. A few people froze. "Mr. Ru, why is this?" "Mr. Lu, now that President Lu is fighting with colleges all over the world, shouldn't we tell the truth and help him out at this time?" "Yes, Mr. Ru, please give a reasonable explanation," the three ambassadors asked in disbelief. Hearing their questions, Ryu Jinnan sighed. Why wouldn't he want to help Lu Chen out? Only, compared to Lu Chen's life and safety, these were not important at all. "If you all don't want anything to happen to Principal Lu, then please do as I say," Lu Zhennan said with his hands behind his back without anger. With such words uttered, even if the three are cuties, they also understood the meaning of Lu Zhennan's words. "I think I probably understand what Mr. Ryu is trying to do. Please don't worry, Mr. Lu, we'll keep this matter absolutely confidential. Yes, we won't say a word to the outside about Principal Lu being able to cure cancer." The embassy personnel of the Woolly Bear, Sun, and Pathfinder countries swore. Seeing their sincere faces, Lu Zhennan nodded with satisfaction and said, "If you all can make it, I will apply to Chancellor Lu to increase the number of slots for medical experiments in your country." This statement was made. Shasta. The three ambassadors were so happy that their faces were almost smiling, and they gave another verbal assurance to Lu Zhennan. After that, he said goodbye to Lu Zhennan and headed out of the building. And just as they arrived at the school's entrance, several people realized that the door had long been surrounded by journalists. Thinking of what Lu Zhennan had explained, all three ambassadors revealed a frank look and slowly walked towards the school entrance. After leaving the school gates, reporters instantly swarmed like locusts. Long guns were desperately trying to jam their way to the front, and everyone's questions were surprisingly consistent. "Ambassadors, may I ask if it is true that the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University has researched a way to fight cancer?" Faced with a reporter's question, the ambassadorial staff of the Woolly Bear Nation looked confused and said, "I don't know how." The ambassador of the State of the Sun, pretending not to hear anything, said, "Huh? What are you talking about? I can't hear you." In contrast, the embassy personnel of the PTA kept their heads down the entire time, not saying a word or giving any interviews. The reporters froze as they watched a few people play deaf and dumb. What's the situation? Could it be that it's not as effective in fighting cancer? Is the news that Triple Fork Career and Technical University can cure cancer wrong? The reporters thought about it. That seems to be the only explanation. Nowadays, Lu Chen is fighting with the national colleges and universities. If they can really fight cancer, they, as a friendly country of the Dragon Kingdom, should tell the truth and support Lu Chen. One of the reporters looked around. After seeing that there was no foreign media around, he shouted, "Brothers, everyone pinch this off. Don't broadcast it, haha." As dragons, they had to defend their country's colleges and stand on Lu Chen's side. Other reporters nodded when they heard it and keyed the film. And not far away, in a shady bush, the pretty country's embassy personnel held up their cell phones and filmed everything that had just happened. His mouth grinned up to his ears as he watched the video, his face showing undisguised excitement. The scene unfolding in front of us proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that the whole thing about Three Forks Vocational and Technical University being able to cure cancer is complete bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He reached out his finger and clicked send, sending the video to Chief Era Dick, who was far away in the pretty country. At this very moment, pretty country, Florentine continent, inside the hospital, Era Dick and the principals all stifled their laughter when they saw the video sent by the embassy personnel. "Ha ha ha, Lu Chen, this clown from the Dragon Kingdom, is really bluffing. I told you, how could a Thai junior college find a cure for cancer? Look at these three embassy personnel. Their expressions are as ugly as if they ate tons of. Ha ha ha, Chief Dick, I suggest posting this video online to expose Lu Chen's evil deeds to the world." That's right. Everyone should be shown just how trashy and unpleasant the so-called dual first-class prestigious schools of national defense in the Dragon Kingdom really are. The principals scoffed in a chorus of voices. Upon hearing their words, Chief Era Dick didn't reply, but instead sent the video directly to his work account. And so, soon enough, there was an additional post on Twitter. Pretty Country Colleges and Universities Administration v. After investigation, the story that Three Forks Vocational and Technical University was able to cure cancer is suspected to be false. Today, the name Triple Fork Vocational and Technical University is widely recognized around the globe. That's why the post was just sent out and attracted many netizens to click in and check it out. Just see that there is a video below the title. And it is the video that starts with a couple of embassy personnel being interviewed. First, 3 embassy personnel from the Woolly Bear, Sun and Pathfinder countries played deaf and dumb while being interviewed by journalists. This was followed by the reporter's shouted line, "Guys, everyone pinch this off. Don't broadcast it, haha." When netizens see this scene, at once, the foreigners are collectively high. Dynasty, start popping up. Don't panic, this is just the first chapter. There will be an update later, so I promise to keep you all entertained this weekend. Chapter 119, The War Neglect Bureau is online. The nation's netizens are happy. West 8 nuts. Stone Hammer. Anyone who isn't a cutie can all tell from this video that Triple Fork Vocational and Technical University hasn't developed an anti-cancer treatment at all, right? Definitely. The only thing this university can come up with is photolithography, ostensibly a double first-class university for national defense. But in fact the essence is still a broken junior college. It can cure a hair of cancer. Ha 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 ha. Look at the eating faces of a few embassy personnel from the Manhwa, Sun, and Pathfinder countries, laughing my ass off. What's even funnier is that the reporter was yelling to pinch this off the air and just blow himself up. A bunch of dog foreigners. So what if the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University can't cure cancer? A photolithography machine alone is enough to hang all the colleges and universities in your country. One size does not fit all. The photolithography machine is great, but Trinity Fork Career and Technical University shouldn't have made the announcement if they couldn't cure cancer. It's a character issue. You're the ones who claimed you could cure cancer, and you're the ones who now have no rule of law. And the dragon clowns are just going to talk about a photolithography machine? Netizens from various countries were discussing heatedly, and almost all of them were bashing Lu Chen. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom tried to fight back with the photolithography machine, but they were frantically exported by the foreigners who stood on the moral high ground. Gradually, the comments of the netizens of the Dragon Country were drowned out, leaving only the words of ridicule from the foreigners. At the moment, Three Forks Vocational and Technical University, in the school conference room, after the departure of the embassy personnel of the Woolly Bear Country, the Sun Country, and the Pathfinder Country, the principals in the seating area then came forward and continued to climb up with Lu Chen and Lu Jinan. Just as a few people were chatting, the female council member rushed in with a cell phone and an anxious look on her face. "It's no good, Principal Lu. Now our stoned video is all over the internet, and netizens all over the world are cursing our school. Hear this." Lu Chen frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The female council member said as she handed over her cell phone. "See for yourself. Those 3 embassy personnel met journalists at the school gates and all played deaf and dumb when asked if our school could actually cure cancer. Such a wacky performance has led journalists to mistakenly believe that our school is making believe and that there is no cure for cancer. The reporters were afraid of spreading it out to have a bad influence on us, so they deleted all the interview records, only to have them secretly photographed and posted online by someone with a heart of gold," the female council member said with a red face. When Lu Chen saw the tirades from the netizens in his cell phone, his expression changed and his face was horribly gloomy. The principals noticed Lu Chen's change in expression, and all of a sudden, one of them thought, "What do these ambassadors mean? Principal Lu promised to treat 100 cancer patients in their country every year. And this is how they repay him? That's right. What a bunch of white-eyed wolves and underfed things. Humph. Thanks to Principal Lu curing the lung cancer of the embassy personnel of the Manhwa country, it would be better to let him go back to his country and wait for his death. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. When I go back I will immediately cancel all academic cooperation between the Dragon Academy University and the University of Mosaic Science." The principals rushed to speak up for Lu Chen. Seeing that things were going to get big, Lu Jinan couldn't stand up. He looked at Lu Chen and clarified the facts. "Chancellor Lu, I'm the one who told the embassy personnel to keep it a secret and not to talk about it." This statement was made. The principals were first slightly stunned and surprised. Immediately afterward, everyone's eyes lit up, gradually coming back to, could it be that Elder Lu is protecting Principal Lu? Well, it should be. Every year our scientists are assassinated many times by unknown people. Principal Lu had already invented the photolithography machine. If the identity of the divine doctor is exposed again, I'm afraid that the assassins will be thrown into an unprecedented frenzy. Geez, I'm really pissed off at foreign colleges. Why didn't I think of that? I can only say that it's worthy of Elder Lu. The principals drifted off in realization, while they were still excited about Lu Chen's fight with the foreign universities. What Lu Jinan was considering, however, was Lu Chen's own life protection. This made the crowd realize the gap between themselves and Lu Jinan, that this old man was the one who truly cared about the country. Lu Chen held his forehead inside. Originally, according to their own plans, the embassy personnel will be the treatment of cancer news implementation. those foreign colleges and universities will not jump up. But unexpectedly, the plan was disrupted by Lu Zhennan. To think that the other person is doing it for their own good, Lu Chen was not in a good position to blame, and said indifferently, "Elder Lu, I can guarantee my own personal safety. Will you please stay out of my business from now on?" The words just fell. The conference room door. A resounding voice rang out. "Ha ha ha, that's no good. You're the baby of the Dragon Kingdom. Your life must be defended by the state." As the voice rang out, everyone looked toward the door in unison, only to see Gaozhen walked in with his hands behind his back. Behind them, there were also Uncle Chen Chongqing, and a group of marshmallows holding weapons and guns. Seeing these bigwigs, the college president's hearts tightened and they hurriedly went forward to greet them. "Gao Lao, Elder Chen, Young Master Evergreen," everyone said respectfully. Yes, after the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University announced that it could conquer cancer, Gaozhen repeatedly asked Uncle Chen before realizing that Lu Chen was the divine doctor of the Dragon Kingdom, and realizing the importance of this person, he immediately brought his people and rushed over in an 800-mile rush. Gaozhen didn't bother with the principal's greetings. Instead, he walked straight to Lu Chen and said with a charitable brow, "Little brother Lu, I know that you are angry in your heart in the face of the sanction from the foreign universities, but our great China, thousands of years of precipitation out of the historical and cultural heritage, never figure a moment of mouth, have the strength of the bottom line on the stable. I have given orders to the Education Department to grant some college subsidies in addition to those to the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. In addition, an additional $20 billion was allocated to the Triple Fork Vocational and Technical University as an anti-sanction support fund. As long as you can live unharmed, the people of the Dragon Kingdom will have a steady stream of blessings, and the country's development will have a promising future. Little brother Lu, please, also take the big picture into consideration." Speaking of the last sentence, Gaozhen cupped his hands in fists and bent over with a pleading tone. This stunned the surrounding principals. What was Gaozhen's status? One cough, and the whole capital city will quake. They usually don't get a chance to flatter even if they want to, and it was such a powerful figure that was begging Lu Chen, so how could the crowd not be shocked? All of the principals realized that they had made the immensely right choice to visit Lu Chen today. On the contrary, Lu Chen, looking in front of him, Gaozhen, who had put his posture extremely low, looked at him, echoing in his ears the words of the opposite party allocating $20 billion to the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Lu Chen thought about it. How can we not be bad with money too? Anyway, there are plenty of opportunities to screw those foreign colleges in the future. Thus, Lu Chen nodded and reluctantly said, "In that case, I'll listen to Elder Gao. Let's forget about this thing." This statement was made. Lu Zhennan, Gaozhen, Chen Bo and Chen Shangqing laughed out happily. Little brother Lu was willing to take the world's life as his own responsibility. "I will first thank you for all the people of the Dragon Kingdom," Gaozhen said excitedly. Chen Shangqing walked over, waved his hand and laughed. "Harm? Isn't it just a district sanction? There's nothing to be afraid of at all. Just now, Uncle Gao said that $20 billion was allocated to your school. If that's not enough, just call me. Even if I sell all of the Chun family's assets, I will support you in building the school." At those words, the nearby Uncle Chen was stunned. Afterwards, Uncle Chen also smiled and said, "Evergreen is right. Even if the Chen family dumps all their money, they will still support Principal Lu." Seeing how sincere these people are, Lu Chen looked at the female council members and stated, "Delete that post about attacking cancer." Under the school's official account, the female council member nodded. "Got it, Principal." After saying that, she turned around and left, doing what Lu Chen said. And at the moment, many Dragon Nation netizens were in the official account of Three Forks Vocational and Technical University and kept refreshing the page. They held on to a glimmer of hope, expecting Lu Chen to respond and ruthlessly punch those foreigners in the face. The result is the next second. Swish, the piece was titled "Good News. Our university has announced that it has successfully found a way to break through cancer." Was suddenly gone. Almost everyone was dumbfounded at the sight and thought their internet was stuck. But no matter how much they refreshed, the article didn't reappear. Behavior like this makes everyone realize that things shouldn't be reversed. One time, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were frustrated and all felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Some of those who are on the line with the geezers are also silently turning off their VPNs with the intention of uninstalling their Twitter software. Just as the netizens up and down the country were immersed in a depressing atmosphere, suddenly, the appearance of a live broadcast revived the hope in everyone's hearts as if it were dead, only to see that the user ID off the live broadcast is Bureau Chief Zhang Zhaozhong, with the title "Can Cancer Really Be Attacked?" When they saw this ID, at once, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were happy. Who doesn't know Zhang Zhaozhong's identity? That's the big-name director of the War Office. In Zhang Zhaozhong's work column, more than 20 meters of warplanes. He photographed as Superfly, more than 200 meters in 20-story aircraft carrier. He shot as a fishing boat that came out to catch fish before the full moon. The claim to fame is none other than the fact that it was rumored all over the world at the time that the Dragon Kingdom was developing a new fighter jet, the J-20. Zhang Zhaozhong immediately released a video claiming that the Dragon Kingdom couldn't develop such a powerful airplane, but only changed it from the old J-10. As soon as Pretty Country heard that, Rokokoku, that didn't work either. Then with a big hand, they dismantled the production line of the costly and expensive F-22 fighter jet. As a result, not long after it was dismantled, the Dragon Country's J-20 flew up to the sky, which made the Pretty Country angry enough. With this kind of status added, the Dragon netizens excitedly clicked into the live broadcast and watched with a look of anticipation. Heck, it's visible in the live feed. Bureau Chief Zhang Zhaozhong was sitting in his chair with an extremely heavy expression on his face. The surface was covered with a cloud, but in reality, he had long been happy inside. Zhang Zhaozhong just received a phone call from Gaozhen, asking for a clarification on the fact that the Three Forks Vocational University can cure cancer. How could he not know what it really meant? That's why he kept his grief-stricken expression and never laughed. Yo, there are already more than 5 million people in the live broadcast, so let's get started. Zhang Zhaozhong looked at the number of online viewers and marveled. He then crossed his legs and began to speak at length. Cancer, a difficult problem that has been tackled by humans all over the world for thousands of years. Why is it so hard to cure? Because cancer cells coexist with the body like ordinary cells. Their heterogeneity, metastasis and the complexity of the immune system result in not being eliminated as easily as other viruses. So, Zhang Zhaozhong started with a wave of science about cancer. He then turned his words around and stepped to the point. I'm sure you've all heard that a recent college called Three Forks Vocational and Technical University claims to have found a way to restrain cancer. To that, I would just like to say that it's complete nonsense. I have a friend who was a teacher at the medical school at Trinity Fort Career and Technical University, and he told me himself that the so-called ability to cure cancer is only for early-stage cancers, and curing early-stage cancer was never meant to be a difficult task, and it can be done in any country in the world. Therefore, there is nothing unusual about this incident, and I hope that people will not spread rumors about it. Speaking of this, the corner of Zhang Zhaozhong's mouth curled. At the thought, Pretty Country was snubbed like a little cutie by himself. He couldn't help but laugh. After the sharp-eyed netizens of the Dragon Nation caught this detail, all of a sudden, they launched pop-ups. Is it just my eyes? Why does it feel like the Bureau is holding back a laugh? It's not wrong, he's just holding in his laughter. He had the same expression the last time he snubbed Pretty Country. Ha ha ha, Bureau Chief, if you really can't help it, laugh it out. Be careful of suffocating your body. So that means it's true that Triple Fork Vocational and Technical University has developed an anti-cancer treatment? 9 times out of 10. The Bureau Chief has come out to speak. How can this be false? I think it's better to wait and see. Just from a micro-expression from the Bureau Chief, it's not possible to jump to conclusions. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom suspected that Bureau Chief Zhang Zhaozhong was again snubbing the Pretty Country, but there was insufficient evidence for viewers to jump to conclusions. At this point, the broadcast went to the audience connecting the dots. When the connection was made, a man's voice rang out. Hello, Bureau Chief. Zhang Zhaozhong twisted open his teacup and took a sip and asked, hello, is there anything you want to ask? Immediately afterward, the man was heard to say in rapid succession, Bureau Chief, I'm an old smoker, 5 lighters a day to start. Not long ago, I had terminal lung cancer and was counting down the days of my life. Then, after being introduced by a bystander, I found a miracle doctor. And after drinking just 1 packet of medicine, the lung cancer was cured, and there were no after effects. I'm pretty sure that the divine doctor is Lu Chen, the president of Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. If you don't believe me, I can pull out the CTs taken before and after lung cancer. I promise. The other side had not finished speaking. Zhang Zhaozhong hastily reached out his hand and cut off the other party's connection, then revealing a surprised expression, he said in a somewhat confused manner, Hey, it seems like the point was wrong. This audience member just now. I'm very sorry, my hand slipped. Please come back to the connection next time, Zhang Zhaozhong said with a calm face, while inside he was already sweating. The point of him starting this program is to deny the reality of curing cancer and to protect Lu Chen. But how did not expect? Even connected to Lu Chen cured a patient, which is embarrassing. After hanging up this connection, Zhang Zhaozhong took another sip of tea and answered the next user's connection request. Just connect. There was then a hysterical roar from a woman on the live feed. Zhang Zhaozhong, may I ask if your crown sitting here is worthy of the word Bureau Chief? My daughter once suffered from a brain tumor, and the miracle doctor not only cured my daughter, but also paid $1 million out of his own pocket for my daughter's surgery. I'm 1,000,000% sure that this divine doctor is Lu Chen from Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. You're spouting rumors based on just one word from a friend. You. Zhang Xiaozhong spat out the tea in his mouth with a pft and hastily cut the connection. When he came back to his senses, he sat down in his chair, his whole body dumbfounded. This is outrageous. 2 consecutive viewers were answered, both of whom were patients that Lu Chen had once cured. I'm afraid the truth is going to come out if we go any further with the live broadcast. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaozhong said with an awkward smile on his face, "Oops, how come I can't hear the voice of this audience member just now? It could be a problem with my equipment. In that case, that's all we're broadcasting today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's call it a day and see you next time." After saying that, Zhang Xiaozhong carried his teacup and swished away. The Dragon Country audience looked at the screen. Anchor is on the way line. Suddenly, pop-ups like a storm of rain. Ha 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 ha. It's bad. It's going to be impossible to hide. The truth is about to be revealed. It's already been defeated. I'm sure Principal Lu is the miracle doctor. Or else I'm dating a 5-speed electric fan. So it seems to be true that Triple Fork Career and Technical University can cure cancer. Laughing me to death. The Bureau is also unlucky to be connected to 2 consecutive viewers who are patients cured by Lu Chen. The first stumbling block on the Bureau's entrepreneurial path has appeared. Brothers, since the state is deliberately covering up the identity of Principal Lu's miracle doctor, it means that there is some truth in it. We must cooperate with the state. No problem. I guess the upper echelon is protecting Principal Lu. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom are certain that Lu Chen is the miracle doctor and that it is true that the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University can cure cancer. As a result, everyone took it upon themselves to help the country and work together to cover up the identity of Lu Chen's miracle doctor. Immediately afterward, a strange scene appeared. On the global social media platform Twitter, a post began to appear bashing Lu Chen. And the IP addresses of these posts are all from the Dragon Kingdom. I'm from the Dragon Kingdom. And just now, Three Forks Vocational and Technical University deleted the post that it can medicalize cancer, which means that this school can't cure cancer at all. To the netizens around the world to see a video. This is a Dragon Country a Force Officer Zhang Xiaozhong Bureau Chief. Today's live replay. Some netizens took the live video of Director Zhang Xiaozhong and posted it on Twitter. Only, the video was cropped without the part where the audience connects in the back. So, a whole video that is all about discrediting the fact that Triple Fork Career and Technical University can fight cancer. When the foreign netizens saw these posts, instantly, one by one, they were all happy. Ha ha ha, is this school so trashy that even the natives of Longwood can't stand to watch it? Don't cry, brother. Consider coming to study in our great cold underworld country, and then I'll treat you to the best kimchi in the world. No thanks, we have kimchi all over our little ingredient table. You can get cancer from eating too much of it. It seems that a part of the Dragon Kingdom is still kind. All the Dragon Kingdom people who posted, I give you credit. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, one by one, are all theater masters, playing counterstories and acting extremely realistically. This excited the foreign netizens, and they praised the Longwo people who made the post, calling them good. At this very moment, Island, Toy University, in the principal's office, the principal, Hiroko Ijima, was so happy when she saw the post made by the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom that her face went numb with laughter. Yosi, it seems that we were right to sanction Lu Chen. Three Forks Vocational and Technical University is a garbage institution in a double first-class shell. Even the locals in Longwood can't help but curse it. Immediately make a public announcement to severely condemn Lu Chan's lying behavior and put some pressure on this Dragon Kingdom clown. Humph. So what if it's the father of photolithography? Our great Tohoi University scolds it as usual. Hiroko Ijima said to her secretary with a smug smile on her face. Yes, the secretary answered. After the other man left, Hiroko Ijima rubbed her hands together and picked up the phone on her desk. This wave, licking Pretty Country's chops, he's got to ask Pretty Country for some favors. The other side, the great cold underworld, Shuji University, in the auditorium. Principal Park Kwok-chang was having a meeting with the leaders, and when he learned of the news, his entire body trembled with laughter. Colleagues, I'm sure you've seen the news. Three Forks Vocational and Technical University Research and Development can fight cancer. Completely false things. Even the people of the Dragon State cannot look down. Garbage is garbage. Even if the exterior is beautifully decorated, it can't hide the fact that it's essentially a junior college. The ugly behavior of the Dragon Kingdom has revealed its ills. We should strike while the iron is hot and give Lu Chen something to suffer for. Make an announcement. Slam Lu Chen ruthlessly without a trace of mercy. Park Guk-chan pounded the table, his voice resounding. This statement was made. The leaders stood and applauded in favor. Good job supporting the principal. The principal was awesome and didn't lose his job. After the two principals made this decision, it didn't take long. On Twitter, there was a flurry of posts from the official accounts of Tohoi University and Shuji University. Dongjing University v. Lu Chen, as the president of Three Forks Vocational and Technical University, yet he believes in what he says and falsely claims that he has researched a method that can cure cancer. This behavior is undoubtedly an insult to educators around the globe. Can such a person become a president? Can such a school deserve the title of being a double first class for national defense? Shuji University v. Our university strongly condemns Lu Chen's nonsense behavior. The education of people, the foundation of the country. The youth is the future of the whole world. If all the country's principals are like Lu Chen, such nonsense, the world has any future to talk about? The original Three Forks Vocational Technical University got a bad rap. When these two posts were sent out, netizens from all over the world liked, retweeted, and commented on them, instantly putting Lu Chen on the cusp. Here comes the first chapter of 6,000 words. I was too sleepy last night. Sorry. There's more later. Zundu. Chapter 120, what's going on? Split personality? Just when the entire internet was trolling Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Pretty country. Flory Grand State. Inside the hospital. The president of Harvard University. The president of MIT. And all the other presidents saw the news on the internet. And, all of a sudden, they were overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Even the locals of the Dragon Kingdom can't help but attack Lu Chen. This time, the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University is completely finished. If I were you, I would be angry too. Just imagine. You are cursing with foreigners in defense of your own country's colleges and universities, only to have your own colleges and universities directly delete the post that can cure cancer. What's the difference between this and slapping your own face? Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect Even the official figure of the Dragon State, Zhang Zhezhong, has come out to clarify that the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University is nonsense. Lu Chen has really become a wall of people push. Serves him right. Lu Chen brought this on himself. That's right. A broken junior college still dares to sanction our pretty country's colleges and universities. It really doesn't know how high the sky is. The principals spoke in a chorus, each with a smug expression on their faces. However, Chief Eric looked at the online postings with a thoughtful look and lapsed into silence. The president of the University of Haji asked, puzzled, when he saw it, Chief Dick, why don't you look happy at all? This statement was made. All the principals looked toward Eric in unison. Only, Eric frowned and said slowly, from what I know of the Dragon Nation, even if Three Forks Vocational University does believe in it, nor would the netizens of the Dragon Country take the initiative to climb over the wall to scold their own colleges and universities. What's the difference between that and asking for trouble? One more important point, this so-called official figure, Bureau Chief Zhang Zhezhong, has been blacklisted by Fobler. What he says can't be believed at all, and he talks nonsense all day long, and is jokingly called the director of the Bureau of War and Negotiation by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. So I think, Three Forks Career and Technical University may have actually developed a cure for cancer, Chief Eric said in a tense tone. Hearing his words, the principals stared at each other with wide eyes. That can't be right. Chief Dick, could it be that you're overthinking this? The two principals asked skeptically. And just then, in the ward, a sudden shrill alarm sounded. Tick-tock, patient's vitals are in danger. Patient's vitals are in danger. With these voices ringing out, Eric immediately looked at his brother in the hospital room. The whole person was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Quick, call a doctor. Eric blushed and shouted, his voice echoing throughout the floor. It didn't take long. A doctor in a white coat, followed by several nurses, entered the ward in stride. Through the glass, only, the doctor turned on the ventilator. Then the four, and finally a full body checkup. After some maneuvering, the doctor walked out with a nurse. Seeing this, Eric rushed up and asked in a panicked tone, Doctor, how is my brother's condition? The doctor looked at the report card in his hand, shook his head, and sighed. Based on our examination of your brother, Kibo, he is in a rather dangerous condition with high play, prostate and bowel cancer all at the same time. I don't reckon we'll live more than a week, so you can go ahead and prepare for your brother's afterlife. The doctor dropped his hands in front of him with a helpless look. Hear this. Eric's eyes were vacant, his expression dull, and he stumbled backward a few steps involuntarily. If the principals hadn't assisted them in time, they would probably have been lying on the floor. No, my brother. Woo-hoo-hoo. Eric came back to his senses and cried out in pain. The doctor, long accustomed to seeing this kind of scene, waved his hand and left with a few nurses. In situ, Eric was half sitting on the ground, frozen in place, not an ounce of life visible in his entire being. Chief Dick, I ask for your condolences. Commissioner Dick, Kipper is not dead, but gone to a better world. The principals around them were comforted. Hearing these words of comfort, Era Dick rose instantly to his feet. He tugged at the collar of the president of the University of Haji, red-eyed and gritted his teeth. Don't talk to me about that useless crap. I don't want my brother to go to a better world. I just want him to stay by my side. I order all of you colleges to find a way to save my brother immediately. If anyone can be saved, I will gift him my position as director. Era Dick's entire being fell into the madness road. The principals all lowered their heads in the face of the fuming Era Dick, and no one dared to speak. The crowd had called in the school's medical school, the best professors and doctors to save his brother. Nah, Arokibo is suffering from several cancers at the same time, and his condition is so abstract that he really deserves to die. Seeing that the principals were silent, Era Dick was in utter despair. At this moment, how he wanted to trade his lifespan for his brother's health. Nah, it's all a pipe dream. And it was at this time. Jingle bells. Era Dick's cell phone rang. He didn't answer the ringtone for a long time until the principals reminded him of it, and only then did Era Dick, lost in thought, press the answer button. Hello. Era Dick Doubt seemed to have all his strength drained from him. On the other end of the phone, a low man's voice rang out. Dick, according to information brought to us by our spies, the Woolly Bear Nation intends to make a donation of $200 million to the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. At the same time, the Woolly Bear Country will send 100 patients a year as test subjects to Lu Chen's school to try out the drug. You're a smart man, and I'm sure you already know exactly what this means. There is no country that would willingly provide mice for medical experimental research in schools in other countries. I have therefore concluded that the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University has successfully developed drugs to fight cancer and that these so-called experimenters are there to cure the disease. After listening to this talk, Era Dick's entire being was in shock, his eyes staring like brass bells for a long time. He held the cell phone, his body frozen in place for a long time. The caller continued. No matter what, we in the pretty country are going to get the technology to cure cancer. What to do next is up to you. With that, the other party hung up. The phone just hung up. At this point, the president of the bespectacled Harvard University didn't know what he was seeing. He held up his cell phone, his eyes terrified. Director Dick, we just found the full video of Zhang Zhaozhong's live broadcast on the internet. And there's a segment of the audience connecting session behind it that's been deleted. And with this connecting link, it almost proves that Lu Chen can really cure cancer. Words. Chief Era Dick's face flushed red warm and he cursed bitterly. Bastard. You don't need to tell me. I already know. I order. All colleges and universities. Immediately revoke the sanction against Three Forks Vocational and Technical University and request an academic partnership with them. His brother has less than 7 days to live. And today, he wants this cancer treatment technology more than pretty country. Hearing the order from Chief Era Dick, the principals said with a helpless look on their faces. But, now instead of us unilaterally sanctioning it, Three Forks Vocational and Technical University has sanctioned us too. Yes, Director Dick, it's useless for us to revoke the sanction press. Lu Chen won't establish an academic partnership with us. Commissioner Dick, this is really a bit of a difficult matter. Look at them in a difficult position. Era Dick was furious. Difficult to do? Then don't do it. Starting today, all of your principals are removed, and I'll find someone who can do it. This statement was made. The principals daisy-chinned and all wore a look of panic. It can be done. It can be done. And I'm going to make a statement right now requesting an academic partnership with Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Don't worry, Chief Dick. We promise to get the job done. With that, the principals ruffled their legs and scurried off to the school. At that moment, Era Dick's cell phone rang again. Without looking, he pressed the answer button. The next second, Hiroko Ijima's voice rang on the cell phone. Hello, Chief Dick. I'm the president of the island's Toei University, Hiroko Ijima. Just a few moments ago, we fiercely slammed the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University in the Dragon Kingdom and severely reprimanded Lu Chen for his bad behavior. I am in complete agreement with your philosophy of schooling and couldn't agree more with your views on Triple Fork Career and Technical University. If there is an opportunity, Tohoi University would like to establish an academic partnership with an Ivy League institution in a pretty country. I don't know. What do you think, Commissioner Dick? Hiroko Ijima smiled fawningly. For years, he's wanted to connect with Ivy League institutions in the pretty state. The so-called Ivy League is exactly the organization built by the joint efforts of 8 high-ranking schools in the pretty country, meaning that it has been around for a long time. If an alliance can be made with these schools, then Tohoi University is bound to be in Asia and move up a notch. However, facing Hiroko Ijima's words, Era Dick said angrily, how do I look? I see your mom. Your mom's dead. Get out. After cursing, Dick hung up the phone harshly. He was worried about how to salvage his relationship with Lu Chen. As a result, a clown popped up and claimed that he had cursed Lu Chen. Isn't that giving him a hard time? And the phone just hung up. Jingle bells. Dick's cell phone rang again. He answered again. Hello, esteemed Mr. Dick. I'm Park Kokchang, the president of the Shuji University of the Great Cold Plutonian Kingdom. First of all, I express my high esteem to you. Secondly, I admire your philosophy of education immensely. Under your influence, Shuji University followed your footsteps in sanctioning the Three Forks Vocational and Technical University in the Dragon Kingdom and deeply condemned Lu Chen. So, before Park Kwok-chang could finish, Dick, furious and on fire, interrupted. So you? Next door. Your mom's dead too. Roll. After cursing, Dick hung up and directly blacked out the two cell phone numbers. Mentally, he cursed the two men fiercely. What too stinky? Originally, it was just a conflict between him and Lu Chen, but he didn't expect that even the schools of the Great Cold Underworld and the island country were involved in the hilarity. It would be troublesome if Lu Chen refused to establish academic partnerships with universities in pretty countries because of Dongjing University and Shuji University. After blacking out the two men, Dick looked through the window at his brother, who lay in his hospital bed, looking mournful. Don't worry, Kippo. No matter what, brother will cure you. And right now, the presidents of the colleges and universities in the pretty country began to practice what Dick had ordered. At 1903, the Ministry of Education of the pretty country withdrew its previously published sanctions list of colleges and universities in the Dragon Country. At 1904, the official Haji University account deleted that post, sanctioning Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Same time, the University of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Princeton University, and often a dozen other colleges and universities in the pretty country have also deleted the post and issued a new announcement. Haji University v. In order to create a global community of human destiny, Haji University would like to establish academic cooperation, mutual training of international students, and discussion of problems encountered in academics with Three Forks Vocational and Technical University in the Dragon Kingdom. At Dragon Nation Official, MITV, the study of academics is for the collective advancement of mankind, and MIT aspires to establish a partnership with Three Forks Vocational and Technical University to discuss the challenges encountered in academic research. At Dragon Nation Official, Princeton Tons University v. At Dragon State Official, The Moment. More than a dozen famous schools in pretty countries, all of them want to establish an academic partnership with Three Forks Vocational and Technical University, and the official of the Dragon Country. When these posts were released, netizens around the world were all dumbfounded when they saw them. Thinking they were reading it wrong, they clicked in one after the other to find out what was going on, and it wasn't long before the posts made their way to the Twitter hotspot. So here comes the interesting scene. Just see. The hot list. Top 1, Stonehammer. Falsehood about the treatment of cancer at Rokoko's Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. The world's netizens are cursing us. Top 2, Pretty Country withdraws its latest list of sanctions against the Dragon's colleges. Top 3, Haji University wants to establish academic partnership with Longwei San Fork Vocational and Technical University. Top 4, Massachusetts Institute of Technology wants to establish an academic partnership with Rokoko Senko Vocational and Technical University. Top 5, Princeton University hopes to establish an academic partnership with Long Island's Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Top 6, Top 18, Island Toy University expresses his opinion on Lu Chen, president of Three Forks Vocational and Technical University. Top 19, the first two universities of the Great Cold Underworld severely condemn Lu Chen. Top 20, what the hell is going on? With this hot list of words, the clueless geezer was even more clueless. The number one hot search is for the word Stonehammer Triple Fork Career and Technical University, and the 2nd to 17th of the hot searches, almost all of them are pretty country colleges and universities, wanting to cooperate with the Three Forks Vocational and Technical School of Words. This is too up. It's still cursing people up there. The result is that the following is the withdrawal of the sanctions list and trying to cooperate with others. The foreigners are dumbfounded. What's going on? These principals have split personalities? Unknown foreigners have commented under the post. The comment section was as lively as New Year's Eve. Came to come. I went to play a game just now, so I'll go ahead and code 4,000 words since I see you're all rushing. Keep popping more when you wake up from your nap.